Chapter 1. Welcome to the Soul Transfer Center. I am HP. How may I assist you? Li Bian opened his eyes in a daze, still poised with his hands in the act of furiously typing. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a space reminiscent of a bank lobby from the early 2000s. Alright, so this is how we're playing, is it? You said it would flash, and then you threw it right in my face. Fine, if this is how it's done, then practice more if you're inexperienced. No need to whine to your father here. Care to challenge me, unknown? After a brief tirade of nonsensical chatter, Li Bian gradually opened his eyes, now glimmering with an otherworldly sheen, and suddenly realized he was slumped in a rather undignified manner on a chair in a lobby. What is this situation? Li Bian glanced around, then looked at his own ethereal and somewhat translucent form. Is this really happening? Having perused countless traditional time travel novels, Li Bian effortlessly accepted the likelihood that he had met an untimely demise, though he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. After all, to perish in a vehicular accident, to sacrifice oneself for another only to be brutally killed, to be exploited to death by a heartless employer, or to be driven to madness by a melodramatic hero in these scenarios offered some semblance of dignity. Even if one were to heroically fall in battle for the sake of a harem, there would be tales to tell among the esteemed figures of the time travel realm. Yet to die from a flashbang while gaming with 4 unruly children? Was this a fate deserving of ridicule? Help me up, and for heaven's sake, I demand a more honorable demise. Li Bian straightened his posture and moved his already ephemeral form slightly, inquiring, "Excuse me, what is your name? And where am I?" Before him stood not a seasoned bank clerk, but rather an entity resembling a mist of light. He replied, "Mr. Li Bian, I am designated as HP, and you may also refer to me as the system. This is the System Binding Service Center to ensure your satisfaction. This system offers personalized unknown services, matching you with the appropriate system to assist in realizing every protagonist's dreams." Such grandiloquent rhetoric, yet the decor is so antiquated, Li Bian mused inwardly, masking his thoughts with a subtle, ingratiating smile. "That I appreciate your assistance. Could you elaborate on the services provided?" The luminous entity displayed no emotional response, its synthesized voice somewhat mechanical as it explained, "This system will randomly select a universe for your journey and provide each host with 5 opportunities to draw cards. Each card represents a talent you may possess. You'll have the option to choose 3 cards from the 5 drawn, thus commencing a new adventure." The light paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, Mr. Li Bian, the layout here reflects your subconscious and is unrelated to the system." Feeling somewhat bashful, Li Bian scratched his head, contemplating, "Goodness, it can hear my thoughts, and no wonder having arrived here. It probably knows every secret from my childhood, even the times I wet the bed. Such trivial matters cannot be concealed from it. Your memories will also be automatically retained. Do you have any further inquiries, Mr. Li Bian?" "There's a minor issue," he said. "Please go on," came a response. Could it be that I wasn't truly incapacitated by a flashbang?" The luminous orb hesitated momentarily, and in its previously rigid tone, a hint of discomfort, perhaps even embarrassment, could be discerned. "Mr. Li Bian, your demise was an unforeseen incident within the vast machinery of the system. Therefore, HP is here to provide you with humanitarian compensation." "I knew it. Wait a moment. Are you telling me that you are responsible for my death?" Li Bian rose from the table, or rather, he floated upward. "Li Bian, we have also made amends for this situation, and we hope that you can understand the operational errors of the system. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, we shall now proceed to the card drawing segment." "Hold on, let's clarify this." "Very well. Thank you for your cooperation that we are now redirecting you to the card drawing interface." As the words left its presence, the orb swiftly exited the counter, and the entire scene spun dizzyingly. What a redundant question, yet how did it flee so swiftly? In my current state, I am merely at its mercy. Why does it seem fearful of me? As he watched the chaotic world before him, Li Bian could only ponder in solitude. However, a minute later, a familiar card-drawing interface materialized before him. Here lies a significant plot point to be explored later. Lo and behold, the Yuan. Indeed, it was the card-drawing system of our great Huaxia, taking its time to activate. On the bright side, it granted me a safeguard after 5 draws that IT reminded him of a certain game where spending 200 yuan for a return of merely 1 yuan was considered normal. TSK, this truly exemplified a conscientious merchant. Not overly fixated on his previous doubts, Li Bian rubbed his hands together, prayerfully pressed his palms together, and with utmost sincerity, pressed the button for a single. Draws for 5 consecutive draws. They were simply unnecessary. Predictably, a flash of white light appeared before him, evoking a sense of continuity. Li Baiyan, however, did not open it immediately and proceeded to tap the button a second time. White, pale white. Li Baiyan, somewhat defiant against fate, pressed a third time. White, still white. Ah, you rogue, you have truly inherited this tradition. Various streamers had advised Li Baiyan that if one did not draw a card after 3 attempts, it was time to cease. Such luck would yield naught but futility. Could I, Li Baiyan, endure this? As the protagonist of this narrative, I must not yield. Kneeling on both knees, he fervently prayed that it was merely a misunderstanding caused by my insincerity. Esteemed card-drawing deities, please do not hold it against me. This time, my very life hangs in the balance between these two draws that I cannot express enough gratitude, whether it be Balenciaga or Valentino. I, Li Baiyan, shall seek authentic offerings to honor you properly, never settling for subpar imitations. I humbly beseech your mercy. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. Feeling as though the European god of fortune had possessed him, he pressed the button with fervor. Let the cards come forth. Perhaps it was the sincerity of Balenciaga that touched the divine lottery spirit, as a slender beam of purple light burst forth, cascading luminescence upon Li Baiyan's face. Seizing the moment, Li Baiyan pressed the button once more, launching a surprise attack without hesitation. A fleeting flash of golden light appeared before him. Wow, this is truly guaranteed, exclaimed Li Baiyan as he eagerly opened the array of cards displayed before him. White, cleanliness above, all universal. Annotation. Your visage will maintain a healthy state, enabling you to swiftly revert to your normal appearance, permanently though. Damage cannot be avoided. It merely accelerates healing specifically for the face. White, charisma universal. Annotation. You will invariably evoke a sense of goodwill in others at first glance, though this sentiment proves futile against foes. White, sense of direction universal. Annotation. You possess an innate ability to discern direction, yet this skill is confined to your visible range. You may still lose your way in the fog. Purple, bloodline of Dumbledore special. Annotation. You are a member of the Dumbledore family, endowed with a natural affinity for phoenixes. Moreover, the magical potency in your blood is significantly stronger than that of your peers given time. It will surely reach terrifying heights. Gold, mastery of spells special. Annotation. You are an exceptional spellcaster, capable of swiftly mastering even the most challenging incantations. With further practice, you may achieve silent casting. Wandless magic may only be a matter of time. Note, your talent in the transfiguration branch of spellcasting will be somewhat diminished, yet it remains superior to that of ordinary individuals. It was evident that a journey into the magical realm awaited him. The latter two choices were imperative, while he could select one from the first 3. Li Baiyan felt at ease, as both the gold and purple options were designed for a dragon rider. The remaining choice could be made at whim. Cleanliness above, all seemed promising, while charisma appeared to have its merits. The sense of direction felt somewhat trivial. Having entered the magical world, would he truly falter in such a minor aspect? With the banner of Dumbledore to bolster his standing, he could acquire several magical artifacts. And when the time came for the protagonist group to clear the obstacles, he could joyfully establish his own banner beneath the Great One. Leading a life of comfort, this would serve as compensation for his considerable losses. Then I shall choose charisma, the bloodline of Dumbledore, and mastery of spells, declared Li Baiyan. No sooner had he spoken than the remaining 2 cards vanished into the ether, and the selected 3 melded slowly into his mind. Following this, he was enveloped in a familiar shroud of white, accompanied by the system's intermittent voice. This service has concluded. We wish you a pleasant journey. Farewell. In a swirl of white, Li Baiyan soon lost consciousness. At that moment, another world was entering a prolonged night. For many, this night bore no significant difference from others. Yet for a certain elderly gentleman, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. It was a deep autumn night in a dilapidated house in East London. Li Baiyan gradually awakened, rubbing his eyes and pressing at his temples, slowly assimilating the memories he had just synchronized. It must be said that the system is indeed reliable, as it remarkably bestowed upon the beloved Mr. Albus Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, a son named Chris Dumbledore. Perhaps it is some peculiar curse associated with the Dumbledore surname. Unlike Aberforth's first son, this Dumbledore is mute, while Credence remains silent. It can only be said that old Dumbledore's brother possesses rather lackluster genes. Moreover, with the old Dumbledore's resolute stance against procreation, it seems that the powerful legacy of the Dumbledore name is destined for a fleeting existence. This Chris Dumbledore, separated from Aberforth due to the First Wizarding War, found himself adrift in France. After establishing his footing there, he married a Muggle woman. Shortly after the birth of Hector Dumbledore, both he and his wife passed away. Hector then faced a tumultuous life, ultimately arriving safely in London through the system's astute orchestration. Levi-in, in his current identity, is indeed Hector Dumbledore. Reflecting on his life, Hector marvels at the system's might. Just consider the sheer number of fortuitous coincidences that allowed Hector to survive until now, journeying from some obscure corner of France across the sea to London. It's truly astonishing. However, now is not the time for such musings. As Hector surveys his surroundings, this dilapidated little abode, akin to a crumbling shelter, appears to be the refuge of its former owner. Yet, something feels amiss, although the house is old. It has not deteriorated to this extent. Could it be that his magical powers had suddenly surged? Observing the commotion, it certainly seemed significant. Hector attentively attuned himself to his body, sensing a turbulent flow of energy coursing within him. Though restless, it did not inflict any considerable harm. When he moved his fingers, that energy coalesced at the tips, as if obeying a command. Is this the mastery of the Golden Talent spell? I recall that Harry Potter did not exhibit such grandeur at that time. Feeling the intensity radiating from his fingertips, Hector no longer restrained himself. He pointed skyward. With a thunderous boom, the roof resisted the impact of the beam for a second before obediently disintegrating into ashes, revealing a pillar of light ascending towards the heavens. Hector's finger shone like a powerful flashlight, overwhelming not only his own vision, but also captivating much of London with the might of this towering light. Truly, a strikingly flamboyant display. As the man who dazzles upon his first show of power, A.S. Hector pondered whether he had once again landed himself in the Hall of Shame for time travelers. The brilliant beam gradually dimmed, providing a reprieve for his overwhelmed eyes. Hector inhaled deeply, at least freed from the worry of blinding himself. Yet he soon felt an indescribable emptiness, a void so profound that even the slightest movement of his eyelids felt like an overload. Overcome by fatigue, Hector succumbed to slumber. This 11-year-old body had certainly found a release, albeit through an unusual means. Many were startled awake from their slumber, muttering a few choice words about the inconsiderate child wielding a bright flashlight in the dead of night, before promptly returning to their dreams. However, old Dumbledore, seated on his bed surrounded by a pile of cockroaches while engrossed in a book, set the tome aside, rose abruptly, and with a delicate wave of his wand, donned his outer robe. "Fawkes, I must trouble you," Dumbledore murmured softly. Fawkes nodded, his eyes alight with curiosity, sensing an unusual aroma, as if another Dumbledore had emerged. In a dim alley of East London, unnoticed by anyone, a cluster of flames materialized, from which Dumbledore and Fawkes emerged at Merlin's beard. Dumbledore exclaimed, surveying the conspicuous gaping hole in the ceiling and the lively magical particles dancing in the air, taking a deep breath. Please let it not be a mere shadow, he thought, drawing forth his elder wand. Vanishing from the alley and reappearing inside the dwelling, he glanced around. Apart from a rickety little bed and a table that had seen better days, there was no other furniture in sight. Dumbledore first observed the large hole overhead, then turned his attention to the child lying unconscious on the small bed, who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. The frail body sprawled upon the wooden slats made the bed seem exceptionally spacious. Leaning down, Dumbledore sensed the magic coursing within Hector, relieved to find it not spiraling out of control, yet brimming in a manner wholly inconsistent with his age. At that moment, Dumbledore unconsciously gazed upon the child's face, finding it somewhat familiar, and felt a flicker of affection. He must be a good child. Dumbledore then stood upright, adjusted his robe, and pointed his wand at Hector, uttering, "Awaken swiftly." Hector soon stirred, squinting, clearly still disoriented from the earlier brilliance. "Is my luck truly this dire?" he mused, having nearly met his end twice in one day, seemingly destined to deliver results to the underworld. Before he could voice his complaints, he looked up to see an elderly man clad in a purple robe, his hair and beard entirely white, gazing down at him with a warm smile through crescent-shaped spectacles. This was Dumbledore, a figure well remembered by any seasoned Harry Potter fan, the unequivocal luminary of the magical realm, the illustrious White Wizard, Albus Dumbledore. What serendipity! Just as he had arrived in this world, before even experiencing the trials befitting a protagonist, the organization had sought him out directly, promising a path devoid of obstacles, paving the way for a carefree existence in a magical world. Dear reader, this chapter has much more to offer. Please turn to the next page for a continuation of the enchanting tale. Having not yet endured the previous hardships, Hector's heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of future happiness. Yet, the The foremost concern remained how to reclaim his heritage in a manner that would not raise suspicion. After all, directly exposing the identity of the individual before him, followed by a desperate plea to be welcomed back into the organization, seemed rather abrupt. Should this cunning old be uncover any inconsistencies in his narrative, a full suite of truth serum, combined with soul extraction, could very well lay bare his secrets beneath the watchful gaze of the foremost white sorcerer. In such a scenario, the subsequent days could entail mere petty punishments, yet the excruciating torment of psychological and physical anguish is not something everyone can endure. As for the trait of being hard-headed, Hector does not consider himself to possess it if talent has not been bestowed upon him. He cannot be wholly blamed for his predicament, can he? Child, what is your name? It was Dumbledore who first broke the silence. Hector Dumbledore, sir. Fortunately, the system was equipped with an automatic translation feature, alleviating Hector's concerns regarding communication. Dumbledore? The eyes of Dumbledore, which were already quite luminous, now sparkled even more brilliantly. Who is your father? Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile, taking 2 steps forward and leaning down to gaze into Hector's eyes. Chris Dumbledore, but he has long since passed away. Hector initially averted his gaze from Dumbledore, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but then he fixed his eyes once more on those cerulean orbs and asked, "Grandfather, do you know my father?" Dumbledore inhaled deeply, waved his wand, and a fragment of ceiling debris that had fallen to the floor suddenly magnified and transformed into an exquisite and sturdy chair. He seated himself slowly, at which point a large red bird appeared within the room, perching itself upon Dumbledore's shoulder, its curious eyes fixed on Hector. Hector felt an involuntary sense of kinship, completely devoid of fear. "Fox, I fear I must trouble you to make a trip to the Hog's Head and to find Aberforth. Also, please bring along that book from my office." Fox nodded, cast a final glance at Hector, and then vanished in a flash of flame. "My child, I am Albus Dumbledore," he said with notable warmth and kindness, gently ruffling Hector's hair as he spoke with the affection of a grandparent. "If all goes as planned, I am your grandfather." Perhaps due to Dumbledore's amiable nature, he readily accepted Hector's identity, lowering his guard and refraining from using any memory charms. Dumbledore took Hector's small hand in his own. "Do you have any luggage? I wish to take you to meet someone, a rather irresponsible individual." Hector rose to his feet, nearly tripping over his noticeably oversized boots. A flicker of regret appeared in Dumbledore's eyes as he gently tapped his wand, causing the boots to swiftly shrink to a more fitting size. "Is this magic, Professor Dumbledore?" Hector inquired. "Indeed, Hector, this is a clever and practical enchantment," Dumbledore replied, gazing into Hector's eyes, which mirrored his own sky-blue hue. "A trait passed down through the Dumbledore lineage. You are a wizard, Hector." Dumbledore straightened his posture. "Time is of the essence. Hector, we must set forth." He extended his arm. Hector clung tightly to Dumbledore's arm, and as Dumbledore observed Hector's timid demeanor, he gently placed his other hand atop Hector's. The space around them warped swiftly, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location. Hector was retching, and Dumbledore softly patted him on the back. "It's perfectly normal for your first apparition, my child. You shall soon acclimatize." Hector waved his hand dismissively, inhaling deeply the fresh air and rubbing his temples to alleviate the intense discomfort. "Mr. Dumbledore, where are we?" Hector rose and surveyed his surroundings, discovering a quiet, profound street lined with houses that bore the charm of a bygone century. "This is Hogsmeade, Hector. Are you feeling better? We still have a short distance to traverse." Dumbledore took Hector's hand and led him along the main street before turning into a small alley beside the post office. "Aberforth has always preferred that I do not apparate directly to his tavern," Dumbledore explained, his tone unusually gentle today. "We have a minor disagreement. He has long wished to avoid me, but I believe today should be an exception." Stopping before a tavern adorned with a hanging pig's head, Dumbledore noticed Aberforth standing at the entrance, arms crossed and covered in grime, his hair unkempt and falling haphazardly. His eyes burned with anger and disdain. Dumbledore released Hector's hand and approached him. "Aberforth, I hope you will provide me with a reasonable explanation." Aberforth clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at his brother, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Dumbledore did not rush to respond. Instead, he ushered Hector forward from behind him. "Oh, please do not tell me you sent Fox merely to gloat." Aberforth's sarcastic retort caught in his throat as he widened his eyes at the frail child who had just emerged from the shadows, his fierce countenance betraying an expression of sheer astonishment. Aberforth first crouched down to scrutinize Hector's face, then glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation. Turning on his heel, Aberforth entered the tavern and banged his fist on the counter. "We are closing for the night. Everyone leave at once. His imposing presence was enough to ensure compliance. Even those few stubborn patrons who wished to argue quickly departed upon seeing Aberforth Dumbledore enter. Once everyone had vacated the tavern, Aberforth turned to Dumbledore. Are you certain? Aberforth's face flushed red with urgency. Calm yourself, Aberforth, Dumbledore said, waving his wand a few times, causing a thick tome to materialize before the three of them. Please. Take a seat, my child. You as well, Aberforth. Dumbledore seated himself before a table, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned the page that chronicled both Aberforth and himself. Aberforth first assisted Hector by moving his chair aside before taking a seat at a distance from Dumbledore. I require a drop of your blood, Hector. Rest assured, it shall not hurt, Dumbledore said, regarding Hector with a benevolent expression. Hector extended his hand, and with a gentle flick of Dumbledore's wand, a drop of blood was extracted from his fingertips and fell upon the page. The drop vanished instantly upon contact with the paper, and soon a brand new line emerged beneath Aberforth Dumbledore's name, the first to leap forth being that of Chris Dumbledore, followed by Hector Dumbledore. Aberforth, his spirit soared, his face aglow with a radiant smile as he gazed at Hector, filled with disbelief and the joy of a long-awaited reunion. In a burst of exuberance, Aberforth sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth within the confines of the modest tavern, before finally squatting down before Hector. Hector, undoubtedly well acquainted with the current circumstances, recognized that his rite of lineage had been fulfilled. Henceforth, he could hold his head high in the magical realm. Regardless of the likes of Malfoy or Burns, before me, Dumbledore, they were mere insignificant figures, akin to common fowl. If you dare to contest, why not compare yourself to my grandfather? Boastful as he may be, Hector understood the necessity of maintaining the guise of a well-behaved and obedient child, leading him to adopt an unusually docile demeanor. Albus, come here for a moment. Albus, with his rough hands, gently caressed Hector's face before rising to leave the tavern. As he approached the door, he turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood up, casting a glance at Hector, who met his gaze. At that moment, the old wizard's eyes radiated love and benevolence towards his grandson. You need not leave, my child. Sit for a while. Dumbledore approached and affectionately stroked Hector's cheek before following Albus outside. Albus, tell me about this child, he requested. Albus, with his back to Dumbledore, gazed at the moon above, unwilling to turn around. Dumbledore briefly recounted what he knew, observing Albus's silhouette, and sighed, Albus, we must have a serious discussion regarding this child. Suddenly, Albus turned sharply, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore's eyes. What do you intend to do? Let me make this clear. Albus, you have no connection to him, and I will not allow you to harbor any intentions towards him. Calm down, Albus. He is also my grandson, Dumbledore replied, maintaining his unwavering stare. And Ariana is your sister, Albus retorted, glaring at Dumbledore. Albus, we agreed not to mention this matter. Dumbledore's eyes flared with anger, his demeanor shifting from kind to that of a formidable lion. There is nothing to discuss. I will not relinquish him to you. Albus, the child must attend school. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Hogwarts is not the only school available. I could send into Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang is also an option. Hogwarts is the finest magical academy, and I am its headmaster. Only because you are the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus and Aberforth confronted each other like two lions vying for territory, glaring at one another, neither willing to concede. Mr. Dumbledore. Hector, who had been observing the heated exchange, deftly interjected. Is there anything to eat? His rumbling stomach provided a perfect cover, offering Hector an ideal reason to diffuse the tension. Aberforth shot a fierce glare at Albus Dumbledore, but his expression softened instantly as he turned to Hector. He forced a smile and said, Hector, I shall prepare something for you. And remember, you may call me grandfather. Moments ago, the once tense and fiery Aberforth cheerfully trotted into the kitchen to prepare a meal for his beloved grandson. Albus Dumbledore took Hector's hand, and they both settled at a table. My dear child, how old are you? He inquired. I am 10 years old, Mr. Dumbledore, Hector replied. Ah, 10 indeed. Dumbledore observed the gaunt visage of Hector, realizing that he appeared far younger than his years, likely due to malnutrition, reminiscent of a child merely 6 or 7. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within him. You may call me Grandpa. There is no need for Mr. Dumbledore, he suggested gently, pausing before continuing. Next year, you will commence your schooling. You overheard the conversation earlier. If given the choice, which school would you prefer? Dumbledore regarded Hector with warmth, understanding that he could not directly sway his obstinate brother but could appeal through the child. "Oh, by the way, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts," he added, winking with a smile laden with implication. "Hector, do not heed him. We shall not attend Hogwarts," Abufus interjected, serving an assortment of peculiar dishes onto the table. He first patted Hector's head before shooting a fierce glare at Albus Dumbledore. "I believe Durmstrang would be splendid, and Beauxbatons as well. Their cuisine is sure to delight you." "Abufus, perhaps it would be best to leave the decision to Hector," Dumbledore suggested diplomatically. Hector picked up the spoon, tentatively dipping it into the concoction, placing a small amount on the tip of his tongue. It was not that he harbored any distrust towards Abeforth. Rather, this peculiar, mushy substance hardly appeared to be anything palatable. The warriors of the Old Eight could bear witness and indulge in playful banter, but they must never become part of such trivialities. To his surprise, this amalgamation was extraordinarily delightful. Hector began to devour it voraciously, instinctively tuning out the conversation between the two eminent figures of the magical realm. Once he had swept away the entire plate of mush, he realized that both were gazing at him, their eyes filled with affection. Apologies, but it truly was delectable. Hector placed his hand on his now contented belly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Grandfather Dumbledore, what were you discussing?" Hector inquired. Dumbledore continued, "Hector, regarding the question we addressed earlier, which magical academy do you wish to attend?" Before him lay three prestigious institutions: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Hector was well aware of these three academies and, without hesitation, affirmed in his heart that Hogwarts was his choice. After all, he bore the surname Dumbledore. Surely, the privilege of Hogwarts was appealing, and did his lineage not carry weight? Being closely connected to Hogwarts was certainly preferable to venturing to some obscure location in Northern Europe or France. Moreover, there was a sense of safety under the watchful eye of the old headmaster. In this moment, a thought struck him. "Grandfather, what year is it?" Hector asked, turning to Abeforth. The term grandfather seemed to please Abeforth immensely, and he promptly replied, "It is 1990, Hector." 1990? Hector mused, calculating the time. Harry Potter was set to arrive at Hogwarts the following year. Undoubtedly, he was the chosen one, a true child of destiny. Hector was not so arrogant as to believe he could defy the heavens, striking down the chosen one and kicking the Dark Lord. One must befriend those who possess the aura of a protagonist. It is best not to confront them directly. Moreover, attending school in Busbarton might have distanced him from the turmoil of Britain, yet my roots are firmly planted in England. In the original narrative, this very Albus Dumbledore sacrificed himself heroically to eradicate Voldemort, no matter how splendid life may be in France. Returning to find one's home plundered would indeed be a grave misfortune. With this thought in mind, Hector gazed upon the elderly gentleman before him, whose white hair and serene demeanor inspired a sense of trust and reliance within a remarkably short time. For the sake of this venerable figure, I am duty-bound to choose Hogwarts. It is certainly not merely for the prospect of future alliances, indeed. Hector glanced at Aberforth, then at Dumbledore. "Grandfather, may I choose Hogwarts? I do not wish to part from you any longer." Hector gazed earnestly into Aberforth's eyes. Both Dumbledores felt a pang in their hearts. Such a request from someone who valued familial bonds would be impossible to deny. Aberforth looked at Hector, then at Albus, sighed, and said, "Very well, Hector." As he stood and ruffled Hector's hair, "Let it be Hogwarts." Aberforth turned to Albus, who responded with a frown. "Is there something else, Albus? You know you are never welcomed here." Albus Dumbledore also rose, his cerulean eyes sparkling with joy, and he winked at Hector before turning to leave. Their relationship had long been strained, but with Hector in the picture, everything would surely change. Fawkes descended from the sky, landing gracefully on Dumbledore's shoulder. "What a splendid evening. Wouldn't you agree?" Fawkes's melodious chirping filled the air as Dumbledore walked with a newfound lightness, disappearing into the darkness. Aberforth observed Hector, at a loss for words, sharing a moment of silent understanding. Grandfather, where will I sleep tonight?" Aberforth suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard. How could I forget?" He looked apologetically at Hector. "Sit for a moment, and I shall prepare your room." With surprising agility for his age, he hurried upstairs, where the sound of clattering echoed down from above. Shortly after, Aberforth rushed downstairs, a thin layer of dust covering him. He tucked his wand into his belt, rubbed his hands together, and forced a smile onto his otherwise fierce countenance. "Hector, go take a look at your room. Do you have any belongings?" Hector shook his head and rose to his feet. Well, Abufus appeared exceedingly awkward, feeling as though his hands and feet were bound by an invisible restraint. The once astute and capable tavern owner now seemed clumsy and uncoordinated. He longed to take Hector's hand, yet feared that he might inadvertently exert too much pressure and cause Hector pain. Hector discerned the unease of the elderly man before him and instinctively extended his small hand. "Grandfather, take me to see it," he implored. Abufus initially clasped Hector's hand tightly, but soon loosened his grip, fearful of causing the child discomfort. He led Hector upstairs, proceeding to the far end of the corridor, where they halted before an exceptionally large door. Abufus pushed it open, revealing, "This will be your room. Time is of the essence. It is all we could manage." He scratched his head, gazing into Hector's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Hector enveloped Abufus in a warm embrace. Abufus, momentarily frozen as though under a spell, became rigid, unsure of where to place his hands, and settled for gently ruffling Hector's hair. "Rest well, Hector. Tomorrow morning we shall visit Diagon Alley," Abufus said. "Grandfather will take you to buy some things." The exertion of the previous night's activities had proven too taxing for Hector's 10-year-old frame, and he obediently climbed into bed. "What is Diagon Alley, grandfather?" he inquired. "You will discover that tomorrow, Hector. For now, you should get a good night's sleep," Abufus replied, tucking him in and extinguishing the light. "Good night, Hector." "Good night, grandfather." With the door gently closed, Hector soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Abufus greeted the morning with, "Good morning." He was polishing cups at the counter when he noticed Hector descending from the second floor, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Compared to the previous day, the tavern appeared markedly more tidy. The dust-laden windows had regained their clarity, and the air was infused with the scent of soapy water. "Good morning, grandfather," Hector said as he took a seat at the table, where Abufus placed breakfast before him. Today, Abufus wore new attire and had trimmed his long-neglected beard, appearing significantly more refreshed and sprightly than the day before. "Eat quickly, Hector," Abufus urged, settling beside him. "We are off to Diagon Alley. You need to acquire several sets of clothing and some books." Abufus was still adjusting to his new appearance, frequently fidgeting with his collar. "Of course. We must also procure you a wand. Although you have yet to reach the age for schooling, I imagine you wouldn't mind receiving it early. Would you, Hector?" Hector shook his head, swiftly finishing his breakfast. He was quite intrigued by the rumored Diagon Alley. Abufus, not one to linger, tapped his wand lightly, causing the plates on the table to vanish instantaneously. "Without further ado, Hector, we shall depart at once." With that, Abufus opened the door, and Hector dashed out ahead. Observing Hector's vibrant enthusiasm, Abufus couldn't help but smile. He closed the door, and Hector approached, inquiring, "Grandfather, how shall we reach Diagon Alley?" "We shall take the bus," Abufus replied, raising his wand. Before long, a bus sped towards them from the distance, weaving effortlessly between the houses without causing any disruption, and came to a screeching halt before them in a manner reminiscent of upturning Newton's coffin lid. A conductor, clad in a tattered uniform, descended, his gaze fixed intently on a newspaper, utterly indifferent to who had summoned the vehicle. "Welcome aboard the night bus. Where may I assist you today?" "The Leaky Cauldron," Abufus responded. Upon hearing this, the conductor lowered his newspaper and glanced up. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Dumbledore. And this is my grandson, Hector Dumbledore." "Delighted to meet you, young Mr. Dumbledore." The conductor greeted Hector with a nod. "Now, do hop on. Time is of the essence." Hector was well aware of the illustrious reputation of the night bus, and naturally, he could not decline such a mode of transportation. Compared to the more chaotic methods of transit, one must admit that the night bus possessed a certain gentleness. It must be noted that a wizard-esque constitution is indeed quite resilient. Shifting and operating are commonplace, and the night bus is an essential means of travel. Even a simple trip to the bank for some cash requires enduring the exhilarating experience akin to a roller coaster ride. For those with delicate hearts, merely spending a day in the wizarding world could result in encountering Merlin 3 or 4 times. As the door closed, Hector felt as if he had taken flight. Although the vehicle showed no regard for Sir Isaac Newton's laws, his mortal form remained tethered to the constraints of gravity. Fortunately, Abeforth grasped him firmly, otherwise, Hector would have found himself crashing against the rear window of the bus. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Hector then witnessed the night bus deftly maneuvering through the bustling morning rush hour, executing various illogical sudden stops and turns. Ultimately, the entire vehicle soared into the air, leaping over several small houses and even passing through a wall, leaving Hector utterly baffled. Wait a moment, he pondered. If you possess such abilities, why adhere to the road? You could simply take the shortest route in a straight line and bypass all this detour that tortures me. However, it was undeniably swift. Within mere minutes, the entire bus came to a halt in front of the Leaky Cauldron, leaving Hector, who was leaning against the wall and retching uncontrollably, and Abeforth, who appeared completely unfazed. "My apologies, Hector," Abeforth said, scratching the back of his head. "We ran out of flu powder at home and haven't had the chance to procure more. So we had to resort to this." He patted Hector on the back. Hector painstakingly straightened his back. Inhaling a few breaths of fresh air that somewhat alleviated his intense discomfort, and waved dismissively at Abeforth. "It's all right, grandfather. Where are we headed now?" Abeforth gestured toward the tavern before them. "This is the place. We can enter Diagon Alley from here." He then took Hector's hand and led him into the establishment. "Abeforth, it's been a while since we last met. What a rare treat. Would you care for a drink?" Old Tom behind the counter greeted Abeforth as he entered, and then noticed Hector. "And who might this be?" "This is my grandson, Hector. I'm taking him to buy some supplies today." "Oh, Merlin S. Beard. He is a young Dumbledore." Old Tom observed Hector closely, and his first reaction was that he must be a well-behaved child, his smile softening further. "I suppose you don't need me to show you the way, Abeforth?" Abeforth shook his head. "Do come by for a drink sometime, not for any particular reason. Just to celebrate this young Mr. Dumbledore." "Perhaps another time," Abeforth replied, glancing back at Hector to signal him to follow. The two of them traversed the corridor and arrived at a wall. Abeforth produced his wand and tapped the brick wall several times. The entire surface responded to the signal and retreated like a tide. "Hector, welcome to Diagon Alley." The cobblestone ground was smooth and immaculate, with an array of medieval-style buildings standing shoulder to shoulder, all exuding a potent aura of antiquity. The most striking feature was the crooked yet steadfast structure at the center of the street, emblazoned with the words, Gringotts. Typically, Diagon Alley bustles with activity, filled with wizards coming and going, and although most individuals are dressed in peculiar attire, it shares much in common with other commercial streets. Now that Hogwarts had resumed its term, the crowds would only swell during the summer break. Abeforth first led Hector to the entrance of a clothing shop, where Hector looked up to see the sign, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin emerged to greet Abeforth, and upon noticing Hector, she exclaimed, "Mr. Dumbledore, are you here to purchase robes?" "Yes, for him," Abeforth replied, noting the puzzled look on Madame Malkin's face. "This is my grandson Hector. He will be attending Hogwarts next year, so I thought it prudent to buy him some robes in advance." Madame Malkin looked somewhat surprised. "But the new term has only just begun. Isn't it a bit early to prepare?" However, she refrained from further comment as the measuring tape autonomously took Hector's measurements. "Mr. Dumbledore, would you prefer bespoke robes or ready-made ones?" "Let us start with 2 ready-made pieces. The school uniform can wait, but we can have one tailored in the meantime." Abeforth exuded a sense of affluence, while Hector, unable to interject, simply observed as Abeforth made arrangements. "Very well, that will be 4 galleons in total. The bespoke robes will be delivered by Owl in the Hogshead Inn, if I recall correctly, Mr. Dumbledore." "Indeed," answered Abeforth, casting a glance at Hector. "You may select whatever you fancy." Abeforth scratched his head and withdrew several gold galleons from his pocket, placing them into Hector's hand. "Once you have made your selections, feel free to wander the streets. You can purchase anything that catches your eye. I shall await you at the wand shop." Abeforth patted Hector on the shoulder, mentioning he needed to acquire some flu powder. As his household cleaning supplies were running low, it had been years since he had used that stuff. "Are you all right on your own?" Abeforth still held a hint of concern, but Hector shook his head. "Rest assured, I am no longer a child." Abeforth nodded, crouching down to tighten Hector's shoelaces. "Well then, shall we meet later?" "See you soon, Grandpa." Hector himself harbors a profound aversion to shopping. In his previous life, his family was not particularly affluent, and his grandfather's character distinctly did not align with that of a shopping enthusiast. Under the long-term influence of his grandfather's frugal philosophy, Hector developed an indifference towards shopping. To him, indulging in such activities is merely a waste of money and time. He would much prefer to savor exquisite culinary delights. However, this is Diagon Alley, a place where countless individuals yearn to visit yet find themselves without the opportunity. Hector turned slightly, satisfying his curiosity. It must be said that the wares in Diagon Alley are indeed tailored for children, having evidently deciphered the code to wealth. Every 3 steps, there is a candy shop, and every 2, an ice cream stand, clearly intent on mercilessly harvesting the pockets of the young. But am I, Hector, merely a child? Would I be swayed by such trifles? Is this truly a test of one's resolve? That was until he laid eyes upon the chocolate frog. Pray tell, this is not just any confection, it is a jumping, edible chocolate frog. How could one resist such an allure? Hector, clutching a large bag of snacks, stumbled his way to the entrance of the wand shop. It is not that my friend lacks savings. Rather, there are unsavory characters among the crowd. Hector glanced at the somewhat faded golden sign above the entrance, which read, Ollivander, established in 382 B.C. for the crafting of exquisite wands. The shop appeared dilapidated, with a purple cushion in the window showcasing a solitary wand. It was a diminutive establishment. The wooden door bore the marks of age, adorned with an exceedingly peculiar doorbell. Hector first hoisted a large bundle with one hand, then pushed open the creaking door. Inside, the space was modest, furnished only with a long bench and a counter. The walls were lined with an array of wands, and before him stood towering cabinets that reached up to the ceiling, haphazardly displaying wands of various materials. The floor was strewn with wand boxes, creating an impression of compactness. Hector placed the snacks upon the bench, and from behind a row of wand cabinets, a ladder emerged, upon which stood an elderly gentleman. His hair was a cascade of pristine white, fluffy and voluminous, and though his attire was somewhat dated, it was impeccably neat. He descended the ladder swiftly, approaching Hector with a gait that belied his age. A muggle-born little wizard. Are we? Might you have arrived a tad too late? Ollivander, with his keen and piercing gaze, scrutinized Hector meticulously, searching for any familiar resemblance, yet finding none. What is your name, child? I am Hector Dumbledore, sir. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he leaned in closer, allowing Hector to catch the scent of resin that clung to the old man. That Dumbledore, you say? Hector nodded. Ollivander displayed a contemplative expression. A fourth Dumbledore is your... He is my grandfather, sir. That makes sense. Ollivander turned and stood behind the counter, bowing his head as if examining something unseen. Hector understood why Ollivander did not first inquire about the illustrious relationship between Albus Dumbledore and himself. Yet he chose to remain silent. Do not ask. One question, and there will be no reply. After a considerable pause, Ollivander raised his head. Your father is a squib? Yes, sir. Then there is no issue. Ollivander emerged from behind the counter, embarking on a customary reminiscence. A fourth Dumbledore and Albus Dumbledore. They acquired their first wands from my father. I have always felt honored to have sold wands to these two Dumbledores. I have envied him greatly, and now, unexpectedly, I have the chance to host another Dumbledore. Ollivander appeared quite elated. Albus Dumbledore, who do you think you are? Hector discerned the underlying tone. Torn between amusement and trepidation, he inhaled deeply and cleared his throat. Ollivander, entirely oblivious to his own words, continued. So, Hector, which hand do you wield your wand with? The right hand. With a gentle flourish of his wand, Ollivander summoned a measuring tape that soared from the counter, measuring from elbow to wrist, knee to armpit, and then gauging the circumference of Hector's right arm alongside his head, before returning to the counter. Splendid, splendid, he noted, as he recorded the data and ascended a ladder. The ladder shifted, swiftly vanishing from Hector's sight, leaving only his voice behind. Mr. Dumbledore, every wand is crafted by my own hand. They are the finest of the finest. Each Ollivander wand embodies potent magical essence, aiding you in mastering your own magic. Ollivander soon reappeared within Hector's line of sight, this time bearing several boxes. Descending from the ladder with a sprightly gait that belied his age, Hector rose from the bench, observing as Ollivander carefully retrieved a piece of purple velvet fabric from the counter, gingerly extracting a wand from its box. Remember, Mr. Dumbledore, a wand is not a mere toy, but rather the most trusted companion. Ollivander patiently and meticulously polished the wand with the fabric before presenting it to Hector. Many assert that wizards choose their wands. However, I have always believed that it is the wand that selects the wizard. Give this a try, made of chestnut, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9 3/4 inches, a rather exquisite match. Hector grasped the wand, feeling no extraordinary sensation. It merely seemed like a beautifully adorned branch. He gave it a gentle flick, as Ollivander remarked. Hector complied, gently waving the wand. A brilliant radiance erupted from the tip of the wand, filling the entire shop. Hector confessed that he had indeed contemplated this, though not entirely. How should one put it? Hector had long harbored doubts about his talents, believing he was not particularly adept at intricate spells, but rather at mastering the art of luminosity. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. By Merlin's Beard. Ollivander had never witnessed such a spectacle. Squinting, he took the wand from Hector's grasp, which continued to shimmer resplendently, as if reluctant to relinquish its brilliance, only returning to its normal state after a moment. Ollivander rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes. This was very much in the vein of Dumbledore, brimming with potent magical energy. He placed the wand back in its box and handed Hector another wand, suggesting, "Let us try this one instead. It is made of redwood, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 10¼ inches. This should suit you well." Hector took the wand, yet he felt no connection to it whatsoever. He gently waved it, hoping to sense its power. As anticipated, a brilliant flash of light erupted once more. Hector hastily set aside his wand and glanced at Ollivander, who had lost the initial exuberance and had become solemn. Ollivander, noticing Hector's gaze, managed a friendly smile, albeit one tinged with discernment. "A rather particular customer," he mused. "But fret not, we shall undoubtedly discover the most suitable wand." In contrast to his previous selections, Ollivander approached this choice with marked caution. After an extended pause, he finally presented a wand. "Try this one," he suggested. Made of white willow, with the hair of a unicorn, measuring 9¼ inches. It possesses great strength and unwavering loyalty. Hector experienced a faint yet wondrous sensation this time. Though it was not intense, it was certainly preferable to the absence of any reaction. With a gentle wave, "Mr. Dumbledore." Ever so softly. Ollivander, of course, noticed this subtle connection, his eyes widening in response. Having experienced the previous two instances, Hector covered his eyes with his hands before the test. Fortunately, he did so, for the brightness this time was even more intense than in the prior occasions, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Hector tightly closed his eyes, lowering his wand, and after a considerable pause, he finally opened them. Unprepared, Ollivander found himself seated on the ground, his hands covering his eyes. 10 minutes earlier, Ollivander mused, "Having sold wands for so many years, what spectacle have I not witnessed?" 10 minutes later, Ollivander exclaimed, "This is indeed a sight I have never encountered." Hector hurriedly approached to assist Ollivander, observing his dazed demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed within. If one were to suggest that it was intentional, Hector would argue that as a mere child, freshly entering the realm of magic, he was utterly inexperienced. Yet, to assert that it was unintentional would leave him at a loss to explain the reasoning behind his instinctive act of shielding his eyes. It was merely confidence. One could say, a testament to his own self-assurance. Hector no longer harbored any doubts about whether his golden talent had been swapped for expertise in the blinding charm. The current situation had indeed transformed him into a master of flashbangs. "Sir, are you all right?" Hector inquired with genuine concern as he gazed at Ollivander, who was panting on the bench. Ollivander had no words to offer. Based on his knowledge of wands, this was likely an accident. However, he wished Hector had informed him before shielding his eyes. Age had rendered him less resilient than the younger generation. Nevertheless, Ollivander would not hold Hector accountable. At this juncture, he was far less concerned with matters of glory. His singular focus was on selecting a suitable wand for the young lad before him and sending him on his way promptly. "It's quite all right, Professor Dumbledore," Ollivander managed, having regained his breath and maintaining a smile. "Shall we continue?" Hector nodded in agreement. A fourth, observing from a distance, noticed a dazzling white light emanating intermittently, piquing his curiosity regarding the situation. As he approached Ollivander's wand shop, he saw a throng of people gathered at the entrance, which made him feel a surge of apprehension. He hurried forward, discovering that the brilliant light originated from within the shop itself. The intensity was increasing, albeit at an irregular frequency. In his mind, Abeforth pondered. This power, could it be that old Ollivander is conducting some new experiment? What if Hector is inside? I must investigate. With that thought, he quickly maneuvered through the crowd. And upon opening the door, he was greeted by a blinding flash of light. Goodness, everything is white. For reasons inexplicable, those words sprang to Aberforth's mind. Once the intense light faded, he promptly opened his eyes to find his precious grandson seated safely on the bench, while Ollivander held what appeared to be a mask. A towering stack of wand boxes had accumulated beside them, and judging by Ollivander's expression, he had yet to find the appropriate wand. Ollivander was lost in thought until he noticed Aberforth's presence nearby. "Ah, Professor Dumbledore, greetings. Are you here to collect your grandson?" "I'm afraid you may have to wait a while longer. Young Mr. Dumbledore is quite the discerning client." He offered a polite greeting before turning back to mutter to himself. "A wand core of dragon heartstring or phoenix feather would be splendid, yet I have yet to find a truly suitable material. The performance of chestnut is rather disappointing, although aspenwood isn't too shabby." Ollivander mumbled as he delved into the rows of wand cabinets, leaving Abeforth and Hector alone in the shop. Abeforth settled onto the bench, observing Hector, who was preoccupied with fiddling with his fingers, and remarked, "Things aren't going very smoothly, are they?" Hector nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. He had witnessed the entire transformation of Ollivander, from merely covering his eyes to developing welding masks. He genuinely admired Ollivander's imaginative ingenuity. It was remarkable how his business had thrived for so many years, a testament to his exceptional capacity for innovation. It is of no consequence. The wand you choose is destined to accompany you throughout your life. Selecting a wand that suits you is of utmost importance. You would not wish for any mishaps when wielding magic in the future. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Hector lifted his gaze and inquired of Abeforth, "Grandfather, where is your wand?" Abeforth chuckled softly, pride evident as he retrieved a meticulously cared-for wand from his pocket. It was crafted from cherry wood, imbued with the heartstring of a dragon, measuring 14.5 inches, a remarkable piece indeed. Ollivander emerged from the wand cabinet, casting a glance at the wand now held by Hector, and spoke fluently. "The creations of my father were exceptional. He always held a particular fondness for cherry wood. I endeavored to craft a few myself, yet I found them lacking in some regard. In contrast, I have a greater affinity for Hollywood." This time, Ollivander truly revealed his most treasured wands. The wand box appeared aged, with cobwebs still lingering atop it. "Try this one, young Mr. Dumbledore," he said, presenting a willow wand, adorned with a phoenix feather, measuring 14 inches, a piece that has stood the test of time while remaining exquisite. Hector cautiously accepted the wand, while Ollivander almost simultaneously placed the mask before himself. With a gentle wave of the wand, remember, a delicate motion, Hector experienced a sensation entirely different from before. It was as if he could hear the warm call of a phoenix within the wand. It felt like an extension of his own arm. As he waved it lightly, a silk-like ribbon of blue light cascaded from the tip, gracefully transforming into the shape of a phoenix that spiraled around him. Exquisite, utterly exquisite. A glimmer of obsession flickered in Ollivander's eyes as he beheld the pale blue phoenix, his expression evolving into one of profound reverence. "An impeccable match, Hector, truly a perfect pairing," Ollivander exclaimed, displaying a hint of mania, his excitement palpable. "Truly, Dumbledore was remarkable. I finally comprehend my father's sentiments." Ollivander wiped away the tears that had escaped from the corners of his eyes. "Please forgive my indiscretion. I have never witnessed such a marvelous spectacle. This is indeed a blessing for a wand maker, Merlin S. Beard." After a brief moment, Ollivander regained his composure, adjusted his attire, and solemnly addressed Hector. "Willowwood is known to serve only the most exceptionally gifted wizards. It is proud and will not acknowledge those who possess neither the talent nor the humility to deserve it, much like the phoenix's tail feathers." He took the wand from Hector's hands, adding, "However, once they recognize you, they will remain fiercely loyal." With a flick of his wand, Ollivander elicited no response. "You see, it has already begun to reject me." He carefully wrapped the wand and placed it in a box. "You are among the earliest of the new students. Therefore, 7 galleons, please." Aberforth stepped forward to pay, handing the wand to Hector. Ollivander escorted the two to the door, and as they bid farewell, he leaned down, gazing into Hector's eyes. "Farewell, young Mr. Dumbledore. Please take good care of this wand. It is a collaborative creation of my father and me. I eagerly anticipate seeing your name in the Daily Prophet in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Hector replied, bowing slightly, while Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement. The two departed from Ollivander's shop. "What a fine young man," Ollivander mused to himself. He waved his wand lightly, causing the sign at the entrance to shift from open to closed. After acquiring the wand, Aberforth led Hector back to the leaky cauldron, preparing to return to the Hog's Head Inn. "Watch your step, Hector," Aberforth advised as Hector played with his wand. "Be sure to take good care of it." "I know, Grandpa. You've told me many times," Hector said, joyfully running ahead with his wand in hand. "You must listen to what I say," Aberforth thought to himself. Throughout the journey, Hector's hand, clutching the wand, remained in constant motion, occasionally prodding this and guiding that. Abufus, for the first time in his life, found himself uttering apologies with unprecedented frequency. Yet, as he observed Hector's lively and exuberant figure, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of joy and contentment. Hector was the first to push open the door of the bar, followed closely by Abufus. "Ah, Abufus," greeted old Tom, who was polishing a glass. "Everything well? Would you care for a drink?" "No, Tom. I still need to escort Hector home," Abufus replied, shaking his head. "May I make use of your fireplace?" "Of course, Abufus. Do come by for a drink next time," Tom replied amicably. Abufus nodded in acknowledgement and approached the fireplace. With a flick of his wand, flames erupted instantly. "Hector, we shall return home via flue powder today," Bufus produced a tin can from his pocket. Hector, take a handful of flue powder, step into the fireplace. Clearly enunciate the leaky cauldron, and then sprinkle the powder down. Remember, pronunciation is key. Hector gazed at the flames before him, although he was aware that the flying powder was, in fact, quite safe and harmless. The sight of the exceptionally vigorous fire still sent a shiver down his spine. Hector thought, something feels amiss. It seems this old fellow intends to harm me. For not, Hector, the flame shall not harm you, Bufus reassured him, having sensed Hector's apprehension. Hector inhaled deeply, grasping a handful of porky powder from the jar in Bufus's hands. He positioned himself in front of the fireplace, yearning to ascertain whether the familiar, comforting waves of heat emanated from a proper hearth. His skepticism was not born of distrust, but rather from a fear that Bufus's silent incantation might have gone awry. Hector swore that should he feel any scorching warmth, he would resolutely refuse to enter, regardless of Bufus's verbal assurances. In comparison to being roasted to a golden hue, the prospect of a mere flicker of apparition seemed far more palatable. To his astonishment, Hector discerned that although the flames before him surged with fervor, they lacked the searing intensity he had experienced during his previous visit home, where he had tended to the hearth. Taking another deep breath, he tentatively extended one leg forward, then stepped fully into the fire. In an instant, the flames engulfed him, surging upwards from his calves. Hector was momentarily enveloped in darkness, feeling as though a colossal hand had yanked him from the fireplace, only to be thrust violently into a new one. As the darkness began to dissipate, the scene before him transformed into that of the Hog's Head Inn. To his surprise, Hector observed that Bufus had arrived at the inn before him. In stark contrast to Hector, who was covered in dust, Bufus appeared calm and collected, a smile gracing his face as he watched Hector brush off the grime. At least this is preferable to taking the night bus, Hector mused internally. I should learn to master apparitions swiftly for the sake of convenience. Would you care to try on your new attire first? Bufus suggested, assisting Hector in removing the dust from his clothes. By the way, your room is on the 3rd floor. I've redecorated it for you. You know how noisy the inn can get at night. Being a bit farther away might prove beneficial. Hector nodded and swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, observing the freshly constructed staircase that still bore the scent of paint. He scratched his head in bewilderment. He distinctly recalled that just last night, this space was merely a wall. In other words, the original design of the Pig's Head Tavern did not include a 3rd floor. Thus, it seemed that Bufus had managed to conjure an entire 3rd floor within a mere morning. Hector had indeed discerned where Bufus had ventured this morning. Tentatively, he ascended the staircase, gauging its stability. It was remarkably steady. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was met with the sight of but a solitary door. Hector paused at its threshold, casting a glance at the neatly affixed sign above, which read, Hector's room. Hector inhaled deeply and slowly opened the door. Inside, there was no trace of the scent of fresh renovation. The newly constructed attic was impressively spacious, nearly equivalent to the combined size of 2 rooms from the previous night. A seemingly crooked yet remarkably sturdy new table was accompanied by a chair that, though crafted somewhat coarsely, was exquisitely polished and adorned with a soft cushion. This arrangement was immediately visible upon entry, with the table cluttered with an array of magical implements that Hector surmised had been prepared in advance. The floor was covered with a brown carpet made from a material Hector had never encountered before. It felt delightfully soft underfoot, imparting a profound sense of warmth. At the heart of the room stood a generously sized bed, the bedding still bearing the sunlit fragrance from its recent use. In one corner, there was a wardrobe that reached the ceiling, beside which a stack of books loomed, nearly matching Hector's own height. Adjacent to this was an iron cage, within which resided a small owl, currently fixating its large eyes on Hector in an intense stare. Hector removed his robe and draped it over the back of a chair, only then realizing that the table was brimming with an array of magical joke products and a diverse selection of confections. Aberforth did not strike one as someone who would frequent a candy shop, let alone a store dedicated to magical pranks. Noticing the renowned cockroach clusters among the assortment, Hector surmised that Aberforth had whimsically gathered a little of everything available in the market and haphazardly deposited it all onto his table. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. There was a drawer in the table, and when Hector attempted to pull it open, it resisted stubbornly. Summoning all his strength, he finally yanked it open, only to discover it was crammed full of chocolate frogs. I wasn't sure what you would enjoy, so I bought a bit of everything. As for the chocolate frogs, I recall that Ariana had a particular fondness for them in her childhood. I presumed that a child's taste would be somewhat similar, so I acquired a generous amount. Aberforth's voice called out from behind him. Hector turned around to face Abufus, who shyly fidgeted with his hands. So, do you still like this room? At that moment, Abufus's figure resonated profoundly with the image of Hector's grandfather from a past life. Hector's previous existence was far from blissful. His parents had divorced, and it was his grandfather who had single-handedly raised him. In Hector's memory, his grandfather was always a pillar of strength. Despite his frail physique, he endeavored to provide everything Hector needed with his weathered hands. Over the years, his body had become stooped under the relentless passage of time, and what once seemed effortless had turned arduous. Each passing year brought more challenges in making a living. Yet his grandfather never uttered a complaint. He sheltered Hector beneath the modest canopy of his unwavering spirit. Life was indeed arduous, yet it remained steady. Hector fulfilled his aspiration of attending university, and his grandfather, in a rare moment of celebration, shared a modest drink with him. For the first time in many years, the weight of life's burdens seemed to lift, allowing his grandfather to exhale in relief. The usually stern and taciturn man spoke to Hector late into the night, leaning against him. In that moment, Hector realized the towering figure he had always revered was, in truth, frail and worn. As if his long-held obsession dissipated, his grandfather fell ill without warning. His body, akin to a leaky roof, could no longer sustain the will that had once held it together. He simply crumbled. The doctor shook his head at Hector, stating, "Your grandfather has numerous underlying health issues. It is evident he has suffered for many years. How has he never received treatment?" Glancing at the test results, the doctor added, "At this stage, we can only aim to prolong his life as much as possible. Prepare yourself mentally, and ensure the old man enjoys some good food." Hector emerged from the consultation room, his spirit profoundly diminished. He gazed at his grandfather, who was leaning against a chair in the lobby, and summoned a faint smile. "It's nothing, Grandpa. Just a minor issue. You'll recover swiftly." He assisted his grandfather back home, stopping at a nearby deli to purchase a few cold dishes, complimenting them with the pig's head meat that his grandfather cherished. "Bring me some wine." For the first time since their return from the hospital, his grandfather spoke, breaking the silence that had enveloped them. Hector, perceiving the resolute glimmer in his grandfather's eyes, found himself lacking the courage to deny him. Hector was aware that secrets could not be concealed, and so was his grandfather. As the elder accepted the bottle of wine from Hector, he felt that merely unscrewing the cap was an arduous task. It was Hector who came to his rescue. The grandfather, with trembling hands, first poured a glass for Hector, then one for himself. "My dear boy, I am well aware, having reached this day, I consider my mission accomplished." They clinked their glasses together and consumed the contents in a single gulp. The grandfather felt a profound sense of contentment. He attempted to grasp a piece of pig's head meat, which today was exceptionally slippery, and after much effort, he could not manage to pick up a single piece. Hector, in a flurry of activity, deftly lifted a slice and placed it in his grandfather's bowl. The elder gazed at his own hands, offering a wry smile as he raised his glass, this time merely taking a gentle sip compared to the first. "Ah, I am old now, no longer as capable." The wine Hector sipped was now both piquant and bitter. "My dear child, you have grown. In the days to come, this household shall rely upon you." Grandfather picked up another piece, his hands trembling as always, yet he endeavored to exert control. In that moment, he seemed to wrestle not merely with his own hands, but rather with the absurdity of fate itself. Today, grandfather indulged in copious amounts of drink. Since his illness, Hector had never witnessed him possessing such an appetite. A realization dawned upon Hector, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He grasped his grandfather's hand tightly, as if releasing it would mean losing this beloved elder before him. Grandfather's face radiated satisfaction, his head resting upon Hector's lap, reminiscent of the times when Hector was but a child. Grandfather appeared genuinely joyful, truly, profoundly joyful. With great effort, he lifted his arm, attempting to wipe away Hector's persistent tears, admonishing him not to weep, for it was unmanly. Grandfather turned away, presenting his back to Hector. Death, after all, is but a trivial matter. He shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep slumber. When Hector became aware once more, grandfather could no longer hear his calls. A smile graced his lips, as if he were untouched by suffering. Hector remained solitary thereafter, until his inexplicable demise. He had never contemplated encountering someone akin to his grandfather. Yet now he stood before the elderly man with silver hair at the door. At this moment, tears welled in Hector's eyes as he gazed upon Abufus, and he dashed towards him, enveloping Abufus in a heartfelt embrace. Hector never anticipated that he would be reduced to tears, especially in the presence of an elderly gentleman he had only known for a day. At this moment, Aberforth, confronted by Hector's heartfelt sobs, appeared utterly at a loss. It was the first time this brave warrior, who had once stood defiantly against Grindelwald at the height of his power, found himself in such a situation. He had not prepared a response and, glancing at the chocolate frog in the drawer, reached for one. As he unwrapped it, the chocolate frog eagerly leapt into his hand. After a while, Hector lifted his head and, with earnestness, said to Aberforth, "I really like it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Aberforth looked at Hector and jested, "What a big boy you are. Still crying. Have a chocolate frog, it might lift your spirits." He rose, handed the chocolate frog to Hector, and then opened the door, adding, "By the way, once you finish this, no more until you've changed your clothes and come downstairs for dinner." He hurried downstairs without glancing back at Hector. Once the door was closed, Aberforth raised his hand to swiftly wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. During dinner, Hector resolved to ask the man seated across from him, "Grandpa, could you teach me some spells?" Aberforth, his head bowed as he ate, replied indistinctly, "You are too young. It would be best to wait until you are at Hogwarts to learn spells." Noticing the silence from across the table, Aberforth lifted his gaze and found himself met with Hector's feigned, pitiful expression. He was utterly defenseless against such a look and soon found himself yielding. "Very well, Hector," he said, "I can teach you some, basic ones, but there is one condition. It must be under my supervision." Aberforth said this with utmost seriousness. "This is non-negotiable. Do you understand?" Hector nodded, having never intended to embark on the arduous journey of self-discovery, as that would be dreadfully inefficient. Moreover, Aberforth's prowess was commendable. Having him as a mentor would undoubtedly facilitate the learning process. With time pressing and tasks mounting, having a guide along the path of magic was indeed invaluable. However, there was no need to rush. I must prepare first. Aberforth set down his spoon and scratched his head. 2 days later, Aberforth rose early, and upon seeing Hector descending the stairs, rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Hector, hurry and have your breakfast." Noticing Hector's puzzled expression, Aberforth swiftly provided an explanation. "What is the matter? Did you not express a desire to learn some spells?" He stepped out from behind the bar and gestured towards the storeroom. "Hurry and eat. I shall await you there." Hector suddenly awoke, swiftly finishing his steaming bowl of vegetable porridge. He hurried upstairs to retrieve the standard incantation he had prepared earlier, a basic one, and then dashed back down, entering the storeroom. The storeroom had been cleared to reveal a substantial space, where it was once overflowing with various ingredients. Now stood a table, a small blackboard of uncertain origin, and a chair, alongside an assortment of peculiar instruments nestled in the corner. A Bufus, seated on a bench, rose upon hearing Hector's entrance. A feather rested upon the table. Noticing the first-grade standard incantation in Hector's possession, a Bufus smiled and said, "Take up your wand." "We have no need for that." Hector obediently set down his book and withdrew a wand from the pocket of his robe. "Excellent. The first spell is the levitation charm. A simple yet practical incantation. Pay close attention to my pronunciation, Wingardium Leviosa. Note the correct enunciation. It is Leviosa, not Leviosa. Should the F be pronounced as, a wild bull would charge forth from the tip of the wand with a bellow. Such a situation must be approached with utmost caution and care. Do you understand, Hector?" Hector nodded slightly, appearing somewhat anxious, for he harbored doubts in his heart. Who could tell whether the system had truly swapped his innate talents? "Do not fret. This spell is quite simple and primarily tests your patience." Bufus was confident that this incantation would challenge Hector for a considerable time, as he himself had invested a fair amount of effort before mastering it. He settled into his chair and conjured a cup of strong tea, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved respite. Teaching students is no simple task. The preparation consumes an inordinate amount of time. Bufus rubbed his slightly sore back, ready for a proper break. Yuga de Leviosa, he cast, only to witness Hector's feather levitate on his very first attempt. Initially, Hector had to recite the incantation, but soon, with merely a flourish of his wand, the feather began to dance freely in the air, obedient to the commands of his wand. Bufus was understandably astonished. "By Merlin's beard! Is this a silent spell? How have you mastered this?" Hector felt an inner joy, though he had no intention of letting Bufus perceive it. He feigned innocence, and remarkably, he managed to deceive Hector. "I don't know, grandfather. It's quite simple," Hector remarked, adopting a look of innocence. The incantation was lengthy and intricate, and fearing mistakes, he shrugged nonchalantly, delivering a splendid display of Versailles that left Bufus momentarily speechless. Can we learn the next one now? Hector inquired. At this point, Hector could effortlessly cast a levitation charm on surrounding objects, achieving a state where anything he pointed at would rise. Albus abruptly seized the table, which was ascending higher, astonished by the rapid pace of learning. Instinctively, he sought to find faults, but found none. He could only acquiesce to Hector's request. Very well, Hector. Let us learn the repair charm. It is quite a practical spell. As dusk approached, Hector and Albus remained in the storage room, even having lunch with Albus serving it. Hector read through the explanations in the spell book while he ate. Albus, having witnessed Hector's swift mastery of the entire standard spell book, was so astounded by this remarkable feat that he had little appetite. Albus could hardly believe his eyes. He swore that if anyone had told him someone could learn a year's worth of material in a single day, he would have vehemently dismissed it. He meticulously assessed Hector's progress and discovered that Hector had not merely memorized every spell in the book. Rather, he had learned them to the extent of casting them silently. By the conclusion of this learning process, Albus was certain his grandson was a prodigy, while Hector confirmed that his aptitude for spellcasting was indeed genuine. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As for his own dazzling signature spell, Hector attempted to explore it. Although he did not succeed in manifesting it, it seemed to be a little Easter egg from the system. Nevertheless, Hector's illumination charm proved quite brilliant. Guided by the spell, his initial attempt left an unprepared Albus utterly astonished, causing him to awkwardly plop down onto the ground. Furthermore, Hector discovered a significant issue. He was unable to voluntarily stop the spell. He tried to release his wand, only to find it seemingly glued to his hand. The spell would only cease once Hector's magical energy was entirely depleted. It was Albus Dumbledore who sensed the anomaly and hurried over, forcefully interrupting Hector's incantation. Upon realizing the disarmament charm was ineffective, Albus attempted to pry the wand from Hector's grip, but Hector's hold was far too firm. Albus, sprawled on the ground and reluctant to open his eyes, seemed to have lost all hope. Albus Dumbledore, summoning his strength, delivered a forceful kick. He vowed that his intention was to strike at the wrist. Should he have inadvertently struck elsewhere, it was purely accidental. And one must consider the frailty of a man over a century old. Though Albus harbored a deep-seated aversion to his brother's presence, he could not deny that Albus excelled in the realm of education far beyond his own sporadic efforts. Thus, Albus took on the responsibility of Hector's foundational education, and Albus tacitly accepted Albus's presence in the Hogshead Inn. Albus felt this arrangement was favorable, as Hector's involvement indeed eased the tension between the brothers. Moreover, he soon became increasingly astonished by Hector's blatant talent. Rarely does one encounter a child who, after merely a day of studying a book and some practice, can effortlessly cast a silent spell. Albus reflected that he had never possessed such capabilities in his youth. The Lumos spell was particularly peculiar, and any magic imbued with a luminous quality wielded by Hector was executed with an impressive, almost daunting force. Hector was quite satisfied, to speak candidly. The teaching quality of Albus cannot be compared with that of Albus. He had always been envious of the impressive fire god path that old Dumbledore wielded. Subtly probing for information, he found that the old bee consistently feigned ignorance, leaving Hector at a loss. He could not overtly express his curiosity, as it might jeopardize his foundational studies. As for his own talents, Hector firmly believed that the lineage of Dumbledore endowed him with an exceptional purple aptitude. Truly a remarkable gift. Ever since the card draw, the system had not reappeared, but Hector was unfazed. The 3 talents he possessed were already sufficient for him. With such splendid abilities, he did not desire anything more. In the ensuing months, Albus had his eyes opened. Initially, he thought that with increasing difficulty, the young Hector could not possibly maintain such a rapid learning pace and would soon need to pause. Indeed, Hector's learning speed had somewhat slowed, however. It still surpassed Albus's expectations. Despite Albus's earnest attempts to decelerate the teaching process, Hector persistently compelled him to continue with nearly flawless performances. Often, by the end of the day, Albus would vary the difficulty and meticulously scrutinize for flaws during assessments. Even then, the carefully arranged lessons were completed ahead of schedule. Albus even resorted to the OWLS examination papers in an attempt to challenge Hector, yet he discovered that in the realm of spells, Hector was truly undaunted. A student of such brilliance posed its own challenges. Albus observed Hector's outstanding theoretical scores and spellcasting skills, to the point where he found himself in awe. He couldn't help but wonder, is this child truly only 10 years old? Were it not for the magical world's disapproval of reincarnation and possession, Albus would have bound Hector and interrogated him thoroughly. This pace of learning was not merely a sign of genius. It had reached a level that was difficult to justify. Albus did not intend to delve deeper into the material, as he believed that certain concepts required time and extensive practice for true mastery. Teaching them too early would hinder Hector's development of his own style. He conveyed his thoughts to Abifus, who wholeheartedly agreed. Soon after, Hector quickly noticed a dramatic decline in the quality of Albus's teaching. Initially, he suspected that the old bee was deliberately trying to slow down his learning progress, prompting him to report to Abifus several times. Upon discovering that Abufusi steadfastly stood by Albus, Hector realized that trouble was brewing. Quietly, the old bee had pilfered from home. And seeing the resolute stance of both individuals, Hector, though somewhat vexed, chose not to press the matter further and instead shifted his focus to learning transfiguration. Albus was delighted to hear that Hector was prepared to embark on the study of transfiguration. He earnestly began to teach, while also readying himself for Hector's swift progress. Fortunately, Hector did not approach transfiguration with the same ease as he did spellcasting. When Albus observed Hector struggling with transfiguration, he felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with regret, wishing that Hector's talents were more aligned with transfiguration than with spellcasting. After all, it was Albus's own forte, and he held a great deal of confidence in his abilities regarding the transfiguration spell. Only then did Albus feel he resembled a relatively normal 10-year-old child. Albus, is it working? Hector, not yet. Witnessing Hector's progress in spellcasting, Albus found it hard to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere 10-year-old. Throughout his many years, he had never encountered anyone learning spells in such a manner. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Hector had experienced both winter and spring in this world, with the scorching summer nearing its end. Within this year, Hector had mastered nearly all the spells outlined in the spellbook, save for the Patronus charm. Despite his earnest desire to learn it, without the pressure of a Dementor, even his proficiency in spells did not yield any breakthroughs. He had repeatedly expressed to Abufusi his wish for his grandfather to assist in finding a Dementor for practicing the Patronus charm. In the absence of that, even a Boggart would suffice. Abufusi always readily agreed, but then failed to follow through. When asked, he would say he was searching, yet nothing ever materialized. When pressed, he would feign forgetfulness, practically wearing an expression that screamed, "What can you do about it?" He neither forbade practice nor provided a suitable subject for Hector to hone his skills, which led to several bouts of frustration between them. Over the past several months, Hector encountered a pair of red-haired twins, tall and slender, seemingly carved from the same mold. Their first meeting occurred at the Leaky Cauldron, where the twins had deliberately come to purchase butterbeer to avoid being recognized. They settled into a corner, engaged in conversation, when they spotted Hector stealthily emerging from the kitchen. Hector had long noticed them. The conspicuous red hair made it almost effortless to deduce that they were none other than the Weasley twins, Fred and George. The twins, of course, were equally surprised to encounter a child even younger than themselves in the Hogshead Inn. They approached, flanking Hector on either side. "Which house are you from, little one? How did you sneak your way to Hogsmeade?" Fred inquired, while George chimed in, playing the role of the supportive sidekick. "Surely, you can't be from Gryffindor. I've never seen you in the common room. Come on, which house do you belong to?" "I'm not yet a student at Hogwarts. I will be attending next year," Hector replied. "Oh, I see," Fred and George responded in unison. "By the way, I'm Fred, and this is George. It's a pleasure to meet you." Fred politely introduced himself. "What are you doing here all alone?" "It's quite dangerous," George continued, engaging Hector further. "This is my grandfather's inn. By the way, I'm Hector." "It's great to meet you both," Hector said. Fred and George's eyes lit up simultaneously. They were determined to befriend Hector, not for any particular reason, but solely for the delectable food and delightful butterbeer that the Hogshead offered. They settled in closer to Hector, broadening the scope of their conversation. Fred regaled him with tales of his nocturnal escapades at Hogwarts, while George chimed in with enthusiasm, interspersing the dialogue with promotions for their joke products. It was akin to watching a television show, where captivating narratives were often interrupted by incongruous advertisements, even if one attempted to interject. Fred and George adeptly circled back to their promotional segments. Aberforth served the two Weasleys butterbeer, generously adding a few snacks, for which they expressed their gratitude, then invited Hector to join them in savoring the treats. "I truly hope you get sorted into Gryffindor," Fred said, taking a hearty sip of his butterbeer, chilled with ice. "Gryffindor is undoubtedly the finest house." George, munching on Aberforth's snacks, remarked, "I must say, Hector, Your grandfather's culinary skills surpass even those of house elves. He unabashedly burped and patted Hector on the shoulder. You simply must join Gryffindor. We'll look after you, they said, exchanging a high five with Hector before departing. George produced a few of their homemade Magical Joe products and handed them to Hector. Don't refuse. Consider this a token of gratitude for the delightful dishes. Fred chimed in, placing a hand over Hector's as he reached for his pocket. We're friends now, right? With a wink from Fred, George added. See you in 2 months, Hector. We'll be waiting for you in Gryffindor. What if I get sorted into Slytherin? Hector pondered. Not at all. We have faith in you. You are undoubtedly the essence of Gryffindor. The two figures dashed away without a glance back, leaving only their silhouettes behind. Hector gazed at the whimsical work in his hands, the homemade wrapping paper adorned with a bold W. We shall meet in 2 months, Hector mused to himself. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had slipped away. One morning, as Hector descended the stairs, a Bufus waved a letter before him. Hector's lingering drowsiness vanished in an instant as he rushed forward to seize the letter from a Bufus's grasp. The classic envelope bore the wax seal of Hogwarts, prominently featuring a large H encircled by the emblematic creatures of the 4 houses. Turning it over, he beheld the inscription penned in emerald green ink, Hogwarts, Hogsmeade. The 3 broomsticks, for the attention of Mr. Hector Dumbledore. The contents of the letter can be found in the original text. Hector was filled with excitement as he carefully placed the letter back into its original envelope. Albus, standing behind the bar with a glass in hand, beamed at Hector. For it was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. I had anticipated this letter would arrive sooner. Albus presented Hector with a generous cup of pumpkin juice. Raising a toast to him, they clinked their glasses together, indulging in a rare morning drink. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Receiving the letter signified that the new term was swiftly approaching, Hector mused. On the eve of the school year, tomorrow, we shall depart for Hogwarts. Hector, Albus remarked, observing as Hector adeptly utilized spells to organize his belongings. How do you feel? Not too bad, perhaps just a touch nervous. Hector replied, perpetually feeling as though he had forgotten something essential. He had compiled an extensive checklist, meticulously verifying each item. Albus found this rather amusing and gently patted Hector on the shoulder, assuring him, do not worry, Hogwarts is quite close to home. If you forget anything, simply send me an owl, and I shall have it sent to you in no time. Hector nodded gently, and with a light flick of his wand, the floating list vanished into thin air. The anticipation of tomorrow's journey to Hogwarts filled him with a sense of trepidation regarding the unknown. Hector, take a deep breath. You shall thrive at Hogwarts, Aberforth reassured him, leaning down to meet Hector's striking blue eyes, reminiscent of the Dumbledore lineage. Moreover, I am here for you. Feel free to confide in me, for I shall always stand by your side. Hector nodded, acknowledging his grandfather's words. Aberforth sat up straight and replied, that's good. Make sure to rest early. As Aberforth made his way towards the door, he paused and turned back to glance at Hector, who was lost in thought in his chair. By the way, there is no need to visit King's Cross Station tomorrow, Aberforth continued. After a brief pause, he added, I believe it is for the best. So I want to object. However, I sense you would not wish to miss out on the other ceremonies. Thus, tomorrow evening, I shall escort you to the Hogwarts station. Aberforth then looked at Hector and said, if you wish to take the train, I can also take you to the station. It would be quite a delightful experience. Hector regained his composure and pondered deeply, concluding that it was indeed unnecessary to exert such effort to travel to London, only to return by train. While the return journey by train was manageable, reaching London would likely necessitate the use of flying powder or the torturous night bus. Speaking of transformation, Hector had implored Aberforth for an entire summer to teach him, yet Aberforth had steadfastly declined, citing Hector's tender age as the reason. There's no need for that, grandfather. We can go directly to Hogwarts. Aberforth nodded in agreement and assisted Hector in closing the door. With a flick of Hector's wand, the chest snapped shut automatically. He reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. How swiftly time passes. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the new school year. Hector brushed his hand against the wand at his waist, reflecting that it has nearly been a year since he arrived in this world. Over the course of this almost year-long journey, he has grown accustomed to the daily company of Aberforth, a figure scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, yet one who has come to occupy a significant role in Hector's life. Thus, as the wheels of fate loom ominously ahead, Hector naturally yearns to alter the course of events. Nevertheless, his current capabilities seem woefully inadequate, and facing the uncertainty of the future, he feels a twinge of apprehension. He resolved to do his utmost, surrendering the rest to destiny. With a sigh, Hector closed his eyes. The following evening, Hector descended the stairs and spotted Aberforth, who was already waiting by the door. He greeted him warmly. Aberforth was dressed quite formally, and as Hector approached, he caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance that clung to Aberforth. "Are you prepared?" Aberforth inquired, his gaze shifting to the well-dressed Hector. "You look quite sprightly, young man." "That's the spirit." Aberforth smoothed the wrinkles of Hector's robe before placing his luggage in the carriage. "Quickly now, let us be off." Hector boarded the carriage, with Aberforth seated beside him. As Hector gazed towards the front of the carriage, he beheld a gaunt, shadowy figure standing before it. The figure, noticing Hector's scrutiny, emitted a peculiar sound. It was a thestral. Aberforth followed Hector's gaze and, upon spotting the creature, waved his wand. Instantly, the thestral responded as if commanded, pulling the carriage forward with remarkable speed. These extraordinary beings can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. I regret that you were able to see it, Hector. The thestral drew the carriage swiftly and steadily, and perhaps due to the brevity of the journey, Hector soon arrived at the platform. "Good evening, Hagrid," Aberforth called out as he disembarked, greeting the lantern-bearing figure standing on the platform. Hagrid paused, taken aback by Aberforth's presence in this location, yet he responded courteously, "Hello, Aberforth. What brings you here?" "I'm escorting my grandson. This is Hector." "Hector, this is Hagrid." Hector used a levitation charm to retrieve his luggage from the carriage, adjusted his robes, and extended his hand towards Hagrid. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hagrid," he said warmly. Hagrid quickly set the lantern down, rubbed his large hands against his clothing, and then firmly grasped Hector's small hand. "Just call me Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. It's a delight to make your acquaintance, Hector." After speaking, Hagrid widened his eyes as he glanced at Albus Dumbledore. "I've never heard Professor Dumbledore mention you before." "Another Dumbledore? How thrilling." Albus scoffed lightly. He was accustomed to such reactions regarding matters of Albus Dumbledore. "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." "That's very much like Albus, isn't it?" Albus retorted with a hint of irritation. "Always so many secrets." Hagrid chuckled and turned back to Hector. "Hector, your luggage can stay here." He picked up the lantern from the ground and paused momentarily. They would arrive shortly. As if to corroborate his words, a faint light appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching, and Hector could soon hear the distant whistle of a train. Albus also spotted the swiftly moving train and realized it was time for him to depart. He glanced toward the Hogwarts castle not far away and said to Hector, "I suppose this is where we part ways, Hector." Albus watched as Hector turned away and added, "Would you mind giving this old man a hug?" Hector opened his arms wide and embraced Abufus tightly. "Remember to write to me." Abufus gently patted Hector's head, and of course, "It would be splendid if you wished to return to see me." Hector smiled as the train drew nearer, its whistle echoing in the distance. Abufus climbed into the carriage, casting a glance back at Hector before he waved his wand. Under the last rays of the setting sun, the carriage sped away, while the train approached with a rush. Hector had always believed the carriage was remarkably swift. He gazed at Abufus, who was gradually fading from view, soon obscured by the throng of robed young wizards disembarking from the train. Ceasing his watch, Hector turned his attention to the majestic Hogwarts castle standing before him. "Hello, Hogwarts," he murmured, as the crowd at the station swelled. The head boy's amplified voice echoed throughout the train station, directing the newcomers to stow their luggage aboard the train, with house elves to assist them upon arrival at Hogwarts. Hagrid raised a lantern high, his booming voice cutting through the cacophony of the station, calling out for the first-year students to gather. His towering figure was hard to miss, and soon a group began to converge in Hector's direction. "First years, don't be shy. Assemble here." Hagrid's eyes suddenly lit up as a familiar figure came into view. "Hello, Harry," he greeted warmly. "Hello, Hagrid," came the reply from a boy named Harry. Hector, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention and turned to look behind him. The boy had a thin face, tousled black hair, and striking emerald eyes that shone brightly. Beneath the wisps of hair on his forehead, a lightning-shaped scar was faintly visible. It was evident that this was Harry Potter, the famed boy who lived. And the red-haired boy beside him, scanning the surroundings, must be Ron Weasley, the youngest son of the Weasley family, whom Harry had met on the train. Harry, noticing Hector's gaze, offered a polite nod in greeting. Hector recognized this as an opportune moment to impress Harry, and thus took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello. My name is Hector." Harry paused for a moment. Although he felt it was somewhat abrupt, he politely replied, "Hello, I am Harry. Harry noted that Hector was unlike the other young wizards of magical descent. Upon hearing the name, he merely nodded, entirely devoid of the excitement that other young wizards exhibited as if they were in the presence of a celebrity. I am Ron, chimed in the red-haired boy beside him. I know, Hector smiled. Fred and George mentioned that their brother would be attending Hogwarts this year. It must be you. Ron appeared somewhat taken aback. You know my brother? Hector explained. I met him last semester. I live in Hogsmeade, where my grandfather runs a pub. Hogsmeade? Harry, being a novice in the magical world, had little understanding of Hogsmeade, prompting Ron to clarify. Hogsmeade is the wizarding village near Hogwarts, akin to Diagon Alley, but not quite as distant. Ron glanced at Hector and continued, however, students are not permitted to visit Hogsmeade until their third year. How did they manage to sneak out? I must inquire later. All right. Young wizards, there will be ample time to get acquainted later. We must be on our way, Hagrid interjected, having observed that enough guests had arrived. He turned, raising the lantern he held high, followed by a group of curious young wizards. This way, young wizards, board the boat here. Hagrid led them to a small dock. Climbing aboard the foremost boat himself, he produced a pink umbrella from within his coat and tapped the boat's bow. In an instant, the lights on all the boats illuminated. Each boat could accommodate no more than 4 individuals. It could be fewer, but not more, unless one wished to attend the opening feast thoroughly drenched. Hector reacted swiftly, quickly boarding the first vessel behind Hag. He glanced back at Harry and Ron, who remained by the shore, appearing indecisive. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Hector beckoned. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Their initial impression of this newly acquainted young wizard was not unfavorable, and they promptly followed suit. Moments later, a plump child, seemingly timid and even somewhat fearful, approached the side of Hector's boat. He appeared quite anxious, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle, before finally stepping forward and cautiously inquiring, "Is there still room here? Everywhere else is full." Hector glanced back and noticed that many boats had 1 or 2 empty spots. However, seeing the chubby figure before him, who appeared to have suffered considerable distress, Hector could surmise what had transpired. This individual was none other than Neville, the once timid and bullied boy from Gryffindor, who had entered his first term as a rather insecure little fellow. Please, take a seat. There is an available spot here. Hector shifted to one side of the boat, granting Neville a place to sit. Thank you, thank you. Neville hurriedly bowed twice to Hector, his face radiating joy, and the tears that had threatened to spill from his eyes vanished. The commotion Neville made while boarding the boat was in stark contrast to his voice. Hector and Harry were both rather slender, hardly comparable to Neville's robust stature. The moment Neville set foot on the boat, it rocked violently. And had Hector not swiftly cast a levitation charm, the entire boatload of passengers might have found themselves plunging into the water like dumplings. After Neville and Harry switched seats, Hector released the levitation spell. Wow, that's impressive, Ron exclaimed, while Harry regarded Hector with admiration. I learned it. It's quite practical, Hector replied, stowing away his wand and turning to the remorseful Neville, who was huddled at the side. I am Hector, and you are? The chubby boy's voice returned to its previous high-pitched tone. I am Neville. Harry glanced at Ron and teased, we need not introduce ourselves. We've met on the bus. Are we all aboard? Let us depart. Hagrid's voice rang out from the front as he knocked on the boat. All the boats, as if receiving a command, began to glide forward. The 4 passengers spontaneously ceased their conversation, their gazes fixed on the retreating forest beside them. Hagrid's voice echoed again, be cautious of the vines. Do not extend your hands outside the boat. We shall soon arrive at Hogwarts. The 4 lowered their heads as the boats gradually passed under an archway. When they lifted their heads once more, the forest had mysteriously vanished behind them, and their eyes were captivated by the castle that loomed ahead. Hogwarts Castle stood majestically atop a nearby cliff, its grand tower shimmering in the moonlight as night descended. The castle was ablaze with light, illuminating the surrounding forest in a warm glow. In the distance, rugged mountains stretched endlessly, yet the imposing castle seemed to halt their relentless advance. At that moment, Hogwarts emanated a comforting warmth, contrasting starkly with the eerie, boundless forest beyond. Hector was awestruck by the grandeur of Hogwarts Castle and turned to his companions. Ron stood with his mouth agape, Neville had straightened up without anyone noticing, and Harry's eyes sparkled with light, perhaps reflecting the castle's illumination. Hector believed his own eyes mirrored that brilliance. Flecks of light danced across the serene surface of the Black Lake, which mirrored Hogwarts as it had for countless days over the centuries. The boat soon arrived at the Hogwarts port, gradually coming to a halt. Hagrid disembarked first, lifting his lantern and gazing at the small gathering of young wizards behind him. "All right, everyone off the boat," he said, turning around. "First years, stay close. We are almost there." Hagrid led the young wizards up a long staircase and paused before a heavy wooden door. Standing before the door was a tall, elegant lady, adorned in a long robe of green velvet and a high hat atop her head. She appeared kind, yet Hector sensed an underlying sternness beneath her gentle demeanor. Hagrid halted, politely greeting the lady at the door. "Professor McGonagall, these are the first-year students." He seemed somewhat apprehensive in her presence, showing great respect for the woman before him. McGonagall smiled warmly in response, saying, "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Hagrid nodded, glancing back at Harry as a farewell before departing. "First years, welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced, clearing her throat as she stood before the wooden door, eyeing the throng of young wizards with a smile. "In a moment, you will pass through this door, but before you feast in the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine your respective houses." Hector, Harry, and Ron stood at the forefront of the group, exchanging glances in silence. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, her smile transforming into a serious demeanor. Present were Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During the school year, the houses function as your home. Those who perform admirably contribute points to their house, while infractions of school rules result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score is awarded the House Cup. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was interrupted by a piercing scream. Hector turned to see a girl startled by a toad that had leapt onto her shoe, desperately attempting to shake it off. Neville, upon noticing the toad, hurried over and gently removed it from her shoe, exclaiming, "Leafy, I have finally found you." The girl, quite frightened, received an immediate apology from Neville. As he turned back, he collided directly with Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. It was now Neville's turn to be startled. He lowered his head, muttering an apology, and quietly returned to his original position. Hector felt a surge of sympathy for Neville in his heart, yet outwardly he and Harry, along with Ron, suppressed their laughter to the point of flushing crimson. Professor McGonagall said nothing further. Instead, she continued, "It will begin shortly, so be prepared." With that, she turned and stepped through the door. The three of them exchanged glances. A mere look was enough to unleash their laughter. It appeared that their words held truth. Harry Potter had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. A voice interrupted their mirth, prompting Harry and Ron to glance behind Hector. Hector noticed a clear expression of disdain etched on Ron's face. Without even glancing back, Hector recognized that familiar tone coupled with well-known lines, signaling the long-awaited arrival of my charismatic brother. Hector glanced back, perfectly aligning with his expectations. The golden slicked-back hair and the pristine robe adorned him as he spoke, his head held high, as if surveying others through his nostrils. The name Harry Potter stirred considerable commotion, for he is the savior, a hero of bedtime stories for many during their childhood. His solo triumph over Voldemort has elevated Harry Potter to a status in the magical realm nearly equivalent to that of Dumbledore. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. I am Malfoy," he declared, gesturing towards the two round figures beside him, before stepping forward to confront Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy. Hector had always been intrigued by the reason behind Harry's enduring and unwavering animosity towards this individual. It could be said that the burden of blame for the earlier parts of Harry Potter's tale was shared equally between the ever-looming figure of Snape and the slick-haired Malfoy. Now, he has found his answer. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This boy has consistently regarded others with an air of superiority, his arrogant demeanor rendering him quite unlikable. His incessant proclamations of pure-blood supremacy, coupled with a destructive attitude towards anything he cannot possess, epitomize the quintessential archetype of the antagonistic wealthy heir in literature. However, while other affluent offspring typically pursue the female protagonist and antagonize the male lead, Malfoy seems intent on capturing Harry's attention. Moreover, it has become evident that Ron is, in fact, the true hero of this narrative. Hector observed Malfoy's haughty demeanor, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. What was the fuss about merely having a prestigious background? No matter how formidable his father might be, could he rival the likes of Dumbledore, the preeminent figure of the contemporary magical realm, jesting with you? I remain composed. Yet you seem to revel in arrogance. Hector harbored such thoughts, while Ron beside him scoffed audibly. What, do you find my name amusing? I can discern your identity at a glance. Malfoy turned his head, scrutinizing Ron from top to bottom, and immediately launched his verbal assault. With that red hair and worn robes, you must surely belong to the Weasley family. Ron appeared visibly incensed, He remained silent, fixating his glare on Malfoy. Malfoy, unperturbed, did not cast another glance at Ron and redirected his attention towards Harry. You shall come to realize, some wizarding families are inherently superior, Potter. Malfoy asserted with a semblance of seriousness. Be wary of associating with those of questionable character. Hector could hardly contain himself, ever since the moment he had discerned Malfoy's identity. He found himself subconsciously draping a robe over him in his mind. After finally regaining his composure, he was once again amused by Malfoy's haughty demeanor and his awkward attempts at grandeur. Malfoy glanced at Hector, narrowed his eyes, and coldly inquired, "And who might you be?" Hector took a deep breath, gazing at Malfoy's displeased expression, and jested, "Is it of great significance, esteemed Draco Malfoy?" The previously irate Ron was now reduced to hearty laughter by Hector's whimsical tone, prompting the younger wizards behind him to join in with their subdued giggles. Draco's face flushed crimson with anger as he glared fiercely at Hector, who remained utterly unperturbed, returning Draco's gaze with unwavering confidence. It was evident that Hector was a wizard of Muggle origins, entirely oblivious to the esteemed legacy that the name Malfoy carried. Draco, visibly exasperated, spoke through gritted teeth, enunciating each word with palpable frustration. Hector scrutinized the flushed visage of Malfoy, resolving to thoroughly tease this arrogant scion. After all, who was not a second-generation offspring? Thus, might you venture a guess as to my name, esteemed Lord Malfoy? Malfoy scoffed dismissively. A Muggle wizard, merely an inconspicuous nobody. Who cared? Hector gazed into Malfoy's eyes, which now sparkled with a certain intensity. Ah, such a quintessential villainous line. Hector initially intended to merely hint at his prowess, to temper Malfoy's arrogance while allowing him to save face. After all, Hector did not desire a complete fallout. It was more advantageous for Hector to let Malfoy trouble Harry and his friends rather than himself, aligning with his strategy of remaining in the shadows while preparing for Voldemort's return. However, Malfoy's perfectly timed provocation compelled Hector to feel that not showcasing his abilities would be a disservice to his prestigious lineage in the magical world. I am Hector Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore is my grandfather. To put it plainly, everyone present here pales in comparison to my background. Ron and Harry stared at Hector in shock, while Draco Malfoy, who had just been boasting a moment ago, now turned from crimson to ashen, hastily retreating. It seemed unlikely he would be seeking trouble with these three for quite some time. Hector was quite pleased with the commotion he had created, clearly aware of the considerable influence the Dumbledore name held within the magical realm. Mr. Malfoy, serving as a most diligent supporter, earned a silent thumbs up from Hector. With such a ruckus, it was likely that he would not face any trouble for some time. You are a Dumbledore? Wait, you mean Albus Dumbledore? Harry inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Hector. Hector nodded, speculating that if no other Dumbledore had emerged in the magical realm, he must indeed be the one. It was truly exhilarating. Did you see Malfoy's expression? He looked as if he had just consumed a slug. Ron appeared quite animated, reveling in Malfoy's misfortune. Well, you must possess a great deal of magic, a distinctly feminine voice chimed in from behind, exuding a certain assertiveness that struck Hector as oddly familiar. Beside him, Ron adeptly lowered his head, deliberately averting his gaze from the girl. Hector turned around to find a young girl with a voluminous and thick mane of hair gazing intently at him. At once, he recognized her as a living embodiment of Hermione Granger, as if she had stepped straight out of a film, stirring a flutter of emotions within him. The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she slightly tilted her head, eagerly awaiting Hector's response. For a fleeting moment, Hector's mind went blank. He glanced at Ron, who was practically burying his head in the ground like an ostrich, and silently uttered an apology. In his previous life, Hector had oscillated between Ro, Ha, and Ma. But now he discovered the sweetness of clarity. From this moment onward, he resolved to adhere to the principle of Esh. The corner is firmly established. Even Merlin's presence would be futile, as I have declared. It is not much, for I have only recently commenced my studies. May I inquire who you are? Hector immediately concealed his previous smug expression and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, inquired. Hermione Granger, but you may call me Hermione. Pleased to meet you. You may call me Hector. Just as Hector intended to delve deeper into the subject of academic progress with Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall emerged from behind the door. Noticing Hector conversing while standing in the front row, she approached and gently tapped his back with the rolled parchment in her hand. Are you all prepared? Follow me. The young wizard trailed behind Professor McGonagall, while Ron nudged Hector with his elbow and whispered cautiously, Be careful of her, gesturing to his own head. There's something off there. Ron spoke in hushed tones, glancing over his shoulder. Hector chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. There was a hint of guilt in his gaze as he looked at Ron. What's the matter? Ron noticed Hector's expression and awkwardly touched his face. Is there something on my face? I thought I had cleaned it well on the train. Hector patted Ron on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with Ron's obliviousness to being outmaneuvered. You have no idea what transpired on the train. The young wizards traversed the heavy door and walked down a corridor, following Professor McGonagall's lead until they arrived at the Great Hall. Ron quickly ceased recounting his experiences on the train, his attention captivated by the celestial display above in the hall. Hundreds of candles floated gracefully in the air. Where the ceiling should have been replaced by a vast sky, adorned with fluffy clouds and a luminous moon casting an enchanting glow. As the young wizards entered the hall, bursts of fireworks ascended simultaneously, blooming brilliantly in the sky above and embellishing the entire expanse. Long tables within the hall were divided into 4 sections, each corresponding to a house, with banners of their respective houses hanging above. Each banner depicted a serpent, an eagle, a lion, and a badger. Look at this sky. It's been enchanted to transform the ceiling, Hermione's voice chimed in from behind. Ron nudged Hector, as if to affirm what he had just mentioned. He shrugged, seemingly pleased to have his words validated. Hector also shrugged, seemingly calm on the surface, yet inwardly he was bursting with laughter. It must be admitted that this lad initially held a rather negative opinion of Hermione. I had intended to discreetly undermine him, to subtly cast doubt upon his abilities. Yet now, he has handed me the very tools of my own design, practically forcing the potion down my throat. In this case, I can only accept with a smile. Professor McGonagall ascended the steps, where a tall stool awaited her. Behind it lay a long table, clearly designated for the professors. Please wait here, she instructed. Turning to halt the trio of youngsters who had been trudging ahead, she then retrieved a dusty, seemingly ancient wizard's hat from behind her, placing the hat atop the stool. All eyes were drawn to the unassuming headwear. The hat wriggled slightly, splitting open with a wide seam. Under the gaze of the crowd, it began to sing. Perhaps you deem me unremarkable, yet do not judge a hat by its appearance. If you can find a hat more exquisite than I would gladly consume myself. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. You might belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity setting them apart. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty thrive. Hufflepuff students are resilient and honest, unafraid of hard labor. If you possess a keen intellect, you may find yourself in the wise old Ravenclaw, where the learned often encounter like-minded souls. Alternatively, you might be sorted into Slytherin, where you could forge genuine friendships, yet be wary of those cunning and treacherous individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Come, wear me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess not a hand, you are utterly secure, for I am a thinking hat. As the final note resonated, thunderous applause erupted. The hat straightened itself, resembling a proud gentleman, awkwardly bowing to the applauding young wizards. Before we commence, Professor Dumbledore has a few words for you, McGonagall announced, observing as the little wizards gathered before the steps. Seizing the moment, Hector cast a glance at the professor seated at the table. It must be said that the most attention-grabbing figure was undoubtedly the professor whose head was bound in layers of purple bandages, resembling a ball. There was no need for elaboration. It was certainly the infamous Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Professor Quirrell. One could imagine the frail Voldemort lurking behind him, orchestrating Quirrell's search for the boy who had caused his downfall. It was difficult to comprehend why he had chosen such a secluded corner, except for his head, which was the only part of him that stood out as he craned his neck to scan the crowd of young witches and wizards. Seated beside him, exuding a shadowy aura, was none other than our ace spy, Professor Snape, a double agent for both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. Clad in a long black robe, with a temperament steeped in melancholy, his expressionless face complemented by unkempt, greasy hair made it easy for one to jump to conclusions about his character, were it not for Hector's prior knowledge of his true nature. Of course, Hector also noticed a shorter figure, presumably the charm's professor, Phileas Flitwick. Next to him sat a plump lady, most likely Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor. And in the center was none other than the venerable Albus Dumbledore, whom Hector knew best. Dumbledore was adorned in a brand-new purple robe, topped with a tall wizard's hat. His hair and beard freshly trimmed, presenting a sprightly appearance for a centenarian. Dumbledore caught Hector's gaze and, with a warm smile, winked at him before rising to address the gathering. "Thank you, Minerva," he said politely to Professor McGonagall, then turned his attention to the young wizards. We bid farewell to our 7th-year students while welcoming some fresh faces among us. Now, I have a few important announcements to make before the school year commences. First-year students, please be advised that entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind you that the corridor to the right of the 4th floor is also off-limits. Anyone wishing to avoid a grim fate should steer clear of these areas. Dumbledore's demeanor was notably serious. Thank you. With no lengthy discourse, he took his seat once more. Hector was acutely aware that the series of threats and warnings issued by old Dumbledore were mere trifles to Ron and Harry. These two audacious lads regularly frequented the forbidden places, much to the delight of their peers. For the intrepid Gryffindors, the school rules and prohibitions were nothing more than hollow words. Dumbledore, the venerable Gryffindor himself, was undoubtedly cognizant of this. His aim was merely to deter those who were not of Gryffindor lineage. After all, Hogwarts was home to its fair share of daredevils, yet not everyone fit that mold. Moreover, Dumbledore held a certain admiration for the bravery exhibited by Gryffindor, having famously remarked that one does not violate the rules until one is caught. Hector had long adopted this adage as his personal motto. After enduring for so long, one must aspire to something, mustn't one? As I call your name, please step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and ascertain the house to which you belong. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment and retrieved the sorting hat from the high stool. My brother had told me that the sorting would involve battling a fire dragon, which left Ron somewhat irked and me thoroughly prepared for an extended wait. Hannah Abbott, a petite girl with a ponytail, hurried up the steps, her flustered demeanor nearly causing her to trip. Once seated upon the stool, Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head. Hufflepuff, the hat declared. Applause erupted from the table on the far right as Hannah removed the hat and dashed over to join her housemates. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Susan took off the hat and joined Hannah at the table. McGonagall glanced at the next name on the list, hesitated for a moment, and exchanged a knowing look with Dumbledore, who nodded with a smile. Hector Dumbledore. McGonagall's tone remained unchanged as she observed Hector approaching from the crowd, her expression warm. This name stirred quite a commotion in the Great Hall, prompting McGonagall to clear her throat until the hall gradually fell silent. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Fred and George concluded their so-called punishment for Hector's perceived dishonesty with satisfaction, while the sorting ceremony continued uninterrupted. Hector grimaced as he felt Fred's grip tightening around his thigh, inhaling sharply. The two brothers were indeed ruthless, their roles distinctly defined. George secured him in a firm crosslock while Fred simultaneously relieved Hector of his wand. Deprived of his wand, Hector found himself stripped of all means of resistance, forced to submit in humiliation to the brothers' intimidation. Nevertheless, the sorting ceremony proceeded without a hitch, unaffected by Hector's plight. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, a development that brought Hector considerable satisfaction. The renowned Harry Potter, however, rejected the sorting hat's inclination to place him in Slytherin and chose Gryffindor instead. The atmosphere in Gryffindor was jubilant, akin to a festive celebration, as the Weasley brothers leapt up when the sorting hat proclaimed Gryffindor, linking arms and cheering exuberantly. Now we have Harry Potter and Dumbledore. As for Ron, Hector felt no concern whatsoever. Even if Ron had encountered a minor mishap and been sorted into Hufflepuff, Hector would not have minded stepping into Ron's place to form a new trio. Ultimately, Ron was indeed sorted into Gryffindor, beaming with joy as he took his seat beside Harry. Meanwhile, by mere chance, Hector found himself seated next to Hermione. The sorting ceremony swiftly concluded, and as the last young wizard was sorted into Slytherin, Professor Dumbledore rose to summarize the event. Welcome, welcome, to another new academic year. Dumbledore beamed at the young wizards in the hall. I suspect you are all quite hungry, so I shall keep my remarks brief. You lot, silly little things. Whining. Nonsense. Hector rolled his eyes. Old Dumbledore had always been like this, ever the enigmatic riddle master during his teachings. Well then, let the feast commence. With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore filled the once barren table with an array of sumptuous dishes. Hector was quite pleased with Dumbledore's genuine adherence to the principle of saying a few words. The duration of the sorting ceremony was somewhat prolonged, leaving Hector, who had not dined at home, feeling rather hungry. It must be said that the cuisine at Hogwarts was indeed splendid and consistently so. Devoid of the traditional British culinary abomination, shepherd's pie, he placed a sizzling piece of steak onto his plate, experimented with the steak knife for a moment, and then wisely opted to tear into it rather than slice it. Across from him, Ron seized a drumstick, while Harry was diligently working on a leg of roast lamb. After some effort, he evidently pulled off a portion far exceeding his expectations, the leg of lamb nearly as large as his entire face. The trio's raucous behavior caused Hermione, seated beside Hector, to shift slightly away. "Gentlemen, if you truly are, I would think using a knife and fork wouldn't be too challenging," she remarked with a disdainful glance at the three boys. She delicately took a slice of pie from the long table and began to eat in a refined manner, taking small bites. The three boys exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. Hector mused to himself that Ron was quite to his taste, feeling fortunate that he had been sorted into Gryffindor. Hector is indeed a rather amiable individual, and I surmise this is the reason why Fred and George have forged a friendship with him. We shall soon join their ranks. This thought lingered in Ron's mind. Harry, on the other hand, pondered the laughter shared between the two, uncertain of its source, yet feeling that refraining from laughter would be impolite. Thus, a smile seemed more appropriate. For Harry, the paramount concern was to focus on the delectable array of food before him. As for Hector, the moment he retorted to Malfoy on the staircase, Harry had already begun to consider him a friend. The banquet was swiftly drawing to a close, and engrossed in the culinary delights, Hector remained oblivious to the passage of time, naturally unaware of Hermione's multiple attempts to engage him in discussions regarding their studies. Left with no choice, Hermione sought the company of others, notably Percy Weasley, who was more than willing to engage with the young lady on academic matters. Just as Hector contemplated retrieving another chicken leg to augment his meal, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, prompting Dumbledore to rise. "All right, everyone is well fed and satisfied. I would like to share a few more words with you all." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes scanned the young witches and wizards below as he continued, "Mr. Filch has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Additionally, the tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to represent the house should contact Madam Hooch." Hector had an unsettling feeling that old Dumbledore was observing Harry, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate this notion. Meanwhile, Harry, who was gazing at Professor Snape, felt a sudden searing pain emanating from his forehead scar. Coincidentally, Professor Snape, who was also looking at him, inadvertently bore the brunt of this predicament. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed, clutching his forehead. "What's wrong?" Percy inquired. "Nothing," Harry replied, as the burning sensation dissipated almost instantly. However, he could not shake the chill emanating from the hawkish teacher with the slick black hair. Snape's frigid gaze made it abundantly clear that he harbored no fondness for Harry. "Who is that teacher in the black robes?" Harry asked. Hector leaned in, filling in for Percy. "That is Professor Snape, the potions master," he deduced, sensing what Harry had just experienced. "It is said he has long desired to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, yet has never succeeded. Dumbledore has been searching for a new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor every year, but it has never been Snape. You know this even though you're a first year?" Percy asked, somewhat astonished, before quickly deducing the reason. "I almost forgot. Your last name is Dumbledore. It would be strange if you didn't know. Now, before we all retire for the night, let us sing the school song together." All the teachers froze for a moment as Dumbledore flicked his wand, sending a long golden ribbon soaring through the air. For a fleeting instant, Hector had to concede that old Dumbledore resembled a ballet dancer playing with ribbons. Once this thought formed, it lodged itself firmly in Hector's mind despite his attempts to dismiss it. Dumbledore then waved his wand again, releasing the ribbon, which seemed to dance around Hector's line of sight as Dumbledore's little finger pointed directly at him. Well, that is utterly unforgettable. Everyone was allowed to choose their preferred melody as Dumbledore, resembling a conductor with his wand, announced, "Ready, sing." The entire faculty and student body erupted into song, creating a cacophony that was almost indescribable. When the disjointed performance concluded, only the Weasley twins continued singing, maintaining the tempo of a funeral march. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, even conducting the last few bars for them with his wand. The Weasley brothers graciously responded with enthusiastic applause. "Ah, music. What a captivating phenomenon." Dumbledore wiped his eyes and declared, "Now it is time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories." The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the bustling crowd, making their way out of the hall and down the marble staircase. The feast had lasted for quite a while, and for the young wizards, who had traversed great distances throughout the day, their legs felt as heavy as lead. Harry shared the sentiment. Even as Percy led them through concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and draped curtains for the second time, he felt no surprise. Instead, he leaned closely against Hector, the most alert first-year wizard in the room, a gesture mirrored by Ron. In reality, Were Hermione to lean against him, Hector would surely welcome it, rather than wear the disdainful expression he currently bore. Dragging these two up the staircase was utterly torturous, and why must the path to the dormitory feel so interminable? Hector felt as though he were nearly walking to Hogsmeade. At that moment, Percy halted, granting Harry and Ron a slight reprieve from their stupor. They rubbed their eyes and beheld a bundle of wands floating mid-air. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist. Percy whispered to the first-year students, instructing them to wait a moment until he revealed himself, at which point they would witness how he would chase them away. It is essential to learn how to deal with Peeves, I believe. Hector found himself utterly exasperated by the two large trinkets hanging from him. At that moment, he was disinclined to engage in any further pointless waiting. His sole desire was to hasten to his dormitory and unceremoniously cast these two bewildered beings onto their beds. He extricated his hand from Ron's grasp and retrieved his wand from within his robes. Percy, having noted his actions, addressed Hector with utmost seriousness, stating, "Hector, Headmaster Dumbledore has expressly forbidden the use of magic in the corridors. Moreover, you are ill-equipped to handle Peeves. Provoking him may lead to a regrettable situation where no one can return to their dormitory without a considerable bump on their heads." Hector observed the Weasley twins making faces behind Percy and responded, "Relax, I merely wish to return to the dormitory swiftly." He maneuvered past Percy, brandishing his wand at the floating cane. "Moreover, my motto is that as long as one is not caught, it does not constitute a violation of school rules. That must be my guiding principle." Fred chuckled heartily, and George joined in. "Great minds think alike, brother. Wingardium Leviosa." Hector softly uttered the incantation, and a diminutive gnome suddenly materialized in the air, encased within a small cage formed by the cane, swiftly vanishing before the eyes of the young Gryffindors amidst the sound of hissing balloons. "My apologies, headboy Percy." Hector held a rather indifferent opinion of this rather rare uptight Weasley, or else he would not bother to be the one to stand out. Nevertheless, a modicum of courtesy was necessary at this moment, were it not for this fellow's eventual turn towards the light. Hector's jealousy might have driven him to act even more rashly. "A splendid spell, Mr. Dumbledore." Percy appeared quite displeased. He detested challenges to his authority, whether from his two younger brothers or from Hector now. In his current demeanor, he exhibited a degree of composure and refrained from confronting Hector. Percy glanced at the younger wizards behind him. "This way, Gryffindor first years." After delivering this instruction, he turned back to Hector. "If there is nothing else, could you please return to the line, Mr. Dumbledore?" Hector obediently returned to the group, his two large pendants hanging from him as if nothing had transpired. Just as he resumed his original position, two tall, slender figures sidled up beside him, the Weasley twins, incessantly making faces at Hector. "It is truly astounding that you dared to challenge Percy's authority." Fred nudged Hector with a wink. "In front of all these people. This is precisely what we have always yearned to do. It is truly exhilarating, is it not, Fred?" George remarked. "Indeed." Fred appeared quite animated. "We have forgiven you, and we have prepared a surprise for you. Remember to come out tonight. You seem less weary." "Of course, nocturnal adventures are always thrilling, right, Fred?" George added. As the midnight bell tolled, Hector suddenly awoke. He glanced around at his slumbering roommates and quietly slipped out of bed to avoid awakening them. Hector cast a spell on himself, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. They slept even more soundly, as evidenced by the cessation of their snores. Hector was quite pleased with the effectiveness of his charm, should he ever find himself struggling in the magical realm. Opening a clinic in the modern world specializing in insomnia and facilitating quick slumber would be quite splendid, not to mention the added benefit of treating snoring. Hector, composed and unhurried, donned a robe over his pajamas. The early autumn nights at Hogwarts still held a slight chill. Upon his arrival at the Gryffindor common room, he found Fred and George waiting below for quite some time. "Why are you late, Hector?" "We need to hurry," Fred exclaimed. He and George rose to their feet at the sight of Hector, with George seamlessly picking up the conversation. "We can't possibly stay outside all night. We certainly can't afford to be late on our very first day of classes." "My apologies. I had to take some precautions before leaving," Hector explained. "Precautions?" The Weasley twins did not fully grasp Hector's meaning, unaware that he had cast a stunning spell on his dear roommate. However, they did not dwell on this matter for long. They drew their wands from their pockets. "Hector, we can't just saunter around at night like this," Fred said, pointing his wand at Hector. "At least not when entering or exiting the Gryffindor common room." At this juncture, a clever spell was indeed necessary. George remarked with pride. "The disillusionment charm, we just learned it." Hector observed as the two brothers clumsily attempted to showcase their skills before him, their eagerness almost palpable. He watched as they fumbled with the unfamiliar disillusionment charm, struggling to master its intricacies. Gradually, their ineptitude gave way to a more confident execution of the tooth-filling charm and the Tarantaligra spell. Just as the duo seemed poised to escalate their antics to the point of causing chaos, he intervened just in time to prevent their impending discord. Hector gazed at the ethereal forms of the Weasley twins, feeling an unsettling chill. He had suspected their reliability, but never to such an extent. First, he cast a stasis charm upon them, followed by the counter charm for the tooth-sticking charm and the Tarantaligra curse. Such dark curses typically exhibited no response to the stasis charm. However, the upgraded version of the latter, known as the All-Curse Ender, possessed a rather excessive power and emitted a luminous effect. Hector was reluctant to employ spells with such visual manifestations unless absolutely necessary. At last, the Weasley twins returned to normalcy, brushing the dust from each other's clothes before turning their attention to Hector. "Thank you," Fred remarked. "You know how it is. Newly learned spells often come with side effects," George chimed in. "Side effects? I don't quite recall any commonality between the disillusionment charm and the tooth-sticking charm," Hector sighed. "Allow me to handle this." "You can?" Fred appeared somewhat skeptical. George patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not, brother. He is a Dumbledore, after all. By the way, what is the incantation for the disillusionment charm?" Hector pondered. He was currently studying fifth-year material, yet it seemed the book contained no mention of that charm. "You don't know? Then what were you boasting about earlier?" Fred and George exclaimed in unison, their voices inadvertently rising. "Oh, quiet down, you two. Let us not draw attention," Hector gestured for silence. "You can teach me now. I have always been a quick learner. Besides, I believe I am your only option to experiment with, am I not?" Fred and George exchanged glances and checked the time. Their proficiency with the disillusionment charm was evidently insufficient. It would be wiser to let Hector attempt it. "All right, the disillusionment charm isn't in any standard spellbook. We found it in the forbidden section," Fred began, followed by George. "It's quite challenging to master, and at the time, we were unable to grasp it. So we copied that page for future study." Fred produced a crumpled piece of paper that had been folded numerous times and handed it to Hector. As Hector accepted it, he noted the uneven handwriting, requiring him a moment to decipher its contents. "You see, we couldn't obtain any Professor S signature for permission. So we had to sneak out in the dead of night." Fred scratched his head. Given the limited conditions, Hector spent a mere 5 minutes laboriously reading through the entire article. Yet this proved to be the only hurdle in mastering the spell. George and Fred soon witnessed Hector, after laying down the parchment, merely wave his wand, causing him to gradually vanish into thin air. "By Merlin's beard, pinch me, George, lest I be dreaming." Fred, unable to conceal his astonishment, nudged George beside him, who stood with his mouth agape. "Hector, are you still there?" George cautiously reached out into the air before him, inquiring tentatively. With a flick of Hector's wand, a figure emerged from the void. "Have you mastered it? In just a few minutes?" "We've been at it for nearly 3 months and still haven't fully grasped it." Fred was momentarily unable to accept the reality, and George patted his shoulder. "Grow up, brother. His name is Dumbledore. I think that explains quite a lot." "Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. So, are we to remain here for the night? Or shall we depart now?" Hector observed the astonished expressions of the Weasley twins, feeling a sense of comfort in showcasing his skills before good friends. The Weasley brothers lifted each other's chins, opened their arms, and closed their eyes. With a wave of Hector's wand, the two of them vanished into the air. "By the way, you both can cast the disillusionment charm, right? You do realize I most likely won't be able to see you. Do you think we are novices? The disillusionment charm is essential for night wanderers. Just to be certain, if you can't perform it, the noise from the spell's termination will be rather loud. It's best to wait until daylight for me to lift your invisibility." Hector shrugged and cast the charm on himself as well. "By the way, where are we headed?" "We are going to the Forbidden Forest." A voice emerged from the unknown ahead. "The disillusionment charm does have a certain effect on sound transmission. Stay close." "How can we stay close when we are using the disillusionment charm, Fred?" George's voice responded. "Good point," Fred admitted. "We can just lift it at the end of the corridor. We're merely trying to avoid the fat lady." The entrance to Gryffindor, which was the portrait of the fat lady, opened automatically. She appeared clearly groggy. "Out for a night stroll on the very first day of term? You pesky little wizards. If I catch you again, I will certainly inform Professor McGonagall." At the corridor's end, the three slowly materialized in the air. Fred gallantly extended his hand. This way. Esteemed Mr. Dumbledore, welcome to the nocturnal escapade. The first night of the school year, indeed, is worthy of celebration. George cast a Lumos charm and took the initiative to lead the way. Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? Hector felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding their safety from the acromantula. Oh, we certainly won't venture too deep. That would indeed be perilous. However, the outer fringes of the Forbidden Forest are akin to our backyard. Most of our products are developed there. And of course, there's your surprise. The Weasley twins appeared quite pleased, their strides swift, leaving Hector, caught in the middle, feeling somewhat out of place. You don't know the disillusionment charm. How did you manage night outings before? Oh, we acquired an invisibility cloak from Filch. We discovered it while being confined. He had tossed it into a corner. Inside that box of dangerous items. Fred elucidated that after much searching, they indeed discovered a plethora of treasures at Filch's. Though it was unfortunate that the invisibility cloak had malfunctioned during the latter part of the previous semester, nearly resulting in their capture. If you don't mind, we must hasten. Filch will be on his nightly rounds this evening. We shall discuss the remaining matters later. George quickened his pace, nearly lifting Hector along with him. Faced with the formidable magical prowess and physical strength of the Weasley brothers, Hector found himself lacking the capacity to resist, feeling somewhat like a target due to his youth. Thus, the trio navigated the eerie corridors of Hogwarts under the cloak of night, while the Weasley brothers exuded an air of excitement, in stark contrast to Hector, who felt as if he were meandering through a haunted house. The dimly lit castle exuded an ominous aura, particularly as the brothers led Hector through the vast expanse, occasionally retracing their steps, which induced in Hector a disorienting sensation akin to being trapped in a maze. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the castle, swiftly traversing the open space between the castle and the dense forest, plunging into the thick foliage. At this juncture, Fred produced his wand behind Hector and cast a Lumos spell. Hector, it would be wise for you to cast a light charm. Otherwise, you might easily get lost. Hector replied, my Lumos spell, has some issues. I'll make do with yours. Hector surveyed the increasingly ominous atmosphere around him, yearning to cast the Lumos charm. Alas, his incantation was plagued by a flaw. Once invoked, it would render the surrounding darkness inconsequential, its radiance potent enough to illuminate even Aberforth and Hogsmeade. The Weasley twins found this peculiar, yet they chose not to delve deeper into the matter. The Forbidden Forest was hardly a sanctuary, and their focus remained primarily on their surroundings, ensuring their safety. After some time had elapsed, Hector began to suspect that the surprise the two lads had promised might involve a sudden encounter with an acromantula. At last, George, who had been leading the way, halted his steps. We have arrived, he announced, stepping aside to reveal a makeshift shelter fashioned from several long, sturdy branches. A thick layer of foliage draped over the structure, and within lay a carpet, upon which rested a few dust-covered cauldrons and a scattering of tools. Welcome to the Weasley brothers' secret workshop, the birthplace and testing ground for our joke products, they proclaimed, retrieving 2 shovels from inside the shelter. Are you ready, Fred? Are you ready, George? The Weasley twins exchanged glances before beginning to dig beneath a nearby tree. They toiled diligently, and soon enough, a small chest emerged from the earth. Our stock, Fred declared, as the brothers lifted the chest before Hector, gesturing for him to open it. Hector regarded the 2 individuals with suspicion, based on his understanding of them. He anticipated nothing more than a minor surprise, devoid of any joy. Nevertheless, he proceeded to open the box. To Hector's astonishment, it did not contain the imagined fake snakes, artificial mice, or any contraptions that would spring forth upon opening. Instead, the contents were meticulously wrapped in leather paper, and the interior of the box appeared remarkably dry, indicating careful handling. This box has been enchanted with a drying charm and a touch of protective magic, Fred began to boast to Hector. In all humility, we are quite ingenious in certain respects, George chimed in, pride evident in his tone. It took both Fred and me a considerable amount of time to master the protective enchantments. We can only extend them to this extent, otherwise, we would have safeguarded the entire secret workshop. Inside the box lay several neatly packaged bags of biscuits. According to Fred, they were their new product, Canary Cream Biscuits. Although still in the experimental phase, George swore that they were entirely safe. Beneath the biscuits, separated by a layer of cloth, Hector discovered an orderly arrangement of fireworks. While the quantity was not vast, they appeared to be fully functional. Welcome to Hogwarts. We have always believed that fireworks should be included in the opening ceremony, though not the kind that explode from the ceiling, Fred elucidated. Thus, We have prepared a firework display to celebrate your induction into Gryffindor House, and, of course, your entry into our nocturnal escapades. As George spoke, he gestured for Fred to transport the fireworks to a nearby clearing adjacent to the secret workshop. Hector trailed behind them. While the Weasley twins resolutely dismissed his desire to lend a hand, they insisted that Hector was too young, advising him to keep his distance and simply observe with obedience. Hector settled upon a large stone, quietly observing the two brothers as they busily engaged in their task. The brothers meticulously arranged their materials to their satisfaction before igniting them, and then hurriedly made their way back. Soon, a cascade of fireworks shot into the sky, initially bursting forth in a dazzling display, only to coalesce under an unseen force into the majestic form of a lion with a flowing mane. Its eyes, half closed, surveyed its surroundings as if evaluating its kingdom. After a moment, the lion lunged forward, and the fireworks that had constituted its form suddenly scattered, no longer bound to a singular shape, each one freely unfolding its own unique beauty. Hector rose to his feet, gazing up at the sky, while the Weasley twins, seizing the moment when he was distracted, hoisted him effortlessly onto their shoulders. "Welcome to Gryffindor, Hector," they declared in unison. The fireworks were so resplendent that even the three standing onlookers from Gryffindor felt, in that moment, as if they too were radiant. After the fireworks had concluded, the brothers Hector and Wesley departed, their hearts ablaze with excitement as they burrowed into their blankets. What a splendid night it was, enveloped in a tranquil silence, devoid of any snoring. It appeared the effects of the sleeping charm were remarkably potent, for Hector, gazing at the ceiling, soon succumbed to slumber. Consequently, the entire dormitory awoke late, all lamenting the unparalleled comfort of Hogwarts beds and the sheer delight of the previous night's rest, while hastily preparing for the day ahead. Hector, however, was utterly exhausted. The night's escapade had proven to be quite the burden for his body. He desired nothing more than to linger in bed, yet Ron and Harry, without hesitation, hoisted him from his slumber. First, it was the Weasley brothers, and now the youngest son of the Weasley family and future son-in-law. It seemed that lifting people out of bed was indeed a cherished tradition among the Weasleys. Hector resolved to indulge in more food, fortifying himself with a measure of resilience for such encounters. Yet, this strategy undeniably invigorated one's senses. Before long, 5 young wizards dashed out from the Gryffindor Tower, and although the corridor was not overly crowded, all eyes were fixated upon Hector and Harry. This attention caused the 5 to be encircled by a throng, prompting Hector to pull the tallest among them, Ron, to the forefront, while the remaining 4 hastily navigated through the crowd behind him. The ensuing week unfolded in much the same manner. Neville and Seamus, having discovered the advantages of solitary ventures, soon withdrew from the charge. As for Ron, he seemed entirely unfazed. On the contrary, he relished the sensation of being in the spotlight. Hector and Harry, however, found themselves lacking the privilege of indifference. Without Ron, they could hardly move, as the frenzied witches gave Hector a peculiar sense of what it might feel like to be a celebrity besieged by adoring fans. This left Hector increasingly apologetic towards Ron, feeling it was rather ungracious to covet the attention meant for him. Moreover, Hector was perplexed as to why Ron increasingly resembled the male protagonist. After all, being a shield was an essential trait of most heroic figures in the early chapters of such narratives. By that logic, did it mean Harry was akin to the female lead, and Malfoy, the antagonistic lover scorned by unrequited affection? This line of thought spiraled further, leaving Hector with an unsettling sense of coherence. He attempted to slip away on a couple of occasions, but the relentless waves of young witches compelled him to return to the steadfast protection of Ron. As for the weakest classes, Hector found them quite engaging. Wednesday evenings were often spent gazing through telescopes at the night sky, supplemented by adventures with the Weasley twins in the restricted section and thrilling escapades in the Forbidden Forest. 3 times a week, they attended herbology classes with the stout Professor Sprout in the greenhouse, learning about the cultivation of peculiar plants and their uses. Neville appeared particularly intrigued, while Hector and his companions were moderately entertained, though it was a refreshing experience. Subjects like history of magic were rather dull, and aside from a fleeting interest in the ghostly professor, Hector found himself resting his head on the desk. Observing Hector dozing, Ron followed suit, cleverly using the excuse that even Dumbledore sleeps to lull the unsteady Harry into slumber, much to Hermione's chagrin as she sat beside Hector. After class, Hermione confronted Hector earnestly, delivering a stern reprimand regarding his disgraceful behavior of sleeping in class. Hector chuckled, diverting her attention by suggesting they meet in the library later, which ultimately allowed him to leave her presence in a relatively cheerful state. Ron regarded Hector with sympathy, resolute in his decision to avoid the library. Muttering to himself that he had long warned Hector to keep his distance from her. He had never anticipated she would be sorted into Gryffindor. He had assumed she would be placed in Ravenclaw. Ron comfortingly patted Hector on the shoulder, and Harry joined in, casting a glance at Hector that bore a touch of sympathy. "It's all right. Hermione is quite nice, albeit a bit rigid," Hector explained, unaware that this only intensified the pity in the eyes of the two beside him. "Come on, you two, it's time for lunch. We have Transfiguration this afternoon. A class taught by our headmaster, so do not be late." Hector dashed out first, and Harry and Ron exchanged glances, sharing a smile before following in his footsteps. Lunch unfolded smoothly, and the afternoon nap was equally serene. Just as Hector began to believe that the afternoon's Transfiguration class would proceed in a delightful and harmonious manner, an unexpected twist was poised to emerge. Hector, Harry, and Ron emerged from the common room just in time, with Ron even feeling that he had ample time to indulge in a brief nap. However, this sentiment quickly faded. As Ron ascended the first flight of stairs, the entire staircase suddenly shifted with a resounding thud, startling Hector, who was on the steps. Despite having been there for quite some time, it was Hector's first experience witnessing the entire staircase in motion, and soon all the stairs within the castle began to rearrange themselves. Standing idle was futile. Hector had already taken off running, with Harry and Ron trailing behind him. Before long, they encountered a series of peculiar doors. The initial doors cooperated, graciously allowing passage, but the subsequent ones proved to be rather unyielding. Unless politely urged to open, they remained obstinately closed. Some doors even rejected entry despite a courteous greeting and a respectful bow, and today Hector and his friends faced not one, but two such obstinate doors. Hector first employed the spell Alohomora to unlock the initial door, and then the second door seemed to draw upon some newfound insight from the first. In any case, Alohomora proved utterly ineffective thereafter. When Ron had resorted to kicking the door in frustration, Hector could no longer contain himself. With a crackling explosion, Hector instructed them to stand back and, without hesitation, unleashed his spell. The door shattered into fragments, revealing that what had stood before them was, in a certain sense, a wall masquerading as a door. "Is this something we are meant to learn in our first year?" Harry appeared both astonished and exhilarated, while Ron shared a similar sentiment, momentarily frozen in place until Hector wriggled back through the opening. "Aren't we supposed to hurry? Do you wish to be caught by Filch? Moreover, we are likely 2 minutes late. If I am not mistaken, we should still be on the 8th floor." At last, Harry and Ron regained their composure and hastily emerged from the passage. Fortunately, no further doors materialized, probably deterred by Hector's earlier display. Throughout their extensive tenure at Hogwarts, they had yet to encounter such an unreasonable first-year student. Why was the Gryffindor Tower located on the 8th floor while the Transfiguration classroom resided on the ground floor? The three of them hurriedly descended the staircase, striving to avoid tumbling down the steps, when Ron began to voice his grievances. His complaints seemed to have an adverse effect. As the staircase began to rearrange itself once again, it appeared that the staircase they occupied had the intention of returning them to the 8th floor. For at the end of this particular staircase, only a flight that ascended awaited them. Well, Hector was no longer merely impatient. He glared at the staircase with gritted teeth, contemplating how many explosions might be necessary for a renovation of these stairs without demolishing Hogwarts in the process. He cast a glance at the distant ground below, estimating that by the time he reached the bottom, Professor McGonagall's wrath would be sufficient to ensure they faced dire consequences. Hector made a rather Gryffindor decision. He leaped directly from the 8th floor, clutching his hefty Transfiguration textbook. Just before reaching the ground, he cast a slowing charm, marking a rather successful attempt, and landed safely. Harry and Ron were taken aback, unable to react as they witnessed Hector's astonishing feat, exchanging bewildered glances. "Is this part of the first-year curriculum?" Harry pondered aloud, to which Ron could only shake his head in confusion. "I don't know," Ron sighed deeply, glancing at the distance from here to the first floor, and then at Hector, who was already greeting them from below, feeling a profound sense of admiration. "However, I do understand why Hector was sorted into Gryffindor. Need any help?" came Hector's voice from the first floor. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. "No. Thank you. Ron and I will take the stairs," Harry called back, peering out. Hector did not pay any heed to the two individuals hastily descending from the 7th floor. He promptly stepped into the classroom. The Transfiguration classroom was devoid of Professor McGonagall's presence, with only a tabby cat perched upon the lectern. Hector recognized Professor McGonagall and dared not act recklessly. Noticing the empty seat beside Hermione, he hurriedly took it. Why are you just now arriving? Where are Harry and the others? Do not let tardiness cost Gryffindor points, Hermione said, her anxiety evident. Her disciplined nature always placed great importance on such honors. A minor mishap. I swear we certainly did not oversleep, Hector quickly explained, catching Hermione's stern gaze. After a considerable time, Harry and Ron rushed into the Transfiguration classroom. The absent-minded Ron was relieved that Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive, believing they were not late after all. However, they soon witnessed the tabby cat transform into the formidable Professor McGonagall. Remarkable, Ron exclaimed. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should turn you or Mr. Potter into a clock. That might prove more beneficial. At least one of you would arrive on time, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, though Harry and Ron felt little warmth from it. We got lost, Harry cautiously explained. Perhaps a map would help? Professor McGonagall paused before responding. I trust you should be able to find your seats without a map. Harry and Ron swiftly returned to their places as Professor McGonagall approached the podium, casting her gaze upon the curious young wizards below, offering a slight smile. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will study at Hogwarts, she stated. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be asked to leave and barred from returning. Consider this a warning. Satisfied with the reactions of the young wizards, Professor McGonagall continued, Transfiguration is an extraordinarily intricate and wondrous discipline. Personally, I believe it to be the most elegant and superior form of magic. Once you master this subject, you will discover many conveniences. With a flick of her wand, she transformed her podium into a pig, which shook itself and grunted, just as it attempted to flee. She reverted it back. In both life and battle, she concluded. All the young wizards were captivated by this display, except for Hector, who had previously witnessed Dumbledore's remarkable feats. At that time, Headmaster Dumbledore had impressed upon Hector the importance of transfiguration, demonstrating a level of skill that profoundly shocked him, effectively opening the door to a new world. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. It turns out that magic can be wielded in such fascinating ways. Nevertheless, the other young wizards were quite astonished, eagerly wishing to learn how to transfigure furniture into any creature imaginable. However, they soon realized that there was much more to learn before they could achieve such feats. McGonagall was delighted to see all the young wizards eager to absorb the intricate and profound knowledge. She swiftly concluded the theoretical portion and handed each of them a matchstick. Now, let us commence with the fundamentals. Please transfigure the matchstick on the table into a needle. The young wizards brandished their wands, eagerly reciting the incantation they had learned. But alas, their efforts yielded little success. Even Hermione could only manage to alter her matchstick slightly, rendering it somewhat glimmering, yet it fell far short of her expectations. Frustrated, she cast a glance at Hector, who had been daydreaming since the theoretical class and was still slacking off at this moment. Irritation bubbled within her as she jabbed Hector sharply and shot him a glare that could only be described as fierce. Hector had no choice but to draw closer, obediently preparing to endure the admonition of the stern know-it-all. It was one thing to arrive late, but to exhibit such a lack of attentiveness in class was entirely unacceptable. If you continue this way, I assure you, I shall not permit you to sit beside me next time. Hermione, observing Hector's lackluster demeanor, appeared distinctly displeased. Hector suddenly perked up. Ever since he conceived the idea of Ahe, the prospect of not being able to sit beside Hermione had become a tangible and formidable threat. I truly listened. Hector observed Hermione's somewhat unfriendly expression and cautiously spoke. Really? Then, Mr. Dumbledore, please transform your matchstick into a needle. Hermione clearly remained skeptical, her gaze fixed on Hector, causing him to feel a slight unease. Nevertheless, transforming a matchstick into a needle was one of the most fundamental transfiguration spells, and Hector, having studied under the esteemed Dumbledore, was certainly not daunted by it. With a mere flick of his wand, Hector transformed a matchstick, its tip gradually morphing from wood into a gleaming silver needle. In no time, a complete and seemingly sharp needle materialized before Hermione's eyes. Satisfied, she nodded and said, "Very well, you have passed this test. However, I hope to see you in the library tonight. Do not repeat the behavior of the past 2 days, when you promised so earnestly yet vanished without a trace. Can you assure me of your presence?" "I assure you," Hector replied. He felt a profound humiliation as he realized that before Hermione, he did not even dare entertain thoughts of resistance. A flicker of defiance ignited within him. But as he glanced at Hermione, engrossed in her book, he could only suppress it. Hector swiftly extinguished that impractical flame. The small Hector within him stamped firmly upon the embers of this thought, adding further weight. This could not be deemed fear. It could only be regarded as respect. Hector reasoned with himself. What an exceptional transfiguration spell, Professor Dumbledore. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, observing the silver needle conjured by Hector, expressed her satisfaction. A remarkable talent. Hector, do keep up the good work. Hector proudly puffed out his chest, for he had swiftly mastered this skill during his first year, and he truly deserved Professor McGonagall's praise. Noticing Hermione's approving gaze, Hector straightened his posture even more. In the library, he idly leaned back in his chair, observing Hermione, who was deeply engrossed in her books, a smile gracing his lips. How lovely she looked. Hector found himself momentarily entranced until Hermione called his name, pulling him back to reality. A faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks as she caught him staring, and she expressed her frustration with his lackadaisical demeanor in the library. Hector, this is a library. We come here to study. What else would you be doing here? Hermione admonished, her disapproval evident as she regarded his nonchalant attitude. Hector obediently straightened his posture, pretentiously lifting the book before him. For goodness sake, could you please take this seriously? The book is upside down. Hermione gazed at Hector, whose thoughts were clearly elsewhere, feeling both amused and exasperated. Hector set down the book and cautiously ventured, in my opinion, the crux of mastering magic lies in practice. He glanced at Hermione's expression. Although it appeared unchanged, her grip on the book had tightened considerably. Hector promptly altered his stance, which is indeed quite significant. How can one engage in practical applications without a solid theoretical foundation? Thus, he diligently turned the book upside down, feigning a keen interest in its contents. Hector perused the books for a while, recalling that he had already read most of their contents during his summer break. What intrigued him now were the forbidden tomes. The study of dark magic was essential. After all, it served as a necessary means for self-cultivation and survival. Not everyone possesses the ability, like Harry, to wield the disarming charm or the killing curse with such ease. The distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed is profound. As for the conventional spells currently at hand, Hector either had already mastered them or could easily grasp their essence with just a glance. Feeling an overwhelming sense of tedium, he propped the book upright and resolved to take a discreet nap to pass the time. Hermione, however, was well aware of Hector's intentions and, having tidied her desk, startled him with a gentle pat, catching him off guard in his attempt to sneak a moment of rest. Hector gazed at the little which who had inexplicably appeared before him, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly lowering his head in a fit of embarrassment. Since you find it difficult to concentrate on your reading, perhaps practicing some spells would suffice. Surely, that would prevent you from dozing off again. Hermione did not dwell on the matter with Hector any longer. Instead, she simply made this suggestion. Hector promptly rose to his feet, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Of course, I know a splendid place, he replied eagerly, making his way out of the library. Hermione, clutching her book, followed closely behind him. As they exited the library and ascended the staircase, the steps graciously accommodated their passage, allowing Hector and Hermione to walk with ease. Hector swiftly led Hermione to the 8th floor, where she regarded him with a look of skepticism. You cannot possibly intend to take me back to the Gryffindor common room, can you? The Gryffindor lounge is located on the 8th floor. Hector offered no reply, merely gesturing mysteriously for her to follow. Hector. Hermione remained rooted to the spot, feeling that he was playing a prank on her. For someone as meticulously organized as Hermione, wasting time was utterly unforgivable. Do not tell me you plan to practice spells in the Gryffindor common room, Hector. Certainly not. Just trust me and follow, he replied. Noticing Hermione's lingering irritation, Hector approached her, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Believe me, it is undoubtedly a most splendid place. With a mix of doubt and intrigue, Hermione chose to follow Hector, moved by the sincerity in his eyes. However, she vowed that if this turned out to be a mere jest, she would never speak to him again. They soon arrived before an enormous tapestry, depicting several trolls engaged in a foolish display. Hector ceased to advance, instead circling the tapestry repeatedly. The corridor was long and deep, and as Hermione surveyed her surroundings, she found no suitable rooms for practicing spells. She became convinced that Hector was merely amusing himself at her expense, and tears began to well in her eyes. Hector paced back and forth in front of the tapestry, silently contemplating his need for a suitable place to practice spells. When he finally came to a halt, Hermione was poised to confront him. Hector, why? She demanded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though she bore a heavy burden of injustice. Hector felt a wave of discomfort under her sorrowful and indignant gaze, and he gestured towards something behind her. Look behind you, Hermione. Upon turning, Hermione beheld a door slowly materializing from the wall. Hector quickly took her hand and led her toward the door, pushing it open to reveal a spacious room, at the center of which stood a training dummy. "See? I wasn't deceiving you," Hector said, gently wiping her tears with one hand while still holding her hand with the other, reluctant to let go. However, Hermione abruptly shook off his grip and shot him a fierce glare, one that lacked true menace, yet it caused Hector's heart to race nonetheless. Hector retrieved a chocolate frog from within his robes, a delightful gift bestowed upon him by Abe Forth just before his departure, now proving to be quite fortuitous. Hector unwrapped the packaging of the chocolate frog, and a brown chocolate frog leapt from the box, landing perfectly in his hand. He extended the chocolate frog towards Hermione. With open hands, Hermione received the frog, which then hopped from Hector's grasp to hers. "My grandfather once said that indulging in a chocolate frog could significantly uplift one's spirits." With a flick of his wand, Hector cleared away the debris, clapped his hands, and rose to his feet. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Welcome to the House of Wishes. Hermione soon stood as well. The traces of tears still evident on her face, yet her smile radiated joy. She wiped away the remnants of her sorrow. Observing Hector's mischievous grin nearby left her feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Hermione drew her wand from her robe, striking a mock-serious pose for a duel. "Since you have witnessed my tears, it is imperative that you do not remain unscathed." Hermione maintained a stern visage, feigning seriousness. "Let us duel. Only one of us shall emerge from here." Hector brandished his wand, striking a pose he deemed remarkably cool. "Come on, show me your prowess." Hector initially believed he was engaging in a distant magical duel. However, he was taken aback when Hermione charged at him, wand in hand. What transpired next resembled not so much a duel, but rather Hermione unleashing the remnants of her pent-up frustration upon Hector, who, for his part, refrained from retaliating, primarily out of trepidation. Moreover, Hector mused that a small girl-as strikes would hardly inflict pain. This arrangement, which spared him from suffering while simultaneously fostering their bond, seemed rather appealing. Before long, Hermione's ire dissipated. She adjusted her collar and tidied her tousled hair, quickly reverting to her characteristic haughty demeanor. Hector endured a beating and was about to feign misery to elicit sympathy. To his surprise, Hermione appeared utterly indifferent to his antics, immediately demanding that Hector commence her instruction in spells. "So, which spell shall we practice today?" she inquired. He recalled an intriguing incantation from their lessons, one that seemed to elude him. Observing Hermione's earnest demeanor, Hector felt a surge of despair. It was hardly the proper use of a creature. One should not wield a heavy stick without offering a sweet reward. Despite his thoughts, Hector dutifully answered Hermione's queries with sincerity. When the two emerged from the room of requirement, mealtime had long since passed. Hector suggested that Hermione return to the Gryffindor common room while he proceeded to the kitchen to procure some food. Once she departed, he gazed at the lengthy staircase and found himself contemplating the convenience of a free fall instead. Hector returned swiftly, much to Hermione's surprise. It was only when she noticed he was carrying 2 full platters of food that she became acutely aware of her own hunger. The 2 large platters were soon devoured, and Hermione, satisfied, wiped her mouth, finding Hector to be increasingly pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, Hector was contentedly patting his round belly, reclining on the sofa without a care for appearances. "Thank you for today. Your advice was invaluable," Hermione said earnestly as she rose to her feet. She had indeed witnessed Hector's remarkable talent for spells and his profound theoretical knowledge, responding flawlessly even to her most intricate queries. Even spells he hadn't mastered could be learned and perfected at a bewildering speed that left Hermione in awe. Strangely, when the topic of the Lumos spell arose, Hector's well-concealed discomfort did not escape the perceptive little witch. His abrupt denial of knowledge regarding the spell and the evasive glint in his eyes gave Hermione pause. Today, she realized that there existed individuals even more formidable than herself, a revelation that neither discouraged her nor diminished her resolve. Rather, it motivated her to strive harder. Thus, she resolved to return to her dormitory to study a while longer, determined to keep pace with Hector. "Don't mention it. Make sure to rest early," Hector replied, feeling rather fatigued after spending the afternoon explaining spells to Hermione, which had proven quite exhausting. All he desired now was a good night's sleep. "By the way, don't be late for potions class tomorrow. I've heard Professor Snape is not one to be trifled with," Hermione cautioned as she watched Hector head toward the boys' tower. "Rest assured." Hector waved his hand. "See you tomorrow." With that, he vanished into the boys' dormitory. "See you tomorrow," Hermione murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. and only after Hector's figure had disappeared did she skip her way back to the girls' dormitory. The following day brought potions class, scheduled for Friday. This lesson transformed what had once been Hector's favorite day of the week into the most dreaded one. They were to attend class in the coldest classroom in all of Hogwarts, alongside the unfriendly Slytherin students, under the tutelage of Professor Snape, who was known for his particularly chilly demeanor. Only Professor Binns, a ghost, could rival him in that regard. During breakfast, Ron, while sipping his porridge, described Snape to Harry, stating, "Snape is the head of Slytherin House, and Fred and George say he favors his own students. We'll find out if that's true today." Harry recalled the greasy-haired teacher who had once caused his scar to ache, a memory that lingered ominously in his mind. Every morning, a steadfast owl delivers messages to the students. Harry was astonished to see a note tied to Hedwig's leg as she gracefully fluttered down between the jam and sugar jars. Hastily, Harry removed the note and glanced at it. "Ron, Hector, Hagrid has invited me to his hut for a visit. Would you care to join me?" Ron nodded, while Hector, eager to take a break from the recent spell-casting lessons with the ever-enthusiastic Hermione, readily accepted Harry's invitation. "May I bring someone along?" Hector inquired politely, well aware of Ron's usual reservations regarding Hermione, which had also influenced Harry's feelings towards her. Hermione, perhaps? Harry hesitated, but, recalling Hector's generous sharing of his transfiguration essay the previous night, he acquiesced. After finishing their breakfast, they made their way to the basement, where the potions classroom was located. The potions classroom felt significantly colder than the main castle, with glass jars lining the walls, each containing various preserved animal specimens, many of which Hector could not identify. The room was filled with long tables, each adorned with an array of cauldrons. As was customary, Hermione reserved a seat for her study companions, and Hector promptly rushed over to sit beside her. Before long, a tall figure entered, precisely on time, as he pushed open the door. Snape, clad entirely in black, including his deep, hollow eyes, entered with an expressionless demeanor that seemed unlikely to change. This cold aura enveloped him entirely. He surveyed the classroom, quickly locking eyes with Harry, who was staring back. "Ah, yes, Harry Potter, the illustrious figure," he remarked in a voice barely above a whisper. Malfoy and his two cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands, while Hector had already lowered his head, attempting to evade Snape's gaze. "Of course, fate had other plans," Snape continued. "I nearly forgot. There's also a Dumbledore." His dark eyes turned toward Hector. "Gryffindor truly seems to be brimming with talent this year." Hector dared not raise his gaze, keeping his head lowered to avoid any eye contact with those cold, emotionless eyes. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." His voice resonated deeply, though not loudly, yet every individual could hear him distinctly. The entire classroom was enveloped by Snape's imposing presence, rendering everyone almost breathless. "I do not wish to see anyone foolishly waving their wands, reciting inconsequential incantations." Snape paused momentarily. "Of course, I do not expect many of you to grasp the profound, wondrous, and meticulous art of potion creation. For the few exceptional individuals among you, I can impart the knowledge of mastering the liquid that courses through human veins, of harnessing the enchanting magic that captivates the heart and bewilders the will. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, forge glory, and even stave off death." Snape concluded his brief introduction, leaving the classroom in an eerie silence, creating a moment of suspense. "Potter," Snape suddenly inquired, "what do I obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry was utterly bewildered by the question, confused about the root and the herb, and Ron, beside him, looked equally lost, unable to offer any useful hints. Beside Hector, Hermione raised her hand high, yet Snape seemed oblivious to her presence, dismissively curling his lip. His gaze fixed solely on Harry. "It appears that fame does not equate to worth." He continued, "Let us attempt this once more, Potter. If I were to instruct you to procure a piece of Dunkstone, where would you seek it?" "I do not know, sir." "Then, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane?" Hermione, with her hand still elevated, was on the verge of rising from her seat, causing Hector, who was attempting to minimize his presence beside her, to feel quite uncomfortable. "I do not know, sir," Harry murmured, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not inquire of her?" This remark startled Hector, and he felt as though the temperature in the classroom had dropped several degrees. "Very well. I trust you have not perused any books prior to the commencement of the term." Snape's voice lowered, barely above a whisper. "Now, Mr. Dumbledore, might you address my inquiry?" Snape ceased his interrogation of Harry, turning his attention to Hector, who was silently fixated on his own fingers. Hector reluctantly rose to his feet, bewildered by the animosity directed at Harry. It seemed rather unfounded that such resentment could be attributed to Harry's striking resemblance to Snape's long-standing rival, James Potter. Surely, it was absurd to suggest that Hector bore any likeness to James Potter. Otherwise, he would be voicing discontent towards old Dumbledore as well. Hector resolved to seize an opportunity to expose Snape's malevolence before his grandfather. By combining daffodil root powder and mugwort, one could concoct the elixir of life, a potent soporific. The excrement stone, extracted from the stomach of a goat, possesses remarkable detoxifying properties. As for the wolf's bane and the boat-shaped aconite, collectively known as aconite, they represent the same plant, though Hector harbored little interest in potions. The formidable reputation of Snape compelled him to preview the potion course content during his spare moments of practicing spells and transfiguration, while his knowledge was indeed adequate. It was clear that mere familiarity with the text would not suffice. Snape regarded Hector with an impassive expression, inquiring, "Why not commit these details to memory? Or have you all already done so?" The young wizards promptly lowered their heads, hurriedly jotting down the discussed points. As the classroom filled with the sounds of quills scratching against parchment. "Hector, congratulations, at least you have proven that you are not a fool," Snape's voice echoed ominously. "Gryffindor gains 1 point. Before the Gryffindor Lions could revel in their moment of triumph, Snape continued in his frosty tone, "As for Potter, due to your insubordination, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Subsequently, Snape divided them into pairs, announcing that today's lesson would involve concocting a simple potion to treat scabies, which, in Snape's words, was a potion so elementary that even muggles could prepare it. Indeed, it was quite simple. However, Snape perpetually roamed the classroom, occasionally halting behind a fortunate student to bestow upon them a chilling debuff. The young wizard under Snape's scrutinizing gaze invariably fell prey to minor blunders, subsequently enduring a barrage of icy sarcasm. "With the way you measure dry nettle, I could pinpoint 18 faults." Snape seemed particularly inclined to critique Harry, his frequent admonishments evoking a sense of sympathy from Hector. "Potter, when I instruct you to crush the snake's fangs, do you not comprehend? I believe it is unnecessary to retain such intact fangs." As Harry braced himself against Snape's relentless tirade, Neville, seated nearby, inadvertently burned through his cauldron. In an attempt to salvage the situation, his partner Seamus, upon witnessing him draw his wand, Hector swiftly pulled Hermione beneath the table for safety. With a resounding bang, the searing cauldron exploded, casting a scalding potion in all directions, with Snape standing adjacent to Harry bearing the brunt of the chaos. Hector swore he had never observed Snape react with such swiftness. In nearly the same instant the cauldron detonated, he had drawn his wand to conjure a protective shield, with only a few drops splattering onto his robes. "Idiot!" Snape erupted in fury, waving his wand to clear the potions from the desk. He observed a multitude of young wizards afflicted, their skin rapidly developing sores from the potion's contact. As for the instigators, both bore swollen, red welts upon their faces. "Did I not expressly forbid the use of your foolish wand and ludicrous incantations?" Snape glared at Seymour. "And you? Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before introducing the hedgehog quills?" He commanded, "Take them to the infirmary above." His gaze fixed sternly upon the unscathed Hector and Hermione. "Just the two of them will suffice." Hector rose to her feet, with Hermione trailing closely behind. They each supported one another as they ascended the staircase, hastening towards the exit. Even as they approached the door, Hector could still hear Snape's furious voice echoing, "Potter, why did you not advise him against joining the Porcupine's Quill? Do you believe that his mistakes will somehow elevate your standing? Gryffindor has lost an additional 5 points because of you." Hector could clearly see that Hermione's face was flushed with anger, while Neville and Seamus dared not lift their heads, silently trudging along. Why was Snape so relentlessly antagonistic towards Harry? It seemed terribly unjust. Hermione was utterly perplexed by Snape's behavior, and Hector found himself at a loss to explain. How could he articulate that Snape had harbored an unrequited affection for Harry's mother all these years, and that Harry, by some cruel twist of fate, bore an uncanny resemblance to his rival? Had Harry resembled Lily, perhaps the narrative would have unfolded with Snape single-handedly confronting Voldemort. Who could say? Breathing in the fresh air felt invigorating. Stepping out of the subterranean classroom, Hector inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Life was indeed splendid. If only it didn't involve potions class. Hermione and Hector emerged from the infirmary side by side, both devoid of any intention to return to the classroom and endure further torment. So where to next? Hector glanced back at Hermione, who appeared lost in thought. Her head bowed. "Oh, of course, to the library," she replied, regaining her focus and looking at Hector. Would you like to join me? Please, Hermione, it's Friday. You ought to grant yourself a moment of respite. Sitting continuously won't tea help you grow, Hector remarked, somewhat exasperated by the studious young witch. By the way, Hagrid invited me to his hut for a visit. Would you care to join? It would be a pleasant opportunity to enjoy some fresh air. Hector discerned Hermione's hesitation and subsequently approached her from behind, gently urging the young witch toward the exit of Hogwarts. Come on, let us go, he encouraged. Hermione acquiesced to Hector's request, albeit with a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding his insistence. In retaliation, she playfully punched him on the back with her small fist, only relenting when Hector begged for mercy. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she began to skip ahead, with Hector trotting closely behind her, observing her lively figure. Hector felt his own mood brighten considerably. The corridors of Hogwarts were desolate, unoccupied save for the two youthful figures darting about in spirited pursuit of one another. It was not until they had ventured far that Professor Dumbledore emerged from behind a pillar, cradling a small jar filled with lemon drops. A broad smile adorned his face as he watched the vibrant silhouettes of the two young ones fade into the distance. He took a lemon drop from the jar and popped it into his mouth. What a splendid representation of youth! With his cherished jar in hand, he strolled in the opposite direction of the duo. The weather was exceptionally bright, with not a cloud in sight. Hermione and Hector inhaled the fresh air deeply, the scent of trees mingling with the aroma of moist earth, creating an atmosphere of relaxation and comfort. It's beneficial to take a stroll. One cannot simply remain cooped up in the library, Hector remarked, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously manicured lawn and the verdant forest not far off. His spirits lifted. The discomfort caused by Snape's earlier reprimand dissipated entirely. He led Hermione to a patch of grass beside the Black Lake, conjuring a large carpet from a leaf and settling down upon it. From a small pocket, enchanted with the stretching spell, he produced some bread and a few chocolate frogs, arranging them neatly on the carpet. Aren't we supposed to visit Hagrid's hut? Hermione inquired. There's no rush. We have ample time, Hector replied, gazing at the Black Lake and relishing the gentle breeze caressing his face, feeling that nothing in the world could surpass this moment of tranquility. Hermione joined him on the carpet, savoring this rare and beautiful respite amidst her otherwise hurried life. You don't understand, Hector. Wizards of Muggle descent, unlike those from wizarding families, have not been exposed to magic from a young age. To find our footing here, we must exert far greater effort. As she observed the wind stirring ripples across the lake's surface, her tone bore an unexpected maturity for her age. I'll share a secret with you, Hermione. Hector reclined on the carpet, gazing up at the azure sky. My father was a squib and my mother was a muggle. They passed away when I was very young. My father separated from my grandfather when he was just a child. Like my father, I have wandered for much of my life. He drifted to Paris, while I found my way back to London by some twist of fate. Only last year did I finally discover a place I could call home. Hector reflected with a tinge of nostalgia. The experiences of the former host were nothing short of legendary. Had it been in his previous life, he would likely have perished from hunger on the streets of Paris. Like you, I have only just begun to explore this entirely new world. At that moment, Hector locked eyes with Hermione and smiled reassuringly. Relax, he said. You must understand that even the first-year students from wizarding families, compared to you, merely have the advantage of having been aware of magic beforehand. Beyond that, their advantages are quite minimal. With a serious demeanor, Hector continued, to be candid, you are truly among the most gifted young witches I have ever encountered. Hermione appeared somewhat skeptical. Do not doubt it. Just consider Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys. They belong to the so-called pure-blood families, which are regarded as highly esteemed. Yet, the primary distinction between them and trolls is merely their lack of girth. Although the physique of his two companions is rather comparable to that of trolls, a smile brightened Hermione's face, and she seemed considerably more at ease than before. Her previously furrowed brow now entirely relaxed. So, treat yourself kindly, Hermione, Hector urged as he sat up, gazing at the tranquil Black Lake and the undulating mountains beyond it. The two remained silent for a while, the wind weaving through the mountains carrying a refreshing essence that tenderly caressed their faces. The sun lazily draped its golden rays upon the earth, and the breeze, touched by the radiance of the sun, bore a hint of warmth. The once calm Black Lake shimmered under the caress of the wind, creating a captivating sight. Hector glanced at the girl beside him, who was also gazing into the distance, and found her equally enchanting. Hector suddenly felt that this was indeed the most exquisite experience in the world. Being with you is so effortless. Hermione gazed into the distance. Sunlight dancing upon her face, she squinted her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps this is the essence of companionship. Hermione glanced at the reclining Hector. Isn't that so, my friend? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I believed we had already reached that understanding. Hector rose to his feet and extended his hand towards Hermione, who hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture. Hector assisted Hermione in rising from the ground, subsequently tidying away the unfinished snacks. Let us go meet Hagrid, he suggested. Hector promptly released Hermione's hand, guiding her toward the small hut at the edge of the forbidden forest. Upon knocking on Hagrid's door, they were greeted by Harry, who appeared slightly disheartened. I thought you weren't coming, he remarked, though he still courteously exchanged pleasantries with both Hector and Hermione. Oh, Mr. Dumbledore, and Hagrid hesitated, uncertain how to address Hermione. Hector interjected, she is Hermione Granger. Ah, greetings, Miss Granger. Make yourself at home, Hagrid exclaimed, hastily pouring 2 cups of steaming water and filling a plate with several rock cakes. Inside Hagrid's modest wooden abode, which comprised a single room, the ceiling was adorned with smoked hams and wild fowl, while a copper kettle simmered over an open flame. The spacious room featured an oversized sofa in the living area, upon which Ron and his large dog named Fong were seated. In one corner stood a grand bed, its patched bedding appearing somewhat diminutive for the frame. As for the carpet, Hector's eyes widened in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, it seemed to be woven from unicorn hair. Its unkempt appearance suggested that Hagrid did not particularly care for the rug. It truly exuded an air of opulence that was almost vexing. To alleviate his astonishment, Hector picked up a rock cake to sample, only to notice from the corner of his eye that Harry and Ron were exchanging significant glances. Ron dramatically pointed to his own teeth and then to the cake. Cautiously, Hector took a tentative bite, only to discover that the rock cake was indeed as hard as its name implied. While Hector was momentarily distracted, he stealthily placed a cookie that left no trace of his bite onto the plate, earning him a collective roll of the eyes from the 3 individuals present. Hector cast a softening spell and then picked up the cookie again to give it another try. It felt much improved, aside from being a tad too sweet. It was quite delectable. Hagrid gestured for the 2 of them to give it a try as well. Harry and Ron sampled a piece, quickly reaching for another. I'm delighted you enjoyed it, Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together as he settled beside them, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. If you like it, feel free to take more. Not many people appreciate my rock cakes. As time passed, Hagrid chattered incessantly about various trivialities concerning Hogwarts. When he mentioned Filch, his old mate, both Ron and Harry found amusement, while Hermione held a slight reservation. However, under Hagrid's subtle prompting, she refrained from openly contradicting him. Harry and Hagrid shared a humorous exchange about Snape, the old bat, and the mischief he had inflicted upon Harry during class, rising to their feet in excitement as they spoke. At that moment, Harry felt not merely disliked by Snape, but rather loathed. Nonsense, exclaimed Hagrid. Why would he harbor such hatred for you? Hagrid's gaze was evidently evasive. He had never been adept at weaving falsehoods, nor would he ever be. Hector was indeed aware of the matter, yet he had no intention of divulging it, for it was a secret belonging to Snape. Should Snape discover that Hector had confided in Harry, Hector would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise over dinner. The reputation of a potion master was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Hagrid skillfully shifted the conversation, inquiring about Ron's brother. How is Charlie doing? I have a fondness for him. He has a remarkable way with animals. Harry, filled with skepticism, settled back in his seat as Ron replied. He is currently in Romania studying dragons. Hagrid's eyes lit up with evident enthusiasm. He had always held a particular fascination for those charming creatures he referred to as dragons. He began to pose detailed questions to Ron regarding Charlie's endeavors. Meanwhile, Harry discovered a note tucked beneath the teapot. He examined it closely before passing it to Hector. Hector glanced at the headline that read, Latest Report on the Gringotts Break-In Incident. Hagrid, Harry exclaimed, the day of the Gringotts break-in coincided with my birthday. It is quite possible that we were there at the same time. This time, Hagrid dared not meet Harry's gaze. He merely muttered a response and silently handed Harry a fresh rock cake. Harry accepted the cake from Hagrid's hand and resumed reading the note Hector had placed on the table. The underground vault that had been breached had actually been emptied earlier that very day. This led him to ponder the filthy little bag. Could it be that which the intruder sought? While lost in thought, he instinctively took a hearty bite of the unsoftened rock cake. Ouch! Harry cried out in pain. Observing Harry clutching his mouth, not just Hector, but everyone in the hut erupted into joyous laughter. An afternoon of camaraderie had successfully strengthened the bond between Harry, Ron, and Hermione, to the extent that even Ron began to concede that Hermione was not such a dreadful person after all. It was a rare occurrence to hear such words from Ron, who had previously referred to Hermione as a nightmare. However, Harry's confusion remained unresolved after he posed his question. Hagrid simply sat quietly in the corner, beaming at the four engaged in lively conversation, deliberately avoiding Harry's gaze whenever it met his. With a heart full of unanswered questions and rock cake, Harry departed from Hagrid's hut, hastening back to the castle with Hector before darkness enveloped the sky. Harry and Ron returned first to the Gryffindor common room, while Hector was dragged by Hermione towards the library. The library visit was merely a pretext once they were gone. Hermione immediately whisked Hector away to the room of requirement. Hector truly yearned to indulge in a leisurely and delightful Friday evening. Even though he had to prepare for the arrival of the marinated egg, it certainly should not occur on a Friday night. We have squandered a considerable amount of time. And Hermione, observing Hector's incredulous expression, amended her statement. Well, it cannot be said that it was a waste, but today's lessons remain uncompleted. Hermione has always been quite strict with herself, and she hoped Hector would be the same, especially since he was her only true friend at present. This afternoon, Harry and Ron could merely be classified as acquaintances, not yet having reached the threshold of friendship. Hector furrowed his brow, adopting a pitiable expression, however. Hermione remained unmoved by his theatrics. The relentless assistant was once again in action. Only just before curfew did Hermione manage to fulfill her meticulously devised study plan, allowing Hector to drag his weary body back to the common room. The subsequent weekend, Hector found himself, almost immediately upon waking, being pulled by Hermione, who had been eagerly awaiting him in the common room, to the library. Later that afternoon, at Hector's suggestion, they ventured out for a stroll, only to be drawn back to the room of requirement in the evening, where they either practiced spells or brewed potions. Hector was compelled to cultivate self-discipline. While the acquisition of potion ingredients inflicted both psychological distress and financial strain upon him, visually it was a severe descent into madness, and the costs were exorbitantly high. Hector gazed at his increasingly emaciated wallet, having nearly depleted the pocket money he had squandered over the past 6 months within a mere month. Hermione, too, found herself in a similarly dire predicament, upon realizing that their combined finances were insufficient to sustain their expenditures. She decisively halted their potions practice and shifted her focus to the study of transfiguration. While their financial situation improved somewhat, the toll on their spirits doubled. Hector has now taken to perusing history books in the library, a pursuit he refers to as chasing updates. Each day, he indulges in a bit of reading, akin to the enjoyment of a novel. While it may not be particularly enthralling, it serves well to pass the time. Having mastered most domestic and healing spells, he feels he has reached the pinnacle of his magical education, save for the elusive dark arts and the unintelligible runes. He sought the counsel of Professor Dumbledore and even penned a letter to Aberforth, both, in a rare display of consensus, advised Hector that it was not yet time for him to advance further in his studies. They suggested he return to Professor Dumbledore in his 2nd or 3rd year. Such enigmatic figures, they harbor their secrets well. Time flows swiftly, and Hogwarts enjoys an unusual tranquility. Aside from Draco Malfoy's daily discomfort in seeking out Harry, little else seems to transpire. As Malfoy has consistently kept his distance from Hector, the latter finds this arrangement quite satisfactory. However, one day, a large notice was affixed to the Gryffindor common room, announcing that on Thursday, Gryffindor would partake in their very first flying lesson alongside Slytherin. In recent days, Hector has been inundated with the boastful proclamations of various young wizards, which can be succinctly summarized as effortlessly evading Muggle helicopters and narrowly avoiding collisions with hang gliders. They speak of high-difficulty maneuvers as though they are but trifles, dismissing the regulation that first years cannot join the team as utterly ludicrous. According to their grandiloquent assertions, the majority of their childhood was spent soaring on broomsticks. Consequently, it is inevitable that Muggle football is drawn into comparisons with Quidditch, leading to a spirited argument between Ron and Dean Thomas on the subject. While Hector harbors a keen interest in the prospect of one day taking flight, he finds the incessantly repeated tales quite tiresome. Yet, such stories seem to pervade every corner these days. Thus, it is rather unusual for Hector to take the initiative to seek refuge in the room of requirement. The much-anticipated Thursday soon arrived. Hector was in a state of poor rest, his listlessness standing in stark contrast to the spirited demeanor of the other young wizards. Hermione quickly noticed Hector's unusual condition and thoughtfully brought him a cup of pumpkin juice to warm him up. Hector smiled at Hermione, having cast a silencing charm upon himself to shield against the increasingly fervent discussions surrounding the flying lesson. He contentedly savored his breakfast. And just as his spirits lifted in anticipation of relishing his pumpkin juice, Malfoy's hand abruptly reached out, knocking over Hector's pumpkin juice while snatching Neville's memory ball. Hector rose abruptly, removing his earplugs that had been muffling the incantation, and fixed his gaze intently upon Malfoy. Hermione tugged at his sleeve, but Hector offered no response. Malfoy, oblivious to Hector's piercing stare, was toying with the memory ball he had just seized from Neville, casting a taunting glance at Harry and Ron. However, he soon became aware of an unusual silence enveloping the surroundings. It was at that moment he noticed Hector standing beside him, his eyes ablaze with a fury that Malfoy had never witnessed before. Provoking someone who has not fully awakened is an unwise endeavor, particularly when that individual draws their wand. Harry and Ron sprang into action, as if they had been anticipating this moment for an eternity. Malfoy's lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, inched closer, though their leader harbored evident doubts about continuing the confrontation. Yet, out of pride, Malfoy remained unwilling to concede to Hector, especially under Harry's watchful gaze. Tension mounted, and the Great Hall fell into a profound silence. Hector had caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall descending from the staff table, yet he did not wish to allow Malfoy to escape so easily. He raised his wand and silently cast the Tarantaligra charm. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Hector merely pointed his wand at Malfoy, who then began to dance uncontrollably in the center of the Great Hall, performing a comical jig. The hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into raucous laughter. Harry and Ron were utterly bewildered, while Crabbe and Goyle seemed equally perplexed. Goyle even foolishly attempted to mimic his leader's movements, offering his own clumsy rendition of the dance. Professor McGonagall arrived almost instantaneously, her expression a mixture of anger and astonishment. Naturally, Malfoy ceased his antics the moment she arrived, hastily tossing the memory ball onto the table, his face a mask of indignation and fury. "My father will hear of this." Malfoy spat, his tone venomous, before storming out of the hall, closely followed by his two lackeys. "Hector." Professor McGonagall's displeasure was palpable. "Could you kindly elucidate your motives behind such actions?" "He spilled my pumpkin juice and snatched Neville's memory ball," Hector retorted. "That does not justify your use of dark magic against a fellow student." McGonagall's voice rose in anger. "Professor McGonagall, I didn't hear Hector recite any incantation. Perhaps it was someone else who cast it?" Harry interjected, attempting to defend Hector. "That was a silent spell, Mr. Potter, an exceptionally well-executed one, I must say." Professor McGonagall clarified. Professors Flitwick and Snape approached Hector simultaneously, casting their gazes upon him. Flitwick's eyes sparkled with admiration, as though he beheld a rare treasure, while Snape's expression was icy, laced with evident disdain. "Mr. Dumbledore, you have assaulted, or rather, humiliated my student in a very public setting." Snape's voice was calm yet frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Mr. Dumbledore, it appears you have learned many foolish things from your friends," he continued. 20 points deducted, 2 weeks of detention. What say you, Professor McGonagall?" With a stern visage, McGonagall nodded in agreement. Before Snape could elaborate further, the diminutive Professor Flitwick interjected. "These 2 weeks of detention will be served under my supervision." He suddenly positioned himself in front of Hector, akin to how he would shield a student of Ravenclaw, with Professor McGonagall standing beside him. Snape cast a glance at Flitwick and McGonagall, nodded curtly, shot a cold look at Hector, and then turned away, leaving the Great Hall. Once Snape's figure had completely vanished from the hall, Professor Flitwick eagerly broke the silence, appearing exceedingly exhilarated. "In my lifetime, I have never witnessed a first-year capable of executing such a flawless silent spell. It was exquisite, for someone who was nearly obsessed with charms." His gaze upon Hector resembled that of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece, causing Hector to feel quite uncomfortable. "I have a few matters to attend to. I leave this to you, Minerva." Professor Flitwick gazed at Hector with a hint of reluctance, politely bidding farewell to McGonagall before making his way towards the exit. "Oh, do not forget to come to my office tomorrow evening to fulfill your detention." Flitwick turned back before exiting the Great Hall to convey this to Hector. Once assured that he had forgotten nothing, he exited with brisk steps, quickly disappearing through the grand doors. "Enough of this, enjoy your breakfast and hurry off to class." Professor McGonagall instructed the small wizards who were keen on spectating, then turned her attention to Hector. "I trust one need not invite you to take a seat, Mr. Dumbledore." Hector settled down as Hermione handed him a fresh cup of pumpkin juice. "It's all right," she reassured him, her demeanor remarkably calm despite her usual emphasis on grades. "This is not entirely your fault. I will help you regain it." Meanwhile, Harry and Ron leaned against Hector's shoulders, their eyes brimming with admiration. "That was so impressive. Please remember to teach me that move." Harry exclaimed eagerly, and Ron nodded in agreement. Hector's mood remained rather dismal, and he offered a perfunctory nod as Harry and Ron wisely returned to their original positions. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the young wizards with flying lessons surged out of the classroom and into the outdoor arena. In stark contrast to Hector's spirits, the weather today was splendid. The clear sky, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, presented an ideal day for soaring on broomsticks. The flying lesson was held on an expansive field, a well-manicured lawn not far from the forbidden forest. Neatly arranged on the grass were 2 rows of approximately 20 flying broomsticks. These broomsticks appeared rather antiquated. Harry and Hector had heard Fred and George mention that the school's broomsticks were so outdated that they frequently malfunctioned. Some broomsticks would tremble when they flew too high, as if resisting the lofty heights. A couple leaned severely to the left, and without proper control, they would send their riders spinning in the air. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards for ascending into the skies. They gathered around the broomsticks, inspecting these relics that seemed to belong to a bygone era. At that moment, Madame Hooch arrived, her short gray hair framing a face with sharp, eagle-like eyes that glimmered with a fierce golden hue. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch's voice was stern, and everyone stood beside a broomstick. "Hurry. Time is of the essence." Each student quickly selected a broom, with minimal deliberation, as all the antiquated models appeared similarly worn and dilapidated. Take Hector's broom, for instance. It was tattered and old. The bristles at the end clearly had not been trimmed in ages, sprouting new branches that rendered it aerodynamically unfit. Extending his right hand above the broom, Madame Hooch instructed, "Now, say up." Up. Everyone shouted, and Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, while Ron and Hermione's broomsticks merely shuddered on the ground. Unfortunately for Hector, he was met with the same fate as Neville. Both of their broomsticks seemed to disregard their eager calls, remaining stubbornly still. Up. Hector's voice was more earnest this time, yet the broom still showed him no mercy, as if it had firmly rooted itself to the ground. Hector was filled with skepticism, pondering whether someone intended to play a trick on him. It seemed implausible. As the protagonist endowed with the extraordinary talents of the Dumbledore lineage, subduing a broomstick as a steed should have been an effortless endeavor. Even if he did not possess the same prowess as Harry, he certainly should not have found himself on par with Neville, the late blooming sword master, and early stage mute. He kicked the broom, contemplating whether it was either firmly affixed or ensnared by some enchantment binding it to the ground. However, to his dismay, the broom performed an audacious flip, exuding an air of innocence. Hector harbored some cunning thoughts. "Mr. Dumbledore, it would be more prudent to allow the broom to soar into your hand rather than to nudge it with your foot." Ms. Hawk, however, remained exceedingly strict. She promptly unmasked Hector's attempts to feign competence. Hector reluctantly placed the broom back on the ground. Subsequently, Ms. Witchy demonstrated to the young wizard how to mount the broom without falling off. She walked back and forth among the group, correcting the young wizard's hand positions, until she noticed Hector, who was still shouting from the sidelines. Harry and Ron, each holding a broom, approached with a sense of mischief, which piqued Hermione's curiosity as she cast a glance their way. However, something was amiss. Hector crouched down, meticulously examining his broom. Yet he failed to identify any issues that this broom should possess. Hector, somewhat skeptical, turned to Harry, who was merely observing the spectacle, and said, "Why don't you give this a try?" Obediently, Harry placed his broomstick on the ground and extended his hand above Hector's broom. "Rise." Hector's broom leapt into Harry's grasp, while Harry's own broom remained stubbornly rooted to the spot. Ron and Harry erupted into laughter, leaving only Hector, staring incredulously at his obstinate broom. Miss Hooch circled back, her surprise evident as she noticed that Hector had yet to summon his broom successfully. It was worth noting that even Neville, usually the last to succeed, had managed to coax his broom into his hands, albeit reluctantly. Why does Hector's broom appear to so vehemently reject him? Well, Professor Dumbledore, if it truly comes to that, you may as well simply seize it. We are about to practice how to make the broom carry you aloft. Miss Hooch, observing Hector's lack of progress, reluctantly made a concession. Not only the little snakes but also the nearby young lions erupted in rather unkind laughter, with the laughter of Malfoy and Harry and Ron being particularly pronounced. Hector gloomily picked up the broom, glaring fiercely at the battered implement in his hands, feeling that today was indeed a dismal affair. "All right, when I whistle, you shall kick your legs vigorously to leave the ground," Ms. Hawk instructed. "Grip the broom firmly. Ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. Before Ms. Hawk could blow her whistle, Neville shot off into the air. He appeared excessively anxious, fearing being left behind, and propelled himself off the ground with undue haste before the signal was given. "Come back, child," Ms. Hawk cried, but Neville seemed unable to control the broom, ascending higher and higher, 10 feet, 20 feet. He was too frightened to look down, gasping for breath as he pressed his body against the broom, entirely forgetting that this blatantly violated the proper riding posture Ms. Hawk had taught. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Unsurprisingly, Neville soon slipped from the broom. With a loud thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he landed in a patch of grass. As for the broom hovering in the air, it ascended further, drifting towards an unknown part of the forbidden forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Neville's descent was alarmingly swift, although Hector was also mounted on a broom. He hurriedly unfastened the buttons of his outer garment at the moment Neville shot upwards, mindful to prevent his wand from tumbling out of his pocket during the flying lesson. To safeguard against the cold winds while flying, Hector had donned several layers of clothing, believing that his flying abilities, while perhaps not as remarkable as Harry's, would at least be on par with Ron's. By the time Hector retrieved his wand, Neville was already perilously close to the ground. All Hector could do was hope to mitigate Neville's fall, nothing more. Ms. Hawk rushed over, bending down to examine Neville, both of their faces pale as a ghost. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured softly. "It's all right, child, get up." Ms. Hawk turned to address the rest of the class. "I will take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. Return the flying brooms to their places, or before you can utter Quidditch, you'll find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Come along, dear." Ms. Hawk issued a warning to the restless young wizards before assisting the limping Neville, whose face was streaked with tears, as they made their way toward Hogwarts. The two figures soon disappeared from the sight of the young wizards, after which Hector heard Malfoy's mocking laughter. It seemed he had finally emerged from the embarrassment of the morning. Moreover, his hostility towards Hector has become increasingly evident, no longer exhibiting the restraint he initially displayed upon encountering him. Having received a response from his father at noon, Malfoy now, bolstered by his father's support, has reverted to his original demeanor, one that dismisses others as mere insignificant beings, viewing Dumbledore as nothing more than a mere charlatan. Did you observe the expression on his face? That foolish giant, surely no one would still wield a broom poorly. Hector perked up, feeling as though he had been prodded. Nevertheless, Malfoy was not entirely incorrect. In terms of broomstick usage, without embellishment or disparagement, both Malfoy and Harry exhibited an exceptional natural talent for flying, having effortlessly bypassed the novice phase. In stark contrast, Hector found himself akin to a newcomer still bound to the confines of a beginner's village. The Slytherin serpents chuckled in unison. "Silence, Malfoy," Parvati Patil admonished sharply. "Oh, are you defending Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson chimed in, a stout girl resembling a pug, her appearance far from graceful. "I never imagined that such a plump little crybaby would be to your liking, Patil. Look, Longbottom has left us a delightful surprise," Malfoy exclaimed, his keen eye spotting a glimmering object on the lawn. He dashed forward and seized it. Wasn't this the gift from that bumbling oaf Longbottom's grandmother? The transparent memory orb shimmered radiantly in the sunlight. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry murmured, as the young lions and serpents paused their conversation, drawn by his voice. Malfoy smirked disdainfully. "What can you possibly do, Potter?" With a powerful push, he ascended steadily on his broom. "Where shall I place it? Perhaps atop a tree? Or maybe the highest tower would suffice." Malfoy hovered at a height comparable to the top of an oak tree, calling down to Harry. "Come up here and retrieve it if you dare." Harry, embodying his innate bravado, took Malfoy's taunt to heart. Without hesitation, he mounted his broom. Though Hermione intended to dissuade him from such impulsiveness, Hector intervened just in time to restrain her. With a forceful push from the ground, Harry's worn broom exhibited an unexpected prowess, the wind rushing through his hair as his robes billowed behind him. In an instant, Harry discovered an instinctual mastery of broom riding, as though the skill had suddenly materialized within his mind, rendering his flight both effortless and exhilarating. It appeared that the broom was not the issue. Hector observed Harry soaring gracefully through the air, his expression one of pure envy. Clearly, Harry was the protagonist of this tale, while Ron, the commoner standing on the ground, seemed less significant. After Hector experienced the sheer delight of controlled freefall, Ron's status in his mind plummeted dramatically. Before he could ponder further, Harry abruptly turned his broom, aiming directly at the once arrogant Malfoy. Harry was delighted to witness the surprise etched upon Malfoy's face. "Hand it over, or I shall knock you off your broom," Harry declared, fixing his gaze on Malfoy. "The choice is now yours." "Oh, is that so?" Malfoy now appeared somewhat anxious. He sought to project an air of indifference to Harry's threats. Yet regrettably, his expression betrayed him. Harry leaned forward, gripping his broom tightly, which responded with remarkable agility, propelling him toward Malfoy at an astonishing speed. Malfoy, in contrast, seemed flustered, clumsily and laboriously attempting to evade Harry's approach, just managing to sidestep the oncoming rush. Harry, on the other hand, adeptly yanked at the broom, bringing it to a swift halt in midair with effortless grace. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Harry Potter. This was undoubtedly the last voice Harry wished to hear at that moment. He rolled over and sprang to his feet from the grass, his face paling instantly. Harry fervently hoped he had misheard. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall approached with a speed that surpassed even Harry's recent descent, appearing before him in an instant. Reluctantly, Harry acknowledged that his body was trembling uncontrollably. In all my years at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stammered, her glasses reflecting a fierce glint of anger. First Hector. And now you, one after another, how can you all be so reckless? She exclaimed, her irritation palpable. In the crowd, Hector shrank back, staring at his shoelaces, devoid of any inclination to defend himself. How dare you? You could break your neck. It was not his fault, Professor. Silence, Miss Pettigrew. And you too, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall interrupted both young wizards, a rare display of her displeasure. The Gryffindor Lions had never witnessed such a display of rudeness from her. She appeared exceedingly enraged. Professor McGonagall surveyed the young Gryffindors and Slytherins on the lawn, her piercing gaze compelling all young wizards to lower their heads in unison. All right, Potter, come with me. Without even glancing back at Harry, she strode briskly towards the castle, her pace swift enough that Harry had to jog to keep up. At that moment, Harry felt as if he were utterly paralyzed by fear, failing to articulate any defense for himself, mechanically trailing behind Professor McGonagall. The two soon vanished from the sight of the young wizards. Malfoy's countenance appeared particularly malevolent at that instant, as he, along with Crabbe and Goyle, mockingly made faces at Hector and the others. Potter is going to be expelled, Malfoy jeered at Hector, and you will be next, Dumbledore. Me? Are you really speaking of me? Hector retorted, bemused, as he observed Malfoy, who strutted about as if he had accomplished some grand feat. Malfoy faltered, and the triumphant expression quickly faded from his face. Now he appeared somewhat awkward. What a fuss. Dumbledore has long since aged. How much longer can he serve as headmaster? Malfoy muttered with a hint of displeasure. Thus concluded the first flying lesson. Hector gazed at the still bright sky. The weather was splendid, truly ideal for seeking a tranquil spot for a leisurely picnic. Shall we sit by the Black Lake? Hector extended an invitation to Hermione. She shook her head, tapping her finger lightly on his forehead, indicating that it might not be feasible. Don't forget, you still have detention with Professor Flitwick, Hermione remarked, glancing at the sun, which had noticeably inclined towards the western hills. Time is running short. We can't linger here for too long. It would be better to head to the library and unwind with a book. Hermione stretched languidly, waved farewell to Hector, and dashed away. There is still a little time left, after all. Hector wished to make a last-ditch effort to retain her, but Hermione vanished in an instant, leaving Hector alongside Ron, who was equally alone. It seemed that only she could devise a plan to take a break with a book. Hector shook his head, suddenly noticing Ron standing beside him. Ron shrugged, expressing indifference. Hector abruptly interrupted Ron's discourse, suggesting that he should go check on Harry. I can manage on my own, Ron, Hector declared. Ron pondered this for a moment and found it quite reasonable. He glanced at Hector, who quickly added, You need not worry about me. I have to attend detention with Professor Flitwick shortly. Time was indeed of the essence. Ron nodded in agreement, and as he slipped away, Hector exhaled in relief. Today had been truly dreadful, yet fortunately it had not deteriorated further. That evening, within Professor Flitwick's office, Hector stealthily opened the door to the office, which was not far from the Gryffindor common room, both situated on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. The office was enveloped in silence, as Hector had envisioned. Professor Flitwick's chamber was replete with an array of books, and beyond the standard spell series, Hector discerned tomes on advanced spells such as Niven's higher charms and techniques of ancient dark magic. Moreover, he stumbled upon several volumes that, judging by their covers, were undoubtedly related to dark magic. Those books exuded a chilling aura that could be sensed from afar, emanating an unsettling presence from their pages. Oh, Hector, you've arrived. Flitwick exclaimed, seated in a chair that seemed disproportionately large for his petite frame, engrossed in grading essays from the upper-year students. Please, take a seat, Hector. Just a moment while I finish up this bit of work. Professor Flitwick appeared as amiable as ever, which served to ease Hector's anxious heart. He surveyed the surroundings, but found no other chairs, so he reluctantly perched upon a stack of towering books. Before long, Professor Flitwick approached him, his diminutive stature belied by an air of vitality, his face alight with excitement. "So, Hector," he began, rubbing his hands together, "have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet, Professor." Hector replied candidly. Flitwick nodded, striding robustly back to his desk, where he retrieved a silver tray. With a flick of his wand, a plate of freshly baked croissants accompanied by a generous bowl of vegetable soup materialized upon the tray. "Let us make do with a little something, shall we, Hector?" Flitwick smiled warmly. "It might be a long evening. It would be arduous to endure without sustenance." Hector did not hesitate. He seized the freshly baked, crisp croissant and quickly devoured it alongside the perfectly warmed vegetable soup. Flivvy stood nearby, watching him with a cheerful smile, which made Hector feel somewhat self-conscious. He hastily filled his stomach and promptly rose to his feet. "Are you ready?" Hector nodded. Flourish waved his wand, and the silver tray soared back onto the table. He turned around, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. "May I pose a few inquiries to you?" Flourish's tone was exceptionally soft. Hector merely nodded. At that moment, Flivvy gazed at Hector with an expression brimming with anticipation. "Is it the silent incantation that Albus taught you?" Hector shook his head, yet Flivvy appeared even more exhilarated. "Do you possess any other nonverbal spells?" Flivvy inquired tentatively. In his eyes, it was already quite astonishing that Hector could master a nonverbal incantation. However, perhaps there were surprises in store, for after all, his surname was Dumbledore, and the Dumbledores were renowned for their capacity to bring forth surprises. Hector not only nodded but also responded softly, "I will, Professor." "It's all right if you cannot." "Wait, you can?" Flitwick was momentarily taken aback, then nearly sprang up in excitement, his astonishment eclipsing even his enthusiasm. "Could you demonstrate it for me?" Flitwick asked Hector with careful restraint, suppressing his exhilaration. "Of course, Professor." Hector replied as he drew his wand, first conjuring a silent shield charm. "Oh, a remarkably intricate shield charm," Flitwick exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper in awe. He had anticipated that this would be the extent of the display, yet to his astonishment, this was merely the beginning. Flitwick watched in amazement as a series of intricate silent spells erupted from Hector's wand, beginning with dazzling beams of light, followed closely by clusters of roaring flames. Within the confines of the sealed office, a tempestuous wind began to swirl unexpectedly, and soon, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the ceiling. With a mere flick of his finger, Hector set the figurine, which had merely served as a decorative piece upon the counter, into a joyous dance. Suddenly, the lively figure froze, only to shatter with a resounding crash. In an instant, however, the powdered remnants of the figurine reassembled into its original form, resuming the exuberant dance it had performed moments before. Hector waved his wand once more, and this time, a myriad of small creatures sprang forth from the tip of the wand as if by magic, their curious eyes wandering about the confines of Flitwick's office. Flitwick even heard the roar of a dragon emanating from the wand, as if a fearsome, fire-breathing beast were about to burst forth and land in the modest office. Flitwick could only describe his astonishment as jaw-dropping. He had never witnessed a first-year wizard conjuring such a plethora of complex spells all at once, executed in a nearly flawless silent incantation that even most sixth-year students could not achieve. However, Hector's spellcasting technique was somewhat rigid, overly fixated on the standards found in textbooks. Yet Flitwick reassured himself that this was easily amendable. Lost in thought, Flitwick failed to notice Hector's growing exhilaration. As Hector gazed at the flames he had conjured, a daring impulse arose within him to attempt a spell he had never dared try in front of old Dumbledore. When Flitwick observed Hector beginning to wave his wand with increasing fervor, a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. Surely, it couldn't be Albus's infamous spell, he mused. Alas, fate had other plans. Firestorm, commence. Hector has now uttered the incantation. The flame, which was on the verge of extinguishing, seemed to respond to some unseen summons, igniting once more with a fiercer intensity. Tendrils of searing fire danced along the trajectory of Hector's wand, gradually coalescing into a vast circle around him, while simultaneously surging outward with remarkable speed and an irresistible force. Hector's expression was fierce as he realized the terrifying toll of the spell. The magical energy coursing through his body was swiftly siphoned away by the wand, transforming into the magnificent flames beside him. At that moment, Flivvy finally produced his wand, exclaiming, "End of all spells." The once arrogant and overpowering flames dissipated as if they had encountered a formidable adversary. Hector collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost. Flivvy rummaged through his robes, retrieving an entire bar of chocolate from an unknown pocket. He broke off a piece and handed it to Hector. "Have a piece of chocolate. For a first-year wizard, Your performance can only be described as remarkable. Flivi slowly regained his composure from the initial shock. Is this what Dumbledore possesses? Such terrifying talent. He gazed intently at Hector, pondering the heights to which Albus had ascended. Today had already provided him with an abundance of surprises. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he looked at Hector, who appeared exhausted yet showed no other symptoms. Did you learn all this on your own? Flivi inquired. My grandfather and Headmaster Dumbledore taught me a few things, but the silent spell was indeed my own creation. Flivi scratched his head, overwhelmed by the plethora of revelations he had encountered today. He contemplated for a moment before looking up at Hector. Your mastery of spells is quite impressive, and the number you have learned is substantial. Even for A-N-E-W-T, student, you could be considered well-versed. Flivi gestured for Hector to take a seat, his gaze fixed firmly on Hector's eyes. I do not intend to teach you any more spells. At least not at this moment. Hector's expression noticeably darkened, a reaction that did not escape Flivi's notice. You truly ought to join Ravenclaw. You are exceptionally talented. And within Ravenclaw, you would undoubtedly learn so much more, Flivi sighed. He rose on his toes, laboriously patting Hector's shoulder. However, this does not imply that you cannot glean some knowledge from me. Flivi brimmed with confidence regarding his prowess in spells. Whenever this topic arose, Flivi would proudly puff out his chest, resembling a strutting rooster. Hector, mastering spells is not merely a matter of learning to cast them. There is so much more to discover. Hector sat up straight, his eyes once again alight with enthusiasm. He longed to rise immediately, yet upon seeing Flivi shake his head, he dutifully settled back down. You need to rest, young man. There is no need to rush, Flivi admonished gently, handing Hector a generous piece of chocolate. He was quite pleased with Hector's eagerness to learn. If this were a class, I would undoubtedly grant you an additional 100 points, Flivi remarked with a shrug. His expression tinged with regret. Alas, this is detention. Should I award you extra points, Cypherus would not take kindly to it, Flivi elaborated. Hector appeared to be rather indifferent towards the scores. He understood that no matter how many points were deducted, old Dumbledore would ultimately restore them all to Gryffindor. His expression betrayed little, which, in Flitwick's eyes, was a source of disappointment. The old professor held a particular concern for Hector. Do not fret over those 20 points. Hector, Flitwick reassured him. You shall soon earn them back in class. With a playful wink, Flitwick managed to elicit a smile from Hector, melting away the earlier tension. And both shared a hearty laugh together. Have you rested well? After a moment, Flitwick composed himself, and upon seeing Hector nod, he waved his wand, causing the towering stack of books to obediently soar to the corner. The once cramped office was instantly transformed into a spacious haven. Let us commence. Hector adjusted his attire and stood face to face with Professor Flitwick. I have always held that true knowledge is born of experience. Professor Flitwick drew forth his wand, stating that you have nearly mastered the contents of your textbooks. Now, I shall impart to you something distinct. As he instructed Hector to draw his wand, the smile vanished from Flitwick's face. The amiable old gentleman was replaced by a figure radiating the sharpness of a drawn sword. We shall engage in a formal duel. Flitwick's tone was calm, yet it ignited a fierce flame within Hector's heart. Since his entrance into the world of magic, he had been ceaselessly learning, not merely to protect himself in times of peril, but also to possess the power to alter the course of the original narrative. While survival is indeed commendable and secure, what boy does not yearn to become a hero? Having ventured into the magical realm, Hector was unwilling to let his life unfold in an unremarkable manner. He certainly did not wish to witness his friends depart one by one, as in the original story. Fred, Dumbledore, and subsequently Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Mad-Eye Moody, they were brothers, mentors, and comrades. Hector could not remain indifferent to their fates, fully aware yet blind to their impending destinies. Hector is a figure of pragmatism, yet he embodies ideals as well. He has long oscillated between these two realms, unable to reach a conclusive decision, which is why the Sorting Hat remarked upon the flickering thoughts within his mind during his allocation. However, as the days of companionship have unfolded, Hector's resolve has grown ever more steadfast, and his desire for change has intensified. Nevertheless, such matters cannot be resolved in haste. Presently, an opportune moment arises to assess the fruits of Hector's learning. Hector withdrew his wand, clasping it firmly within his palm. Firstly, we exchanged bows. Flivi gracefully inclined his head towards Hector, demonstrating the gesture with elegance. Hector raised his wand before him, bowing respectfully to Flivi. Both their gazes radiated determination, and Hector's hand gripping the wand began to perspire. Flivi made the first move, a crimson beam shooting forth from the tip of his wand with remarkable swiftness. Hector reacted swiftly as well, hastily encasing himself in a protective layer of armor. The red light effortlessly pierced through Hector's iron armor charm, showing no signs of abating. This was far from the usual potency of a disarming spell, causing a tightening sensation in Hector's chest. The velocity of the crimson light was extraordinary, leaving Hector no time to cast a second iron armor charm before it struck him. Hector felt a violent tremor emanating from the wand in his grasp, which slipped from his control and soared toward Flivy. The potency of the crimson light was far from over. Hector's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In this inaugural lesson, dueling was never a turn-based affair. Flivy set down his wand, refraining from assisting Hector in rising, allowing him to regain his footing unaided. There were no stipulations dictating that only one spell could be cast at a time, hence one must remain vigilant. Hector rubbed his painfully sore backside and nodded as he accepted the wand handed to him by Flivy. "Are you ready?" Flivy did not grant Hector much time to catch his breath before raising his wand once more. "Let us continue." Hector took a deep breath, his gaze towards Flivy growing resolutely steadfast. Flivy, as expected, seized the initiative without hesitation, casting the disarmament spell as his opening move. Hector, having learned from his previous mistakes, swiftly unleashed 3 or 4 reinforced armor spells. This time, the crimson light was successfully thwarted. However, just as Hector prepared to retaliate, Flivy unleashed a barrage of spells without any cooling period, overwhelming Hector and leaving him unable to mount a counterattack. Initially, Hector managed to keep pace with Flivy's assault, but soon Flivy escalated his onslaught into a relentless combination, casting at least 2 disarmament spells with each strike. Hector found himself hastening the application of his protective shields. As Flivy's spellcasting speed accelerated, the 2-hit combos transformed into 3-hit sequences, resembling a dazzling display akin to a lightning storm, utterly suppressing Hector's frantic shield application and leaving him devoid of any spirit. Ultimately, Hector had no choice but to surrender his wand, collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily as he gazed at the seemingly tireless Flivy, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. "You must learn to take the initiative, Hector. Defense alone will not suffice. Only through offense can you disrupt your opponent's rhythm, compel them to err, and ultimately secure victory." Flivy exhibited remarkable patience, granting Hector a slightly extended respite, albeit a limited one. The third round commenced swiftly. This time, Hector was resolute in denying Flivy the upper hand. The futility of defensive counterattacks had become evident. He initiated with a disarmament spell, hoping to force Flivy into a position of passive defense. Yet, while the notion was enticing, reality proved harsh. Flivy showcased agility that belied his years, deftly evading Hector's charged disarmament spell and immediately launching a counteroffensive. Hector was momentarily taken aback. His mind had been consumed with offensive strategies and brimming with confidence in the potency of his own spells. He had never anticipated that he would be so effortlessly countered by Flivy, despite having gained the upper hand. Instinctively, he encased himself in a protective shield, a prudent decision. Yet it rendered him utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What followed was a familiar scene of Hoey battling against the imposing shield mountain, leaving Hector utterly unable to lift his head. Hector yearned to maneuver like Flivy. Yet Flavy's enchantment seemed to twist and turn, always striking with uncanny precision the moment Hector came to a halt. Phileas Hoey Flivy was undeniably proven true. Hector was swiftly disarmed once again, landing heavily on the ground. Before Flitwick could utter a word, Hector sprang to his feet, seizing the wand from Flitwick's grasp for the third time. He took a few deep breaths, resolutely facing Flitwick once more. "Let us do this, Professor." Flitwick regarded Hector with a sense of satisfaction, preparing himself for the duel. "Sleep." Hector initiated the assault, casting his spell. However, this time, he cunningly concealed a disarming charm beneath the sleeping curse. Flitwick, caught off guard, swiftly dodged, but evading 2 spells in quick succession proved to be quite taxing, preventing him from launching an immediate counterattack. Hector astutely detected Flitwick's momentary vulnerability and pressed on with his offensive. This time, Flitwick was unable to evade and could only conjure a protective shield around himself. The tides had turned, and it was now Hector's turn to strike. Faced with Flitwick's formidable shield, Hector unleashed every powerful incantation he could conceive. In his exuberance, he remained blissfully unaware of the shifting ground beneath him. It was only when Hector regained his awareness that he realized 2 long vines had emerged from the floor, one ensnaring his calf, while the other lunged toward the hand that held his wand. Hector could only allocate his attention to dealing with the 2 unruly vines, allowing Flivy to regain the initiative. The tides of battle shifted once more. By the time Hector finally dispelled the harassment of the two vines with two freezing spells, Flivy's petrification spell arrived with impeccable timing. Hector was reluctant to admit it, yet the undeniable truth remained. He had once again been forced to retreat in disarray by Flivy. Once Flivy not only employed disarmament spells but began to pursue intricate combinations of various incantations, Hector found himself at the mercy of relentless blows. The freezing spell immobilized his movements, the blinding spell obscured his vision, and the silencing spell concealed his footsteps. Hector could scarcely catch a glimpse of Flivy's form, compelled instead to raise his great shield in submission, enduring attacks passively. The pain was excruciating. It was only after being ensnared by a petrification spell that Hector finally laid eyes on Flivy. To his astonishment, he realized that Flivy wielded a wand in each hand, executing a dual wand technique with strikes akin to those of the war god Kratos, entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from someone of his age. No wonder that even while holding his shield aloft, Flivy could still maneuver behind him, inflicting torment that left Hector in sheer agony. Time and again, Hector was knocked down, only to rise once more. Although there were subtle improvements with each encounter, no matter how he adjusted his strategies or gained temporary advantages at certain junctures, Flivy consistently delivered a divine stroke that swiftly altered the course of the battle, plunging Hector back into the same repetitive cycle of being struck down, rising again, only to be felled once more. Hector issued a vehement protest, which finally compelled Flivy to somewhat sheepishly abandon the unscrupulous dual staff technique. However, Hector sensed that Flivy's blows became even more severe. Without the dual staff approach, the defeats came with alarming swiftness, leaving Hector utterly despondent. The entire night passed without a single theoretical lesson, consisting solely of relentless duels, essentially, Hector enduring a continuous barrage of strikes, each delivered in a variety of styles. Hector indeed learned a great deal. Initially, the time it took to cast the shield charm was too long, leaving him no chance to retaliate once he invoked it, forcing him into a passive role of enduring blows. As the frequency of his beatings increased, he realized that adhering strictly to the textbook techniques was unnecessary to successfully cast spells. At least, that was not the case for Flivy. The moment Hector witnessed Flivy's speed in conjuring a shield surpassing his own basic attacks, he recognized the opening of a new realm of understanding, prompting him to explore gradually. He discovered that the talents bestowed by the system merely facilitated his rapid acquisition of the spell, while Flivy imparted the knowledge of how to effectively apply it in combat situations. Furthermore, Hector came to a clear realization that even the most fundamental spells could wield tremendous power. This was not difficult to discern, especially after Flivy abandoned the dual wand approach in favor of a new strategy. The softening charm, for instance, is learned in the first year, while the freezing charm is covered in the second year. Flivy first employed the softening charm to transform the floor beneath Hector's left foot into a pudding-like substance, causing Hector to stumble and involuntarily step forward. It was at this moment that the freezing charm immobilized Hector mid-movement, pinning him to the spot, and Flivy, with great caution, cast a disarming charm on the incapacitated Hector. Shortly after being knocked down, Hector and Flivy engaged in a contest regarding the potency of their spells. To his dismay, Hector discovered that his spell strength was not on par with Flivy's. Take the freezing charm as an example. Flivy's version could genuinely achieve formidable power, broad coverage, and precise striking range, reminiscent of a character from a certain game. As for Hector, while he too bore some resemblance to that character, it was more akin to a freezing apparatus designed for creating refreshing summer treats, delightful popsicles that offered a cool respite. But he was far from achieving the hard control that Flivy demonstrated. In terms of spell potency, Hector was unequivocally overpowered by Flivy, without any room for doubt. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. However, there was one exception, Hector's Lumos spell. On one occasion, in a fit of urgency, Hector found himself overwhelmed by Flivy's rapid onslaught. He uttered the spell with a rhythm reminiscent of rap, realizing that this approach was unsustainable. After a mental struggle, Hector decided to unleash a signature move, infused with his frustration, to let Flivy taste the true essence of his dazzling flash. Lumos. Under Flivy's pressure, Hector executed a rather unorthodox version of the Lumos spell. Flivy was momentarily taken aback. In his understanding, the Lumos spell was hardly suitable for dueling, as it lacked offensive capabilities and seemed to serve no purpose beyond illumination. Wait a moment, illumination. Hector adeptly shielded his eyes, while Flitwick witnessed the tip of Hector's wand conjuring a magnificent orb of light, reminiscent of the sun. This radiant sphere continuously expanded, its brilliance intensifying until it erupted with a violent explosion. In an instant, The force of the light shattered every window in the office. At that moment, the beams of light were liberated from any constraints, surging forth in rapid succession through the shattered windows, racing towards the inky sky. The luminosity swiftly claimed a domain of its own, illuminating nearly every corner of Hogwarts with an extraordinary glow that pierced the serene darkness of night. Flitwick reacted swiftly, covering his eyes and crouching on the ground. Hector also noticed a peculiar change. Despite his unorthodox execution of the Lumos spell, it had unexpectedly become somewhat manageable, at least not draining all his magical energy to cease. Now, the spell still afforded Hector a modicum of magical reserve. Hector ceased his Lumos spell. The wand nestled in his palm, now radiating a gentle warmth. He opened his eyes to find the brilliance had faded, leaving the night, dominated by shadows, to swiftly reclaim the sky, obliterating the fleeting light without a trace. Although Flivy appeared somewhat disheveled, he nonetheless delivered a timely disarmament charm, resulting in Hector's defeat in the duel once more. However, following this encounter, Flivy candidly acknowledged that his Lumos spell paled in comparison to Hector's, offering the beleaguered Hector a measure of solace amidst his tribulations of the day. Hector sat on the ground, gasping for breath, while Professor Flivy showed no intention of continuing. He retrieved the chocolate bar from earlier, which remained largely intact except for the piece that had been broken off. Professor Flivy broke off a generous chunk and handed it to Hector, then took a small piece for himself. Hector felt a surge of warmth spreading from his stomach, coursing through his veins and enveloping every corner of his body, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort and invigorating his spirit. The chocolate had been infused with a delightful stimulant, and Cypher's potion remained as exceptional as ever, as they sat side by side amidst the somewhat chaotic classroom. An unusual tranquility settled in. Hector, your talent is truly remarkable. I have never witnessed a young wizard so swiftly recognize his shortcomings in a duel and proactively seek to amend them, Flitwick remarked with evident admiration. What astonishes me even more is your ability to achieve such significant improvement in such a short time, a feat I had not anticipated. He intended to offer Hector another piece of chocolate, but Hector waved his hand dismissively, opting instead to pop the piece he had broken off into his mouth. Of course, there remains ample room for improvement. I trust you understand that adhering strictly to the textbook methods is indeed the most precise and safest approach. Yet it is by no means the optimal one. Hector, you possess knowledge that far exceeds the typical standards of your age. Yet you have yet to learn how to wield it effectively. Flitwick's demeanor grew serious, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented earnestness. What I aim to teach you is how to harness that knowledge. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure, Flitwick continued, but it can also be the most perilous poison, ensnaring you in the quagmire of arrogance, which ultimately leads to your downfall. You are endowed with unparalleled talent. Yet I hope that whenever you feel satisfied and invincible due to your gifts, which you are destined to feel, you will remember this day. His voice, though quiet, resonated with profound sincerity. You must understand that a true master always harbors the heart of a student. As Hector exited the office of Phileas Flitwick, the hour was nearing curfew. Weary yet relieved, he trudged towards the common room, silently grateful that this dreadful day was drawing to a close. As he approached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, he suddenly heard a series of wheezing noises. Initially, Hector assumed it was the fat lady's cat, which often roamed outside at night, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Neville, curled up on the floor, blissfully asleep. Neville stirred awake the moment Hector drew near, having just returned from the infirmary. To his dismay, he realized he had forgotten the fat lady's new password. The diligent fat lady had no choice but to deny entry to the unfortunate young lad. Thank goodness, someone has finally arrived. I've been waiting here for hours, Neville exclaimed upon recognizing Hector, his head lowered in embarrassment. I forgot what the new password is and couldn't get back to sleep. No one else came, and I was just too tired. Navi softly elucidated, while Hector gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. The new password is pig snout. I suggest you jot it down next time, ensuring it remains forever in your memory. The plump lady in the painting vacated her spot, appearing considerably more cheerful. Thank goodness you took him away, she remarked to Hector. I have a ball to attend this evening. Had it not been for waiting on him, I would have departed long ago. Do hurry inside, dear child. Hector nodded, following Neville into the Gryffindor common room. As he yawned, he was just about to retreat to his dormitory for a much-needed rest when Hermione called out to him. Good evening, Hermione. Is there something you need? Hector replied, still somewhat dazed, longing for the comfort of his soft bed. The young witch before him appeared both anxious and irate. compelling Hector to muster his energy and brace himself for the impending news of how the day could further deteriorate. I couldn't help but eavesdrop on Malfoy and Harry's conversation. Hermione confessed. They plan to duel in the trophy room at midnight. I can hardly fathom how many school rules they intend to break. If they get caught, and I am certain they will, Gryffindor is bound to lose a considerable number of points. The young witch's expression was one of palpable anger. She had always loathed the idea of point deductions, and the time wasted waiting for two reckless fools was, in her eyes, the most egregious form of squandered effort. Hector inhaled deeply, realizing that the plot had silently progressed to this juncture. Had they truly arrived at the chapter of the midnight duel? It was no wonder he encountered Neville at the entrance. In the original narrative, it was he who participated in the ensuing chaotic night escapade. However, it appeared that Hector was destined to take his place. This day indeed seemed poised to deteriorate further, and Hector rubbed his temples in frustration. He swore he had no desire to become entangled in this affair. Yet seeing Hermione so resolutely intent on thwarting those two reckless fools filled him with dread. What if an unforeseen calamity befell the only rational mind among them? A mind that was already marginalized within the group? Hermione possessed one, Ron none, and Harry, in a state of heightened emotion, was still lacking two. Furthermore, that fellow named Weasley was utterly irrational and rather selfish. Hermione was extremely agitated, incessantly voicing her grievances about Ron to Hector. This could be counted among the few silver linings of an otherwise dreadful day, Hector thought. What do you want me to do? He did not deliberate for long. He swiftly resolved to intervene. He would thwart the foolish plans of those two, but he must not involve himself too deeply. Hermione cast a glance at Hector, suddenly recalling that he had clashed with Malfoy earlier that morning and regretted confiding in him. However, it was too late to reconsider. As her peripheral vision caught sight of Harry and Ron emerging from the boys' dormitory, Hermione signaled to Hector and bravely positioned herself in front of the two reckless boys. Hector trailed behind her, and it was evident that Ron and Harry simultaneously furrowed their brows upon catching sight of Hermione. "What are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed irritably. "You should be back in bed." Hermione, unwilling to concede, retorted with considerable disdain. "I nearly informed your brother, Percy. He is the prefect, and he would put an end to this." At that moment, Harry displayed his own impatience, casting a glance at Hector. Hector hesitated, but ultimately positioned himself in front of Harry. "Ignore him, Ron," Harry said, sidestepping Hector with unwavering resolve. It was not easy for Hector to obstruct him without causing a rift. As for any quarrel with Harry, Hector deemed it entirely unnecessary, particularly in this seemingly trivial moment that bore little significance to the overarching narrative. Harry had a propensity for reckless behavior, and this was merely a nighttime escapade, nothing of great consequence. He pushed aside the fat lady as portrait, and Ron ceased his altercation with Hermione, following closely behind Harry as they crawled out of the entrance. Hermione was profoundly dissatisfied with the attitudes of the two. She was not one to yield easily, especially not to the impolite Weasley. She followed Ron out of the entrance, and Hector had no choice but to accompany them. "Do you not care about Gryffindor? Only your own interests? I do not wish for Slytherin to win the House Cup again. Nor do I want you to squander the points I earned from Professor McGonagall with your transformation spell." Hermione appeared as an enraged lioness, more inclined towards admonishing the two obstinate fools than offering counsel. "Go away," Ron said curtly, as they were particularly eager to rid themselves of this nuisance, constantly signaling to Hector. Hector vowed that he had no desire to involve himself in the matter. Simply enjoying a good night's sleep in the dormitory was a delightful prospect. Thus, he tugged at Hermione's arm. Hermione swiftly grasped Hector's intention, and realizing that she could not dissuade the two reckless individuals, whose minds were solely focused on the duel, she reluctantly conceded. "Very well, but I warn you, when you board the train home tomorrow, do not forget what I have said. You are truly selfish." Hermione stated her final remark without reservation, then took Hector by the hand and led him towards the Gryffindor common room. Hector let out a sigh, contemplating that there should be no reason for this day to linger any longer. Then the two of them stood frozen, gazing at the empty portrait of the plump lady. Hector suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the earlier remark made by the plump lady about attending the ball that evening. Well, there went his hope of returning home for a restful sleep. He sighed, contemplating this thought. The plump lady's return was uncertain, and remaining in place would only lead to being caught by the night watchman, Felch. It seemed that following those two ruffians who had not strayed far was his only viable option. Hector proposed the idea, and after considerable contemplation, Hermione reluctantly acquiesced. However, she asserted that should Filch discover the four of them, she would reveal the truth, claiming they were attempting to dissuade others, thereby allowing them to corroborate her words. Hermione conveyed this to Hector, yet he deemed her notion somewhat impractical, a departure from the usual acumen exhibited by the clever young witch. Hector believed that given Filch's temperament, no matter what Hermione might say, he would indiscriminately apprehend all four of them and deliver them to Professor McGonagall. Filch relished the prospect of capturing as many as possible, as it would not only showcase his capabilities, but also satisfy some of his peculiar inclinations. He had always harbored a penchant for a small whip dipped in pepper spray. Frustrated only by Dumbledore's persistent refusal to endorse such measures, Hector and Hermione swiftly caught up with Harry and Ron, who had not ventured far. Upon hearing the sounds behind them, Harry and Ron were so startled that they dared not breathe, shrinking into the shadows in an attempt to conceal their presence. Once they believed they had hidden adequately, Ron turned back, squinting into the darkness. The approaching footsteps grew louder, and soon the figures of Hermione and Hector, both brandishing their wands, became discernible. "What brings you here?" Ron exclaimed, his surprise causing his voice to rise involuntarily. "You certainly have some audacity." He intended to deliver a sarcastic remark, but Harry promptly silenced him. "Ron, keep your voice down. We are out for a midnight stroll, not cavorting about." "And I believe I heard Filch's voice," Harry whispered, holding a lantern aloft and attentively listening to the ambient sounds. Reluctantly, Ron closed his mouth, but after a brief moment, Hector heard Ron's deliberately lowered voice. "Hermione, if you are the reason we get caught, I shall learn that creature curse mentioned by Quirrell and use it on you." Ron did not comment on Hector, viewing him merely as a pitiable pawn under Hermione's control. He had voiced his suspicions to Harry on multiple occasions, speculating whether Hector was somehow beholden to Hermione, rendering him a different person in her presence. They had even devised a meticulously crafted plan, though they had yet to find an opportunity to discuss it with Hector. However, given the current circumstances, Ron felt it necessary to elevate this matter to their agenda. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort or educate Ron on the use of the creature curse, but Hector restrained her with a gesture for silence. The quartet trod lightly along the corridor, making a concerted effort to soften their footsteps. Most of the portraits on the walls had succumbed to slumber, and the usually boisterous inhabitants now emitted not a single sound. The silvery moonlight poured through the windows of Hogwarts, enveloping the vast castle in a shroud of tranquility. As they proceeded, the four were on edge, fearing an encounter with Filch around any corner. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them, and their journey was remarkably uneventful, allowing them to reach the trophy room with ease. The trophy room appeared desolate, devoid of any sign of Malfoy or Crabbe. The interior was unlit, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the circular window above, casting a pale glow in the otherwise dark chamber. The crystal display cases were impeccably polished, sparkling under the moon's luminescence. Within these cases lay an array of trophies, shields, medals, and statues, gleaming in silver and gold, captivating Hector's gaze. Harry handed the lantern to Ron, who drew his wand, on guard for any potential duel with Malfoy that might ensue. For individuals pressed against the wall, their eyes fixed intently on the doors at either end of the room. Time ticked away, second by second, swiftly surpassing the agreed-upon moment. He was late. Perhaps fear had seized him, rendering him unable to come, Ron whispered. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the distant corridor, causing the quartet to tense up instantly. Their ears perked. The footsteps halted outside the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a door creaking open. Harry assumed it was Draco who had taken a wrong turn. He gripped his wand tightly, preparing to step forward, but fortunately, Hector seized his cloak just in time. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the fourth floor, at the end of the corridor, it was still Harry leading the way. The shelves were stacked high. Could this possibly be the very place where old Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone? Although Hector's recollection of the original text may not be particularly vivid, he is nonetheless aware of the incident where old Dumbledore used a piece of Schr. Dinger's magical stone to fish, causing Voldemort to be ensnared like a cat drawn to the scent of fish. If he is not mistaken, this is the first obstacle set by Dumbledore. Turning around, he beheld a creature resembling a hellhound, possessing 3 heads, lurking behind them. The 3-headed beast was remarkably large, even in a crouched position. It nearly occupied the entire vertical space from floor to ceiling. The central head was the most prominent, adorned with 3 pairs of eyes that were now fixated on them, darting about with a menacing intensity. Beneath those fierce eyes lay 3 noses and 3 gaping mouths, each drooling profusely. It appeared rather dim-witted, momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of these 4 small intruders in its territory. At that moment, It squinted its eyes while scrutinizing them, struggling to shake off its earlier astonishment. Simultaneously, it unconsciously widened its mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth accompanied by an astonishingly foul odor. Hector dared not utter a sound, and Hermione, turning her head, instantly spotted the formidable creature. She nearly gasped, but Hector swiftly covered her mouth. Harry and Ron pressed tightly against the door, entirely oblivious to the gigantic beast behind them. Harry, in particular, had his ear glued to the door, intently listening for Filch's footsteps. Those footsteps came to a halt nearby, but he did not linger for long and soon departed. As Harry listened to the receding sounds until they faded into silence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had believed the door to be locked. Lowering his voice, he patted Ron's shoulder and was about to turn to beckon Hector and Hermione, saying, "I think we are in the clear now. Let us go? For heaven's sake." At that moment, he clearly noticed the three-headed dog, now standing upright, completely blocking the corridor. It dawned on Harry that this was not a locked room but merely a passageway. Not only Harry, but even Hector felt his legs weaken. This was a three-headed hound. After all, even the formidable Snape had suffered greatly at its jaws. In his prime, he would have found it impossible to contend with such a creature, let alone in his current weakened state, unable to even conjure a simple unlocking spell. There was no time to dwell on Filch. They had to flee. If they did not escape soon, all four of them would scarcely fit between the beast's teeth. Hector whispered urgently, "Slow down. Be gentle. Don't provoke it." Suddenly, being caught by Filch seemed far less severe than the threat posed by the beast before them. The four young wizards instinctively drew their wands, cautiously inching toward the door while facing the formidable creature. The three-headed dog remained immobile, its piercing gaze fixed upon them, and they could all hear the menacing growl emanating from its throat. They retreated step by step until Ron signaled that he had located the door. "Run!" The colossal beast had fully registered their presence, unleashing deafening roars as it lunged ferociously at the fleeing young wizards. As Hector, bringing up the rear, dashed out, Harry slammed the door shut behind him, and they bolted down the corridor, moving far quicker than when evading Filch. At that moment, they could scarcely think of Filch. Their sole focus was on putting as much distance between themselves and the three-headed dog as possible. The creature's furious growls echoed in their ears, spurring them to run even faster until they reached the portrait of the fat lady. By this time, the fat lady had returned, appearing somewhat weary after the ball. Yet she still inquired, "Where have you all been? Why are you only just returning? And you, Hector, I thought you were back long ago. I even spoke with you before I left." Hermione cast a disapproving look at Hector, who could only respond with an apologetic expression. He had not anticipated such an encounter that evening and had not given it much thought. However, the four of them were far too preoccupied to continue conversing with the fat lady. Gasping for breath, Harry uttered the spell, and the fat lady reluctantly moved aside, allowing them to each crawl into the common room. It was only then that the tension they had been holding began to dissipate. What were they thinking? Keeping such a monster at school? Ron exclaimed, bewildered at their near escape. And that dog, if it could even be called such, looks completely untrained. This is utterly irresponsible. Ron shot a glance at Hector, who was still panting, swallowing back the words that had nearly escaped his lips. "What are your eyes for? Didn't you see what they were standing on?" Hermione, having regained her composure, elevated Harry and Ron's actions from mere nighttime mischief to a perilous escapade. Her mood was decidedly foul, and she displayed little patience toward Ron and Harry, her tone sharp. "The floor?" Harry replied blankly, his mind still haunted by the image of the three grotesque, fearsome heads, making him shudder uncontrollably. "I didn't notice its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads." Hector promptly emerged as a mediator, soothing the irate Hermione to prevent her from uttering further vitriol, and then turned to Harry to elucidate. "The trapdoor, Harry, or rather, the trapdoors are evidently guarding something." Hermione nodded, rising from her seat, her anger somewhat abated, though her tone remained rather harsh. "I hope you both take pride in yourselves. We nearly faced a dire fate, either being bitten to death or, worse yet, expelled from school. Well, if you have no objections, I shall retire to bed now." With that, she merely bid Hector good night and turned away, showing no inclination to acknowledge the other two. Ron stared at her retreating figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. What gives her the right to say that? He thought disdainfully, his eyes wide as saucers. It's as if we dragged her into this against her will. Noticing Hector nearby, he clarified, "Of course, I wasn't referring to you, Hector. We know you were coerced." With that, Ron leaned closer and earnestly told Hector, "If that lunatic threatened you, do not hesitate to confide in me and Harry. We will certainly assist you in resolving the issue." At that moment, Harry, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, mirroring Ron's earnest expression. They both thumped their chests, projecting an air of reliability. Hector shook his head, dismissing their misconceptions. Hermione was indeed a fine individual, though her candor sometimes bordered on bluntness. Hector noted the sympathetic glances exchanged between the two, prompting him to curtail his narrative. It was futile to elaborate at that moment. Better to retire for the night, as they faced a potions class the following day. He was certain none of them wished to experience the consequences of dozing off in Snape's lesson. At that juncture, Harry and Ron, as if emerging from a dream, rose from the floor and hastened back to their dormitory, forgoing their evening routines and heading straight to bed. Ron appeared exceedingly anxious, repeatedly assuring Hector that he should seek his assistance should any trouble arise, for friends ought to support one another. Meanwhile, Harry, enlightened by the conversation between Hermione and Hector, realized that the most concealed places were often right beneath one's nose, and Hogwarts was undoubtedly the prime location. It seemed he had unraveled the mystery of the filthy little bag from Vault 713. Without exchanging goodnights, the trio swiftly succumbed to slumber. Hector mused that, truth be told, navigating these social waters made him feel somewhat like a white lotus. The author interjected, urging him not to fret. He was not a white lotus, merely a tad too formal. The next day, Malfoy's exaggerated expressions easily caught Hector's attention. He was acutely aware that this young rascal's underhanded tactics had rendered the previous night perilously thrilling for the quartet. Yet, he could not confront Malfoy openly. So he made a note in his little book to account for the transgressions. As for Harry and Ron, they shared a tacit understanding, viewing their encounter with the large dog as an amusing adventure, even entertaining the audacious notion of revisiting the forbidden area. Harry generously recounted the origins of the filthy little bag and his speculations from the previous night. To his delight, Ron displayed considerable interest in the matter. Though Hector's apparent disinterest was somewhat disappointing to Harry, who realized that once one is privy to the truth, such baseless conjectures hold little allure. Ron speculated that the object was either exceedingly valuable or perilously dangerous, while Harry believed it could be both. They engaged in extensive discussion, yet Hector opined that, armed with only the knowledge of its length, it was improbable they could deduce what it was in the near term, unless Dumbledore offered them a way in. Hector found no rationale for their potential deductions. Early the next morning, Hermione approached Hector with an air of contrition for the trouble she had caused him the previous night. She genuinely wished to make amends, but could not conceive how. Thus, she presented him with a book she had brought from the Muggle world, solemnly handing it over to Hector. Hector was quite pleased with Hermione's attitude, readily forgiving the seemingly remorseful young witch. However, he remained somewhat dissatisfied with the book. Hermione gifted Hector a copy of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. She expressed her fondness for the book during her leisure time, noting that although it bore no connection to magic, she still encouraged Hector to give it a read. Hector gazed at the book with a mix of amusement and exasperation. For Hermione, it was a leisurely read, yet for Hector, in his previous life, he had never grasped the essence of this tome. It was merely a means to pass the time when he found his studies insufferable. Furthermore, this book ranked lower than the reading comprehension section of his language arts exam. Admittedly, he had not completed much of the exam, but he had diligently tackled every reading comprehension passage. In his younger, more impetuous days, he held little interest in foreign novels that were convoluted, cryptic, and riddled with tragic undertones. Such works seemed to lack fluidity and coherence. Now, upon encountering it once more, Hector lamentably recognized that he had made no substantial progress. His desire to delve into such literary masterpieces was utterly absent. He found the classic four great novels far more engaging and resolved to recommend them to the book-loving Hermione at an opportune moment, believing they would be a more delightful diversion than this cumbersome volume. Hermione had completely ceased her interactions with Harry and Ron, much to their delight. They relished the notion that Hermione would occupy herself solely with Hector, whenever they observed her animatedly discussing academic topics with him. The two standard underachievers would retreat as far as possible, adopting a may the friend perish, but let the scholar survive demeanor. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The anticipated day soon arrived. Upon waking early, Hector was greeted by the sweet and tantalizing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Halloween had arrived, he mused. In truth, Hector found the wizard's celebration of Halloween perplexing. Logically, the magical realm's reverence should be directed towards Merlin rather than God, as their expressions of astonishment invariably invoked Merlin's beard rather than uttering phrases like, "Oh my God." Yet, they still partook in this quintessentially religious holiday. It seemed even Merlin conformed to local customs. However, Halloween promised a sumptuous feast, and throughout the day, the teachers would become more amiable and assign less homework. Thus, Hector was quite pleased to embrace the wizard's observance of Halloween. Early in the morning, Hector received a letter from Albus, accompanied by a generous package of chocolate frogs. Albus's lengthy missive detailed the daily happenings at the tavern and amusing anecdotes from recent days, while subtly expressing his grievances regarding Hector's delay in correspondence. Hector scratched his head, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of busyness lately. Although the confinement had come to an end, he still found himself visiting Professor Flitwick's office several times a week, often spending entire evenings there. In the remaining hours, he either taught Hermione various spells in the room of requirement or immersed himself in the library. Even Fred and George, the mischievous siblings, had remarked more than once that Hector hadn't joined them for nocturnal escapades in ages, lamenting that the grand tradition of nighttime adventures was left without an heir. They even speculated whether Hermione had cast some sort of enchantment on Hector, a notion that deeply concerned them. On several occasions, they attempted to sneak up behind him to cast counter spells, but to no avail. Convinced that distance was the root of the issue, the brothers devised a plan. As Halloween approached, Fred would engage Hector in conversation in a nonchalant manner, while George would discreetly work to dispel any enchantments from behind. Hector remained oblivious to the subtle maneuvers of the two brothers. He borrowed a pen from Hermione and composed a letter to Aberforth, while leisurely unwrapping a chocolate frog as he strolled out of the great hall. Hermione, an early riser, left Hector to walk alone, providing the brothers with an opportune moment. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, ready to implement their secondary plan. As Hector ventured a short distance from the hall, the lookout, Fred, signaled to George. Without hesitation, George ensnared Hector with a sack. Fred deftly and swiftly relieved Hector of his wand, and together, the brothers lifted him, making their way towards the forbidden forest. After a bumpy journey, they soon arrived at their secret hideout. Initially, they doused him with cold water, followed by a series of playful punches. However, after realizing that their physical treatment yielded little effect, they finally decided to release Hector. Hector emerged from the sack, disoriented, and was met with the earnest and concerned gazes of the two brothers, which struck him as both amusing and exasperating. These two siblings were truly ruthless. They would invariably resort to physical means of disarmament from the very outset. Then, taking advantage of Hector's youth, they would subject him to a relentless barrage of teasing. Hector seized his wand from the nervous hands of the two brothers, swiftly drying his clothes before surveying his surroundings, only to realize he was no longer within the confines of Hogwarts. Raising his wand, Hector directed it towards Fred and George. "Who can provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Before the brothers could utter a word, Hector bestowed upon each a stunning hex. "I did not anticipate your resistance. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions." The brothers were genuinely alarmed. Just as they attempted to explain, "Hector, please listen to us." Hector cast a silencing charm upon them, rendering their mouths agape yet devoid of sound. Hector feigned patience for a moment, yet neither of the two uttered a sound as anticipated. It appeared that without employing some measures, they were fated to remain silent. Hector let out a sinister chuckle, while Fred continued his futile struggles, incessantly pointing to his own mouth, and George simply reclined. Fred's exertions, however, proved somewhat effective. The duration of their silence was far briefer than Hector had anticipated. "No, Hector. You must give us." Hector turned back with another ominous silence. Fred then also succumbed and lay flat. Hector cast a tickling charm on the two Weasley twins, watching them struggle silently in midair. The sight was quite unnerving, yet it was undeniably satisfying. However, Hector did not torment them for long, as he was not the type of villain with a twisted psyche. Fred and George returned to the ground unscathed, though they were now so exhausted that they could barely speak, merely lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "I could perform that charm too," Fred finally managed to say after a considerable time, surprised by its effectiveness, contemplating its potential inclusion in their magical product line. George chimed in to complete his brother's thought. The twins exchanged a high five, thoroughly pleased with each other's ideas. "Now, can you enlighten me as to why I was summoned so early in the morning?" Hector inquired, eyeing the scheming Weasley brothers with mild irritation. The twins exchanged glances and proceeded to explain the entire situation to Hector in detail, almost without hesitation implicating Harry and Ron, who had provided the initial suggestions. Hector is utterly speechless. He yearns to unleash his imagination, yet he finds himself still confronted by the two individuals before him, who are exchanging knowing glances. However, their recent infrequent encounters have resulted in a lack of narrative focus on these two brothers, inevitably leading to their dissatisfaction. Dear reader, There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, for what follows promises to be even more exhilarating. Hector forgave the Weasley twins, for they were indeed good friends, and it was only natural for him to feel somewhat neglected, harboring a few grievances in his heart. Moreover, Hector had already taken his revenge, which brought him a sense of balance. It was merely a matter of your overthinking, Hector remarked with a hint of irritation. Is there nothing else? I must attend my charms class now. Fred and George nodded in acknowledgement. Hector had not walked far when he felt a pang of sympathy for his somewhat dejected brothers, the Weasleys. He turned around, rose onto his toes, and awkwardly patted the shoulders of the two brothers who towered over him. I have been dedicating my time to learning something new, Hector explained. I have prepared a grand surprise for you, but it requires time. So, I haven't had the opportunity to see you much. Please understand, my brothers. Upon hearing Hector's words, the two brothers visibly brightened, and the trio linked arms, making their way towards the castle. Rather than saying they linked arms, it would be more accurate to say that Hector was being gently supported by the two as they returned to Hogwarts. Upon reaching the charms classroom, Hector found it already filled to capacity, even with Ron sitting beside Hermione, albeit with an expression of reluctance. However, judging by Hermione's demeanor, it was hard to discern who was more unwilling. Professor Flitwick had reserved a seat for Hector next to him. According to the professor, Hector had surpassed the level of an ordinary student, thus he was bestowed the title of teaching assistant for the charms class. Hector, however, suspected it was merely because the young wizards had already paired off, leaving him as an extra. Flitwick was quite amiable, his small gesture radiating warmth. Hector, Snape. Pay attention and learn well. Snape. Before Hector could settle into his seat, Professor Flitwick announced that they had sufficiently covered the theoretical aspects, and today they would attempt to levitate objects. This was splendid news, at least in the minds of the young wizards, who had been eagerly anticipating this day ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad soar chaotically around the classroom. In front of each pair of young wizards lay a feather, but before they could leap into action, Professor Flitwick meticulously reiterated the necessary precautions. Do not forget the subtle wrist movement we have been practicing. Standing atop a stack of books, his voice was sharp, punctuated by a precise flick of his wrist. Remember, the incantation must be articulated accurately. I once told you about the wizard Baruffio, who mistakenly pronounced Dephazes, only to find himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Flitwick gestured for the young wizards to begin their attempts, then leapt down from the pile of books and turned to Hector. Would you care to give it a try? Flitwick said with a twinkle in his eye. Of course. I have every confidence that this will pose no challenge for you. He handed a feather to Hector, and as soon as he let go, the feather began to float gracefully in the air. Flivy was astonished to observe that Hector hadn't even drawn his wand, yet the feather steadily ascended towards the ceiling. However, Flivy's astonishment was not as profound as when he first witnessed Hector performing magic without a wand for such an extended duration after teaching Hector for so long. His heart had grown exceptionally resilient. I had long anticipated this day. Flivy's smile brightened even further, unexpectedly arriving sooner than he had imagined. You might want to retrieve your wand first, Flivy suggested as he surveyed the surroundings. The young wizards were engrossed in their own feathers and remained oblivious to the happenings nearby. It seems you are not one to seek the limelight, are you? Hector nodded and retrieved his wand. However, a necessary reward must be given. Upon seeing Hector produce his wand, Flitwick exclaimed, Gryffindor, 20 points. The young wizards were immediately captivated, their eyes drawn to the feather floating in the air, and they cast envious, admiring glances at Hector. The situation for the young wizards was far from favorable, as nearly all the feathers remained motionless on the desks. The predicament of Harry and Seamus's group was even more dire. After several futile attempts of waving and shaking their wands, the feather remained stubbornly still. Seamus, known for his lack of patience, grew frustrated as the feather refused to rise and angrily poked it with his wand. Unfortunately, his innate talent was inadvertently triggered. The feather exploded with a loud bang, leaving Seamus with an unfortunate new hairstyle resembling an explosion, albeit with less soot on his face. As for Ron at the neighboring table, his situation was hardly better. He seemed to have caught Seamus's bad temper, his voice booming unusually loud. Ron flailed his arms like a windmill, yet in stark contrast to his movements, the feather remained obediently on the table, which only heightened Ron's embarrassment and frustration. His wild gesticulations nearly brushed against Hermione's head. Hermione, clearly annoyed, leaned back and retorted, You're mistaken. It es Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosar. The pronunciation requires clarity and precision. Ron, unwilling to concede, shot back defiantly. If you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? His tone was abrasive, almost a roar. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As Hector stepped out of Professor Flitwick's office, weariness enveloped him, and he noticed that night had completely fallen. It was mealtime, and Professor Flitwick, absorbed in his tasks, had lost track of time. It was only after Hector's subtle hints that he realized the hour. Professor Flitwick instructed Hector to leave first, as he needed to prepare tomorrow's lesson plan before indulging in a delightful supper. I am indeed looking forward to this banquet. However, I must first complete my duties, he remarked, which elicited a sense of admiration from Hector. After all, he was a professor, and such diligence was truly commendable. Nevertheless, Hector felt no desire to linger in the office. He longed to savor the hard-earned respite and the sumptuous feast awaiting him. Hector hurried towards the auditorium, navigating through the throngs of young wizards. His usual method of free-falling was not particularly effective in this crowded environment, so he reluctantly descended the peculiar staircase at a measured pace. Fortunately, the stairs seemed to relish the rare respite of Halloween, offering him a gracious passage without any hindrance, allowing him to reach the first floor swiftly. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the auditorium, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkins. The atmosphere within was exceptionally lively, as all the young wizards reveled in the sumptuous feast provided by Hogwarts. The ceiling was adorned with an array of pumpkin lanterns, while approximately 1,000 bats fluttered across the walls and overhead. Above these bats, the enchanting ceiling transformed into a series of low-hanging clouds, casting a chilling ambience throughout the hall. The atmosphere cultivated within the auditorium was undeniably immersive. However, the young wizards remained blissfully unaffected, engaging animatedly in conversation and exuberantly radiating the vibrancy of their youth. Hector first pulled a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and ran towards Dumbledore. The old headmaster was quite surprised. He had harbored some grievances regarding Hector's absence since the beginning of the term. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy at Hector's visit. "Ah, Hector, you finally remember your dear old grandpa," he remarked, his words tinged with mild reproach, though his smile was impossible to conceal. "By the way, happy Halloween, Hector." "Happy Halloween, Grandpa," Hector replied, handing the box of chocolate frogs to Dumbledore. "Oh, is this a gift for me? Must I utter the phrase trick or treat?" Dumbledore's smile widened, his characteristic wit eliciting a joyful grin from Professor McGonagall, who sat nearby, her gaze filled with warmth as she looked at Hector. "This one is mine," Hector said, retrieving another box of chocolate frogs from his robe. "This one is from my grandpa, Aberforth. He asked me to bring it to you." Dumbledore was visibly taken aback. He stood up and solemnly accepted the 2 boxes of chocolate frogs from Hector's hands. "Oh, Hector, this is truly a wonderful Halloween gift." Tears glimmered in Dumbledore's eyes as he cradled the boxes like precious treasures. "Thank you, Hector," he said earnestly. "No need to thank me, Grandpa." Hector turned to run towards the Gryffindor table, but Dumbledore called out to him, "No treats, no tricks." He playfully winked at Hector, who responded with a broad smile. Hector was in high spirits as he swiftly returned to the realm of the young wizard. However, he found it peculiar that Hermione's presence was absent from the Gryffindor long table. In stark contrast, Harry and Ron, with their heads bowed in hearty feasting, were quite conspicuous. Hector took a seat opposite Harry and first stuffed a golden, crispy chicken leg into his mouth. After chewing, he mumbled a question. "Harry, where has Hermione gone?" Harry's expression initially froze, then he quickly lowered his head, intentionally avoiding Hector's gaze. Hector felt an unsettling sensation as he struggled to swallow the inadequately chewed morsel of chicken. Turning his gaze towards Ron, who was clutching a drumstick in each hand, he noticed Ron's lowered head, clearly betraying his discomfort. Just as Harry was about to retrieve a roasted potato from the long table, Hector's eyes shifted towards him, causing young Harry to flinch and drop the potato back onto the plate. "Well, Hector, here's the situation." Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, ultimately deciding that it would be he who conveyed the events of the afternoon to Hector. However, Hector was already somewhat aware of the incident from the original narrative. His gaze fixed upon the source of their troubles, Ron, who had now placed his cherished drumstick onto his plate and was avoiding Hector's gaze entirely. It was truly disheartening for Hector. One could only hope there was still time for atonement. Rising from his seat, he patted his pockets. "Oh dear, disaster has struck. My wand is left in Professor Flitwick's office." Fortunately, he had refrained from employing the method of free fall earlier, for the consequences would have been dire. Upon seeing Hector stand, Harry also rose, with Ron following suit. "Listen to me, Hector. Ron didn't mean to." Harry's words were cut short as the grand doors of the hall swung open with a loud bang, revealing Professor Quirrell, who stumbled into the hall. His purple scarf askew and threatening to fall from his head. The expression on Quirrell's face was one of sheer terror, and all eyes were fixed upon him. He hurried to the professor's table, leaning against it at an awkward angle, looking utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, Professor Quirrell stammered, "A troll is in Hogwarts." He inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Dumbledore's cerulean gaze, as if expecting him to be aware of the situation. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, appearing to have fainted. An immediate hush fell over the hall, broken only by the sound of bats flapping their wings above. At that moment, Neville inadvertently knocked over a cup, the metallic clang echoing sharply in the now silent hall. Like a spark igniting a fuse, chaos erupted. Young wizards leapt from their seats, rushing towards the doors in a frenzy. The professor's shouts were rendered ineffective until Dumbledore rose, placing his wand against his throat. Silence! Dumbledore's amplified voice reverberated, effectively quelling the turmoil. All eyes turned towards the venerable and commanding figure standing at the front of the hall. Prefects, Dumbledore's tone was low yet resolute. Immediately escort your houses back to the dormitories. All the prefects stood to attention. Percy's voice soon rang out. Follow me. Stay together, first-year students. As long as you heed my instructions, there is no need to fear the troll. His tone still sounded rather haughty. Yet the young wizards from Gryffindor swiftly gathered around him. All right, stay closely behind me. Make way, the first-year students need to pass. I beg your pardon. I am the head boy. Hector, Harry, and Ron were being ushered out by the young wizards. Hector halted Harry, who was about to continue explaining. The current predicament surpassed his capabilities, and without a wand, he required assistance. Before him stood two exemplary allies, two courageous yet remorseful young wizards. I care not what has transpired, Hector solemnly addressed the two young wizards, who were bowing their heads. I did not see Hermione among our ranks, and I trust you have not witnessed her whereabouts either. I suspect she remains oblivious to the troll's presence. Ron bit down hard on his lip, appearing profoundly guilty. Hermione has been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. I believe she is still there, Harry murmured. This is my fault, he added softly. Ron seized the conversation. Determination etched on his face as he lifted his head. We will follow your lead, Hector. Harry, standing beside him, nodded resolutely. Let us find Hermione first. Hector inclined his body forward, with Ron and Harry closely trailing behind him. The trio blended into the Hufflepuff group, moving in the opposite direction. Once the main group had passed, Hector guided them stealthily through an empty side corridor, hastening towards the girls' bathroom. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance, and Hector immediately froze, swiftly pulling the two reckless boys behind a large statue of a griffin. Is that Percy? Ron asked anxiously, huddled in the corner and lowering his voice. Peering from behind the stone figure, they discerned it was not Percy, but Snape, clad in his customary black robes, moving with great urgency. Snape quickly traversed the corridor, vanishing from their sight. What is he doing? Why is he not with the other teachers in the underground classroom? Harry whispered, fearful of being overheard by Snape. Who knows? Hector replied. However, I believe we should follow him. I have a feeling that by doing so, we may find Hermione. Harry and Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Hector's suggestion, and the three emerged from the shadows behind the statue, trailing Snape at a distance. They listened to Snape's footsteps as they quietly advanced down another corridor. He is heading to the 4th floor, Harry remarked, though he soon fell silent. At that moment, Snape's whereabouts became less significant, as they were assaulted by a foul stench. The last time Hector had encountered a similar aroma was when he had spilled a jar of fermented beans. The odor was pungent and lingering, much like the present one. Do you smell that? Ron covered his nose, repulsed by the combination of the scent of dirty socks and an unflushed toilet. Without waiting for Hector and Harry to nod, they heard a low, rumbling murmur and the sound of enormous feet dragging across the ground. A giant. The thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of the three of them, prompting an instinctive retreat into the shadows of the corner. Before long, a colossal silhouette emerged at the end of the corridor, slowly advancing towards Hector and his companions. The oppressive presence of the figure caused the three young wizards to collectively hold their breath. The giant soon stood before them, a terrifying sight indeed. Its massive body starkly contrasting with its pitifully small head. Towering at approximately 12 feet, its skin was dull and resembled granite in hue. Its short legs appeared like muddy tree stumps, beneath which were flat, coarse, oversized feet. Hector, not far from the giant, could distinctly smell the nauseating stench emanating from it. Clutched in its hand was a long, thick club, and its arms were exceedingly long, causing the club to scrape against the ground with a piercing sound. As the giant lumbered past the trio, its dull brain and sluggish senses failed to notice the three young wizards who were practically within arm's reach. Clumsily and slowly, it continued onward, suddenly halting at the entrance of a room. Peering inside, its long ears twitched as they detected the slightest movement within. After what felt like an eternity, the giant's dim-witted head finally made a decision. It lowered itself, hoisting the club, and slowly entered the room. Once the giant's figure completely vanished into the doorway, Hector, Harry, and Ron swiftly emerged from their darkened refuge. Battling the urge to vomit, they hurried toward the door, following the foul odor left in the giant's wake. "The key is in the lock," Harry whispered, observing Hector as he cautiously peered into the room while pinching his nose. "We could simply lock the door. That way, the giant wouldn't be able to get out." Harry felt that this suggestion was indeed brilliant, and Ron appeared to wholeheartedly agree. As Hector withdrew his head from the room, Harry decisively slammed the door shut, and Ron, in perfect synchrony, locked it. Then produced the key and hurled it forcefully into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Hector was utterly powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the key vanished before his very eyes. Hector gazed at Harry and Ron, who bore expressions tinged with pride, and silently pointed to the sign above them. The idea was commendable, yet alas, this was a ladies' restroom. "My dear fellow, you have even thrown away the key. Hermione may very well be inside." Harry nodded thoughtfully, while Ron clung to a flicker of hope. Surely, it couldn't be that fortuitous. Ron leaned into the room, peering inside, with so many girls' restrooms in the school. Hermione was not necessarily here. As it turned out, one should never harbor a sense of false security. They were soon met with a piercing scream, Hermione's voice. Filled with sheer terror, Ron's face drained of color in an instant. "This is disastrous." He cradled his head in his hands, the key lost, the door locked tight. "Am I destined to cause Hermione's demise?" Harry, too, appeared frantic. He completely forgot his identity as a wizard, behaving like a muggle as he kicked and pounded against the impenetrable door, oblivious to the fact that his wand had slipped from the pocket of his robe and clattered to the ground. Hector swore that he had never encountered such a scene in the original narrative. It was evidently not this arduous. First, he had forgotten his wand, and then the key had been tossed aside. However, the current predicament left him no time for contemplation. Hector swiftly picked up the wand from the ground and exclaimed, "Stand back, Harry." He directed the wand at the wooden door. Alohomora. The tip of Harry's wand emitted a brilliant light, and with a resounding crash, the door swung open. Yet, the radiance from the wand's tip lingered, refusing to fade until Hector cast the wand aside, at which point the glow gradually diminished. What was that? Ron finally caught his breath. "I don't recall Hermione having such an effect when she used it." "Never mind that," Hector urged, charging ahead. Harry retrieved the wand and followed closely behind with Ron. "Hermione," the three of them called in unison. As Hector stepped into the room, he was met with the sight of a colossal troll wreaking havoc in the center of the lavatory, brandishing a hefty wooden club with reckless abandon. Hermione, pale as a ghost, pressed herself against the wall. The young witch was thoroughly terrified. She had never imagined encountering a troll at Hogwarts, especially not on such a dreadful day and in such an unfortunate location. The troll, hearing the commotion behind it, struggled to manage its massive frame, its head, no larger than a coffee bean, proving inadequate for the task. It clumsily collided with the basin and the wall, causing them to separate. And only with the latter's obstruction did the troll reluctantly halt its advance before Hermione. The creature turned, its beady eyes scrutinizing Hector and his companions. "We must lure it aside so that Hermione can escape," Hector instructed Harry and Ron. "Keep making noise to draw its attention, Harry, and you too, Ron. You need to devise a way to confuse it." Hector retrieved a solitary faucet from the debris of the pool, accompanied by a lengthy brass pipe. Gazing at these two incongruous objects in his hands, he found himself yearning profoundly for his wand. Hector aimed for the giant's head, yet found it remarkably diminutive. After a prolonged wait, during which the giant grew increasingly impatient, preparing to turn and deal with Hermione, Hector finally hurled the object with considerable force. The metallic faucet carried a certain weight, staggering the giant for a moment. However, for the robust giant, this merely caused a brief flicker of stars before it quickly returned to its former state. To the giant, this act was nothing short of an affront. If only it comprehended the meaning of such an insult. The giant visibly erupted in rage, as evidenced by the colossal club raised high above its head. Though its leg was somewhat lame, the anger it felt rendered it heedless of its injury. Following the failure of its first strike, it swiftly became agile. Ignoring its wounded leg, the giant lunged fiercely at Hector with a mighty swing of its club. Hector rolled across the ground, narrowly avoiding the wooden club that swiped past his shoulder. He quickly rose to his feet and dashed around the pillar where the pool once stood, attempting to lure the giant further away. Harry and Ron stood frozen, resembling two muggles clutching flimsy sticks, their minds blank and unable to conjure a suitable spell for the dire situation. "Do something for goodness sake," Hector exclaimed, glancing at the dazed pair as he evaded the giant's swings, desperately trying to rouse the paralyzed Harry and Ron. These two seemed more of a burden than a help, only adding to his distress. With no better options, Harry sheathed his wand at his waist and urged, "Ron, go find Hermione and get her out of here quickly." With that, Harry picked up a brass pipe from the ground and struck the giant's calf, but the impact was negligible, merely scraping off some dead skin. The giant showed no sign of hesitation, its focus solely on Hector, who had dared to provoke it. However, it soon realized the grave mistake of disregarding Harry. In an act that could only be described as exceedingly brave, yet utterly foolish in Hector's eyes, Harry leaped up. The giant barely reacted, for Harry was far too light to make an impression. But when Harry drew his wand and thrust it directly into the giant's nostril, the creature could hardly ignore the sensation. Hector found Harry's method of wielding his wand exceedingly perplexing. He contemplated that if Harry were to throw the wand to him, they might resolve the daunting predicament before them in a manner more befitting a wizard. However, upon witnessing the wand lodged in the troll's nostril, swiftly ensnared by a glutinous mass of snot, Hector promptly abandoned his earlier notion. He resolutely vowed never to touch the hand that had grasped Harry's wand for at least a week. And regarding Harry's wand, Hector believed he would never again lay eyes on it in his lifetime. The troll emitted a pained howl, contorting its body in an attempt to dislodge the minuscule pest clinging to it, intending to crush him with a club. Aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if he were to fall, Harry clung tightly to the troll's frame, shouting, "Think of something, Hector." Hector was also quite anxious. Without a wand, he truly felt like a skilled artisan unable to craft without materials. He charged forward, frantically striking the joints, ankles, knees, and the backs of the knees with the brass pipe in his grasp. Finally, he made up his mind and, with his eyes shut, delivered a decisive blow to the area commonly referred to as "I need not elaborate." The effect was indeed remarkable. Hector discovered that no male creature could withstand such an assault. The ogre's legs wobbled noticeably, and an unmistakable expression of shock emerged on its otherwise unexpressive face. Seizing the opportunity, Harry leapt down from the ogre's back, not sparing a thought for his wand as he pulled Hector away in the opposite direction. The ogre had collapsed near the entrance, its massive club obstructing the doorway, rendering any escape impossible. Harry and Hector leaned against the wall that Hermione had previously rested against. Or rather, Hermione and Ron were still leaning against that very wall. Hector was in a frenzy. He furiously addressed Ron, who appeared utterly innocent at that moment. "Wasn't I supposed to let you go first?" Hector exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. The adversaries were already formidable enough. There was no need to escalate the intensity further. Meanwhile, Hermione sat helplessly on the ground, completely unaccustomed to such a situation, lacking even the strength to rise. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. "I can't move any longer, Hector. Ron cannot drag me along." Hector nodded, addressing everyone. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Harry, ever timely, redirected the group's attention to the looming behemoth before them. The giant had fully regained its composure, its diminutive head now consumed by fury. The humiliation inflicted by these two small beings had left no room in its already limited intellect for anything other than hatred. Dragging a lengthy club behind it, the creature charged towards Hector and the other three. "I will distract it for a moment," Hector declared, intending to employ the wandless magic they had only just learned that afternoon. "However, I cannot hold it off for long. You may try to lift its club with the levitation charm. The giant's head is its weak point." Hector took a deep breath, only to realize that holding his breath and concentrating seemed more appropriate for the current situation. "Listen to my command," he instructed, with determination in his eyes. Hector stood firm as Ron raised his wand. Meanwhile, Harry did his utmost to help Hermione, who was slumped on the ground. 3, 2, 1. Wingardium Leviosa. The obstacles seemed insurmountable. The troll's body visibly halted as Ron's levitation spell took effect, causing the club to fly from the troll's grasp, soaring high and slowly towards the ceiling. Ron struggled to control the large wooden stick, striving to guide it directly above the troll's head. The creature was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, its mind momentarily incapacitated once more. Hector observed the giant creature swinging wildly at the air, and after a considerable time, he realized that his hands were devoid of anything. "Where's the stick?" The giant looked at its empty hands in confusion. Meanwhile, Ron had painstakingly maneuvered the wooden stick to hover above the giant's head. Foolish giant. Hector pointed at the ceiling, urging it to look up. The giant raised its gaze. And at that moment, Ron lifted the levitation spell. With a resounding thud, the stick fell upon its original owner's head, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the room. The giant became completely immobilized, swaying slightly before collapsing face first onto the floor. With a tremendous rumble, the entire room trembled. Hector, Ron, and Harry were all slumped on the ground, safe for the moment, at least. Is it dead? Hermione's voice trembled, unsure whether to cover her nose or her eyes. I think it must have fainted, Hector replied. The troll, a magical beast with formidable resistance to magic, had proven too resilient. Hector had expended all his magical energy, and all it did was momentarily halt its advance. While trolls may not be particularly intelligent, they were undeniably tough. This meager assault would only incapacitate it for a brief period. Upon hearing this, Harry quickly retrieved his wand from the troll's nostril and wiped it on the creature's trousers. We need to hurry and leave. If it wakes up again, the four of us won't stand a chance against it. Before Harry could finish his sentence, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, followed by a forceful banging on the door. Such a commotion within Hogwarts could hardly escape the notice of its numerous powerful professors. Soon, Hector and the others witnessed Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Professors Snape, Flitwick, and Quirrell, who brought up the rear with the most noise. The moment Quirrell laid eyes on the troll, he let out a heavy sigh and quietly sat down on a toilet, weeping. As for Snape, he was bent over studying the troll, with the less conspicuous Flitwick standing beside him. Flitwick discreetly gave Hector a thumbs up before returning to his feigned examination of the troll. Professor McGonagall appeared extremely angry, her lips white from being bitten and her sharp eyes fixed intently on Hector, Harry, and Ron. What on earth are you playing at? McGonagall's voice was icy, sending a collective shiver down the spines of the three young wizards facing her. They lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. I can hardly believe you survived. McGonagall's eyes swept across them. Consider yourselves lucky not to have been killed by the troll. Why on earth didn't you stay in your dormitory? The question was piercingly simple, yet under McGonagall's intense presence, Hector felt that any explanation would be utterly inadequate. He cautiously raised his head, only to lock eyes with Snape's cold stare. Immediately, he averted his gaze, unwilling to raise his head again anytime soon. How unfortunate that attracting Snape's attention was never a wise decision. However, Snape's attention was not likely to linger on Hector, especially with Harry nearby. Snape shot Harry a piercing glance that made him involuntarily shudder. I suppose they sought to prove their courage. Snape's voice remained devoid of emotion, although the sarcasm on his face was unmistakable. Regrettably, I saw no courage, only recklessness and foolishness. Hector pressed his parched lips together, casting a furtive glance at Harry beside him. Always critical of Snape, he too now bowed his head, fervently hoping not to be expelled from the school. The fleeting notion of awarding Gryffindor an additional 50 points had long since dissipated. It was Hermione who shattered the silence. Please, Professor Snape, and you too, Professor McGonagall. This cannot be solely their fault. They were looking for me. Hermione's face appeared resolute as she struggled to rise. Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly sharpened, her gaze fixed sternly upon Hermione. I went to confront the troll. I thought I could handle it alone. Hermione finally stood up, her eyes locking onto Professor McGonagall's. I truly apologize. I had read about them in books and believed I understood them well enough. Not only Harry and Ron, but even Hector wore expressions of astonishment. Hector contemplated numerous excuses for Hermione, yet he was utterly unprepared for her audacity to weave such an egregious falsehood under Professor McGonagall's scrutiny. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Hermione, a sentiment shared by the trio. Had they not intervened, Hector knew he would surely have perished. If not for Hector and Harry's tireless efforts to distract the troll, Ron would not have succeeded in incapacitating it with its own club. Hermione praised the trio for their bravery, eager to continue her narrative, but was abruptly interrupted by Snape. I believe seeking a teacher is still an option, considering that your head of house, Professor McGonagall, is not far from here, Snape remarked, pausing for effect. However, it was evident that their thoughts were consumed by the reckless bravado of the illustrious Potter and Dumbledore, along with the dim-witted Weasley, which was quite understandable. Severus. Professor McGonagall had always been fiercely protective of her students. Snape refrained from further comment, his dark gaze fixed intently on Harry. They had no time to summon assistance. Hermione explained that when they arrived, the troll was poised to swallow her whole. Harry and Ron's astonishment lingered. They had never anticipated Hermione to fabricate such a grand deception. Nevertheless, when McGonagall's gaze swept over them, Harry and Ron endeavored to feign familiarity with the tale, nodding earnestly. If that is the case, McGonagall appeared to have wholly accepted their account, casting a glance at the exhausted Hector before reflecting, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you believe you could confront a troll the size of a mountain alone? This has nothing to do with your knowledge. Even adult wizards must approach trolls with caution." Hermione lowered her head, and Harry felt a pang of discomfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. If there were anyone at Hogwarts least likely to breach the rules, Hermione would undoubtedly top that list. Yet now, in a bid to extricate them from peril, she had lied before McGonagall, even suggesting that she had violated school regulations. This was as incredulous as if Snape had one day washed his hair and donned a robe of any color other than black. Perhaps it was for Hector's sake. Harry endeavored to rationalize Hermione's actions, but warmth surged within him nonetheless, mirrored in Ron's heart as well. As for Hector, he was now struggling to keep his eyelids open, perhaps feeling some warmth within, yet currently unable to process it. "I cannot fall asleep. I cannot fall asleep," was the mantra echoing in Hector's mind. "Miss Granger. As a consequence of this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points," Professor McGonagall remarked, turning to face Hector and the others. "Well, I must say, you are indeed fortunate. Few first-year students have the opportunity to contend with a fully grown giant. Clearly, this is not the most prudent solution, yet your courage is commendable." A relaxed smile finally graced Professor McGonagall's face. "Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor, and I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter." The taut string within Hector's heart finally relaxed, and he sensed that everything around him began to blur into unreality. It seemed as though Harry and the others were drifting away from him, or perhaps it was Hector who was departing from them. He could no longer distinguish between the two. All he desired now was a peaceful slumber. Hector collapsed onto the ground with a thud, the brilliance before his eyes swiftly fading away. Hector found himself enveloped in a dream. Before his eyes stood a man of impeccable attire, standing shoulder to shoulder with Harry. As for Harry, he appeared significantly taller than he did in reality. His youthful innocence nearly faded away, presenting himself with an air of precocious maturity. The man must be Sirius, Hector surmised. Indeed, he was the illustrious handsome figure renowned far and wide. Despite the 12 years of imprisonment that had etched the marks of hardship upon his visage, Hector could effortlessly discern the semblance of that striking young man within him. The trials of those years had not dulled Sirius's audacious bravery, nor extinguished the fervor of his heart. At his core, Sirius remained the quintessential Gryffindor. With time and experience merely adding a veneer of maturity to his character, he was still unmistakably the same Sirius. Hector beheld himself, tall and well-proportioned. Surely, this must be his future self, still possessing an undeniable charm. This realization brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, time was not on his side for a leisurely survey of his surroundings. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the woman with a menacing expression, brandishing her wand. She must be Bellatrix, Sirius's cousin, who bore a slight resemblance to him. Hector had no time for a thorough examination, for at that moment, the tip of Bellatrix's wand began to emit a green light. Hector gazed at another version of himself as he simultaneously raised his wand and cast a repelling charm towards the unsuspecting Sirius. This was the most effective solution Hector could conceive, as the killing curse was impervious to any form of defense. To his astonishment, Hector realized that the malevolent curse was aimed at Harry. Sirius's body was propelled backward uncontrollably, and he undoubtedly perceived the lethal spell. The ominous green light surged towards his bewildered protege, who stood frozen in shock. In a desperate attempt, the adult Hector cast another repelling charm. Yet the crimson light was evidently too late to intercept. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Sirius's eyes as he steeled himself for what was to come. Hector beheld Sirius transform into a formidable black dog in the sky. As its limbs barely grazed the ground, every muscle in his body tensed, propelling him into a leap with all his might. Sirius had no time to shield his protege. Instead, he could only use his modest frame to valiantly obstruct the swift approach of death. He succeeded. Hector beheld the relief etched upon his face. Sirius gazed with a wistful expression at the figure that was both strange and familiar. He was hurled aside by the residual force of the killing curse. Landing beside the archway, the large black dog swiftly transformed back into a man, standing in that place which Hector found profoundly familiar. After a brief moment of pause, he plunged into the archway, which appeared to be draped with a silver veil. Hector endeavored to grasp the feeble form of Sirius, but his hand passed through the very essence of the man, leaving him to helplessly witness as the figure before him vanished from the sight of all. The call of Hector went unnoticed by all, save for the elderly Hector, who cast a glance in his direction and shook his head in resignation. Hector read the expression of despair upon his own face, a sentiment he had never anticipated would manifest there. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and the scene rapidly faded away, the light before him abruptly dimmed, as if he were plummeting into an abyss, where an infinite darkness instantaneously engulfed him. Moments later, he awoke to find Madame Pomfrey standing by his bedside, her face etched with concern. Behind her stood Dumbledore, accompanied by the elderly Aberforth, who paced anxiously at the foot of the bed. Hector's initial reaction was disbelief. The death of Sirius had inflicted upon him profound pain and shock. It was a troubling matter, for Hector should not have known of Sirius. He feared that his clumsy attempts at concealment would not escape the keen perception of the astute Headmaster Dumbledore. Before he could dwell on his worries, a visibly anxious Aberforth rushed to Hector's bedside. His gaze was fixed intently on Hector, an unmistakable joy illuminating his features, despite his evident exhaustion. This all began shortly after dusk, when Aberforth suddenly felt a surge of unease, sensing that something was amiss. Trusting his instincts, he hastily expelled all patrons from the bar, neglecting even to secure the door before darting towards Hogwarts. There, he encountered Dumbledore at the gates, who bore a similarly anxious expression. Aberforth then waited at the entrance of the hospital wing throughout the night, his face solemn and marked by palpable anger. Dumbledore, too, found himself restless, sitting beside Aberforth in silence, offering quiet companionship to his brother. "I remember you assuring me that Hector would be safe with you, as the headmaster. You were capable of caring for him well." Aberforth's voice was subdued, yet it carried an undercurrent of restrained fury as he turned to fix Dumbledore with an unwavering stare. "Is this truly how you care for Hector?" "Dumbledore, listen to me. This was truly an accident." Dumbledore's attempts at explanation were feeble and faltering, quickly interrupted by Aberforth. "This is Hogwarts." Aberforth rose to his feet, glaring at Dumbledore, his brother. This declaration was nearly a roar. "How could a troll manage to infiltrate under your watch? And you failed to intervene in a timely manner? You allowed an 11-year-old child to confront a troll. This is your notion of care." Dumbledore found himself unable to meet Aberforth's gaze, awaiting the release of his brother's pent-up anger before attempting to provide his own clarification. "The troll was an accident," Dumbledore softly explained. "Someone cast a powerful confundus charm, disrupting Hogwarts' defenses. Such an event will not recur, I assure you, Aberforth." Aberforth remained unmoved by Dumbledore's reassurances. Yet he chose not to linger on that subject. "Let us discuss the matter of the Gringotts vault," Aberforth said, settling back down, his tone somber. "Do not tell me you are unaware of it. Aberforth, what are your plans?" Dumbledore initially felt a flicker of relief that Aberforth had shifted away from the troll incident, but his expression darkened upon hearing Aberforth's next inquiry. "Aberforth, I truly cannot divulge that information." "I am aware that you met with Nicholas Flamel," said Aberforth. Dumbledore's pupils constricted as he gazed at Aberforth with astonishment. "From the very moment Hector arrived at the Hog's Head, I have been monitoring your movements." Aberforth scrutinized Dumbledore's shocked expression. "You traveled to France, a place you have never particularly favored, and I have seen no reports of any events occurring there. You must have met with Nicholas Flamel regarding the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore appeared to be unfamiliar with the Aberforth before him. The Aberforth he remembered had never been one to engage in deep contemplation. He possessed an innate passion for dueling and preferred to resolve issues through force rather than reflection. "Aberforth, Voldemort still lives." Dumbledore quickly regained his composure and regarded Aberforth, whose shock was palpable, with a grave expression. "Nicholas Flamel's safe house was attacked by a very familiar dark magic. I am certain it bears his mark, though the caster seems rather inexperienced, clearly not him. He has not returned yet, but he is making an attempt to do so. The Philosopher's Stone serves as an excellent medium. Voldemort seeks it. Since you are already aware, why not secure it more effectively, or even destroy it? Why bring it to Hogwarts? Hector is your grandson." Aberforth appeared somewhat flustered. "Nicholas wishes me to destroy it as well, but not at this moment. I have a plan to eradicate him entirely through that boy, Harry Potter," Dumbledore stated resolutely, finally able to meet Aberforth's gaze. "I assure you, it will not be long before Voldemort is completely vanquished, and Hector will grow up safe and sound." Dumbledore spoke earnestly, imploring Aberforth to grant him another chance. Aberforth was evidently unconvinced by Dumbledore's few words, yet he recognized his inability to sway Dumbledore's decision. Once his brother set his mind to something, he would not waver. Aberforth had contemplated taking Hector away from Hogwarts and leaving England, but he knew Hector would never agree. After a year of companionship, Aberforth had discerned his grandson's character. Once Hector had made up his mind, nothing could alter his conviction. It is so very Dumbledore, Aberforth thought, feeling both a sense of pride and exasperation. Dumbledore was well aware of the considerable effort it took to persuade Hector to embrace transfiguration, ultimately integrating charms and transfiguration cleverly to sway Hector's resolve. Aberforth felt compelled to compromise, as he was the most willing to yield within their family. I know I cannot persuade you, nor do I comprehend the plan you speak of. Albus remained fixated on Dumbledore, devoid of the anger he once held. Listen well, Albus. Never regard Hector as your pawn, and never involve him in this matter. Albus rose, drawing his wand, prompting Dumbledore to stand as well. Should you intend to act against Hector, consider my stance first. Albus appeared resolute. I do not wish to be your adversary, Albus, nor do I desire that, yet. Should that day ever arrive, I shall be your greatest foe. Dumbledore could only nod, sinking back into his seat, his gaze hollow and pitiful. Albus too took his seat, and the two lapsed into silence, sharing a tranquil night devoid of words. The evening at Hogwarts was exceptionally serene, yet neither felt even the slightest inclination to sleep, remaining seated throughout the night. Then Hector awoke, his eyes falling upon Albus's face, leading him to believe he had entered another dream. It was not until Albus enveloped him in a warm embrace that he felt a flicker of reassurance. You are finally awake, Albus said, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, having spent the entire night anxious for Hector's well-being, which robbed him of sleep. Even repeated assurances from Madame Pomfrey that Hector had merely succumbed to exhaustion from magical exertion did little to soothe Albus's troubled mind. I thought, Albus faltered, as Hector returned the embrace with fervor. Within his grandfather's arms, Hector found a semblance of comfort. The overwhelming sense of helplessness brought on by the dream was too profound, evident even on the matured Hector's face, as if everything were predestined and his arrival could alter nothing. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector held Aberforth tightly, unwilling to let go, while Dumbledore watched from behind, a hint of tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. You must be terrified, my child. Aberforth released Hector and brought forth a steaming bowl of pumpkin porridge. Have some of this pumpkin porridge, Hector. It will make you feel better. Hector did not rush to drink the bowl of pumpkin porridge. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who stood at a distance and opened his arms wide. Aren't you going to embrace me, Grandfather Albus? Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback, quickly wiping away his tears before striding forward to envelop Hector in a warm and robust embrace, uncertain whether it was possible to alter the ethereal yet seemingly fated future. One could only strive to embrace the tangible and unfolding present. I am well, Grandfather. Hector released Dumbledore, adding, to be honest, I feel even better than before. Hector yearned to rise from his bed and take a few steps, feeling an exuberance of vitality surging within him, almost overflowing. Madame Pomfrey diligently conducted a thorough examination of Hector's condition and soon nodded toward Dumbledore. You may be discharged, she said kindly, her face adorned with a warm smile as she gazed at Hector. Your health is splendid, my dear. Both Aberforth and Dumbledore exhaled with relief, only to be soon overtaken by fatigue. Aberforth sank onto the nearby bed with a heavy sigh. For two elderly gentlemen, nearing 3 centuries in age, enduring a sleepless night proved quite taxing on their bodies. Dumbledore excused himself first, citing a need for rest due to his discomfort, while Aberforth glanced at Hector and gently caressed his face and then his hair. It's all right, he reassured. I must hurry back. The door was still unlocked when I left. Aberforth sheepishly ran a hand through his hair, adding, You know how it is with us older folks, we tend to forget. He rose from the bed, brushing off his clothes. Well, I shall take my leave now. Aberforth looked into Hector's bright blue eyes and earnestly implored, Do not forget to write to me. Hector nodded slightly, and Aberforth turned to leave. Hector waved farewell to Aberforth's departing figure, then took a deep breath and descended from the bed. Hector did not consider it a mere dream. The moment he glimpsed the helpless gaze from the future, that notion took root in his mind. Yet, he remained undeterred, feeling that his efforts were still insufficient. Thus, Hector resolved to further expand his arsenal. Is the future truly predetermined? He dared not ponder deeply. Taking action is certainly preferable to inaction. However, Hector had no intention of attending potions class on Friday. Arriving at this hour would surely provoke Snape's ire. Instead, he turned and slipped into the library. During lunch, Hector finally encountered Hermione, accompanied by Harry and Ron. After having shared an experience, it is difficult not to develop a fondness for one another. Clearly, defeating a 12-foot troll was such an event. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had completely bridged the gaps between them. After Hector's unconsciousness, they had returned to the Gryffindor common room in silence, offering only a brief thank you before hastily retreating to their dormitories. They had become very close friends, engaged in conversations that brought them joy, though their topics remained unknown. Hermione was the first to notice Hector. She rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "I'm so glad you're all right," unfazed by the gazes of others. She held Hector tightly, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. As for Harry and Ron, they awaited Hermione's release before joining in to give Hector a hearty hug. The three of them embraced, now bonded as brothers who had faced life and death together. "We were planning to come and see you. You certainly frightened us last night," Harry remarked, while Ron chimed in. "I've never seen Professor McGonagall wear such an expression." "Nonetheless, welcome back, brother." Time swiftly advanced into November, and the temperatures of the Scottish Highlands plummeted. The sky appeared shrouded in gray, the distant mountains crowned with ice and snow, and the surface of the Black Lake solidified under a thick layer of frost. The ground was regularly coated in frost each morning. Yet the young witches and wizards exhibited little awareness of the shifting weather. Hogwarts Castle remained unusually warm, as long as one did not venture beyond its confines. Robes continued to be a fitting attire. Life returned to a semblance of calm, with the troll incident lingering only briefly as a topic in the Gryffindor common room. The young lion's attention swiftly shifted to the impending Quidditch match. Hector felt quite content that the discussions surrounding the giant incident had subsided. He did not wish to be so renowned, even though he had already achieved a considerable level of fame. Ever since that enigmatic occurrence, which may or may not have been a dream, Hector's presence has become a rarity in the Gryffindor common room. He now finds himself almost daily in the company of Professor Flitwick, incessantly drawing upon the wisdom of the little old man to enrich himself. Hector, of course, would accompany Hermione in her spell practice, for he believed that a reliable teammate is far more trustworthy than two brash individuals who rely more on brawn than on intellect. Harry and Ron's performance against the troll was undeniably disappointing. Their success in overcoming the creature could be attributed to sheer luck or perhaps the fact that Hector had not brought his wand, which inadvertently provided Harry and his companions with an opportunity to tackle the troll. Hermione learned swiftly, demonstrating the formidable prowess of a renowned genius within the magical realm, and her progress left Hector genuinely astonished. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to introduce Hermione to Professor Flitwick's tutoring sessions, certain that he would be immensely fond of this exceptionally bright young witch. Of course, Hector had not entirely relinquished hope for his two less-than-stellar friends. He endeavored to encourage Harry and Ron to engage in more learning. However, he soon discovered that their attention was entirely consumed by the impending Quidditch match. Though they vocally expressed a desire to learn spells, they remained reluctant to take action. Each time Harry and Ron settled down, it became glaringly apparent to Hector, in his role as their teacher, that Ron would quickly lose focus, followed shortly by Harry succumbing to distraction. When the time came to put theory into practice, the two, having scarcely paid attention, naturally struggled to achieve any meaningful results. This significantly undermined their confidence, and it wasn't long before they both silently abandoned the notion of seeking Hector's guidance for extra help. Hector found himself utterly powerless against the indolent dispositions of the duo. To be frank, had it not been for the looming prospect of old Dumbledore's heroic demise in the noble quest to vanquish Voldemort, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in Harry's formidable triad. In contrast to Gryffindor, Hector yearned to be selected for Ravenclaw. Associating with a cadre of bookworms seemed far more secure than mingling with a cacophony of raucous individuals whose minds were preoccupied with the singular thought of taking him down. Yet, the inescapable truth remained. As long as Voldemort persisted, the dark shadows over the wizarding world would endure, and Dumbledore would never find peace. For Hector, Dumbledore's surname was not merely a divine endowment. It felt like a shackle. The Dumbledores were destined to make sacrifices for the realm of magic, as if it were their very fate. Albus Dumbledore acted in such a manner, and Aberforth Dumbledore, too, would follow in his brother's footsteps, rising to the occasion in times of peril, simply because they bore the name Dumbledore. Hector bore no burdens in his heart. He had never shouldered the responsibility of safeguarding the magical realm, for he believed that was Harry Potter's duty. To him, the paramount task was to protect the remaining family he cherished in this world. Thus, Hector had no choice but to continue along this somewhat familiar path. striving to shield those he wished to protect. However, when it came to guiding Harry, Hector intended to urge Dumbledore to take a more active role in arranging matters. As for these two laid-back little wizards, Hector felt utterly powerless. Harry and Ron seemed to have no thoughts beyond Quidditch and wizard's chess, even in their daily studies. They frequently sought assistance from Hector and Hermione, rarely completing assignments independently. Harry, of course, was burdened by the rigorous Quidditch training, claiming that Gryffindor's captain, Wood, regarded him as the team's secret weapon. Yet, it was evident that the term secret was quite unreliable within Gryffindor, as nearly everyone knew Harry was the new seeker. As for Ron, he was simply lazy. He often used watching Harry's training as an excuse to borrow assignments from Hermione. The clever little witch was not easily fooled by Ron's clumsy pretext, but lending to Harry was almost tantamount to lending to Ron. Eventually, Hermione relented. No longer pursuing Ron for his inept lies, Hermione could truly be considered an exceptional friend. She thoughtfully prepared a magical Quidditch book for Harry, which had become the only book he could engage with over the past few days. From it, he learned many rules that Wood had yet to teach him, including, as he claimed, a staggering 700 fouls. Of course, Harry was also quite familiar with the book's most dubious rumors and legends about Seekers, often recounting the heroic exploits of Seekers with a look of earnest admiration on his face. Harry treasured this book far beyond any other, equating its significance to that of his beloved Firebolt 2000. Hector had witnessed him either cradling or using the book as a pillow while drifting into slumber. At least Harry had never fallen asleep clutching his cherished broomstick. Harry felt that life could not be more splendid. He had the best of friends, his favorite sport. And even his assignments improved under the dual assistance of Hermione and Hector, sparing him from the professor's scorn, unlike Neville, who seemed to endure a near-constant lecture from the instructors, with Snape's voice being the most frequent and strident. However, Snape still managed to add to his frustrations. When Hector returned to the Gryffindor common room from Professor Flitwick's office, he was astonished to find the three little wizards gathered around the fireplace, with Harry's expression of indignation nearly spilling over. Hector approached, and Hermione explained to him that it was Snape's doing. He had confiscated Harry's most cherished magical Quidditch ball, using a rather flimsy excuse that library books were not to be taken out of the school. At that moment, they were enjoying a break in the courtyard, engaged in a discussion about Quidditch tactics. Snape even deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for this. His reasoning was undoubtedly fabricated. Harry was infuriated. He had no intention of accepting Snape's authority. I even went to confront him this afternoon, and he simply threw me out. However, he had discovered something significant. On Halloween night, when they were dealing with that troll, Snape must have ventured into the Forbidden Forest. He had overheard Snape saying he could not handle 3 heads at once, which could only refer to the 3-headed dog. Snape must have intended to seek out whatever the monstrous dog was guarding. This implies that the troll might have been unleashed by him to divert everyone's attention. Harry rambled on, flawlessly constructing his logical argument. Excitedly, he shared his revelation with Hector and suggested, "You should inform your grandfather, Hector. It was undoubtedly Snape's doing. We must ensure Dumbledore is made aware of this matter." Hector shrugged, and the bucket of murky water was unceremoniously splashed upon Snape. He attempted to offer some defense for Snape, despite knowing that Harry would certainly not heed it. Snape was not the sort of person to be easily understood. Hector found this sentiment all too familiar, yet he continued, "Moreover, Snape is a professor at the school. While it is undeniable that he often appears incomprehensible, I firmly believe he has no reason to steal what Dumbledore has concealed. After all, that is my grandfather's legacy. Even if you do not trust Snape, you must trust Dumbledore, right? I mean it, Harry." Ron felt that Hector's reaction was entirely predictable. Hermione's opinion mirrored his. However, he thought Snape was capable of anything. Perhaps he had deceived Dumbledore. But what was he truly searching for? What was that creature guarding? Harry fell into contemplation at Ron's words. Recently, he had not focused on what lay within the greasy little bundle, but Snape's actions drew his attention back. Now was not the time to ponder this matter. His grandfather would resolve it. Hector did not dwell on the subject for long, eager to turn the page on this issue. "Time is of the essence, Harry. Tomorrow marks your first Quidditch match, and you certainly need to rest well." Harry nodded, and they exchanged goodnights as they made their way back to their dormitories. The following day arrived swiftly. It was evident that Harry had not rested well the previous night. He entered the great hall, weary and fatigued. The hall was abuzz with excitement, as nearly everyone discussed Quidditch, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating match. Hector, unusually engaged in the conversation, listened with keen interest until he noticed Harry's disheveled appearance. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hector asked with genuine concern, offering him a glass of juice. "You look dreadful." "Thank you, Hector. I'm just a bit tired," Harry replied, accepting the juice and taking a seat at the long table, lost in thought. "You must eat something for breakfast." Ron chimed in, also concerned, as he handed Harry a sausage slathered in ketchup. "The Seeker needs to maintain their energy. They will be keeping a close watch on you. So skipping food is not an option." Harry took the sausage, mechanically stuffing it into his mouth, utterly devoid of appetite. Yet, in just an hour, he would be stepping onto the pitch. He had to be prepared. The surrounding clamor faded into the background as Harry cherished every fleeting moment to adjust his focus. 11 o'clock arrived quickly, as if the entire school had poured forth from Hogwarts Castle. The crowd swiftly gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch. The stadium suddenly erupted with excitement, as banners were unfurled and the air was filled with cheers and shouts. Harry solemnly bid farewell to Hector and the others, his steps stiff as he approached Wood, who was waiting for the Seekers. Before departing, Hector handed Harry a piece of chocolate, a gift from Professor Flitwick, laced with a hint of cheerfulness. Upon taking a bite, Harry instantly felt rejuvenated, and he gratefully waved at Hector, appearing significantly more confident now. As for Hector, he was pulled by Ron and Hermione to the top row of the stands, joining Neville, Seamus, and the football enthusiast Dean. They had prepared a soiled bedsheet in advance, upon which Dean had painted a large lion, while Hermione's little charm made the banner sparkle. Hector, oblivious to the extensive preparations made by Ron and his companions, seldom concerned himself with such matters. However, he drew forth his wand and cast a spell upon the lion, which sprang to life, dashing back and forth with fervor, occasionally emitting a resounding roar that echoed across the pitch, capturing the attention of many onlookers. "How impressive!" Dean exclaimed. And the remaining young wizards shared his sentiment, casting glances at Hector that rendered him somewhat bashful. "Look, Harry is coming out." Hermione deftly redirected their focus, and they all turned in unison to the field, where Harry, clad in a vibrant crimson Quidditch robe, was escorted by Fred and George into the bustling arena. Madam Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, broomstick in hand, awaiting the players from both teams. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was set to be a true clash of rivalries, as both sides had harbored grievances against one another for quite some time. The pitch was undoubtedly an ideal venue for settling scores. In the center of the field, Madam Hooch delivered her final instructions to the teams before mounting her broomstick and raising her silver whistle. Harry took a deep breath, his gaze drawn to the banner proclaiming Harry for victory high in the stands, along with the lifelike, majestic lion. His heart raced with exhilaration, dispelling the earlier tension, replaced instead by a surge of courage coursing through him. He now eagerly anticipated the sound of the starting whistle. Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle, and 15 broomsticks soared into the sky, officially commencing the Quidditch match. The commentary was provided by Jordan Lee, a close friend of Fred and George, renowned for his overt bias. Naturally, Jordan favored Gryffindor, scoffing at their archrivals, Slytherin. However, he occasionally displayed impartiality, which was only evident during the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw matches. The quaffle was promptly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptionally skilled chaser, whose charm was equally captivating. Jordan Lee, without hesitation, infused his commentary with personal opinions, prompting an evident displeasure from Professor McGonagall, who admonished him loudly. "Jordan." "I'm sorry, Professor." Jordan Lee recoiled slightly, eliciting laughter from the observing young wizards. Yet, McGonagall's reprimand seemed ineffective as Jordan continued to lean towards Gryffindor in his commentary, his fervor enhancing Hector's immersion in the match atmosphere. He joined the others in exuberant shouts, waving his arms excitedly at the players despite his limited understanding of Quidditch rules. The intensity on the pitch escalated rapidly, especially as Gryffindor executed consecutive steals and scored, prompting Slytherin players, led by their captain Marcus Flint, to escalate their physical confrontations and resort to unsportsmanlike conduct. The bludgeon of the Slytherin beater swung not merely at the golden snitch, but rather at Katie Bell, who held the quaffle. Hector observed a hulking figure brandishing a bat, aimed directly at her. What ensued was a brawl rather than a mere game, as Fred and George, witnessing such ignoble conduct, decisively abandoned their pursuit of the snitch. Each took a side and collided into the broomstick of the quaffle holder, Dorian Pusey. Chaos erupted swiftly, with elbows thrown and fists raised, the batters no longer targeting the snitch but rather the riders on their brooms. The scene was utterly tumultuous, and the conflict among the spectators below became increasingly pronounced, with Slytherin and Gryffindor exchanging heated insults. Had the two houses not been so distant from one another? Hector was certain the young wizards would have relished the opportunity for a physical confrontation. Madame Hooch's whistle verged on being ruined, her voice echoing across the pitch. Yet following her ruling, neither team showed even a moment's restraint, instead escalating their scuffle into a near melee. Would commanded Harry to ascend to the heights. He did not wish for Harry to be prematurely embroiled in the fray, for locating the snitch was the key to victory, and should the batters be injured, all would be lost. This continued for a considerable time, with no glimmer of gold to be seen, as the crowd's attention remained fixated on the escalating brawl. After a while, Hector heard a familiar voice call out from nearby. "Excuse me, pardon me, make way." Hagrid. A commotion erupted in the highest stands, finally clearing a space for the giant. "Oh, good morning, Ron, Hermione, and Hector. I was just watching from the hut." Hagrid, a massive pair of binoculars hanging from his neck, peered skyward at the tiny black. The hut lacks the atmosphere of the pitch. And still no sign of the snitch, right? No one was inclined to respond, for they all witnessed Harry on his broom suddenly tremble violently, as if he were about to plummet from the skies. Hector was aware that it was Professor Chilo's handiwork, and he scanned the crowd in search of the figure wrapped in a purple scarf. The situation unfolded as follows. While Hagrid was still laboriously searching for Hector and the others amidst the throng, Harry had already been the first to spot the golden snitch. Filled with exhilaration, he descended swiftly on his Firebolt 2000, pursuing the shimmering golden light. Hot on his heels was Terence Higgs, the Seeker from Slytherin. At that moment, the Seekers ceased their prior skirmishes and transformed into spectators, observing the spectacle unfolding on the pitch, which suddenly felt less tense. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures racing through the sky. It was at this juncture that the superiority of the Firebolt 2000 became evident. Higgs's Nimbus 2000 could not match its linear acceleration, nor could it rival its aerial maneuverability. Harry soon left Higgs trailing in his wake as he caught sight of the golden snitch, a diminutive golden sphere fluttering and darting about in the air. It seemed to sense Harry's pursuit and hastened away, evading capture. Just as Harry was poised to conclude the match, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, would not remain idle. He urged his broom forward, taking advantage of the moment when others were distracted, and charged directly at Harry. By the time the Weasley brothers realized what was happening, it was too late. Flint had already barreled into Harry's path. Harry's reflexes were quick. He pulled up sharply, and Flint, realizing his plan to knock Harry off his broom was futile, extended his arm in an attempt to grasp the handle of the Firebolt 2000 forcefully. Harry gripped the broom tightly, yet it veered off its intended course. Just as he endeavored to regain his balance, the Firebolt 2000 bizarrely lost control. The broom began to shake violently, and Harry, who had not fully secured his position, was thrown from it. He clutched the broom handle desperately, attempting to calm his steadfast companion, but to no avail. The broom continued to thrash about like an enraged bull, seemingly determined to dislodge its longtime partner. Commentator Jordan, disregarding Professor McGonagall's admonitions, erupted into a furious tirade, his microphone swiftly muted by her intervention. However, under his guidance, the Gryffindor Lions began to vent their pent-up anger towards the Slytherin Snakes with a barrage of expletives beginning with F, I ants. Yet, the fervent tirade from the Gryffindor Wizards against their Slytherin counterparts did not endure long, as the unfolding spectacle silenced them into an astonished hush. The young lions held their breath, fervently praying that their seeker would not tumble from his broom. The enchanted broom continued to somersault in the air, leaving Harry unable to focus on the elusive golden snitch. He exerted every ounce of effort to control the broom. Yet the Firebolt 2000 seemed to possess a will of its own, and the two were locked in a struggle, ascending higher and further into the sky. It was unclear what Harry intended to achieve. Hagrid lowered his binoculars. Had he not known Harry so well, he might have assumed he was losing control of his broom. He refrained from continuing, evidently realizing something. Could it be that Flint's earlier collision has damaged his broom? Seamus quietly speculated, as Harry appeared increasingly unable to manage the firebolt, nearly being thrown off. Now, he clung to the handle with one hand, his body dangling in midair. Impossible, Hagrid asserted, short of some advanced dark magic. No small wizard could cast such a complex and malevolent spell. Hermione's eyes suddenly brightened. She seized Hagrid's binoculars, not to gaze at Harry in the sky, but to search the crowd for something. "What are you doing?" Ron, looking ashen, cast a fleeting glance at Hermione before swiftly returning his gaze to the precariously hovering Harry. "I knew it," Hermione gasped, her face flushed with anger. She handed the binoculars to Hector, who followed her pointed direction and indeed spotted Severus Snape, muttering incantations that mirrored the curses described by Hagrid. "It's definitely Snape," he is casting a jinx on the broom. Hermione seethed. Upon hearing this, Ron quickly snatched the binoculars from Hector's hands, first glancing at Snape before adjusting his focus to his beloved friend, Harry, still struggling in the sky. In fact, Quirrell is also casting a spell, Hector weakly interjected, but Hermione paid him no mind, her suspicions firmly aimed at Snape. He might be uttering a counter-curse. She even defended the first major antagonist of the tale. "We must do something, Hector. Harry won't last much longer." Hermione grabbed Hector and dashed away, leaving Ron to remain behind, continuing to observe Harry's plight. The Gryffindor players were also contemplating ways to assist their seeker. The Weasley twins attempted to fly closer to him, but this only caused the broom to ascend even further from the ground, intensifying the turbulence. Fred and George could only hover beneath him, ensuring Harry would not plummet to the earth. "Faster, come on," Ron muttered, drawing his wand, yet his mind was a blank. Hector bore the heavy responsibility of charting a course through the tumultuous crowd, guiding Hermione with him amidst the cacophony until they finally reached the grandstand where Snape was situated. They weaved through the back of the stands, diligently searching for the figure clad in black robes, during which Hermione inadvertently collided with Professor Quirrell. Without delay, Hermione spotted Snape, and Hector, unable to intervene in time, watched as she unleashed a blazing fire upon the hem of Snape's long robe. The fabric ignited instantly. Yet Snape remained oblivious to the flames licking at his garment, his focus entirely on Harry. To his relief, the Nimbus 2000 soon regained its composure, no longer exhibiting the erratic behavior of trying to dislodge its rider. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to clamber back onto his broom after considerable effort. As for Hermione and Hector, they swiftly vacated the scene of their mischief the moment the robe caught fire, returning to Ron's side as if nothing had transpired. "Well done." Ron, at last, eased the tension that had gripped him, a hint of color returning to his cheeks as he gave Hermione and Hector a thumbs up. Once back on his broom, Harry swiftly detected the glimmering shape of the golden snitch, propelling himself forward on his Nimbus 2000 and diving towards the ground. Terrence Higgs, caught off guard, could only stare blankly until Flint's loud shout jolted him back to reality. Higgs pursued Harry, intent on preventing him from capturing the snitch. But he was unable to keep pace. Harry's speed was too formidable, and Higgs watched in despair as the golden figure vanished into Harry's grasp. Harry brought his broom to a halt on the ground, covering his mouth as though he might be sick. The crowd still had not caught sight of the golden snitch, all eyes fixated on the diminutive figure before them. Hector observed as Harry expelled the golden snitch from his mouth, signaling the conclusion of the match. Harry triumphantly raised the snitch high above his head, waving his arms in exhilaration, exclaiming, "I caught the snitch." His voice resonated clearly and loudly up to the top of the stands. The Gryffindor Lions fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a deafening cheer, a surge of red enthusiasm flooding the stands. Flint could scarcely accept the bitter reality that they had been defeated by a first-year novice. He shouted loudly that Harry had not captured the snitch, but merely swallowed it. However, Madam Hooch remained undeterred by his outburst, bringing the dramatic match to a close. Lee Jordan nearly leaped from the commentary box, declaring, "Harry caught the snitch." The score stood at 170-60, marking Gryffindor's victory. The young Lions rejoiced, exchanging high fives to celebrate this hard-won triumph, while Hagrid clapped his hands vigorously, his voice booming. Hector noted a glimmer of tears in the eyes of the sentimental half-giant. "What a splendid match, isn't it?" Hagrid wiped his eyes, his face suffused with joy. "Harry is undoubtedly remarkable, just like his father, an exceptionally talented seeker. Would you care to join me at my hut? Bring Harry along. I imagine he would relish a hearty cup of tea right about now." Hagrid turned to Hector and the others, extending a heartfelt invitation. Hector, Hermione, and Ron nodded in agreement as they swiftly descended from the stands, racing towards Harry. Fred and George, ever prepared, retrieved their homemade fireworks, generously sponsored by Hector and, more significantly, by Aberforth. The duo's entrepreneurial endeavors had flourished remarkably, leaving behind the days of financial struggle. With a flick of their wands, several vibrant fireworks erupted from their hands, soaring into the sky. Among them was the lion-shaped firework Hector had seen previously, now even more resplendent and significantly larger. Accompanying it were the capital letters and the indispensable W, arranged together, basking in their splendid moment against the gray sky. Fred and George were undoubtedly the commercial prodigies of the wizarding world. Hector could already envision a flurry of orders cascading towards the Weasley brothers. However, his attention had shifted, for Wood and the others had hoisted Harry onto their shoulders, tossing him high into the air. The celebratory atmosphere was joyous, but it wasn't long before the young wizards in the stands began to make their way towards Hogwarts Castle. The match had concluded, and apart from the fervent fans, few remained, as the biting chill of the early winter wind was rather uninviting. "Let us go, Harry," Hector thought, as his enthusiasm for Quidditch was swiftly extinguished by the cold breeze. He longed for a warm place to enjoy a steaming cup of tea to thaw his chilled bones. "Hagrid has invited us to his hut, hasn't he?" Harry's exhilaration had settled, and he, too, felt the sting of the Scottish early winter wind. "I suppose so," Harry replied, pulling his neck in. His Quidditch uniform was bound to be rather thin. Overly thick clothing would hinder his flight. As the initial excitement faded, Harry was instantly aware of the cold. "Then let us not keep Hagrid waiting." The quartet of Harry, Hector, Hermione, and Ron made their way towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a small cottage stood. The owner of the cottage awaited them at the door, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the four figures he held dear. Harry sprinted forward, arms outstretched, enveloping Hagrid in a warm embrace. "You were brilliant, Harry. Truly outstanding. Just like your father," Hagrid exclaimed, noticing Harry's thin attire. He promptly ushered him inside the cozy cottage. "You must be freezing. Come in, come in." Hagrid waved to Hector and the others, who were arriving one after another. "I'll brew you a cup of hot tea to warm you up." The four of them once again gathered in a circle, and compared to the last time, their bond seemed to have deepened. Harry was plagued by a multitude of questions regarding the sudden loss of control over his broomstick. The Nimbus 2000 had always been his most reliable companion, and he had never encountered such an issue before. Could it be that Flynn had damaged the Nimbus 2000? That seemed improbable, so why did it function again later? Harry scratched his head, the roaring fireplace in the room enveloping him in a comforting warmth, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. It must have been Snape's doing. It was Ron, who harbored a strong aversion towards Snape, who first explained to Harry, Hermione, Hector, and I all saw it. "He was casting a spell on your broom." Muttering under his breath, his eyes fixed on you. Hector felt utterly exhausted. He explained, "One cannot simply state such things. I have observed Professor Quirrell muttering something about Harry, resembling an incantation. Perhaps he is casting a curse upon Harry." Clearly, Hector's assertions had little effect. Their impression of Snape was unfathomably negative. Even Hermione, who typically offered a fair assessment of Snape, was seldom seen aligning with Harry and Ron in mutual disdain. "Quirrell is a coward. Furthermore, Harry harbors no animosity towards him. Nor does Snape." Hector paused, unable to continue under the intense scrutiny of the trio. "Well, perhaps there exists a minuscule semblance of hostility towards Harry on his part. But surely it wouldn't lead to Harry's demise. I simply do not know how to articulate this." The more he spoke, the more his confidence waned. Reflecting on Snape's demeanor towards Harry, he reluctantly concluded that the blame must rest squarely on Snape's shoulders. He could not directly inform Harry and the others that beneath Quirrell's purple scarf lay Voldemort. Whether Harry would believe it was another matter entirely, even if he did. Hector could not guarantee that Harry would not undertake some astonishing action, given the Savior's relentless inclination to act independently. Compared to Dumbledore's strategy of patiently reeling in a great catch, Harry preferred a more proactive approach. As for why Harry did not seek Dumbledore's assistance, it largely revolved around the notions of time constraints or simply not locating him, primarily because each adventure seemed to succeed, affirming Harry's role as a hero. Hector has no intention of undermining Dumbledore's plans. At least, for the moment, he harbors no such inclinations. Who knows what chaos might ensue from disrupting old Dumbledore's schemes. Hector aims to keep matters as closely aligned with their original course as possible, and for now, he intends to avoid any major blunders. In the original narrative, the safety of Hogwarts this term remains assured. Therefore, Hector believes it prudent to conserve his energy and await a more opportune moment to settle accounts with the Egghead in a more decisive manner. Of course, the primary reason lies in the fact that since his encounter with Professor Flitwick, Hector has come to a clear realization of the vast chasm that separates him from the foremost duelist in the realm of magic. While he is capable of casting advanced spells and possesses sufficient proficiency, the practical application still eludes him. At his current level, to challenge Voldemort, it would be wiser to remain under Dumbledore's protective banner for a while longer, lest he inadvertently cause a catastrophe that could result in the demise of dear old Albus. The protagonist's shoulders are still too slight to bear such a heavy burden. The future remains uncertain, but for now, he must refrain from such endeavors. Hector pondered this, while Hagrid, who had been listening intently, set down the teapot, fully agreeing with Hector's assertion that Snape would never commit such an act. Hagrid earnestly remarked that, after all, He was a teacher at the school. How could he possibly harm his students? Harry, however, argued fervently, stating, I discovered something about him on Halloween Eve. He intended to use that three-headed dog to bite Snape. We believe he was trying to steal whatever the dog was guarding, but he hadn't succeeded yet. The more Harry spoke, the more plausible this theory seemed to him, and he fixed his gaze on Hector, who could only nod helplessly. Hagrid appeared utterly astonished, his eyes widening as he looked at Harry. How do you know about Fluffy? He inquired. Fluffy? The four friends lifted their heads, staring at Hagrid, who realized he had inadvertently let something slip and lowered his gaze awkwardly. Yes, he is mine. I acquired him from a Greek man last year, and I lent him to Dumbledore for guarding. Guarding what? Harry asked urgently, rising from his seat. Enough, don't ask any more, Hagrid said, suddenly defensive, his demeanor becoming brusque. That is top secret, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense. I've told you, Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why did he try to kill Harry? Hermione interjected, visibly agitated. The events of the day had completely altered her perception of Snape. I could see he was casting a dark curse, Hagrid. I've read about them. Casting a curse requires eye contact with the broom, and Snape didn't even blink. Hagrid shot several signals to Hector, hoping he would step in and offer a fair statement. Hector shrugged, realizing that no words could alter the trio's minds unless there were concrete evidence to prove Snape's innocence. Thus, Hagrid took it upon himself to explain, I tell you, you are mistaken. I do not know what happened to Harry's broom, but I am certain it was not Snape's doing. He would never think of harming a student. He appeared intensely agitated, swallowing hard as he continued. Furthermore, listen to me, you are meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and it is perilous. Forget about that dog and what it guards. This is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hector suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that Hagrid, in the presence of acquaintances, was akin to someone under the influence of a truth serum, unknowingly divulging every secret. He soon became aware of his indiscretion and hastily covered his mouth, however. Harry had already caught wind of the revelation. Aha! It appeared to be connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid was quite upset, but it was primarily directed at himself. Time flew swiftly, and it had nearly been a month since Hector last visited Hagrid's hut. Following the accidental leak of his most guarded secret, Hagrid had not extended any further invitations to Hector and the others. It seemed as if he were deliberately avoiding them, or so Harry suggested. Nevertheless, Hector also believed it prudent to limit Harry's visits to Hagrid's hut, for with Hagrid's loose tongue, it wouldn't be long before Harry could extract information regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the challenges guarding the Forbidden Corridor. Of course, Harry had little time to ponder Dumbledore's hidden treasures at Hogwarts lately, as all his classes had coincidentally increased their workload. Additionally, the Relentless would frequently whisk the Gryffindor Quidditch team off to the pitch for winter training. Consequently, even with Hermione or Hector's essays at his disposal, it still required time to copy them. Speaking of Ron, Hector was uncertain what he was preoccupied with, but whenever Harry was buried in his assignments, that red-haired boy was invariably laboring diligently beside him. One frosty morning in mid-December, Hector was awakened not only by the sporadic ringing of Seamus's alarm clock, but also by the heavy snowfall outside. Hogwarts lay enveloped in a pristine blanket of white, and through the window, the Black Lake appeared solidly frozen, while the distant mountains were obscured from view. The snow hindered Hector's sight and also served as a reminder that Christmas was fast approaching. The final class of the day was Professor Flitwick's, and he could easily discern the eager longing for snowplay etched on the faces of the first-year students before him. Professor Flitwick dismissed them early, granting the young witches and wizards the opportunity to rush out of the castle and revel in the crisp, untouched snow. There are many ways to enjoy the snow. Yet for this energetic group, building snowmen seemed somewhat lackluster. A snowball fight was undoubtedly the ideal method for them to expend their exuberance. Initially, the snowy ground was tranquil until, seemingly out of nowhere, a snowball soared through the crowd, striking a Hufflepuff who had his head down, eliciting a startled gasp from the little wizard. The Hufflepuff quickly fashioned a snowball of his own and shouted loudly as he hurled it at the surrounding students. From that moment on, Hogwarts would never again witness a pristine patch of snow. Every corner was filled with joyful figures. Soon, the upperclassmen joined the fray, intensifying the chaos. In the snowy expanse, one could witness several Gryffindor lions collaborating with Hufflepuff badgers to hurl the typically composed Ravenclaw eagles into the snowdrifts. Certainly, one could also observe the clever Ravenclaw eagles successfully instigating a few Gryffindor lions to turn on their erstwhile companions, casting them into the snowy piles as well. Everyone was reveling in the merriment: Ravenclaw eagles, Hufflepuff badgers, Gryffindor lions, and even Slytherin snakes. However, the snakes found themselves targeted even more than the rambunctious lions. Aside from a few that maintained a respectable reputation, nearly all the snakes faced stealthy ambushes and even brazen assaults from the other three houses. Inevitably, it was the Gryffindor lions who led the charge against the snakes, attacking without a trace of hesitation. In retaliation, the snakes did not hold back as they would against the other two houses. The skirmishes often escalated from snowball fights to all-out brawls, with Hufflepuff serving as the peacemaker amidst the turmoil. Hector naturally joined the throng engaged in the snowball fight, for he remained, at heart, a child. Throughout the afternoon, he encountered many familiar faces. Hermione was spirited away by Harry and Ron to join the Gryffindor lions in their rapid assault on Ravenclaw. The mischievous Seamus occasionally infused his snowballs with peculiar spells, though they invariably culminated in the explosive burst of snow. Fred and George, meanwhile, skillfully manipulated their snowballs with wands, orchestrating surprise attacks on the passing Professor Quirrell. A few of the snowballs struck the back of Quirrell's head with a resounding thud, prompting Hector to gasp in astonishment. These two rascals were likely the first to bestow a snowy visage upon the esteemed Lord Voldemort. However, Professor Quirrell did not hold it against them, as he hurriedly shielded his head and fled, eliciting peals of laughter from the surrounding young witches and wizards. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Hector caught sight of Percy, alongside a tall girl whom he vaguely recalled as Penelope, the head girl of Ravenclaw. They stood together in the snow, and Hector swore he had never seen Percy smile so radiantly. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, regardless of their house or year, whether close or distant, at that moment. They reveled in the enchanting beauty of nature and embraced their carefree, untroubled youth. Although that afternoon was not particularly significant, Hector etched it deeply into his memory. Following their snowball fight, Madame Pomfrey hurriedly sprang into action, as the supply of invigorating potions for colds quickly dwindled. Little wizards with steaming ears were scattered throughout Hogwarts. It was rumored that Madame Pomfrey sought assistance from Snape to concoct some invigorating potion, and Hector had the fortune of tasting both varieties. Snape's potion was excruciatingly bitter. He gritted his teeth and swallowed it whole, yet the acrid taste lingered on his tongue for an entire day, with even chocolate frogs failing to alleviate the bitterness. Subsequently, the number of those catching colds noticeably declined, and the snowball fights became less reckless, as young wizards who had experienced Snape's potion reluctantly abandoned this pastime. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Fred and George astutely sensed an opportunity, but their potion-making skills were utterly insufficient to create an invigorating potion while ensuring a palatable taste. Hector, their test subject, found the taste even more intolerable than Snape's. The bitterness was one thing, but the wretched graininess was simply unacceptable. Hector's own concoctions were significantly better, yet his magical prowess and proficiency did not support mass production. The brothers had no choice but to regretfully abandon what they deemed a lucrative venture, but they swiftly pivoted to exploring warming equipment, hoping to earn some profit. Though it seemed unlikely they would make any progress before Christmas, the warming charms at Hogwarts were not particularly effective. While the Great Hall and common rooms provided a semblance of warmth with their fireplaces, the potion classroom in the dungeons was far less hospitable. Snape appeared oblivious to the chill, as his fireplace lay covered in dust, seemingly unused for a long time. Whenever the young wizards attended his class, they could only huddle beside a glowing cauldron, absorbing its meager warmth. "I truly feel sorry for those poor souls," Draco Malfoy remarked during a potions lesson, "having to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families do not want them." Hector rolled his eyes. Malfoy's sarcastic demeanor was indeed exceedingly childish. However, of late, his circumstances had been far from favorable. He was incensed by Slytherin's defeat and had, on more than one occasion, disparaged Harry's flying skills in front of others. Apparently to no avail, as everyone admired Harry's ability to remain on his broom under such circumstances. Moreover, during the snowball fight, Malfoy had been taken down from behind by three masked individuals and unceremoniously tossed into a snowbank, which had left him quite ill, forcing him to endure several days of potions meticulously brewed by Snape. Naturally, he attributed all of this to Hector and his companions, especially since he had spotted that unmistakable red hair. Currently, Malfoy was both envious and furious, reduced to mocking Harry for lacking a proper family. Indeed, Harry had no desire to return to Privet Drive for Christmas. When Professor McGonagall had been registering students who would remain at school last week, he had signed his name without hesitation. However, he did not feel disheartened, as Ron would also be staying to keep him company. The Weasley parents were heading to Rome to visit their brother, Charlie Weasley, who was studying dragons there. Additionally, Hector had invited them to his home, reportedly located near Hogwarts in Hogsmeade. Only third-year students were allowed to visit Hogsmeade, yet Professor McGonagall had granted their request, which filled Harry with anticipation for the upcoming Christmas. Of course, Harry would not share this with Malfoy, who found it rather boring that Harry maintained his composure and refrained from engaging with him. Nevertheless, the persistent Malfoy would not relent. Potions class soon came to an end, and the four of them ascended from the underground classroom in jovial spirits. Keen-eyed Harry was the first to notice a fir tree lifted from the ground, its roots exposed, and they soon heard a wheezing sound emanating from behind the tree. It must be Hagrid, they thought, and indeed, Hagrid politely greeted them as he emerged from behind the tree. Need any help? Ron kindly inquired, peering through the branches of the fir tree in the direction of Hagrid's voice. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Ron, Hagrid replied, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Could you please move aside? Step back a bit, Ron. This provided Malfoy an opportunity. He dragged out his words, sneering at Ron. What? Do you wish to earn some pocket money? I suppose your dream after graduation is to guard the gamekeeper's hut, as Hagrid's little cottage must seem like a castle compared to your home. Ron's face flushed crimson as he turned, charging at Malfoy, but Hector blocked his path, exerting considerable effort to restrain him. Why can't I just give him a good thrashing? Ron stared wide-eyed, but soon understood why. A figure clad in a black robe swiftly entered his line of sight. Snape seemed to have conspired with Malfoy. Just as Ron lowered his head to charge forward, Snape emerged promptly from his underground office. Weasley. Snape's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion, instantly calming the previously agitated Ron. What do you intend to do? Assault your classmates? No, Professor, Hector interjected on Ron's behalf. He merely wishes to extend a friendly handshake to Mr. Malfoy. After all, with Christmas approaching, it is better to have friends than enemies, is it not, Ron? Indeed. Professor Snape, Ron mumbled, his flushed face returning to its original hue. Snape scoffed, casting a glance at Hector, clearly unconvinced by this line of reasoning. However, Ron had not committed any further misdeeds against Malfoy, and Snape could not overtly penalize the detestable Gryffindors. Very well, Snape's cold voice resumed. I trust one am not interrupting your so-called friendly handshake? He glanced at the smirking Malfoy. At least someone here understands decorum. Ron felt as though he had swallowed a slug, while Malfoy was no better off. He was reluctant to shake hands with the red-haired Weasley, whom he perceived as exuding an aura of poverty. Yet, the formidable presence of Snape compelled both young wizards to grimace and reluctantly extend their hands to one another. Their hands merely performed a symbolic shake before retracting quickly, as if electrified. Snape nodded, surveying the young wizards before him. Now be off. Do you expect me to escort you? Or are you planning to assist me during the Christmas season? Hermione led the way, with Harry and Hector flanking Ron, guiding him away from the contentious scene and alongside Hagrid. As for Malfoy, he foolishly squeezed past a nearby fir tree, scattering its needles everywhere. This transpired right at the threshold of Snape's office, undeniably under his watchful gaze. It was inconceivable that he would remain oblivious to such antics or refrain from deducting points. Once they had distanced themselves from the underground classroom, Hector explained to Ron, who nodded, still seething with anger. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Ron muttered through gritted teeth, watching Malfoy and his entourage retreat. One day, I shall ensure they suffer. I truly despise those two, Malfoy and Snape. Harry chimed in, all right. Let us cheer up a bit. There's no need to compete with them. Christmas is just around the corner, said Hagrid gently. Come on. Let us go take a look at the Great Hall. You'll never guess. It's truly magnificent. Thus, Hector, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid, who was cradling a fir tree, to the Great Hall, where Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were busy adorning the space with festive decorations. Ah, Hagrid. I believe this is the last tree, isn't it? Thank you for bringing it in. Just place it in that corner, if you would, said McGonagall. Absolutely splendid, Ron exclaimed, gazing in awe at the beautifully decorated hall. Oh, thank you, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall replied with a warm smile, waving her wand. Streams of colorful ribbons soared into the air, gracefully draping over the freshly positioned fir tree. Hector surveyed the surroundings, observing the orderly arrangement of approximately 12 fir trees lining the walls of the hall. The largest tree, adorned with a brilliant red star at its apex, nearly touched the soaring ceiling. Many of the trees sparkled with glistening icicles, enchanted by Professor Flitwick, ensuring that their beauty would endure in the days to come. Next to the house banners, ribbons of each house's colors hung, embellished with golden bells, heralding the joyous festivities ahead. "Oh, Hector." Professor Flitwick beckoned him over while Professor McGonagall stood beside him. "Have you heard of something called a light string?" Flitwick inquired. "I've heard a few students from our house mention it, but their descriptions were rather vague. The results were always somewhat lacking." "Oh, a light string?" Hector pondered, trying to recall its appearance from the convenience store in his former life as he took out his wand. "Let me give it a try." "No need, Hector. You only need to describe it," McGonagall replied, uncertain of Hector's transfiguration prowess. Flitwick gestured for her to wait, confident in Hector's abilities. He had been thoroughly impressed by Hector's remarkable and mature transfiguration skills displayed during their duels. Hector pointed his wand at the plate before him, and Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment as the pristine white dish began to elongate, transforming into slender, elongated strands. From these filaments sprouted several fruit-like objects, emanating a spectrum of vibrant colors, creating a most enchanting spectacle. A glimmer akin to that which once danced in Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled in McGonagall's gaze. She felt as though she had received an early Christmas gift, and she was exceedingly pleased with this delightful surprise. Hector gazed at the strip of lights before him, scratching his head in dissatisfaction. The strip appeared less than perfect. It was somewhat rigid, and its elasticity did not match the quality he had observed in his previous life. It was merely passable, barely usable. Perhaps this was its nature, though it could benefit from enhanced elasticity and a greater length. Hector handed the strip to Professor McGonagall, who examined his creation with great seriousness. Her appraisal revealed that it was an exceptional piece of transfiguration, nearly flawless, though a minor deficiency in magical essence was evident. Without taking much time, she was able to pinpoint the issues Hector faced in his transfiguration. Nevertheless, for a first-year wizard, his work was truly remarkable. Many fourth-year students would struggle to execute such intricate transfiguration. Professor McGonagall toyed with the strip, her face illuminated by a joyful smile. "I don't recall teaching you this. It must have been Albus who instructed you, correct?" Hector nodded, "and I believe Albus would be immensely proud of you." Professor McGonagall appeared exceedingly pleased. "Hector, please do make a point of visiting my office after Christmas. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." She surveyed her surroundings and glanced at the light strip in her hands, marveling at its appearance and luminescence. Muggle inventions are always brimming with ingenious creativity, are they not? With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall enchanted Hector's creation, causing the light strip to extend endlessly. The bulbs along the strip grew even brighter, twinkling as they adorned the decorated fir tree. Soon, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the entire light strip seemed to meld seamlessly with the fir, rendering any excess invisible, leaving behind only a Christmas tree adorned with luminous fruits on each branch. The hall's decorations were nearly complete, with Professor Flitwick thoughtfully adding snowflakes to crown the tree, followed by a cascade of golden bubbles released from his wand. The faces of the young witches and wizards were alight with joy, the spirit of Christmas growing ever more palpable. Professor McGonagall, with a gentle demeanor, bid farewell to the young sorcerers before her, thoroughly satisfied with this unexpected Christmas surprise. "Merry Christmas, Professor McGonagall," Hector exclaimed, hurrying to catch up with Harry and the others, heading out of the hall after speaking with Hagrid. "Oh, Merry Christmas, Hector," Professor McGonagall replied, her expression softening further as she smiled joyfully and waved at Hector's retreating figure. Thankfully, he had been sorted into Gryffindor, she mused, her heart swelling with delight. At long last, Hector managed to catch up with Harry and his companions before they ascended the staircase. The trio was engrossed in a discussion about the holidays, and, of course, Harry couldn't shake the intriguing mystery of Nicholas Flamel. It was quite unfortunate that Hagrid remained tight-lipped about the identity of Flamel. How much time would it take to sift through the pages in search of that name? Ron lamented Hagrid's unusual reticence, yet Hermione, the team's intellectual beacon, promptly offered a solution. "There is no need to comb through every single page. We do have some knowledge about Nicholas Flamel," she remarked, waving to Hector as he approached, positioning himself beside her. Hagrid mentioned that Flamel was acquainted with Professor Dumbledore, which suggests he cannot be a figure from the prehistoric era like Merlin. Therefore, you might consider consulting the Compendium of Great Wizards from the 20th century or the Catalogue of Renowned Contemporary Magicians. If all else fails, there are significant discoveries in modern magic and studies on the evolution of recent sorcery. With a bit of patience, we shall surely find something. We've perused them all. Hermione. Not a single book bears the name Nicholas Flamel. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure as Christmas approached. Wood had generously granted them a reprieve. finally affording him the time to delve into this long-buried query. In these days leading up to the holiday, Harry and Ron had been unusually seen spending all their time in the library with Hector and Hermione. They had initially thought it would not take long to uncover Flamel's identity, yet after poring over hundreds of tomes, they still found no hint of the name. The two brash friends stared at the daunting scale of the library's collection and ultimately abandoned their reckless endeavor, seeking assistance from Hermione and Hector. Harry had a vague recollection of the name, but he could not pinpoint where he had encountered it. Nonetheless, it at least indicated that the name's owner was not an inconsequential figure, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. Hector acknowledged the validity of Hermione's thoughts. However, he felt that Nicholas Flamel was indeed an extraordinary figure. This venerable elder had lived for 6 centuries. Hector was uncertain whether the book contained any mention of him, but he was certain that the tome entitled The Great Wizards of the 20th Century certainly did not. Therefore, they must seek out other volumes. If Harry had any recollection of this name, it would surely be discoverable, requiring merely a bit more patience. Hector exhibited little interest, while Hermione compiled an extensive list, documenting all the books she deemed potentially relevant. She distributed a copy to each of the 3 young wizards, instructing them to search for the titles in sequence. Many hands make light work, Hermione had asserted, a sentiment with which Harry wholeheartedly concurred. We need you, Hector. Surely, you wouldn't want to see Snape abscond with whatever we uncover before we have a chance to investigate. Harry's earnest gaze compelled Hector to nod almost involuntarily, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself unwittingly drawn into the endeavor. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. With no alternative, Hector, already privy to the answers, trailed behind Hermione like a shadow, aimlessly perusing a myriad of books. The exhaustive search wore the 3 young wizards, aside from Hermione, to the bone. Harry even inadvertently wandered into the restricted section, openly leafing through volumes that Hector found rather unsettling, all under the watchful eye of Madame Pants, the librarian. In no time, Harry was unceremoniously expelled with a feather duster. Following Harry's ejection from the library, Hector and the others found little inclination to remain, and soon convened in the corridor on the 4th floor. How foolish of me, Harry lamented, slapping his forehead. I could easily fabricated an excuse instead of being so foolishly ousted. A small concern arose, and Hector posed a question to the 3 young wizards. Have you considered inquiring with Madame Pants? After all, she has spent countless hours in the library and has likely read extensively. She must know of Nicholas Flamel. Don't be ridiculous, Hector, Ron retorted, an unexpected remark from him. Madame Pants could certainly inform us, but she could just as easily inform Snape. We cannot take such a risk. If Snape discovers what we are up to, it would spell disaster. I shudder to think of what he might do. Hector nearly forgot that these 3 had already branded Snape as both a villain and a thief in their minds. Suddenly, Ron's objection to consulting Madame Pants seemed justified. Although Hector found Ron's patronizing gaze rather irksome, being scrutinized by someone he deemed a fool was uncomfortable for anyone. As for who the big fool was, that title undoubtedly belonged to the illustrious Neville Longbottom, the hero of later chapters. However, the current disparity in performance between the two was negligible, and the competition for the title of Big Fool was quite fierce. Nevertheless, while I'm away, you must continue your search, all right? Hermione asserted, clearly elevating her focus on the matter. Her enthusiasm for uncovering the significance of this name rivaled Harry's. Should you uncover anything, remember to notify me via owl. You might also consider asking your parents. They may recognize the name, and they would certainly be safe. Ron posed a rather unreliable question, which provided the overly cautious Hector with an opportunity. Don't be foolish, Ron. Hermione's parents are dentists. Hector nearly echoed Ron's earlier words, though he did not entirely miss the mark. Indeed, it was quite safe. Hermione nodded, and it was now Hector's turn to regard Ron with a look of incredulity. The Christmas holiday had arrived, and regrettably, they had not managed to resolve the matter before Hermione left school. They could only place their hopes on Harry and Ron, who remained behind. Hector accompanied Hermione to the train station, where they then boarded a carriage with Aberforth, who had been waiting there since early morning, heading toward home. Throughout the journey, Aberforth relentlessly teased Hector, having observed his grandson animatedly conversing with Hermione on the way to the station. Once Hermione boarded the train, Hector lingered, waving fervently at the little witch who leaned out of the window. This amused Aberforth greatly. Hermione politely greeted Aberforth, leaving him with a remarkably favorable impression of this courteous and charming young witch. He felt quite pleased with his grandson's choice, at least not akin to Albus, he mused. If Hector were infatuated with Harry, Aberforth would certainly take the opportunity to intervene, ensuring that a serious lesson on the values of love was imparted to Hector. As for the current situation, Aberforth was quite content, sensing that the week of dreary weather had suddenly brightened. However, the teased Hector found the journey home exceptionally long. Nothing like the brevity of the first day of school. The carriage halted at the familiar entrance of the Hogshead Inn. Aberforth insisted on helping Hector with his luggage, and Hector, unable to resist the old man, watched him carry the items inside. Fortunately, the belongings were not too heavy. Otherwise, Hector would have firmly refused Aberforth's assistance. As the door swung open, the familiar greasy aroma wafted in with a warm breeze, and Hector inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with happiness. This comforting scent enveloped him in a sense of security, distinctly different from the atmosphere at Hogwarts. Welcome home, Hector. The Hogshead remained unchanged, devoid of any special holiday decorations. The proprietor had never been particularly fond of celebrating this occasion. Last year marked the pub's first celebration of Christmas. I ordered some decorations, which should have arrived yesterday. However, heavy snow fell last night, and the owl likely got lost. Just as if to affirm Aberforth's words, a tapping sound echoed from the window. Hector deftly reached into the drawer beneath the counter, retrieving a handful of nuts. Upon opening the window, he indeed found an owl outside. Yet it appeared that the number of decorative items would scarcely suffice to adorn a single room. I'm mused that such an abundance was unnecessary. A Bufus scratched his head, observing as Hector offered the nuts to the visibly weary owl and invited it inside for a brief respite. Adorning your room is sufficient, I remarked. For I am not particularly fond of this festival. It lacks the essence of true wizardry. Hector immediately discerned that this was merely Abufusi's pretext. His eyes darted about excessively, entirely unlike the decisive and fiery warrior he was known to be. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. Abufusi simply found himself at a loss on how to navigate this holiday, which was traditionally meant for family reunions. Before the unexpected arrival of Hector, Abufusi had not seen his brother in a considerable time, despite the fact that, in this world, they were each other's only kin. A Christmas devoid of family companionship was nothing more than an ordinary day in the cold and protracted winter. However, with Hector's arrival, change was certainly in the air. The following day, Hector rose early, and Abufusi happened to be absent from the tavern, as today marked his day for procuring supplies, thus providing Hector the perfect opportunity to transform the abode. Hector withdrew his wand and, with a flick directed at the fork resting upon the table, cast a transfiguration spell. In an instant, the fork metamorphosed into a splendid fir tree. Atop the tree's crown, a brilliant red star sprouted, while its branches bore an array of extraordinary fruits, each emanating a distinct hue of light. They twinkled like stars in the night sky, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The tree was of modest stature, perfectly suited to grace the center of the bar. With a few more flourishes of his wand, colorful ribbons cascaded from the Christmas tree, reaching up to the ceiling. Hector had also mastered Professor Flibby's enchanting golden bubbles, effortlessly conjuring them and selecting a handful that he deemed most exquisite to adorn the branches of the modest Christmas tree. As the decorations neared completion, Hector remained undeterred in his tasks. The welcome mat at the entrance had not been cleaned since his departure, and the stains on the table suggested that Abufus had not been diligent in his cleaning efforts, save for the chair and table that Hector had occupied, which Abufus had meticulously scrubbed inside and out. The cleanest spot in the entire tavern was the room on the third floor, just as it had been on the day Hector left. Apart from the newly added bedding and the crackling fireplace, all items remained in their original places, untouched by even a speck of dust. Hector strolled through the tavern, and at that moment, his knowledge of household magic proved invaluable. He meticulously cleaned the once dirty rug, whose original pattern had been obscured, and diligently polished every table and chair within the establishment, to infuse the space with a festive spirit. Hector transformed the edges of the tablecloths into a vibrant red. The dust-laden windows gleamed anew, adorned with colorful ribbons, while even the menacing pig's head at the entrance was whimsically adorned with a comical red hat, courtesy of Hector's magic. The tavern instantly radiated warmth and charm, leaving Hector thoroughly pleased. He then resolved to pay a visit to Abufus's room. Hector pushed open the door, revealing a large calendar hanging on the wall of Abufus's room. He leaned in closer to examine it, noting the numerous hasty crosses and 2 dates circled in red ink. One marked the day Hector returned home, while the other, scribbled in a crooked manner, read Christmas, Hector's cherished holiday. Harry and Ron were utterly absorbed in their revelry, relishing the holiday without classes or assignments. Having completely cast aside thoughts of LeMay, the entire dormitory lay vacant, wholly at their disposal. The common room was similarly deserted, making the most comfortable armchair by the fireplace easily accessible, allowing them to relax in warmth while engaging in a game of wizard's chess, or brainstorming strategies to get Malfoy expelled, a somewhat unrealistic endeavor, yet discussing it undeniably lifted their spirits. At that moment, they were ensconced in their cozy spot by the fireplace during these days dedicated entirely to Christmas, indulging in every conceivable food that could be speared with a fork, despite having already eaten lunch. As for why they refrained from using their hands, it was because their fingers were preoccupied with maneuvering the pieces of wizard's chess, which vehemently resisted being touched by Harry's greasy hands. The rules of wizard's chess were identical to those of Muggle chess, yet the pieces in wizard's chess were animated, even engaging in conversation with the players, gesturing animatedly as they played. Ron's chess set was a legacy from his grandfather. While most of his belongings had been appropriated by other family members, however, he had grown quite accustomed to this set, commanding it with ease. Harry, on the other hand, utilized the chess set bequeathed to him by Seamus, which, despite appearing far superior to Ron's well-worn pieces, exuded an air of arrogance, offering Harry, an inexperienced player, no trust whatsoever. "Don't put me there. Can't you see his knight?" One piece clamored. "You can sacrifice that pawn. It wouldn't matter." The loudest voice among the pieces was the queen, while the king, of the highest rank, remained silent, merely observing. Harry sensed the king's despair at his ineptitude, frequently committing blunders, such as exchanging the queen for an opponent's bishop or attempting to block a knight with a pawn, errors he had made more than once. Initially, the king would offer a few reminders, but watching Harry's foolishness led it to deem further commentary a waste of breath. "By the way, Ron, didn't Hector say he would invite us to his home?" Harry exclaimed, his head throbbing from the cacophony of the chess pieces. His enthusiasm for wizard's chess paled in comparison to Ron's fervor. "Yes, Hector mustn't forget about that. I genuinely wish to visit Hogsmeade," Ron replied, taking a large bite of the crispy bread while his gaze remained fixed on the chessboard. "Your move, Harry, it's time to act." Harry let out a sound of realization, clumsily directing the queen to block the gunner's position. His king, initially inclined to voice a thought, upon witnessing Harry's maneuver, slapped his forehead in despair and promptly seated himself upon his throne, his face etched with hopelessness. "Let it end swiftly," he mused. Were it not for the embarrassment of surrender, he would have willingly relinquished the crown upon his head to the opposing side. Ron, brimming with delight, captured Harry's queen with his bishop, as he could already envision the imminent victory within his grasp. At this moment, Hector burst in, greeting them with a cheerful hello. "How have you been these past few days?" He brushed the snow off his clothes, his small face flushed from the cold. "Hector." The two rose to their feet, with Harry inadvertently toppling the chessboard in the process. "Harry," Ron complained, quickly crouching down to retrieve the fallen pieces. "Sorry, Ron." Harry and Hector joined him in picking up the chess pieces, and Hector was quite astonished to see that the king, which had fallen to the ground, bore an expression of relief. "Are you ready?" Hector inquired of the pair. "Make sure to wear more clothes. It's still quite chilly outside." Harry and Ron hurried back to their dormitory, and before long, two large bundles resembling oversized balls stumbled down the stairs. "There's no need to wear that much." Hector shook his head, though he said nothing further as he led them out of Hogwarts. Outside, snowflakes the size of feathers drifted down from the sky, the biting northern wind howling, a stark contrast to the warmth of Hogwarts. Aberforth also arrived, concerned for Hector's safety in such weather, and volunteered to accompany him. He maneuvered the carriage to a stop in front of the Hogwarts castle, seeking a sheltered spot from the snow, waiting for Hector's return. Hector moved swiftly, and in no time, they arrived beside Albus's carriage. Harry and Ron politely greeted the elderly gentleman before climbing into the carriage under Hector's direction. Harry sensed a certain sternness in Hector's grandfather, a sentiment echoed by Ron. Albus appeared to be an unapproachable figure. They sat quietly in the carriage, hardly daring to breathe. "Grandfather, please take them back first. I still need to find Grandfather Albus." Hector did not enter the carriage but looked at Albus, who nodded in response. "Indeed. It is proper to extend a greeting. After all, he is your grandfather," Albus murmured, casting a worried glance at Hector. "I can wait here for a while." "I believe your two friends won't mind," he added, his gaze sweeping over the timid duo. Harry and Ron quickly nodded in agreement. Hector shook his head, expressing his desire to spend more time with him. "After all, it is Christmas," Hector remarked. Albus gazed intently at Hector, clearly sensing the sincerity in his words. and he had no intention of declining Hector's request. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Very well. Albus consented. When you return, have Albus let me know, and I shall come to fetch you. No need, Hector replied. I know of a secret passage that leads directly to Hogsmeade. Hector and Albus embraced briefly. Make haste back, grandfather, and be cautious on your way. Albus nodded, maneuvering the carriage towards Hogsmeade. Hector watched their figures until the carriage gradually vanished amidst the swirling snow, before he hurried back to Hogwarts Castle. The headmaster's office was situated on the 8th floor, and Hector quickly located the gargoyle with the trickling water spout. It lay quietly, head raised and eyes wide, as if observing the comings and goings of the people around it. Hector approached the stone beast, from which emerged a cold, emotionless phrase. Password? I seek my grandfather. Albus Dumbledore. Password? The stone beast paid no heed to Hector's words, merely repeating the 2 words mechanically. Undeterred, Hector leaned in closer, attempting to make it recognize his identity. I am Hector Dumbledore. Are you certain you wish to ask me for the password? The stone beast appeared momentarily taken aback, as if pondering something. Hector believed his intimidation had taken effect and felt a surge of pride. Just as he intended to advance, the beast intoned once more, password. Hector's eyes widened as the stone beast's contemplation was brief. It continued to execute its duties with unwavering impartiality, leaving no opportunity for Hector to engage in deceit. I am who I am, undeniably Hector Dumbledore. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The entity within was his grandfather. Do you comprehend? The password. It seemed to lack understanding. Hector realized that intimidation held no sway over this stony guardian. What of temptation? Hector swiftly dismissed the notion of bribery. What could a mere stone desire? He found himself at a loss for answers, with only one path before him to discover the password. Thus, Hector began to list every type of candy he could recall, from lemon sherbet to bizarre jelly beans, chocolate frogs, and the like. Entirely oblivious to the fact that Dumbledore stood behind him, cradling his cherished jar, a smile gracing his face as he observed Hector's frantic demeanor. Hector enumerated nearly every conceivable type of candy, yet the stone beast continued to gaze at him with its large, bovine eyes, unyielding as ever. Hector momentarily believed he had caused the stone creature to malfunction. Just as he contemplated stepping inside, a chilling, mechanical voice resonated, demanding a password. All right, Hector replied, producing his wand. Just wait. Once I locate my grandfather, I shall dismantle you, restoring your former glory. I refuse to believe that merely exchanging objects could render you incapable of guarding this place. One last time, will you allow me entry? Password. Do you have anything else to say, or is this your only utterance? Hector genuinely wished to unleash a thunderous explosion at the stone beast's vacant expression. He raised his wand, pointing it at the creature's belly. That's enough, Hector. At last, Dumbledore interjected, concerned that the boy might provoke the stone guardian to retaliate, which, while impervious to magical attacks, could still produce a formidable recoil that might unsettle his beloved grandnephew. Do not engage with that old fellow. Grandfather Albus, Hector exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the old headmaster had likely been observing the spectacle for quite some time. The password was cockroach cluster. He had almost guessed it. Dumbledore winked at Hector. However, I must confess that the lemon sherbet you mentioned is also a favorite of mine. As for the white rabbit, is that even candy? Or merely a novel variety? Their release pace has indeed accelerated of late. Personally, I find the classics to be far superior. I simply cannot acclimate to the new varieties. They lack sufficient sweetness and cater too kindly to the elderly, which I do not favor. With the password confirmed, the stone beast obediently cleared the way, and Hector followed Dumbledore up the staircase, arriving at the headmaster's office. It was Hector's first visit to this grand chamber. Spacious and well-lit, adorned with whirring silver trinkets, some humorously emitting plumes of smoke. The walls were adorned with numerous portraits depicting the past headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts, both male and female, who slumbered quietly within their frames. Only after Hector ascended the spiral staircase and entered the room did the elderly figures in the portrait gradually open their eyes, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. In the center of the room stood a table, its legs resembling claws. Beside it, a stand held a majestic red bird, Fawkes the Phoenix, a creature Hector had known for quite some time. On a shelf behind, the tattered sorting hat lay carelessly, dust accumulating upon it, with Dumbledore showing no inclination to clean it. Fawkes immediately recognized Hector, letting out a soft call as she gently rubbed her long, sharp beak against his hand. Hector reciprocated by stroking her feathers. It's been a while, he said to Fox, his pockets always harboring a few nuts, though these were originally meant for the owl, most of which ended up in his own stomach. There was an unparalleled joy in having something in his mouth. However, Fox appeared uninterested in the nuts after sampling one. She refused to eat any more, though she exhibited a keen interest in chocolate frogs. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It seemed Dumbledore had spoiled her, as the Phoenix displayed an unusual fondness for sweets. Hector, what brings you to me? Dumbledore inquired, a smile gracing his face. If memory serves, you were meant to be at the Hog's Head. What brings you back to Hogwarts? Merry Christmas, Grandpa, Hector replied, producing a package from his cloak. Dumbledore accepted the warm parcel, still imbued with Hector's body heat. I feared the owl might not deliver it on time. So I decided to bring it to you myself, Hector explained. The weather has been dreadful lately. Dumbledore beamed with delight, solemnly placing the carefully wrapped gift box on the table before turning to retrieve 2 more boxes from the drawer. This is your Christmas gift, he said, presenting a pre-prepared box to Hector. In this one, I would appreciate if you could pass it on to Aberforth. He has been reluctant to accept my parcels. Hector placed Dumbledore's gift into his small, portable bag, thoughtfully considering his phrasing. His visit was not merely to present a gift. His plans remained unfinished. Dumbledore soon noticed Hector standing there in a daze. Hector, is there something else? Well, Albus, I was wondering if you would care to join me for dinner at the Hog's Head, Hector replied, observing Dumbledore's expression. Christmas Eve is best spent with family. To be honest, Hector felt a twinge of uncertainty. The relationship between Dumbledore and Aberforth had never been particularly harmonious. Initially, Hector's presence seemed to ease the tension, guiding matters toward a more positive outcome. However, the sudden occurrence of the giant incident had driven a wedge between the brothers, plunging their relationship to an icy abyss, nearly to the point of estrangement. Each time Aberforth was mentioned thereafter, he responded with barely concealed resentment. Would this Christmas dinner further deteriorate the bond between the Dumbledore brothers? Hector was uncertain, yet willing to take a chance. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, a scenario he had not anticipated. Despite having witnessed numerous grand events, Dumbledore appeared particularly flustered, uncertain of how to respond to Hector's request. He was acutely aware that this proposal was entirely Hector's initiative. His brother would never entertain such an idea. Dumbledore genuinely desired to attend, but he understood that should he go, given Aberforth's temperament, it would be challenging for the 2 brothers to avoid conflict. In Dumbledore's heart, the prospect of mending his relationship with his brother paled in comparison to ensuring Hector enjoyed a joyful Christmas. Never mind, Hector, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Shaking his head, I appreciate your kind intentions. As Hector and Dumbledore emerged from the headmaster's office, night had fully descended. Dumbledore, still concerned for Hector, personally escorted him to the entrance of the Hog's Head Inn, utilizing disapparition. Hector, still unaccustomed to the method, leaned against a tree by the roadside, retching. I swear, this will be the last time I use disapparition. There won't be a next time, he groaned. Dumbledore kindly patted Hector's back, guiding him to the entrance of the inn. In an instant, Dumbledore spotted the grotesque yet somewhat comical Hog's Head adorned with a red Christmas hat. Grandfather Albus, how can you use disapparition at Hogwarts? Isn't there an anti-disapparition charm in place? Hector inquired. Child, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and as you know, headmasters enjoy certain privileges, Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed on the grotesque sign of the Hog's Head. He pointed at it, saying, this must surely be your idea. Dumbledore's smile was radiant. I can only imagine Aberforth's reaction upon seeing this. Then, he was taken aback, as was Hector, when the door to the tavern swung open, revealing Aberforth. His Christmas hat askew atop his head. Hector could no longer contain himself, and soon Dumbledore joined in the laughter. Aberforth had not anticipated such an embarrassing moment before his brother, and it was only upon hearing the laughter of Hector and Dumbledore that he regained his composure. With swift and brusque motions, Aberforth yanked off the Christmas hat perched atop his head. Observing the exaggerated and carefree laughter of the duo before him, his face flushed. A mix of indignation and shyness, though anger was decidedly predominant. Have you had your fill of laughter, Aberforth? He glared at Dumbledore, who was doubled over in mirth. Enough. My brother, I truly never imagined this would turn out to be such a delightful surprise. Merry Christmas, Aberforth. Merry Christmas, Aberforth. Now, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave, Aberforth replied curtly, realizing that his stern demeanor had little effect on Hector, who was only met with affection from his brother. He muttered to Hector, I noticed you adorned that pig with a hat. It appears rather charming. I assumed it was some peculiar Muggle tradition. He stepped aside, revealing Harry and Ron, both sporting Christmas hats of their own. I thought you would appreciate it. Hector had just regained his composure when he beheld the comical side of the two young wizards peering curiously, which brought forth another wave of laughter. The expressions of Harry and Ron were almost overflowing with discontent. They were decidedly unenthusiastic about wearing such a foolish hat. However, after a friendly discussion with Aberforth, they began to take a more proactive stance. It was nothing more than the desire not to disappoint the elder, undoubtedly so. It looks splendid, Grandpa. Hector eventually managed to say with sincerity after a considerable pause. Aberforth, however, appeared utterly unconvinced. It's just a bit jarring. I truly did not expect it. Hector made a few silly faces at Harry and Ron, who had long since removed their Christmas hats and set them aside. Harry and Ron appeared exceedingly awkward, especially Ron, as his three older brothers were present. Fred and George collaborated to drag Percy over, who was initially reluctant, preferring to enjoy the Hogwarts feast with the remaining prefects, particularly Penelope. However, upon learning that it was an invitation to the Dumbledore family's dinner, Percy exhibited even greater enthusiasm than his two brothers. Hector heard a familiar voice emanating from within the house. Fred, is my tie properly knotted? Relax, it's just a gathering at a friend's home. There's no need to be so tense. Hector is our good friend. Just treat it like your own house. Soon, Fred and his brother George appeared behind Harry and Ron, with the rather awkward Percy trailing behind them. Don't keep everyone waiting too long, Dumbledore said to Hector. Come on in. Are you really not coming, Grandpa Albus? Hector looked at Dumbledore with a pleading expression. Dumbledore's heart softened, yet he glanced at Aberforth, whose arms were crossed defiantly across his chest. With a sigh, Dumbledore shook his head. No, Hector, Merry Christmas. He affectionately ruffled Hector's hair. Don't forget the item I entrusted to you. Make sure to deliver it for me. Farewell, Hector. Dumbledore straightened up and waved goodbye to the little wizards in the tavern, particularly giving Harry a broad smile. He turned to leave, his steps slow. The streets were deserted on Christmas, enhancing Dumbledore's solitary figure against the snowy backdrop. I must do something, Hector thought. About to say something to Aberforth when he heard Aberforth's voice. You may stay, Albus. Aberforth's voice was not loud, even somewhat unclear, yet Dumbledore, walking through the snow, abruptly halted. After all, it's Christmas. I do not wish to upset Hector, understand? This is not about you. Dumbledore turned back, his stride suddenly vigorous, and in no time reached Hector's side. That truly is wonderful. Dumbledore's face lit up with joy, and he smiled radiantly. Hector discerned a hint of triumph in that smile, yet wisely chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Aberforth let out a low grunt through his nose, turning to enter the tavern, while Harry quickly and obediently stepped aside to make way for Ron. It seemed that saying goodbye was premature. Dumbledore was in high spirits and took the initiative to jest with Hector, suggesting that, given the frigid weather, it would be prudent to seek refuge indoors sooner rather than later. Hector nodded, and the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder into the Pig's Head Tavern. Upon entering, Harry and Ron immediately pulled Hector away from Dumbledore, while Percy seamlessly joined them, standing dutifully by Dumbledore's side. Hector, you finally made it. Thank goodness. I was at a loss for how to pass the last few hours, Ron whispered to Hector as he led him into a corner, with Harry keeping watch. Your grandfather is truly formidable. I know he was speaking kindly to us, but he certainly has an intimidating presence, Hector remarked. Harry can attest to that. I nearly jumped out of the carriage when he called for us to disembark. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is rather unbecoming, young Ron. Fred and George chimed in, each carrying a couple of steaming mugs of butterbeer, their mischievous smiles directed at their youngest brother. Keep your voice down, Fred. And I've told you countless times not to call me Ronnie. Oh, calm down, Ron. Who was the one shouting just now? Moreover, disparaging others is hardly honorable, especially on their own turf. Fred handed Hector a steaming mug of butterbeer, and both brothers clinked their cups with Hector in unison. Who exactly is your brother? Ron muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Fred and George. However, the brothers' keen ears caught his whisper. Fred and George flanked Ron on either side. We just warned you not to speak ill of others behind their backs, Fred teased, as Ron, caught in their playful trap, protested. I didn't say. Before Ron could finish his defense, George cut him off mercilessly. I thought you might put up a fight for yourself. But it seems you've conceded quite readily. At that moment, Hector witnessed Fred exchange a knowing glance with George, who promptly seized Ron from behind, expertly covering his mouth. Fred, meanwhile, reached for Ron's wand, though he reconsidered and returned it to him. The two brothers took turns controlling Ron. while the other placed a mug brimming with butterbeer in his hands, prompting him to toast repeatedly. The two exhibited a remarkable synergy as they took turns, allowing them to indulge in toasting with Ron. As for Ron, his face flushed crimson, struggling incessantly, yet to no avail. The strength of his two brothers rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. It was Hector who, in a timely manner, intervened to halt Fred and George, who graciously complied, leaving Ron slumped in his chair, a visage of emptiness. "Are you all right, Ron?" Harry inquired, still deeply concerned for his dear friend. I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to it," Ron eventually managed to respond, his voice weak after a considerable pause. "Their strength is simply overwhelming. Just wait. One day I shall exact my revenge." Hector empathized with the immense strength of the two brothers. As for the latter part of the statement, he gazed at the suddenly approaching Weasley twins and immediately raised 3 fingers to the sky, vowing that he was neither aware of nor in agreement with Ron's notion. "How could you make such an assertion? I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. I understand that you only have my best interests at heart," Hector articulated fervently. This lengthy declaration eventually prompted the brothers to relax their tightly clenched fists and stride towards Ron, who stood with his back to them, espousing his unfiltered opinions. Hector proactively stepped aside, granting ample space for the two brothers. As for Ron's thoughts, Hector had certainly contemplated them. However, he would not be as foolish as to express them outright. He kept them concealed within, at least until his magical prowess was sufficient to support advanced wandless spells. There were but 2 pathways, to hone his skills or to amplify his magic. The former appeared rather impractical, no matter how diligently he practiced. He could not surpass the innate talents of the twin brothers. As for augmenting his magic, that would have to wait until he matured further. It was not the present moment. Although his magical strength surpassed that of the twins combined, it was contingent upon the presence of a wand. Hector observed that the brothers had begun to unconsciously reach for their wands, and if he wished to take action against them, it would either require a surprise assault or waiting until his wandless casting was sufficiently reliable. Dumbledore was engaged in a casual conversation with Percy, who appeared exceedingly excited as he exuberantly discussed various academic topics with Dumbledore. Percy regarded this evening's feast as an excellent opportunity and was eager to receive valuable advice from Dumbledore. A word of affirmation from him would be even more treasured. Percy had harbored ambitions of making his mark in the Ministry of Magic since his very first steps into Hogwarts, and all his current endeavors were directed towards realizing that dream. Dumbledore was aware of Percy's aspirations. In his eyes, the boy was not inherently bad and possessed considerable talent, though his yearning for power was rather excessive. Dumbledore could not bear to watch him stray onto a misguided path, yet he never spoke plainly. The old enigma, Dumbledore, subtly offered Percy friendly counsel amidst his praise. However, Percy did not grasp Dumbledore's underlying suggestions. The thoughts of the old riddlemaker were not so easily deciphered. He merely took it as a compliment. After receiving Dumbledore's accolades, Percy became even prouder, his voice grew louder, and he began to speak in a disjointed manner, completely shedding his previous composure. Yet, before Percy could elaborate further, Aberforth emerged from the kitchen, bearing the prepared Christmas dinner. Upon catching sight of Aberforth, Dumbledore promptly rose to his feet. "Excellent. Percy, I would gladly continue our discussion, but I must lend a hand to Aberforth. We shall certainly converse again at the next opportunity." Dumbledore did not wait for Percy to respond, hastening towards Aberforth, who shot him a glance and scoffed. "Is there something you want, Aberforth? I am not inclined to quarrel this evening, so please refrain from speaking to me as much as possible." "Aberforth, relax. It is Christmas." Dumbledore endeavored to appear as amiable as possible. "Allow me to assist you. You have worked tirelessly all evening, and I have not been able to contribute much." The esteemed Albus Dumbledore, indeed, displays a rare concern for others. Though his words may be sharp, his gaze softens involuntarily as he gestures for Albus Dumbledore to step back. In the kitchen behind, he instructs him to be mindful while serving the dishes, avoiding any clumsiness. Albus Dumbledore appears quite restrained in front of his brother, however. His hands and feet move with surprising agility, and soon, together with Aberforth, they present a splendid dinner. Little wizards scattered throughout the pub quickly gather around, as Aberforth has thoughtfully arranged a long table for them. They take their seats on either side, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the guest of honor. Naturally, Aberforth chooses to sit beside Hector, desiring to be closer to his grandson, while Albus Dumbledore is somewhat reluctant until Hector firmly guides him into his designated seat. No one begins to eat, Even Ron, who is usually the most ravenous, sits quietly, his eyes fixed on the head of the table, Albus Dumbledore. The latter glances at the wizards seated on either side of the long table. He realizes it has been quite some time since he has celebrated Christmas in a meaningful way. He can scarcely recall the last occasion he delivered a toast at a Christmas feast. Much like Aberforth, to Dumbledore, this evening seemed merely ordinary. With the anticipation of gifts the following day being the only hint of festive spirit, Dumbledore raises his glass, joined by Hector and the others, while Aberforth, under Hector's encouragement, lifts his cup as well. First and foremost, I must express gratitude on behalf of everyone to my brother, Aberforth, for preparing such a sumptuous dinner. A toast to Aberforth. The collective voices resonate in unison, and Aberforth acknowledges it with a perfunctory nod, offering a radiant smile solely to Hector. I shall refrain from saying much more. Merry Christmas. Children, indulge yourselves. The table soon erupts into lively chatter, as everyone praises Aberforth's culinary skills. Harry gives a thumbs up to Aberforth and Hector, while Ron expresses his appreciation through his actions. To you, Hector, thank you. Dumbledore leans in, smiling warmly at Hector, who clinks glasses with Dumbledore before downing the juice in one swift motion. Hurry and eat. Hector, Aberforth gently urges, you must eat more. You are still growing. Hector nodded, his stomach growling as he picked up his fork, drawn to the sumptuous feast before him. Albus Dumbledore raised his glass, his gaze towards Aberforth laced with both trepidation and a hint of expectation. Aberforth cast a reluctant glance at his brother before lifting his cup. Dumbledore quickly leaned in to clink glasses with Aberforth, perhaps as an apology for the incident with the giant. Merry Christmas, my brother. Merry Christmas, Albus. The dinner progressed swiftly towards its conclusion, enveloped in a joyful and relaxed atmosphere, yet the hour was growing late, and soon it would be time for curfew at Hogwarts. Before departing, Fred and George swiftly surrounded Hector, preempting Harry and Ron. They spoke in hushed tones, shrouded in mystery, while Ron found himself repeatedly kicked out of their trio's circle, inciting his frustration. Their secrecy suggested mischief, yet it could not conceal the uncontainable curiosity etched on Ron and Harry's faces. The dialogue between the Weasley twins and Hector did not linger long, culminating in Fred and George each delivering a hearty pat on Hector's shoulder, a gesture quintessentially their own, causing Hector to grimace for a moment. However, they did not simply walk away. Fred and George turned their attention to Ron, who had retreated behind Harry, aware of their mischief. They swiftly encircled their younger brother once more, with Fred remarking, "You never learn, little Ronnie." George seamlessly chimed in, "We just mentioned that speaking ill of others behind their backs is a rather poor habit. Wouldn't you agree, little Ronnie?" With synchronized precision, they pinned Ron down, leaving Harry helplessly watching as Ron struggled. Initially, Ron managed to make some noise, but soon Fred covered his mouth while George placed his hand atop Fred's. Thus, Ron was left to merely kick his legs in symbolic protest, his voice rendered completely inaudible. "All right, that's enough, Fred. Don't think we've forgotten you, George. Let him breathe," he asked, turning blue. Their antics were short-lived, as Percy intervened, admonishing them, "Mind your manners, will you?" This isn't home. The two brothers released Ron, who gasped for air, casting a grateful look at Percy for his timely intervention. At that moment, Dumbledore also rose. "It's getting late. Time to return," he said with a smile to Harry and the Weasley family, then turned to his brother. "Once again, thank you for your hospitality, Aberforth." Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement as Dumbledore approached the door, with Hector graciously opening it for him. Dumbledore gently patted Hector's shoulder, expressing that it was time to bid farewell, assuring him that he would await his return at Hogwarts. A warm smile graced Dumbledore's face as he added, "By the way, Merry Christmas, Hector." He affectionately ruffled Hector's hair before departing through the door, as the snowfall outside lightened. From the storeroom of the Hog's Head Inn, he retrieved a tattered boot and cast a porky spell upon it. "We must hasten our pace to return to Hogwarts before curfew," Dumbledore instructed the young wizards around him. "Come, children, let us all take hold of this boot." In an instant, their figures vanished into the snowy night, and the once boisterous streets fell silent, leaving the previously lively Hog's Head Inn desolate. It was getting late, and Aberforth contemplated sending Hector back to rest while he attended to the final tasks. Yet, Hector declined, proactively assisting Aberforth in tidying up the chaotic long table, engaging in small tasks such as transporting dishes back to the kitchen. After completing these chores, Hector did not rush to sleep. He turned to Aberforth and asked, "Grandfather, could you accompany me outside for a moment?" Without a hint of hesitation, Aberforth grabbed his coat from the counter and stepped through the door, not inquiring about Hector's intentions. His decisiveness momentarily left Hector in a state of surprise. "Aren't we going out?" Aberforth poked his head back in from outside, prompting Hector to regain his composure. He exclaimed, "Oh," and hurried out of the Hog's Head Inn. The snowfall had inexplicably ceased, and the night in Hogsmeade was tranquil. The dim street lights cast the silhouettes of the grandfather and grandson, hand in hand, upon the pristine white snow, imbuing even the cold snow with a touch of warmth. "Hector, where are we going?" Aberforth inquired. "It's a secret," Hector replied playfully, pulling Aberforth forward. "Come on, grandfather. I believe you will absolutely adore it." Before long, Hector led Dumbledore to the edge of the forbidden forest, where a clearing had been intentionally created. "Here," Hector paused. "All right, we have arrived." Hector released Albus's hand and retrieved his wand from within his robes. "First and foremost, allow me to clarify that this is a Christmas gift from Fred and George, you know, the mischievous twins from the Weasley family," Hector kindly reminded him, much to Albus's annoyance. "Of course I remember them. Those two delightful little rascals visited before you arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, and they have come more than once," Albus retorted with an eye roll directed at Hector. "Hector, your grandfather is not senile yet." "Of course not. How could you even suggest such a thing?" Hector promptly waved his hands in denial, attempting to divert Albus's attention. He pointed his wand towards a distant thicket, and soon enough, the Weasley brothers' surprise, a batch of homemade fireworks, soared into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display with a resounding crack. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector had foreseen this development. Recently, the fireworks business of the Weasley brothers had flourished remarkably. Their commendable quality and relatively modest prices swiftly captivated the hearts of the young wizards at Hogwarts. The prompt and considerate home delivery of all fireworks far surpassed the suffocating delivery speed of the joke shop in Diagon Alley. Moreover, the variety of fireworks offered by the Weasley brothers even supported customization, a feat made possible thanks to Hector's technological support in research and development. "This must certainly be a customized piece," Hector mused, pondering whether it depicted the Gryffindor lion or perhaps a phoenix symbolizing Dumbledore. The fireworks soared into the sky, bursting forth in familiar patterns before pausing midair as planned. The subsequent process would involve forming intricate designs, and Hector felt confident in the Weasley brothers' products, or rather, in the results of his own research. Nevertheless, he eagerly anticipated the creation prepared for Aberforth, which, according to the brothers, was a test version derived from their latest formula adjustments. They had confidently assured Hector that there would be no issues whatsoever. However, the duration of this pause seemed excessively prolonged, as if the fireworks were contemplating their next move. The design must be extraordinarily complex. It was evident that it did not resemble a lion or any other animal. Hector had participated in the development of nearly all the fireworks. Yet this particular one was entirely unfamiliar to him. Hector perceived that the fireworks in the sky seemed to form the shape of a person, though the visage of that figure appeared quite indistinct. He surmised that such a riddle would pose no challenge for the astute Abufus. The resplendent and dazzling fireworks above did not compel them to linger. They swiftly coalesced into the familiar figure of an elderly man with silvery hair, Abufus. The Abufus in the sky beamed down benevolently, waving at Hector and Abufus below. "These two little rascals, I must give them a good thrashing," thought Abufus, his face adorned with a warm smile, though his words retained a chilling coldness, a stark contrast to my own appearance, which I deemed far more attractive. Hector remained silent, enveloped in the warm embrace of Aberforth, who held him from behind. On the ground, they gazed up at the elderly figure in the sky, who in turn was observing them. Aberforth and Hector quietly contemplated the heavens, but the image of Aberforth in the sky did not linger for long. Eventually, he waved goodbye to the two below, gradually fading away until he vanished into the night. Fred and George had anticipated this moment and had prepared a myriad of other spectacles. An array of vibrant magical creatures danced across the dark canvas of the night sky, transforming it into a magnificent stage. "Grandfather Aberforth has entrusted me with a gift for you, and I have one for you as well," Hector said, lifting his gaze to the focused Aberforth, sensing this was the perfect moment. "Merry Christmas, grandfather." Aberforth lowered his head, his expression tranquil. He accepted the gift box, casually tucking away his own gift into a pocket of his coat. However, he cherished Hector's present far more, holding it solemnly in his hands before placing it into a small pocket within his inner lining, right next to his heart. As Fred and George's fireworks display concluded, Hector bounced ahead, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy and relaxation since his arrival. Everything felt splendid: friends, family, Hector relished every moment, wishing it could remain unchanged forever. A fourth walked at a steady pace, seemingly lost in thought. He struggled to retrieve a small parcel from his pocket, a gift from his brother. It had been many years since he had received a Christmas gift from A4th. After a brief hesitation, A4th decided to unwrap the modest parcel, curiosity getting the better of him. Upon opening it, an object was revealed. He drew forth a wand, glowing faintly. To his surprise, it was a wooden figurine of an adorable little girl. The statue bore no traces of magic. The girl stood still, her eyes fixed ahead, a sweet smile adorning her face. A4th cradled the figurine as if it were a precious treasure. It was a likeness of his sister, Ariana. He placed the statue beside Hector's gift box, positioned directly over his thumping heart, while the box itself returned to the solitude of another pocket in his coat. "Hurry up, grandfather," Hector called from ahead, having sprinted quite a distance without A4th noticing. "I'm coming." Abu Fuzi quickened his pace. The dim lights of the pig's head bar, now faintly visible. Those who have departed can only reside in memory. The vibrant present, however, remains to be cherished with utmost care. With Christmas Eve behind them, on the morning of Christmas, Hector received a multitude of neatly arranged packages, all lined up beside his bed. As Hector meticulously unwrapped his gifts, Harry presented him with a guide to flying broomsticks along with a toy broom, leaving Hector to ponder the emotional intelligence of his friend. Ron gifted Hector a sizable bag of gummy candies, perfectly aligning with his haphazard demeanor. The young witch Hermione bestowed upon Hector a lavish box of chocolates, which she claimed to have procured from France. While Hector appreciated the sentiment, he set the box aside, as it invariably stirred memories that were not entirely pleasant. The remainder of the gifts were largely similar. Hector could discern without unwrapping them that they were various books. Professor McGonagall's offering consisted of multiple volumes on transfiguration, complete with her annotations, and Hector found this gift to be exceedingly practical, much to his delight. Professor Flitwick's contribution was his personal study notes, meticulously detailing the intricacies of spellcasting techniques, which he hoped would prove beneficial to Hector. Cherishing this thoughtful gift, Hector carefully stowed the notes in his personal storage bag. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the final day of the holiday, as Hermione disembarked from the train, she spotted that familiar figure seated in the carriage. Hector, with a lollipop nestled between his lips, perched on the edge of the carriage, his legs swinging freely in the air. Behind him sat Aberforth, who had initially been reluctant to allow Hector to return to Hogwarts so early. It was rare for Aberforth, who typically indulged Hector's whims, to demand a reason from him. After a considerable pause, Hector hesitantly articulated his rationale, though he conspicuously omitted any mention of seeking Nicholas Flamel. After deliberating earnestly, he ultimately divulged only Hermione's name. Hector could almost perceive the transformation of Aberforth's expression from disappointment to delight upon hearing his explanation. Following this revelation, Aberforth harbored no further objections. In fact, he even expressed a desire to accompany Hector on his journey. Thus, it unfolded that Hector had intended to walk to the school on his own, yet he found himself unable to withstand Aberforth's insistence. Even the notion of rising at dawn to sneak away was thwarted by Aberforth's keen perception, who promptly returned the runaway Hector to his bed, thoughtfully closing the door behind him and confiscating Hector's wand. Consequently, Hector begrudgingly settled into the carriage driven by Aberforth, arriving at the train station. "Hello, Hector. Long time no see." Hermione greeted him with a wave, extending a polite salutation to Aberforth. "Greetings, young one," Aberforth replied with a notably benevolent smile, waving back at Hermione. "You must be the Hermione Hector spoke of. No wonder he could hardly bear to remain at home. All right, grandfather. I imagine you have matters to attend to. Perhaps shopping or something of the sort." Hector interjected, skillfully curtailing Aberforth's rambling. "Nevertheless, thank you for bringing me here, Hermione. Shall we be off?" Hector raced ahead, rarely contemplating the notion of escaping Albus's gaze. Hermione, however, courteously waved to Albus. He smiled and nodded, prompting Hermione to turn and chase after Hector's retreating figure. Albus, in contrast, lingered on the carriage, gazing at the gradually receding silhouettes of the two vibrant youths, who soon vanished from view. For reasons unknown, Albus felt his spirits lift, akin to the gentle warmth of the winter sun suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had already emerged from their cozy beds, making their way to the grand entrance of Hogwarts, eagerly awaiting Hector and Hermione's arrival. Before long, the two familiar figures appeared on the horizon. "It's been a while, Hector," Harry exclaimed with genuine warmth, embracing Hector alongside Ron. "Thank you for your Christmas gift. I truly cherish it." Hector's gift to Harry was a photograph unearthed from Aberforth, capturing a moment from the Order of the Phoenix, featuring youthful James and Lily Potter. Harry, having achieved economic independence at such a tender age, held this sentimental gift in high regard. As for Ron, Hector selected a few candies from his drawer, which included a myriad of peculiar yet seemingly benevolent confections. While the quantity was modest, the variety was remarkable. Ah, and of course, Hermione, welcome back. The quartet arrived at the Great Hall, which was enveloped in a profound silence. Most students were either nestled in the warmth of their dormitories, savoring the dwindling remnants of their holiday, or still at home, awaiting the train back to Hogwarts the following day. This provided a fitting atmosphere for conversation, as Harry and Ron updated Hermione on their recent happenings. Hector noted that Hermione appeared significantly more enthusiastic about locating Nicholas Flamel than her two companions. Much to Hector's dismay, the two lads had entirely forgotten about this matter, seemingly preoccupied with various undisclosed activities throughout the Christmas holiday. According to Harry and Ron's accounts, their break had been exceptionally hectic, leaving no time to ponder who Nicholas Flamel was. Hermione felt a deep sense of disappointment. She was unwilling to squander valuable search time in the Great Hall. With the onset of school, time would become even more constrained, making it increasingly challenging to discover the identity of Nicholas Flamel. Under her insistence, Hector and the others reluctantly followed the determined young witch. However, before reaching the library, Harry pulled Hector aside, bringing him to the back of the group, while Ron instinctively positioned himself in front of them. "What is the matter, Harry?" Hector inquired, noticing Harry's air of secrecy. Lowering his voice and glancing at Hermione's reaction, Harry confided, "I need to tell you something. I received an anonymous gift, an invisibility cloak." Peering over Ron's shoulder, Harry saw that Hermione was oblivious to their conversation and continued, "I used the cloak to venture into the restricted section and nearly got caught by Filch and Snape. But I must thank them, for I discovered something wondrous, a mirror." Harry led Hector to it, describing its enchantment. "I saw myself as the president of the student council and the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, holding the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup." Ron turned back, remarking, "Just thinking about it is almost too perfect. I saw my parents," Harry told Hector, "and they look just like they did in the photo you gave me. I want you to see it too, Hector. I'm curious about what you might see." "This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Hector scratched his head, and to be honest, he too was curious about what his heart truly desired. Thus, it wasn't long before he acquiesced to Harry's suggestion. Harry, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously and dashed to the front of the group, while Ron appeared troubled. "Hector, you must talk some sense into Harry," Ron whispered. Meeting Hector's puzzled gaze, he continued, "Ever since Harry discovered that mirror, he has been visiting it every night. I must admit, it is indeed a magical mirror, but Hector, I can't shake this ominous feeling. You'll understand once you see it." "Every night? Hasn't Harry been caught even once these past few days?" Hector mused, recalling his curiosity about why the mirror of Arist hadn't been moved by his grandfather Albus before returning to school. He had lamented that missed opportunity for quite some time. "No," Ron replied quietly, "his invisibility cloak works wonders. He passes right by Filch without him noticing. I've told Harry countless times, yet he refuses to listen. He is utterly entranced by that wretched mirror." Suddenly, Harry turned back, prompting Ron to halt his words. The guilt was evident on Ron's face, but Harry remained oblivious, having been urged by Hermione, who was at the front, to hurry them along. "Come on, you two. Hermione is already waiting," Harry exclaimed with an unusual enthusiasm that seemed rather out of character. After speaking, he turned and descended the stairs, while Ron, before following suit, turned back to Hector with a serious expression and said, "Think of a way, Hector. I'm not joking." With that, Ron quickly followed Harry upstairs, leaving Hector alone at the rear of the group. To go or not to go? Hector was deeply conflicted. Adhering to caution suggested it would be best not to go. Unlike the original narrative, Harry had not been discovered by Dumbledore. He remained entranced by the enchanted mirror, lost in the delusion of a family reunion it provided. Clearly, Dumbledore had anticipated that Hector would accompany Harry to view the mirror of Arist, which explained why he had given Harry a wide berth, waiting to ensnare both of them together. Such a simplistic scheme was truly laughable. Did Dumbledore truly believe Hector could not see through it? However, even if Hector discerned Dumbledore's intentions, he had no viable solution, unless he relinquished the thought of gazing into the mirror. Yet, should that happen, Dumbledore could still claim partial success by capturing only Harry. After all, old Dumbledore never loses. It is purely a matter of cunning strategy. Ultimately, he resolved to go. Facing Dumbledore's reprimand was a minor concern compared to the regret of missing the chance to see the Mirror of Erist. Perhaps Dumbledore had simply been too busy lately? It was not beyond possibility that the great man had forgotten this matter. Just go once. Hector's propensity for luck is at play. Harry has gone numerous times without being caught. Surely I cannot be so unfortunate. Hector slowly joined the ranks of those searching. His mind consumed by the plans for the evening, while he absently passed the time in the library. Disappointed, they returned to Gryffindor common room, gathering around the hearth. How can this be? Hermione expressed her bewilderment at their inability to locate Nicholas Flamel, casting a scrutinizing glance at the three young wizards beside her. Are you certain you have examined each book thoroughly? The trio nodded in unison, deepening Hermione's confusion. Perhaps we have strayed from the correct path? You continue to search according to my list, while I will revisit the history of magic from the beginning. Hermione, determined to tackle the issue methodically, resolved to adopt the safest but most time-consuming approach. After a brief discussion, Harry excused himself, citing fatigue, and before leaving, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hector. Understanding the cue, Hector nudged Ron with his elbow. Ron looked at Hector and nodded slightly. The three friends worked in seamless cooperation, with Ron occasionally making exaggerated gestures towards a particular section of the book, which earned him an eye roll from Hermione. Nonetheless, his antics captured most of her attention, leaving her oblivious to Hector's departure. Despite Hector's swift exit, Harry grew increasingly impatient waiting in the dormitory, as evident from the anxious expression etched on his face. At last, "You've arrived," Harry exclaimed, seizing an object from his bed, which was undoubtedly the invisibility cloak, smooth and lightweight. Hector could not discern what Harry grasped but sensed a faint disturbance in the air. Is this the invisibility cloak? Hector reached towards the slightly undulating air. He felt the material, which was exceedingly soft, far more luxurious than any fabric he had encountered in Madame Malkin's robe shop. It glided through his fingers like cool water, far superior to the ineffective cloak Fred and George had shown him. Indeed, Hector, Harry replied with pride, it was bequeathed to me by my father. But enough of that. We must hurry. Slip under the cloak. We need to leave swiftly. Harry appeared eager, his longing to reunite with his parents palpable. No need, Harry, Hector said, pointing his wand at his head, and his figure swiftly vanished into the air. An impressive spell, Hector, Harry remarked, peeking out from beneath the cloak. But is this truly first-year material? Did we learn this spell? No. Harry, I believe it is time for us to depart. Hector was no longer inclined to discuss the matter. He took the initiative and began to urge Harry, prompting Harry to refrain from further entanglement. It is indeed time to depart, but do ensure to teach me upon your return. Although the disillusionment charm had the capability to muffle one's voice. As they passed through the Gryffindor common room, they instinctively lowered their breaths and softened their footsteps, striving to create the slightest sound. However, they encountered a challenge at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Pushing aside the fat lady's portrait would inevitably produce noise, making it difficult to ensure that Hermione remained oblivious to their activities. Meanwhile, Ron diligently diverted Hermione's attention, occasionally emitting an ear-piercing shriek. Hector could not see Harry and was unaware of his intentions, so he took matters into his own hands. As Ron let out another loud shout, Hector gently nudged the fat lady's portrait just enough to create a narrow opening and stealthily slipped through. Hector slipped into the corridor outside, and the gap behind him, slightly widening, was quietly closed, presumably by Harry. Is that you, Hector? Harry's voice was notably muffled, and the air before him visibly shimmered. Hector did not merely respond. The voice of Hermione soon echoed from behind the portrait of the fat lady. How did the door open? Perhaps the wind blew it open? Don't be foolish, Ron. That is the portrait of the fat lady. The door only opens when a password is spoken. Even a powerful Confundus charm has no effect on her. How could a mere gust of wind possibly open it? Someone must be there. Hermione's voice drew closer, prompting Hector to whisper urgently, "Run, Harry, run." The two fled swiftly, completely unaware that they would remain unseen even if they did not. Hector and Harry soon vanished at the corridor's end, and only then did the portrait of the fat lady swing open from within, revealing Hermione and Ron behind it. Why is no one here? Hermione peered cautiously from the Gryffindor common room, finding the corridor desolate, echoing only with her own voice. Perhaps someone is playing a prank? Ron, aware that Hector and the others had successfully escaped, finally exhaled in relief. The prankster would need to know the fat lady's password, indicating they must be a Gryffindor. Hermione regarded Ron with a mix of suspicion and concern. You seem off tonight. Are you hiding something from me? Fixating on Ron, she suddenly realized someone was missing. Wait, where's Hector? Wasn't he supposed to be going to bed? Ron attempted to mask his unease poorly, avoiding Hermione's gaze. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed too. Good night, Hermione. His demeanor radiated guilt as he turned toward the boys' dormitory. A mouse scurried onto his shoulder, its beady eyes darting toward the corridor beyond the portrait. Having traversed several corners, Hector finally grasped that he was, in fact, invisible. What on earth am I running from? He halted, intending to locate Harry. But the only sound accompanying him was the heavy breathing induced by his exertion. Harry, Harry, Hector whispered, aware that such calls were likely futile. Yet he held on to the hope that Harry might be nearby. Unfortunately, his thoughts were met with disheartening silence. The chill of the air revealing the harsh truth. They had become thoroughly separated. Hector was at a loss for how to find Harry. He was no longer the reckless fool driven solely by bravado. Harry, on the other hand, was now the audacious one, equipped with legendary artifacts. The invisibility cloak rendered Harry even harder to locate. Hector suspected that Harry, emboldened by his gear, might well be daring enough to confront the giant dog on the 4th floor alone. Why did I suggest running in the first place? Hector lamented, tapping his head in frustration, convinced that his mind had been playing tricks on him lately. Moreover, Hector was only aware that Dumbledore ultimately placed the Mirror of Erised in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. As for its prior location, Hector truly had no recollection. Alas, he could now only rely on the scant clues divulged by Ron and Harry earlier that morning to guide his search. He had heard Harry mention that on the day he received the gift, he wished to test the effectiveness of the invisibility cloak, opting for a rather audacious excursion to the restricted section as his method of evaluation. By sheer happenstance, he encountered the formidable duo of quality control, Filch and Snape, who could be deemed the most dedicated and discerning inspectors in all of Hogwarts. Subsequently, as was to be expected, Harry inadvertently caused a commotion. In a bid to evade them, he fortuitously stumbled into one of the numerous abandoned classrooms on the 5th floor. It was then, to no one's surprise, that he unexpectedly beheld the mirror. Quite the reasonable coincidence, wouldn't you agree? When Hector first heard this, he found himself questioning whether he truly was the protagonist. Is the chosen one truly this formidable? With such circumstances, the protagonist might as well be relegated to the role of a mere caretaker. The magical realm nodded in agreement and gave Hector a thumbs up. Thus, he resolved to venture towards the restricted section on the 5th floor and prayed fervently that Harry wouldn't be searching for him blindly. Otherwise, Hector would have no choice but to meet Harry in their dormitory the following morning. However, did old Dumbledore anticipate this turn of events? It seemed to be the only method for Hector to break the impasse, as he believed that even someone as formidable as Dumbledore could not have foreseen such a situation arising from their separation. Good evening, Hector. I did not expect to encounter you here, came a voice from behind, causing Hector to stiffen from head to toe. It was the very voice he most wished to avoid, Dumbledore's. Hector turned around and indeed beheld the familiar figure gazing at him with a gentle expression. He quickly lowered his head to avoid eye contact. Despite being the grandson of Dumbledore, Hector could not guarantee that Dumbledore would not inadvertently delve into his thoughts. Furthermore, Dumbledore's proficiency in legilimency was quite formidable. Should he unwittingly employ it and read Hector's mind, it would spell disaster for him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hector concluded that he ought to find someone to teach him the art of mental occlusion, for each day posed a new peril. But who could he approach for such instruction? At Hogwarts, there were only 2 individuals skilled in this art, one of whom stood before him, and the other was Snape. The purpose of learning mental occlusion was primarily to shield oneself from the old headmaster, thus it would be ill-advised to seek his tutelage. As for Snape, even if he were willing to teach, Hector would not dare to learn from him. Moreover, studying mental occlusion under Snape would be no different from learning it from Dumbledore. It would be far more straightforward to learn directly from Dumbledore. This was indeed a vexing predicament. For now, he could only avert his gaze, as establishing eye contact was a prerequisite for the release of legilimency, and Hector's sole method of resisting it at present was to avoid such contact. A rather impressive disillusionment charm. It nearly deceived even me, Dumbledore remarked as he drew his wand and gestured towards the air before him, causing Hector's form to gradually materialize within the atmosphere. So, Hector, what brings you to this place at such a late hour? Hector lowered his head, fixating on the tips of his shoes. Grandfather Albus, I merely wish to take a stroll. Merely a stroll, is it? Dumbledore smiled, observing Hector's timid demeanor. Lift your gaze. Hector, deceit is not the hallmark of a good child. The old man mused, if only to prove his own steadiness. Raising his head would only serve to ensnare him further in Dumbledore's clever traps. Hector continued to stare at his shoes, resolute in his refusal to acquiesce to the old wizard's wishes. However, who was Dumbledore? He was none other than the renowned figure who had vanquished 2 Dark Lords. The preeminent white wizard of the age, such trivial wiles were of little consequence before him. Dumbledore allowed a moment of silence to envelop the air before unexpectedly placing a hand on Hector's shoulder. Startled by this unforeseen gesture, Hector instinctively lifted his gaze and found himself ensnared by Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. He felt no rush of memories flooding back. Hector remained oblivious to Dumbledore's intentions, but to further evade his gaze would be too conspicuous. Thus, he fixated on those striking blue eyes while endeavoring to clear his mind, silently praying that Dumbledore still held faith in his dear nephew and would refrain from employing legilimency upon him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector and Dumbledore exchanged glances for an extended duration, long enough for the atmosphere between them to grow somewhat awkward. It was Dumbledore who eventually broke the silence, gently placing a hand on Hector's shoulder, his face adorned with his characteristically benevolent smile. "Hector, I am aware of your intentions," Dumbledore stated, stepping in front of Hector. "Therefore, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. I can accompany you." Alas, it seemed that Dumbledore had indeed employed the art of legilimency, which could lead to significant repercussions, an instance of losing sight of the larger picture while fixating on trivial matters. Hector was so anxious that he could scarcely walk. His legs, drained of all strength, moved sluggishly behind Dumbledore. He could only hope that Dumbledore had merely extracted memories related to the matter. Otherwise, Hector might have to contemplate the option of seeking refuge with Voldemort. One must say, this old beast truly is perplexing. Is it too much to expect a fundamental trust between individuals? Hector now walks like a weary elder, while the figure ahead, Dumbledore, strides with the vigor of a spirited youth. As for employing a complete erasure against the old wizard, Hector believes that such an act pales in comparison to the grim reality of directly aligning himself with Voldemort. Should he choose to side with Voldemort, Dumbledore might still perceive a glimmer of redemption. However, betrayal is another matter entirely. Not only would Dumbledore react vehemently, even Merlin himself would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. Hector is now filled with regret and fear. Within the confines of Hogwarts, where could he possibly escape? He mused that it might be preferable to go to Beauxbatons. Following Dumbledore, he descended the long staircase, turning countless corners and traversing corridor after corridor, until Dumbledore paused at the entrance of a classroom. "Hector, this is the place where Harry wished to bring you," Dumbledore said, glancing back at Hector, who kept his head bowed, too anxious to breathe freely, appearing exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, Dumbledore remained as benevolent as ever. "Relax, mistakes are a part of growth. However, I do hope that next time you encounter such a situation, you will be honest with me. It would be even better if you could inform me in advance." Hector breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Dumbledore's words, sensing that the esteemed wizard did not possess a complete understanding of his circumstances. It appeared that Dumbledore merely held fragmented memories regarding the matter, which instilled in Hector a profound sense of reprieve. He felt vitality returning to his body, and his breathing became less labored than before. "I understand, Professor Dumbledore. That is all that matters," Hector acknowledged. Dumbledore gently ruffled Hector's hair and gestured towards the interior of the room. "Very well, you may wait for me by the door for a moment. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Potter." Hector had no grounds for refusal. He could only nod obediently and stand by the door. Dumbledore cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, and in an instant, his figure vanished from Hector's sight. Hector dared not be careless. He kept his gaze lowered, fixated on the tips of his shoes. What if old Dumbledore had not yet departed? He had already paid the price for his recklessness and needed to exercise caution. But had Dumbledore truly reached such an advanced level of legilimency? The absence of any disturbance had laid him bare. Hector realized he must devise a method to master the art of mental occlusion. He could not continue wearing his vulnerabilities on the outside. This time he was fortunate. But what if next time old Dumbledore whimsically decided to delve deeper into Hector's mind? That would indeed spell disaster. However, during their initial encounter, given Dumbledore's nature, it was highly probable that he had already gleaned much about Hector. So why was he still alive? Was it possible that he was merely a pawn employed by Dumbledore to bridge the gap between himself and Aberforth? This was dire. He had unwittingly become a jester. Hector's mind raced with thoughts, and the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. After a period of contemplation, Hector resolved that he could not simply sit idly by. Otherwise, he would fall victim to the whims of others, oblivious to his own fate. A mere pawn harbors no future. The day he completes his task would inevitably mark the day of his abandonment. He must devise a way to subtly probe Dumbledore. With this resolve, Hector waited. Shortly thereafter, the figure emerging from the doorway was not Dumbledore, but Harry. As Harry stepped out, he immediately noticed Hector, who was standing against the wall, head bowed in shame. "I'm sorry for getting you caught," Hector said, lifting his gaze. Before he could elaborate, Harry, filled with remorse, apologized to Hector, revealing that Professor Dumbledore had known all along. He had always been aware. Before Hector could respond, Dumbledore's voice resonated from within the classroom. "Come in, Hector. Remember my words, Harry. Return to rest early." Hector could only nod slightly at Harry, taking a deep breath as he entered the classroom. Dumbledore, with his back turned to the mirror, smiled at Hector as he approached. "This is what Harry wished to show you," he remarked, locking his gaze with Hector's eyes. This time, Hector did not shy away. Instead, he calmly held Dumbledore's gaze. "The Mirror of Erist, a truly wondrous object, reveals our innermost, most fervent desires." Hector was profoundly intrigued by the mirror, having previously felt an urgent desire to uncover the deepest yearnings of his heart. Yet, as he stood on the precipice of self-discovery, an unusual trepidation gripped him. "Professor Dumbledore, may I take a glance?" After a moment's contemplation, Hector concluded that it would be wiser to allow Dumbledore to assist him in making this decision. "No one can deter you, Hector," Dumbledore nodded, "for everyone harbors a desire to know their truest and most fervent longing. Understanding what one yearns for is far more sagacious than remaining in ignorance." Hector gazed into the enchanted mirror, swiftly diverting his eyes from its surface. He was uncertain of what revelations awaited him, and the dread of the unknown loomed infinitely. Hector yearned for answers, yet he also trembled at the prospect of discovering them. Striving to calm his wildly racing heart, his thirst for knowledge ultimately triumphed over his fear. Resolute, Hector turned his head towards the mirror, squinting as he scrutinized the revelations presented by the Mirror of Erist. Hector's eyes suddenly opened wide upon glimpsing the familiar and affectionate figure of his grandfather. Hector unconsciously took a step towards the enchanted mirror, where the elderly figure within wore a benevolent smile. He appeared just as Hector remembered, adorned in his vintage, somewhat foolish-looking cap. In one hand, he held a cup that had once contained sauce, now repurposed to hold warm water after a thorough cleaning. The old man's eyes sparkled with vitality, and with a stooped posture, he waved gently at Hector from within the mirror's reflection. Hector's eyes instantly glistened with moisture as he reached out, yearning to touch that familiar silhouette. It was not until his hand made contact with the frigid surface of the mirror that he came to his senses. Hector, awakening from his reverie, realized that the elder was no longer present. Before him lay merely a reflection of his own inner thoughts. All he could do was etch that familiar figure as vividly as possible into the recesses of his mind. Hector had already begun to perceive the wondrous allure of the Erist mirror, yet he found himself unable to divert his gaze, even though he was acutely aware that all before him was but an illusion. Suddenly, his grandfather's figure began to fade, and Hector beheld two orbs of light, one large and one small, gradually manifesting upon the mirror's surface. It was the system. How could they possibly appear here? With a mind brimming with skepticism, Hector quickly wiped away his tears, widened his eyes, and strained to catch any useful information. "HP, report your status." A deep voice emanated from the larger orb of light. "The one who welcomed me? Why has it taken so long for you to provide an update?" Hector leaned in closer, wishing to see more clearly, but the scene within the mirror abruptly receded, causing the two orbs of light to diminish in his sight. However, he glimpsed their surroundings, a vast expanse filled with mirrors of all sizes and shapes. The smaller orb was about to speak when the larger orb interrupted. "Wait," it said, as if searching for something. "It seems your client is not very pleased. HP, they've come all this way." Hector was astonished to detect a distinct emotional fluctuation in the voice emanating from the larger orb. "However, our conversation must remain unheard by him." The scene swiftly retreated, leaving Hector in a void where he could neither hear nor see anything. It was as if everything had never existed. The Erist mirror now resembled an ordinary looking glass, reflecting only his own image. "What did you see?" came Dumbledore's voice softly from behind. Hector turned to find Dumbledore's face still adorned with a warm smile. Surely he hasn't noticed, Hector thought, as he replied to Dumbledore, "I saw my family, Grandpa Albus." Dumbledore, noticing the remnants of unshed tears upon Hector's face, was momentarily choked with emotion, his prepared words caught in his throat, unable to escape. In that moment, he could only extend his arms, stepping forward to envelop Hector in a heartfelt embrace. "I am truly sorry, my child." Dumbledore gently patted Hector's back in that moment. He was not the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, nor the renowned figure of the magical world, but simply a grandfather, an ordinary grandfather. "I truly am sorry." After a considerable time, Dumbledore released Hector, his azure eyes shimmering with sorrow and kindness. "However, tomorrow this mirror must be relocated," Dumbledore stated with resolute determination. "I sincerely apologize. But this mirror can neither impart wisdom nor reveal the truth. All that you have witnessed is but an illusion, entirely unreal. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the realities of life serves no purpose, only leading to endless regret and the squandering of time." Dumbledore cast a glance at Hector, expecting to perceive regret and confusion etched upon his face. To his surprise, Hector's countenance was marked by resolute determination. "I understand, Professor Albus," Hector declared. No longer daunted by the venerable figure before him, he now recognized his ultimate goal, to seek out the two orbs of light and mist, even though he remained uncertain of how to encounter them once more. Nevertheless, the Mirror of Erist had bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. As for Voldemort, Hector wished not to squander any more time on him. "There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you." The astonishment on Dumbledore's face was unmistakable, yet his response was remarkably candid. "I believe my office may serve as an exceedingly suitable venue." Hector nodded slightly, departing from the abandoned classroom without a glance back, showing no semblance of attachment to the Mirror of Erist. Even Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully comprehend the unfolding events. He initially suspected a malfunction with the mirror and cautiously cast a glance at the Mirror of Erist, only to quickly avert his gaze as if jolted by an electric shock. This time, it was Dumbledore who followed in Hector's footsteps, as the door to the deserted classroom closed automatically behind him, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired at all. "What did you perceive?" Hector selectively divulged his dreams, sharing only the most fundamental aspects of the narrative. He refrained from explicitly mentioning that the protagonist was serious, as he was not supposed to possess such knowledge. Instead, Hector endeavored to describe the characteristics of the individual within his dream as vividly as possible. Upon hearing Hector's tale, Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment, and before Hector could finish, he abruptly rose from his chair. Hector's decision to disclose this matter was significantly influenced by his desire to test Dumbledore. He was well aware of Dumbledore's unwavering belief in prophecies and understood that the latter would undoubtedly feel an acute sense of urgency regarding the situation, especially since, in Hector's dreams, Voldemort had successfully returned, an occurrence entirely unforeseen in Dumbledore's plans. Naturally, his grandfather Albus would be eager to acquire more precise and accurate information, and nothing could be more direct and unequivocal than accessing Hector's memories. There were only two methods available. One was the pensieve, though memories within it could be fabricated. The other was legilimency, which would allow Dumbledore to view all of Hector's memories as long as the boy had not mastered occlumency. Thus, Hector understood precisely what approach Dumbledore would adopt, even considering that he was merely a child and, moreover, his nephew. Additionally, Hector was curious to ascertain whether he could indeed resist the legilimency spell. Although the system had not endowed him with this particular talent, one could never be certain. After all, the effects of the disarming charm had not been mentioned by the system either. Hector pondered, if Dumbledore could see through him, then the color of his underwear would undoubtedly be discerned the moment Dumbledore laid eyes on him. In that case, the distinction between concealing and outright honesty would be negligible. Consequently, Hector would no longer concern himself with the rationality of his actions. He could simply act as he pleased, which, to be frank, would greatly simplify matters. Conversely, if Dumbledore could not perceive him, Hector would be relieved of the burden of mastering the mind closure spell. When confronting the looming threat of Voldemort, the master of thought extraction, he would possess greater assurance, indeed, a most favorable outcome. In his modest office, Dumbledore paced restlessly. Hector's tale had imparted a slight tremor of shock to the venerable old man. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of urgency as his pace quickened and his gaze grew more resolute. He required more precise and comprehensive information, uncertain of when events might unfold. Dumbledore, with his extensive experience, was now convinced of Hector's unique ability. Despite the absence of such a gift within the Dumbledore lineage, he understood that Voldemort would inevitably return. Time was of the essence. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Hector, who sat in a chair. "Hector, I wish to acquire a more detailed understanding." Dumbledore moved closer. His azure eyes locked onto Hector's, Hector had already prepared his refusal regarding the pensive, yet the moment for revelation had not yet arrived. I can attempt to describe it further. In fact, there exists another method. Dumbledore's countenance grew solemn, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Hector, relax. This will not harm you. Hector took a deep breath, fully aware of the impending challenge that lay before him. He gazed as Dumbledore withdrew the Elder Wand, commanding, Hector, look into my eyes. Hector and Dumbledore gazed at each other, their eyes a striking shade of azure. Hector's body tensed abruptly, as he sensed an overwhelming force from the outside world surging into his mind without any forewarning. This power effortlessly dismantled the fragile defenses within Hector's brain, rampaging through his thoughts, ruthlessly tearing at his memories. On a positive note, it appeared that, although Dumbledore remained unaware of the reasons, he had indeed not previously employed legilimency against Hector, not even during their earlier exchange in the corridor. However, there was also a grim revelation. Could this be considered a form of self-detonation? At this very moment, Dumbledore was undeniably wielding legilimency against himself. Hector felt compelled to act, struggling to concentrate as he battled against a formidable force that coursed through his mind with a sharp, stinging sensation. He yearned to close his eyes and disengage from the practice, yet his body had become entirely unresponsive. Hector, relax, do not resist. Dumbledore's visage momentarily betrayed a look of concern, swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Just endure. I am on the verge of retrieving that memory. Hector thought to himself. Listening to you could lead to dire consequences, as he summoned every ounce of strength to fend off the intrusive power invading his mind. He endeavored to confine it as much as possible, while simultaneously attempting to reconstruct the defenses of his brain. Regrettably, the overwhelming surge of Dumbledore's magic, paired with the ancient wand, was beyond Hector's capacity to withstand. All available resources had been deployed to the front lines of resistance, and what he fought for was merely a fleeting few seconds. Dumbledore's formidable magic broke free of its constraints with an irresistible force, shattering through the defenses with devastating ease. Hector found himself utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming force, now rendered speechless and on the verge of tears. This probing endeavor had indeed resulted in a catastrophic loss. Who would have anticipated that the only reason he still harbored secrets was due to Dumbledore's restraint? This left Hector under the delusion that he was a natural master of the art of mental occlusion. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative that follows. Hector found himself in a dire predicament, calling out to the heavens and, indeed, to the system. System, if you are still present, take heed of the current situation. My home has been robbed. Surely something must be done. In his heart, Hector let out a desperate scream, grasping at straws, for ever since the system implanted 3 cards into his mind as if installing chips, there had been no further response. Initially, Hector attempted to summon the system. However, it was evident that there was no reply. Otherwise, he would not have sought out a Bufus to learn spells. The long silent system remained mute, yet strands of golden light seemed to respond to Hector's call, drifting from the crevices of his mind and gradually coalescing into a shimmering golden card. No, I did not summon you. What are you doing here? Watching the card, rumored to charge forth against the front line, Hector felt a pang of urgency. He suddenly found himself contemplating the acceptance of being seen through by Dumbledore. With only a basic foundation to pit against a casual strike, Hector reasoned that he wouldn't act so recklessly unless his mind were truly compromised. Yet, the golden card held a different perspective, even as Hector emptied his thoughts and relinquished his will to resist, despite his repeated pleas to the golden card to reconsider. It unhesitatingly surged to the forefront. The defenses solidified instantly, and Dumbledore's magic was swiftly subdued. The once ferocious and overwhelming force pushed rapidly beyond the confines of Hector's mind. After expelling the hostile entities, the card poured all its remaining strength into the newly fortified barrier. The radiant golden card dimmed considerably, and once all its power was expended, it became a dull gray. At this juncture, it leisurely returned to its original position. Dumbledore, too, sensed this change, although he did not behold the dazzling card. He could feel a formidable force reinvigorating the previously fragile defenses. However, Dumbledore simply assumed that Hector had, in an astonishingly brief period, mastered the art of mental shielding without a mentor. While it seemed implausible, given Hector's capabilities, Dumbledore quickly convinced himself, realizing that further attempts would yield no results. Dumbledore voluntarily withdrew the spell of legilimency, allowing Hector's body to regain its autonomy. Uncertain of when he had risen, Hector's body slumped back into the chair. Dumbledore hastily retrieved a chocolate from his small jar and offered it to Hector, who did not accept it as usual, but instead fixated on Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, what were you just doing to me? It was then that Dumbledore recognized the folly of his actions. Standing before him was not just anyone, but his long-lost nephew, the sole bridge to reconciliation with Abufus. Most critically, he had employed a mind-reading spell on an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore's face turned noticeably pale. He gazed at Hector, utterly at a loss for a single word of justification. Dumbledore questioned whether his mind had been replaced by that of a troll, for there was no other explanation for such a foolish deed. What have I done? The greatest white wizard of the magical realm was now cradling his head, overwhelmed by feelings of frustration and remorse. Dumbledore, like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Hector's eyes, despite the fact that his actions were devoid of selfish intent. Hector's narrative bore immense significance, possessing the potential to upend everything Dumbledore held dear. Hector gazed at the elderly man, who sat pale and despondent in his chair, and felt a twinge of compassion. After all, in a certain sense, he had indeed exploited this man's fervent dedication to safeguarding the world. Moreover, Dumbledore had refrained from using legilimency to probe his thoughts previously. As Hector contemplated his future at Hogwarts, he realized that while acting on impulse might provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction, it ultimately bore little benefit for him. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to extract some advantages from Dumbledore. He reminded himself to be rational. The world was not merely about conflict, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships. In the end, he recognized his own lack of strength. If he were truly formidable, he would not find himself in such a predicament. His yearning for power intensified. After a brief moment, having regained his composure, Hector rose to his feet. Dumbledore immediately reacted, springing up with a look of genuine apprehension directed at Hector. Hector maintained a stern expression, yet he retrieved a chocolate from Dumbledore's cherished collection and placed it in his mouth. Witnessing this, a hint of color returned to Dumbledore's face, as the earlier icy remark of Professor Dumbledore had rendered him breathless with despair. Albus, if I may still address you as such. Hector gazed into Albus's sorrowful blue eyes and said, I understand that this matter has caused you considerable distress, but might you consider a gentler approach? That would be most preferable. Dumbledore, overwhelmed by his own urgency, nodded fervently and quickly expressed his remorse. It is entirely my fault, he admitted, lowering his gaze. By Merlin's beard, Hector, I was far too hasty. I acted without due consideration. However, rest assured, I shall find a way to make amends. Dumbledore lifted his head, noticing that Hector's expression had softened slightly, and cautiously inquired, But Hector, I have but one request. Please do not disclose this matter to Aberforth, would you? I can hardly bear to imagine the fury my brother would unleash should he learn of this. Hector's expression fell once more, realizing that your true concern lay not with me, but rather with the relationship between you and your brother. If you wish for me to overlook your faults, that is one matter. However, if you desire that I remain silent before Albus, I regret to inform you that comes at a different price. I can assure you, Albus. Hector contemplated his needs and understood what he must learn. At present, Hector has no intention of mastering a plethora of dark curses. The knowledge he possesses suffices for now. What he truly requires is to address the pressing issue of mobility. He finds himself unwilling to travel by car, reluctant to use flue powder, and lacking the skill to ride a broom. Thus, it is imperative that he learns apparition at the earliest opportunity for greater convenience in his future endeavors. However, I do have a few stipulations. I assure you, Hector. Although Dumbledore is eager to make amends, he cautiously added, however, the unforgivable curses are off limits. I will not permit you to engage with them at this time. Who said I wished to learn the unforgivable curses? A little trust would be appreciated. Hector gazed at Dumbledore, who appeared both constrained and exhilarated, perhaps experiencing one of the most uncharacteristic evenings of his life. That's good, Dumbledore murmured. I wish to learn apparition. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Hector, who met his gaze unflinchingly. The guilty Dumbledore was compelled to avert his eyes. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that mastering apparition was indeed preferable to the unforgivable curse. Furthermore, considering that Hector had managed to grasp the intricacies of the highly challenging mind closure charm in a relatively short span, Dumbledore was confident that learning apparition would pose no insurmountable challenge for him. Reflecting on this, Dumbledore nodded in tacit agreement with Hector's request. I hope to learn apparition before my second year. Very well, Dumbledore conceded, his last potential loophole skillfully sealed by Hector's timely remarks. He sighed softly, responding, all right. I promise you, Hector. Dumbledore's compromise resulted in Hector not only fulfilling his task, but also receiving an unexpected reward. Hector regarded this encounter as a splendid triumph over the Dark Lord. However, he harbored concerns about his golden talent and hoped that this trial would not jeopardize the most crucial aspect of his abilities, for that would indeed be a grave loss. Dumbledore deftly redirected the conversation back to the tale Hector had mentioned, though he perceived it not as a mere story but rather a prophetic dream. It was inconceivable that Hector could possess knowledge of Sirius and Bella, and Dumbledore recognized the room where the events transpired, likely within the Department of Mysteries. Thus, he was eager to uncover every detail regarding Hector's dream, as it held significant implications for his quest to eradicate Voldemort completely. With the legilimency charm proving ineffective, Dumbledore contemplated alternative strategies. His gaze first settled upon the empty Phoenix perch fortunately. Fawkes had been dispatched on an errand that evening, before his attention focused on the basin situated behind the perch. The pensive. Dumbledore's emotions were now beyond mere frustration. How could he have forgotten that the pensive could reveal images from memories? Doubts crept into Dumbledore's mind regarding Aberforth. Had Aberforth secretly swapped memories between them? Otherwise, how could he, known for his prudence and tendency to rely on intellect rather than action, have resorted to using the potentially harmful legilimency charm on a child, especially one so dear to him? However, as Hector surmised, even if Dumbledore were to retrieve the pensive, he could easily concoct excuses such as not knowing how to extract the memories or suddenly becoming as obtuse as a troll, thereby rendering the pensive ineffective. Hector seemed to have Dumbledore thoroughly at his mercy. After all, if Dumbledore wished to uncover the intricate details of the dream, he would inevitably resort to the pensive. Hector possessed ample confidence in his dream, and Dumbledore's self-sacrificing nature would surely ensnare him. "Hector, this is the pensive," Dumbledore remarked, gesturing towards the gem-encrusted basin. Crafted from an indeterminate material, whether stone or metal, wide and hollow. Upon closer inspection, Hector noted that the pensive was not filled with clear water, but rather a murky, shimmering liquid of unknown origin. Inscribed along the rim were peculiar and enchanting runes, which Hector surmised to be an ancient runic. Dumbledore pressed his wand to his temple, and a silvery thread was swiftly drawn from his mind. With his wand guiding the shimmering strand, he gently placed it into the pensive. The murky surface of the liquid began to reveal images, and Hector found himself as a mere observer, gazing from a divine perspective at the memories of Dumbledore as he used the pensive on him. "This is a remarkable alchemical creation," Dumbledore continued. "It can store human memories and allow others to witness them. I often utilize it to preserve thoughts that my mind cannot contain. You see, I have endured so much that my brain is nearly filled to capacity. Why not employ this method first, Professor Dumbledore?" Hector inquired, observing the sudden droop of Dumbledore's head. For he too was at a loss for an answer. Noticing Dumbledore's demeanor, Hector chose not to dwell further on the question. "Professor Dumbledore, what should I do?" Hector asked, prompting Dumbledore to lift his gaze once more. "Quite simply, Hector," Dumbledore replied. "You need only to strive to recall that dream, and then use your wand to extract that memory, placing it into the basin." Hector withdrew his wand, pressing it against his temple, and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power emanating from the wand. He guided this force with precision, allowing it to traverse the defensive barriers, gently extracting a fragment from his memory. A silvery light seeped from Hector's temple, drawn forth by the wand, and gradually descended towards the pensive. Observing the unfolding of events with such ease, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief. However, this only intensified his frustration, deepening his regret and guilt over his earlier impetuous actions. Dumbledore realized he needed to recalibrate his mindset and sought someone to confide in. Nonetheless, that conversation would have to wait. For now, he required a thorough understanding of the matter at hand. Hector's memory was swiftly extracted, and he placed that fragment of recollection into the pensive before turning his gaze to Dumbledore, who was sitting nearby with his head in his hands. "Grandfather Albus," he mused, "I believe this should suffice. Quite simple indeed." Dumbledore lowered his hands from his head, first casting a glance at the rippling waves of light within the pensive, then at Hector. With utmost seriousness, Dumbledore addressed Hector. "Hector, I think it would be prudent for you to find a place to sit. This will require some time. If you wish, you may indulge in some chocolate from the jar." Hector could perceive the struggle etched upon Dumbledore's face, yet he cautioned against indulgence, requesting that a morsel be reserved for him. With that, Dumbledore plunged his head entirely into the pensive, his eagerness to uncover the long-sought memories palpable. On the eve of the competition, Hector and Hermione were engaged in a game of wizard's chess in the Gryffindor common room, a pastime imparted to them by Ron. Initially, Hector harbored little interest until he beheld the animated, articulate pieces, each possessing a mind of its own. It was not long before Hector found himself enamored with this captivating game. Hector initially challenged Ron, the one with the highest chess prowess, under the impression that this fool, often seen in class, would not possess remarkable skills in chess. Perhaps the exaggerated depictions in the original text were a tad overstated? Hector still harbored a sense of unwarranted optimism. However, he was swiftly and effortlessly schooled by Ron, who demonstrated his superiority with remarkable nonchalance. Hector's fidgeting demeanor piqued Hermione's interest. However, even she faltered miserably. Hector, undeterred, believed he could outpace Ron on a broomstick, yet his physical prowess did little to aid him in the game of wizard's chess, where he found himself utterly at a loss for excuses. Regrettably, Hector faced Ron in several matches, each ending in inexplicable defeats, even when he and Hermione combined their wits. They failed to outmaneuver Ron, who seemed to have his head in the clouds. It must be acknowledged that every Weasley possesses a certain genius in their respective domains. The twin brothers, Fred and George, astounded Hector with their cleverness and seemingly endless innovative ideas in crafting magical prank products. Bill, the eldest, and Percy, the third brother, boasted remarkably impressive achievements, although Charlie, the second brother, may have been slightly less distinguished. Fred and George often bragged that he was the most gifted Quidditch player in the family. As for Ron, he was merely mediocre academically. His flying skills were neither exceptional nor poor, yet Hector had to concede that Ron's talent in wizard's chess was truly exceptional. Nevertheless, raw talent does not guarantee victory, and Hector swiftly eliminated Ron from the match, citing the disruption of game balance. Thus, the contest proceeded between Hector and Hermione, with Ron relegated to the role of spectator. Of course, the chess pieces began to gesticulate imperiously towards Hector. However, upon witnessing the impending storm of Hector's wrath, their tone shifted to one of amicability, becoming compliant and no longer resistant. The king, who had initially boasted of glory with great arrogance, suddenly adopted a benevolent expression, while even Hermione's pieces fell silent, fearing the collateral damage of a fiery conflict. The atmosphere of the game quieted significantly, leaving Harry, accustomed to the usual clamor of the pieces, utterly astonished. Ron soon noticed Harry's pallid complexion. "You've arrived, but what's wrong, Harry? You look positively dreadful." After a pause, he added, "Perhaps it's best if you refrain from participating. The referee is Snape, and a single match pales in comparison to your safety. Just claim you're ill, and that it's quite serious. Or pretend you've broken your leg," Hermione suggested. "Or perhaps you could actually break your leg." Hector, distractedly fixated on the chessboard, interjected, not wishing to be outmatched by Hermione. Yet, considering the current predicament, achieving victory seemed a daunting task. "I say, Harry, relax. Snape won't harm you. Even if he intends to, he wouldn't be so brazen about it. Surely, he would choose a more discreet location to cast a spell on you. It would be too easy to expose himself while sitting on a broomstick. It's your turn, Hermione." "That may not be the case. Last time, it was you and Hermione who intervened just in time to prevent Harry from falling off his broom. Now that Snape is on a broom himself, if he has any designs, no one can stop him." Ron appeared increasingly anxious as he gazed at Harry. Harry pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No. The team lacked a substitute seeker. If I do not participate in the Gryffindor team, we cannot compete." Hermione was about to say something, but she was interrupted by Neville, who stumbled into the common room, his legs awkwardly stuck together. It was truly difficult to imagine how he managed to squeeze through the portrait hole of the fat lady. It was the leg locker curse, and Neville appeared quite comical, his hefty frame bobbing as he struggled to move forward. The young wizards in the Gryffindor common room erupted into laughter, except for Hector and Hermione, who hurriedly stood up to release him from the spell. What happened? Hermione and Hector helped Neville over, and Harry graciously made space for him. Hector retrieved a chocolate frog from his bag, which he always seemed to have in ample supply. "Malfoy," Neville said, his voice trembling with indignation. "I encountered him outside the library. He mentioned he had recently learned a new spell and wanted to practice on someone." Harry and Ron immediately sprang to their feet, as they typically did regarding Malfoy, while Hermione expressed her anger, albeit with more composure than the two hot-headed boys. "Go find Professor McGonagall and report him." Neville shook his head, his voice quivering, yet Hector could discern his resolve. "I do not wish to cause any more trouble." "Neville, you must face him bravely. Malfoy is consistently overbearing. If you yield before him, he will continue to torment you." "Don't say I'm cowardly or unworthy of being in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that," Neville choked out, leaning against Hector's shoulder as Hector gently patted his back. "No one is saying you lack courage," Hector assured Neville, seeing a reflection of his younger self in the pudgy boy before him. Hector was correct. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, whereas Malfoy ended up in that loathsome Slytherin. "You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys," Harry stated earnestly, observing the redness in Neville's eyes. "All right, everyone, let him enjoy his chocolate frog," Hermione suggested, prompting Neville to clumsily unwrap the package, his lips twitching as he managed a feeble smile. "Thank you, Hector. Would you like a card?" Hector shook his head as Neville handed the picture to Harry, who was quite interested in collecting them. Another image of Dumbledore appeared, and Harry received it, holding it in his hand, where a familiar figure smiled benevolently at the young wizards. "I shall escort him back to the dormitory," Hector said, helping Neville rise from the armchair. Had he not been in search of a suitable partner all along? Harry and Ron's performances were far from satisfactory, and this little chubby fellow before him might indeed present a new option. Though Neville's talents were lacking, he possessed a commendable patience, certainly better than those two impulsive fellows. Harry and his friends nodded, and Hector, together with Neville, made their way toward the tower. "Hector, am I truly a Gryffindor?" Neville asked as he sat on the bed. Gazing at Hector, a sense of sympathy arose in Hector for this boy, who bore such a striking resemblance to his former self. He looked into Neville's eyes and earnestly replied, "Of course, Neville, you are undoubtedly a Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat never errs. But the Sorting Hat once considered placing me in Hufflepuff. I felt I should have gone there," Neville confessed. "It even contemplated placing me in Ravenclaw. Yet I still ended up in Gryffindor." Hector sat beside him and patted Neville's shoulder. "However, when Malfoy cast spells on me, I did not dare to retaliate." Neville paused, taking a deep breath. "And I know about your nighttime escapades. I'm aware, but I couldn't bring myself to stop you for fear you would disregard me. That feels decidedly un-Gryffindor-like. Perhaps the Sorting Hat truly made a mistake, considering how old it appears." "The Sorting Hat never makes mistakes, Neville, never," Hector asserted firmly, rising from the bed as Neville averted his gaze. "Gryffindor represents courage, but courage is not recklessness, Neville. In certain respects, Harry and Ron cannot compare to you. They are far too impulsive, acting without contemplating the consequences." Hector continued, "You understand the importance of reflection. Knowing the right course of action is far more crucial, indeed, than mere bravery. Is that truly so, Hector?" Neville raised his head, the tears that had once filled his eyes now absent. He fixed his gaze upon Hector, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. "Absolutely," Hector nodded. "Courage is not narrowly defined, Neville. The zeal for exploring the unknown is a form of courage, as is the ability to remain composed in the face of adversity. Resisting evil is courage. Carrying a burden through darkness is also courage. When your friends and family face peril, stepping forward to shoulder the weight of resistance is the greatest form of courage. But Hector, I have never done any of that." Neville lamented. "I believe that when the day comes for you to truly confront these challenges, you will undoubtedly rise to the occasion, Neville." Hector's words resonated with strength, instilling a newfound determination in Neville's gaze. "Lombard is indeed admirable." Rising to his feet, Neville looked at Hector with tears welling in his eyes, though this time they were not tears of sorrow. "Dry your tears, Neville," Hector urged as he stood up. "Gryffindor does not believe in tears. It is the wand that holds the answer." "I yearn to learn something, Hector." Neville gazed at Hector, resolute in his desire to prove himself as a true Gryffindor the next time he faced Malfoy. "I know you can teach me." Hector nodded with a sense of gratification. "Of course, Neville, I shall certainly do so, but for now, you must get a good night's rest." Neville nodded, having forgotten to wash up, and promptly burrowed into his bed. At that moment, Harry rushed in, his demeanor a blend of urgency and delight. "Hector, come quickly," he called out hastily before turning to dash downstairs. Hector followed closely behind, and within the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, Ron, and Harry all bore expressions of excitement etched upon their faces. A large book spread open upon the table. "We have found Nicholas Flamel," Harry exclaimed, pointing at a line in the book and then gesturing toward the card that Neville had given him. "The massive dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is clearly after it." Ever since Harry and his friends learned that Dumbledore was concealing the Philosopher's Stone, their curiosity regarding its use had intensified. Although the stone had yet to fall into their possession, as Ron aptly stated, it was merely a matter of time, making advanced planning all the more essential. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone possesses the remarkable ability to transmute base metals into gold, a temptation that no one could resist. Furthermore, the stone is said to grant immortality. as evidenced by the fact that Nicholas Flamel and his wife have lived for over 6 centuries. Ron was already contemplating which Quidditch team he would support once they acquired the stone, a dream he had harbored since childhood. However, speaking of Quidditch, Harry was reminded of the upcoming match and Snape's looming presence. Initially, Harry had dismissed Hector and the others' concerns, yet as the final approached, a sense of unease began to creep in. I must participate in the match, Harry ultimately resolved. If I withdraw, the Slytherins will think I am afraid. And that simply cannot happen. Hector observed as Harry unconsciously swallowed, the worry etched on his face gradually giving way to a resolute determination. Harry turned to Ron and the others, affirming, moreover, should we triumph in this match, Gryffindor shall surpass Slytherin in the Quidditch Cup Championship. It has been 4 long years since Gryffindor last lifted the House Cup. This is our finest opportunity, and I cannot allow it to slip away. Hermione interjected. Let us hope we do not have to carry you off the field. Ron nodded in agreement, clearly echoing her sentiment. We will be there to support you, won't we? Hector? Hector paused momentarily, as Harry cast an expectant glance in his direction. After all, it was highly unlikely that the venerable Dumbledore would attend the match. Having the younger Dumbledore come to cheer would indeed be a splendid alternative. At the very least, Hector's magical prowess, as Harry well understood, could inspire the same sense of security that Professor Dumbledore provided. However, it seemed that this wish would ultimately go unfulfilled, for Hector shook his head and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it, Harry. Earlier that morning, an owl had delivered a letter to Hector. He had initially assumed it was a correspondence from Aberforth regarding some matter, only to discover that it was a missive from Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing the letter, Hector suddenly recalled that Professor McGonagall had requested him to visit her office after the Christmas holiday. Yet, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Hector believed that he could not be wholly blamed for the situation. A significant portion of the responsibility lay with old Dumbledore. Although his innate golden talent had not entirely vanished, Hector distinctly felt the adverse effects brought about by the spell of mind and memory. His magical power had undergone a considerable decline, now comparable to that of Fred and George. Nevertheless, Hector remained confident that, whether in a duel or a team match, those 2 brothers would stand no chance against him, provided they did not preemptively disarm themselves of their wants. Professor Flitwick also sensed the issues with Hector's magical abilities, attributing them to his exhaustion. Consequently, he granted Hector several weeks of respite. Fortunately, Hector's magical energy was gradually recuperating. He could observe his golden legacy slowly transitioning from a dull haze back to its original resplendent form. However, the pace of recovery was rather disheartening. Hector estimated that he would regain about half of his strength by Easter, with a complete restoration expected by the beginning of the next academic year. This would inevitably delay the enhancement of his magical prowess, yet he was not in a hurry to seek out Albus for a restorative potion, despite knowing he undoubtedly possessed a solution. Hector understood the principle that one cannot replenish what is fundamentally lacking. However, this did not imply that Hector had abandoned the notion of finding a way to outsmart Dumbledore. He had entrusted his owl to Albus, and now, if he wished to send something, he was left to either seek out Harry's Hedwig or summon Fawkes, which was exceedingly cumbersome. He needed his own messenger. That said, he still needed to visit Professor McGonagall's office this afternoon, rendering his attendance at Harry's match unlikely. Nevertheless, Hector did not hold a strong impression of this particular game, presuming that nothing of great significance would transpire. Thus, he had no choice but to decline Harry's invitation. After lunch, Hector wished Harry good luck and hurriedly made his way to the Gryffindor head's office on the 4th floor. The door was firmly shut, and Hector carefully knocked, obediently awaiting a response from within. Before long, a familiar voice resonated from the office. Please, come in. Hector pushed open the door and strode inside, where Professor McGonagall sat behind a long table, diligently grading students' assignments. All the professors were exceedingly busy. Professor Flitwick was no exception, perpetually inundated with unending piles of homework. It was only when she heard footsteps approaching that Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze. However, upon recognizing Hector's presence, she quickly averted her eyes once more. Ah, Professor Dumbledore. You've arrived, she said softly, her head bowed as she continued to mark the papers. I had thought you would not come until Easter. My apologies, Professor McGonagall, Hector replied, lowering his own head. I truly lost track of time. There has been so much to attend to. Professor McGonagall shot him an incredulous glance before her attention swiftly returned to the parchment before her. So much to attend to, you say? Then how, Mr. Dumbledore? Do you still remember to visit Professor Flitwick's office? As the sounds of the quill scratching against the parchment filled the air, Hector heard an insistent voice urging him. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue. The subsequent content is far more riveting. I would almost mistake you for a Ravenclaw rather than a Gryffindor. Pray tell, who is your head of house? It is you, Professor McGonagall, Hector murmured, his voice barely audible even to himself. Yet, with a stubborn spirit, he attempted to clarify. If you had reminded me earlier, I would undoubtedly have recalled. Is that so? Mr. Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze fixed firmly upon him. I distinctly remember reminding you. Counting this letter, it marks the third time I have done so. What has been troubling you of late? You seem perpetually distracted, failing to engage in class. I understand this material is fundamental for you. But that does not excuse your inattentiveness, Mr. Dumbledore. Hector was nearly burying his head into the floorboards, yet Professor McGonagall had the audacity to remind him thrice? Astonishingly. Hector bore no recollection whatsoever. It seems the repercussions of the soul siphoning had been excessively profound, leading him to question whether he had forgotten something of significant importance. This predicament could be attributed to Albus Dumbledore. It bears no connection to me, Hector Dumbledore, who is also a victim in this scenario. Nevertheless, your essay on transfiguration is commendable, Mr. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall deftly extracted Hector's parchment from the extensive pile of parchment, scrutinizing it with care. The foundational knowledge was undeniably solid. The issues addressed were thorough, and the perspectives presented were refreshingly novel. Mr. Dumbledore, I am relieved to see that you have at least taken your homework seriously. Hector nodded silently, his gaze still fixed upon the tips of his shoes. Professor McGonagall rose to her feet, returning Hector's parchment to its rightful place, her expression gradually softening from sternness to kindness. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore, she began. The purpose of your visit today is not to reprimand you, despite your actions being rather excessive. As she observed Hector's bowed head, her tone softened further. Lift your head, Hector. Hector instinctively lifted his head, and his gaze met Professor McGonagall's eyes. He shuddered involuntarily, not due to any malice, but because of the formidable aura she exuded. Despite her soft expression, Hector could not help but instinctively shy away from her penetrating gaze. The shadow cast by his stern primary school headmaster loomed large over him. He had experienced the sting of punishment on his palms more than once in his former life. Consequently, whenever he encountered such a commanding woman, his legs would weaken uncontrollably. Do not fear, Hector. This is not a negative situation. Professor McGonagall observed the child before her, who bore a slight resemblance to Dumbledore, cowering in her presence, scarcely daring to breathe. She found his demeanor quite amusing. Her voice softened further. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my Transfiguration Club, Hector. Professor McGonagall elaborated on the particulars of the club, and one could not deny that the entrance requirements were rather stringent. First and foremost, all members must possess a proficient command of the disappearing spell, which Hector could indeed perform, having mastered it prior to his arrival at Hogwarts for the purpose of his school supplies list. However, he could not guarantee his current ability to execute it flawlessly. As for the second stipulation, Professor McGonagall stated that each year, members must publish at least one article in the esteemed journal, Today's Transfiguration, or face the harsh consequence of expulsion. This was indeed characteristic of Professor McGonagall, remarkably rigorous. However, one could be assured that the club was filled with exceptional talent. As she mentioned Percy being part of the Transfiguration Club, it became clear that not only Gryffindor members but also top individuals from all houses in the field of transfiguration were included under her guidance. In this moment, she felt a sense of pride, as if she had gathered all the heroes of the realm within her reach. Before her stood a burgeoning talent in the world of transfiguration. Given his surname, Dumbledore, she felt it imperative to include Hector in her ranks. The remarkable achievements of old Dumbledore in transfiguration had left a profound impression on her. However, I have heard from Phileas that your health seems to have encountered some issues. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Hector closely. Have you sought out Madame Pomfrey? Hector nodded and departed. Madame Pomfrey indicated that my magical energy had been depleted, resulting in physical exhaustion, and that I required time to recuperate. Professor McGonagall nodded, stating, I shall refrain from placing further burdens upon you, Hector. With a sigh, she returned to her seat, suggesting that the matters of the Transformation Club could be postponed until your recovery was complete. However, I expect you to be more diligent during class, Hector. This is the bare minimum of respect one owes to a teacher. Hector nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, as he stood in place, awaiting Professor McGonagall's next directive. If there is nothing further, you may leave, Hector. To be honest, Professor McGonagall, I do have some questions I would like to pose to you, Hector replied, retrieving the Transfiguration textbook he had specifically returned from his satchel, meticulously prepared for the afternoon's inquiries. A flawless, seamless stretching spell, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at the small bag in Hector's possession. Did you make this yourself? No wonder Phileas holds you in such high regard. There was a hint of acidity in Professor McGonagall's tone, yet she continued, nonetheless. I hope you can achieve even greater accomplishments in Transfiguration, just as Albus has. However, this does not imply that you may neglect your studies in charms. That is the cornerstone of all magic. Hector could only obediently nod before swiftly redirecting Professor McGonagall's attention to the study of Transfiguration. When Hector finally exited the office, laden with newfound knowledge, it was nearly time for dinner. The Quidditch match had long concluded, and he soon found himself in the Great Hall amidst the jubilant celebrations of the victorious Gryffindor Lions. Seamus, brandishing a fork with a sausage slathered in ketchup, stood atop the Gryffindor bench, his voice ringing out with exuberance as he proclaimed that Gryffindor had triumphed in the Hogwarts Cup. Harry had captured the Golden Snitch in a mere 5 minutes. His voice was soon drowned out by the rising tide of cheers for Gryffindor. This day was akin to a festive holiday. Hector spotted the Weasley twins, each clutching a massive barrel of butterbeer, exuberantly announcing that these brews were specially designated for the celebration in the Gryffindor common room. Trailing behind them was a burly figure, presumably Oliver Wood, cradling an enormous stash of snacks. Wood's radiant smile illuminated his face as he distributed an array of sweets to the young wizards seated at the Gryffindor table, even extending his generosity to the Hufflepuff students who had audaciously taken a seat there, engaging them in animated conversation as he surreptitiously tucked various treats into their arms. A few bold young wizards had even produced Weasley brother fireworks within the hall, reveling in a raucous celebration while Professor McGonagall was absent, with smiles illuminating the faces of all those at the Gryffindor table. As for the Slytherin serpents, who had been overly enthusiastic prior to the match, their expressions were long and sullen, particularly that blonde youth in the corner with the slicked-back hair, who viciously jabbed at a chicken leg on his plate, glaring enviously at the exuberant Gryffindor Lions while muttering to himself. Hector encountered Neville beside Simon, and the chubby boy's face was flushed with excitement. Upon seeing Hector, he embraced him warmly. Hector, today Ron and I gave Malfoy and his gang a thorough lesson. Neville's voice had never been so loud. He patted Hector's shoulder enthusiastically. I now believe I am truly a Gryffindor. I am stronger than 12 Malfoys combined. Well done, Neville. Hector reciprocated the gesture, patting Neville's shoulder. I am certain they will no longer dare to provoke you. How did you teach Malfoy a lesson, Neville? What spell did you use? I didn't use any spells. Neville waved his fists in the air. I used my fists, Hector. My fists. Ron was right. Malfoy is just a bully who preys on the weak. Neville waved goodbye to Hector as he joined the Gryffindor celebration. Hector soon lost sight of him in the crowd, but he noticed Hermione, Harry, and Ron standing nearby. Hermione also waved at him, and Hector made his way over. Hector, I have new intelligence, Harry said earnestly, his face devoid of any victorious joy. Indeed. The expressions of the trio were filled with urgency and alarm. We need to find an empty room. I must tell you all about this. Ron led the way, with Hector following closely behind as the three navigated through the noisy throng, ascending to the 5th floor where numerous abandoned classrooms awaited, one of which housed the Mirror of Erist. Ron dragged 4 dust-covered chairs from a corner, and once Hector had cleaned them, the 4 settled down. Harry remained silent until he was certain that Peeves was not in the room. Then, he recounted in detail how he had overheard Snape and Quirrell speaking in the Forbidden Forest while cloaked. I am convinced our analysis is correct. That object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Snape had pressed Quirrell. Hector ceased to heed Harry's words after Snape wishes to coerce Quirrell. His mind was preoccupied with pondering Dumbledore's true intentions. He found it hard to believe that Quirrell's fade could elude Dumbledore's scrutiny for an extended period. Yet, why had Dumbledore remained inactive until now? In other words, what exactly was Dumbledore engaged in at this moment? Hector had visited the headmaster's office numerous times, only to find it conspicuously vacant. It was evident that Dumbledore was not present at Hogwarts. Where could he have possibly gone? Hector was left in ignorance, only aware that Dumbledore had been exceedingly busy lately, a fact corroborated by a note delivered by Fawkes, which simply stated one word: busy. We believe you can inform your grandfather, was the most rational statement made by Hermione, although we ought not to be privy to such matters. It was paramount that Professor Dumbledore became aware of who was truly scheming for the Philosopher's Stone within the school. He would be incredulous, And the crux of the matter was that I currently could not locate him. Dumbledore was entirely absent from the school. We saw him this afternoon, however. Professor Dumbledore attended the Quidditch match earlier today. Were you not aware of this? Hector shook his head, rose from the recently moved chair, and contemplated the prospect of meeting his beloved yet elusive grandfather, Albus. I shall make my way to the headmaster's office now. Hector hurriedly ascended from the 5th floor to the 8th, somewhat breathless, yet still swift in his approach to the principal's office. The stone beast at the entrance remained steadfastly in place. Taking a deep breath, Hector retrieved the candy list from his pocket, poised to recite it verbatim, when the stone beast unexpectedly stepped aside. Ah, how accommodating, Hector thought, hastily stowing the list back into his bag as he ascended the spiraling staircase. Familiar sounds emanated from within the office. Ah, you've arrived, Hector, Dumbledore greeted, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, appearing unusually fatigued, rendering Hector momentarily at a loss for words as he prepared to confront him. I have truly been quite worn out lately. What have you been up to? Hector inquired, adopting the gentlest tone possible. I visited a few old friends. I trust you have discerned the true identity of Nicholas Flamel by now. I sought him out to inquire about the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples. He had gleaned several crucial pieces of information. The stone could not resurrect a person, despite its formidable ability to create the elixir of life, allowing one to evade the judgment of time. Dumbledore's proclamation bore not the weight of chance, but rather a heavy sigh. Ah, death, a fearsome yet beautiful entity. There are always unfortunate souls striving to escape its scythe, oblivious to the truth that the more fervently one struggles, the closer death draws. And what else? Hector disregarded Dumbledore's lament, pressing on with his inquiry. Oh, there is also the matter of Sirius. He was the one you saw beside Harry in your dream. I have been pondering this for some time. If he is indeed innocent, then who was it that betrayed the secret? Lupin. Or perhaps the deceased, if not the one who should have perished, Peter? Suddenly, a burst of flame appeared, heralding Fawkes. Hector observed as the weary phoenix returned to its perch. Having endured a long journey, Dumbledore rose and retrieved an exquisitely adorned envelope from Fawkes' leg, always enamored with such superficial trinkets. If only Fudge could devote more time to governance instead of indulging in these impractical adornments, Dumbledore mused, hastily opening the envelope and skimming through a few lines before discarding the letter dismissively. I still disagree. Even a mere glance is unacceptable. Dumbledore's silver brows knitted together as he settled back into his chair, gently massaging his temples. Grandfather Albus, I can reveal the answer to you, Hector contemplated briefly, hesitating before speaking. However, you must promise me that all arrangements concerning this matter will adhere to my guidance. Dumbledore sat upright, his eyes glimmering with renewed vigor, shedding the fatigue that had previously enveloped him. Have you dreamt of something again, Hector? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. One could say it was a dream. Hector muttered, yet I truly witnessed it. A dilapidated house, seemingly near Hogsmeade. I saw Sirius, along with a tall, gaunt man standing beside him. Both appeared rather disheveled. They were restraining a rather short, balding fellow, whom Sirius referred to as Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore corroborated Hector's account, suggesting that he was indeed alive. An old house near Hogsmeade? It must be the Shrieking Shack, which leaves us with only one possibility, Hector. Peter is within the castle. However, I discerned no peculiarities about the castle. Peter could not be hiding here indefinitely. Could you, Hector, allow me a glimpse into your memory? Hector shook his head, for he had already devised an excuse. Grandfather Albus, you know that my magical powers have encountered difficulties. He glanced at Dumbledore and continued. Furthermore, ever since I extracted my memories, I felt rather dizzy, as if something were amiss. I suspect that I shall be unable to employ this spell for some time. Dumbledore paused momentarily before bowing his head. Hector observed him rummaging through the pockets of his robe. I have heard from Pomfrey regarding your magical concerns, Hector. Thus, I sought the counsel of an old friend. Dumbledore produced 2 small vials from his pocket, one containing a thick, black liquid, and the other a clear, golden elixir. Although Severus's potions are remarkable in efficacy, I surmised that you might not appreciate the bitter taste, so I sought out another potion master of comparable skill. His fees were indeed steep, Dumbledore remarked, his expression reflecting the discomfort of parting with his gold as he handed both vials to Hector. However, these are truly rare. Hector, the black vial contains a potency enhancer, while the other is a Felix Felicis potion. Do not underestimate these 2 elixirs, Hector. Severus can only concoct the Felix Felicis. Yet the potency enhancer is unattainable for any potion master, as they all lack one crucial ingredient, the Philosopher's Stone belonging to Nicholas. Noticing the intrigue in Hector's gaze, Dumbledore shrugged, offering an explanation. After all, I am entrusted with safeguarding the stone for Nicholas. I can still wield its power to some extent. Hector nodded and carefully placed the 2 vials of potion into his bag. So, the Philosopher's Stone in the school is a mere imitation? Dumbledore winked at Hector and nodded in affirmation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It is a counterfeit that Nicholas and I crafted together, retaining a fragment of the stone's magical essence. However, the imitation lacks the ability to produce the elixir of life. The infused magic merely enhances its resemblance to the authentic stone. Dumbledore appeared to recall something. By the way, Hector, what else have you encountered in your new dream? Hector did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, after a moment of contemplation, gently patted his head and said, I assure you, I will abide by your arrangements regarding this matter. Upon hearing Dumbledore's promise, Hector finally spoke. That man you mentioned, Peter, is but a rat, Albus. Hector gazed into the elder's eyes and remarked, that mouse is Ron's pet, Scabbers, if my memory serves me correctly. Dumbledore abruptly rose from his seat, displaying an unusual sense of urgency. I cannot allow such a dangerous creature to be in your vicinity. He drew his wand and addressed Fawkes, instructing, please summon Mr. Weasley to my office and bring his pet along. Fawkes nodded and was about to take flight when Hector called out to her, Grandfather Albus, you promised. He insisted. Everything must be according to my wishes. Dumbledore appeared poised to argue further, but upon meeting Hector's gaze, he relented with a nod. Fawkes returned to his perch, meticulously preening his feathers. However, Dumbledore remained resolute, stating, it is indeed perilous to have a Death Eater so close. Hector shook his head earnestly, asserting, Grandfather Albus, calm down. Ron mentioned that Scabbers has been residing at his home for 12 years without incident, which suggests he is merely inclined to hide. Having caused no trouble at the Weasley household for so long, there is no reason to believe he would engage in anything untoward here at Hogwarts. Right under your watchful eye. Hector took a moment to organize his thoughts before continuing. Moreover, while both you and I are aware of Sirius's innocence, my dear Professor Dumbledore, should you directly hand over the diminutive Peter Pettigrew to that so-called Ministry of Magic, they will not only fail to exonerate Sirius, but they will swiftly administer a Dementor's kiss upon him. The Ministry has never sought the truth. Rather, they desire the absolute authority over the wizarding world. Those in power within the Ministry are intent on dismantling any potential challenge to their dominance, and that includes you. Hector could see the astonishment etched on Dumbledore's face. Without pausing, he continued, Sirius's freedom can only be earned by himself, Albus. Though I am unaware of how he might escape from Azkaban, I believe that the matter concerning Wurtail must remain untouched for the time being. Dumbledore was particularly taken aback by Hector's words. He wished to counter his nephew's perspective. Yet he knew that Hector spoke the truth. By Merlin's beard, Hector, how did you come to such insights? Dumbledore gazed intently at his nephew, eager to unravel the thoughts swirling within that young mind. Surely, one could not glean so much from a single letter, from what he had read. The Ministry of Magic had always behaved in such a manner, had it not? Hector feigned ignorance. Although Dumbledore found it implausible, he could not conjure alternative explanations. Hector, I must admit, you surpass me at your age. I could never have contemplated such intricacies when I was in your shoes. Dumbledore gently ruffled Hector's hair. You are correct. I had no intention of directly exposing Peter. My plan was to induce a complete amnesia, allowing him to forget that he is Wurtail Peter. This would render the situation far safer, would it not, Hector? Hector nodded in agreement. Dumbledore continued, however. We must devise a meticulous plan to prevent him from resorting to any desperate measures, especially considering the gravity of the situation here in Hogwarts. Nevertheless, it will not be long before we address this issue. This potential threat should not linger any longer. As for the remaining matters, dear Albus, you may handle them as you see fit. After Hector elucidated the matter to Dumbledore, he decisively took a step back. He remained quite curious about Dumbledore's recent undertakings. Setting that aside for the moment, Grandfather Albus, could you share with me what has been transpiring lately? Dumbledore understood that he could not regard his nephew as an ordinary first-year wizard. There were certain matters he believed Hector was capable of comprehending. By the way, there is indeed some good news. At least, it is reassuring to know that Voldemort's return is unlikely to occur this year, or even next year. This grants us more time to forge alliances and prepare. Dumbledore reclined in his armchair, comfortably closing his eyes. Will they believe you? Hector inquired as he settled into a chair beside him, gazing at the weathered elder. I do not know, Hector, Dumbledore replied, opening his eyes to offer Hector a faint smile. However, this does not signify my abandonment of the endeavor. How can we know unless we attempt? Since we have foreknowledge, we must prepare accordingly. Grandfather Albus, all your plans are predicated on the assumption that my dream will indeed come to fruition. But how can you be so certain that my dream will materialize in the future rather than merely being an absurd fantasy? Hector was overwhelmed by the impulse to pose every conceivable question at once, uncertain of when he would next encounter the elderly man. Dumbledore seemed rather reluctant to broach the subject. He furrowed his brow, carefully composed his thoughts, leaned back in his armchair, closed his eyes, and gradually spoke. I consulted a knowledgeable acquaintance, perhaps a friend, who possesses considerable expertise in this matter. He was astounded by your innate talent and assured me that this is undoubtedly a prophetic dream. He also shared his agreement with the notion that the events you foresaw will only unfold after a considerable passage of time. Dumbledore paused momentarily, scratching his nose. He insisted that I extend a proper apology to you and inquired when I might bring you to meet him. What did you say? I did not acquiesce. That is your decision, Hector. Dumbledore shifted slightly in his chair, yet his eyes remained closed. Moreover, I suspect that Aberforth would not be particularly keen on the idea of your visit. Hector has come to a realization. His gaze towards Dumbledore has begun to shift. The acquaintance he could deem a friend is none other than the infamous First Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Initially, one might assume he was striving for peace within the magical realm, yet somehow his pursuits have led him back to an old flame. Is he in search of a soul's anchor? Hector suspects that is indeed the case. As for whether he would encounter Grindelwald, Hector remains uncertain. Having not forgotten the classic query, would Dumbledore mourn for you? To this day, he can still sense the bitter aroma of jealousy in the air. Nevertheless, Hector knows he must clarify the matter at hand. Professor Dumbledore, are you aware of Professor Quirrell's situation? Dumbledore glanced at Hector and nodded. I had thought you, like Harry, believed it was all Snape's doing. Dumbledore fumbled beneath the table and eventually retrieved his cherished little jar. Cradling it in his arms, he swayed gently in his armchair. Indeed, I am aware that Professor Quirrell is troubled. Snape has mentioned it to me on numerous occasions, and I am certain he is acting under Voldemort's orders. Then you must take action, Hector urged. Patience, Hector. A weakened Voldemort, exposed to the light, is far more advantageous than one lurking in the shadows. Dumbledore extracted a lemon drop from the jar, rubbed it on his robe, and swiftly placed it in his mouth, revealing a look of pleasure. I have yet to comprehend why he is clinging to this world in some manner. Even the connection between Quirrell and Voldemort remains unclear. Tom has far too many tricks up his sleeve. Directly confronting Quirrell would only alert him. Observing Hector's troubled demeanor, Dumbledore offered a reassuring tone. Everything remains under my control. Hector, to be frank, your prophetic dream unsettled me, but fortunately, I still have time. You wish to prepare Harry, don't you? Hector extended his hand towards Dumbledore, who passed him the jar of sweets. The variety inside exceeded Hector's expectations. He selected a rather appealing piece and popped it into his mouth. Have Hagrid take him to the vault. You know how he is around acquaintances. It's as if he's under the influence of a truth serum, inadvertently revealing clues. This is all part of your design. Dumbledore refrained from a direct response, merely swaying in his chair with eyes closed. Hector briefly wondered if he had dozed off. Hector, I cannot answer that question, as it involves far too much. Dumbledore stated calmly, Voldemort has mastered a form of dark magic, yet I know nothing about it. I cannot jeopardize the fate of the entire magical community. To act recklessly would be the utmost irresponsibility towards all. As for the reason behind choosing Harry, it pertains to a prophecy, but the moment to reveal it has not yet arrived. Hector inquired, when will I be able to know? The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. When you are ready, Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. Hector rolled his eyes at Dumbledore's characteristic enigma. I hope everything unfolds as you wish, dear Albus. Rising from his chair, Hector remarked, it seems my grandfather was correct. You always prefer to shoulder all burdens alone rather than place your trust in others. Did he truly say that? Hector nodded, retrieving another sweet from Dumbledore's candy jar. Recalling the delightful flavor of the previous one, he remarked on Albus's formidable power, a strength that rendered him almost divine in the eyes of others. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Albus was merely mortal. With a firm bite into the candy, a burst of tangy sweetness exploded in his mouth. I believe he spoke the truth. Grandfather Albus, it is imperative that you reflect deeply on this matter. Dumbledore's bright eyes met Hector's gaze, and Hector could discern that the old man was indeed pondering something earnestly. Hector was uncertain whether Dumbledore would heed his nephew's words and enact change. But at least he was present. Stories always possess their unique variations, and in this, Hector held unwavering confidence. Hector made his way towards the door. When Dumbledore's voice echoed behind him, "Hector, please refrain from speaking to Harry about this, and do not disclose that it was Quirrell who orchestrated everything, not Severus." Hector did not turn back. He continued towards the door. "Please, Hector." Hector paused momentarily, yet he did not turn around. He merely nodded before continuing towards the door. The door of an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor was ajar, and 3 pairs of eyes peered through the narrow crack. "Hector, wouldn't he forget us, would he?" came Harry's voice. "Certainly not. It is likely that Professor Dumbledore has also discovered Snape's situation and is currently engaged in a duel with him." Ron's morose voice echoed from within the room. "Perhaps by tomorrow we shall no longer see Snape. If that is indeed the case, I must purchase some fireworks from Fred tonight." "Someone's coming. Be quiet," whispered Hermione. No sooner had she spoken than the classroom door swung open, revealing Hector. The 3 young wizards swiftly pulled him inside. Hermione, visibly anxious, inquired, "What did Professor Dumbledore say?" Hector shook his head. Although Professor Dumbledore said nothing, it was evident to me that he harbored doubts about Snape. How could it be anything but obvious? Surely, Snape could not have bewitched your grandfather, could he? Ron reacted vehemently, but Hermione interrupted his outburst, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? That is Dumbledore." It seemed that we could no longer rely on Professor Dumbledore. We needed to devise our own strategies. Harry's gaze was particularly resolute. Hector considered advising Harry, but recalling Dumbledore's words, he reluctantly abandoned that thought. From that moment onward, Harry and Ron dedicated themselves to daily observations of the 4th floor restricted area. Each time Hector accompanied them back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron would deliberately take a longer route to that corridor, listening intently as Harry speculated whether the basilisk was still lurking within, lowly growling. At the very least, they could ascertain that Snape remained utterly powerless against it thus far. Moreover, their perceptions of Professor Quirrell had transformed. Ron, who had previously labeled Quirrell a coward on numerous occasions, began to advise others against mocking him. As for Harry, he greeted Quirrell with an encouraging smile whenever their paths crossed. This led to Quirrell feeling increasingly awkward in their presence. And Hector often observed him awkwardly forcing a strained smile in response, hastily retreating as though fleeing. In the days that followed, encounters with Quirrell became rare, while their meetings with Snape surged. Snape strode purposefully through the halls of the school, further solidifying Harry and Ron's conviction that he was undoubtedly seeking information. Harry repeatedly conveyed to Hector the consensus he and Ron had reached. Poor Professor Quirrell. He must be utterly exhausted trying to contend with Snape. Don't you think his health seems to be deteriorating? He looks dreadful. Hector, do you know of any potions that could restore his vitality? We could discreetly deliver some to him." Hector shook his head as he observed Harry, who was blissfully unaware of the formidable challenges ahead. Harry sighed. He had contemplated concocting some invigorating potions. Even calming elixirs would suffice. Quirrell appeared pale, resembling someone who had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages. When it came to potion making, Harry had to concede that Snape's assessment of him as slightly smarter than a troll was rather fair. Merely gazing at the intricate steps left him with a throbbing headache, and the actual process of creation made him question whether he was brewing poison. As for Ron, his evaluation from Snape was akin to being on par with a troll, leaving Harry with little hope for assistance. Hermione, preoccupied with preparing for the upcoming final exams, despite still having a full 10 weeks until then, managed to organize her study schedule meticulously while simultaneously expressing concern for the Philosopher's Stone. Although Hermione supported Harry's intentions, she deemed reviewing and previewing far more critical than the time-consuming endeavor of potion making. "Time is of the essence, Harry. Are you aware that we must pass our final exams to advance to the 2nd year?" she remarked, shaking her head at Harry's bewilderment, embodying an air of exasperation. "The final exams are truly significant, and I believe you should place more faith in Professor Quirrell. After all, he is the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. Perhaps he has merely caught a chill?" In any case, it was unrealistic to count on Hermione, leaving Harry with his last resort, Hector. Hector had also been quite busy lately, and he displayed an ambiguous attitude towards the consensus among Harry and his peers that Snape is the ultimate villain. Instead, Hector leaned towards the notion that Quirrell, perceived as the warrior in Harry's eyes, was the true antagonist. However, whenever pressed for evidence, Hector would falter, as though harboring some unspeakable secret. Consequently, Harry abandoned the idea of seeking Hector's assistance with potion-making, fearing that Hector might inadvertently introduce a hint of personal bias into Quirrell's potion, which would prove disastrous. They then turned to the school's most notorious schemers, the Weasley twins, who generously sold Harry a large bottle of calming potion at a bargain price. That day, Hector did not see Quirrell at all, according to Harry. He had mixed the calming potion into Quirrell's pumpkin juice, and the effect seemed remarkably effective. Fred and George's entrepreneurial spirit remained commendably principled. Nevertheless, Hector was indeed quite occupied during this period, though not with studying. Hadn't he previously contemplated mentoring Neville? Hector put this plan into action, dedicating considerable time and effort to teach Neville for a while, only to discover that while the lad's learning attitude was commendable, his understanding was extraordinarily lacking. Unlike Harry and Ron, whose minds are elsewhere, Neville approaches Hector's class with unwavering seriousness. He diligently absorbs the knowledge imparted by Hector, engaging in enthusiastic interactions from time to time. This exchange provides Hector with a profound emotional reward. However, upon entering practical exercises, Hector is taken aback to find that Neville performs even worse than Harry and Ron. While Harry and Ron manage to emit sparks from the tips of their wands, Hector is left to wonder if Neville has merely brought a twig from a tree to school. Hector was reluctant to attribute the issue to his teaching. He attempted to inquire about several concepts that Neville had just learned, only to discover that Neville had a commendable grasp of the theoretical knowledge. Thus, it could not be a fault of Hector's instruction. As he scanned Neville from head to toe, he noticed that Neville was clutching an exceedingly worn wand, one that bore the scars of numerous battles. "Surely, this cannot be your wand, Neville," Hector inquired. Neville shook his head and explained, "This is my father's wand. My grandmother wishes for me to embody the courage of my father and to live up to the expectations he has for me." Hector returned the wand to Neville. Speaking earnestly, "This simply will not do, Neville. Your grandmother's intentions are noble, yet a wand ill-suited to you cannot unleash its full potential." He retrieved the feather from Fawkes that Dumbledore had bequeathed to him from his pocket. "However, you need not fret about how to explain this to your grandmother. I shall have Professor Dumbledore pen a letter to her. Rest assured, you will soon possess a wand that truly belongs to you." Hector pointed his wand at the crimson feather, which ignited spontaneously. Moments later, Fawkes appeared before him. "Greetings, Fawkes," Hector said, having borrowed a quill and parchment from Neville. With his head bowed, he diligently inscribed his message, while Fawkes perched on his shoulder, observing intently. "Please deliver this letter to Grandpa Albus. I would greatly appreciate it." Hector rolled the parchment, and Fawkes willingly took it in his beak. Hector gently caressed the bird's feathers, and Fawkes nuzzled him affectionately before unfurling her wings and soaring into the sky. A brilliant display of sparks erupted as Fawkes vanished from Hector and Neville's sight. A few days later, Hector received a reply from Dumbledore, delivered by an owl. In the letter, Dumbledore expressed Fawkes' strong objections to her role as messenger, leading him to resort to this traditional method. Nevertheless, within the envelope, the wise old headmaster had included a phoenix feather for him. The following day, Neville received a letter from his grandmother, and he appeared utterly elated. "Hector, thank you. My grandmother said she would take me to buy my very own wand during the Easter holidays." He glanced at his current wand, adding, "However, I will keep this as a memento. It belonged to my father, and I aspire to be just like him." Hector patted his shoulder and said, "Not entirely accurate, Navi. I have faith that you will surpass him and become an even more remarkable individual." Hector spoke earnestly, reminding that there was no Dumbledore by your father's side. The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter in unison. The Easter holiday arrived much sooner than anticipated. The ever-playful Harry and Ron felt a sense of urgency, primarily driven by the overwhelming amount of homework assigned by their professors. Unlike the Christmas break, the Easter holiday was not as leisurely. The demanding academic workload led Hermione to decide to remain at school, leaving Harry and the others with no respite. With a friend who was perpetually immersed in studies by one side, it becomes exceedingly difficult to relax without any mental burdens. Hector found no fault in lingering within the library, yet for Harry and Ron, spending the majority of their time memorizing the 12 uses of Dragon's blood and the practical applications of the white gillyflower felt like an egregious squandering of a splendid day. As the weather grew increasingly radiant, Harry could almost sense the essence of summer in the fresh air. "I can no longer endure this," Ron declared with a persistence that exceeded Hector's expectations. He slammed his quill onto the table and leaned forward, his gaze fixated on the library window where the sky resembled a crystal-clear lake, devoid of even a single cloud. The warmth of the sun was just right, so pleasant that merely basking in its glow evoked a desire to stretch languidly. Such exquisite weather. There is no reason not to take a stroll. Ron's voice was heavy yet resolute, his eyes sweeping over Hector, Hermione, and Neville, ultimately landing on Harry. I simply cannot bear to remain in this library any longer. If I stay, I will not retain any of this knowledge. Harry felt a stir of emotion, while Neville also lifted his gaze, glancing at Hector seated before him. Noticing Hector's lack of response, save for a grunt, he obediently lowered his head once more. Neville busied himself with his newly acquired wand, intermittently glancing at the herbology book that piqued his interest, finding solace in this arrangement. As for Hermione, she seemed oblivious to the exchange. The impending examinations weighing heavily on her, her focus entirely devoted to her studies. Hagrid, I cannot believe I would encounter you here. Ron's voice was filled with astonishment as he inquired, what brings you to this place? Hector lifted his head, and the familiar tall figure stood before them. Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy, cautiously concealing something behind the marten fur of his coat. Just taking a look, Ron, he said, clearly not speaking the truth, whenever he lied. He never dared to glance towards Hector and the others. But what are you doing here? Still searching for clues about Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid cast a suspicious glance at Hector and the others, while Ron proudly puffed out his chest. I've known who Nicholas Flamel was for centuries, Ron declared, his nose almost touching the sky. And Hagrid, we also know what exactly the stone that Fluffy guards is. Hagrid strode directly to Ron, his large hand, resembling a paddle, firmly covered Ron's mouth. Shoo, I told you this is classified information. What on earth do you intend to do? Hagrid appeared extremely anxious, carefully surveying the surroundings to ensure no one had overheard Ron's previous statement, which inadvertently caused him to grip Ron even tighter. Hagrid, be careful, Ron gasped. Noticing the redness in Ron's face, Hagrid hastily released his grip, allowing Ron to catch his breath. Sorry, Ron. Hagrid's apology seemed somewhat insincere. His focus was now entirely on the stone Ron had just mentioned. We have some questions for you, Hagrid, Harry said, looking at Hagrid, who averted his eyes awkwardly. About the protective enchantments, of course, aside from Fluffy. Hagrid attempted to cover Harry's mouth as well, but Harry was much more agile, avoiding Hagrid's large hand. Hagrid had no choice but to adopt a gentler approach. Listen, come to my hut later, but remember, I never agreed to tell you anything. Just don't speak about this here. I don't want other students to find out. Otherwise, Dumbledore might think I told them. Harry and the others nodded. But at that moment, Neville's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Who is Nicholas Flamel? What is the Philosopher's Stone? What are you talking about? Hagrid glanced at Neville, then back at Harry and the others, his expression clear. Harry shook his head, and Ron shrugged, both oblivious to Neville's presence. When were you here? Ron asked Neville. I've always been here, and I've always been with you. Neville's response made Harry and Ron feel even more regretful. They did not wish for more people to know about this matter. Now other students know, Hermione quietly added, finally lifting her head. But Hagrid is right. This is definitely not a conversation for the library. Well then, see you later. Harry remarked that Hagrid had clomped away, vanishing just as swiftly as he had arrived, out of Hector and the others' sight. What do you think Hagrid concealed behind him? Hermione's keen observational skills were well known. Harry shrugged, rising to his feet. Perhaps it pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. I shall investigate what book he is perusing. He hastened after Hagrid's retreating figure, with Ron trailing closely behind. Before long, they returned, arms laden with an assortment of books. Ron slammed the volumes onto the table, summoning Hector, who was engaged in explaining the situation to Neville, and Hermione, who was utilizing every spare moment to revise. Ron lowered his voice deliberately. Dragons. All these books concern dragons. He enumerated the titles, noting that nearly every book Hagrid had been reading was related to the care of dragons. Hagrid mentioned to me on our first meeting that he has always desired a dragon, Harry stated. But raising dragons is illegal, Ron interjected. His knowledge on the subject quite extensive, a rare occurrence for him to articulate so much at once. The law prohibiting the private keeping of dragons was enacted at the Wizarding Conference in 1790. Everyone is aware of that. Dragons are exceedingly difficult to conceal. Muggles can easily spot those fire-breathing beasts. Moreover, taming a dragon is incredibly challenging and perilous. My brother Charlie engages in this work. He has sustained numerous injuries while wrangling dragons in Romania, much to our mother's distress. Ron provided a detailed account of dragon distribution, his brother's dealings with dragons rendering him quite knowledgeable. However, this information only deepened their concern. Why was Hagrid acquiring such knowledge? It was undeniably peculiar. No matter. We shall soon find out. Harry declared to Hector and the others. I intend to seek out Hagrid. Do you wish to accompany me? Hector rose to his feet, captivated by the prospect of a fire dragon. Who wouldn't be intrigued by such a magnificent creature? Neville was still processing the information he had just gleaned from Hector when he noticed Hector standing and instinctively followed suit. Thus, the five of them strode out of the library with considerable commotion, earning a disapproving glance from Madame Pants. Unbeknownst to them, a mouse had stealthily slipped from Ron's pocket, casting a glance at Hector and his companions as they departed, before quietly scurrying into a corner of Hogwarts. Before long, Hector and his companions stood at the threshold of Hagrid's hut. All the windows were tightly shut, draped with gray cloth, rendering the cottage entirely airless, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Harry approached and knocked on the door, which soon echoed with Hagrid's voice. Coming, coming. Moments later, the door was cracked open, and Hagrid peered through the gap. Upon recognizing Harry and the others, he cautiously widened the opening slightly. You've arrived, Hagrid said, propping the door open as he glanced over his shoulder, wary of anyone trailing behind Hector. Come in, one by one, don't rush. Hagrid held the door, and the group had no choice but to file through the narrow opening beneath his armpit, with Hagrid swiftly closing the door behind Neville as he entered. Inside, the hut was stiflingly hot. Despite the bright day outside, the fire in the hearth blazed fiercely. The atmosphere was not only sweltering, but also oppressive, with an unpleasant odor permeating the air, making it difficult for Hector to breathe. He stood up and pulled aside the cloth covering the window, hoping to let in a breath of fresh air. However, before he could enjoy the relief, Hagrid hurried over and firmly shut the window once more. So, what is it that you wish to ask me? Hagrid inquired, immediately bustling about after closing the window. Before long, 5 cups of strong tea and freshly made ermine sandwiches were presented before them. Hagrid seemed entirely oblivious to the flushed faces of the 5 young wizards, his attention wholly focused on the roaring flames of the hearth. After a moment, Harry gathered his thoughts and asked Hagrid, Hagrid, could you enlighten us on what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone, besides Fluffy? Hagrid furrowed his brow and shook his head resolutely. I certainly cannot divulge that, he replied, his voice low and resonant, as if emanating from deep within his chest. Firstly, I don't even know. Secondly, you already know far too much. Even if I did know, I wouldn't share it. Dumbledore placed that stone there for a reason. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts, and I suspect you're well aware of that, yes? I cannot fathom how you came to know about Fluffy. Let me put it this way. Hector found himself unceremoniously squeezed into a spot near the fireplace, forced to angle his body in such a manner as to distance himself from the heat. Had fortune not favored him, it is likely that Lu Wei would have sought a change of palate that very evening. Hermione, with an elbow nudge, prodded Hector. He had previously occupied this space, but upon noticing Hermione's arrival, he promptly relinquished his seat. She addressed Hagrid with a sweet, almost flattering tone, saying, Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't wish to divulge, but you must know, for surely, nothing that transpires at Hogwarts escapes your keen perception. Hagrid, clearly pleased, chuckled as his beard quivered with delight. Hermione pressed on, opting for a more subtle inquiry. We merely wish to ascertain who else, aside from yourself, Dumbledore can place his trust in. Hagrid beamed even more brightly, having little resistance to such inquiries, especially when they came from Hermione. His chest swelled with pride, and Hector sensed that Hagrid was on the brink of sharing his innermost thoughts. How could Dumbledore have chosen such an unreliable confidant? Surely it was to nurture Harry. It appeared that the esteemed Albus had indeed put considerable effort into this. Well, it wouldn't hurt to share with you, Hagrid mused. Let me think. Professor Dumbledore borrowed Lu Wei from me and enlisted several other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself performed some magic too. No, wait, there was another. Ah yes, Professor Snape. Professor Snape? Harry and Ron simultaneously leaped from their chairs, Harry nearly exclaiming, revealing their astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, he is also a teacher at the school. You cannot still be doubting him, can you? Who would have thought Snape was also involved in safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone? He would never attempt to steal it. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. If Snape was indeed part of the protective measures for the stone, he would be well acquainted with the traps set by the other professors. Snape might possess all the knowledge, except for the method involving Lu Wei and Quirrell's magic. If Quirrell was still capable of withholding information from him, anxiety surged within Harry and his friends. Hector, however, remained unperturbed, his attention now captivated by the dark, ominous egg nestled within the hearth. "You are the only one who knows how to get past Lu Wei, aren't you, Hagrid?" Harry asked eagerly. "And you won't tell anyone, correct? Not even the teachers?" "Aside from myself and Dumbledore, no one shall know," Hagrid declared proudly. "You know I keep my lips sealed." That is good, that is good," Harry and his friends murmured softly, though they held a degree of skepticism towards Hagrid's words. They could only place their hopes in the giant at this moment. "Hagrid, what is that?" Hector inquired, pointing at the large egg in the fireplace. Following Hector's gesture, Harry and the others looked towards the center of the flames, where a charred black egg lay beneath the teapot. Hagrid's face revealed an unnatural expression as he rubbed his beard, his mind racing to conjure an appropriate response. "That is, Ron leaned closer to the fireplace, attempting to examine the egg more closely. "I was wondering why it was so hot in here." Ron squinted for a moment before turning to Hagrid. "This is a dragon egg. Where did you acquire it, Hagrid? It must have cost you a fortune, right?" "Oh, I won it," Hagrid replied nervously, fidgeting with his hands. "I was in Hogsmeade last night, playing cards with a stranger. I had a bit of luck last night. He lost this egg to me, and I reckon he was eager to part with it." "But what do you plan to do once it hatches, Hagrid?" Hermione asked with genuine concern. "Oh, I've been reading up on it," Hagrid said, pulling a thick book from beneath his pillow. He patted the cover, stating that the book borrowed from the library about the breeding of fire dragons for profit was somewhat outdated, yet comprehensive. The book suggests placing the egg in the fire, simulating the dragon mother's breath on the egg. Hagrid skillfully turned to a page and handed it to Harry and the others. "Here, look. It says to provide a bucket of chicken blood and brandy every half hour after hatching. This helps them grow. And here, it teaches you how to identify different eggs. It appears this is a Norwegian Ridgeback, quite a rare breed." As Hagrid spoke of his dragon egg, an involuntary pride illuminated his expression. He seemed utterly prepared to embrace the role of a dragon mother. However, Hermione was not so convinced and kindly reminded him, "Hagrid, don't forget. You live in a wooden house." Hagrid seemed not to hear, his focus entirely on his precious dragon egg. Following the instructions from the book, he carefully tended to the fire while humming a cheerful tune. Hermione sighed. Realizing that a new predicament had arisen, Hagrid seemed determined to illegally raise a fire dragon in his small abode, which was perilous. What would happen if someone discovered his secret? The young wizards were unaware of the consequences. All they could do was advise Hagrid to exercise utmost caution. Ultimately, their curiosity waned, and they could no longer tolerate the odor and oppressive heat of the room. Hector and the others did not linger in Hagrid's hut for long before bidding him farewell, departing in the same orderly fashion as they had arrived, one after another, heading towards Hogwarts. How could there be so many matters to attend to in a single day? As they walked, Harry gazed at the sky and sighed, to which Ron nodded in agreement, expressing his yearning to know what days of peace and tranquility truly felt like. Contrary to their wishes, the days that followed proved to be even more arduous. Each night, they found themselves ensconced in the library, grappling with a plethora of assignments set by their professors. Hermione had already completed a round of revision, thoughtfully preparing detailed study plans for her friends, including Neville, who had joined later. Hector was entirely unprepared for the fact that Hermione had also crafted her own schedule. However, it appeared that Hector was not merely reviewing first-year material. Rather, it resembled a preparatory outline. Their schedules were tightly packed, leaving Harry and his companions so overwhelmed that they could scarcely lift their heads, the complexity of their studies driving them to the brink of madness. They had no time to complain as the final exams loomed ever closer. And even the most carefree Ron felt the weight of impending assessments. One morning, however, Harry's owl, Hedwig, delivered a note from Hagrid, which simply stated, "Hatching soon." Upon receiving this news, Ron was visibly exhilarated, his desire to attend herbology evaporating, as the prospect of a dragon hatching completely captivated his attention. His proposal garnered widespread support. Even Hector expressed interest. Yet Hermione firmly restrained him, earnestly rejecting Ron's request. "Come on, Hermione, how many times in our lives will we witness a dragon hatching? This is an incredibly rare opportunity to observe the entire process up close. We have class, and the four of you going would be far too conspicuous. It would attract trouble. Moreover, if anyone discovers what Hagrid is doing, he will be in serious trouble. Privately raising a dragon is no trivial matter." Hector had already noticed a blonde figure stealthily approaching, and Harry too had become aware of it. He promptly interrupted Hermione, saying, "That's enough, Hermione." Draco Malfoy stood a few paces away, and while Harry could not ascertain how much Malfoy had overheard, he found his expression utterly distasteful. Why does he persistently linger? Ron observed Malfoy's retreating silhouette, grimacing in disgust. He wouldn't have overheard us, would he, Hector? Do you possess any memory-erasing spells to make Malfoy completely forget this matter? Hector's face contorted with disdain as he replied, There are only 2 students from our houses. It would be painfully obvious if so few attended herbology. However, if we go during the break this morning, it should pose no significant issues aside from being a tad rushed. Harry nodded, and Ron, albeit reluctantly, accompanied them to the herbology classroom. Yet, he did not have to wait long, for the bell signaling the end of class rang out swiftly. The moment Hector heard the bell, he immediately set down his spade and hurriedly dashed out of the greenhouse. Harry and Ron led the way, with Hermione closely trailing behind them, while Hector found himself at the end of the line. As for Neville, he sauntered leisurely behind Hector. Ever since he began learning spells under Hector's guidance, he had become like a shadow, clinging to Hector's every step, even during his most cherished herbology class. From a distance, Hector spotted Hagrid's massive figure standing at the door, his face flushed with excitement. "Come in quickly, Hector," Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he waved eagerly. "It's about to hatch. The egg is no longer on the hearth. It now rests upon the table, where a deep crack is formed. Something within stirs incessantly." And Hector could even hear the faint rustling of claws against the shell, followed by a delightful clicking sound. Suddenly, everyone instinctively pulled their chairs closer to the dragon egg, drawn by the cracking noise that grew more pronounced as the sound of claws scraping against the shell became increasingly clear. At last, the egg split open, and a small dragon emerged, its body as black as coal, resembling a wrinkled umbrella. The dragon's wings appeared exceedingly frail, adorned with numerous sharp spines that dwarfed its petite frame. It sported a long snout, white within, and a cluster of horns atop its head, with bulging orange-red eyes that had yet to fully open, likely obscuring its view of the surroundings. However, its large nose was quite sensitive. The scents within the room prompted it to sneeze, releasing a few sparks from its nostrils. "Isn't it adorable?" Hagrid's smile stretched broadly, his gaze fixed on the charming little dragon that ambled about with a delightful wobble. Unable to resist, he reached out to pet it. Yet, in stark contrast to its outward charm, the little dragon exhibited quite a temper, baring its elongated fangs at Hagrid's coarse fingers. "My goodness, look! It recognizes its mother." Hagrid's expression radiated warmth, his eyes glued to the little creature as one hand searched for the prepared chicken blood mixed with brandy. "Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling tale." "Hagrid, have you considered just how large a Norwegian ridgeback can grow?" Just as Hagrid was about to respond, he caught sight of a shadow outside the window. The curtain that had concealed it was now gone. Hagrid's face drained of color as he sprang toward the window. Harry also noticed the figure outside, reacting swiftly as he opened the door and peered in the direction of the footsteps. The figure had already fled a considerable distance, yet Harry recognized it effortlessly. "It's Malfoy," he declared firmly, while Hagrid's complexion turned ashen. "I would never mistake him. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him." Ron turned to Hector, his tone serious as he said, "It seems we might need your memory charm now, Hector." Hector fixed his gaze upon the Norwegian ridgeback, remaining silent in response to Ron's words. The little dragon finally opened its eyes fully, curiously observing the pair of cerulean orbs. Hector extended his hand, and the small dragon initially recoiled a step before cautiously leaning its head towards Hector's fingertips. Hector sensed the coolness of the little dragon's skin, a striking contrast to its fiery temperament. Wasn't Dumbledore's gift to be close to phoenixes? Why did it seem that even the fire dragon held a fondness for him? Hector could not fathom the reason, yet he relished the little dragon's affection. "Now, you must leave at once." Hagrid's distress was palpable as he hurriedly ushered the young wizards out of the room, slamming the door shut with great force. Hector and his companions no longer radiated the same brightness of spirit as before. Their heads hung low, and silence enveloped them. Malfoy was aware that Hagrid had acquired a dragon, and nothing could be more dire than that. In the ensuing week, Hector found that encounters with Malfoy had markedly increased, his countenance almost openly malevolent, causing Harry, Ron, and Hermione considerable unease. Ron had broached the subject of employing a memory charm on Malfoy more than once in front of Hector, despite Hector's repeated insistence that his approach must be measured. Should the charm be miscast, Malfoy might very well find himself returning to Malfoy Manor by train, while Hector could face a swift journey to Azkaban. Regardless of his grandfather being Dumbledore, the situation could indeed deteriorate further. Rather than dissuade Ron, Hector's words seemed to ignite his enthusiasm. as he eagerly wished for Hector to obliterate Malfoy's memory of his very identity. Ron increasingly voiced this notion to Hector, prompting Hector to contemplate whether he should first test the efficacy of the memory charm on this foolish lad. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione dedicated more of their time within Hagrid's dimly lit hut. Hagrid's little dragon had grown to 3 times its original size, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in managing it. Norbert, as Hagrid had named his small dragon, was now capable of emitting flames a foot in length. Even a sneeze from it posed a significant threat to Hagrid's humble abode. Hagrid was compelled to set aside his duties as keeper of keys and grounds, devoting himself entirely to his cherished creature. Hector has also been industrious, albeit with a different focus. Hector has recently immersed himself in the Gryffindor Swordmaster training program. Neville, having changed his wand, seems like a transformed individual. This sentiment is not exclusive to Hector. Professor Flitwick has also noticed Neville's remarkable progress. Once trailing behind in Gryffindor, Neville now ranks among the foremost of the first-year wizards, second only to Hector and Hermione. The trio of Malfoy possesses the clearest understanding of Neville's transformation. One afternoon, following a charms class, Hector was summoned to Professor Flitwick's office, leaving Neville reluctantly behind. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room that evening, Hector heard Ron's voice emanating from within. Ron was regaling the younger Gryffindors with tales, particularly one freshly minted about Neville's valiant confrontation with 3 adversaries, leading to Malfoy's defeat in the library. He animatedly described to the young lions in the common room how they had witnessed Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 hulking companions, Crabbe and Goyle, cornering Neville against the wall at the library entrance. Just when Harry and I were about to intervene, do you know what happened? Malfoy soared into the air, hanging upside down. Crabbe and Goyle attempted to seize Neville, but to their astonishment, Neville single-handedly toppled both of them. Ron gestured excitedly, took a sip of water, and continued. With a single leg-locking curse, Neville ensnared Goyle, who was utterly clueless about how to break the spell. However, Crabbe was too close for Neville to cast a spell in time, and you won't believe what happened next. Hector perceived that Ron and the storyteller were merely a step away from a dramatic climax. With seasoned flair, Ron tantalized the small lions surrounding him, clearly relishing the attention of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Neville, in an impulsive display of bravado, cast aside his wand and charged forward with clenched fists, swiftly overpowering Crabbe, who stood no chance against him. As he subdued his opponent, Neville proclaimed, "My fists are not without weight." The tale was profoundly stirring, leaving all present in awe of Neville's valor. Truly, one could say, a hero is often unrecognized until the moment of triumph. Following this battle, Neville rose to prominence, and no one dared question his allegiance to Gryffindor. Even Neville himself embraced his identity with pride, yet he remained committed to his studies with Hector, displaying no trace of arrogance. What a splendid young man! Hector became increasingly dedicated to nurturing the next Gryffindor champion. Consequently, Neville was assigned to study alongside Hermione, and Hector also took the opportunity to introduce him to the Room of Requirement. After some time, Harry and his friends, having encountered obstacles with Hagrid, sought out Hector, unanimously believing that only he could persuade Hagrid. Thus, Hector was dragged to Hagrid's hut, and upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The furniture bore the marks of fire, and the floor was strewn with empty brandy bottles and scattered feathers. Hagrid instinctively concealed Norbert behind his clothing, despite the dragon's size making it a futile effort. When he finally acknowledged Hector and the others, he struggled to extract Norbert, who was clinging to the hem of Hagrid's coat. Harry gestured for Hector to speak, but Hector merely returned a bewildered expression. It was Hermione who broke the silence. Addressing Hagrid with utmost seriousness, "You must release him." Hagrid shook his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Norbert. "I cannot, Hermione. He is too small. If I let him go now, he will perish." Within a mere week, Norbert had grown significantly, and Harry insisted, "In another month, he will be nearly the size of your house." His voice grew louder, filled with urgency, and it was evident that he deeply cared for Hagrid. He nudged Hector with his elbow, prompting Hector to nod in agreement. "I understand your plight, Hagrid." Upon hearing the commotion, Norbert released his grip on Hagrid's coat and flapped his wings, attempting to fly towards Hector. With open arms, Hector welcomed the stumbling dragon into his embrace. "Little master," he thought, "there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue the adventure, as it only gets more thrilling." "Did you see that? Norbert can fly," Hagrid exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement, fully embodying the role of a proud dragon mother. He looked at Norbert nestled in Hector's arms, his eyes filled with joy. "Such a delightful little creature. Isn't he, Hector?" I never anticipated that Norbert would take such a liking to you. It is indeed a rarity, especially considering he is a Norwegian ridgeback, a feisty little creature. Hector placed it gently upon the ground, while Norbert, brimming with excitement, circled around him, occasionally emitting tiny sparks from his nostrils. This spectacle filled the accompanying young wizards with envy towards Hector. However, as they drew near, Norbert would unleash a series of low growls from his throat. "I know you were reluctant to part with him, Hagrid," Hector remarked, crouching down to tenderly stroke Norbert's head. "But you are aware that the growth rate of a Norwegian ridgeback is faster than you might anticipate, and caring for him will become increasingly burdensome." Hagrid, fully cognizant of this fact, contemplated a rebuttal but could only nod in silence. "Thus, I have devised a splendid solution." Hector pulled Ron, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, into the forefront. Ron appeared utterly astonished. "Did you not mention that your brother Charlie is dealing with dragons in Romania? Entrusting Norbert to him would surely pose no problem. And I believe he would relish the opportunity to care for such a rare Norwegian ridgeback." Harry's eyes sparkled with delight. He found Hector's suggestion brilliant and precisely aligned with his own thoughts, eagerly exchanging glances with Ron, who promptly assured Hagrid. However, it took Hagrid a considerable amount of time to reach a firm decision. To be prudent, Hector suggested that Ron write a letter to Charlie to inquire about the situation. This development brought joy to all, as Harry's lingering concerns had begun to ease. They lingered a while longer in Hagrid's hut, watching as Hector and Hagrid playfully engaged with Norbert. Naturally, they took turns standing guard to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident with Malfoy. Yet, Hector remained steadfast by Norbert's side, for only he could soothe the little dragon enough to accept the gentle touches of the other young wizards. Even Hagrid, who could also fulfill Hector's role, felt a pang of jealousy. Eventually, everyone departed Hagrid's hut contentedly, having had the opportunity to pet the dragon. At Hagrid's behest, they each squeezed through the door one by one. Hector brought up the rear, and just before exiting, he pointed at the reluctantly departing Norbert and said to Hagrid, "I actually intended to mention this earlier." Lowering his voice, he continued as Hagrid's bearded face leaned closer. "Norbert is, in fact, a female, Hagrid. I believe the name Norberta would be more fitting." A week later, Ron received a reply from Romania on a Wednesday evening, while Hermione, Harry, and Neville awaited patiently in the Gryffindor common room. It was quite late, past the hour when young wizards were typically tucked into bed. Yet not a trace of sleepiness could be discerned on the faces of the three. As the clock struck midnight, the door to the Gryffindor common room swung open, prompting Harry to spring to his feet and glance towards the entrance. From what seemed like a distant place, two familiar voices echoed. "Hector, help me break the spell." It was Ron's voice. "Oh, I nearly forgot." Slowly, two familiar figures materialized in the air, prompting Hermione and Neville to rise quickly as well. Hector and Ron ventured to assist Hagrid in caring for Norbert, now affectionately named Norberta, since Ron had mentioned that his brother Charlie specialized in the study of dragons. Hagrid had eagerly invited him to partake in the nurturing of Norberta, to which Ron proudly acquiesced. However, on their very first encounter, Ron was mercilessly bitten on the finger by Norberta, prompting him to insist vehemently that Hector accompany him on subsequent visits. Norberta exhibited a boisterous temperament, yet she seemed to temper her exuberance in Hector's presence. The growth rate of the Norwegian ridgeback surpassed all expectations, making it increasingly challenging for Hagrid to manage her. Norberta had gained considerable strength, and her fire-breathing capabilities had dramatically improved in just a week's time. Nonetheless, Hagrid gazed upon her with the same affection one might reserve for a fluffy little bunny, and before Hector departed, he overheard Hagrid singing her a lullaby. "How are you two in such a state?" Harry inquired, observing a rather disheveled Hector and Ron. Ron's hair was in disarray, and his finger was swathed in layers of white bandages. Hector was not in much better condition, although Norberta responded well to him. Her size made it exceedingly difficult for him to manage her when she sought to burrow into his embrace. Norberta had grown considerably. Ron produced a blood-stained handkerchief from his pocket to show Harry and the others. "Her temper is absolutely dreadful now. She's even started to consume dead mice. It was manageable when Hector was around, but the moment he steps away, she becomes unmanageable. I merely attempted to touch her, and she bit me fiercely. And somehow, Hagrid blames me for scaring his precious pet. Ron, I strongly advise you to consult Madame Pomfrey. Dragon teeth are venomous," Hector said, giving Ron's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to Harry. "Have you received a response?" Harry shook his head just as a flurry of flapping wings echoed from outside the window. Everyone turned to see a snow-white owl perched on the ledge of the Gryffindor common room. "It's Hedwig. It must be a reply from Charlie," Harry exclaimed. Rushing to the window, Ron, with a look of concern, turned to Hector and whispered, "Really? Charlie has never mentioned this to me." Ron appeared quite anxious. "I was hoping to use this as an excuse. The workload is becoming overwhelming. What shall we do? Madame Pomfrey will surely recognize the nature of these wounds." "Even if she does, she might not believe it," Hector reassured him. "How could there possibly be a dragon near Hogwarts? Just say it was Hagrid's dog that bit you." Ron pondered this advice thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Harry retrieved the note from Hedwig's leg, beckoning everyone to gather around and read it together. The letter read, "This Saturday at midnight? And we must take the dragon to the highest tower?" A frown crossed Ron's face as he glanced at Hector. "Does your invisibility spell work on dragons?" Hector shook his head. Firstly, he had not attempted it, and secondly, it was well known that fire dragons possessed a formidable resistance to magic. As for whether ordinary spells would affect Norberta, Hector was uncertain, as he had never tried. "It's all right. We still have the invisibility cloak," he reassured. "It should accommodate both us and Norberta." The group swiftly reached a consensus. There truly was no better alternative, though it entailed some unavoidable risks. It was certainly preferable to harboring a fire dragon within the school. This was indeed the most prudent course of action to evade Norberta. "Destroy that note," Hector advised with caution, noticing Harry's intention to tuck the note into a random book. He promptly intervened. "That makes sense," Harry conceded, rubbing the note in his palm before casting it into the fireplace. Hector then invoked Flame On, watching as the note transformed entirely into ash. He used a gust of wind to sweep away the remnants, ensuring that not a trace remained. Hector was now convinced that Malfoy would not be able to meddle in their affairs. He wished to avoid the plethora of unexpected occurrences that had transpired in the original narrative. "Have you all remembered?" Hector inquired, feeling confident that there were no oversights. He casually asked Ron, "What about Scabbers?" Ron shook his head. "I don't know. Ever since I started feeding Norberta dead mice, Scabbers has refused to come near me. He must be frightened by my scent." Hector nodded thoughtfully, casting a wary glance around him, as an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. It seemed that the diminutive Peter, also known as Spot, had sensed something amiss. Ever since his conversation with Dumbledore, Hector had scarcely glimpsed Spot. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. He yawned and waved at the young wizards. "Well then, good night. I am rather fatigued." Hector intended to address the last lingering risk as well. "Harry, could you please escort Ron to the infirmary? If Malfoy and his cronies catch sight of his injured finger, it would spell trouble. Isn't it a bit late? Just tell Madame Pomfrey that the pain is unbearable. I am certain she will be understanding." Hector's words resonated with Harry, who rose to his feet, assisting Ron in doing the same. "So, good night." The Gryffindor common room fell into an immediate hush as Harry and Ron made their way outside, while Hermione, though somewhat anxious, placed her trust in Harry. After all, the young witch was indeed weary. They exchanged farewell wishes at the entrances to their respective towers before retreating to their dormitories. A mouse emerged cautiously from the darkness, its eyes glinting. Suddenly, it transformed into a short, balding man with a Mediterranean complexion, his demeanor rather unsavory. The man remained shrouded in shadow, as if fearing the light. Even such a feeble illumination. A pale hand reached out from the darkness, seizing Ron's book from the sofa. "Saturday, the highest tower." The man's voice was barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a groan, as he tore off a note that read Norwegian Ridgeback. Then, as if nothing had transpired, Ron's book returned to its place on the sofa, appearing untouched as though it had never moved. Hector's arrangements were rather commendable, while Malfoy appeared blissfully unaware. The past few days had unfolded with remarkable tranquility, a state that delighted Harry and his companions. At this juncture, the absence of turmoil was indeed the most favorable circumstance. On the afternoon following the receipt of the letter, Ron and Hector proceeded to assist Hagrid. They conveyed Charlie's response to him, which brought tears to Hagrid's eyes, as he felt a profound attachment to his mischievous little creature. Was it truly time for her to leave so soon? Hagrid yearned to stroke Norberta's head. Yet the little dragon rudely evaded his hand, biting fiercely at his calf instead. Tears brimmed in Hagrid's eyes, though it was uncertain whether they were born from sorrow or pain. His voice was slightly hoarse as he remained fixated on Norberta. After all, she was still a little bundle of fluff, and parting with her felt heart-wrenching. The little creature had already grown significantly larger than Fong, and her teeth were even sharper than his. Fong could no longer contend with Norberta, as evidenced by the bandages wrapped around his tail, clearly a testament to Norberta's handiwork. Nevertheless, Hagrid accepted the reality of Norberta's impending departure, cherishing the scant moments they had left together. Saturday arrived swiftly. In the afternoon, Hector dispatched Neville with the task of keeping watch on Malfoy. Despite the fact that Malfoy should have been unaware of their plans, Hector deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Hector remained attentive to the movements of Scabbers. Before visiting Hagrid's hut on Thursday, he deliberately inquired about Scabbers from Ron. From Ron's account, they discovered Scabbers lounging on the sofa upon returning from the infirmary. Ron had confined Scabbers to his cage upon bringing him back to the dormitory to prevent any escapades, as the recent disappearance of the rat had greatly troubled him. Hector found solace in the fact that, following this incident, Scabbers had remained within his cage. Prior to his nocturnal endeavors, Hector made a point to check on Scabbers, or rather, Peter, who was still obediently nestled in his cage. It seemed there were no issues. Hector merely exercised a modicum of caution. Truth be told, he could discern no necessity for the involvement of the diminutive rat. Such actions, devoid of purpose and fraught with the risk of exposure, offered no rationale for the cautious Peter to engage. Before the onset of night, Hector meticulously inspected the equipment belonging to Harry and the others, finally patting his pocket where his wand resided. A reminder of the importance of preparedness after the previous incident of leaving it behind. Hector, Harry, and Ron quietly slipped out of Hogwarts Castle, where they unexpectedly encountered Neville along the way. He informed them that Malfoy had already returned to the dormitory and was unable to follow them to the Slytherin common room. Thus he had to turn back. It was improbable that Malfoy would ever find out. There was no reason for him to know, as no one had mentioned it to him. Ron lowered his voice, somewhat perplexed by Hector's plan. Better to be cautious, Ron, Hector advised. Malfoy is aware that Hagrid has a dragon, and he knows we've been visiting Hagrid's hut quite frequently this week. Hector glanced towards the distant hut. Explaining to Ron, honestly, I am quite curious as to why he has directly informed Snape. Nevertheless, it is better to be safe than sorry. Upon reaching the entrance of Hagrid's hut, they found the door firmly shut. As Harry knocked, Hagrid promptly opened it, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clearly struggling to suppress his emotions to avoid breaking down in front of the young wizards. "You're here," he exclaimed, indicating the large crate in the middle of the room. The interior was considerably brighter now, with all the windows flung open, restoring the familiar ambience Hector and the others had grown accustomed to. "I've prepared plenty of mice for her, along with some brandy, enough for her journey. I even included her teddy bear. Poor Norberta, having to leave her mother at such a young age." "She's not your daughter," Ron muttered softly. But the other three young wizards shot in disapproving glares. Ron could only retract his neck sheepishly. Fortunately, Hagrid had not caught his remark, as his focus remained entirely on Norberta. "All right, Hagrid, we don't have much time." Hector signaled for Harry to retrieve the crate, turning to the towering giant and saying, "Say your goodbyes, Hagrid. Rest assured, Norberta will be well taken care of." "I know," Hagrid sniffled, "but little Norberta is just so pitiful. She will never see her mother again." "Do not worry," Hector reassured him, standing on tiptoe to pat Hagrid's shoulder. "There will be opportunities in the future." Harry struggled to lift the crate alone, his face flushing with exertion, yet the box remained still. Hector patted his shoulder and, producing his wand, cast a levitation charm on the crate. As Harry watched, the precious cargo lifted gracefully off the ground. "Harry, what you're holding is a wand, not a mere stick," Hector teased, "but I will need to cast the disillusionment charm shortly. You must use the levitation charm on your own." Harry's face flushed a deep crimson as he shyly nodded. Hector gently set the box back down on the ground. Unfortunately, Hector realized that neither Harry nor Ron could accurately control the floating box's direction. It was either too high or too low, often swaying violently from side to side. They could hear the growls of Norberta emanating from within the box. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector's arrangements were rather commendable, while Malfoy appeared blissfully ignorant. The past few days had unfolded with remarkable tranquility, much to the satisfaction of Harry and his companions. At this juncture, the absence of turmoil was indeed the most favorable circumstance. The afternoon following the receipt of the letter, Ron and Hector proceeded to assist Hagrid. They conveyed Charlie's response to him, and Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears as he expressed his reluctance to part with his mischievous little creature. "So soon?" he pondered, wishing to caress Norberta's head. However, the young dragon rudely evaded Hagrid's hand and delivered a sharp nip to his calf. The tears in Hagrid's eyes threatened to overflow, leaving one to wonder whether they stemmed from sorrow or pain. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his gaze remained fixated on Norberta. Ultimately, she was still a little bundle of fur, and he could hardly bear to let her go. The little creature had grown significantly larger than Fong, the giant dog, and her teeth were even sharper than his. Fong was now utterly incapable of contending with Norberta, as evidenced by the bandages wrapped around his tail, clearly the work of Norberta. Nevertheless, Hagrid accepted the reality of Norberta's impending departure, cherishing the fleeting moments they had left together. Saturday arrived with remarkable swiftness. In the afternoon, Hector dispatched Neville on a mission to surveil Malfoy. Despite Hector's belief that Malfoy was unlikely to be aware of their plans, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Hector also paid attention to the movements of Scabbers. Before heading to Hagrid's hut on Thursday, he specifically inquired about Scabbers from Ron. From Ron's account, they had seen Scabbers lounging on the sofa upon their return from the infirmary. Ron promptly confined Scabbers in a cage to prevent any erratic escapades, as the recent disappearance of the creature had greatly troubled him. Hector was relieved to learn that thereafter, Scabbers remained securely in his cage. Prior to embarking on his nocturnal endeavors, Hector made a point to glance back at Scabbers, or rather, the diminutive Peter, who was indeed behaving obediently within the confines of his cage. It appeared that all was well, and Hector decided to exercise a modicum of caution. Frankly, he could discern no necessity for the presence of the diminutive star in this affair. Such an endeavor seemed futile and only served to heighten the risk of exposure. Thus, the prudent Peter had no compelling reason to involve himself. Before the onset of night, Hector meticulously inspected the gear of Harry and his companions, finally patting his pocket where his wand lay quietly, a reminder of the time he had forgotten it, which had served as a stern lesson for him. Hector, Harry, and Ron stealthily exited the grand edifice of Hogwarts Castle, only to encounter Neville midway. He informed them that Malfoy had returned to the dormitory, unable to pursue them to the Slytherin quarters, and thus had to turn back. It was inconceivable that Malfoy would be aware of their plans. He had not been informed by anyone. Ron lowered his voice, expressing his confusion regarding Hector's strategy. Caution is the mother of safety, Ron, Hector replied. Malfoy is aware that Hagrid has a dragon, and he knows we have been visiting Hagrid's hut intermittently this week. As Hector gazed toward Hagrid's dwelling in the distance, he elaborated, truth be told, I am quite curious as to why he hasn't simply informed Snape, but that is of little consequence. It is better to err on the side of caution. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, they found the door firmly shut. Just as Harry knocked, Hagrid swung the door open, exclaiming, "You've come." Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes, betraying his struggle to suppress his emotions before the young wizards. Everything is ready. Hagrid gestured toward a large crate in the center of the room, which now appeared much brighter with all the windows flung open, restoring it to a familiar state for Hector and his companions. I've prepared plenty of mice and some brandy for her to consume on the journey. I even placed her teddy bear inside. Poor Norberta, having to leave her mother at such a tender age. You're not her mother, Ron muttered under his breath, earning him a collective glare from the other three young wizards. Ron could only retract his neck sheepishly, fortunate that Hagrid had not clearly heard his words, as his focus was entirely on Norberta. All right, Hagrid, we don't have much time. Hector signaled to Harry to retrieve the crate. He turned to the towering giant and said, Now, say your goodbyes, Hagrid. Rest assured, Norberta will be well cared for. I know, Hagrid sniffled. But little Norberta is just so pitiable, never to see her mother again. Do not worry, Hector said, rising on tiptoe to pat Hagrid's shoulder. There will be opportunities in the future. Harry struggled to move the crate alone, his face reddening as it remained still. Hector placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, then drew his wand and cast a levitation charm upon the crate. Under Harry's watchful gaze, the crate containing Hagrid's cherished treasure gently lifted off the ground. Harry, what you hold is a wand, not merely a stick, Hector teased. However, I shall need to cast the disillusionment charm shortly, so you must utilize the levitation charm yourself. Harry's face flushed crimson as he shyly nodded, prompting Hector to gently place the box back on the ground. Unfortunately, Hector discovered that neither Harry nor Ron could accurately control the box's levitation. It was either too high or too low, swaying violently from side to side, and they could hear Norberta's roars emanating from within. Hector glanced at Neville, who shook his head in response. Though Neville had a slightly better grasp of the spell than his two companions, relying solely on him was not a viable solution. Hector was unable to ensure that everyone's disillusionment charm would remain effective, while simultaneously concentrating on the precise levitation of the box. Thus, he resolved to resort to the most primitive method, lifting it manually. Farewell, Norberta, Hagrid said to the box, his tears flowing freely. Your mother will not forget you. Hector and the others waved goodbye to Hague, and their return journey proved to be far more arduous than their arrival. Harry and Neville struggled to maneuver the heavy crates, while Ron stood ready to substitute at a moment's notice. Hector, meanwhile, was tasked with forging a path while ensuring the longevity of their disillusionment charms and remaining vigilant against the lurking presence of Filch and the elusive Peeves. As the midnight hour approached, the four young wizards grew increasingly anxious, yet they found it impossible to quicken their pace. Transporting Norberta to the highest tower of Hogwarts was no trivial task. The crates were excessively heavy, necessitating frequent shifts in personnel with each flight of stairs. They also had to navigate around obstacles. Although the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm shielded them from Filch's gaze, his cat was far less easily deceived. Moreover, the sheer size of their group made rapid escape difficult should they encounter trouble. In preparation for their nocturnal endeavor, Hector had borrowed the Marauder's map from Fred and George, keeping a watchful eye on Filch's movements, as well as those of Wordtail and Malfoy. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Hector's worst fears materialized when he noticed Malfoy's footprints stirring on the map. Malfoy had exited the Slytherin common room and was ascending the stairs. Time was of the essence. Hector glanced at the Marauder's map and urgently urged Harry and the others, who were leaning against the wall, to hurry. Malfoy's coming. Harry sprang to attention, and Neville and Ron quickly followed suit. Impossible. How could Malfoy possibly know about this? Ron protested, yet he instinctively lifted one end of the cumbersome crate, while Neville mirrored his actions at the other end. And how do you know that? They inquired, yet their steps quickened nonetheless, leaning towards the belief that it was better to err on the side of caution. After all, it was Hector who had issued the warning, and they held considerable faith in his words. Enough of that. Malfoy's heading upstairs. Regardless of how he knows, he is definitely coming for us. Hector directed Harry to lead the way, while he positioned himself at the rear to monitor Malfoy's movements. The four of them could not afford to rest. Their focus was solely on reaching the highest tower. However, this was proving to be untenable. Hector observed as Malfoy reached Professor McGonagall's office, and to his dismay, McGonagall's footprints emerged alongside his, moving swiftly. Unencumbered by heavy loads, they naturally outpaced Hector and his companions, who were still 2 flights of stairs away from the pinnacle of the tower, despite expending their last reserves of energy. At this rate, it would not be long before they were caught. Just then, a familiar voice pierced the tension. "Harry, is that you?" It was Hermione. Could it be that the disillusionment charm had faltered? Hector hurriedly checked the status of the disillusionment charm. Its effects had not yet faded. Only a corner of Harry's magical cloak was exposed, revealing itself conspicuously to the air. "Hermione," Harry whispered urgently. The young witch followed the direction of his voice, but it was Hector who pulled her over. "You're here," she remarked, sensing the disturbance in the air. She promptly covered the exposed corner of the box and joined the group carrying it. With the collective effort of the young Gryffindors, they managed to ascend another level, now just 1 spiral staircase away from the top of the astronomy tower. Exhausted, everyone collapsed against the wall, drawing as close to the shadows as possible, panting heavily. "Let us take a breather," Ron suggested, vigorously rubbing his sore calves. He was uncertain to whom he was speaking, yet Hector's voice broke through the air ahead. "Everyone, keep it down. We'll wait here for a moment. Malfoy and Professor McGonagall are coming up." Professor McGonagall? Hermione, newly arrived, clearly did not grasp the situation. Hector had directed her to the astronomy tower, intending for her to rendezvous with Charlie's friend. However, the young witch was too anxious. Midnight was drawing near, and there was still no word from Hector and the others. Thus, she had come down to wait near the 7th floor staircase, and indeed, she had waited long enough. "Oh, and you?" Hector quickly cast the disillusionment charm on Hermione. The dual drain on his physical and magical energy left him feeling somewhat dizzy. He checked his pocket, relieved to find his wand still intact. "Ah, this is the disillusionment charm," Hermione observed, eyeing Hector critically. A long-ago memory surfaced, and she added, "I believe it's time you offered some explanations, Hector, though perhaps not right now." Hector rose to his feet, noting that the 2 figures on the live map were drawing ever closer. He needed to conduct a final inspection. Harry's invisibility cloak enveloped both him and the box securely, while the other's disillusionment charms had yet to dissipate. Hector was uncertain whether his own charm would entirely elude Professor McGonagall's keen gaze. At this moment, all he could do was retrieve a vial of Felix Felicis from his satchel and take a cautious sip. "Be careful and shrink back into the shadows. The disillusionment charm may not be foolproof," Hector whispered. However, his words were unnecessary, as everyone instinctively lowered their breathing. A dim yellow light appeared at the end of the corridor not far from them, and they all heard that familiar voice. "I hope you are not making excuses, Mr. Malfoy. This is utterly absurd." How could a dragon possibly be inside Hogwarts? Hector and the others beheld two figures, one large and one small, appearing about 10 paces away. The larger figure was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall, while the shorter one was the golden-haired Malfoy. They paused at the staircase, with Malfoy glancing upward, leading the way. He was followed by Professor McGonagall, who held a lantern, donned a checkered nightgown, and wore her hair in disarray. Are you quite certain, Malfoy? The highest tower of Hogwarts lies above us, yet I have yet to perceive any signs of life. It cannot be mistaken, Professor McGonagall. Potter is undoubtedly there, and I am certain he has a dragon with him. He must be close by, and Dumbledore is likely with him, along with Weasley. Professor McGonagall felt a slight discomfort in uttering Dumbledore's name so directly, yet she could not refute Malfoy's assertion, merely furrowing her brow before ascending the stairs. Fortunately, we need not rush upwards, Ron whispered, though no one responded to him. All remained quiet, straining to hear the sounds emanating from above. The astronomy tower was not particularly vast, so it would not be long before they descended. With the appointed time still a little way off and their destination now in sight, Harry and his companions could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But could they truly relax? Hector suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. Perhaps it was an instinct. He could not articulate it. Yet he felt an urge to leave this place and head toward Gryffindor Tower. This thought arose instinctively within him. Everyone, let us move. I sense that this place will soon become unsafe, Hector whispered, though the surrounding young wizards heard him clearly. Not at all, Hector, Ron replied swiftly, his tone lighthearted. Professor McGonagall is probably too occupied reprimanding Malfoy to notice us. Listen to me, Ron. Hector's voice bore an undeniable firmness, compelling refusal. He rose to his feet, and the air around him seemed to ripple. My disillusionment charm may not be sufficient to deceive Professor McGonagall. The intensity of Hector's feelings grew stronger, and an unsettling apprehension surged within him, compelling him to act. Trust me, I have a foreboding. Hector could not see them, yet he could hear the sound of the box being lifted. Ron muttered a few words under his breath. But it seemed that Hector had not erred in his observations that evening, which led Ron to harbor complaints yet still place his faith in Hector's words. The 8th floor was replete with vacant rooms, and guided by his intuition, Hector chose one to slip into. Are they all here? The intense unease that had plagued Hector finally dissipated as he surveyed the surrounding air, lowering his voice to inquire. They should be here. This was Harry's subdued voice, followed by a few faint responses echoing in the space. Sounds emerged from the corridor, prompting the young wizards within the room to hasten to the door. They pressed their ears against it, listening intently to the commotion outside. Detention. Professor McGonagall's voice reverberated from the staircase, unmistakably filled with fury. 20 points deducted from Slytherin. It is one thing to roam about at such an hour, but to concoct such a ludicrous excuse. How dare you? You do not understand, Professor. Harry Potter is undoubtedly here. He is in the vicinity, and so is Hector Dumbledore. Malfoy's voice followed closely, brimming with excitement. I comprehend. It must be that Dumbledore possesses some spell of concealment. I assure you they are nearby, perhaps lurking in the shadows over there. It must be so. The time is drawing near. They cannot have ventured far with a dragon. Professor, you must trust me. Hector gradually understood the source of his profound unease. He had not anticipated that Malfoy possessed such a cunning tactic. Professor McGonagall's ire appeared to have subsided somewhat as she drew her wand. Very well, Malfoy. I shall place my trust in you once more. With her wand aimed at the hidden corner where Hector and his companions had previously concealed themselves, she uttered, Finite incantum. Regrettably, Hector and his friends had already vacated the premises. Thus, the spell had no effect. The air remained unchanged, and nothing transpired. Excellent, Malfoy, McGonagall remarked. Her anger rarely so pronounced, feeling as though she had been deceived, especially at such an hour. She seized Malfoy's ear, exclaiming, I have never encountered a young wizard who dares to engage in such frivolities at this hour. How dare you fabricate such a lie? Slytherin shall incur another 20 points deducted because of you. Come, I shall be most curious to see how Professor Snape addresses your behavior, despite Malfoy's futile struggles. McGonagall was resolute, her ears deaf to his protests as their figures faded from sight at the staircase, leaving only Malfoy's cries reverberating through the halls of Hogwarts. The door to a room on the 8th floor swung open without warning as McGonagall's spell had a far-reaching effect, causing Hector's disillusionment charm to falter. Leading the way was Harry, cloaked in invisibility, dispatched to gather intelligence, followed stealthily by 4 young wizards, with Ron and Neville at the center, resembling a procession. Hector and Hermione trailed at the rear. How did you know Professor McGonagall would cast Finite incantum? Hector inquired. It was merely an instinct, came the reply. Hector explained that he saw Harry ahead, waving at them. He then remarked that they needed to hurry, as Charlie's friend was approaching. The path to the tower was characterized by a nearly vertical spiral staircase. In this situation, the disillusionment charm was unnecessary. As most of the attention had been drawn away by Malfoy, Ron and the others left the crate for Hector, who effortlessly levitated it with the levitation charm. The chapter was not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. At last, they emerged under the night sky, and Hector had never felt the outdoor air to be so invigorating. The prior tense atmosphere had left him nearly breathless. The young wizards gazed at the moon, which hung high above, while two figures on broomsticks seemed to descend from its luminous glow. Are you speaking of them? Charlie inquired, as the lead figure, a tall man with a friendly smile, approached. Indeed, that lad bears a striking resemblance to Charlie, with a mane of thick red hair. The taller companion behind him patted the shoulder of the first, holding a broom in his hand. Pleased to meet you all. This is Sava Kirk. And I am Elfman Luca, but you can call me Elf. Is this the Norwegian Ridgeback? What was its name again? Her name is Norberta, Ron replied eagerly, as the two tall friends of Charlie encircled Ron. You must be Ronnie. Charlie has mentioned you. Elfman embraced Ron, who felt somewhat uncomfortable with such exuberance. You are quite robust, just like your brother, Sava remarked. All right, Elf, it's time to get down to business. Elf nodded, releasing Ron, and together with Sava, they hurriedly secured Norberta to the spare broom. Thank you so much. Charlie's friends are such cheerful souls, they said, shaking hands with Hector and the others after mounting their brooms. You're welcome. Do be careful on your way, Hermione politely bid farewell. Sava and Elfman mounted their brooms, waved goodbye, and flew off into the distance. At last, Norberta was gone, and Hector watched the retreating figures as the three brooms gradually faded into the enveloping darkness. Finally, it's over, Harry sighed in relief, and the young wizards turned to head back to Gryffindor Tower. You all go ahead. Hector remained stationary, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, distinct from the previous sense of urgency. This was a deep, instinctual feeling resonating from the very depths of his being. Hector felt an intense heat coursing through his veins, a sensation so profound that it seemed as though something was beckoning him. This was not the effect of the phoenix feather. It was an entirely novel experience, distinct from what he had felt moments prior. The heat intensified as he gazed into the distance, where a burst of flames illuminated the sky. In truth, there were two forms. First, the silhouette of Fawkes. Beneath her expansive wings stood a diminutive creature, noticeably smaller in stature. This little being was also radiant red, mirroring Fawkes, and bore a long, golden tail. Fawkes raised her voice in song, her melodious notes resonating through the halls of Hogwarts, while the voice of the smaller creature was considerably more juvenile. The harmonious blend of their contrasting tones reverberated through the night sky, and Hector discerned the joy within Fawkes' calls. It was as if she were singing a jubilant melody. This enchanting song caused Hector's heart to resonate in synchrony, beating fervently as if it were attempting to leap from his very being. Hector extended his arm, and the smaller phoenix flapped its wings, awkwardly taking flight from Fawkes' protection and landing clumsily upon Hector's arm. The little phoenix, with its fiery crimson eyes, sought out Hector's cerulean gaze, and as they locked eyes, Hector felt the boiling blood within him gradually cool, replaced by a wave of profound serenity emanating from his core. The small phoenix gently nuzzled Hector with its head, then lifted one leg, prompting Hector to notice a note tied to its leg. Fawkes perched on a nearby spire, emitting a couple of friendly calls in Hector's direction. Hector cast a grateful glance at Fawkes before hastily removing the note from the little phoenix's leg. It was a message penned by Dumbledore. Hector, I have always felt that owls are rather commonplace, so I sought a phoenix for you. Thanks to a friend who knows where to find such a creature. Hector finished reading the note and turned his gaze towards Fawkes, who stood atop the tower. Thank you, Fawkes, and please extend my gratitude to Grandfather Albus as well. In truth, it was unnecessary to go through such trouble. Hector turned back and beheld the familiar figure of the elderly man standing behind him. I am right here, Hector. How did you return, Grandfather Albus? Hector was quite astonished to encounter Dumbledore. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore approached Hector and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Initially, I intended to have Fawkes deliver this to you, he mused, but upon reflection, I resolved to come myself. Dumbledore's smile radiated warmth as he gazed at Hector. Are you pleased with this gift, Hector? Hector nodded, finally feeling he had a phoenix of his own. He gently stroked the feathers of the small phoenix perched upon his shoulder, and the creature responded by nuzzling against Hector's head. It's time to choose a name, Hector, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. I think Kroll has a nice ring to it, and Corolla is also delightful. However, the final decision rests with you. I have faith in your ability. Nobita is quite a splendid name. How did you know? Hector inquired, glancing at Dumbledore, who smiled and nodded knowingly. Of course, Hector. I am aware of everything. This egg was procured by Quirrell, given to Hagrid in a pub in Hogsmeade. Quirrell even managed to extract information from Hagrid about the method to bypass Fluffy. He believed his plan was flawless, but alas, nothing escapes my notice. Dumbledore appeared exceedingly confident. Yet another thought crossed his mind. Ah, yes, and what of the treacherous Peter Pettigrew? Dumbledore gazed at Hector. Have you determined when you shall take action against him? I believe now presents a most opportune moment. Hector nodded, eager to resolve matters with the diminutive star Peter as swiftly as possible. He suspected that tonight's events were intricately linked to him, and alleviating this looming threat would be most fortuitous. Thus, it would be this evening. Hector gazed at the little phoenix perched upon his shoulder and decided to name it Aurora, a name that signifies light, most fitting indeed. Dumbledore observed the little creature on Hector's shoulder, a broad smile illuminating his face, while Fawkes settled on his shoulder, softly calling out to Aurora. Let us take action now. Hector. Hector nodded, preparing to step outside the astronomical tower, when suddenly he noticed the invisibility cloak lying on the ground. Harry had forgotten it. Hector picked it up, realizing they were likely to be caught. Yet, he felt utterly helpless. His role as a caretaker had reached a level of proficiency, and merely allowing them to leave had led to such a significant blunder. Hector found it impossible to attend to every minute detail. In his eyes, the issue of the diminutive star, Peter, was far more pressing than the concern of losing points. Hector understood that anyone who violated school rules must face the consequences. Dumbledore, perceiving Hector's thoughts, offered words of solace, suggesting that as long as they were not caught, it could not be deemed a violation of the rules. With a playful wink, Dumbledore reassured Hector, who nodded in agreement. Off to Gryffindor Tower, I presume? Dumbledore extended his arm, while Fawkes, in perfect synchrony, let out a cry toward Aurora. She took flight from Hector's shoulder, and the two phoenixes soon transformed into brilliant orbs of flame, vanishing into the night sky. Do not fret, Fawkes will look after Aurora. Aren't you eager to learn apparition? Begin by adapting to the presence of your companion's apparition. Hector gazed at Dumbledore's outstretched arm, instinctively swallowing hard. He was indeed aware that the follower's apparition was the foundation of mastering the art of disapparition. However, the sight of Dumbledore's arm still elicited a visceral sense of nausea. There was no remedy for this predicament, as the request had originated from him. Any grievances could not justly be directed at Dumbledore. Hector grasped Dumbledore's arm, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the astronomy tower. Unbeknownst to them, Filch had heard the sounds emanating from the tower and had quietly crouched at its base, waiting throughout the entire night. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight, and Filch began to suspect that there might be a hidden passageway within the tower, one unknown even to him, which left him profoundly disappointed. After a brief distortion of space, Hector and Dumbledore's silhouettes materialized in the Gryffindor common room. Fortunately, the common room was utterly deserted, cloaked in darkness. Dumbledore retrieved a small object from his pocket, from which a gentle glow began to emanate, illuminating the Gryffindor common room in a brilliant radiance. Lead the way, Hector. Hector nodded and walked ahead, with Dumbledore following closely behind him. Just 10 minutes prior, Peter Pettigrew had been in the Gryffindor Tower, and Hector found it perplexing that Peter would venture out into the night from the safe confines of Gryffindor. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Hector retrieved the Marauder's map. He searched anxiously across the map, but found no trace of Peter's footsteps within the Gryffindor Tower. Ultimately, to his dismay, he spotted Peter's name in the last place he wished to find it, the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, right alongside Quirrell's name. Professor, the situation has escalated. Hector exclaimed, now utterly preoccupied with the map's revelations. He handed it directly to Dumbledore. The intricate alchemical creation cleverly employed the human presence revealing spell. Dumbledore instinctively remarked on the Marauder's map, but he refrained from continuing when he noticed Peter Pettigrew's footprints. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. It appeared that matters had taken a turn for the worse. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Dumbledore addressed Hector, extending his arm, indicating that the Gryffindor common room was clearly not a suitable venue for such discussions. Hector placed his hand upon Dumbledore's arm, and in an instant, they vanished from the air. When they reappeared, it was in the headmaster's office. It must be said that Hector felt markedly better than during his previous experiences. He sensed that he was gradually acclimatizing to the sensation of traversing through magical shadows, which was indeed a promising development. Yet, before the thought could fully dissipate, Hector expelled the contents of his stomach with a retch. Dumbledore, seemingly distracted, patted Hector's back. His gaze fixed intently upon the Marauder's map. I believe we can no longer afford to harbor Quirrell. Allowing Voldemort another loyal servant is not a prudent notion, especially within the confines of Hogwarts. Hector spoke with utmost seriousness, rising to his feet as he drew forth his wand. Yet Dumbledore remained unhurried, standing firmly in place. Hector. One must not be so hasty. Dumbledore's voice resonated softly, his expression grave. It was evident that he approached the matter with profound seriousness. After all, Peter Pettigrew had evaded capture for so many years. Apprehending him would not be an easy task, even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Capturing a rat intent on escape proved to be an arduous endeavor. Should he manage to flee, Sirius would remain forever imprisoned, as Fudge would never permit me the opportunity to visit him. Hector nodded, finally grasping the concept of restraint when dealing with a precarious situation. What, after all, was the true purpose of the diminutive star? Hector found himself utterly perplexed by Peter's escape. He even began to question his own analyses. It was exceedingly unusual. For many years, Peter Pettigrew had remained dormant within the Weasley household, never attempting to reach out to his former master, merely existing as a rat in silence. In the books Hector had perused in his previous life, Voldemort's assessment of Peter was clear. If you had anywhere else to go, you would not seek me out. Hector struggled to comprehend this anomaly, and it seemed that Peter was now aware of something, which instilled a profound sense of unease within him. You are not mistaken, Hector, Dumbledore remarked, as Hector lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's eyes. Peter is a coward. He would forsake anything for the sake of his own survival. Yet, he is not devoid of intelligence. He understands that the truth cannot remain concealed. Presently, he finds himself unable to embrace the light, and the Death Eaters will not accept him. Peter is left with no choice but to masquerade as a rat, living in perpetual fear, or to seek out his master, Voldemort. Dumbledore patiently continued his explanation to Hector, stating that only when his master regained his former powers could Peter cease to lead a life of trepidation, languishing in darkness. Dumbledore then glanced at the Marauder's map. Observing Peter's footsteps begin to stir, Hector and Dumbledore shared a tacit understanding and refrained from further discussion, their eyes fixed intently on the direction in which Peter was moving. He descended the stairs. Peter lingered in the Great Hall for a moment, as if hesitating over something. However, he ultimately continued downwards, eventually pausing at the entrance to an underground classroom. He halted at the door of Severus Snape's office. Upon witnessing Peter's destination, Dumbledore's expression grew even more awkward. Fortunately, Peter was unable to enter the office directly, for Draco Malfoy still occupied the space within. Shall we proceed now? Hector tentatively opened his mouth, and after a moment of hesitation, Dumbledore ultimately shook his head. No, Hector, he replied. Dumbledore did not divulge the reasons behind his decision. Yet Hector was acutely aware of the source of Dumbledore's reluctance. The diminutive Peter had sought out Snape, who was, after all, Dumbledore's clandestine agent positioned close to Voldemort. Furthermore, Dumbledore was well aware that not only did Voldemort place his trust in Snape, but Snape's loyalty to Dumbledore was equally steadfast. Hector is presently uncertain whether it was Voldemort's design or the independent machination of Peter Pettigrew that led him to seek out Snape. This ambiguity is crucial, as a direct attempt to apprehend Pettigrew might inadvertently expose Snape's identity as a double agent. The dilemma lies in whether sacrificing an exceptional spy concealed within the enemy's ranks for the sake of capturing a superficial traitor is justifiable. Hector firmly believes that as long as Dumbledore's faculties remain intact, he would not make such a decision. While it may heighten the peril at Hogwarts, Hector perceives the long-term implications of restraint in this matter. If Hector can discern this, it stands to reason that Dumbledore, too, would not overlook it. It appears that Peter Pettigrew is, for the time being, beyond reach. Hector sighed, grappling with the perplexity of Dumbledore's hesitation to seize both Quirrell and Pettigrew while they were in proximity. Dumbledore seems to be in a state of anticipation. Yet, what exactly is he awaiting? Is it merely to cultivate Harry's abilities? Given the current circumstances, could this not be excessively burdensome for a first-year wizard who is entirely oblivious to the unfolding events? The threat posed by Voldemort alone is formidable, compounded by the presence of the ambiguous and inscrutable Pettigrew. Hector finds it difficult to fathom any rationale for inaction, yet Dumbledore persists in his course. Hector found himself unable to overstep his boundaries, nor could he directly question his grandfather, Albus. Moreover, even if he were to inquire, Dumbledore would undoubtedly refrain from revealing any information. regardless of Hector being his grandnephew and exhibiting unparalleled talent. From Hector's perspective, Dumbledore still placed his faith solely in himself. His unwavering confidence in his own plans was the only plausible explanation Hector could conceive for Dumbledore's reluctance to take immediate action. "Hector," Dumbledore said, observing Hector's troubled expression. "May I borrow this map for a moment?" Hector nodded, and Dumbledore continued, "You should return to rest, Hector. Do not let this situation lead you to doubts of Severus. It is wise to adhere to your own judgments." Without lifting his gaze, Dumbledore remained focused on the Marauder's map. "This matter will soon reach its conclusion, I assure you." Hector silently scoffed at the countless oaths Dumbledore had taken, none of which had yet come to fruition. It was evident to him that Dumbledore wished to keep him uninvolved. With a simple good night, Hector departed from the headmaster's office. Was there truly nothing he could do? Hector felt a twinge of frustration. Yet confronting Quirrell or Voldemort alone was far too unrealistic. He was not Harry. He did not possess the ancient and formidable protective magic. The headmaster's office fell into silence once more, though this tranquility would not endure for long. Dumbledore scrutinized the map, observing not merely Quirrell and Wormtail, but also Hector's footprints, which receded further from the headmaster's office. As Dumbledore noticed Hector's footprints enter the Gryffindor common room, a sharpness flickered in his eyes. Rising from his chair, Dumbledore glanced at the portraits of former headmasters, all of whom simultaneously opened their eyes. "Doris, kindly assist me in locating Minerva and Filius. Have them meet me at the entrance of Quirrell's office. Dexter, please inform the house elves to keep an eye on Hogwarts mice, ensuring none escape." The wizards in the portraits nodded and vanished from their frames. He extracted his wand, directing it towards the map where Quirrell was marked, then pointed at Snape. Peter's footprints lingered at the entrance of Snape's office, while Draco Malfoy's prints had not been absent for long before returning, accompanied by his father, Lucius Malfoy. It appeared Peter had yet to engage Snape, which was a somewhat favorable circumstance. "This night will be sleepless, Fawkes. You know what must be done." There was much to attend to, and they needed to act swiftly. Fawkes nodded and quickly vanished from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore gazed out the window, and after careful consideration, he retrieved a vial of shimmering gold potion from his robes. Tonight required a stroke of luck. Dumbledore took a deep draught of the Felix Felicis. "You speak the truth, Aberforth. I am but a mortal. I cannot orchestrate every detail flawlessly. I require assistance." He mused, his eyes fixed on the luminous moon hanging in the sky. However, Hector must not be drawn into this. Absolutely not. As Hector returned to the dormitory, he encountered Harry, who sat on the bed with a vacant expression, while Ron and Neville lay on their beds. The atmosphere in the room was exceedingly quiet. However, Hector was certain that they were not asleep, except for Seamus. He wished he could possess such a tranquil sleep, allowing him to disregard these troubling matters. Harry and the others were utterly unable to slumber, not even able to muster a comforting word to each other after Gryffindor had been penalized a staggering 200 points due to their actions. They could hardly fathom how their fellow Gryffindors would react upon learning this news. The house had previously held a chance at winning the House Cup, yet they had now obliterated all hope. Faced with such a monumental loss, Harry was at a loss for how to rectify the situation. "You're back, Hector," Harry remarked. Appearing utterly despondent, his vacant gaze fixed upon Hector. Hector simply nodded silently and handed his invisibility cloak to Harry, a small glimmer of good news amidst the gloom. "It's fortunate you didn't accompany us," Harry continued. Hector glanced at the others, whose sentiments mirrored his own. Ron sat on the bed, lost in thought with his knees drawn up, while Neville buried his head in his pillow, and even in that moment, Hector could hear the muffled sobs he was desperately trying to suppress. Hector nodded slightly, having no intention of freshening up. He simply changed into his pajamas and sat on his bed. The hour was late, and classes awaited him the following day. Observing Harry and the others, he offered a few words of comfort, acknowledging that at this juncture, any self-reproach would be futile. "Hector, were you caught?" Ron inquired, his gaze fixed on Hector, brimming with a complex anticipation. Ron wished fervently that Hector had escaped capture, for it would mean fewer points deducted from Gryffindor, yet deep down, he harbored a desire for Hector to have been apprehended, as it would provide him with a sense of balance. Hector nodded thoughtfully and explained, "I was caught by Professor Dumbledore, though fortunately, my points were not deducted. However, I suspect I shall still face detention." Ron nodded in understanding, and the dormitory finally returned to a tranquil silence. Everyone lay quietly, refraining from conversation. That night, apart from the oblivious Simon, the others slept rather restlessly. Harry and his companions found themselves wide awake, wishing for the night to stretch on a little longer. They had never felt such trepidation at the approach of dawn. Hector also struggled to find rest. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, compelling him to investigate, yet reason urged him to remain in bed. However, being a Gryffindor, Hector possessed a spirit of adventure that often outweighed his rationality. As dawn approached, he could no longer endure the interminable hours in bed. The wretched sensation of fatigue intertwined with alertness. With determination, he sat up, donned his outerwear, and prepared to slip out of the dormitory. "Where are you off to, Hector?" came Harry's voice. Hector turned to see the three young wizards sitting upright in their beds. Ron and Neville had not managed to sleep either, their gazes fixed on Hector, which only heightened his sense of guilt. "I'm going to see my grandfather," Hector fabricated an excuse. "I'm not feeling well." Harry and Ron nodded in acknowledgement before lying back down, leaving Neville to regard Hector with a concerned expression. "Do you need any help, Hector?" His voice still bore the remnants of tears. The events of the previous night had weighed heavily on him, and he vowed to steer clear of any further entanglements. Instead, he resolved to focus on learning magic alongside Hector, which he deemed a more prudent endeavor. Nevertheless, upon hearing Hector express his discomfort, he instinctively sought to offer assistance. Wishing to be of help, Hector shook his head, yet he remained grateful to Neville. "Thank you, but there is no need, Neville. Do take some time to rest," Hector said. Neville then nodded and lay back down. Before departing the dormitory, Hector cautiously felt his pocket. His wand lay there, tranquil and undisturbed. He withdrew the wand, grasping it firmly in his hand, and then pushed open the door to the dormitory. Hector descended the spiral staircase, vigilant of any shadowy corners. He gradually approached the Gryffindor common room, where not a single light flickered. However, aided by the moonlight, Hector faintly discerned a figure. The silhouette was imposing, the individual reclining in a chair. Hector pointed his wand at the silhouette before him, exercising utmost caution. The slightest movement from that figure would prompt him to unleash a powerful spell, rendering it unconscious. "Why are you not asleep, Hector?" A familiar voice resonated through the darkness. Suddenly, the lights in the Gryffindor common room flared to life, blinding Hector momentarily, forcing him to squint in an attempt to adjust. Nevertheless, he lowered his wand. For the voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Abufus. Hector could vaguely discern Abufus, arms crossed, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. How could Abufus be here? Hector pondered, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of perplexing events that had unfolded that day. Hector endeavored to inquire what had transpired with Abufus, yet Abufus expressed his own ignorance. Albus Dumbledore merely instructed Fawkes to inform him to watch over Hector for a night at Hogwarts. Upon receiving this news, Abufus hastily made his way from the Hog's Head into Hogwarts. Hector found the behavior of his enigmatic grandfather, Albus, utterly incomprehensible, and his mood grew increasingly irritable and perplexed. He became ever more convinced that something significant was afoot that very evening. He resolved to make another visit to the headmaster's office. However, before he could take a single step, Aberforth timely extended his arm to halt him. "Albus specifically instructed me to ensure that you are stopped," Aberforth declared, his arm as robust and powerful as his words. This night at Hogwarts was anything but tranquil. Hector had nearly discerned the unfolding events, and his emotions were a tapestry of complexity. He felt a certain satisfaction in witnessing Dumbledore's willingness to abandon his previously steadfast plans and embrace change. It appeared that Dumbledore had heeded his words, which brought Hector a measure of solace. However, he remained profoundly discontented with the obfuscation exhibited by his grandfather, Albus. Hector taught Dumbledore the virtue of trusting others, and this certainly includes Hector himself. What rationale is there in excluding him from this trust? "I wish to inquire about a matter with my dear grandfather." Hector intended to persuade the elderly man before him. "Has he not confided in you at all, grandfather? Can you endure being kept in the dark by Albus?" Regarding Hector's clumsy attempts at sowing discord, Albus merely twitched his nose, entirely disregarding them. "I was indeed quite vexed by Albus's reticence," Albus observed Hector, and his eyebrows involuntarily raised. He swallowed hard and continued, "But this is Albus. I have grown accustomed to it. However, there is one thing he said that I believe justifies his actions today." Albus regarded Hector with utmost seriousness. "What did he say?" Hector inquired. "Do not involve Hector in this," Albus responded, "and that is precisely why I am here." Albus fixed his gaze on Hector. Hector opened his mouth, intending to articulate a rebuttal to Abufus, yet he found himself rendered speechless. He realized that persuading Abufus was an unattainable endeavor. All that remained for him was the solitary option of quietly sharing a moment with this long-absent elder. Hector certainly did not consider employing the method of the disillusionment charm. The prowess of Aberforth was not to be underestimated. a fact he profoundly understood. With no course of action available, Hector settled beside Aberforth, who he indeed missed after such a long time apart. Aberforth, using the very arm that had just halted Hector, gently embraced him, drawing him into his warm embrace. Throughout the encounter, Aberforth utilized only one arm, allowing Hector to easily discern that his other arm remained pressed against his body, his hand firmly grasping his wand. From the outset, Aberforth was unwavering in his duty to protect Hector, vigilantly watching for any potential threats to Hector's safety while offering his warmest embrace to the troubled child. "Hector, relax. I am here for you." Aberforth could sense that the child nestled in his arms was not particularly joyful, as worry clouded Hector's furrowed brow, causing Aberforth great distress. Unsure of how to comfort Hector, he instinctively tightened his hold on him. Hector nodded, unable to recall the last time he nestled in his grandfather's embrace. The scent of smoke and grease that clung to Albus brought him immense comfort, stirring within him a longing to return to that place marked by the sign of a pig's head, where troubles were far fewer. The meals at home were delectable, rivaling even those served at Hogwarts. Albus's arms radiated warmth, allowing Hector to cast aside all worries, as the unease that had gripped him moments before vanished entirely. Drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he soon found his eyes fluttering shut, his body sliding down until he nestled comfortably against Albus's thigh. Albus sat quietly, with Hector's head resting on his lap, and it wasn't long before Hector succumbed to slumber. The early spring night carried a chill, and Albus worried that Hector, without a blanket, might fall ill. He swiftly removed his coat and gently draped it over Hector. The night felt less interminable, with dawn arriving sooner than usual. Albus sat there, wishing fervently for the night to linger a little longer, allowing Hector more time to rest. As the first rays of dawn kissed Hector's face, Fawkes arrived in the Gryffindor common room. Perched on Albus's shoulder, he received a nod from Albus, who quietly lifted Hector's head from his lap and carefully placed it on the sofa. Throughout this, Albus remained silent, while Fawkes settled onto a nearby armchair, patiently waiting. Albus stretched his stiff limbs, finally releasing a sigh of relief as he tucked his wand back into his pocket. "Is Albus looking for me?" he murmured, rubbing his wrist and lowering his voice to inquire of Fawkes, who nodded silently in response. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page for more captivating content. "Very well," Albus murmured, glancing at Hector curled up on the sofa. He crouched down and gently stroked Hector's head. "What a good boy." Rising, he looked at Fawkes, saying, "Do refrain from using your tricks here. I can manage on my own." Albus made his way toward the portrait of the fat lady, with Fawkes perched on his shoulder, as they quietly departed the Gryffindor common room, as if nothing had transpired. "Wake up, Hector." After an indeterminate time, a familiar voice stirred Hector from his slumber. Blinking groggily, he found Hermione before him, concern etched across her face. Instinctively, he glanced around, realizing that aside from the coat draped over him, Albus was nowhere to be seen. "How did you end up sleeping here?" Hermione asked, her expression filled with care. Then, as if recalling something, she lowered her gaze. "You haven't been caught by Professor McGonagall, have you?" Hector sat up, stretching his aching limbs, and shook his head at Hermione. "It's not so bad. I merely found myself caught by Professor Dumbledore." He yawned before continuing. "No points were deducted, but of course, I must serve detention under his watch." Hermione finally exhaled in relief, yet Hector could still discern the guilt etched upon the young witch's face. "I understand, Hermione. Do not worry. It's merely a deduction of 200 points. There will always be a way to earn them back." Hector's attempts at consolation evidently bore no fruit. Hermione merely nodded in response, and soon they encountered Harry and his companions, who had either risen early or spent the night in restless wakefulness. The Gryffindor common room was thick with an atmosphere of unease, as they had endured what could only be described as a nightmarish evening, leaving them unsure of how to initiate conversation. Harry, Hermione, and Hector exchanged nothing more than a perfunctory greeting before lapsing into silence. They made their way to the Great Hall, hoping that a hearty breakfast might alleviate the lingering feelings of guilt. However, their hopes were dashed when they beheld the Gryffindor hourglass, now conspicuously devoid of points, intensifying their feelings of despondency and regret. In unison, they lowered their heads, silently and mechanically consuming their breakfast, as it became evident that no one was able to fully escape the shadow of the previous night. Harry believed that the loss of 200 points was already a dire situation, only to soon learn of another distressing development. Professor Quirrell was missing. Life had become quite arduous for Harry and his friends, as the young wizards of Gryffindor found it hard to believe their eyes while passing the enormous hourglass that recorded their house points. Gryffindor had lost 200 points in a single night. Initially, they suspected a malfunction in the counting mechanism, and after some inquiry, a daring student approached Professor McGonagall. Before long, astonishing news spread like wildfire. Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, along with his 3 foolish first-year companions, was blamed for Gryffindor's staggering loss of 200 points in one night. In an instant, Harry transformed from the most admired and revered figure into a target of widespread disdain. The young wizards of Gryffindor deliberately distanced themselves from Harry and his friends, while those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff offered them no kindness either. Everyone hoped for Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup, with Gryffindor being the most likely contender. Throughout the common rooms, whispers and glances directed at Harry intensified. What had begun as mere pointing escalated into unabashed accusations and insults as he passed by. Those self-righteous young wizards seemed to forget that Gryffindor's chances of triumphing over Slytherin in the House Cup were intricately linked to Harry and his companions. Even Hector faced a barrage of baseless and unreasonable blame, such as, "Why didn't you stop them? And aren't you called Dumbledore?" It was absurd to question why Gryffindor still lost points, and to insinuate that Harry's actions were inextricably tied to his own. This was nothing more than a simplistic attempt to assign fault. What chilled Hector even more was that the majority of such remarks came from the mouths of Gryffindor students themselves. Slytherin's jabs were more direct, yet they were primarily aimed at Harry. Even they, being somewhat more rational, refrained from hurling unkind words at Hector Dumbledore. Hector, though possessing a gentle disposition, does not indulge the frivolous prattle of the little lions, unlike Harry and his companions, who silently endure. Hector ardently defends himself whenever the accusations become increasingly irrational and the remarks turn venomous. This steadfastness leaves the self-righteous accusers at a loss. When they find themselves unable to counter Hector's logic, their tempers flare, and in a fit of rage, they brandish their wands in a futile attempt to silence him, demanding he accept their reproaches without protest. In their indignation, these irate accusers entirely forget Hector's true identity, allowing their anger to cloud their already limited intellect. As they audaciously seek to intimidate Hector, a member of the illustrious Dumbledore lineage, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Consequently, one can often observe several figures suspended upside down in the corridors of Hogwarts, of various ages, most bearing bruises. Hector's repertoire extends beyond the simple spell of levitation. He has mastered more formidable incantations, such as petrifying adversaries with a mere flick of his wand. The Gryffindor students are tenacious. They refuse to be deterred by superstition. And some, driven by their zeal, even consider mocking Hector a challenge, an act reminiscent of the bravado typical of young lions. This challenge often rewards them with temporary reprieve from classes and tales of daring exploits to boast about. However, as Hector's retaliations grow increasingly severe and devoid of mercy, the repercussions for those who dare to confront him become unbearable. In their desperation, they contemplate reporting him to a teacher. But such intentions frequently collapse under the weight of insufficient evidence. Now, the students have begun to circumvent Hector, affording a slight reprieve to Harry and his 3 companions who follow closely in his wake. This troubling matter seems to reach a temporary resolution. Yet it is not the sole source of anxiety. Professor Quirrell has vanished entirely, with Dumbledore attributing his absence to health concerns that require rest, a rationale that strains credulity, particularly for Harry and his friends. Despite Quirrell's assurances to Hector and the others that he would refrain from meddling, the announcement that Professor Snape would assume the defense against the dark arts class stirs unease regarding the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. Does Professor Dumbledore truly remain oblivious to the fact that Snape is coveting the stone? The evidence is glaring, especially with Quirrell having been ousted. In the library, Harry leans in to speak to Hector in hushed tones. However, there is no real need for such discretion, as they are the only students within a 10-meter radius. Hector shook his head, and Harry felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He sighed and continued, without Quirrell, Snape only needs to figure out how to get past Fluffy to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I would wager 12 Philosopher's Stones that Snape must be overjoyed. Perhaps he already knows how to bypass Fluffy and has no need to consult Hagrid. Ron, distracted, flipped through a book. Ever since that incident, he had become more subdued, spending longer hours in the library. He gestured around them. There are so many books here. I dare say one of them must contain instructions on how to safely get past a 3-headed dog. It likely even records what the Philosopher's Stone is. Everyone fell silent. And just as Ron had suggested, a figure clad in black robes hurried from the other end of the bookshelf. It was Snape, the very subject of Harry and Ron's discussion, clutching several tomes. It seemed Snape had not overheard Ron's remarks. He swiftly passed by Hector and the others, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before snorting disdainfully and vanishing from their sight. Perhaps he has already discovered it. Fortunate for us that he didn't hear, Ron murmured, watching Snape's retreating figure. Harry, shouldn't we do something? The spark of adventurous yearning flickered back in Ron's eyes as he looked at Harry expectantly. Harry appeared deeply conflicted. Having lost 200 points in one fell swoop left him feeling constrained and hesitant. Yet, within him burned an insatiable desire for adventure. Unsure, he cast a pleading glance towards Hermione for assistance. Are you certain, Harry? If we get caught again, expulsion will be our only outcome, Hermione replied. Having noticed Harry's gaze, she too was troubled by Quirrell's absence, suspecting it was not merely due to illness. However, the guilt from their last reckless act lingered in Hermione's mind, and the thought of protecting the Philosopher's Stone would undoubtedly contravene numerous school rules, resulting in further point deductions. She hesitated. Reason advised against such a course of action, yet a strong sense of duty compelled her to rise to the occasion. Hermione, Quirrell is no longer at the school. The only obstacle left to thwart Snape is Fluffy, and that is all, Harry finally convinced himself. The impulse to avoid meddling faded away, and with newfound determination, he fixed his gaze upon Hermione, Ron, and Hector, who was engrossed in a potions book, along with Neville, who held a hefty tome on herbology. We have no one to turn to for help. Not even Dumbledore believes that Snape is the true mastermind behind this. The other professors surely will not trust us either. As for Filch, his loyalty to Snape runs too deep, and he would relish in seeing more students expelled. Only we know the truth, and only we can stop him. Hermione and Ron were persuaded by Harry's words, and the flames of adventure rekindled within their hearts. However, amidst this group, Hector, the pinnacle of strength, remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. He felt indifferent to the incendiary speeches of his companions. For Harry's deductions had been flawed from the outset. What consumed Hector's thoughts was how Dumbledore had dealt with Quirrell and Peter Pettigrew. He had visited the headmaster's office on multiple occasions, yet Albus appeared to have vanished, with even Aurora, whom Hector had dispatched to deliver messages, unable to locate him. Hector's frustration persisted until this morning, only to be alleviated when Aurora returned, a note tied to her leg. See you in the headmaster's office after dinner. It seemed that his grandfather, Albus, intended to clarify everything in one fell swoop. Hector mused, his curiosity piqued. What had transpired with Quirrell? Had Pettigrew been captured? Why had Albus ventured to Hogwarts that fateful night? All these questions would remain unanswered until later that evening. After dinner, Hector first returned to the Gryffindor common room with Harry and the others. They were engrossed in planning something, initially hoping to involve Hector, but upon revealing Dumbledore's note, they reluctantly abandoned their efforts to detain him. You can still discuss Snape with your grandfather, Harry suggested, clearly unwilling to relinquish hope. He sought to gain Dumbledore's trust, believing that if successful, their burdens would lighten considerably. Professor Quirrell had inexplicably vanished from the school. His absence from his office and the fact that he had left without his belongings served as compelling evidence that Snape must have had a hand in his disappearance. Harry gazed at Hector with anticipation. Hector nodded. I will speak with Grandfather Albus. To temper Harry's expectations, Hector cautiously added, but do not hold out too much hope, Harry. I can assure you, he will certainly not heed your concerns. Hector administered a precautionary shot to Harry, then waved farewell to the others before departing from the Gryffindor common room, making his way directly to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The stone guardian at the entrance promptly moved aside, allowing Hector to ascend the spiral staircase with practiced ease. To his surprise, it was not Dumbledore who greeted him first, but rather Aurora, whom Hector had entrusted to the headmaster's care. Wishing to maintain a low profile, Hector had chosen to keep Aurora in Dumbledore's office, where she had flourished under Fawkes' watchful eye. You've arrived, Dumbledore remarked, reclining in his grand chair. He appeared to have been engaged in conversation with the portraits adorning the walls. But as Hector stepped into the office, their chatter ceased. Dumbledore, cradling a jar of sweets, turned to Hector with a warm smile. Meanwhile, the illustrious wizards depicted in the wall portraits fell into slumber at once, while several others hastily vacated their frames. Hector surmised that those departing figures had gone elsewhere to convey Dumbledore's directives. He gazed at the portraits behind Dumbledore, each framed piece bearing a golden plaque inscribed with the name of the distinguished wizard it depicted. Most of these images represented the headmasters of Hogwarts, alongside various luminaries of the magical realm. Hector was aware that the individuals portrayed possessed their own consciousness, while perhaps not as sagacious as their living counterparts. They were still capable of engaging in simple conversation. Though the portraits were indeed loquacious, they had never exchanged words with Hector. It seemed as though a silent agreement had been reached. Whenever he cast his gaze upon one, they would immediately feign deep slumber, despite their lack of need for rest. "Forgive me, Hector," Dumbledore continued, drawing Hector's attention away from the portraits and towards Professor Quirrell and Peter Pettigrew. "That night, something perilous transpired at Hogwarts, and I wish to spare you from involvement, hence my silence." Dumbledore's words sparked Hector's curiosity regarding how the headmaster had managed the situation. "So, is it now time for me to learn the details?" Hector inquired, attempting to project a semblance of anger, hoping to instill a modicum of guilt in his grandfather Albus. Yet, the curiosity etched upon his face betrayed his true feelings. "This is precisely why I summoned you," remarked Dumbledore, his demeanor markedly more composed than during their previous encounter. He appeared remarkably at ease, suggesting that his recent endeavors had progressed favorably. Even Fawkes's feathers seemed to shimmer with an added luster. Dumbledore extracted a candy resembling a cockroach from the jar, and Hector could distinctly hear the crunch as Dumbledore bit into it, eliciting a wave of nausea within him. Savoring his beloved confection, Dumbledore squinted at Hector and began to recount, "That night, I felt an urgency, while having a visible Voldemort was advantageous. Allowing him to regain strength was far from prudent. Hence, I resolved to eradicate this lurking threat entirely." Having swallowed the candy, Dumbledore retrieved another cockroach-shaped sweet and continued. "Fortune smiled upon me. Quirrell had no inkling that I had uncovered everything. He was still preoccupied with deciphering the challenges set by other professors. Even Peter Pettigrew was fortuitously discovered by Voldemort. Quirrell expended considerable time capturing the elusive Peter, who ultimately did not escape, as he was apprehended by a house elf from Hogwarts. Surprisingly, Peter's wand was ill-suited for him, its origin unknown, and he was bound before he could utter a single spell. Moreover, he was entirely unaware that he fled early that night due to Voldemort's summons. In truth, we had overthought the situation. Matters were far simpler than we had considered. "And how did you handle Quirrell and Peter Pettigrew?" Hector posed, resting his chin upon his hand, having found a chair to sit quietly in anticipation of Dumbledore's response. Dumbledore scratched his head, his hand instinctively reaching for the jar of sweets, as though without it, he would cease to speak. Quirrell was a pitiful soul. Voldemort relentlessly siphoned his life force, even resorting to drinking unicorn blood to prolong his existence. When Minerva and I cornered Quirrell, Voldemort unhesitatingly abandoned him. Having drained the scant life force that remained within Quirrell, who was reduced to ashes without a glimmer of hope for salvation. Unicorn blood is cursed. While it can temporarily restore vitality, it exacts a far greater toll than it grants. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Dumbledore paused momentarily, gesturing towards a cage nestled in the corner, which contained a familiar rodent. "As for Pettigrew, I procured some Veritastrum from Severus, and its effects were remarkably effective. He divulged everything, including how he betrayed James and Lily, and how he framed Sirius. Rest assured, I retained evidence, a rather useful box, salvaged from a muggle, which Arthur had provided me. It seems to be called a camera, if I am not mistaken. As I have mentioned before, muggles often possess a wealth of ingenious ideas." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned the cage, which soared across the room to rest upon the long table before Hector. The mouse within cowered in a corner, and Hector could discern its body trembling in panic. At present, Pettigrew bore no distinction from an ordinary mouse, save for his slightly extended lifespan. A remarkably potent yet aptly measured obliviate charm, crafted by Severus, had rendered Pettigrew entirely forgetful of his true identity. His memories had been thoroughly fragmented. I even questioned whether he would be capable of transforming into a mouse. However, everything proceeded smoothly. It appeared that Pettigrew now perceived himself more as a mouse than as a human. "You may take him back to your friends. He is undoubtedly safe now." Hector observed the speckled mouse, which was now tentatively moving, curiously sniffing the scents emanating from Dumbledore's desk. The jar in Dumbledore's hand soon captivated its attention. After a prolonged observation, Hector discerned no signs of performance in the mouse's behavior. It appeared to be merely a living, albeit aging, pet mouse, destined not to live much longer. Once Sirius emerged, Hector could not conceive of any reason to spare its life. Peter had relayed a wealth of valuable intelligence, and Dumbledore too watched the mouse, which extended its tiny claws through the gaps of its cage. Its black eyes resolutely fixated on the jar of sweets in Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore retrieved a handful of cockroaches from the jar and offered them to the mouse. Tom had devised numerous schemes to acquire the Philosopher's Stone and had even sent Peter to contact his former associates. Tom intended to incite his loyal followers to create a disturbance, thus facilitating his acquisition of the stone. This presented us with an exceptional opportunity to capture as many of the roaming Death Eaters as possible. This was made possible by Tom's early arrangements. I suspect he currently lacks the means to inform his followers. Although I could not prevent his escape, I certainly managed to deliver a substantial blow to him. You should grasp my meaning, Hector. Dumbledore winked at Hector, who soon grasped the implication. Thus, we must engage in a ruse, crafting a trap for the Death Eaters to ensnare themselves. This endeavor serves not only to address the Death Eaters, but also to resolve the misunderstandings between your friends and Severus. I believe only reality can illuminate their errors. Dumbledore's face was perpetually adorned with a smile, yet Hector perceived a cunning undertone within that expression. Naturally, someone must portray Professor Quirrell. And who could be more suitable than Severus? Professor Snape? Hector's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to envision the forthcoming scenario. Would he agree? I believe he would. I trust Severus. Dumbledore winked at Hector, uttering, to untie the knot. One must be the one who tied it, a fitting adage for this situation. Only he could assume the role of Professor Quirrell. One cannot expect an old man like me to take on such a character, can one? Would you consider playing Quirrell? That could be arranged. Never mind. I find your arrangement exceedingly clever. You are right. No one is more suited to portray Quirrell than he. Hector waved his hands dismissively, indicating that his first-year schedule had other commitments and he was reluctant to squander time on cosplay. Dumbledore did not linger on this topic for long and swiftly shifted the conversation. I also heard from Filius that he spoke highly of you in my presence. And I was quite surprised to learn you had opened the path for the fire god. Who taught you that? What I beheld in my dreams, I mastered with a single glance. Hector has now grown accustomed to attributing all matters to his dreams. Even though Dumbledore harbors doubts, he finds himself powerless against Hector's unwavering denial of any improving claims. What an extraordinary dream it is, isn't it, Hector? Dumbledore gazed at Hector, who promptly nodded in agreement. Dumbledore continued, since you have mastered the Firemaker's path, I believe it would not be excessive to teach you some more formidable spells. The friend I mentioned previously is quite adept in this area of magic and is eager to meet you, should you be willing. Hector felt a deep-seated disdain for Dumbledore's self-serving behavior regarding the pretense of studying spells as mere facade, while the true motive lay in rendezvousing with an old flame. Nevertheless, Hector was quite eager to meet the first Dark Lord of the magical realm, curious about what manner of person could so utterly captivate the esteemed Albus Dumbledore. Of course, he would comply, dear Grandfather Albus. Hector soon emerged from Dumbledore's office. Although Dumbledore had mentioned taking Hector to meet an old friend, it was evident that he had no intention of doing so at that moment. I need to prepare in advance, Dumbledore had stated. And with the situation concerning the little dwarf Peter, Hector would remain at Hogwarts for the foreseeable future, going nowhere. The following day, during breakfast, Harry and the others simultaneously received a note announcing that there would be detention that evening. Harry glanced at the note and remarked, while Ron, chewing his meal, began to voice his discontent regarding the detention arrangement. Aren't young wizards allowed to wander at night? 11 o'clock is quite late. Why must Filch oversee the detention? I shudder to think of what that old codger might make us do. His complaints elicited no response. Both Hermione and Neville deemed such punishment reasonable. Even Harry, who typically sided with Ron, silently continued his breakfast. Are you coming with us? After being rebuffed by Harry, Ron turned to Hector, who was sipping porridge while reading a newspaper. Hector glanced at Ron and shook his head. No, Ron. My detention differs from yours. Professor Flitwick has arranged all my detentions, including future ones, so I will likely be going to him. Oh, how I wish I were in your position, Ron said, absently poking at his bread. I would prefer to endure 2 detentions with Flitwick rather than face that old toad. Nevertheless, his grievances would not alter the circumstances. After lunch, Hector bid farewell to Harry and the others, turning to make his way to Professor Flitwick's office for his detention. Oh, Hector, your detention will not be held here. Professor Flitwick's words weighed heavily on Hector's heart. Albus took your detention from me, so you should proceed to the headmaster's office. At least it isn't too far. Hector nodded, bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick before turning towards the headmaster's office. The door to the office stood ajar, and the stone gargoyle was not perched at the entrance. It seemed that ever since Hector had prepared the list, he had not been subjected to any further trials. This left Hector feeling somewhat disoriented. As though he had been played, yet it also afforded him a considerable convenience. He could ascend directly to the classroom without the need to report the complicated sugar names. "Ah, you have arrived, Hector," Dumbledore remarked, reclining in his armchair, looking quite invigorated. Instead of the familiar jar of sweets resting on his chest, it was the old wand. "Are you ready to learn the art of apparition?" Hector nodded, retrieving his wand from his pocket, having contemplated its necessity on his journey here. Nevertheless, he knew he must first begin with the phantoms of his companions. Dumbledore extended his arm, gesturing for Hector to take it. "I believe the Forbidden Forest would serve as an excellent locale." Hector ascended onto Dumbledore's shoulder, and as the familiar space twisted around them, the two vanished from the office. Their forms re-emerged in a clearing near the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by dense woods that enveloped everything that transpired within its embrace. The clearing was marked by two large circles, positioned at a considerable distance from one another. It seemed that Dumbledore had indeed devoted ample time to fulfill his promise. Hector mused that this instance of apparition was significantly improved compared to any previous attempts. The disorienting dizziness was markedly less severe, and the urge to vomit had diminished greatly. "Quite the progress, Hector," Dumbledore remarked with a cheerful glint in his eyes, gesturing toward the two circles. "I trust you have grasped the spell for apparition by now. Next, it is simply a matter of accurately transitioning from this circle to the other." Dumbledore extended his arm and continued, "Would you care to experience it? If you are prepared." "Of course." Hector shook his head, brimming with self-assurance. Mastery over spells was no trifling matter. Enlisting Dumbledore's assistance was merely a precaution. After all, mastering apparition carried tangible risks of severed limbs. While confident, he understood the value of prudence. Dumbledore nodded, equally confident in Hector's abilities. Yet this did not deter him from retrieving a plethora of fresh herbs from his pocket. Alongside a large jar labeled with a potion infused with herb essence and another substantial container of blood replenishment elixir, Hector even discovered a sizable jar of bone regeneration potion. "One can never be too careful. You may find these necessary," Dumbledore explained, simultaneously advising Hector, "Remember the three deaths: destination, determination, and deliberation. Focus your mind on your destination and commit resolutely. You may spin in place. This will help you attune to your body. Once you perceive your form as ethereal, move forward with calm assurance." Hector muttered under his breath, "Isn't it better to wait for the interest if one cannot reach the 3Ds? Yet he absorbed Dumbledore's wisdom. "All right, when I count to 3, be ready. 1, 2, 3. Hector held his breath, concentrating all his attention on the distant circle. He listened intently to Dumbledore's command, striving to embrace the sense of calm he had mentioned. As Dumbledore counted to 3, Hector spun around in place. And in a brief moment, he felt his body lighten, a sensation akin to nothingness. In his mind, only two thoughts persisted: the destination and the unwavering resolve to reach it. The surrounding space swiftly warped, and Hector was folded into the very fabric of that space. This sensation was far more liberating than following a mere apparition, akin to the relief felt by a passenger who suffers from motion sickness, but experiences a reprieve when they take the wheel themselves. Hector's body materialized perfectly within the circle drawn by Dumbledore, neither skewed nor askew. The sensation of apparition was exquisite, devoid of any disorientation. In fact, Hector relished the initial feeling of ethereality and weightlessness. "Have I succeeded?" Hector glanced at Dumbledore, who stood beside him, his eyes crinkling into a joyous sliver. "I dare say, Hector, it appears to be a success. No part of you has fallen away, not even a single hair." Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the jars and bottles strewn across the ground to rise and autonomously glide into his satchel. "You must practice diligently, Hector, until you attain mastery. However, I believe you may not require these any longer." Hector nodded thoughtfully, having spent the entire afternoon honing his skills in apparition. His range gradually expanded, and Dumbledore had lifted most of the enchantments in the Forbidden Forest, allowing Hector to truly appreciate the allure of apparition. The journey of learning was far from over. As Dumbledore had remarked, mastering apparition was merely the first step, while the application of it in combat was of paramount importance. However, that was not to be addressed today, for the practice had already left Hector utterly exhausted. He had taken a few sips of a magical enhancement potion to test its efficacy, and indeed, it proved to be quite effective. His magical energy swiftly replenished, and he noticed a significant increase in his capacity to contain magic. Yet, an even more pressing realization struck him. While his magical power had undeniably grown, he found himself unable to harness it, likely due to his overwhelming fatigue. The magic lay dormant, obediently resting in place. Upon returning from the headmaster's office to the Gryffindor common room, he discovered that Harry and the others were preparing to depart. The journey from Gryffindor Tower to the entrance hall would require some time. "Good luck to you all," Hector exclaimed as he sank into the sofa of the common room. "Well, I hope your blessing proves fruitful," Hermione replied, while the other young wizards nodded stiffly in agreement. No one could foresee how Filch would orchestrate the impending detention, but it was easy to imagine that this evening would not unfold with ease. Hector was not particularly troubled, as Quirrell had already been dealt with by Dumbledore. The anticipated spectacle of Quirrell hunting unicorns that night was naturally non-existent. To be honest, Hector had initially intended to collect a small amount of unicorn blood, contemplating its potential potency for future encounters with the nefarious lurking within Hogwarts. Perhaps it could even serve as a curse for our Lord Voldemort, inflicting a debilitating debuff. Unfortunately, with Quirrell gone, Dumbledore had no reason to bear the curse to slay a unicorn, leaving Hector's aspirations unfulfilled. By the time Harry and his companions returned to their dormitory, weary from their endeavors, the eastern sky was already beginning to lighten. Hector had long since succumbed to slumber. However, the commotion caused by the young ones was quite substantial, and Hector, in his drowsiness, could faintly hear their loud exclamations. It seemed that the night's confinement had not gone as smoothly as Hector had imagined. Snape did not steal the Philosopher's Stone for monetary gain. He sought it for the power to resurrect Voldemort. The magic of the stone can restore life. Harry's voice was loud and filled with indignation. Felon mentioned to me that someone once hunted unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, draining their blood, which is said to prolong life. Though there are curses associated, what do they matter to Voldemort? Harry, do not utter that name. Ron's voice dropped, trembling slightly. Perhaps the centaurs lied. They have always discouraged anyone from entering the Forbidden Forest. Besides, Harry, nothing happened tonight. Absolutely nothing. What? Am I to simply wait here for Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone? And then Voldemort comes to finish me off? Harry sounded utterly agitated, failing to consider the implications of his words. You know that is not what I meant. Ron was equally stirred, yet he made an effort to suppress his voice, as if fearing Voldemort might overhear. The dormitory fell silent. They seemed too fatigued to continue the discussion. Moreover, mutual grievances would yield no fruitful outcome, so it was wiser to seize the moment and rest. Prolonged arguments had left their throats dry and sore. Harry and his companions had no intention of freshening up. They hurriedly climbed into bed to recuperate. The exam week had arrived. A series of tests followed one after another, granting the young wizards no respite whatsoever. For Harry and Ron, who had not diligently adhered to Hermione's revision schedule, the tests presented a chaotic challenge. Indeed, their burden was substantial. Aside from the need to thoroughly revisit a multitude of previously learned material in a short span, they also had to intermittently investigate the situation of Fluffy on the 4th floor. Fortunately, after many days, Fluffy remained behind that tightly locked door, the growls emanating through the crack attesting to the fact that the formidable beast was still very much alive. The exam soon commenced, and all the young wizards were gathered into a large classroom. The weather was oppressively humid, and within the confines of a sealed classroom, the discomfort was magnified. It seemed that the wizarding world lacked any concept of air conditioning. Even the most rudimentary electric fans were absent. Hector discerned a lucrative opportunity and resolved to find a moment to engage in a thoughtful discussion with Freg and George regarding his ideas. However, the current awkward predicament remained unresolved. Not only was Hector fidgeting in discomfort from the heat, but the invigilating professor, Professor Flivy, was equally affected. Elevated upon a towering stack of books, his well-tailored suit appeared ill-suited for relief from the sweltering atmosphere. The room was devoid of ventilation, with the stifling heat seeping through the tiniest of crevices, while fresh air was entirely unable to penetrate. It soon became evident that the oppressive heat was not the only affliction. The breaths of the young wizards grew increasingly labored. Hector was compelled to hastily complete his examination, utterly oblivious to Harry and Ron, who were eagerly gazing at his paper. At times, the notion that a tranquil heart naturally brings coolness is indeed a fallacy. In such a situation, achieving inner peace is a formidable challenge, let alone experiencing a sense of calm. Reluctantly, Hector cast an apologetic glance toward Harry and Ron, whose eyes were filled with pleading. In circumstances like this, it was a matter of survival for oneself over the companionship of others. Next came the practical examinations, primarily focusing on charms, transfiguration, and potions. In the charms segment, Professor Flitwick merely glanced at Hector before marking a resounding on the grading sheet. Professor McGonagall required him to transfigure a mouse into a snuff box. To be candid, the greatest obstacle throughout this process was Hector's complete ignorance of what a snuffbox actually was. It was only after Professor McGonagall presented him with a sample that he managed to execute the transformation flawlessly. McGonagall was quite pleased with the exquisite quality of the box he produced. Then came the potion class, overseen by the ever-ominous Professor Snape. Frankly, Hector felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this subject, not about his own abilities. For he was confident in his skills, but rather due to Snape's icy gaze and the occasional disdainful snort, which served as a classic debuff to his morale. Despite Hector's best efforts to maintain distance from Harry, that chilling stare often seemed to linger upon him. The black robes appeared to hover nearby, to be precise. Snape's speed of movement was astonishing, his presence evident in every corner. Naturally, Gryffindor was the focal point of his attention, particularly Harry. Along with the other first-year Gryffindor students, the potion-inept Neville, the mischievous Seamus, and the unpredictably performing Hector. Beyond these trivial examinations, life remained relatively stable. The ever-watchful Quirrell stayed hidden behind that door, and although Professor Quirrell had yet to make an appearance, Professor Dumbledore was increasingly present. More gratifying for Harry and his friends was the frequent sight of Dumbledore walking alongside Snape, which significantly reduced Snape's opportunities to roam the school unchecked. Dumbledore seemed to be engaged in a ceaseless dialogue with Snape, his voice resonating loudly whenever Harry heard it. He knew which words were appropriate to speak and which were best left unuttered. At last, Dumbledore appeared to sense something amiss with Snape, prompting a satisfied smile to grace Harry's face. He exchanged high-fives with Hector and the others, feeling a sense of camaraderie. In time, Snape would inevitably reveal his true colors. Indeed, Dumbledore was far more reliable than Quirrell. With him around, the Philosopher's Stone would surely remain safe. Ron shared in the joy, watching as Dumbledore and Snape vanished down the corridor, gloating over the spectacle. It was just a pity that they could not discern what Dumbledore was discussing with Snape. Hermione, however, contemplated matters with greater depth. Yet, as she walked, her steps were light and bouncy, exuding an undeniable excitement. Despite her voice resonating loudly, it was still difficult to comprehend, which was truly regrettable. Hector refrained from engaging in the conversation, struggling to suppress his overwhelming desire to express himself. The sensation of knowing everything yet being unable to articulate any of it was profoundly uncomfortable. It was not befitting someone like Hector, who was always inclined to share. The pleading look on Dumbledore's face was exceedingly evident to Hector, while Snape maintained a facade of icy indifference, perhaps even a hint of impatience. They were not walking side by side. Snape was positioned on the outer circle, his strides noticeably more rapid, whereas Dumbledore trailed closely behind, indicating that Albus had yet to successfully navigate Snape's intricate thoughts. Hector could only offer profound support to Dumbledore in his heart. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in the task of persuading Snape. Nevertheless, he did not wish for Dumbledore to fail. If Snape was unwilling to partake in such a grand performance, it was inevitable that Hector would be the next candidate considered. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. There are no alternatives, only if Snape, with his deep concern for Harry, could be compelled to commit such an ignoble act. Should he refuse, Hector would be the only one left in consideration. Dumbledore would never take on such a role himself. He would prefer to rely on the unreliable and easily discernible art of transfiguration rather than directly engage in the matter. Hector was reluctant to squander excessive time entertaining children. Instead, he sought out a few Death Eaters to hone his skills and enhance his abilities. The notion of playing along with old Dumbledore was utterly unthinkable, as he posed no threat to Hector. Should he dare to intimidate Hector, Dumbledore would find himself unable to pass the challenge posed by Aberforth. The final subject of examination was the history of magic, arguably the most tedious of courses. Who cared about the eccentric old wizards who invented the self-stirring cauldron, or the details surrounding the House Elf Rebellion? Hector had no interest whatsoever. He yearned to delve into the life of Voldemort and the conflict between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Regrettably, no history of magic book dared to offer even the slightest commentary on these two figures. In conclusion, everything was in order, if one were to pinpoint a negative aspect. It would be that since the detention incident, Harry had suffered from a series of nightmares, each featuring a cloaked figure with blood dripping from its lips, nothing more than that. Harry's forehead scar had not pained him for quite some time, which was a relief, a sentiment shared by both Hector and Harry himself. With an entire week remaining before the exam results were revealed, this week could be entirely devoted to casting aside all concerns and savoring this hard-won tranquility. However, Hector was acutely aware that life at Hogwarts would not remain so serene for long. A grand spectacle loomed ahead. How the narrative would unfold was something Hector eagerly anticipated. Harry, on the other hand, was beset by a nagging sense of unease, which he initially attributed to the pressures of successive examinations. Yet now that all tests were completed, that unsettling feeling had not dissipated. In fact, it had intensified. Clearly, the anxiety had nothing to do with the exams, Harry mused. He felt as though he had overlooked something profoundly significant, but could not quite grasp what it was. He could not ignore the instinctive sense of impending danger that surged within him, and this intuition soon grew stronger as his forehead scar suddenly throbbed with pain. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed, pressing his hand tightly against his forehead, his brow furrowed in distress as he endured the sudden onslaught of pain. "What is wrong, Harry?" Ron, seated beside him, was the first to notice something amiss and inquired with concern. "I don't know. My forehead scar just started hurting," Harry gasped, rubbing his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, though it seemed ineffective. "Do you need to see Madame Pomfrey?" Hermione, sitting on the carpet, cast a worried glance at Harry. He shook his head. "I'm not ill, Hermione. I believe the pain in my forehead serves as a warning. It hurt the last time Snape looked at me." All the young wizards held their breath and scanned their surroundings. After a moment of confirming that there was no sign of Snape, Harry continued, "I believe the scar is warning us that danger is imminent, and at this moment, Hector is still absent. Indeed, Hector is not present. The events of the first year are nearing their conclusion. Although Dumbledore has not disclosed when that group of Death Eaters will commence their so-called plan, Hector is certain it will be soon. To manage any unforeseen occurrences more prudently, Hector deemed it the right time to utilize that vial of enhancing potion. On the afternoon following their exams, Hector bid farewell to Harry and the others. He exited the Great Hall and made his way directly to the headmaster's office. As anticipated, the cunning gargoyle was quite accommodating, allowing Hector passage. This behavior, coupled with its hollow yet arrogant gaze, irked Hector further, although at least it did not hinder him, given Dumbledore's frequency of changing passwords. Along with his increasingly varied confectionery interests, reciting the now expanded list of favorite sweets would certainly take Hector some time. "Oh, it's you, Hector. I knew you would come," Dumbledore remarked, as composed as ever, seated comfortably in his rocking chair, his eyes squinting contentedly. "However, I did not expect your visit to be so soon. I thought it would be later. You must be eager to know when they will initiate their actions, which is today. Nevertheless, that group will not commence their plans until midnight, so there is no need for haste." "Has Snape agreed?" Hector asked, feeling somewhat foolish for posing the question as he observed Dumbledore's relaxed demeanor. "It is Professor Snape, Hector," Dumbledore replied, not even opening his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, rocking gently, his hand instinctively reaching towards a small jar on his chest. "However, Severus has indeed consented. Persuading him took considerable time. But there is still ample opportunity. You certainly did not come for this matter, Hector." "Indeed not," Hector nodded, retrieving the vial of enhancing potion from his robes to show Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes merely opened a crack before promptly closing again. "I wish for you to observe as I use the enhancing potion. I am somewhat apprehensive." Dumbledore then ceased his rocking, straightening his posture and gazing intently at Hector. "Such concern is warranted, Hector. I am more than willing to assist you. When do you intend to commence?" "How about now? I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for practice, and I do not wish to miss it." Dumbledore finally rose from his chair, his gaze fixed upon Hector, from which Hector discerned a hint of concern. "Hector, I know I cannot dissuade you, but I must insist." Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Finally, he spoke with a tone of deliberation to Hector. "You are up against a band of desperate individuals who possess no sense of morality. I am aware that Filius has been training you, but he is, after all, your teacher. He would not harm you. The Death Eaters, on the other hand, are a different matter entirely. They are a group of lunatics. In their lexicon, there is no room for mercy. They would strike down even the most harmless muggles without hesitation, let alone someone of your lineage, a Dumbledore." Dumbledore spoke with great patience, his demeanor grave, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently on the frail child before him. "It is far too perilous. This is not your battle, Hector, not at least for now." Hector furrowed his brows, eager to counter Dumbledore's assertions. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Dumbledore continued, "I understand that if you have made up your mind, no one can deter you. However, Hector, you are not alone. You have friends like Harry, Fred, George, Hermione, and Neville. You also have family, Aurora and Aberforth, and of course myself." Hector lowered his head, The words he had intended to counter suddenly caught in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. The elderly man before him appeared so earnest, so resolute. Hector seemed to envision that figure striving to uphold their home as much as his capabilities allowed. Hogwarts was that home, and Dumbledore stood as its most steadfast pillar. With shoulders broad, he shielded all conceivable threats from the castle's embrace. For so many years, this had been the case. Dumbledore must have grown accustomed to such days. Much like a grandfather from a previous life, they toiled endlessly for the sake of this home. Even the act of taking a breath seemed to become arduous, yet they persevered day after day, laboring without complaint, undaunted by the storms that arose. In his previous life, Hector encountered numerous perspectives suggesting that Dumbledore was the source of great harm to the entire wizarding world. For a time, he even found himself in agreement with such notions. However, it was only upon your arrival that Hector truly grasped the magnitude of this individual's greatness. It was never Dumbledore who was indispensable to the magical realm, but rather the realm that could not thrive without Dumbledore. Under his protection, they were able to enjoy tranquility and peace. Over time, they had come to take this serenity for granted, turning to blame the tallest figure who stood resolutely against all adversities. Peace is never a divine gift. It is the fruit born of enduring struggle and guardianship. Thus, one must prioritize safety and refrain from bravado. Hector. Dumbledore's words were imbued with sincerity, and Hector nodded in acknowledgement. I will, Grandfather Albus. Dumbledore then exhaled a sigh of relief, appearing considerably more at ease, as a radiant smile returned to his face. That is good, Hector. Are you not planning to use the enhancement potion? Now would indeed be an opportune moment. It soon became evident that Hector's decision was wise. The last dosage of the enhancement potion had been minimal, leaving him with little sensation. This time, however, he consumed the entire potion in one go. And he could not help but notice a significant difference compared to last time. The viscous black liquid flowed down his throat. Initially, it felt cool, but before long, that chill dissipated, replaced by an intense heat. Hector could feel the scalding liquid coursing through his veins, gradually spreading throughout his body. The warmth surged from his lower abdomen, initially providing a gentle sensation, yet it steadily progressed towards his heart, transforming from a temperate warmth to an overwhelming blaze. Hector felt as though his body had been ignited from within. He bent forward, curling his form in an attempt to endure the discomfort brought on by the heat. When the warmth breached the gates of his heart, Hector felt his fiercely beating heart momentarily falter. In that fleeting instant, his muscles tensed as if commanded by an unseen force, and his limbs stiffened, causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, Dumbledore was there to support him, preventing him from falling. The heart soon resumed its vigorous rhythm, its pulsations growing stronger, and Hector could even hear its powerful cadence echoing in his ears. The blood pumped from his heart became scalding hot, surging through his veins with newfound vigor. Dumbledore observed the veins bulging beneath Hector's exposed skin, which had turned a rosy hue as if scalded by hot water. Hector's body remained rigid as he endeavored to regain control over his limbs. However, they were taut, and his muscles stiffened. Even the slightest exertion would send a warning of cramping coursing through him. This sensation of tension did not linger for long, as a sudden, intense pain in his chest accompanied by dizziness soon enveloped him. Dumbledore gently assisted Hector onto the bed he had conjured, and the tension in Hector's muscles gradually dissipated, leaving him devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. Words eluded him, and he struggled to breathe, as though a colossal hand were constricting his throat. He could hear his own breaths coming in uneven gasps, desperately wishing that Dumbledore might intervene, yet his grandfather stood by the bedside, wand in hand. As Hector's consciousness began to blur, the world around him slowly faded into a dreamlike haze. Was what he had felt truly the thrum of his heartbeat? Hector could no longer discern. The chest pain had dulled, and he fell once more into an abyss of darkness, light receding gradually from a beam to a sliver, then to an inconsequential point, until the darkness completely enveloped him. After an indeterminate passage of time, Hector felt a beam of light piercing his eyes. He hoped it was not merely an examination of his pupils, he mused, attempting to open his eyes. To his surprise, it was not as difficult as he had anticipated. Yet, he soon realized he was ensconced within a dream. Surely he had not perished, he thought, as his body floated in the air, feeling his limbs with a tangible reality rather than an ethereal void. Not far ahead, a light screen displayed a scene from the Ministry of Mysteries that Hector had previously witnessed, the narrative unfolding earlier than last time. Harry and his companions clutched their wands, weaving between rows of crystal memory orbs on display. Among them were Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and a rather peculiar witch with golden hair, adorned with a necklace of beer caps. exuding an eccentric charm. The grown-up Hector was notably absent from this assembly, a detail that bore significant weight. Then came the moment when the Death Eaters captured them. Neville performed admirably, and Harry was no less impressive, as his disarming spell caused considerable trouble for Bellatrix and Lucius. Yet, this could not alter their fate. It merely prolonged their struggle for a fleeting moment. Hector was intimately familiar with the ensuing events, his eyes wide with anticipation for the fate that awaited Sirius. "Well done, James," Sirius exclaimed to Harry, who fought alongside him, his excitement bursting forth in his words. At that moment, Sirius was invigorated, as though he had returned to his youthful days. The vigor that should have been eroded by Azkaban surged forth from his very being. Sirius charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the disarmed Lucius. Here it comes, Hector thought, fixating intently on the light screen, awaiting Bellatrix's imminent arrival. Hector swiftly scanned the scene before him, soon discovering himself engaged in combat with Bella in the corner. Bella's eyes blazed with fury, coupled with a profound sense of confusion. This young Dumbledore had entangled him from the very beginning. Bella found herself unable to suppress him. Hector wriggled like an eel, and though she had contemplated seeking assistance, the moment help arrived, Hector would immediately create distance. Yet, once the aid departed, Hector would reattach himself like a shadow. Bella attempted to employ various tactics, only to realize that this young Dumbledore possessed a remarkable proficiency in transfiguration and basic spells, unable to pin him down, evade him, or escape. It was no wonder Bella was so infuriated. "Hector, do you need assistance?" came Harry's voice. Hector responded loudly, "No, Harry. Please, don't come over." Harry nodded, for it was evident that Bella had shifted from a position of aggressive attack to one of defensive maneuvering. If Hector were to evaluate his future self, he would note that, so far, he had not mastered many more spells than he currently knew. He simply wielded them with greater finesse, and his combinations yielded insightful results for the observing Hector. Simple spells, sophisticated combinations, and unexpectedly effective outcomes. Ultimately, Bella fled, as Voldemort had made his move. That wretched fiend exhibited no semblance of gentlemanly conduct and offered no greeting, unless one could consider the killing curse a form of salutation. Hector, wielding his wand, deftly lifted 2 door panels and swiftly dispatched a rat. The creature's form enlarged in midair, just managing to intercept the barrage of killing curses that shattered the 2 panels. Following closely behind Voldemort was Albus Dumbledore. Hector had aided him in seizing the initiative. This time, Dumbledore was not on the defensive. He unleashed a fierce counterattack. The tale should reach its conclusion here, Hector mused, as he saw his future self give a thumbs up before raising his wand to join the assault against Voldemort. The light curtain gradually faded, and Hector felt his body being lifted by an unseen force, soaring upwards. He glimpsed a pinpoint of light, followed by a narrow seam of illumination, and ultimately, beams of light cascading towards him. His eyes adjusted to the intensifying brilliance, and Dumbledore's silver-haired figure re-emerged before him. "It seems you are well," Dumbledore remarked, holding a steaming cup of pumpkin juice, his gaze towards Hector warm and cheerful. "Do not worry, you have not overslept. It is now the afternoon of the 2nd day, and there is still ample time. Hector, you have awakened earlier than I anticipated. Come, let us move about. You may wish to experiment with a few spells." Hector sat up in bed, sensing his limbs, and to his relief, everything was once again within his control. Strength surged through his body, and the sharp pain in his chest had vanished as if it had never existed. However, his entire being still radiated warmth, and he felt himself to be somewhat more robust. He withdrew the wand from his pocket, contemplating a means to assess his magical prowess. "You may employ a few simple incantations to summon flocks of birds. Your weapons and armor will serve as protection," Dumbledore instructed, clearing a space for Hector. He emphasized the need for simplicity, reminding Hector that it was merely a test of his magical capacity and that there was no need for excessive displays. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Hector had already invoked his spell. "Fire God, clear the way." The ensuing commotion was far greater than that which had erupted in Professor Flitwick's office. Flames materialized out of thin air, swiftly encircling Hector, their spread remarkably rapid. The roaring flames surged forth, thrashing about and expanding their territory with reckless abandon. The portraits of wizards, previously in slumber, could no longer maintain their tranquil repose. As Hector uttered the incantation, their eyes fluttered open, filled with anxious anticipation that the spell might fail. Alas, their hopes proved futile as Hector's invocation far surpassed their expectations. The wizards and the portraits huddled into the corners, with some even leaping from their frames to join others, cautiously observing Hector's figure amid the flickering flames. A complex incantation, Dumbledore remarked, finally articulating the words he had been unable to finish earlier. He swiftly drew his own wand, casting his spell just as the flames threatened to engulf him. All spells must end. The fire did not vanish instantaneously. Instead, Dumbledore's incantation compelled the flames to recede gradually. The fiery circle surrounding Hector diminished in size, but did not disappear entirely. Dumbledore appeared astonished, yet the flow of magic from his wand did not cease. As the flames contracted, Hector finally ceased his fire god, clear the way. Quite impressive, indeed, Dumbledore said with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Hector's wand. It seems your magical energy has nearly fully returned, and even improved. This is reassuring. Hector felt the surge of magic coursing through his body. The effects of the magical enhancement potion were undeniably pronounced. The vibrant energy of magic flowing through his veins filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Even after utilizing the fire god to carve a path, the magic within him remained in an extraordinarily optimistic state. Beyond the changes in his magical essence, the potion seemed to bestow additional benefits. Hector felt himself growing sturdier, and his stature appeared to have increased slightly. His mind had never been so clear, and his focus seemed sharper than ever. Feeling fantastic, aren't you, Hector? Albus inquired. I'm glad to hear that, Hector, Dumbledore replied, ruffling Hector's hair. However, his expression soon turned grave as he earnestly addressed Hector. Are you certain you are prepared? I am about to depart from Hogwarts. The Death Eaters will soon make their move at the Ministry, and I must go and assess the situation. But do not fret. Within the school remain Phileas, Minerva, and Sybil. They will ensure the safety of Hogwarts until my return. Hector attentively assessed his own body, and at this moment, his excitement outweighed his nervousness. He first bounced a few times, then clenched his fists and shook his arms. Everything felt splendid, and the magical thoughts within him likely mirrored his own exhilaration. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered with a worried expression. She was about to speak when she noticed Hector standing there. After glancing at Dumbledore, she chose to remain silent. To be frank, Minerva, Hector knows more than you might imagine. I have gleaned quite a bit of information from him, Dumbledore stated. A flicker of surprise crossed McGonagall's face, but it was fleeting. She looked at Hector once more before addressing Dumbledore. Albus, Harry, and the others encountered me this afternoon, for reasons unknown to her. As she spoke to Dumbledore, her peripheral gaze occasionally darted towards Hector. Hector felt somewhat perplexed, but instinctively shrank his neck. Harry wanted to come and see you personally, but I declined on your behalf, citing your urgent matters at the Ministry of Magic as the excuse. Thank you, Minerva. You are correct. I indeed need to visit the Ministry, as their interests extend beyond Hogwarts to include the Ministry itself. Dumbledore nodded, then sincerely said to McGonagall, with you at Hogwarts, I feel reassured, Minerva. I still hope you can remain at Hogwarts, Albus. After all, there are still Moody and those Aurors at the Ministry, aren't there? I believe they can ensure the Ministry's safety without major issues. McGonagall's face was etched with concern as she observed Dumbledore rising from his chair. Dumbledore shook his head gently. Moody has already retired. His words carry less weight with the new Aurors. The current head of the Auror office is Rufus Scrimgeour, a rather obstinate fellow. In some respects, he is even more unreasonable than Fudge. My warnings have likely fallen on deaf ears. I must go in person. We cannot let Moody face those individuals alone. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the subsequent exciting content. Hector sat upright on his bed, feeling the strength returning to his limbs. Fortunately, everything was once again within his control. Power surged through his body, and the sharp pain in his chest had vanished as if it had never existed. However, his whole being still radiated warmth. He sensed that he had grown slightly more robust. He drew the wand from his pocket, contemplating a test of his magical prowess. You may employ a few simple incantations. Summon flocks of birds, and your weapons and armor shall provide protection as well, Dumbledore instructed, clearing a space for Hector. He emphasized the importance of simplicity, reminding Hector that it was merely to assess his magical capacity, and there was no need for anything extravagant. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Hector had already uttered his incantation, Fire God, clear the path. The ensuing commotion was far more significant than the previous incident in Professor Flitwick's office. Flames materialized out of thin air, swiftly encircling Hector in a vast ring that expanded at an alarming rate. The roaring fire surged forth, hungrily claiming its territory. The wizards depicted in the portraits could no longer maintain their slumber. They awoke the moment Hector cast his spell, anxiously hoping that the incantation would falter. Alas, their hopes were dashed, for Hector's fire god, clear the path, exceeded all expectations. The wizards in the portraits huddled in corners, some even leaping from their frames to crowd within the same picture, cautiously observing Hector's figure through the flickering flames. A high-difficulty spell, Dumbledore remarked. Finally able to finish his earlier thought, he swiftly drew his wand and, as the flames neared him, intoned, "All spells must cease." The fire did not vanish immediately, but retreated gradually under the influence of Dumbledore's command. The fiery circle surrounding Hector diminished steadily, though it did not vanish entirely. Dumbledore appeared astonished, yet he maintained his magical output, compelling the flames to shrink further until Hector finally halted his incantation. "Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" Dumbledore said with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hector's wand. "It seems your magical power has largely returned, and perhaps even improved. This is reassuring." Hector felt the surge of magic coursing through his body. The effects of the magical enhancement potion were undeniably profound. The vibrant energy pulsating within his veins filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Even after utilizing the fire god's path, the magic within him remained in a remarkably optimistic state. In addition to the magical transformation, the potion bestowed upon him other favorable effects. Hector sensed that he had become somewhat more robust, and his stature appeared to have increased slightly. His mind had never been so clear, and his focus seemed to sharpen significantly. "It feels absolutely splendid, Professor Dumbledore." "I am glad to hear that, Hector." Dumbledore gently ruffled Hector's hair, but his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. He spoke earnestly to Hector. "Are you certain you are prepared? I am about to depart from Hogwarts, and the Death Eaters will likely make their move at the Ministry. I must go and assess the situation. However, rest assured, within the school are Filius, Minerva, and Sybil. They will ensure the safety of Hogwarts until my return." Hector attentively assessed his own body, his excitement outweighing his nervousness. He first bounced a few times, then clenched his fists and shook his arms. Everything felt splendid, and the magical thoughts within him likely mirrored his sentiments. At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered with a look of concern. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Hector standing there. She glanced at Dumbledore, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. "To be candid, Minerva, Hector knows more than you might imagine. Much of the information I gathered came from him," she stated. A hint of surprise flickered across McGonagall's face, though it was short-lived. She then looked at Hector before addressing Dumbledore. "Albus, Harry encountered me this afternoon." McGonagall, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found her gaze straying towards Hector as she spoke with Dumbledore. Hector felt somewhat bewildered, but instinctively shrank his neck. "Harry wanted to come find you personally, but I declined based on your excuse that you were urgently heading to the Ministry of Magic." "Thank you, Minerva. You are correct. I do indeed need to visit the Ministry. As you know, their interests extend beyond Hogwarts and encompass the Ministry as well," Dumbledore replied, nodding. He then sincerely added, "With you at Hogwarts, I feel reassured, Minerva. I still wish you would remain at Hogwarts, Albus. After all, there are Moody and those Aurors at the Ministry, right? I believe they should be capable of ensuring the Ministry's safety," McGonagall expressed, her face etched with worry as she watched Dumbledore rise from his chair. Dumbledore shook his head gently. "Moody has already retired. His words do not hold much weight with the new Aurors, Minerva. The current head of the Auror office is Rufus Scrimgeour, a rather obstinate fellow, and in some respects, even more unreasonable than Fudge. My warnings will likely prove ineffective. I must go in person. I cannot allow Moody to confront those individuals alone." Dumbledore reassured the anxious Professor McGonagall and then turned his gaze to Hector, who stood silently, head bowed. "Moreover, Minerva, relax. We do have assistance." McGonagall glanced at Hector, who finally noticed their attention and raised his head, forcing a smile in response to McGonagall's piercing gaze. "You must be jesting with me, Albus." "I am quite serious," Dumbledore replied, his gaze sharp, rivaling McGonagall's. He patted Hector's shoulder. "Have faith in these young individuals, Minerva. They are not inferior to us." Upon finishing his statement, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and two bursts of flame suddenly materialized within the confines of the headmaster's office, revealing Fawkes and Aurora. Dumbledore beckoned, and Fawkes, in perfect harmony, leapt onto his shoulder. Aurora mimicked this gesture, flapping her wings before settling gracefully upon Hector's shoulder. This sight brought Dumbledore a sense of relief. A smile graced his face as he stroked Fawkes's feathers and turned his gaze towards Aurora. "Please take good care of Hector. You know what to do, don't you?" Aurora raised her neck and let out a gentle chirp. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement and opened his arms towards Hector, who obligingly stepped forward to envelop Dumbledore in a warm embrace. "Stay safe, Hector. I have faith in you." Releasing Hector, Dumbledore nodded towards Professor McGonagall, then vanished from the headmaster's office. "Since Albus has consented, I shall not impede your course of action, though the notion is undeniably preposterous," Professor McGonagall mused, observing Hector, the small creature with a phoenix perched upon his shoulder, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Albus. Watching Hector's figure, a burgeoning trust began to blossom within McGonagall's heart. After all, he was a Dumbledore. Yet, she still found it difficult to accept the idea of a first-year wizard becoming embroiled in such perilous affairs. "To be cautious, Hector." Meanwhile, back with Harry, they had spent a brief while with Hagrid, swiftly uncovering the origins of the dragon egg along with a rather disheartening revelation. A stranger had easily extracted the secret of how to access the Room of Requirement from Hagrid. Harry exhibited an unusual urgency, feeling compelled to relay this information to Dumbledore. However, they were unaware of the location of the headmaster's office. Hector, on the other hand, knew exactly where it was, though at that moment he was still within the headmaster's office. Harry vaguely recalled Hector mentioning that the office was on the 8th floor, so he resolved to search for it alongside Ron and the others, departing from the Gryffindor common room. Initially, they anticipated that their search would take a considerable amount of time. However, fortune turned against them as they soon found themselves compelled to abandon their quest when they fortuitously encountered Professor McGonagall, burdened with a hefty stack of books. "What are you four doing loitering about?" The stealthy, watchful behavior of Harry and his friends did not escape McGonagall's keen eyes, especially after the incident that had led to a deduction of 200 points. McGonagall held little regard for these unruly young wizards. In her presence, Harry found it exceedingly difficult to concoct a plausible lie. Her piercing gaze could only be countered by the typically well-behaved Hermione. Yet, at that moment, Hermione, like Ron, could only lower her gaze, staring at the tips of her shoes. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore." Harry finally mustered the courage to speak, though the question lingered. "Why?" Professor McGonagall's words were succinct as she focused her gaze solely on Harry. This was a secret. Harry quickly realized that such a statement was evidently insufficient to persuade Professor McGonagall. He could only lower his head, fervently wishing he had not spoken as he did. McGonagall appeared quite irate, a sentiment easily discernible from her subsequent remarks. Professor Dumbledore had departed approximately 10 minutes prior. McGonagall regarded Harry, her nostrils slightly flaring. An urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic had summoned Dumbledore to London. He was a remarkable wizard, burdened with countless responsibilities, and time was of the essence. Thus, was there anything else? McGonagall's tone was not one of deliberation, but rather of command. Harry, filled with anxiety, wished to utter something more. Yet Neville promptly dragged him away from McGonagall. "What are you doing, Neville?" Harry's face flushed with urgency, for Dumbledore had been deceived into leaving the school. If Severus Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, tonight would undoubtedly be the night. He had deciphered the methods to navigate all the obstacles. Now, he merely awaited the opportune moment, and Dumbledore's departure was precisely the opportunity Snape had crafted for himself. "I dare say the Ministry of Magic would be utterly astonished by Dumbledore's sudden appearance." "I understand, Harry," Neville explained, "but it's unnecessary to inform Professor McGonagall. We should not be privy to the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone. You could have simply told her we were returning to the Gryffindor common room," Harry retorted, his reason slipping away as pain throbbed at his scar, an ominous sign indeed. "Enough, both of you. Now is not the time for infighting," Hermione interjected, timely halting the quarrel between Harry and Neville. "Professor McGonagall has not gone far, and besides, arguing resolves nothing." Harry forged ahead, with Ron trailing closely behind, while Hermione and Neville lagged at the rear. "I seldom miss Hector this much. Mediation is clearly not my forte," Neville remarked, nodding in vigorous agreement. This rather disjointed group made their way outside the castle, with Harry striding quickly, though he soon found himself compelled to pause, allowing Neville and Hermione to catch up. Harry felt that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. After encountering Professor McGonagall, they now faced the imminent threat of Professor Snape, the very architect of the plot to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. However, Snape appeared somewhat off today. Even the dim-witted Ron could discern that Snape's expression was uncharacteristically unnatural. Upon seeing Harry and his companions, Snape's rigid countenance betrayed a hint of awkwardness. He scrutinized them, his facial muscles contorting to form an odd smile, remarking, "In weather like this, you ought not to be outside." Snape's voice starkly contrasted with his expression, which remained perpetually frigid. "We have certain matters to discuss within the castle." Harry contemplated articulating something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, is that so, Potter? I dare say you ought to exercise caution." The unnatural quality of Snape's demeanor was fleeting, his words laced with sarcasm. Snape's dark pupils locked onto Harry's vivid green eyes. "You know, wandering about like this may lead to misunderstandings. Others might suspect you of nefarious intentions." "Oh, I nearly forgot. Such misunderstandings are often not mere misinterpretations. Gryffindor cannot afford to lose any more points, can it?" Harry found himself speechless, while Ron, with his head bowed, tugged at his sleeve and turned to exit the castle. Snape called after them, a word of caution, "Potter." This time, Snape did not fixate on Harry. His head was held high, casting only a sidelong glance at him. "If I catch you roaming Hogwarts in the dead of night again, I assure you, I will personally see to your expulsion. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Harry instinctively lowered his gaze, aware that defying Snape was unwise. Hector had advised him that the best way to avoid provoking Snape was to ignore him, for Snape would eventually lose interest and depart. Harry wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. "I trust you comprehend, Potter." Snape's voice was as icy as ever. "Enjoy yourselves." With that, he turned and strode toward the staff room. "We need someone to watch Snape by the staff room door. If he emerges, follow him." Harry scanned his fellow wizards, first settling on Neville, then Ron, ultimately resting his gaze on Hermione. "Hermione, you are best suited for this task." "It should be you." "Why me?" she protested. "Because only you can convincingly feign waiting for Professor Flitwick, which would lend some semblance of reason to the situation. Surely, it would be unwise for either me or Harry to loiter outside the staff room. That would indeed suggest we are plotting something sinister." Neville nodded in agreement. And Ron added, "If only Hector were here, it would be far more plausible for him to seek out Professor Flitwick, and Snape wouldn't dare confront him." Their conversation abruptly ceased, as none knew what Hector was currently occupied with. Nevertheless, Hermione readily accepted the responsibility of monitoring Snape at the staff room door. As for Harry and the others, under Neville's suggestion, the three of them positioned themselves near the corridor on the 4th floor. The plan was remarkably well crafted, each element interlinked. Harry was confident that even if he could not directly thwart Snape, he could at least summon Professor McGonagall before Snape acquired the Sorcerer's Stone. A rare smile of relief appeared on Harry's face, though it soon faded. Unfortunate as it was, upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, they encountered Professor McGonagall, returning from Dumbledore's office, her countenance marred by displeasure. "What a coincidence," Harry mused. "Is this not an excessive stroke of misfortune?" McGonagall's reprimand left them so chastened that they could scarcely lift their heads, and they slunk away from the vicinity of the 4th floor forbidden area, silently making their way to the common room. Her words echoed ominously in their ears, infused with anger. "Do not presume yourselves to be more formidable than a multitude of spells. Enough of this nonsense, Potter. Should I see you here again? 50 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, each of you. I assure you, I am fully capable of doing so." Harry resolved to forego the idea of approaching the forbidden area again, swearing that McGonagall was surely lurking nearby, ready to pounce. Gryffindor could not afford to lose another 50 points. It was simply out of the question. Upon returning to the common room, Ron observed Harry's troubled visage, contemplating how to console him. "At least Hermione is still keeping an eye on Snape," he suggested, as Harry settled into an armchair. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, and in stepped Hermione, a visage he least desired to encounter at that moment. She appeared flustered, prompting Harry to rise once more. "I'm so sorry, Harry." Hermione's voice trembled, her head bowed, seemingly on the verge of tears. "Snape came out and asked what I was doing. I said I was waiting for Flitwick. He went straight to find Flitwick, and I had to run away. I have no idea where Snape has gone now, Harry. I'm truly sorry." Harry could only nod. This was hardly Hermione's fault, as Snape was exceedingly cunning. What to do now? This predicament troubled Harry deeply. With Dumbledore absent, Quirrell vanished, and even the ever-reliable Hagrid missing, having not returned to the dormitory the previous night. He had never imagined things could plummet to such depths. For Snape, the task of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was becoming alarmingly simple. He could not allow Snape to succeed so effortlessly. Action was imperative. With a newfound determination, Harry surveyed his three companions and resolutely declared, "Very well. It seems this is the only course of action." Facing their incredulous expressions, he continued, "I will sneak out tonight and endeavor to secure the Philosopher's Stone before Snape can. You've lost your mind. Ron, typically his staunchest supporter, was the first to voice his dissent, his eyes wide with disbelief as he nearly shouted the words. Fortunately, the common room was devoid of other occupants at that hour, sparing Harry's plan from premature exposure. You cannot do this. Did you not hear what McGonagall and Snape said? You could be expelled. Hermione rose abruptly from her chair, her gaze fixed intensely on Harry, hoping he was merely jesting. After all, how could one ascertain whether Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone that very night? What if their efforts proved futile? How would he explain the possession of the stone to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore? He would inevitably be branded a thief, thus playing right into Snape's hands. Why did they all possess such unwavering confidence in acquiring the stone? Neville had posed the most reasonable question. The protective enchantments were cast by Dumbledore and the professors, and even the Snape they spoke of had taken considerable time to navigate through all the obstacles. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement, yet Harry had resolved firmly in his mind, dismissing their words entirely. Professor McGonagall had stated that Dumbledore would return the following day. Having been deceived once, he would not fall for Snape's schemes again. Snape could only act tonight. I cannot merely stand by. Should Snape obtain the stone, Voldemort would return. Are you not aware of the state of the magical world during his reign? If he succeeds, there will be no Hogwarts left. The loss of points seems trivial in comparison. If he returns, even if Gryffindor wins the House Cup, what would that matter? I refuse to ally with the forces of darkness. Voldemort will not spare me. You are correct, Neville. I may not know how to bypass the professor's magical protections, but I must attempt it. I cannot simply wait for death. I will cross that trapdoor tonight. No one can stop me. Harry's emotions surged, his breath coming in heavy gasps as he glared fiercely at the young wizards before him. Even the most resolute Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Each pondered the gravity of the situation, which could only be resolved by their own hands. You are right, Harry, Hermione spoke softly, appearing entirely swayed by his conviction. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement, their resolve solidified. Indeed, Harry was correct. Allowing Snape to acquire the stone and permitting Voldemort's return transcended mere point deductions. In the face of Voldemort's resurgence, the House Cup truly seemed inconsequential. I shall employ my invisibility cloak, Harry declared. But will it conceal all four of us? All four of us? Don't be foolish, Harry. Do you think we would allow you to act alone? Ron replied earnestly, crossing his arms. Hermione promptly echoed Ron's sentiment. Of course not. Neville is right. While Harry may not know how to navigate the professor's enchantments, we are here to help. I believe there must be a few books that contain the solutions. I can confront Snape with you, Neville remarked. I'm not that inept, am I? 12 Malfoys would pale in comparison to me. That's what you said. Of course. There's me as well, Ron added. However, I am rather displeased that you think so poorly of us. Is this truly how you regard your friends? If you were caught, you would face expulsion. As you mentioned, if Voldemort truly returns, will there even be a Hogwarts left? Furthermore, let us not forget Hector. He carries the Dumbledore name. Hermione's tone was somewhat playful, yet upon mentioning Hector, the spirits of the young wizards inevitably dampened. If only Hector were here, Neville muttered. To which Hermione and Harry nodded in agreement, pondering his whereabouts. Listening to you, I feel as though I've not merely vanished, but rather met my demise, Neville said. It is rather unkind of you to speak of me in such a manner. At that moment, the portrait of the fat lady swung open, and a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. All heads turned in unison, their eyes alight with anticipation, directed towards the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Hello. Or perhaps I should say, it's been a while. Hector utilized his visit home to Abufus as a pretext to deflect inquiries from Harry and his companions. This excuse had always proven effective and was beyond reproach. Harry and Ron were well aware that Hector's home was situated near the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, making his return after examinations entirely plausible. The absence from the dormitory posed a significant concern for other young wizards. However, this was Hector Dumbledore we were discussing. Even if he opted for day schooling next term, Harry believed it was of little consequence. Nevertheless, the situation had become considerably simpler, as Harry no longer had to fret about how so many individuals would fit beneath the invisibility cloak. Tonight, we shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to procure the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry first informed Hector of their plans for the evening, expecting at least a hint of dissent or caution. To his astonishment, Hector readily acquiesced, leaving Harry almost incredulous. I heard from my grandfather Abufus that the Sorcerer's Stone will be relocated to a more secure location tomorrow, Hector elucidated, adding, moreover, I am indeed not at Hogwarts this evening, as I've been informed that the Ministry of Magic will be experiencing some activities tonight, and I must hastily attend to it. This was undoubtedly a falsehood propagated by Snape. The validation of his suspicions filled Harry with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Snape is undoubtedly making his move tonight. Your information is exceedingly vital. With the confirmation of Snape's intentions, preparations were imperative. The astute Hermione declared, quickly darting to her dormitory. Upon her return, she cradled an assortment of books and notebooks. I suggest you both peruse these. They may prove useful. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, seldom having witnessed such fervor for learning from the two of them. Each grasped a substantial tome, engrossed in the hope of encountering a spell they might soon need to decipher. Hector refrained from joining them in perusing the notes. Instead, he quietly leaned back in the armchair, closing his eyes to rest. Unlike Harry and the others, Hector had no intention of braving the trapdoor first, as he found it exceedingly difficult to suppress laughter at the sight of Snape portraying Quirrell. Moreover, he was far more drawn to the thrill of combat than the tedium of navigating obstacles. Hector had come to a certain awareness of his current magical prowess. Thus, before the imminent battle, it was paramount for him to conserve his energy. None of them had plans for dinner. They were all preoccupied with preparations for the evening's events. Time seemed to pass swiftly, and one by one, the Gryffindor students retired to their beds, leaving the common room increasingly sparse. "I'll fetch the invisibility cloak," Harry murmured. Noticing that Lee Jordan, the last remaining lively presence, had finally stretched and returned to his dormitory. Ron nodded in agreement, and they stood up. Now, only the three of them remained in the common room. "Hector, the invisibility cloak can only accommodate 3 people at most," Ron remarked. "So someone must accompany you under the disillusionment charm." Apart from him, the gazes of the other two were fixed intently on Hector, particularly Neville's. However, despite the evident longing in Neville's eyes, Hector hesitated only briefly before choosing Hermione. 3 grown men could certainly squeeze under one cloak, but the notion of 2 men and Hermione felt rather peculiar to Hector. Furthermore, to avoid the risk of becoming separated in their invisibility, he could justify holding Hermione's hand. As for holding Neville's hand, "Please, this is Hector, not Albus." Hector first cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, and then, of course, he took Hermione's hand. Harry swiftly emerged from the dormitory, clutching his invisibility cloak. "We should don the cloak here. Let us hope it conceals us entirely. Lest Filch catch sight of a pair of feet wandering about," he mused. "Where have Hector and Hermione gone?" The air quivered slightly, and Hector's voice seemed to drift from a distant locale. "I have cast the disillusionment charm on Hermione. Your cloak need only cover 3 of us, Harry." Harry nodded and gestured for Neville and Ron to draw closer. The cloak was neither too large nor too small. It fit them perfectly beneath its folds. Before they vanished completely from sight, Hermione grasped the edge of the invisibility cloak with her other hand, ensuring that they would not become separated in this state where they could neither see nor call out to one another. "Hurry, Hector," she urged, her grip on his hand tightening. Her voice was soft, perhaps due to the effects of the charm. Nonetheless, the young witch was evidently anxious, causing Hector to struggle to keep pace with her. As Hector and his companions ascended the first flight of stairs, they encountered Mrs. Norris, though fortunately not the ever-watchful Filch. Much to Harry's relief, Mrs. Norris merely sensed an unusual presence nearby, yet she could perceive nothing amiss. Aside from emitting a few plaintive meows, she was rendered entirely ineffectual, prompting Ron to entertain the notion of giving her a swift kick in retribution for Filch's misdeeds. After circumventing Mrs. Norris, Hector and his cohort stumbled upon Peeves on the 4th floor. The mischievous poltergeist, astutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere, was unlike Mrs. Norris. He possessed the ability to instigate some mischief. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue the narrative. Hector used his visit home to Aberforth as an excuse to deflect Harry and the others' inquiries. This excuse had always proven effective and beyond reproach. Harry and Ron were aware that Hector's home was merely at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, making a return trip after exams entirely reasonable. Not returning to the dormitory? For other young wizards, this would indeed be a significant issue, but this was Hector Dumbledore. Even if he chose to be a day student next semester, Harry felt it would not be a major concern. However, this simplified matters considerably, as Harry no longer had to worry about how so many of them would fit beneath the invisibility cloak. "Tonight, we shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to secure the Philosopher's Stone." Harry first shared their plans for the evening with Hector, expecting some form of dissent or at least a counterargument. To his surprise, Hector readily agreed, leaving Harry almost incredulous. I heard from my grandfather Albus that the Philosopher's Stone will be moved to a more secure location tomorrow, Hector explained. He added that he would indeed be absent from Hogwarts that evening, having heard that the Ministry of Magic would be experiencing some events and he needed to rush over. That was undoubtedly false information sent by Snape. With his hypothesis validated, Harry was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Snape was definitely making his move tonight. This intelligence was crucial. Knowing Snape would act this evening, we must prepare in advance, the resourceful Hermione declared. She hurried back to her dormitory, returning with an armful of books and notebooks. I suggest you both take a look. It might prove useful, she said. Harry and Ron nodded. Rarely had Hector witnessed such enthusiasm for studying from the pair. Each grasped a hefty tome, engrossed in hopes of fortuitously discovering a spell they would need to counter later. Hector refrained from joining them in reviewing the notes. Instead, he quietly leaned against the armchair, closing his eyes to rest. Unlike Harry and the others, Hector had no intention of daringly crossing that trapdoor, primarily because he found it exceedingly difficult to suppress his laughter in the presence of Snape, who was portraying Quirrell. Furthermore, in contrast to the tedious challenges, it was the thrill of combat that truly captivated Hector. He had developed a certain awareness of his current magical prowess and deemed it wise to conserve his energy before the impending battle. None of them had plans for dinner, as they were all preoccupied with preparing for the events of the evening. Time flew by swiftly. One by one, the Gryffindor students retired to their beds, leaving the common room increasingly deserted. "I am going to fetch the invisibility cloak," Harry murmured, lowering his voice as he noticed that the last remaining lively occupant, Lee Jordan, had finally stretched and returned to his dormitory. Ron nodded in agreement, and they rose to their feet. The common room was now left with only the three of them. "Hector, the invisibility cloak can accommodate a maximum of 3 individuals," Ron stated. "So someone must accompany you to utilize the disillusionment charm." Aside from him, the eyes of the other two were fixed intently on Hector, particularly Neville. Yet, despite the palpable yearning reflected in Neville's gaze, Hector hardly hesitated before selecting Hermione. 3 grown men could certainly squeeze under one cloak, but the thought of having 2 men alongside Hermione felt a bit peculiar to Hector. Moreover, to avoid the risk of getting separated in their unseen state, he could justifiably take Hermione's hand. As for holding Neville's hand, please, this was Hector, not Albus. Hector first cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, followed by Hermione, of course, after taking her hand. Harry swiftly emerged from the dormitory, clutching his invisibility cloak. "We ought to don the cloak here. Let us hope it conceals us entirely, lest Filch catches sight of a pair of feet wandering about," he mused. But where have Hector and Hermione gone? A tremor rippled through the air, and Hector's voice seemed to echo from a great distance. "I've cast the disillusionment charm on Hermione. Your cloak need only cover 3 of us, Harry." Harry nodded, gesturing for Neville and Ron to draw closer. The cloak was neither too large nor too small. It fit them perfectly, enveloping all 3 beneath its folds. Just before they vanished completely from sight, Hermione grasped the edge of the invisibility cloak with her other hand, ensuring they would not become separated in this state of invisibility, where they could not see one another or call out to ascertain each other's positions. "Move quickly, Hector," Hermione urged, her grip on Hector's hand tightening. Her voice was barely above a whisper, perhaps a consequence of the disillusionment charm. Yet the young witch was undeniably anxious, leaving Hector struggling to keep pace with her hurried steps. As Hector ascended the first flight of stairs, he encountered Madame Loris, though not the ever-watchful Filch. Much to Harry's relief, Madame Loris sensed an unsettling presence nearby, yet her vision remained obscured. Aside from her occasional mewing, she was rendered powerless, which even led Ron to contemplate delivering a kick in retaliation for Filch's grievances. After circumventing Madame Loris, Hector and his companions stumbled upon Peeves the Poltergeist on the 4th floor. Keenly perceptive, Peeves detected an anomaly in the atmosphere. Unlike Madame Loris, the mischievous spirit possessed the ability to act. "Some unseen entities are lurking about here. I should report to Filch," Peeves declared audibly in an arrogant tone, though it would be unwise to banish him with a simple waddy-waddy. Yet before Hector could react, Harry sprang into action, lowering his voice. Hector heard Harry's deliberately mysterious tone ahead. "Peeves." Harry's voice was raspy and deep. "The Blood Man, Barrow, wishes to remain unseen. He has his reasons." Peeves' demeanor shifted dramatically, his bravado evaporating as he adopted a more deferential tone. "Oh, my apologies, your bloodiness, Lord Barrow. It was entirely my fault. I did not recognize you, my lord." "Of course, I cannot see you. You are invisible." Please forgive my little jest, esteemed Lord Barrow. It appeared that Harry's method proved effective, though his imitation was clumsy. It yielded surprisingly impactful results. I have matters to attend to, Peeves, Harry commanded, his voice strained and terse. You are not to return here tonight. At once, my lord. I vow to vanish immediately and will not return, not tonight, nor tomorrow, nor any night thereafter, Peeves promised, ascending once more into the air. I wish you success in your endeavors. I shall not intrude further. Peeves fled with remarkable speed, disappearing down the corridor like a deflated balloon. Well done, Harry, Ron exclaimed, though no one responded. Hector, gripped tightly by Hermione's anxious hand, felt that continuing onward with them was becoming inevitable. He pondered that holding Hermione's hand no longer seemed a wise choice, as she clutched it tightly from nerves, leaving him at a loss for excuses to release her. Suddenly, a fireball streaked across the sky outside the windows of Hogwarts Castle, accompanied by a resounding boom that echoed throughout. The fiery orb descended not far into the Forbidden Forest. Hector realized that the Death Eater scheme had commenced. Voldemort had indeed failed to inform his loyal followers of the cancellation of the plan, while Dumbledore's strategy was progressing steadily. This could be deemed a piece of good news. The disillusionment charm on Hector and Hermione was lifted, and Harry and the others removed their invisibility cloak. They had no time for words, their gazes fixed intently out the window. What was that? Hermione released Hector's hand, though it seemed more as if Hector had deliberately let her go. A fireball plummeting from the sky? Here at Hogwarts? This certainly did not appear to be an accident. You are absolutely right, Harry. This is undoubtedly the work of Voldemort, Ron exclaimed, pointing outside with great fervor. Someone must inform Professor McGonagall. Surely they have to believe us now. I shall go to tell Professor McGonagall, Hector naturally volunteered, explaining that she would only trust his word. If any of you went to see her, Gryffindor would certainly lose 50 points or face expulsion. However, we need you. Neville's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficiently clear for everyone to hear. Harry and the others turned to Hector. I believe you can do it. Hector could not afford to waste another moment. Without hesitation, he spun around and dashed toward Professor McGonagall's office. Hurry, time waits for no one. Hector's figure swiftly faded into the depths of the corridor, leaving the four young wizards exchanging glances of uncertainty. Indeed, only Hector seemed suitably equipped to seek out Professor McGonagall. Hermione, being a resolute individual, took the initiative and stepped inside, gesturing with her hand to the three young wizards who remained stationary in a daze behind her. We should hasten our pace. Snape has already gained a considerable lead on us. Hector traversed the myriad corridors, descending a seemingly endless series of steps, which was indeed quite tedious. Within the confines of Hogwarts, the use of apparition was strictly prohibited. Thus, whether he was heading to Professor McGonagall's office or exiting the castle, he was obliged to walk. Nevertheless, he arrived swiftly at his first destination, the door of the Gryffindor head's office, which stood ajar, indicating that Professor McGonagall had already departed. Eliminating the need for Hector to remind her, he hurriedly descended from the second floor, breaking into a run as he navigated the great hall and the lengthy corridor beyond. Upon reaching the lawn in front of Hogwarts Castle, he found himself on the brink of confrontation. Shadows of a dozen hooded and masked Death Eaters materialized at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, along with 6 towering giants. Hector scrutinized them closely. The 2 tallest were undoubtedly the most perilous, mountain trolls, their bald heads and rough, green skin marking them as formidable foes. The slightly shorter 4 were river trolls, adorned with a few short horns atop their heads and possessing purple skin. After encountering a troll on Halloween, Hector had conducted thorough research on this species. Always sensing that he would encounter them again, it appeared that his studies had not gone to waste. All the trolls wielded their traditional weapons, a hefty wooden club. Beyond these imposing figures, Hector's attention was drawn to 2 individuals at the rear, attempting to obscure their presence using the trolls' hulking forms as cover. While the trolls did provide a degree of concealment, the 2 failed to realize that their large black suitcases became conspicuously apparent. Why were these suitcases present in this location? Hector pondered, but his mind quickly connected to another wizard known for carrying a suitcase, Mr. Newt Scamander. The likelihood of the cases containing some form of magical creature seemed high. It appeared that the Death Eaters still had considerable support behind them, at least in terms of financial backing, as procuring dangerous magical creatures was notoriously exorbitant. Hector secretly hoped his assumptions were erroneous. He preferred the idea that the suitcases contained some dark magical alchemical products. After all, for the current scenario, any magical creature capable of causing a commotion would have to be formidable, at least on par with the trolls. compared to those eccentric and extraordinarily gifted beings. Hector mused that engaging in combat with a couple of dark wizards might not be such a dire choice. Surprisingly, even after Voldemort's downfall all those years ago, a fervent cadre of loyal adherents remained willing to risk everything for him. Hector had anticipated that this evening's assault would consist of a mere handful of individuals, which is why he had hastily distanced himself from Harry and the others, fearing he might miss out on even the porridge. After all, prior to Voldemort's true return, very few had engaged in the search for him, yearning to return to his fold. Nearly all of the Dark Lord's servants believed that Voldemort had been vanquished by Harry Potter. It appears that Hector has gravely misjudged the situation. Fortunately, there remains ample time before Voldemort's return, and such a reminder is not too late. Hector has come to realize that he cannot rely solely on his half-prophetic status to assume he can easily manipulate the infamous Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's powers are far more formidable than depicted in the original texts, and to underestimate him would undoubtedly incur an unbearable cost. On the castle's lawn stood several individuals, with the tall lady in the center undoubtedly being Professor McGonagall. The slightly plump figure beside her surely belonged to Professor Sprout, while the shortest among them was unmistakably Professor Flitwick. Accompanying them were a few wizards, among whom Hagrid stood out, holding a pink umbrella and leading a large dog. Aside from him, the remaining two were unfamiliar to Hector. However, from McGonagall's address, the tall woman draped in a deep green shawl was named Emmeline, and the small, amiable yet somewhat imposing woman was likely Molly, the matriarch of the Weasley clan. Is Albus truly not coming back? This was Professor Sprout's voice, her wand gripped tightly in hand. I'm afraid so, Pomona, replied Professor McGonagall in a gentle tone, observing the approaching Death Eaters with a calmness that belied her concern. Albus mentioned that the mysterious one has orchestrated an assault on the Ministry of Magic, which will likely prove even more dire than our current predicament, especially given that it is in London, and we must be cautious not to breach the secrecy laws. I had thought these despicable rats would only dare to hide in the filthy, dark sewers, remarked Professor Flitwick, his usual politeness replaced by open disdain as he faced the approaching adversaries. It is indeed a feat for them to exert such effort in driving so many trolls to this location. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick halted. His gaze fixed as two figures clad in black robes emerged abruptly from behind the trolls, each clutching a standard-sized suitcase, boldly advancing towards Hogwarts Castle. Everyone braced for combat. And Hector, standing behind them, drew his wand. It was likely a formidable creature. Hector was nearly certain that the suitcase contained some highly dangerous magical beings, as it appeared bulging and on the verge of bursting open. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After sprinting a considerable distance, the two Death Eaters forcefully hurled their suitcases towards Hogwarts Castle. Hector's attention was drawn to the suitcases, and Professor Flitwick conjured a barrier. The two suitcases paused momentarily in midair before erupting violently. Where the suitcases had been, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and only allowing the faint outlines of creatures within to be discerned. Hector stared wide-eyed, observing one creature that appeared to be a leopard, though certainly not of the mundane variety familiar to ordinary folk. As for the other, Hector could not discern its form clearly. He vaguely perceived a shadow clinging to the ground, moving with remarkable swiftness. Its shape darted through the mist, exuding an aura of terrifying menace. Hector had a hunch, yet he fervently wished his suspicions were unfounded. The creature that resembled a leopard was undoubtedly the infamous noxious leopard. Hector had encountered its dossier while researching monstrous beings. As a member of the feline family, it ranked alongside dragons and the eight-eyed giant spider in the esteemed 5-star classification of the British Ministry of Magic. This entity, hailing from East Africa, was no ordinary foe. Its size exceeded that of a typical leopard, and it was rumored that the gases it exhaled could provoke fatal illnesses, a veritable walking biochemical weapon. As for the other creature, which lurked close to the ground, Hector found himself at a loss. However, one thing was certain, there was only one of it, likely not a creature like the eight-eyed giant spider, known for its swarm tactics and singularly weak strikes. The noxious leopard, which had been introduced earlier, was said to require the efforts of 100 skilled wizards to subdue. Thus, this shadowy, creeping entity couldn't be underestimated, presenting a considerable challenge. Professor McGonagall's whirlwind swiftly dispelled the cloud of smoke, restoring everything to its original state under the luminous moonlight. The silhouettes of the two creatures gradually emerged from the mist, as Hector had surmised. It was indeed the noxious leopard, but the other creature, adorned with thick, russet fur, and 5 elongated legs, was unfamiliar to him, though it exuded an aura of menace. Everyone, be cautious. It's the noxious leopard. Its exhaled gas is toxic, Hagrid called out, muffling his mouth and nose with his rough sleeve. His voice muffled yet laced with astonishment. The others, heeding Hagrid's warning, promptly cast a bubblehead charm on themselves, including Hector, who stood quietly at the back. Professor Dumbledore did not inform me of the presence of this creature. Yaya cannot contend with a noxious leopard. What is that creature lying on the ground? Inquired Professor Flitwick, his shock more pronounced by the presence of the ground-dwelling being compared to the noxious leopard. Oh, Professor Flitwick, that is a mucklebump, or as you may refer to it, a 5-legged beast. They are carnivorous, with a particular fondness for human flesh, Hagrid replied, well versed in the lore of magical creatures. He squinted at the being before them. It shouldn't be here. Mucklebumps inhabit a remote island in the far north of Scotland, and their exact habitat remains a mystery, however. Before he could finish his thought, the noxious leopard sniffed the air, its dark eyes scanning the surroundings, and then it took off in a sprint. Silence fell over the group, their breaths becoming measured and cautious. Yet, soon the vigilant wizards realized that the noxious leopard was not charging towards them. Its target was Hogwarts Castle. In stark contrast, the 5-legged beast had a singular focus, barreling directly toward Hector and his companions. I believe this is not the time for idle chatter, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall's gaze sharpened. Block their path, quickly. The battle unfolded with remarkable intensity, as Professor McGonagall wasted not a moment in confronting the charging venomous tentacula. Professors Flitwick and Sprout led the remaining few against the 5-legged beasts and trolls, alongside the hastening Death Eaters. One could only wonder how they had amassed such a formidable force. Hagrid's voice boomed, his wand clumsily waving as the atmosphere grew somber. The magical resistance of the 5-legged creatures and trolls was alarmingly high. A standard stunning spell barely elicited any reaction from them. The Death Eaters, lurking behind these giants, occasionally emerged from their cover to unleash a few malevolent curses upon Professors Sprout and Flitwick. This scene could be likened to a tactical operation within the magical realm, with Professor Flitwick urgently coordinating the scant personnel for defensive counterattacks. Each individual was assigned a weighty combat task. Their spirits taught as they cautiously dealt with the rapidly advancing trolls and the dozen or so cloaked figures behind them. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Hector moving swiftly in the shadows of Hogwarts Castle. At least he believed so. The battleground had become increasingly clear. The venomous tentacula was swiftly immobilized by the marsh conjured by Professor McGonagall. With its loathsome green eyes fixed on her, it could only emit low growls while struggling in the mire. As for the 5-legged creature, despite its intelligence, it exhibited a lack of discernment by targeting the formidable Professor Flitwick amidst the throng. Flitwick appeared relatively composed in facing the 5-legged beast, as its attack pattern was decidedly monotonous. The struggle was rather tedious. The creature, relying on its robust and resilient nature, fixated on Flitwick with relentless determination. For the moment, Flitwick could not subdue it, but he endeavored to restrict its movements as much as possible. Flitwick had also attempted to employ the marsh tactic, yet the 5-legged beast seemed accustomed to such muddy environments, effortlessly navigating the bog as if it were home. Observing the creature thrive in the mire, Flitwick was compelled to abandon his transfiguration and devise alternative strategies to contend with this slippery adversary. Fortunately, the 5-legged creature was singularly focused on Flitwick, neglecting others who approached, merely feigning attacks by taking a few steps toward them before resuming its relentless pursuit of the ever-elusive Flitwick. The scene was dominated by the slowly advancing trolls and the masked, furtive Death Eaters, whose mission was to create as much commotion as possible, for the greater the noise, the more time they could secure for their master. However, apart from the 2 fervent zealots at the forefront, who were leaping and brandishing wildly, the remainder merely paddled silently. The majority of the Death Eaters present harbored the thought that if today the Dark Lord were to be resurrected within Hogwarts, the few stray cats and those insignificant wizards left behind in the castle would hardly constitute a resistance. Wouldn't Hogwarts then be destined to fall into ruin? Given that the castle was soon to bear the name of Voldemort rather than Dumbledore, these individuals appeared nothing more than paper tigers. Would it not be a simple pleasure for the illustrious Lord Voldemort to dispatch them? Thus, there was no need to exert excessive effort. It sufficed to ensure these few remained on the battlefield. How could one fight with fervor? If one fought desperately, how could one savor the sweet fruits of victory? Therefore, the actions of these individuals could truly be deemed unexpectedly cold and difficult to anticipate. Hector's objective lies with these individuals, who are neither as formidable as the five-legged monstrosity nor as irrational as the fanatics. In this scenario, Hector believes that dealing with those who are merely coasting along will not require extensive effort, especially since they are unlikely to resort to self-destructive tactics. The issue of insufficient manpower soon became apparent. Professor Flitwick was utterly exasperated by the five-legged creature, unable to spare a moment, while Professor McGonagall was making reasonable progress. However, the potency of the venomous leopard extended beyond its offensive capabilities. Merely restraining it proved far from adequate. After being led away by the five-legged beast, Professor Flitwick entrusted Professor Sprout with the remaining two half-wizards to manage the incessant attacks, a task that was undeniably daunting. The Death Eaters, sensing an opportunity, promptly abandoned their previous hesitations and launched a fervent onslaught, eager to achieve some semblance of success. Fortunately, the quality of this batch of Death Eaters was not entirely lacking. Even their curses seemed somewhat clumsy. Yet, this was understandable, as the more competent ones had either perished in the First Wizarding War or were imprisoned in Azkaban. If the discarded rabble could create significant turbulence, they would not be deemed discarded in the first place. Minerva, assistance is required here. Professor Flitwick was now not only contending with the five-legged creature. Two hooded Death Eaters had added fuel to the fire by joining the fray. Although their curses were executed with a notable lack of finesse, posing minimal threat, their frequency was overwhelming. Flitwick could only parry and dodge, seizing the scant opportunities to retaliate. Extending a hand to Sprout was simply beyond his capabilities. Did Albus only assign Emmeline and Molly? The expressions of Emmeline and Molly darkened considerably, yet they refrained from voicing their concerns. Professor Sprout was wholly focused on dealing with the remaining Death Eaters, while the two of them concentrated on the advancing giants. Confronting giants was not overly challenging. A simple transfiguration spell and sufficiently potent stunning spell could yield effective results. Even levitation charms could subdue them. However, this was contingent on addressing only the giants. When faced with wizards in opposition, the sole method left for controlling giants became the powerful stunning spell. The river giant was subdued in this manner, yet the towering mountain giants proved to be significantly more formidable. If it were just the two of us. McGonagall's tone was far from pleasant as she observed the venomous leopard, which was exuding dark mist, a sight that was daunting. In the marshlands, while the movements of the venomous leopard were laborious, its breathing remained unaffected. Moreover, the air it breathed was laced with deadly toxins, visibly transforming into black smoke. Although Professor McGonagall had rendered it unconscious, unconsciousness did not impede respiration. The killing curse could provide a definitive solution, which McGonagall employed, but the situation worsened. What had initially been mere black smoke emanating from its mouth now extended to the very body of the venomous leopard, which began to emit dark smoke as well. McGonagall's face was etched with exasperation. Her transfiguration spell was remarkably ineffective, and even if the venomous leopard were transformed into stone, that stone would still dramatically emit black smoke. Professor McGonagall had indeed contemplated the possibility of employing a spell against the venomous tentacula, yet the raging flames proved ineffective against it, while fire would typically suffice. Professor McGonagall would never resort to using such drastic measures within the confines of Hogwarts to transport the tentacula that she intended to petrify. Consequently, her assistance was rendered rather limited. What did it signify that only the two of them held any hope? Professor Flitwick was quite perplexed and inquired further, only to be met with a familiar incantation. Lumos. The sole individual he knew capable of wielding this spell as an offensive maneuver was unmistakable. Hector surveyed the current situation and resolved to employ his trump card without hesitation. To avert any collateral damage to his allies, he pronounced the incantation with pronounced volume. Professor Flitwick, upon hearing it, instinctively shielded his eyes with practiced ease, while the others remained oblivious. Professor Sprout, upon catching the somewhat juvenile timbre of Hector's voice, turned back with a look of genuine concern. Hector's head swiftly turned away, and for precaution, he tightly shut his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of his Lumos spell. Before his magical prowess increased, the Lumos had already left Professor Flitwick profoundly astonished on multiple occasions. As Flitwick himself remarked, he had contemplated various combinations of spells, even those that seemed of little utility, such as the softening charm. Yet he could never have anticipated that the Lumos spell could be wielded in such a manner. Now, not only Flitwick was taken aback, Professor Sprout, who had covered her eyes and collapsed onto the ground, was engulfed in a mix of confusion and shock. Of course, Hector's victims were primarily the Death Eaters who faced him directly. A powerful and intense light burst forth from the tip of Hector's wand. and he had deliberately shouted the incantation for Lumos, causing the Death Eaters to encounter that urgent and blinding radiance. Initially, they perceived a point of light, followed by an overwhelming expanse of white. The piercing pain in their eyes compelled them to drop their wands uncontrollably and collapse onto the ground. The brunt of the spell was borne by the two trolls at the forefront. They instinctively glanced towards the source of the sound, and then Hector heard two resounding thuds, reminiscent of the previous encounter, shaking the ground beneath him. As before, Hector intentionally deviated from the standard incantation technique to cast Lumos. Ensuring that his wand would not be firmly affixed to his hand, he abruptly threw it to the ground. After a moment, when he sensed that the surroundings had finally dimmed, Hector opened his eyes. He quickly bent down to retrieve his wand, fearing that those desperate individuals might still attempt some last-ditch effort. It turned out Hector had underestimated the situation. The trolls lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, while the other Death Eaters had long discarded their concealing masks. It must be said that wizards possess a remarkable resilience. Perhaps their physical and magical resistance is not as formidable as that of trolls, but under Hector's blinding light, only a handful remained convulsing and frothing alongside the trolls. Most were rolling on the ground, clutching their eyes. A few fervent individuals, however, still managed to squint through tear-filled eyes, struggling to rise. They picked up someone else's wand from the ground, attempting to mount a final stand. Hector raised his wand and called out, "Lumos." He shouted the incantation once more. But this time, he unleashed several silent stunning spells paired with a disarming charm. Unfortunately, those whose eyes were ineffective instinctively fell back down, hastily burrowing into the soft grass to create small pits, burying their heads within, resembling ostriches in their desperate concealment. Hector found himself overwhelmingly bored, far from the intense combat scenes he had envisioned. However, he could not entirely blame the Death Eaters, after all. No sensible wizard would ever believe that someone could wield the Lumos charm with such astounding finesse. Not to mention this group of apprentice Death Eaters, who were hardly well-versed in the dark arts. Even if their master, Voldemort, were present, he would likely have to roll on the ground several times before proceeding. If Hector did not transform his egg-like head into a mirror, he would not bear the surname Dumbledore. The effectiveness of his trump card left little room for theatrics. It ended with a single stroke, raising the question of whether the pace of the narrative was too swift. Harry and his companions might not have even encountered Quirrell or Snape yet, had he inadvertently disrupted Dumbledore's plans. Aside from a few Death Eaters still writhing on the ground, the rest were buried in the cold earth, seemingly incapable of stirring up any further trouble. Hector summoned all their wands, stuffing them into his satchel. "Hector, what brings you here?" Professor Flitwick's voice brimmed with astonishment. Hearing Hector call out the Lumos charm twice and fully aware of its power, he dared not even open his eyes. Professor Flitwick, eyes tightly shut, inquired in the direction from which the voice had come. "I am the reinforcements Professor McGonagall mentioned," Hector remarked, finding the expressions of those around him, wishing they could fuse their eyelids shut, quite amusing. Professor Sprout sat on the ground without any semblance of dignity, her hands covering her eyes to block out any light that might sneak through the cracks. Mrs. Weasley and Emmeline trembled, especially Emmeline, who bit her lip tightly, clutching the hem of her garment, on the verge of collapsing. Hagrid also sat on the ground, likely having contributed to the earlier commotion, while Fong had dug a hole roughly the same depth as his own body beside him. Hector paused deliberately before speaking. "You may open your eyes now, everyone." One by one, they cautiously opened their eyes. Mrs. Weasley and Emmeline first observed the Death Eaters in front of them, then turned their attention to the collapsed Professor Sprout. "I'm fine, just a bit of eye strain," Sprout said, slowly rising with the assistance of the two ladies, though her eyes remained firmly shut, showing no desire to open. "How is it you, Hector? This place is far too dangerous. You must return at once." Mrs. Weasley whispered a warning. "Professor Sprout." It was he who cast the Lumos charm, Professor Sprout finally realized, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, my apologies, that was indeed an astonishing display of the Lumos charm, Hector. My mind is quite muddled, but please do take care. Could you kindly escort me to the infirmary?" Professor Sprout appeared somewhat disoriented. The intense radiance had muddled her thoughts, and her earlier remarks had merely escaped her lips in a subconscious manner. Soon, with the assistance of Emmeline, Professor Sprout gradually made her way towards the Hogwarts castle. "Who are you?" Mrs. Weasley inquired politely, glancing at the child before her, who bore a striking resemblance to her youngest son. "Oh, Molly, allow me to introduce you." Professor Flitwick quickly concluded his tasks. The Death Eaters, now devoid of their wands, posed no threat whatsoever. Flitwick felt no trepidation regarding any nonverbal spells they might attempt, especially now that they were bereft of their wands. As for the five-legged creature, it lay on its back, its occasionally twitching body a testament to its resilience and vitality. These magical beings were left for Hagrid to manage, for he excelled in such matters. After all, the Acromantula had yet to experience the rumored flavor of the five-legged creature. Professor Flitwick approached briskly, rising slightly on his toes as he embraced Hector's shoulders, his pride unmistakable. "This is Hector Dumbledore, the nephew of Albus Dumbledore. Hector, this is Molly Weasley, the mother of your acquaintance Ron. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Ron, Fred, and George are all dear friends of mine," Hector greeted with utmost politeness, while Mrs. Weasley stood before him, her expression one of sheer astonishment. "Dumbledore? Professor Dumbledore has a grandson? How was I completely unaware of this?" Mrs. Weasley surveyed Hector with warmth, her smile radiating a comforting kindness. "Oh, the tale is rather intricate." Professor Flitwick had briefly shared Hector's story with her, and her gaze upon him transformed from mere kindness to one infused with compassion and empathy. "Poor child." Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, Mrs. Weasley opened her arms wide and enveloped Hector in a heartfelt embrace. Hector was profoundly impressed by this lady, though he had no memory of his own mother. He instinctively felt that she must possess the same warmth and kindness as Mrs. Weasley. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Hector's words were heartfelt, and in return, Mrs. Weasley bestowed upon him a radiant smile. "It's quite all right, my dear." She gently patted Hector's head. "If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Do you like sweaters? I could knit one for you." Before Hector had the chance to respond, he spotted a familiar figure rushing towards him from the direction of Hogsmeade. It was Aberforth. Hector hurriedly dashed towards the approaching silhouette. Aberforth, wearing his hat askew, had his robe's buttons loosely and incorrectly fastened, revealing the checkered pajamas he often donned underneath. As for his trousers, Aberforth had not changed at all. His boots were mismatched, one notably higher than the other, and his bare feet peeked out from within. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat soaked his graying hair. Clutching his wand, Aberforth had sprinted over after catching sight of the dazzling light emanating from Hogwarts. He had leaped from his bed in a hurry, lacking the time to utilize the carriage stationed in the backyard, opting instead for a swift apparition before racing over. Hector hastened his steps toward Aberforth, who, upon catching sight of his grandson, first scrutinized him thoroughly before enveloping him in a warm embrace. Aberforth was in need of an explanation. This was the first utterance from Aberforth Dumbledore. He had swiftly returned from the Ministry of Magic, and as he recounted, the Death Eaters had approached their assault on the Ministry with extreme caution. The majority of their forces were concentrated on the attack against Hogwarts. After all, compared to assaulting the Ministry, launching a surprise attack on Hogwarts, predominantly populated by students and devoid of Aurors, was a far more cost-effective endeavor, given its considerably lesser resistance. Upon returning to his office, Dumbledore wore a smile, reassured by Harry's safety. They were not contending with Quirrell, but rather with Snape. Although Snape's methods were somewhat heavy-handed, the injuries sustained were merely superficial and would heal in due time. Dumbledore's spirits were exceptionally high. Voldemort's plans had been utterly thwarted, and the fleeing Death Eaters involved in the operation had largely been apprehended without any injuries. Most events had unfolded as he had anticipated. However, he had not foreseen everything. Dumbledore's smile faltered upon encountering Aberforth seated in his office. "Oh, who might this be?" Aberforth's tone was decidedly unwelcoming as he cast a sidelong glance at Albus Dumbledore ascending the spiral staircase, quickly averting his gaze. Aberforth continued, "Let me think. Our esteemed Mr. Albus Dumbledore must have been tirelessly occupied for the safety of the wizarding world. Of course, he is a busy man. The magical community cannot operate without him." Dumbledore attempted to offer a rebuttal, but Aberforth did not afford him the opportunity. "I require a plausible explanation as to why those individuals appeared at Hogwarts, and why you were absent from the premises at that time." Rising from Dumbledore's chair, Aberforth fixed his intense gaze upon Albus Dumbledore, their two pairs of azure eyes locking in a steady stare. "You surely remember your promise, Albus. Shall I remind you?" Dumbledore, overwhelmed by Aberforth's words, could barely lift his head. He furtively glanced at Hector, who dared not take a seat. After confirming that Hector had sustained no harm, Aberforth sternly reprimanded him. This was unprecedented. Aberforth had always been exceedingly indulgent toward Hector, and it was the first time he had spoken to him with such seriousness. Of course, Aberforth's admonishment was soon at an end, and he made his way directly to the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall had attempted to counsel Aberforth, but her words were insufficient to quell the anger simmering within him. The cunning stone beast at the entrance of the principal's office swiftly cleared a path upon recognizing the approaching figure of Abufus. Hector perceived a sense of trepidation emanating from its typically hollow and emotionless gaze. Abufus unceremoniously settled into Dumbledore's exclusive recliner, while Hector stood obediently to the side. Overwhelmed by the chilling and furious aura radiating from Abufus, which was so intimidating that he could scarcely summon the desire to find a chair for himself in his presence, Hector attempted to elucidate a few points to aid forth, but he soon discerned the growing hostility in Aberforth's gaze. His voice dwindled to a whisper, until he caught the sound of Aberforth's biting words. "So, you too wish to conceal the truth from me, Hector?" At that moment, Hector found himself rendered speechless. The weight of such a grave accusation was simply too immense for his frail shoulders to bear. Surely, the burden would fall upon broader shoulders, namely, those of his grandfather, Albus. Albus Dumbledore, noticing Hector standing nearby, likely grasped the gravity of the situation. The immediate priority was to quell Aberforth's ire. Explanation was evidently not a prudent course of action. Thus, Dumbledore candidly accepted responsibility. "Aberforth, this is my fault. I should have informed you sooner, but what, Aberforth?" Aberforth's demeanor was increasingly menacing, causing both Dumbledore and Hector to involuntarily shudder. The chill in Aberforth's voice deepened, and Hector felt a profound concern for his grandfather. "You promised me that Hector would not be involved in this matter." Aberforth's tone was unyielding, while Dumbledore wore an expression of innocence. Truth be told, Hector's involvement was not of his own volition, and Dumbledore himself was decidedly averse to Hector's participation in this affair. "It was my idea, grandfather," Hector admitted. Hector, ever the loyal companion, readily acknowledged the situation, eliciting a look of profound relief from Dumbledore. However, Aberforth swiftly responded to Hector's words, asserting, "I can thwart you, Hector. And the grand designs of the illustrious Albus Dumbledore shall remain concealed from all, save for those whom he chooses to enlighten." "To be candid, grandfather," Hector interjected, "the entirety of this plan originated from my own mind. To be precise, had I not divulged it to him, he would remain oblivious." Dumbledore nodded vigorously, discreetly giving Hector a thumbs up in a manner unseen by Aberforth. The revelation was difficult for Aberforth to fathom, as he widened his eyes in disbelief at Hector's fervent declaration. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It is a long story." Hector swiftly transported Dumbledore's exclusive armchair and assisted Aberforth in sitting down. He then rapidly transformed the pin on the table into two reasonably sturdy chairs. With the enhancement of his magical prowess, Hector discovered that not only had his proficiency in spellcasting remarkably improved, but even the previously challenging transfiguration spell had become significantly easier to execute. Hector elaborately described to Aberforth the nature of his so-called prophetic dreams. Aberforth, somewhat incredulous, cast a questioning glance at Dumbledore, who nodded affirmatively. Hector further detailed his plans to Aberforth, who found himself particularly astonished by his grandson's insights, though his mood remained rather grim. "I can scarcely fathom how many matters you have concealed from me," Aberforth muttered, while Dumbledore and Hector could do little more than stare at their shoelaces. However, Aberforth's demeanor had noticeably improved, as he was genuinely astonished and pleased by his grandson's remarkable talents. He affectionately ruffled Hector's hair, signifying his forgiveness. "In the future, you must not keep anything from me." Upon hearing Aberforth's noticeably softened tone, Hector eagerly nodded, vowing to inform Aberforth of any matters in advance. A smile finally graced Aberforth's face once more as he tousled Hector's hair again. "You may return to your dormitory now, Hector. Children must get their rest at night." Hector nodded and hurriedly bid goodnight to both Albus and Dumbledore, then swiftly dashed out of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore remained seated in the chair conjured by Hector. If circumstances allowed, he too would have liked to escape with such alacrity, yet this was, after all, the headmaster's office. However, Albus had no intention of leaving, and Dumbledore lacked the courage to usher him away. It was Albus who finally rose from his seat, prompting Dumbledore to quickly follow suit. "There will be no next time. I swear it, Albus." Dumbledore dared not utter a word, merely nodding in agreement. Hector had spent a most delightful night, with Harry, Ron, and Neville absent. Ron had unfortunately sustained an injury while navigating the chess game set by Professor McGonagall, after assisting Harry in overcoming the challenges laid out by Professor Snape. Neville and Hermione took Ron to the infirmary. As for Harry, he too was dispatched to the nurse's office by the heavy-handed Professor Snape, who claimed that his intent was to instill a lasting lesson in Harry, urging him to abandon his reckless tendencies when confronted with such adversities. Of course, it was Dumbledore who escorted Harry to the infirmary, initially commending Snape's remarkable performance, before subtly suggesting a slight adjustment in his approach. Snape, in a haughty manner, merely responded with a curt snort before striding off to his office. How delightfully petulant, Dumbledore mused. When Harry awoke, it was already the final day before leaving school. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Professor Dumbledore seated on the adjacent bed, perusing a book while munching on something. Dumbledore patiently elucidated everything to Harry, including the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, the events of that fateful night, and the reasons behind Snape's apparent disdain towards him. Even as he had extended a helping hand during Harry's most perilous moment, Dumbledore attributed Snape's actions to the fact that Harry's father, James, had once saved Snape's life. Though this reasoning lacked substantial credibility and did little to clarify Snape's previous antagonism towards Harry. Nevertheless, Harry accepted Dumbledore's explanation, swayed by the latter's esteemed reputation. Professor Dumbledore. Where has Hector gone? Harry posed this question, recalling the fierce sounds of battle they had heard outside the castle during their adventure, which had abruptly ceased following a blinding flash of light. The only person he had witnessed perform a similar feat was Hector, whose use of the unlocking charm to produce a flash effect on Halloween had left a lasting impression on Harry. Why do you inquire about this, Harry? Dumbledore clearly had not anticipated such a question, responding with a counter-query to buy himself more time for contemplation. That night, we heard intense fighting outside Hogwarts, which was suddenly halted by a dazzling burst of light. I distinctly remember that phenomenon occurring when Hector wielded my wand. It inexplicably emitted light in his hands, and he could hardly use it for long, Harry explained, his thoughts remarkably lucid, as if he were on the cusp of a significant discovery. I have never been able to fathom why Hector was so convinced that Quirrell was the true mastermind, or why he vanished so abruptly only to reappear precisely when we needed him. Is it all mere coincidence? It feels rather peculiar. And Quirrell, too, he has never spoken so fluently before. It is all exceedingly strange. Dumbledore momentarily exhibited a hint of anxiety, yet fortunately, Harry remained engrossed in his own reflections, oblivious to the subtle shift in Dumbledore's demeanor. Dumbledore adeptly concealed his emotions, swiftly returning to his characteristic calm and composed facade. An intriguing contemplation, Harry. It is wise to exercise utmost caution when confronting Voldemort. His face radiated the same gentle and refined smile, and his voice possessed a magnetic quality that was profoundly compelling. Harry instinctively emerged from his reverie, gazing at Dumbledore, who appeared poised to elucidate his concerns. Dumbledore continued speaking. Hector encounters a similar predicament, unlike Harry. It is no simple task to deceive the astute young witch, Hermione. Hector chose to disclose everything that transpired after their separation, fully aware that the truth could not remain concealed indefinitely. He recognized that Hermione and the others would inevitably discover the facts, and thus deemed it wiser to share the information in advance to earn their trust. Hermione posed a question akin to one raised by Harry. They were all perplexed as to why Hector had identified Quirrell as the true perpetrator of the entire affair long before, rather than Snape, whom they had always suspected. Hector exerted considerable effort to weave this lie, beginning with keen observation and subsequently connecting it to the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Chilo, alongside his deteriorating physical condition. In fact, Hector had previously shared his concerns regarding Chilo's odd conduct with Hermione and the others. However, they were inclined to trust their own judgments. After all, the seemingly timid and tongue-tied Chilo did not embody the characteristics of a formidable villain, whereas Snape, draped perpetually in dark robes and exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, undeniably possessed the essence of a classic antagonist. Hector meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events, while Hermione, listening intently, lamented that Quirrell's oversights appeared glaringly evident from the very beginning. Their focus had been entirely on Snape, leading them to initially perceive Quirrell as a virtuous character, and even later to regard him as a hero, thus naturally overlooking his faults and becoming overly critical of Snape's actions. In contrast, Hector maintained a relatively objective perspective on the matter, resulting in a divergent viewpoint. This explanation was deemed quite reasonable, as both Ron and Neville found Hector's assertions compelling. As for Hermione, she recognized that Hector's statements were devoid of any factual errors, yet her instincts whispered to her that he was not being entirely truthful in her presence. However, lacking concrete evidence, much like the peculiar incident with the fat lady's portrait being opened mysteriously in the dead of night, she had only recently discovered that Hector possessed the disillusionment charm, a spell that rendered one invisible. Yet, without direct proof, Hector staunchly denied any wrongdoing. Hermione's suspicions also lacked substantial evidence, prompting her to temporarily set aside her thoughts, hoping for a more plausible explanation to arise in the future. Harry returned from the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise had proven remarkably effective. The abrasions he had sustained were treated upon his arrival. According to Madame Pomfrey, Harry required some time to recover from the emotional trauma he had endured during the recent adventure. She firmly believed that the events of that fateful night had undoubtedly frightened Harry, and regardless of his protests, she resolutely kept him in the infirmary for an entire day, only permitting him to leave just before the final feast of the term. Upon his return, Harry carried an assortment of packages filled with various candies and an array of magical joke products. He mentioned that the Weasley twins had intended to gift him a toilet seat adorned with a bow, but Madame Pomfrey had rejected it on the grounds of hygiene. The gift that delighted Harry the most was a photo album from Hagrid, filled with pictures of his parents. This present was immensely precious to Harry, and he placed the beautifully bound book atop the pile of gifts. I believe I have not missed the farewell feast. Ron and Neville took the bundles from Harry's hands, and he generously distributed most of the sweets among them, having extracted the album from the package and tucked it into the pocket of his robe. Indeed, quite timely. We were just preparing to attend the feast, Hector remarked with a smile, to which Hermione nodded in agreement. The group's spirits were high as they reunited once more, and nothing could be more joyous than this occasion. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, they found it already filled with guests. Madame Pomfrey intercepted Harry midway, meticulously and thoroughly re-examining his now completely healthy body, which took some time. The hall was adorned with the green and silver emblematic of Slytherin, various banners featuring serpentine motifs fluttering in the air. If all proceeded as anticipated, the scores within the points funnel suggested that Slytherin had triumphed in the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. The atmosphere in the hall was particularly raucous, especially at the Slytherin long table, where cheers and shrieks erupted intermittently. The young serpents appeared utterly elated, celebrating with unrestrained joy. Even Malfoy, the instigator of Slytherin's deduction of 50 points, transformed into a hero for maneuvering Gryffindor into a loss of 200 points. Many others were simply reveling in the excitement of the impending holiday. However, when Hector and his companions swung open the doors of the hall, a profound silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned toward Hector and the figure of Harry behind him. In that moment, the hall was hushed. Yet, this tranquility was fleeting, as soon everyone began to speak loudly on purpose, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Hector and his entourage. Hector approached the Gryffindor long table, accompanied by an uncharacteristically awkward wizard. As they neared, the previously crowded table quickly dispersed, creating a natural space for them to settle. Hector nonchalantly took a seat, while Harry and his companions appeared somewhat uneasy as they sat down. The surrounding young lions deliberately maintained a distance from Hector, casting curious glances in their direction. It wasn't just the Gryffindors, but students from other houses as well. Harry and his friends wished to disregard these stares, yet many gazes remained fixed upon them, unabashedly so. It was Hector who broke the silence, his voice resonating clearly. "What's the matter with you all?" At this, the onlookers shifted their attention. Hector had already established a formidable reputation among them, and the events of that night had spiraled into wild tales throughout the school, with rumors of Hector single-handedly vanquishing Death Eaters with dazzling spells. The young wizards did not believe they could rival the nefarious Death Eaters, so when facing Hector, they chose to bide their time, opting not to confront him directly. However, there were always a few individuals who relished standing out, and one such person was the familiar Draco Malfoy, hailed as the hero of Slytherin and best strategist of the year. The flattery from his fellow Slytherins had inflated his ego, leading him to forget his place. Just as Hector finished speaking, Malfoy muttered from the Slytherin table, "What's so impressive about that? So what if Gryffindor has Potter and Dumbledore? The House Cup still belongs to Slytherin." The volume of his comment, combined with the momentary silence that followed Hector's words, ensured that many heard his remark, and even those who missed it were soon informed by others. Hector chose not to respond directly, finding amusement in Malfoy's words. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, Hector was well aware of what Dumbledore might have in store for the evening. There was no need for Hector to counter Malfoy's taunt. Soon enough, Dumbledore would deliver a resounding retort. Yet, Hector's silence only emboldened Malfoy further, who, fearful that others might not catch his words, raised his voice. After hearing Malfoy's proclamation, the Gryffindor students regarded Hector and his group with renewed skepticism. The notion of saving the wizarding world seemed insignificant to them, perhaps even a mere rumor, especially since Harry and his friends had just been penalized 200 points. Consequently, The space around Hector grew increasingly desolate. If only we hadn't lost those 200 points, we could have won the House Cup. Hermione appeared somewhat vexed, as did Harry and the others. However, Hector remained unfazed, casually assuring the anxious Harry and his companions that there was no need for concern, for circumstances would indeed change. Malfoy's arrogance did not linger long, as Dumbledore soon arrived, his pale visage emerging in the young wizard's line of sight, gradually silencing the bustling hall. Another year had passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance, his bright gaze sweeping over the assembly of young witches and wizards, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Before indulging in the delectable feast before them, there were a few matters that required his utterance, and he requested their patience to listen to the ramblings of an old man. The young wizards responded with hearty laughter, intermittent applause resonating through the crowd. Once the mirth subsided, Dumbledore continued, "What a remarkable year it has been. I trust you have all acquired new knowledge over the past year, your minds undoubtedly enriched. For this, I am truly delighted. Ahead lies an entire summer awaiting you, ample time to digest and familiarize yourselves with the knowledge acquired, in preparation for the new semester's learning." Dumbledore descended from the podium, approaching the long table, observing the joy radiating from the young wizards' faces, and then proclaimed, "Now, according to tradition, we shall proceed with the awarding of the House Cup." A sudden uproar erupted from the Slytherin table, the source being Malfoy as sycophants, Crabbe and Goyle, who, devoid of any sense of embarrassment, rose exaggeratedly to applaud. Their leader, Malfoy, crimson with shame, swiftly pulled the two dimwits back to their seats. "Not now, you fools," Malfoy hissed, attempting to lower his voice, though it still resonated loudly in the hushed hall. "It seems some little ones are quite confident in their house." Dumbledore maintained his benevolent demeanor, smiling at Goyle and Crabbe, who had realized their mistake and bowed their heads in timid acknowledgement before returning to the podium. He continued, "The scores of each house are as follows. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 262 points. In third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in first place, Slytherin with 472 points. At this moment, the Slytherin table erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, their exuberance manifesting in loud stomping and piercing shrieks. Crabbe and Goyle once again stood, while Malfoy emphatically struck the table with his goblet. Only the young wizards of Slytherin reveled in jubilant celebration, while the long tables of the other houses fell into a hushed silence, observing the exuberant Slytherins without uttering a sound. Gryffindor's scores were appallingly low. Even the third-place Hufflepuff surpassed them by nearly 100 points. Since Hector had endured those baseless accusations, he had almost ceased to volunteer answers, while the points accrued by others were meticulously deducted by Snape. Hector paid no heed to the despondent Gryffindor lions nor to the raucous Slytherin serpents. His focus was solely on Snape. At that moment, Snape exhibited none of the elation one would expect from a champion for 7 consecutive years. Rather, his countenance was ashen. Arms crossed tightly over his chest, his icy gaze fixed unblinkingly on Dumbledore. It appeared that Dumbledore had divulged all of his plans to him. Hector held a profound admiration for Albus's mastery of manipulation, managing to wield a firm hand without offering any sweeteners. How had Dumbledore compelled Snape to work for him so unwaveringly for so many years, even at the cost of his own life? Could it truly be due to Snape's love for Lily? Hector was uncertain, and naturally, he did not dare to inquire. "Ah, indeed, an exceptional performance, Slytherin," Dumbledore remarked, quelling the fervent celebrations of the Slytherin serpents. However, recent events must be taken into account. The hall fell silent once more, including the celebrating serpents, their grins losing much of their former arrogance. "I have a few final points to allocate. Let me ponder." "Ah, yes." Dumbledore cleared his throat, directing his gaze towards Hector. "First, Mr. Ron Weasley." At the mention of his name, Ron became flustered, all eyes upon him, causing his face to flush crimson. Dumbledore regarded him with a smile, continuing, "He has won the most remarkable chess match Hogwarts has seen in years. Prior to this, no one has successfully navigated the challenges of this game, and thus, Gryffindor shall be awarded 50 points. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to cheer. The clustered lions erupted in joyous celebration, their voices nearly threatening to lift the enchanted ceiling above them. Hector noticed that even the stars in that simulated sky seemed to tremble faintly. Percy's voice cut through the cacophony of celebration. "That's my brother. You know, my youngest brother. He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard." Dumbledore gestured for calm, taking considerable time to quell the exuberant Gryffindor wizards. Next, Miss Hermione Granger, who, even in the face of fire, maintained her composure and executed brilliant logical reasoning. For this, I award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement, with no one able to maintain their composure, particularly the young wizards of Gryffindor, who leaped and cheered, their jubilant shouts and whistles echoing throughout the space. In a mere few moments, Gryffindor had been awarded a full 100 points. However, the jubilance soon subsided as all eyes turned to Dumbledore, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming announcement. Then, Mr. Neville Longbottom, well-versed in the intricacies of botany, skillfully navigated a series of complex botanical obstacles, including the Devil's Snare, earning Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The noise grew deafening, bringing their total to 150 points, as they celebrated and calculated their standings, with only 60 points separating them from Slytherin. And with Harry and Dumbledore still to contribute, it was evident that if each could secure 30 points, Gryffindor could transform from the last place into the first. The Gryffindor wizards were filled with anticipation, and Slytherin's members were equally anxious. Next, Mr. Harry Potter commanded the attention of the hall once more, as Dumbledore's words brought about an expectant hush, with everyone holding their breath in tense anticipation, displaying remarkable bravery in the face of danger. Harry earned Gryffindor an additional 60 points. The hall erupted once again, as the young wizards relayed the news that Gryffindor had now equalized their score with Slytherin, forcing the arrogant Slytherins to reconsider their grasp on the trophy they had so confidently claimed. The young wizards cheered and jumped, their voices hoarse from the excitement, while the space around Hector became increasingly crowded, as the previously spacious area filled with jubilant revelers. Everyone was celebrating wildly, except for the Slytherin contingent, whose expressions mirrored that of Professor Snape, tense and drawn. It was now Hector's turn, and all eyes turned towards him. From their gazes, he discerned a mixture of anticipation, hope, envy, and even admiration. The earlier disdain and aversion had completely vanished. Hector felt a profound discomfort at the attention, forcing a smile as he shifted his gaze to Dumbledore. Finally, Mr. Hector Dumbledore demonstrated a solid command of spells and their ingenious application, particularly with the Lumos charm. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Dumbledore an additional 10 points. The hall erupted as if a celebration had been ignited, with Gryffindor's cheers reaching a crescendo. Harry and his companions rose to their feet, prompting Hector to rise as well. He understood why Dumbledore had only awarded him 10 points. Gryffindor needed just a single point to surpass Slytherin entirely, rendering the distinction between 10 and 100 points insignificant. Additionally, Dumbledore's approach towards Hector remained protective, making his 10 points seem less remarkable compared to the previous awards of 50 and 60 points. Dumbledore evidently wished to keep the specifics of that fateful night outside Hogwarts shrouded in mystery. Thus, the deduction of 50 points served as a protective measure for Hector. However, there was no need to dwell on such matters at present. Hector endeavored to appear cheerful, immersing himself in the jubilations around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Malfoy, once so arrogant, now rendered astonished and fearful. The earlier bravado had turned into a heavy burden upon Malfoy's conscience. The erstwhile hero had become the target of disdain, as his fellow Slytherins began to chastise him for the loss of those precious points. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, wishing desperately to vanish into a crevice to escape the barrage of scornful gazes. This compelled Dumbledore to raise his voice, striving to be heard above the thunderous cheers resonating from the three houses within the Great Hall. We must make some alterations to the decorations here. With a gentle wave of his hand, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, while the silver ribbons morphed into golden ones. Severus Snape rose gracefully, shaking Professor McGonagall's hand. His congratulatory expression, perhaps a touch less stilted, would have been preferable. For the Gryffindor students, this night was nothing short of splendid. The term had reached its conclusion, and before Harry and his friends departed, their final grades were revealed. To their delight, everyone had successfully passed their end-of-year examinations. To Hector's surprise, the top spot in the year did not belong to him. Miss Hermione Granger had claimed the coveted title, while Hector excelled in transfiguration and charms. He could only muster 9 potions, a subtle expression of Snape's discontent with Dumbledore. Furthermore, Hector faced a similar setback in history of magic, compelling him to reluctantly concede the title of top student. Harry and Ron, however, bore no such burdens. Satisfied with their respectable 60%, they celebrated their achievements. Neville performed remarkably well in herbology, which nicely compensated for his shortcomings in potions. All seemed well, albeit with the unfortunate realization that even Malfoy's dim-witted lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, had passed their exams. Harry had assumed, based on their dismal practical performances and mediocre theoretical results, that they would face expulsion or, at the very least, be held back a year. Yet, life rarely unfolds as one anticipates, a truth that both Hector and Ron were quick to remind him. Harry and his friends wasted little time in packing their belongings. Hector's domestic magic skills were exceptional, clean clothes and various everyday items lined up obediently, jumping into their respective trunks without the need for any strenuous effort on their part. Hector and his companions spent their time engaging in conversations, playing wizard's chess, and sampling a delightful array of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Even gathering around a book became an enjoyable affair, when together, everything transformed into a source of amusement. The Weasley twins experienced an exaggerated surge in business lately, with sales of their joke products soaring significantly. The brothers were busily immersed in their entrepreneurial endeavors, even drawing the usually lethargic Ron into their sales team. According to Ron, for every sale he made, Fred would reward him with a commission. Hector could be seen diligently working across various corners of Hogwarts these days. Even wizard's chess failed to capture his interest. It seemed that the incentive offered by Fred was substantial enough, however, in the eyes of the Weasley twins. Their willingness to hire Ron at such a considerable expense likely stemmed from his reputation as the first to conquer Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. After the farewell banquet, Hector and his friends had garnered a certain level of notoriety, which the Weasley twins were eager to exploit for financial gain. Unlike others, they felt no moral dilemma in deceiving Ron. After all, the price they offered could hardly be deemed a trick. Observing Ron's delight at the prospect of earning money, it was evident that he was quite eager for more opportunities to be fooled by the Weasley brothers. Everyone cherished the dwindling days of their time at school, knowing that their next reunion would be 2 months hence. The barriers between them seemed to vanish as they gathered to chat, laugh, and playfully tease one another. Hector generously shared the butterbeer brought by Aberforth with the Gryffindor Lions, who had previously been rather unwelcoming towards him. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was warm and lively, with the merriment continuing until the stroke of midnight. Before departing, Professor McGonagall issued a notice, a serious warning from the Ministry of Magic in conjunction with Hogwarts. The notification sternly outlined the dangers and unnecessary nature of using magic outside of school, concluding with bold black lettering that prohibited young wizards from practicing magic during the holidays. The first-year students grumbled in discontent, with many Muggle-born wizards eager to showcase their magical skills to their parents after the exams. This plan was abruptly thwarted, and discussions about the announcement ensued, with Fred and George expressing their hope that Professor McGonagall would forget to send it to them. The young wizards sighed in despair, struggling to fathom how they would adapt to a full 2 months of a magic-free life after becoming accustomed to magic. They then departed Hogwarts Castle in groups, led by Hagrid, who guided the young wizards onto the boats that crossed the lake. After traversing through the dense forest, they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, where the Hogwarts Express awaited their arrival. Unlike the other young wizards, Hector was destined to bid farewell to Harry and the others here. Aberforth's carriage had been stationed near the platform since early morning, and as Hector entered the station, he spotted a familiar figure seated in front of the carriage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also recognized the familiar elder. Hermione stepped forward and enveloped Hector in a warm embrace. Wishing you a delightful holiday, Hector. Following her, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the long-absent Fred and George joined Hector's side. Time flies, doesn't it, George? I have always found your words to be quite true, Fred, the brothers chuckled, playfully jostling one another, yet they did not forget to offer Hector a hearty hug. Lastly came Percy, who appeared somewhat uneasy, as if he had engaged in an intense internal struggle. Nevertheless, Percy finally mustered the courage to approach, gently patting Hector on the shoulder. I must admit, I had my reservations about you in the past, but it seems you are indeed a commendable wizard, Hector. Thank you for looking after Ron. Percy fixed his earnest gaze upon Hector, sincerity evident in his eyes. Hector sensed the genuine sentiment hidden beneath Percy's awkwardness and responded with a radiant smile. No need for thanks, Ron is also my friend. Besides, I have always known I am a rather proficient wizard. Percy smiled, visibly relieved, and lightly patted Hector's shoulder before hastily ascending the train steps. The platform had emptied, and Hagrid was urging the lagging young wizards to hasten. The train's doors slowly closed with a creaking sound. Hector turned to glance at the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. His first year had quietly slipped away, and he truly felt he had fully integrated into this new world. Throughout the year, he had forged several wonderful friendships and embarked on amusing adventures. Hector had also influenced the course of events, while uncertain if his actions were correct. He understood he had to take certain steps. However, how things would unfold in the future remained a mystery to Hector. All he could do was prepare as best as he could. At some point, Aberforth had joined him, and the two stood side by side, gazing at the familiar castle. Memories of their first sighting vivid in their minds, now reaching a moment of farewell. The Hogwarts Express emitted its sharp, prolonged whistle, and the platform became utterly desolate as the train began to move. At that moment, Hector heard familiar calls from behind him. Several young wizards poked their heads out of the train windows, shouting in his direction. The whistle blurred their voices. Yet Hector could still faintly discern the youthful tones of Harry and the others calling out, "Hector, see you soon." Hector's eyes glistened with moisture as he fervently waved his arms toward the departing train. "Turn back and see, my friends." Hector lay on the large bed in his home, gazing up at the ceiling. Ron and Hermione had been incessantly writing to Hector these past few days, reaching a frequency of nearly 1 letter per day. Ron even seemed to be on the verge of sending a letter every hour. The arrival of owls had become so frequent that the patrons of the Hog's Head Inn began to speculate that Aberforth had opened an owl post office on the 3rd floor. Throughout these days, there had been a continuous stream of knocks at Hector's door, with visitors inquiring if he could assist them in sending their letters. Hector was greatly troubled by this situation, while he did not mind the little witch's letter as much. What truly preoccupied his thoughts was the sight of Ron's aged owl when he opened the window. The creature appeared utterly fatigued, and Hector was deeply concerned that, with Ron's usage, this old fellow might eventually suffer a fatal collapse from the burden of delivering messages. This owl was the sole messenger of the Weasley family. Ron had mentioned that it even took on Percy's duties, as Percy was known for his frequent correspondence with Penelope, exchanging letters nearly every day. Mrs. Weasley had expressed her intention to procure a separate owl for Percy as a reward for his promotion to prefect. However, until that time, the family's correspondence would continue to rest upon the weary shoulders of this aging owl. Hector held a profound disdain for their egregious exploitation of labor. Each time, he compensated the old owl belonging to Errol and Wesley with double portions and a generous handful of nuts, subsequently binding his own envelope to its leg with a sense of guilt. Naturally, aside from daily greetings, Ron and Hermione posed similar inquiries regarding Harry, who had not responded to his letters in quite some time. All the missives sent to him seemed to vanish without a trace, as if Harry had evaporated from existence, leaving no clues behind. Ron even suspected that Harry's insufferable Uncle Vernon might have done something to him. Both Hermione and Ron mentioned Harry's Uncle Vernon in their letters, and remarkably, they shared a unanimous opinion of the man as an unreasonable and unsympathetic individual, having encountered him only once. Ron sought Hector's counsel, as he contemplated composing a 10th letter inviting Harry to visit his home. Hector meticulously read through the entire text, where Ron's hasty scrawl meandered through his thoughts, ultimately neglecting the notion of inviting Hector to his residence, instead emphasizing the urgency of a prompt reply. Hermione, on the other hand, suggested that Hector discuss the matter with Professor Dumbledore. The young witch exhibited a slightly higher emotional intelligence than Ron, albeit still limited. Beyond matters concerning Harry, her inquiries revolved around Hector's academic progress. In Hermione's eyes, summer vacation was merely an opportunity to study in a different locale, and her frustrations over the inability to practice spells were articulated more than once in her correspondence. Hector's summer vacation was relatively leisurely. Apart from responding to Hermione and Ron's letters daily, he spent the remainder of his time practicing spells, with Professor Flitwick away participating in competitions and academic discussions. Hector found himself independently experimenting with spell combinations. Although Albus had considered offering assistance, Hector quickly abandoned the idea of engaging him for practice after just one encounter. Albus's strikes were excessively forceful. Without resorting to his trump card, Hector was utterly outmatched. Moreover, Albus had developed a method to counter Hector's secret weapon. The moment Hector witnessed Albus donning his sunglasses, he was momentarily bewildered. It became evident that Hector's trump card was no longer simply ineffective. He even suspected that the Lumos charm might inadvertently hinder him during combat. If he employed the silencing charm, his Lumos would remain uncontrollable, ceaselessly illuminating. Yet, should Hector vocalize the spell, Albus would swiftly produce his sunglasses and disarm him before the light intensity surpassed their protective capacity. The process of Hector unleashing his secret weapon resembled a chant, rendering him helpless against Albus's spells unless he ceased his incantation. This predicament was undeniably awkward. Albus's skills were on par with Professor Flitwick's, and he certainly did not go easy on Hector simply because he was his grandson. Conversely, to illuminate the disparity between Hector and top wizards, Albus unleashed his spells without mercy. Often, while calling out for a stunning spell, he would instead utilize the disarming charm. Hector fell victim to this trickery several times, had it not been for the conspicuous red tip of his wand. He might have been caught off guard by the old man's cunning tactics. To Albus's astonishment, Hector's prowess surpassed his expectations significantly. Hector's combat abilities bore no correlation to his status as a second-year wizard, and his aptitude for learning was commendable. He quickly mastered the art of subterfuge and applied it skillfully. Initiating with Lumos, Hector created a myriad of obstacles while Albus was preoccupied with his sunglasses. Hector then began to unleash a barrage of spells. Fortunately, Albus's extensive combat experience prevented him from losing face before Hector. Nevertheless, the battle ultimately concluded in Hector's dismal defeat. Although it appeared that he and Albus exchanged blows evenly, the reality was that Albus had not initially employed his full strength. Being his grandson, coupled with his status as a nearly second-year wizard, Albus could not begin the duel with the fervor he had once displayed against the Saints. Additionally, in an effort to guard against Hector's dazzling spell, Albus had continuously worn his sunglasses, clearly still adjusting to their effects. Due to this oversight, he nearly fell victim to Hector's subtle layering of spells, almost being disarmed. Consequently, Albus decided to only don his sunglasses during Hector's use of his secret weapon. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. This is of little consequence now, after all. Hector is unlikely to seek him out for practice in spells. Even though Albus offered a sincere appraisal of his skills, asserting that they surpassed those of most of the saints he had previously encountered, he still pales in comparison to the core members of Grindelwald's faction. For a second-year wizard, this assessment is indeed remarkable. Even the illustrious Albus Dumbledore did not exhibit such brilliance in his second year. Hector was quite pleased with this evaluation. Such a performance did not seem to tarnish the reputation of the numerous time travelers. However, upon mentioning Grindelwald and his esteemed grandfather, Hector recalled that Dumbledore had expressed a desire to introduce him to the former a few months prior. Hector had no objections to this. He was indeed eager to meet the first Dark Lord of the magical realm and to understand what allure Grindelwald possessed that could so utterly captivate the great Albus Dumbledore. Curiosity piqued, Hector returned to his room and summoned Aurora, bringing her to the Hogshead Inn. Aberforth was taken aback by this development, and upon learning that it was Dumbledore who had specifically sought Hector out, his demeanor softened somewhat. It was a rare occasion for him to utter a compliment about Albus Dumbledore, acknowledging that he still remembered him as a grandfather. That being said, Hector requested Aurora to send a letter to Dumbledore. Aurora appeared somewhat reluctant. Hector, aware of her disinterest, could only resort to desperate measures. He retrieved a chocolate frog from the still bulging drawer, and Aurora seemed intrigued by it. She elegantly snatched the chocolate frog from Hector's hand, savoring it with a look of delight on her face. After finishing the treat, Aurora flew away happily, leaving Hector to ponder whether entrusting her to Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, was truly a wise decision. A phoenix with a penchant for sweet delicacies? Quite a rarity indeed. In just a few days, Aurora returned with news from Dumbledore. From the response, it was evident that he was quite pleased with Hector's agreement to meet Grindelwald. In his letter, Dumbledore readily accepted the task of communicating with Aberforth and took the opportunity to clarify matters concerning Harry. He assured Hector that Harry's situation was entirely normal and that there was nothing to worry about. Nonetheless, he stated he would make time to visit Harry. This effectively addressed Ron and Hermione's concerns as well. After reading Dumbledore's reply, Hector penned responses to Ron and Hermione, fulfilling their wishes. Now, all that remained was to await Dumbledore's return from France. He had been occupied with finalizing matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone and needed time to manage the affairs of his dear friend, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. With the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of life had lost its most crucial ingredient, signaling the imminent end of the long lives of the Flamel couple. Hector was deeply moved. He found himself rather unfamiliar with the magical relic of the past, rarely mentioned in the original texts. Nicholas Flamel was excessively discreet, and despite perusing numerous historical tomes, even the most authoritative and comprehensive works provided only scant details about Mr. Flamel. The text merely offered a cursory overview of Mr. Flamel's accomplishments, devoid of any further substance, let alone the biographical sketches that were almost obligatory for other legendary figures. Nicholas Flamel appeared to be veiled in an aura of mystery, obscuring the brilliance of his extraordinary life. However, this veil was soon to be lifted before Hector's eyes, as Dumbledore, just a few days later, had Fox deliver a note. Hector had to part with 3 entire boxes of chocolate frogs to persuade the haughty elder sister to relinquish Dumbledore's message. Dumbledore conveyed that Nicholas Flamel wished to meet him. Upon receiving the note, Hector was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, having the opportunity to meet the illustrious yet elusive master of magic was indeed a rare occasion. Since Nicholas Flamel had retreated from the public eye, few had been privileged enough to glimpse his presence, let alone be summoned by the esteemed Mr. Flamel himself. Furthermore, with the Philosopher's Stone now completely lost, it is highly improbable that anyone in this world could replicate such an extraordinary creation. The specter of death loomed ever closer over the venerable elder, leaving him with scant time. Hector believed that if he missed this chance, he would likely never encounter a moment like this again in his lifetime. However, Hector did not allow his exhilaration to cloud his judgment. He began to ponder earnestly. Why would Nicholas Flamel wish to see him? Was it merely because Hector was a rare gem akin to Dumbledore? Flamel was indeed enigmatic, his power a riddle wrapped in mystery. The elixir of life, known for its miraculous and astonishing effects, was one of the renowned legacies of the Philosopher's Stone. Without the stone, the elixir could not be crafted. Flamel had possessed the Philosopher's Stone for 4 centuries. Even if someone claimed that he consumed the elixir as casually as water, Hector would not doubt it. The wonders of the Philosopher's Stone were but the tip of the iceberg, and it was merely one of Flamel's many alchemical creations. Hector was firmly convinced that should Nicholas Flamel wish to impose upon him, he would possess no means of resistance. During that previous encounter with old Dumbledore, Hector had to rely on his foundational skills merely to withstand the probing. It is often said that magic grows more refined with age. Dumbledore's modest century of prowess nearly overwhelmed Hector, while Mr. Flamel, with his profound 6 centuries of experience, harbored an unfathomable depth of ability. This predicament truly stirred Hector's inner conflict. He harbored a genuine desire to meet Nicholas Flamel, despite his profound skepticism regarding the elder's ulterior motives. Thus, Hector discussed the matter with Albus, hoping for some prudent counsel. Naturally, Hector refrained from mentioning Dumbledore's intention to introduce him to Grindelwald, as he understood that divulging such information would prompt the elder to single-handedly storm Hogwarts. If Albus were absent, Albus could easily force Dumbledore back from Paris through the dismantling of the castle itself. Albus was certainly capable of such an act, and Professor McGonagall and others would be utterly powerless to intervene. After all, this was Dumbledore, particularly in a state of fury, a challenge even Grindelwald had found taxing in their time. Consequently, Hector omitted any mention of Dumbledore and merely broached the subject of Flamel's desire to meet him. Albus, engrossed in his tasks within the kitchen, promptly halted his activities. As he wiped his hands with a greasy cloth, a furrowed brow revealed his anxious thoughts. He took a seat at the table, his brow knitted in concentration, fingers drumming intermittently upon the surface. Hector sat opposite, quietly fidgeting with his own fingers. After a considerable silence, Albus's voice finally broke through. "I believe you should go." Hector lifted his gaze and found himself locking eyes with Abufus. Abufus appeared somewhat troubled, his face betraying a sense of hesitation. However, this look of concern did not linger for long. It seemed as if he had resolved to make a decision. He then turned to Hector and said, "In any case, there is little to lose. I have met Nicholas Flamel, and he is a commendable individual. Moreover, if we do not seize this opportunity to meet him, there may not be another chance forthcoming." Hector nodded, which was precisely why he hesitated over whether to take the risk of meeting the esteemed Nicholas Flamel. Abufus did not impose a definitive answer, stating that the choice ultimately lay with Hector. He merely offered candid advice for Hector's future development. Hector pondered the pros and cons internally. If he chose not to go, he would undoubtedly avoid any unforeseen risks, yet he would irrevocably forfeit the opportunity to meet Nicholas Flamel. Conversely, should Hector decide to proceed, risks would be inevitable. However, there was a chance that Flamel might recognize Hector's unique potential and generously impart his vast knowledge. Flamel, a figure who had weathered 6 centuries, undoubtedly possessed insights that Hector had never encountered before. The prospect of learning from such a venerable source represented a significant advancement for Hector. After carefully weighing the potential risks against the benefits they might yield, he ultimately resolved to seek out this living relic of the magical world. The allure of Flamel's treasure trove of knowledge was simply too compelling, and Hector's desire to enhance his own abilities was overwhelmingly strong. As for whether Flamel would regard him with disdain, Hector had never entertained such a notion. Hector received a positive reply from Fox, who was still lingering at the Pig's Head Tavern, and soon Fox dissipated into sparks in the air. As Hector observed the fleeting glimmer, A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his note might have inadvertently been ignited by Fawkes? He shook his head and stood up from his chair, bidding farewell to Abufus before returning to his bedroom. Now, all that was left was to await a response, Hector mused while gazing at the ceiling. Days passed. Yet Dumbledore had not replied, and Hector increasingly felt that his earlier whimsical notion held some merit. The third floor of the Pig's Head Tavern fell silent. Errol, Ron's owl, had rarely made an appearance since then. The few letters that arrived contained little more than pleasantries, with the remaining content primarily inquiring whether Dumbledore had checked on Harry's situation. Ron was already composing his 11th invitation letter, while there was still no word from Harry. "If Harry doesn't respond soon, I shall have to pay him a visit myself," was the exact phrase from Ron's letter, which Hector read repeatedly, yet not a single word invited him to visit the burrow. This irked Hector somewhat, however. Letters from Fred and George provided him some solace. The two brothers had collaborated to pen a letter, and Hector could discern the differing tones and handwriting between the first and latter halves. Fred primarily recounted the development progress of their joke products, lamenting the severe setback they faced this summer due to Mrs. Weasley's intervention. According to Fred's account, it was a devastating loss. Almost as if everything had been swept away, fortunately, they had managed to hide some in dear brother Ron's room, preventing total annihilation. Fred further expressed his grievances about the stingy Percy, who had received an owl named Hermes from Mrs. Weasley. The Weasley brothers had repeatedly borrowed Hermes from Percy, and they had received a commendable order during their summer at home. Fred expressed deep sympathy for those young wizards enduring the drudgery of living the magical life at home, and he had even lowered prices for a promotional sale. Everything was proceeding smoothly, except for the shipping issue. Percy refused to share the use of Hermes, even when the Weasley brothers offered what they themselves considered painful compromises. Percy had even escalated the matter to Mrs. Weasley, resulting in a tragic incident where a significant number of their magical joke products were confiscated and destroyed, in contrast to Fred's incessant complaints, which occupied most of the letter. George adopted a more rational tone, dedicating ample space to invite Hector to stay at the burrow for a couple of days. They had already discussed this with Mrs. Weasley, who had no objections. George also mentioned Ron and their youngest sister, Ginny, in his letter. Upon reaching this point, George began to voice his grievances, lamenting that someone in the household incessantly uttered Harry's name, and it was not just one individual. Ron, undoubtedly, was among them, still troubled by the notion that Harry would not believe him. The other was, of course, Ginny, who, having caught but a glimpse of Harry at King's Cross Station, spent the entire summer speaking incessantly of Harry this and Harry that. Speaking of Ginny, as the youngest member of the Weasley family, she too would be attending Hogwarts next year. In summary, the envelopes from Fred and George were alarmingly thick. In addition to their rambling letters, they had stuffed in some of their latest magical joke products, such as fake wands and enhanced dung bombs. Hector did not hesitate to send a howler to each of those two indiscreet rascals, suspecting that they had employed a nonverbal extension charm on the envelopes, as they were so overstuffed. It was evident that the two brothers had made good use of their holiday time. Ron and the Weasley brothers' letters nearly exhausted Errol, the aged owl, who took an entire afternoon to regain his strength before soaring off with Hector's reply just before sunset. However, Hector had no time to ponder when Errol would return. Shortly after he finished writing his letter, a familiar flash of fire appeared in Hector's room. It was Fawkes. Hector swiftly sealed his freshly penned letter in an envelope and tied it to Errol's leg, then glanced at Fawkes's leg. To Hector's surprise, there was no note attached. The phoenix simply stared at him with its fiery red eyes, causing a shiver to run down Hector's spine. While Hector contemplated Dumbledore's intentions, he heard Aberforth's furious voice emanating from downstairs. "You had better have something of utmost urgency, Aberforth. I have never claimed this place welcomes you." Hector finally regained his senses, and with a flick of his wand, several carefully prepared changes of clothes soared into his enchanted satchel. Fawkes naturally perched upon his shoulder as Hector pushed open the door to his room and swiftly descended the staircase. "Stay calm, Aberforth. I am here to find Hector." Upon reaching the common room of the Hog's Head Inn, Aberforth had already emerged from behind the bar. He stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon the staircase, and soon the figures of Hector and Fawkes came into view. "What is your reason?" Aberforth asked, arms crossed, his expression a mix of inquiry and disdain. Dumbledore glanced around the inn, observing the wizards still indulging in their meals. The Hog's Head had transformed significantly, once a haven for all manner of rogues. It had been a site for illicit dealings in dark artifacts and contraband. However, the word had spread that the proprietor of this establishment was none other than the esteemed Aberforth Dumbledore, brother of the great Albus Dumbledore. Consequently, few dark wizards dared to continue their nefarious activities here. Thanks to Hector's burgeoning reputation, young wizards from various houses and years flocked to the Hog's Head, shifting the clientele from adult wizards to students. Over the past few months, the sales of butterbeer had surged dramatically, while the sales of fire whiskey plummeted. The influx of young wizards meant that most adult patrons seeking a quieter environment could only visit during the nighttime hours. Overall, the foot traffic at the Hog's Head had noticeably increased, yet the overall revenue had not seen a proportional rise. Aberforth found this disparity between labor and income perplexing and even irritating. This situation underwent a significant transformation with the onset of summer vacation, as the Hog's Head reverted to its original clientele of adult wizards, albeit with a reduced daily attendance. Now, with Dumbledore's intimidating presence, the remaining patrons, who were already few, began to vacate the premises, leaving the inn nearly deserted. Most of the glasses on the tables had only been half consumed, and some dishes still emitted steam from the delicious fare they contained. The commonality among these uneaten meals was that no one was settling the bill. Aberforth fixed a steely gaze upon Dumbledore, but upon hearing footsteps behind him, he quickly composed his expression, which had been twisted in anger. "I intend to take Hector to meet Nicholas Flamel." "I know, Aberforth. What is your plan?" Dumbledore began, but Aberforth interrupted before he could finish. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, glanced at Hector, and then addressed Aberforth. "I have no particular plans, Aberforth." Nicholas simply expressed a desire to meet Hector. Albus did not interrupt Dumbledore this time. He crossed his arms and fixed his gaze upon him. Dumbledore instinctively averted his eyes from Albus, turning instead to Hector, and remarked, "You are aware, Albus, that Nicholas has not much time left. I was contemplating fulfilling his wish as best as I could." Albus's expression softened slightly. He held a favorable impression of the elderly man who had once fought alongside him. Nicholas had generously shared the elixir of life in a bid to save Credence, though it proved ineffective given Credence's circumstances. However, Albus soon returned to his previous calm demeanor and earnestly inquired, "So, had Hector not informed me? Were you planning to keep this from me?" "I certainly would not conceal anything from you, Albus. Am I not here to clarify the situation personally?" Dumbledore replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Albus then noticed the fox perched upon Hector's shoulder and understood. He turned to Dumbledore and said, "Next time, do remember to send me a notice as well. I trust you possess the ability to do so, correct, Albus?" Dumbledore nodded earnestly. Albus approached Hector, smoothing out the wrinkles in his garments and gently ruffling his hair. "Please convey my regards to Nicholas. It has been quite some time since I last saw him." A kind smile graced Albus's face as Hector nodded, appearing somewhat awkward. Sensing Hector's discomfort, Albus bent down and embraced him. "Relax, Hector. There is no need to be tense. Nicholas is a wonderful person." Hector nodded slightly as Aberforth rose to his feet and positioned himself behind Hector. Dumbledore took Hector's hand, his face illuminated with a radiant smile akin to Aberforth's. He winked at Hector, then politely nodded at Aberforth before pushing open the door to the Hog's Head Inn. Dumbledore and Hector stepped into the open space outside the bar, with Aberforth trailing behind them. Dumbledore's pace gradually slowed, and Fawkes and Aurora appeared in the air, gracefully landing on their shoulders. "That will suffice for now, Aberforth," Dumbledore said firmly, holding Hector's hand tightly as he addressed Aberforth, who stood a short distance away. Aberforth nodded, smiling as he bid farewell to Hector. However, when he turned to Dumbledore, the smile abruptly vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling remark. "Remember to settle the accounts for those guests upon your return. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to come to Hogwarts and find you." Dumbledore nodded, his expression one of resignation. He glanced at Fawkes, who returned the nod, then called out to Aurora with a chirp, and she too nodded in response. In an instant, accompanied by two bursts of flames, Hector and Dumbledore vanished from sight. Only Aberforth remained in the clearing. He spat contemptuously at the spot where Dumbledore had stood and then glanced back at Hector's previous position. Finally, Aberforth turned away, walking alone back toward the Hog's Head Inn. At the summit of a mountain, Hector and Dumbledore stood, surveying the surroundings. Not far off lay the Azure Sea. The scene before Hector evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. He stood on his toes, straining to glimpse further into the distance. Admittedly, the weather today was quite splendid. Radiant sunshine illuminated the sky, and the sea was devoid of the usual veil of mist, offering an exceptionally clear view. As Hector gazed toward the horizon, a vague brown line emerged in his vision, which he surmised to be France. This sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he had been to this place before. Suddenly, fragments surfaced in Hector's mind. akin to scraps of paper swept from a corner. These shards glimmered, and he sensed their number multiplying, first as isolated points of light, then coalescing into a scroll-like form. In his mind, a small figure looked toward the scroll, striving to discern its contents, hoping for a clue. Before long, as the scroll took shape, Hector recognized the figure's face. It was his own. This was perplexing. Logically, Hector, or Libayan, as he was known upon entering this realm, had meticulously reviewed his memories upon arrival. At that time, he found no discrepancies. The original owner's recollections seemed intact. Yet, the figure on the scroll was undeniably Hector himself. And he was certain this was not a vision of the future. The small Hector appeared significantly shorter and more slender than he was now, aligning with his existing memories of his former self. If this was indeed a memory, why did Hector possess no recollection of the events depicted on the scroll? He pondered deeply as the memory scroll neared completion, the luminous points in the air converging upon it. It appeared this memory was nearly restored. Hector glanced at Dumbledore, who was gazing out toward the English Channel. The astute Dumbledore, having noticed Hector's focus, smiled and explained, "We are bound for Paris. However, apparition can only occur within Britain. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits cross-border apparition. Thus, we shall employ a portkey." Dumbledore continued to scan the surroundings, quietly expressing his frustration. "I had requested the portkey from Mundungus in advance. Why has it not arrived yet? That man is truly unreliable." Noticing Hector attentively listening, Dumbledore quickly ceased his complaints and leaned closer to him, saying, "We may need to wait a moment, Hector. My apologies. Perhaps he has pressing matters to attend to. In the meantime, you might enjoy the scenery. This is Dover, and with the splendid weather today, you should be able to see France directly." Hector nodded, though he did not appreciate the scenery before him as Dumbledore did. The spare moments afforded him an opportunity to delve into the memories that had nearly been restored within his mind. In the recesses of his consciousness, Hector approached the forefront of the scroll, gradually revisiting this segment of memory that had previously eluded him. Regrettably, this recollection, after its restoration, had become exceedingly vague, rendering it impossible to discern the location of the events or their general progression. The images within his memory lingered in a profound darkness, where even the sounds became indistinguishable. Nevertheless, within this seemingly nonsensical recollection, Hector unearthed intriguing insights. Firstly, he sensed a palpable fear emanating from the predominantly dark memory, and he endeavored to embrace this emotion. The result was a visceral response. His heart raced, his breath quickened involuntarily, and a chill ran down his spine, accompanied by a suffocating sensation. Beyond these reactions, an environment, so silent that even the sound of breathing resonated sharply, involuntarily surfaced in Hector's mind. He also discerned that the darkness of the memory was not absolute. At the edge of his vision, a faint and precious glimmer of light emerged. As the memory progressed, this light intensified, and just as it enveloped Hector entirely, the recollection ceased. The subsequent image revealed a familiar azure ocean, reminiscent of the scene before him now. Hector soon realized that darkness was not the sole harbinger of fear. Within the endless void lurked beasts more than one. In fact, these creatures sometimes roamed alone, while at other times they hunted in packs. In the memories embellished by their original owner, these monsters possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive. They could detect his presence from a considerable distance and would charge toward him with alarming speed. Their roars began as faint whispers, only to swell rapidly, growing louder and nearer. The beasts relished the thrill of the hunt, a fact evident in their boisterous and arrogant howls. As Hector reflects upon this haunting memory, he can still vividly feel the terror that once gripped his heart. The beasts were colossal, their eyes emitting a fierce and luminous glare. Their speed was alarming, and although Hector wished to flee, it proved utterly futile. He was swiftly overtaken by one of the creatures. The sound of its footsteps was jarringly heavy, causing the very darkness surrounding him to tremble. His legs felt weak and suddenly gave way beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, as if to taunt him, the beast did not immediately consume Hector. Instead, it darted past him, allowing him a brief respite before commencing a new round of the chase. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Furthermore, Hector recalled a name, Al. However, he felt that it was less a name and more a nickname. The appellation Al emerged from a fragment of a phrase echoing in his mind. "Run, Al, run." Then came the cacophony of laughter, screams, and roars, all intertwining, creating a tumultuous sound that lingered in his thoughts. Hector shook his head and pressed his temples firmly. The recent influx of memories flooding back into his mind left him feeling somewhat dazed. He could only empty his thoughts for the moment, allowing his brain to assimilate these recollections. awaiting a future opportunity to further reflect upon them. Hector has begun to sense the enchantment of his journey through France. Merely witnessing the beauty of this land has bestowed upon him immense rewards. Even if he were to gain nothing from Nico Lemay, Hector would still deem this trip worthwhile. Hector appeared to be lost in thought, entirely oblivious to the presence of Dumbledore standing beside him. "Al, it has been quite some time since I last heard that name," Dumbledore remarked, leaning closer with a beaming smile directed at him. Hector gazed at him, as if recalling something significant. It must have been Aberforth who mentioned it. "It has been ages since anyone called me that." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, confusion washed over his face. Was Dumbledore indeed Al? Could he possibly be the same Al that the original had often spoken of? Hector fell into deep contemplation, uncertain whether his disjointed memories, meticulously curated by his own mind, were any connection to Dumbledore. This matter was of utmost significance, and Hector furrowed his brow, clearly engaged in profound thought. If the Al he had called out referred indeed to Dumbledore, the implications would be dire. Within the recesses of Hector's most vivid memories of their initial encounter, Dumbledore's expressions transitioned from confusion to surprise, then to joy, and ultimately to satisfaction, all of which appeared to be mere performances. He pondered the terrifying nature of this possibility, questioning how Dumbledore, having spent so much time with the original, could remain oblivious to the fact that Hector was an imposter. If that were the case, what purpose did all of this serve? A mere jest. Hector was reluctant to delve further into this line of thought, attempting instead to consider from another perspective. If his initial assumptions were indeed correct, why would Dumbledore voluntarily invoke the name Al? He could have easily pretended not to hear and continued with his original intentions. If that were the case, who exactly did Al represent? Hector felt as though his mind had descended into chaos. He was engulfed in doubt, even regarding his gaze towards Dumbledore, which now bore a hint of wariness. He slipped his hand into his pocket as casually as possible, gripping his wand tightly. Fortunately, Dumbledore appeared oblivious to Hector's subtle movements. His eyes narrowed as he became lost in his memories, murmuring, "In my youth, my mother fondly referred to me in this manner. Ariana often called me the same. She never favored the term brother. Even Albus was seldom addressed as Al by her. That is why she chose to call me this way." Dumbledore soon emerged from his reverie, prompting Hector to force a stiff smile. "What troubles you, Hector? Are you still not accustomed to the presence of a phantom servant?" Dumbledore offered an excuse for Hector's awkward demeanor. Hector nodded, just as a portly figure materialized in the air not far away. The rotund man was clad in a tattered coat, with disheveled, grimy ginger hair atop his head. He was of short stature, appearing rather unkempt, with one hand tucked into his coat while the other clutched a patched hat. Hector instinctively drew his wand, his reaction swift, yet Dumbledore was equally quick, stepping in front of Hector first. "Relax, Hector, this is Mundungus, the very person we have been waiting for," Dumbledore assured Hector with a nod, then turned to the short, stout man named Mundungus. "And you too, Mundungus, lower your wand. No one intends to harm you." Mundungus squinted his swollen, bloodshot eyes, scrutinizing Hector behind Dumbledore. Upon realizing that Hector was merely a child, he finally tucked his wand back into his pocket. "Apologies for my tardiness, Dumbledore," Mundungus said, maintaining a cautious distance, his hand still hovering near his wand. He placed his tattered hat on the ground and took a couple of steps back, explaining, "There's a lucrative deal to discuss. Lately, there has been a steady influx of cauldrons falling from broomsticks, reasonably priced and in ample quantity. If managed well, it could yield quite a profit." At the mention of this venture, a smug smile spread across Mundungus's face. He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Dumbledore's lack of disapproval, the stout man swiftly operated away, offering no further greeting to Hector. "Well, Hector, at least you delivered the key," Dumbledore remarked with a hint of exasperation, though his expression remained gentle. "A commendable response, Hector. If Fawkes were aware of your performance, he would undoubtedly take pride in you." Dumbledore cast a spell on the hat and gestured for Hector to grasp its edge alongside him. As Hector placed his hand upon the brim of his hat, the world around him began to spin violently. This sensation was more exhilarating than any he had previously experienced, and the rushing wind instinctively compelled him to shut his eyes. When he dared to open them again, the familiar silhouette of the Eiffel Tower greeted him. Finally, he had arrived in Paris, Hector mused to himself. Dumbledore gazed at the Eiffel Tower in the distance, his expression far from pleasant. "We should not be here. Montgolfier must have acquired this key from dubious sources," he remarked, grasping Hector's hand with a hint of urgency in his stride. It was then that Hector noticed their proximity to the bustling streets of Paris. with the iconic Eiffel Tower and the cacophony of traffic attesting to the city's vibrancy. Fortunately, the portkey had deposited them in a relatively safe location, a narrow alleyway. Hector surveyed his surroundings. It was nearly the time when lunch was concluding, and people were either resting at home or laboring in their offices. The alley did not appear to be a popular tourist spot, resulting in a lack of foot traffic. Dumbledore was acutely aware of this. Yet he showed no signs of slowing down. As he deftly navigated through the winding streets, he retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to Hector. "What is this?" Hector inquired. Hector's face was a canvas of questions as he cautiously accepted the card from Dumbledore's hands. The front of the card bore an enigmatic symbol, reminiscent of runes, while the reverse side displayed a series of faintly discernible characters. However, this sequence was not static. Before long, it became jumbled and reconfigured, undergoing a succession of transformations before finally settling into a coherent form. An address, or rather, a multitude of addresses. Dumbledore, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings with meticulous care, his keen gaze sweeping over each individual within his line of sight. Nonetheless, he responded promptly to Hector's inquiries. This was a safe house, fortified by layers of magic, existing in the interstices of time and space. Nicodemus preferred solitude, having resided here for many years, only occasionally returning to his former home for brief interludes. Hector tucked the card into the satchel he always carried, then began to survey his surroundings, yearning to discover something that could awaken the fragmented memories unintentionally erased by his mind. After all, merely gazing upon the distant expanse of French soil had already bestowed upon him a wealth of invaluable insights. It seemed inconceivable that upon arriving at this simultaneously familiar yet alien land, he would leave empty-handed. Hector scrutinized the bustling store and the lively street, filled with a multitude of passers-by. Regrettably, the anticipated glimmering fragments of memory failed to materialize. The sights before him seemed to evoke no resonance within Hector. Both the existing and latent memories articulated an undeniable truth he was reluctant to confront. He had never been here. Perhaps the place was too vibrant. And given the original owner's identity as a Parisian orphan, it was likely that he had drifted through the squalor of slums or similar surroundings. Alternatively, it could be that this locale had not witnessed the kind of heart-stirring events that had transpired near the coastline. Regardless, as Hector surveyed the scene, aside from the variously expressive pedestrians that had inexplicably appeared, there seemed to be little of significance. Wait, pedestrians with such diverse expressions? Hector discreetly surveyed the peculiar figures around him, each exhibiting eccentric attire and behavior that distinctly set them apart from ordinary passers-by. It was evident that these individuals were not mere pedestrians, especially with the occasional furtive glances cast in their direction. Hector surmised that these must be local Aurors from France, and he began to understand why Dumbledore had departed in such haste. The key Montague had procured likely lacked official certification. In other words, the esteemed Albus Dumbledore had arrived in France through clandestine means. No wonder the Aurors were pursuing us. The sight of a smuggler being Dumbledore had startled them, particularly the leader of the operation. The leader recalled the directive issued by the office head, which seemed to entail capturing the unfortunate smuggler who had landed in the city center. The smuggler was Dumbledore? What an absurd international jest. And he was expected to swiftly apprehend this criminal? The leader meticulously examined the map, tracking the movements of the lawbreaker. Indeed, the trajectory indicated it was none other than Dumbledore, accompanied by a child. Rubbing his eyes, he pondered whether he had inadvertently offended the Auror office head, as such a perplexing and perilous task seemed utterly out of character for him. Proceed, leader. The map cannot be mistaken. Just then, the two-way mirror at the leader's waist vibrated. Upon checking the message, he noted it was from an Auror team member behind the two dangerous individuals. That member evidently had not caught sight of their faces. Otherwise, such a message would not have been sent under the knowledge that their opponent was Dumbledore. The Auror leader wished fervently for a malfunction of the equipment, though he knew that was unlikely. After all, they were dealing with Dumbledore. He found it easier to believe that there was a problem with the equipment than to face such a formidable adversary. Leader, cover me, Dumbledore urged as he and Hector quickened their pace, weaving through a labyrinthine path before entering an alley. For the Auror, this presented a golden opportunity. He was perplexed by the hesitance exhibited by the usually decisive leader, who was acting in a manner entirely uncharacteristic of his usual self. Unable to wait for the leader's prompt via the two-way mirror, the Auror boldly charged into the alley. A dead end. The Auror felt satisfaction at this revelation. After turning the corner, he spotted an elderly figure accompanied by a child. He felt fortunate that they had not utilized apparition to escape. This aura resolved to speak favorably about the pair to the leader, hoping to mitigate their offenses should they choose to cooperate. As he slowly turned around, hands raised in a visible manner, he proclaimed, "I represent the French Ministry of Magic, and I am arresting you on charges of smuggling. Please cooperate with the investigation." However, he did not truly represent the French Ministry of Magic. The action group leader, panting heavily, could not resort to apparition in the presence of the public. To thwart the reckless behavior of the young man, he sprinted forward, barely managing to catch up. "Put down your wand, Theseus," he urged, his tone laced with urgency. Were it not for the fear of collateral damage, he might have seized it himself. Theseus, a name that resonated with familiarity. Dumbledore turned, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the young French auror. Hector also turned, observing the young man whose complexion drained of color upon meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Theseus appeared alarmingly pale, swaying precariously as if he might collapse onto the ground. Desperately, Theseus glanced at his leader, who offered no response but maintained a vigilant watch on Dumbledore. "Mr. Dumbledore, it is an honor to meet you. May I ask who this is?" The leader spoke with utmost politeness, fully aware of Dumbledore's esteemed reputation. In a bid to soften the atmosphere, he endeavored to keep his tone gentle. "This is my grandson, Hector. I apologize for the disturbance we have caused you," Dumbledore replied, his smile unwavering as he nodded in acknowledgement of the leader's courtesy. The leader, taken aback, hastily waved his hand. "Not at all, not at all. It is our oversight that has interrupted your plans. We sincerely hope for your understanding." A diplomatic individual. The leader took the blame upon himself and swiftly ushered the instigator, Theseus, away, thus granting ample space for Dumbledore and Hector. "I have yet to learn your name," Dumbledore remarked, a hint of regret in his expression, though it was fleeting. With Hector in tow, Dumbledore navigated the streets of Paris until they finally found a secluded spot. Ensuring the surroundings were secure, he then apparat them before an unremarkable wooden door. "I know you wish to inquire," Dumbledore began, addressing the perplexed Hector just before knocking on the door. "The reason for not using apparition initially is due to the peculiar limitations of the portkey. If used within half an hour of its activation, it enforces a forced separation, a rather strange restriction, yet it has indeed occurred. I cannot ascertain whether the portkey acquired by Montague possesses the same effect, but it is prudent to err on the side of caution." "I was unaware of such an odd limitation," Hector replied. "There are many things of which you are ignorant. Magic is an enigmatic force, and comprehending all its intricacies is an impossible endeavor, even for Merlin. Nevertheless, Albus, your achievements in the study of magic are not far behind those of Merlin." Suddenly, the red wooden door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman standing at the threshold. It is evident that time has been remarkably kind to this elderly gentleman. At over 600 years of age, Nicholas Flamel appears as vibrant as ever, exuding a remarkable vitality, with his posture impeccably upright. Hector perceives a familiar glimmer in his eyes. Much like Ollivander, Nicholas's attire exudes an obsession bordering on madness. However, the elegance of this venerable figure surpasses that of Ollivander, evoking an immediate sense of reverence upon first glance. Hector was unlike others. He detected a familiar scent emanating from Nico. He swore he had encountered this aroma before, yet curiously, his mind remained eerily calm, devoid of any reaction. "Welcome, Albus, Mr. LeMay exclaimed, bouncing with a lively step. He nodded at Dumbledore and then extended his wrinkled, excessively pale hand towards Hector, glimmering in the sunlight. "Welcome to Paris, Hector Dumbledore." For reasons unknown, Hector felt a peculiar sensation as he gazed upon the elderly gentleman before him. He couldn't shake the impression that all his questions would find resolution in this very place. Hector settled onto the sofa, quietly awaiting some semblance of insight from his mind regarding the scene before him. However, to his disappointment, his thoughts remained strikingly silent, devoid of any response. Perhaps it was indeed due to his unfamiliarity with this place. Choosing not to dwell on this matter any longer, Hector straightened himself and began to scrutinize the abode of the legendary alchemist, Nicholas LeMay. Mr. LeMay's sanctuary was not of the opulent kind, as evidenced by the modesty of the living room. The space was adorned with an array of bottles and jars, varying in size and form, while shelves displayed numerous exquisite alchemical creations, emitting wisps of white mist that piqued his interest. Though the house boasted few windows, it was nevertheless well lit. A large table occupied the area in front of the window, meticulously arranged with uniquely shaped and remarkably large instruments. Most of these devices were crafted from glass. Appearing quite antiquated, their surfaces coated with a layer of white residue, reminiscent of frosted glass. Those that retained a semblance of brightness shimmered with a faint yellow hue, refracted elegantly in the light. Hector's gaze lingered only briefly on the instruments. His attention was more captivated by the desk of Mr. Nicholas Flamel. The floor beside the desk was strewn with numerous tomes, while the surface was cluttered with an array of blueprints, suggesting some intricate designs were underway. Upon the desk, two metallic figurines were engaged in their tasks. One held a fine quill and was diligently inscribing upon a lengthy sheet of parchment, while the other struggled to roll up the parchment from the desk, setting it aside before retrieving a pristine sheet of parchment from the opposite side and unfurling it on the surface. The two figurines chattered animatedly with one another, and just as Hector leaned in to catch their conversation, Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore concluded their discussion and approached him. "Hector, this is the esteemed Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, currently the greatest alchemist of our time, and arguably the most illustrious master of alchemy in history." Hector promptly rose from the sofa, standing respectfully before Nicolima, who wore a benevolent smile. He extended his hand towards Hector, who cautiously grasped it. "Thank you for your kind words, Albus. But I am hardly the greatest alchemical master. I am merely an elderly gentleman who has lived a bit longer." Mr. Lima withdrew his hand and waved it, summoning several cheerful metallic figures that scurried in, bearing silver platters. Upon these platters rested two exquisite cups. The little figures hastily delivered the gleaming golden cups into Hector's hands as he bent down. The cups felt surprisingly weighty, suggesting they were crafted from gold, despite the pumpkin juice within being rather light. Hector silently reassessed his perception of Mr. Lima's modest demeanor. He glanced at the kindly smiling Nicolima, who, noticing Hector's gaze, regarded him with genuine concern. "Is something amiss? I thought you would enjoy the pumpkin juice." "I apologize. It seems we haven't stocked much food in the house. You know how it is with an old man's appetite." "Oh, there are still a few things. Please wait a moment." Mr. Lima moved with a slight wobble, his steps small and quick, resembling a light jog. Yet, when he set about his tasks, he did so with remarkable vigor. Before Hector could respond, Nicolima had vanished from his sight. "I do indeed enjoy pumpkin juice." Hector noticed Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, and he defended himself accordingly. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, naturally taking a sip of the pumpkin juice handed to him by a small figure. He reassured Hector, "Relax. Nicholas is a truly admirable person and exceedingly hospitable to his guests. There is no need for you to feel anxious." Dumbledore gestured a toast towards Hector before draining his cup of pumpkin juice in one go. Hector, still somewhat apprehensive, took a modest sip from his own cup. The pumpkin juice was warm and quite delightful, though perhaps a tad too sweet, which might explain its appeal to Dumbledore's palate. Hector sipped only a small amount and patiently waited for a while, feeling no sense of discomfort. If one were to insist there was any sensation, it was merely a heightened clarity of mind. At this, Hector felt relieved. It seemed that Nicholas Flamel harbored no ill intentions towards him. Consequently, he swiftly finished the remaining pumpkin juice in his cup. It must be said that aside from being a tad overly sweet, the pumpkin juice possessed no flaws. After some time, Mr. Flamel emerged from the room, a cloth bag in hand. His face bore an expression of concern. Yet upon noticing that Hector had consumed the pumpkin juice, a gentle smile graced his features. "It appears you enjoy pumpkin juice. That is delightful," he remarked. Mr. Flamel placed the bag upon the table, rummaging through it before producing a familiar item well known to both Hector and Dumbledore, a box of chocolate frogs. "I am quite acquainted with the little fellows from the Frum family. They consulted me during the creation of this delightful treat. The collectible card within the chocolate frog was my idea, though I declined to allow them to print my likeness on it. Rather too ostentatious, Mr. Flamel explained as he handed the somewhat yellowed packaging to Hector. Hector carefully placed the unopened chocolate frog into his own bag. After all, this was a limited edition chocolate frog gifted to Nicholas Flamel by its creator, and it would be foolish to treat it as an ordinary snack. The chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Nicholas Flamel subsequently retrieved a small candy bag from the depths of the bag. The bag was white, tinged with a slight yellow, and the markings were not entirely legible, yet Hector could still discern large red letters. And he thought he spotted a rabbit. Could it be a white rabbit? "This is a type of milk candy from the East, a gift from a friend who visited. Parental adores it, though moderation is necessary due to age," Mr. Flamel stated. Dumbledore deftly extracted a piece of the candy from the bag, unwrapping it. Hector was now certain that Mr. Flamel was treating them to white rabbit milk candy, evident from the rice paper packaging. It was utterly delectable, with just the right level of sweetness. "What is the name of this candy?" Hector inquired. A look of enjoyment spread across Dumbledore's face as he glanced at the candy's wrapper. My Chinese isn't particularly strong. Rabbit milk candy? Quite an amusing name. It's called white rabbit milk candy. Albus, I am pleased you enjoy it, Mr. Flammel replied, his gaze towards Dumbledore, who had a penchant for sweets. Was as warm as the one he directed towards Hector. Dumbledore, in Mr. LeMay's presence, bore none of the elder aura he exuded at Hogwarts. His hand darted towards the bag with a swiftness that surpassed even Hector's, revealing his evident fondness for the white rabbit candies. Hector found Dumbledore's demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. Feeling hesitant to contest with him, he could only watch longingly after taking one for himself. It was Mr. LeMay who intervened, swiftly snatching the bag from Dumbledore's grasp, momentarily leaving the great wizard taken aback. Albus, must you always behave like a child? I recall when we first met, you were a figure of elegance and grace. How is it that age has transformed you so? Mr. LeMay then thrust the large bag of candies into Hector's arms, affectionately ruffling his hair as he said, "Give it a try. They're delightful, and I'm certain you will adore them." Dumbledore seemed poised to respond, but ultimately refrained, casting a gaze that could only be described as forlorn towards Mr. LeMay. Everything felt remarkably surreal. To Hector, Dumbledore appeared as if he had been possessed, devoid of the grandeur associated with the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. As for Nicholas LeMay, Hector had to concede that Albus was indeed correct, at least for now. Mr. LeMay seemed to be a genuinely amiable person. Hector even wondered if Mr. LeMay's warmth towards him bordered on excessive, or if such was simply his customary manner. Uncertain of the answer, he nonetheless felt content, akin to the sweetness of the white rabbit candy melting in his mouth. "Albus, I wish to speak with Hector privately. Would that be agreeable?" Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback as he requested a servant to refill his pumpkin juice, instinctively questioned Mr. LeMay's intentions. Yet, it was Mr. LeMay making the proposal. Dumbledore acquiesced with a nod. Of course, Nicholas. Mr. LeMay turned to Hector, seeking his approval, which Hector readily granted. Given the circumstances, he had discerned that Dumbledore was not conspiring with Nicholas LeMay. Their meeting was indeed solely at Mr. LeMay's behest. With the assurance that Dumbledore was likely on his side, Hector felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He patted his pocket, relieved to find his wand still quietly nestled within, undeniably bolstering his sense of security. Now, Hector was intensely curious about what Nicholas LeMay might reveal to him. Mr. LeMay, pleased with Hector's response, elegantly extended his hand. "This way, please, Hector." "So, Mr. LeMay, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Hector gazed at the elderly man before him, who was nervously wringing his hands, and cautiously posed his question. "Hector, if I may call you that," Nicodemus LeMay's face bore a smile, yet Hector could sense that it lacked the sincerity it once held. A wave of caution washed over Hector, his inner alarm bells ringing. Swiftly, he reached for his wand, attempting to divert Nicodemus's attention by feigning an interest in the door. "There is no need for such subtle tactics. This room has been meticulously designed by me. Soundproofing is merely its most basic feature, and its protective capabilities are exceptionally robust. I assure you, even Merlin himself would require some time to breach it." A chair soared toward Nicodemus, followed closely by a table, both landing gracefully beside him. Nicodemus settled himself with an air of tranquility, tapping his fingers on the table's surface. Suddenly, a metallic figure riding a unicycle appeared in the room, bearing a steaming cup of rich tea. The little figure bowed respectfully before Nicodemus and placed the ornate cup on the table. With a wave of his hand, Nicodemus dismissed the little being, who sped away on its unicycle. "I believe you are in search of this," Nicodemus remarked, savoring his tea as he produced Hector's wand from his pocket, gesturing toward Hector. "Paulownia wood, 13¼ inches, with a phoenix feather. Quite an exquisite combination. Wouldn't you agree? How did you come into possession of my wand?" Hector discovered that the wand he held had been replaced by a slender stick. He was thoroughly intrigued by how Nicholas Flammel, despite his utmost caution, could have managed to switch his wand. In Hector's recollection, aside from a polite handshake with Flammel, there had been no other direct contact. Mr. Flammel had even ruffled Hector's hair, yet his other hand had remained within his line of sight, suggesting he possessed no means to procure the wand from his pocket. How could this have happened? Hector strained to recall every detail that could have led to the theft of his wand. After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged. While he was receiving a pumpkin juice from the little figure atop a stack, the one at the bottom had taken the opportunity to switch Hector's wand. "It seems you have deduced it," Albus remarked. "You are indeed quite clever. Though there remains a touch of confounding agent at play, its dosage is modest, yet sufficient to obscure certain details, such as the switch." But why do I feel considerably clearer-headed now? Hector, filled with confusion, inquired, yet Nico LeMay offered no response, merely gazing at him with a serene smile. I understand now. Initially, I sampled a small amount, influenced by the hallucinogen. However, the dosage was not substantial and quickly wore off, allowing me to perceive the stark contrast between clarity and confusion. Nico LeMay's face bore an expression of approval, and he even lightly applauded Hector. Well done, splendid reasoning. I truly admire you, Hector, so astute, so courageous, and so very young. Though Nico LeMay's tone remained gentle, to Hector's ears, it resonated with a chilling undertone. Yet, one point eluded Hector's grasp. You claim I overlooked certain details, leading to the wand's substitution. That cannot be. Was it not the little dwarves who brought me my beverage that made the switch? I didn't even consume the pumpkin juice laced with the hallucinogen. How could I have missed such a detail? Oh, poor child. Nico LeMay's face softened with pity. He rapped the table lightly, and the little figure on the unicycle reappeared, this time accompanied by a procession of alchemical dwarfs. The little beings brought forth a chair and a table, while the unicyclist carefully balanced a large cup of thick pumpkin juice. Once the alchemical dwarves completed their task, they lined up in an orderly fashion. The slightly larger dwarf, after placing the pumpkin juice on the table, hastily moved to the front of the line, bowing respectfully to Nico LeMay. The dwarf then hopped back onto his unicycle and sped away with his entourage. Drink some pumpkin juice, child. It will do you good. Hector gazed at Nico LeMay, who stood behind the chair, a subconscious voice warning him against taking a seat. Thus, Hector remained standing, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Nico LeMay erupted into laughter, his smile laced with contempt. Observing Hector's perplexed expression, he disdainfully clarified, an exquisite line of reasoning does not necessarily equate to accuracy. My dear boy, I merely admire your thoughts, yet I have not claimed your deductions to be correct. Nico LeMay nonchalantly sipped his cup of red tea, a contented smile gracing his features. Hector, momentarily at a loss, felt an urgent need for a clear mind to contemplate the situation. In this vein, his hand involuntarily lifted the pumpkin juice before him, a subconscious desire to savor its refreshing essence. Fortunately, Hector swiftly recognized his actions and promptly set down the golden cup filled with pumpkin juice. Indeed, the juice contained a tincture. Yet it was not the pumpkin juice that harbored the true elixir mixed with the potion of confusion. Rather, it was the very air around them. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Nico LeMay gestured around him, a self-satisfied smirk upon his lips. Just a few parlor tricks, nothing of significance. You might recall my earlier mention of an Eastern friend. In truth, that friend is none other than myself. Nico swiftly finished his tea, his smile remaining remarkably serene, at least in the eyes of others. Rising from his chair, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Hector. Hector felt the hair on his neck stand on end, his limbs suddenly stiffening, and his breath quickening. His mind raced, striving to unearth a means to extricate himself from this predicament. If he did not act soon, Hector feared he would meet his demise here. A figure of darkness, concealed for so long within the light, suddenly choosing to unveil his thoughts was unlikely to stem from a newfound conscience or a fervent desire to share. Such revelations typically arise under two circumstances. Either he himself is nearing his end, and thus speaks kindly in his final moments, or Hector is on the brink of death, meant to grasp certain truths before his departure, ensuring he comprehends the gravity of his fate. Hector was well aware of this. His hand reached for a concealed pouch at his waist. He had never claimed to possess only that singular bag, nor had he ever asserted that he owned merely one wand. On the contrary, following the repulsion of the Death Eater's assault, Hector had accumulated quite a collection. He was particularly invested in the matter concerning Nicholas Flamel, having made considerable preparations, one of which was the replacement wand. After all, the most straightforward method to incapacitate a wizard is to break his wand, a fact Hector understood all too well. Thus he was prepared. Nicholas merely furrowed his brow but quickly restored his calm demeanor. He had subtly inquired with Albus and learned that Hector possessed only one wand and had visited Diagon Alley just once, spending the majority of his time in Hogsmeade. Furthermore, the core of that wand was indeed a phoenix feather, aligning with the characteristics of the Dumbledore lineage. Perhaps he was merely posturing? Nicholas Flamel pondered, as his plan seemed to be unfolding successfully, and he had lost the vigilance he once maintained. The execution of the plan had progressed so smoothly, with hardly a single misstep. After years of orchestrating elaborate schemes, Nicholas found it difficult to maintain a sense of caution towards this seemingly naive young boy. He mused that even if Hector produced a spare wand, what could a second-year wizard possibly accomplish? It would merely be a desperate struggle. Nicholas Flamel chose to disregard Hector's actions and continued to share his innermost secrets with an air of pride. No one could have anticipated that Nicholas Flamel was, in fact, of Chinese descent. At that moment, he appeared somewhat eccentric, gesticulating animatedly. After such a long time, he had finally found someone to confide in. Observing Hector's expression, which was not only one of utter astonishment but also laced with profound wariness, Nicholas chuckled heartily, unable to contain his laughter. It might seem somewhat imprecise to say so, but I believe you understand, Hector. If I may still call you Hector, no one in this world comprehends my words better than you do. Hector was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of crisis, his heart filled with dread. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the notion of ambush. He swiftly drew forth the wand, meticulously concealed at his back, and aimed it directly at the eccentric elder before him. I am Nicholas Flamel. Yet I am not merely Nicholas Flamel. This is a realm of magic, but it is not the magical world you and I are familiar with. Flamel charged forward. But his target was not Hector. Rather, it was the goblet of pumpkin juice resting upon the table. He consumed the liquid within the golden chalice in one swift motion, leaving Hector paralyzed with astonishment, entirely forgetting to cast a spell. His wand unwaveringly pointed at the old man. After 6 centuries, he finally encountered someone capable of comprehending his words. Flamel did not wipe the pumpkin juice from the corner of his mouth. He bore no resemblance to the cultured elder he had once been. Instead, he appeared more akin to a madman consumed by obsession. He gazed at Hector, who could only return the stare, transfixed by Flamel's presence. How shall I address you? Hector Dumbledore, or perhaps like me, you have nearly forgotten your own name. Recalling only a mere alias? Flamel returned to his seat, using a handkerchief to remove the traces of pumpkin juice from his lips. The earlier madness seemed to dissipate, as if it had been a release from 600 years of repression. He regarded Hector with an icy demeanor, seizing control of the conversation. Out of courtesy, I shall begin with my own introduction, Flamel remarked, tapping his forehead in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he revealed his so-called alias, HP, if I recall correctly. However, there exists an even more intriguing moniker that I believe will pique your interest. Leaning forward, his expression shifted from icy detachment to one of theatrical intrigue. Before Hector could respond, Flamel proclaimed, You may also refer to me as the Pioneer. The Pioneer? What does that signify? Hector gazed at Nico Lemay before him, the wand in his hand both a source of power and uncertainty. Internally, Hector summoned the system, which, after a prolonged silence, stirred to life. However, its response merely heightened his psychological burden without providing any substantial aid. The system revealed the 3 cards drawn for Hector, seemingly attuned to the impending clash. You are not, are you? Indeed, where there is a pioneer, there must inevitably be a successor. Nico Lemay displayed a contemplative expression, scrutinizing Hector with an icy demeanor. You have yet to disclose your name, but that is of little consequence. I shall soon learn it. Rising gracefully from his chair, Nico elegantly retrieved his wand from within his robes. Observing Hector's unwavering grip on his wand, he sneered, Are you too afraid to strike? Or perhaps you are simply too astonished. Relax, it is merely a game. Nico Lemay's arrogance was palpable as he regarded Hector with disdain, dismissing the wand-wielding Hector. Since you have chosen to resolve this matter with a wand, so be it. He flexed his withered joints, positioning the wand that had accompanied him for 6 centuries before him. You should still recall the art of dueling, correct? First, we bow to one another. Nico Lemay inclined his body slightly, while the thought of a surprise attack surged in Hector's mind. Yet, an unseen force restrained his movements, rendering his desire to wield the wand nothing but a fleeting thought. When Lemay straightened his posture, the invisible shackles binding Hector's limbs finally vanished. Maintain some decorum, Hector. It is now your turn to bow. Unlike Voldemort, who would have compelled Hector to bend with his wand, Lemay stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing Hector with a faint smile gracing his lips. Though Nico seemed devoid of any immediate action, Hector felt an undeniable pressure radiating from him. Hector was resolute in his refusal to bow, yet the force intensified, causing his face to flush crimson and veins to bulge at his neck. He was determined not to yield, casting aside all other thoughts, including strategies to counter Nico Lemay. Simultaneously, the cards symbolizing his innate gifts stirred within his mind. First, the white card inscribed with affinity surged forward, followed by the golden spell mastery, and finally, the purple bloodline of Dumbledore. All 3 cards fervently channeled their magical energy, alleviating Hector's burden momentarily. However, this relief was fleeting. as the colors of the cards gradually faded with the ebbing magic, first the white, then the gold, and finally the purple. Hector sensed the bond between himself and Aurora diminishing. Was there truly nothing he could do but submit? Wait, Aurora. According to Nicholas Flamel, this chamber is nearly impervious to external assault. However, that does not imply it cannot be breached from within. Hector has also observed the diminutive figures delivering tea. They did not enter through any internal passage, but rather appeared in the air as if by some form of apparition. It is inconceivable that Nicholas Flamel has not applied anti-apparition wards to this space, yet such enchantments are effective solely against wizards' apparitions. While most magical creatures can easily disregard their influence, Aurora included, Hector hopes that Nicholas Flamel's knowledge is not as extensive as feared. As he silently calls for Aurora while resisting the persistent pressure weighing down on him. Fortunately, Nicholas Flamel remains nonchalantly standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Seemingly devoid of any intention to strike at Hector, perhaps it is confidence born of 6 centuries of existence and accumulated power. The sheer terror of what Flamel has prepared, given his vast foresight, is truly unfathomable to Hector. Setting aside Flamel's scheming for the moment, Hector senses Aurora responding to his call, and he must maintain Flamel's complacency. Ensuring his thoughts remain concealed, he deliberately slows the output of his magical energy, sustaining a posture of resistance against that oppressive force, allowing Flamel to continue in his state of relaxed vigilance, or, at the very least, to remain unchanged. Suddenly, the scene takes on an eerie quality. Nicholas Flamel stands there, composed and aloof, while Hector faces him, awkwardly maintaining a half-bowed stance that sways slightly up and down. It seems both individuals harbor their own designs. Hector cannot decipher Flamel's intentions, and his singular thought is to flee. As for where to escape, Hector has not yet decided, but he knows he cannot remain in France. It appears that this country is particularly ill-fated for him. Having lost both parents here is one thing, but he fears that he too may meet his demise in this very place. In this moment, Hector's chaotic thoughts could no longer be suppressed. Aurora circled around, seeking the elusive sanctuary of Nico Lemay, hidden at the intersection of space and time. It seems we have a new ally. A smile graced Nico Lemay's face, as his hands, previously resting behind him, now positioned themselves in front. It appears you still cannot accept the inevitability of death, Hector. This is unfortunate. Is not a graceful demise a preferable choice? I had expected you to make a different decision. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating tale. He raised his wand, directing it towards Hector, who was stubbornly resisting the immense force pressing upon him. Hector felt the chilling glimmer coalescing at his back and swiftly executed an action he had been contemplating moments earlier. He relinquished his struggle against the overpowering force and, taking advantage of it, performed an awkward forward roll. This was unexpected for Nico Lemay, for just a second ago, Hector had been a lamb awaiting slaughter. And now he transformed, launching the first offensive against himself. Disarm your weapon. Armor of protection. Hector seized the advantage of surprise to initiate the assault, catching Nico Lemay completely off guard. However, being an ancient creature who has lived for over 6 centuries, Nico Lemay has endured countless battles, and his reflexes were astoundingly swift. Hector's initial strike did not yield significant benefits, for he was acutely aware of his inability to contend with Nico Lemay. In truth, he could scarcely match even a Bufus, who had a reputation for delivering lethal blows. All Hector could do now was to prolong the encounter as much as possible. He had already conveyed his location to Aurora, for the effects of the loyalty curse upon her had dissipated. Now, Aurora, having navigated the twists and turns, was hastening toward Hector's current position. The advantage that Hector initially held swiftly dissipated as Nicholas Flamel utilized a more formidable spell to completely overturn the tide. A simple ironclad enchantment from Flamel required Hector to unleash 2 or 3 aggressive spells to penetrate, while Hector's counterattacks necessitated a multitude of ironclad spells merely to be thwarted. The disparity in the potency of their spells was undeniably stark. Furthermore, Flamel's casting technique was far more adept and expedient than Hector's. The so-called advantage Hector previously boasted faded almost instantaneously, leaving him with no choice but to leverage his youthful agility to evade Flamel's spells as best as he could, resorting to ironclad spells only when absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, the benefit of Hector's swiftness soon diminished as he stood, utterly astonished, witnessing Flamel summon a bizarre set of alchemical armor. It was now he, Hector, who found himself with sluggish movements. Evasion became increasingly arduous, and his assaults proved ineffective against the self-operating ironclad enchantments of Flamel's armor. At this moment, Flamel truly exemplified the adage that mechanical ascension is the true doctrine of mankind. He moved with agility, his strikes were fierce, and the protective qualities of his armor rendered him devoid of the need for nimbleness. Coupled with his stunning alchemical ensemble, he bore no resemblance to a man over 600 years of age. It was no wonder that Flamel had appeared so self-assured earlier. Had Hector possessed such a complete set of enchanted gear, he might have dared to unearth the grave of Voldemort's father, a tempting thought indeed, should he manage to escape. Yet, for now, he must focus on the pressing matter at hand, for Nicholas Flamel was not an adversary to be trifled with. Hector altered his tactics, shifting his focus from effective strikes to employing spells that primarily served to hinder, akin to barriers and flocks of birds, thereby buying himself precious time. He patiently awaited the opportune moment. Although Nico Lamay's armor was formidable and possessed robust defensive capabilities, it bore a critical flaw in his lack of goggles, which Hector perceived as a potentially fatal weakness. The reason Hector refrained from unleashing his trump card right away was to prevent Nico Lamay from deploying a similar devastating weapon, which would render Hector's own advantage ineffective. It appeared that Nico Lamay was either unaware of this vulnerability or simply indifferent to it. As Hector skillfully evaded danger, he rummaged through his bag in search of the other ones he had previously acquired. This time, Hector employed a silent version of the dazzling spell, ensuring an element of surprise. However, he had yet to resolve the lingering issue of its side effects. Once initiated, the spell could not be halted until his magical energy was completely depleted. With no alternatives, Hector realized that relying on Aurora was his only viable solution. As he withdrew his hand from retrieving the wand, he inadvertently grasped something else, which he decided to take as well. Closer, Hector could sense Aurora's mounting anxiety. Her urgency mirrored in the heat surging through his veins, indicating that she was nearby. He refrained from allowing Aurora to enter directly. First, he needed to divert Nico Lamay's attention, lest she be intercepted mid-air. "Wait a moment," Hector shouted, yet Nico Lamay continued his assault as if he had not heard. Accompanying his relentless attack were words of admonition. "Do not be distracted, Hector. This is a duel. If you have something to say, you may visit me in a dream. I shall listen intently." Nico Lamay intensified his offense, and Hector's resistance became increasingly arduous. Following a whirlwind of strikes, Nico seamlessly transitioned into a charge blow, the impact reverberating with astonishing force. Hector tumbled awkwardly, the stone bricks beneath him shattering with a resounding explosion, a cloud of smoke enveloping his figure. "Accept your fate, Hector Dumbledore. This is also Dumbledore's destiny." Nico squinted, intending to disperse the smoke with a sweeping motion, when a dark object suddenly erupted from the haze, landing before him. Instinctively, Nico used his wand to push the object away, only for it to burst open, releasing a foul stench into the air. "If I survive this, I must pen an apology to those two." The figure of Hector, pinching his nose, materialized before Nico Lamay, wielding a wand that was evidently not the same as before. "Accept your weapon." Nico instinctively raised his guard, although the armor before him was more than capable of withstanding Hector's assault. Strangely, the tip of Hector's wand did not emit a crimson light, but rather a brilliant radiance. "Do not trust your ears, trust your eyes." Hector had already closed his eyes, and he called out loudly towards the voice of Nicholas Lemaire, pondering whether one should face death with dignity. "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lemaire?" Aurora had already flown in. This was the final sensation that Hector could perceive. Did Hector truly escape? Such is not the case. Aurora heeded Hector's summons, unfurling her wings to successfully breach the perimeter and infiltrate Nicholas Lemaire's sanctuary. Hector's ace in the hole indeed proved effective, as Nicholas Lemaire appeared unprepared. However, this did not signify the triumph of Hector's scheme. From the outset, Nicholas Lemaire was acutely aware of the Phoenix's existence. Having engaged with the Dumbledore family for an extended period, he certainly understood that whenever a member of the Dumbledore lineage sought assistance, the Phoenix would invariably manifest. Acknowledging this reality, Nicholas Lemaire had no reason to refrain from devising countermeasures against the Phoenix's spatial mobility. In fact, he did just that, which is why Aurora, carrying Hector, did not evade the trap Nicholas Lemaire had meticulously laid. He had prepared for this day for an extensive duration, remaining vigilant since the moment he learned of his so-called precursor's identity. The arrival of this day was significantly delayed from his expectations. He had spent 600 years in trepidation, acutely aware that he was not the protagonist of this world, merely a pawn assisting in the pathfinding. Yet Nicholas Lemaire was unwilling to serve as the stepping stone for the true protagonist. He understood that should the future hero discover him, there would be no mercy. For only one anomaly could exist in this world. To be frank, had he been the protagonist, he too would have obliterated the precursor's existence. Now, after so many years of planning, everything had unfolded nearly flawlessly. Hector, having fought valiantly, was now rendered unconscious and vulnerable. When Aurora realized that escape from the dwelling was impossible, she, undeterred, charged at Nicholas Lemaire for Hector's sake. Nicholas Lemaire, rubbing his eyes, effortlessly neutralized Aurora's assault. Under the might of his powerful incantations, Aurora underwent a metamorphosis, reverting to a juvenile state, entirely stripped of her capacity to resist. It seemed as though nothing could thwart Nicholas Lemaire's design. Once he eliminated the unconscious young man sprawled on the floor, he would become the sole anomaly in this world. Here, he would be the singular protagonist. However, Nicholas Lemaire felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Staggering. He propped up the chair he had toppled and sat down heavily. Was it truly resolved so easily after 600 years of apprehension and repression? This left Nicholas Lemaire in a daze. Frankly, if it were merely to deal with this young man, he needn't don the meticulously crafted armor at all. The simplicity of the situation instilled in him a surreal sensation. Gazing at the motionless Hector on the floor, he murmured to himself, "I am indeed curious about what you might say. For 600 years, no one has ever comprehended my words. No one has truly understood me." With a flick of his wand, the golden chalice, which had inexplicably rolled away, returned to his grasp, refilled with tea at a pleasantly warm temperature. Nico Lemaire took a sip, seeking solace in the warm tea to temper his trembling body, which quaked with excessive excitement. "You cannot fathom the trials I have endured over the years. For the first 2 centuries, I lived in constant trepidation, tirelessly striving to enhance my powers. A feat made possible by my innate talent. I am certain you possess a gift as well, yet I dare say mine surpasses yours in utility." With a soft voice, Nico Lemaire rambled onto Hector, his tone akin to that of a boastful child when discussing innate abilities. Rising from his chair, he approached Hector, declaring, "I drew a golden talent on my first attempt. That luminous orb mentioned the odds of acquiring a golden talent are rather slim. I am not entirely versed in these matters. They are the domain of you young folk. My grandson has alluded to it once or twice, but that seems a lifetime ago." Nico Lemaire sipped his tea again, squinting as he succumbed to nostalgia. "My first talent was called. What was it again? It has been so long since I employed it that I struggle to recall. However, it essentially allowed me to extract a portion of magical energy from other sorcerers and store it within vessels for my use, hence the creation of the magic stone. This is why no one has been able to forge a second magic stone. All those texts claiming to hold the secrets, such as the Book of Abraham, are mere facades. The recipes for the magic stones circulating in the market were deliberately leaked by me. One must provide some semblance of hope, after all." A smile graced Nico Lemaire's lips, tinged with a hint of derision at the ignorance of the masses. He shook his head and continued, "Such a formidable gift surely comes with limitations. It cannot be wielded against those stronger than oneself. Nevertheless, I shall begin with those weaker than I, gradually accumulating strength over time. There exists another flaw, no progeny. I have always yearned for a child, but the reason eludes me." At this juncture, Nico Lemaire unexpectedly began to stroke Hector's hair, his gaze imbued with a gentleness. "Perhaps I have forgotten the reason. 6 centuries of memories cannot all reside in one's mind, so I have discarded some of the inconsequential ones. Yet you, Hector, evoke a sense of familiarity within me. A sensation that is peculiar, as though I have encountered you somewhere before." Nico Lemaire withdrew his hand, casting a glance at Hector, his expression shifting abruptly from benevolence to a menacing scowl. Should Hector have witnessed this transformation, he would surely have been startled by the swift change in Nico Lemaire's demeanor. "For all these years, I have been preparing. I have meticulously crafted my plans through my mastery of alchemy. So much preparation. I have concealed my movements to avoid detection by you, fearing your discovery. Without your presence, would I have had to live in such dread for so long? Must I scurry like a rat in the shadows, perpetually anxious? I believed you to be formidable. I thought you, like myself, were biding your time. Awaiting the moment, I revealed a weakness." Nicholas Flamel abruptly rose from the ground, his excitement propelling him to pace fervently around the room, his frail arms flailing with fervor. His face contorted in anger as he directed his wand towards Hector, only to soon let his arm, which held the wand, droop down. "Forgive me, after all. I am but an old man." He returned to his chair, the cup hovering just within reach. The atmosphere remained silent for an extended period, with Flamel sitting in a daze, his chest barely rising and falling. The only distinction between him and a corpse lay in his lively, blinking eyes. "I dedicated 2 centuries to perfecting the details of this room. all the while striving to maintain the facade of a virtuous character until I encountered Albus, your grandfather. I once believed he was my rival. He was astonishingly gifted, surpassing any wizard I had ever met. Yet he was not. I could only labor to conceal my presence once more. Flamel's voice shattered the tranquility as he resumed his calm narration. I am so weary, many memories have faded. I have even contemplated death, thinking it might be a release. But I have discovered something intriguing. I believe my preparations remain worthwhile, perhaps even insufficient. He paused deliberately, seemingly to tantalize the unconscious Hector. When he deemed it time, Flamel continued, I have found an exit from this world. I can return home. But is not my home right here? Why then, do I speak of going home? Suddenly, Flamel, who had been narrating so placidly, became animated once more. He stood from his chair and waved his wand, conjuring an alchemical figure resembling a normal adult with feminine traits. Flamel rushed towards it, and the alchemical figure embraced the elderly man warmly. My home is right here. Would you not agree, my dear Perenelle? The alchemical figure nodded mechanically, and Flamel's smile radiated even brighter. Releasing Perenelle, he turned his gaze towards Hector, his one once again aimed directly at the small figure lying on the ground. Farewell, little one. No, no, no. Picking up where he left off, Flamel cast the killing curse at Hector, a green light shooting forth from the tip of his wand. The green beam streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, striking the still-prone Hector. Flamel felt he ought to be elated. The burdens that had weighed on him for so many years had finally vanished, and no threat remained. Yet, why did he feel no joy? Instead, he cried out as if bereaved of a treasured possession, What have you done? Nico LeMay murmured to himself, his face contorted as if caught between tears and laughter. Why did you deceive me? This is not what we agreed upon. He emitted a hoarse, guttural roar, a sound that grated against the walls like nails scraping across a surface, reflecting his profound anger. He chastised himself sternly, Do not behave like a childish fool. We have spent so many years together, and yet you show no growth whatsoever. This remark caused the voice emanating from within him to pause momentarily. After a lengthy silence, it resumed, It is not like this. You have always been a good child. Why have you changed, Nico? Changed. I have not changed at all. Is it wrong to desire something for myself? Why must I accept death? I can continue to live. He continued passionately, Moreover, you are hardly a benevolent figure. Do not presume I am unaware of the subtle manipulations you have exerted over the years, altering my judgments, influencing my actions, and even controlling my body. You nearly turned me into a laughingstock. Do you comprehend that? How could it take so long to deal with a second-grade wizard? Nico LeMay's emotions surged, nearly erupting in a roar. The hoarse voice within him patiently awaited the tempest to subside before continuing, It is all my fault. Enough. You have repeated that ad nauseum. Is it merely because I resemble your grandson? I am utterly exhausted by this. Nico's tone mirrored that of a petulant child as he slapped his forehead in frustration and sulkily plopped down onto a chair. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Isn't this rather splendid? There is no need to fret about the title of the progenitor. The protagonist has been thoroughly vanquished, and the world will continue along its rightful path. We can venture out, partake in delightful activities. I do not understand what you are saying, Nico. I only wish to ask you one question. Is this truly what you desire? The hoarse voice reduced Nico's forthcoming lengthy discourse to silence with that singular inquiry. Indeed, was this what he truly wished? After 6 centuries, he felt as though he had witnessed all the wonders the world had to offer and experienced countless adventures. Yet, why did he persist in feeling ensnared within a cage? Doubt crept into Nico's mind as he rummaged through the beautiful memories of his past, yearning to relive the joy he had regrettably lost. Those cherished recollections, once vibrant, now appeared as mere gilded facades. A gentle touch shattered them into fragments, rendering them utterly indistinct. Nico LeMay obliterated all memories of joy, leaving behind only impotent struggles and suffocating anguish. 600 years is an interminable span of time, one so extensive that even the memories of anguish have accumulated to the brink of overflowing. The joyful recollections that were eradicated have vacated a substantial space, and this void cannot remain unoccupied indefinitely. The lingering sorrows swiftly seized upon this fertile ground for growth. Pain rapidly encroached upon the territories once inhabited by blissful memories, extending and reconstructing itself in this realm that was meant for joy. It even mimicked the framework of the overall recollection, resulting in a counterfeit memory saturated with suffering. While the joyful recollections belonging to Nico LeMay have long since decayed into a mere shell, corroded and worn, the present Nico LeMay exists solely as a vessel for torment and obsession. When did I begin this endeavor? A fearful expression manifested on Lemaire's face as he struggled against the tidal wave of pain crashing upon him. Gasping for breath in an attempt to alleviate the agonizing sensation threatening to tear apart his mind, Nicol Lemaire pressed firmly on his temples, feeling utterly weakened. A hoarse voice emerged once more from his throat. I am uncertain when I fell into slumber. When did you succumb to sleep? Nearly 2 centuries ago, Nicol. I have told you. The hoarse voice sounded perplexed, and upon hearing these words, the terror on Lemaire's face became increasingly pronounced. His voice trembled as he protested. No. Do not jest with me. You only slumbered for a year. Or have you informed me of an anomaly that has befallen this world? Since you claim the anomaly arrived merely 2 years prior, why do I feel as though I have been preparing for this for an eternity? It does not align. It cannot be. Nicol Lemaire felt as if his head might explode, as countless fragments of memory emerged uncontrollably from the recesses of his mind. These memories, no longer silent, began to assemble the painful recollections, refusing to remain passive. The previously dormant memories separated scattered shards from their original positions, audaciously altering the memories that were in the process of reconstruction before Nicol Lemaire's very eyes. He yearned to intervene and halt this chaos. Yet he found himself powerless to do anything but observe. This chapter is not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. I understand now. Someone has impersonated you. Nicol Lemaire was drenched in sweat, the tumultuous scenes in his mind provoking an extreme discomfort. However, the struggle of memories did not impede his contemplation. It merely fragmented his focus significantly. Arriving at this conclusion did not require much time, yet it did not elucidate the entirety of the situation. But why impersonate you? It makes no sense. What transpired 200 years ago? 2 centuries ago? The voice pondered, recounting events from 2 centuries past. We grew weary of the cacophony of the external world, yearning for solitude, and sought to uncover tales of other anomalies. At that time, you believed the progenitor to be the vanguard of exploration, tasked with imparting the secrets of this realm to future generations. The progenitor was a teacher, a guiding beacon, a sentiment you expressed to me directly. The raspy voice paused, as if in contemplation, then erupted with fervor. 200 years ago, we unveiled the secret of the Eris mirror. I can return to my world, and you need not remain confined to this realm. Nicolas Lemaire furrowed his brow, nearly grasping that a force sought to obscure this revelation from them. He allowed the elder, whose spirit intertwined with his own, to drift into a deep slumber, attempting to alter his will by reshaping his memories. Fragments of negative memory surged forth, as if triggered by a keyword, launching an aggressive assault. Lemaire sensed his once clear mind becoming obscured. The memories began to blur, and he struggled to recall his previous utterances. An overwhelming thought consumed him. Kill him. Was it Hector? Had he not already perished? Mr. Lemaire fought desperately, realizing why memories shared within his own being displayed such disparity in strength, an effect of the intoxicating incense burning nearby. He endeavored to rise, to extinguish the still-burning stick of incense, but found himself powerless, gradually losing command over his body. A familiar automaton appeared in his line of sight. It was Perenelle. Lemaire felt a surge of excitement at the sight of her figure, struggling to maneuver his stiff limbs, pointing towards the smoldering censer. Perenelle remained unresponsive, advancing directly towards him. Lemaire noted the human-like expression of sorrow upon her metallic visage. Her hand reached for his throat. The anomaly to be eliminated was not solely Hector. Lemaire himself was also an anomaly. A look of relief washed over Mr. Lemaire's face. He could scarcely distinguish between reality and illusion. Death was a brave adventure, yet now was not the appropriate moment, Mr. Lemaire, nor for that entity residing within him. In a daze, Lemaire unexpectedly heard that familiar, youthful voice. His breathing became steady. The shards of painful memories fell away, losing their previous ferocity. And everything began to trend towards a brighter path. It was astonishing that this world still harbored the presence of a devoted guardian. Now, I can address your initial inquiry. I am Hector Dumbledore, but you may also call me Libayan. Hector relinquished the wand from his grasp, and the alchemical doll hovered gracefully in the air, her hand still poised in a tight grip. I am eager to hear your thoughts on the Mirror of Eris, the world beyond, and, of course, you, Monsieur Nicolas Flamel, if I may address you as such. You are not dead? How can that be? Nicolas Flamel coughed weakly several times. The frail figure of a man over 6 centuries old could hardly withstand such tribulations. Must I have perished? Did I not merely lose consciousness from the depletion of my magical energy? Hector was taken aback by Nicolas Lemaire's words. He first touched his forehead, relieved to find that he bore no lightning scar like Harry's. Then, Hector meticulously assessed his magical energy, astonished to find no sensation of depletion. The 3 cards continued to radiate their vibrant light. The magic coursing through his veins felt almost excessively abundant, entirely inconsistent with the state of someone who had fainted from overexertion. How could recovery occur so swiftly? Without hesitation, Hector slapped himself, the sharp pain vividly confirming that this was no mere dream. Rubbing his throbbing cheek, he realized that the level of magic within him was now stronger than ever, the surging power within his veins imparting an almost surreal sense of strength. Fragmented, Hector faced the chair that Nicholas Lemaire had prepared for him earlier. In an instant, as the chair was struck by the spell, it emitted a painful howl, causing Hector to instinctively take a step back. The seemingly ordinary chair began to move autonomously, convulsing violently until it transformed into a great beast of alchemy. The monstrous hound fixed its malevolent gaze upon Hector, curling its body as it slowly edged toward the corner. Before long, the beast let out a mournful wail, unable to maintain its form, reluctantly disintegrating into scattered metallic fragments. How could this be? In just a few minutes. Nicholas Lemaire had gasped in astonishment twice, a stark contradiction to his well-traveled persona. What is wrong, Mr. Lemaire? You shouldn't possess the ability to shatter that chair. Struggling to rise from the ground, Lemaire's once pristine white hair was now matted with sweat, disheveled across his wrinkled forehead. Rarely had he appeared so disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Meeting Hector's inquiring gaze, Mr. Lemaire explained, "This chair and my alchemical armor were created during the same period. The core concepts, materials, techniques, and even the magical defenses are of a similar caliber, only the design intent differs. To put it simply, if your spell can destroy this chair, it could likely penetrate the defenses of that armor as well. However, I was unable to breach your armor moments ago. Thus, theoretically, you should not have been able to inflict even the slightest harm upon this chair. Though it may be somewhat hurtful to acknowledge, it is indeed the truth." The 2 men exchanged glances, as Hector's magical energy inexplicably surged significantly. They both reflected on the events that had just transpired, though it was primarily Lemaire who recollected, as Hector had been unconscious at the time. Unfortunately, after thoroughly reviewing the incident, they found themselves devoid of any insight. Hector absurdly pondered whether Lemaire's death curse had inadvertently contributed to his surge in magical power. It was indeed a ridiculous notion, yet seemed to be the only plausible explanation. But did the death curse possess such an effect? At least, there was no evidence to suggest otherwise. Akin to the rarity of negative reviews for parachutes. According to Nicholas Lemaire, over the years in the magical realm, only 2 individuals had survived direct contact with the death curse, Hector being one, and the other being Harry. However, Harry's survival was attributed to other factors, such as rebound effects, which were not applicable in this context. If this were true, it would necessitate a complete reevaluation of the death curse, as it could imply that its operational principle was not merely the obliteration of the soul, but rather an overwhelming influx of energy into the human body, leading to magical overload, causing the body to succumb, or potentially burning out a brain that operates on a mere 20 watts, resulting in a fatal outcome. Could it be that the true effect of the death curse is to overextend and ultimately destroy a person? No wonder the book states, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, is an exceptionally cruel and malevolent incantation. The discovery of the Hectorian death curse, along with the development of a series of captivating tales, has been meticulously crafted. At this moment, Nico Lemaire emitted a harsh and raspy sound from his throat, compelling me to share with you. Hector instinctively recoiled, the raspy voice sending shivers down his spine. He took a few steps away from Mr. Nico Lemaire, his gaze filled with apprehension. "Mr. Lemaire, are you all right?" "I am well, Hector. It is merely an elderly spirit residing within me, one who has accompanied me since my youth, though he did not originally speak in this manner." Indeed, Hector found this concept of an intimate, guiding spirit rather intriguing. However, he preferred his own system, which, despite its faint presence and the necessity of self-discovery for its basic functionalities, offered a far greater sense of freedom than having a pair of watchful eyes scrutinizing his every movement. "My power has been significantly diminished. Yet it is essential for me to venture out, Nicol. I require your assistance." The raspy voice emerged first. Nicol Lemaire nodded. "How may I assist you?" "Just a small amount of soul energy will suffice. No need for much." Nicol Lemaire did not respond verbally. Instead, he quietly settled into a cross-legged position on his chair. Much like the numerous novels Hector had read, a radiant elder emerged from Mr. Lemaire's body. This elder was none other than Libayan, whom Hector was intimately familiar with. "Grandfather," The cautious Hector dropped his wand and rushed towards the elder, yearning to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Be careful, Bion." The elder opened his arms wide, longing to embrace this long-lost child. Indeed, it had only taken 2 years for Hector to reunite with his grandfather, while the elder had waited for a staggering 6 centuries. Drawing closer, Hector's speed quickened, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He had never yearned so deeply for that warm and dependable embrace. Yet, the solid arms he anticipated did not materialize. His body passed straight through the elder. "Dear grandfather," to bid farewell only to find a mere specter, like a fleeting dream. "I never expected to see you here, my child. Has life on that side been unkind to you?" Hector wept inconsolably. His tears not solely a manifestation of his corporeal anguish, but also an expression of the soul belonging to Bion, hailing from another realm. "Fear not. For grandfather has found you, has he not? Relax. With grandfather by your side, everything shall be well." Hector found himself at a loss for words, curling his body as closely as possible to the ethereal form of the elder. He understood that he would never again experience that familiar embrace. Yet drawing nearer provided him with a sense of warmth unlike any other. The elder gently stroked Hector's head, his spectral hand weaving through the dense strands of hair, barely disturbing the air around them. Nevertheless, the elder continued this tender gesture, unwavering in his devotion. It was then that I finally comprehended the meaning of the guide. The elder sighed, his gaze toward Hector filled with profound affection. I could have taken his place, he reflected, but my heart would not allow it. I am but a dying old man. Merely to witness this world is the greatest blessing. Thus, I have transformed into the intimate, enigmatic grandfather I once spoke of to you, though I possess neither extraordinary power nor mystery. The grandfather continued his rambling, standing beside Hector and recounting tales of his own life. "All the talents I have drawn have been bestowed upon him. This lad is remarkable. Much like you, always a leader among his peers. He is humble and diligent. I envision helping him find a suitable companion when he reaches adulthood, just as I wish to do for you." At this juncture, the grandfather's tone shifted to one of mild reproach. "However, this boy has one flaw. He is utterly consumed by alchemy. I have told him countless times, yet he remains oblivious. If I could, I would chastise him with the sole of my shoe. He is not averse to having children. I desire a great-grandchild, after all, which is not impossible." "Grandfather, the side effect of the talent you bestowed upon him is the absence of offspring, is it not? The one that absorbs." Hector interjected. The elder corrected him. "It is not the absence of offspring. Rather, the spells he casts upon his progeny or descendants of the same bloodline will lose their efficacy, while his descendants will gain a corresponding strength of magical power. It is akin to receiving enlightenment from a master. You have read so many novels in secret. You should understand this better than I. This is not a side effect. I chose this path deliberately to ensure the continuation of power." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Hector pondered deeply. It seemed that the death curse employed by Nicholas Flamel had transformed into a conduit of magical energy within him. Yet, why was there a blood relation between Nicholas Flamel and himself? Shouldn't he be of Dumbledore's lineage? If that were not the case, why had Nicholas Flamel's curse lost its potency? The mysteries remained abundant, yet it was essential to remain patient and listen attentively as the elder unfolded his narrative. "Nicholas and I traveled to numerous places in search of others who, like me, had arrived in this world from elsewhere. We encountered countless adventures. The magical realm of the Middle Ages was far from the safety of today. Ill-intentioned individuals were all too common. Thus, several centuries passed, nearly 300 or 400 years. We had witnessed much and experienced even more. I yearned for a stable, tranquil life, and so did Nicholas. Hence, we chose to seclude ourselves, ensuring that no one would intrude upon our peace." The old man gazed at Hector, reminiscing about the years gone by. He continued, however. Nico did not cease his quest for outsiders. He prepared for both possibilities. If the outsider harbored no malice towards this world, he would generously impart his knowledge, guiding them onto the righteous path. Conversely, should the outsider intend to wreak havoc, he would engage in battle against them. Nico devoted considerable time to studying various alchemical products, quietly waiting, observing the world as a mere spectator. As for me, throughout these years, I have been searching for the way home. This world is good, and Nico is a fine lad, yet I long to return to the place I once called home, to see my own child once more." The old man's voice faltered for a moment before he continued, "I wish to know if he is well fed, warmly clothed, in good health, and if he has started a family. I understand that I have spent nearly 7 centuries in this world, and you are likely no longer alive on the other side. Yet, deep within my heart, I hold a conviction that you still exist. I yearn to see you, even if just for a fleeting moment." The old man's voice grew choked with emotion as Hector turned to look at him. The grandfather quickly averted his gaze, raising an arm to rub his eyes before turning back, almost forgetting, "I have no tears." When the grandfather faced Hector, his expression was perpetually bright, even now. "I have discovered the path to the outside world, thanks in no small part to Nico. He procured a mirror from somewhere. He called it the Mirror of Eris. It is through this very mirror that I uncovered the way to the outside world." The Mirror of Eris, Hector recalled. That mirror located in the abandoned classroom on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. He seemed to have witnessed some intriguing events within it, yet why were the memories so hazy? Hector could remember the events leading up to his search for the magical mirror and even the image of the old man reflected within it. However, after glimpsing his grandfather's image, the memories became indistinct, as if the resolution of the image had suddenly shifted from ultra-high definition to merely high definition, rendering both the visuals and sounds unclear. Strangely, when Hector resolved to recall the details, that particular memory slipped away like a bar of soap in water. As soon as his thoughts grazed it, they smoothly transitioned to preceding or subsequent memories. Someone, or perhaps some force, had tampered with Hector's recollections. Though the disguise was clumsily executed, revealing its inconsistencies at a glance, Hector still felt a chill run down his spine, followed by a wave of apprehension. It was unsettling to realize that there existed a method to covertly alter his memories without his awareness. While the current impact was minimal, should that force gain the ability to manipulate his mind, one day it could completely usurp his memories. Would he still be himself then? Perhaps it is merely the hollow shell of Hector. I discovered a passage to the outside world within the mirror. However, this passage is incompatible with me, rendering me unable to traverse it. Nico is aware of this matter as well, and he harbors a profound curiosity about the world beyond. Consequently, he commenced his studies on that mirror. It must be said, Nico is indeed quite astute, and I am grateful that I chose him. In a short span, he unraveled the secrets of the Mirror of Eris and crafted a mirror with identical functions for me. The experiment was a resounding success, and this mirror was soon to be put into operation. Then, without any forewarning, I succumbed to a deep slumber. The elder's emotions were somewhat agitated, yet he swiftly regained his composure, his countenance reflecting a sense of relief. When I awakened once more, 2 centuries had elapsed. Nico seemed transformed, and he informed me that anomalies had arrived in this world, a term he had never employed before. I could not halt him. My strength had been nearly depleted by the passage of time. Nonetheless, I endeavored to persuade him, attempting to sway his thoughts. The results were rather modest. Yet they did impose some restraint, as Nico, at his core, remains a good-hearted child. The absence of power caused my consciousness to wane intermittently, with each episode of unconsciousness extending in duration until your arrival. Hector rose from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the elderly figure before him, scarcely daring to blink. The old man's form had grown less substantial than before. His silhouette gradually dimmed, the edges of his body dissolving into sparkling fragments, vanishing into the air. The elder seemed aware of this transformation, yet he remained unperturbed. "It is of no consequence, my child. Simply seeing you brings me immense joy. To have existed for this long is a fulfillment in itself." The old man spoke with serene composure, clad in the simple attire of yesteryears, his face adorned with the familiar, gentle smile. "You are quite right. Death is merely an adventure. I have witnessed much of this world's beauty, and it is nearly time for me to depart." Hector found himself at a loss for words, struggling to rein in his emotions. He recalled his grandfather's disdain for tears, a lesson etched in his memory. "Do not worry about me, my child. Do not take risks on my behalf. Simply live your life with stability. Since fate has bestowed upon you this opportunity, cherish it. Do not squander it." The figure of the elder grew increasingly dim, his ethereal form marred by a myriad of cracks, fragments incessantly detaching from his being, perhaps the most conspicuous manifestation of time's passage. There was no fear of death etched upon the elder's visage. Instead, a radiant smile conveyed a sense of relief, perhaps tinged with a hint of concern. He paid little mind to his body gradually dissipating into the air, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the unfamiliar, yet familiar child before him. After what felt like an eternity, the grandfather spoke his final words in the lightest tone he could muster. "It brings me great joy to see you, my child." As if expending the last vestiges of his strength, the grandfather's form vanished into the atmosphere, his body shattering into a cascade of shimmering stars. They circled Hector several times before reluctantly merging into the body of Monsieur Nicol Lamay. It was only then that Mr. Lamay awakened, his complexion pale, and upon seeing the sorrowful countenance of the child before him, as if struck by a realization, he murmured, "He has gone? Yes, he has. I am sorry. It is unnecessary. He did not blame me, did he? No. I must seek him out. So must I." Hector did not remain long with Nicholas Flamel, as the latter, having expended considerable amounts of his soul energy, required time to recuperate and could not spare any effort to attend to him. Mr. Flamel's memories were also undergoing a rigorous restoration process, his mind brimming with over 6 centuries' worth of recollections, all of which had been somewhat tampered with, reinterpreted, and significantly clouded by that formidable force. Fortunately, Hector's grandfather had bestowed upon him a fragment of his own memories as a reference before his departure. This memory was preserved by Nicholas Flamel in a meditation basin, a remarkable artifact that the great alchemist possessed, akin to the one gifted to Dumbledore as a Christmas present. It was evident that Mr. Flamel required time, and Hector was clearly unable to assist in any meaningful way. However, as they exited the room, Mr. Flamel, with a furrowed brow, forewarned Hector of a most terrifying conspiracy, one that targeted not only himself but also Hector and, indeed, the entire world. Hector wholeheartedly concurred with Mr. LeMay's remarks, believing that it has become abundantly clear that a formidable and enigmatic force exists in this world. This force seems intent on preventing the inhabitants of this realm from departing, and even seeks to obscure from them the knowledge of an alternate existence beyond their own. Consequently, it strives to eradicate the very existence of those who possess such awareness. This power appears to be dedicated to erecting a barrier that obstructs any passage to the outside world. Hector could infer from this information that the force was indeed formidable, though not as overwhelmingly powerful as one might expect. If it sought to prevent any knowledge of the outside world, why then did it permit outsiders like him to enter? This suggests that it had not yet attained a level of strength sufficient to fully control the situation, or at the very least, that it lacked the capacity to send Hector into this world through a so-called system. Under the formidable threat posed by the system, this force could only acquiesce, making every effort to tolerate these outsiders, whom it perceived as parasites. Even when it sensed danger and attempted to eradicate these intruders from its domain, it did so furtively, fearful of detection by the system. This notion can be further substantiated. Upon Hector's arrival in this world, the force immediately ceased its suppression of Nico LeMay, awakening the grandfather from a slumber that had lasted 2 centuries. Hector continued to ponder the possibility that the world he inhabited in his previous life might also be ensnared in a similar predicament. Could it be that the so-called system represents a force seeking to shatter this barrier? Perhaps the world he once knew harbored powers akin to those present in the current realm, and these forces were formidable enough to resist the encroaching influence of the system. Consequently, the system resorted to guiding souls toward death, capturing them from within the confines of their world and directing them into realms with less formidable energies for cultivation. These souls, reminiscent of his grandfather, yearned to return to their original world, striving to dismantle the very power that bound their existence. Is this force a protective shield or a confining shackle? Ultimately, does the system serve as a guiding beacon or as a devastating conflagration? Hector was uncertain. He merely ventured such a conjecture. However, he resolved to return and seek clarity. Hector bid farewell to the busy Monsieur LeMay, who insisted on repairing the alchemical apparatus during his recovery, as well as the replica of the Eris magic mirror, which had been destroyed at an unknown time. He conveyed LeMay's apologies to Dumbledore for his inability to attend the farewell. Dumbledore, who had unknowingly dozed off on the sofa, showed no signs of memory confusion when questioned by Hector. It seemed that the enchanting fragrance possessed an unfortunate tendency to be deceptive, yet it behaved quite properly around Dumbledore, a local. As the sun neared the horizon, Dumbledore expressed some discontent regarding Monsieur LeMay's refusal to provide them with accommodation. However, LeMay offered a justification that Dumbledore found quite reasonable. Perennial was ill. With nothing more to say, and given Hector's relay of LeMay's regrets, Dumbledore's lingering dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. Nevertheless, finding a suitable place to stay was a serious matter, leading Dumbledore to take Hector to the hidden location, which was the French Diagon Alley. The routes to the 2 destinations differed slightly. The passage to Diagon Alley was concealed behind the leaky cauldron, while the entrance to the hidden place was nestled within a column. Upon the column stood an aged bronze statue, depicting a female figure in a style reminiscent of that of David, her skirt gracefully extending down to the column below. The entrance to the hidden place lay beneath the folds of her skirt. That night, the hidden location was alive with a circus performance, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere. The audience's attention was captivated by the acrobats, rendering Dumbledore's presence largely unremarkable. This was Dumbledore's account to Hector, as he adamantly denied any exaggeration of his influence in France compared to that in England. This was, perhaps, a blessing, for Hector enjoyed a remarkably tranquil evening. They sat at a roadside table in the restaurant, indulging in French cuisine while enjoying the circus performance. One must concede, compared to English fare, French cuisine was far superior. Perhaps owing to its novelty, Dumbledore remained engrossed in the circus, refraining from inquiring about any details of Hector's conversation with Monsieur Lemay. He believed that this was a secret between Hector and Lemay, and if he needed to know, Hector would share it with him. Thus he did not concern himself with the matter. The circus performance, while not extraordinary, merely satisfied the curiosity of the wizards residing in the bustling city. The spectacle bore a resemblance to the mysterious circus that had arrived in Paris 70 or 80 years prior. However, Dumbledore did not catch sight of the fateful, tragic yet beautiful blood-cursed orc, nor of the silent and unassuming figure, whose eyes burned with the flame of freedom. In contrast to Hector's keen enjoyment, Dumbledore was lost in reminiscence. That blood-cursed orc, he recalled, was named Nagini. Where was she now? Was she entirely trapped within the confines of her beastly form? If only he had known Credence's true identity at that time and had given greater importance to the matter, would the outcome have been different? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Dumbledore remained silent, quietly reminiscing about the days of yore. The circus before him continued its performance with meticulous precision, an amalgamation of various musical instruments, laughter, and applause, creating a lively atmosphere, particularly vibrant against the backdrop of the night. The cacophony drowned out the sounds that filled Dumbledore's ears, causing him to become somewhat dazed. It took him a considerable time to discern even Hector's shouts. "What are we doing tomorrow, Grandpa Albus?" "Oh, my apologies, Hector. Tomorrow, we shall journey to Austria, to the castle of Nurmengard." Dumbledore appeared somewhat flustered, though this disquietude was fleeting, quickly replaced by a radiant smile. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and with great composure, he cast several spells into the surroundings. Hector even caught a glimpse of the incantation for the Confundus charm. The wizard targeted by Dumbledore's spell immediately sprang to his feet and dashed into the crowd. "Better to be cautious," Dumbledore remarked as he sheathed his wand. He then addressed Hector. "You heard correctly. The individual we are to meet is indeed Grindelwald." To Dumbledore's surprise, Hector did not exhibit the anticipated vigorous reaction. Upon receiving the news, he merely nodded and proceeded to indulge in the delectable dishes before him. This unexpected response left Dumbledore somewhat taken aback, prompting him to inquire, "Aren't you surprised?" "Surprised about what?" "Oh, you mean Grindelwald? It's not that surprising, really." Hector's mouth was smeared with mashed potatoes, rendering his speech somewhat unclear. "Why? I have perused numerous tomes, Albus, an eclectic assortment, thus, I am not as astonished as you might imagine." Dumbledore fell into an immediate silence, prompting Hector to lift his gaze towards him. To Hector's surprise, a flush crept across Dumbledore's face. Whether born of anger or embarrassment remained uncertain. "You ought to read more beneficial literature. Some texts are poorly written and lack foundation." Dumbledore's tone was intricate, tinged with a semblance of ire, yet not entirely so. "If you say so, Albus." Perhaps this was a form of retribution for Hector's nonsensical ramblings the previous night, as Dumbledore, even before dawn had fully broken, unceremoniously roused Hector from the soft embrace of his hotel bed. "Is it truly necessary to rise this early?" Hector felt somewhat dazed as he rubbed his slightly swollen eyes. Barefoot, he ambled towards the wash basin, guided by Dumbledore's urging. Soon, the disadvantages of not wearing shoes became vividly apparent in his half-awake state. Hector inadvertently stubbed his exposed toes against the sharp edge of the bed. With a dramatic intake of breath, the intense pain radiating from his toes caused him to crouch down, limping towards the bed. The fluidity of his movements was almost uncanny. As he collapsed onto the bed, he instinctively pulled the covers over himself. Once snug beneath the blanket, he curled up, shielding his injured toes, while letting out faint groans. "Hector, are you all right?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone tinged with skepticism. After all, Hector's swift action seemed almost too smooth. Before the old man could fully comprehend what had transpired, Hector had adeptly returned to the warmth of his cocoon. Had Dumbledore delayed his inquiry any longer, Hector might have seamlessly slipped back into the realm of dreams, perhaps even resuming the enchanting reverie that had been abruptly interrupted. Upon hearing Dumbledore's call, Hector chose silence, decisively burying his head into the pillow. his reluctance to rise reaching its zenith. Dumbledore observed Hector's obstinate demeanor with a hint of exasperation. "All right, Hector, it's time to get up. It is not my desire to disturb you at such an early hour, but your friend Harry has been warned by the Ministry of Magic for unauthorized magical use off school grounds, and the matter has lingered unresolved for quite some time. As headmaster, I must attend to this situation. If I am not mistaken, Harry should currently be at the Weasley residence. Furthermore, the new term's enrollment has commenced. Minerva has assigned me the task of notifying several young wizards from Muggle families. The school year is approaching swiftly, and there is much to be done. Just 10 more minutes. Let me sleep for 10 more minutes." Hector remained cocooned in his pillow, languidly waving a hand toward Dumbledore, his voice muffled. Dumbledore let out a sigh and settled onto the adjacent bed, feeling somewhat helpless regarding his nephew. "Very well, Hector, 10 minutes, he conceded. However, it was widely known that 10 minutes of slumber did not count, and Hector cleverly utilized Dumbledore's leniency, negotiating an additional 5 minutes, followed by 3 minutes, 2 requests for 1 more minute. And finally, with a reluctant promise of "I will get up immediately," he finally extricated himself from the bed. By the time they departed from their hideout, nearly an hour had elapsed. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. Hector glanced at the clock hanging at the shop's entrance, softly lamenting, "Can Grindelwald rise at 7? The elderly's sleep is not akin to yours. They cannot remain awake from 5 or 6. Dumbledore extended his arm toward Hector, reassuring him, "You needn't worry about that. We must hasten to Austria. Hector, take my arm. But this is an international journey, Professor Albus. Is there no need to inform the Ministry of Magic or secure a portkey?" "No, Hector. Notification to the Ministry is only required when crossing the English Channel, to apply for a portkey to prevent smuggling and illegal immigration. Aside from that, there are no such restrictions." Hector nodded and grasped Dumbledore's arm, and in an instant, the two vanished from the French terrain. Their figures re-emerged atop a hill, where Hector surveyed the surroundings. Not far off lay a dense forest, stretching endlessly before them. Nearby stood a grim, dark tower that appeared rather foreboding even under the bright sunlight. This must be the Numengard Dumbledore had mentioned. This was as far as they could go. The remaining journey required them to walk. Dumbledore gazed at the distant castle with a tone of indifference. The sight of the castle stirred no tumult within him, merely evoking a sense of nostalgia for days gone by. "Let us proceed, Hector," he urged. Leading Hector down the muddy hillside, the ground still damp as if it had rained the night before. Hector was unaccustomed to such paths, having grown up in the city. He had never traversed these untamed trails. Dumbledore, however, appeared quite adept, moving swiftly ahead of Hector. After a considerable time, Hector finally reached the base of the tower he had seen from the opposite hill, panting heavily. The Numengard Tower was encircled by a formidable, towering wall, which bore the marks of neglect, with patches of deep green, slippery moss clinging to its base. Dumbledore instructed Hector to wait at the entrance while he approached the barred iron gate alone, retrieving his elder wand. After a long while, the cold, rusted iron gate creaked open with a harsh screech. Dumbledore gestured for Hector to follow. Hector hurried through the gate to stand beside Dumbledore. He drew his own wand. The surroundings were eerily silent, an unsettling stillness enveloping the place. The chilling atmosphere within Numengard sent shivers down Hector's spine as he cautiously scanned the vicinity, wary of the shadowy corners. "Relax, Hector," Dumbledore reassured him. "There is no one here but us." "Not even a guard?" Hector inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Hector remained ever vigilant, his grip on the wand and his embrace unwavering as he keenly observed his surroundings. Ever since he became aware of a formidable force in this world that harbored an intense animosity towards him, capable of potentially leading him to his demise, Hector instinctively heightened his wariness. Even the inn he visited just yesterday was meticulously scrutinized. There was no reason to lower his guard in this eerie, foreboding place where even the air felt laden with malevolence. "Apparently, you have not read enough, Hector," Albus remarked with a buoyant tone, appearing remarkably at ease. Even jesting with Hector, a stark contrast to Hector's cautious demeanor. Albus was well acquainted with the solitary tower primarily constructed of black slate, confident in its security. In fact, he felt more relaxed here in Numengard than he ever did within the walls of Hogwarts, a smile nearly breaking the surface of his countenance. Hector could only marvel at the magnificence of love, while he continued to scan the corners of the tower, the turns of the staircase, and the numerous vacant rooms. Numengard boasted no guards, nor did it require any. All its protective measures operated autonomously. In addition to these defenses, it had various essential maintenance systems in place, such as water supply, food provisions, and wall cleaning. Hector nodded, yet his mind involuntarily conjured the layer of moss clinging to the outer walls. Were these functions truly proceeding in an orderly fashion? Hector harbored doubts, finding it far more challenging to believe in the efficacy of Numengard's security measures than to embrace the notion of love. However, he remained silent, quietly trailing behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore led him deeper into the tower, the light dimming with each step, the surroundings growing increasingly obscure. The elder had already employed a Lumos charm, leaving Hector to widen his eyes and quicken his pace in an attempt to keep up. The atmosphere became ever more eerie. The tower was far larger than he had anticipated. Dumbledore strode straight ahead down the corridor, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the first corner. Before them loomed a vast wall, with beams of rare light streaming through the windows, casting a radiant glow upon it. Beside the wall was a staircase leading upwards. Suddenly, Dumbledore quickened his pace, deliberately averting his gaze from the wall, almost rushing towards the staircase. Hector instinctively hastened his steps, fearing he might lose sight of the venerable Albus before him. Yet, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the wall. Inscribed upon it was a striking phrase, illuminated by the light filtering in from outside, "For the greater good. You are a bit later than I anticipated, Albus." An elegantly dressed, silver-haired gentleman stood at the foot of the staircase, a smile gracing his face. He continued, "But it is a pleasure to see you, and this young man here. I believe I should call you Hector, am I right?" The elder's gaze fell upon Hector, who stood behind Dumbledore, wand in hand, and he extended his rough yet sturdy hand in a friendly manner. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Gellert Grindelwald." Grindelwald's tone was melodious as he introduced himself, and his eyes brightened noticeably upon seeing Hector. Hector, undaunted, naturally grasped Grindelwald's hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hector Dumbledore." Grindelwald politely shook Hector's hand a few times before withdrawing it and slipping it back into his coat pocket. He then turned to Dumbledore, who had inexplicably positioned himself behind Hector. "I suppose I need not introduce myself further." Noticing Grindelwald's gaze, Dumbledore jested, his mood evidently buoyant, his smile more radiant than usual. At that moment, Grindelwald extended his hand towards Dumbledore. Hector could see that Dumbledore momentarily froze, his smile fading from his face. Dumbledore first glanced at Hector, then at Grindelwald, whose expression was earnest. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore finally reached out his hand towards Grindelwald. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise." Eyes as azure as the boundless sea met with the enchanting, contrasting hues of another's gaze, reminiscent of the celestial bodies themselves. An invisible force seemed to bind the two, rendering Dumbledore and Grindelwald incapable of diverting their attention from one another. Their hands, entwined with increasing intensity, mirrored the depth of their shared gaze, reluctant to part. However, at this juncture, their interrupter, Hector, felt compelled to disrupt this tender reunion of old friends. Noticing the diminishing distance between the two, and in an effort to prevent the narrative from veering into inappropriate territory, Hector cleared his throat in an ill-timed manner. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald snapped back to reality. Dumbledore was the first to release Grindelwald's hand, while Grindelwald feigned indifference, awkwardly shoving his hand into his pocket. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward for all three participants, the silence stretching uncomfortably as none knew how to shatter the tension. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were occupied with their own tumultuous emotions. Dumbledore, though familiar with this locale over the years, had consistently shied away from any exchange with those captivating eyes. He had believed that the passage of time would cleanse his heart of the unique feelings he harbored for the man before him, but the astute Albus Dumbledore was mistaken. In stark contrast, Grindelwald appeared unfazed, his hands tucked into his pockets, as if Dumbledore's reaction was entirely predictable. Hector, observing the subtle smirk that danced upon the elder's weathered face, felt a mix of discomfort and mild reproach towards Dumbledore, his resentment only deepened by Grindelwald's barely concealed satisfaction. The disparity between them was stark. Hector could only shield his 12-year-old eyes from the scene unfolding before him. Fortunately, the two elders exhibited remarkable restraint, preventing the situation from escalating further. Otherwise, Hector might have genuinely doubted whether Dumbledore was indeed meeting Grindelwald for the first time, just as he was. Ultimately, it was Grindelwald who broke the uncomfortable silence, opting to reintroduce himself, though this time devoid of his earlier eloquence. Hector sensed a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Yet upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Grindelwald's sincere smile. "I am pleased you brought him here, Albus," Grindelwald remarked, nodding towards Dumbledore, who quickly regained his composure, reciprocating the nod as a response. "Do not linger at the stairwell. Come up." Grindelwald stepped aside, gesturing towards the staircase leading to the pinnacle of the tower. Addressing Hector and Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and unexpectedly took the lead, leaving Hector in the middle, while Grindelwald, as the host, naturally followed at the rear. Grindelwald resided at the highest point of the tower, in a relatively spacious room. Perhaps due to the lack of furnishings aside from a sturdy bed and a remarkably new sofa, which bore a striking resemblance to the decor of Dumbledore's office. The top of the tower was not lacking in windows. However, unlike the others throughout the Neumont Tower, Grindelwald's windows were impeccably clean, as if recently polished. Bright sunlight streamed through the windows, infusing the room's atmosphere with freshness. "I apologize for my inability to offer you any refreshments, not even a cup of tea," Grindelwald remarked, smoothing out his somewhat wrinkled attire as he glanced at the vacant seat beside Dumbledore and proceeded towards the bed. Before he could reach the sturdy bed, Hector unhesitatingly plopped down onto its hard surface. Grindelwald appeared momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he looked at Hector before turning to regard Dumbledore. The previously vacant sofa now seemed to be filled to capacity. "Ah, speaking of hospitality," Hector spoke up, glancing around and realizing there was nothing of use in sight, so he extracted a fork from his satchel. He experimented with the transformation spell, enhanced by magic. With a gentle flick of his wand, in an instant, the fork, which had languished in his bag for an indeterminate time, its surface marred by hardened grease, transformed into a clean and spacious table. As for the food, that was the easiest part to resolve. Hector's bag contained a chocolate frog from Abufus, French chocolates from Hermione, a generous assortment of gummy candies gifted by Ron, and a substantial stash of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Harry had shared with him from his care package. Hector had also procured a large jug of pumpkin juice from Nicholas Flamel and some white rabbit candy. Additionally, he offered a few canary biscuits sent by the Weasley twins for the two esteemed companions seated beside him to sample. Grindelwald gazed at Hector in astonishment as he conjured forth an array of food, even steaming beverages, his surprise surpassing that evoked by Hector's adept transfiguration. "Is this how all of you Dumbledores are?" Grindelwald inquired quietly, observing the assortment of sweets on the table. "You didn't mention he was a Gryffindor. I can't help but feel he resembles a Hufflepuff, always carrying around delightful surprises." Dumbledore, brimming with joy, eagerly began to select his favorites. His fondness for sweets bordering on obsession, and most of the candies before him were precisely of his liking. He swiftly plunged his hand into the bag of white rabbit candies, emerging with a handful, which he cradled like a treasure, reclining on the sofa in delightful indulgence. In stark contrast, Grindelwald exhibited a discerning attitude, promptly tossing the French chocolate to the far side of the table. Soon, he discovered his preferred canary biscuits. "I detest Paris." He explained his initial actions, furrowing his brow at the luxurious blend of exhilaration and a hint of stimulant infused into the biscuits, a concoction he knew could only originate from Nicholas Flamel. "I have never tasted such biscuits. They are exquisite, enhanced with a touch of whimsical transfiguration, undoubtedly crafted by some mischievous little imp." Grindelwald animatedly described the treat, to which Hector responded, "There are two, sir, two mischievous little ones. To you, they may be impish, but to me, they are dear friends. Please convey my regards to them." After savoring all the canary biscuits on the table, Grindelwald, still craving more, inquired, "Is there any left? Perhaps something else as well?" Hector nodded. The Weasley twins had sent him an entire package, containing some semi-finished products that required Hector's input, while others were completed items from previous successful experiments, for which they sought Hector's assistance in promoting at the Leaky Cauldron. Through Hector's persistent efforts and the solemn promises of the Weasley brothers, Aberforth reluctantly agreed to add a candy snack section to his well-established pub. However, the sales proved to be remarkable, and Aberforth gradually became more amenable to the idea. The Weasley Twins Joke Shop preview version made its grand debut. Grindelwald gladly accepted the role of product tester, offering high praise for the experimental version of the Fizzing Whiz-Bee, believing it to be an exceptional product destined for success in the market. Yet, Hector's flagship product, the magical popping candy, elicited an awkward expression from Grindelwald, revealing his insincere compliments. Conversely, he genuinely enjoyed the popcorn, a magical snack crafted by Hector, and his admiration was evident. The atmosphere in the tower had never been so harmonious. Everyone was engaged in aimless chatter, savoring various delicacies. Unlike Nicholas Flamel, Grindelwald seemed solely interested in meeting Hector, devoid of ulterior motives. The sight of the young Dumbledore stirred countless memories of the past within him, memories that were both sweet and bittersweet. Grindelwald could not articulate whether they were delightful or painful, yet he relished this warm and beautiful moment. It must be noted that Grindelwald was nothing like the ambitious leader of Europe, who aspired to dismantle the statute of secrecy. As described by Dumbledore, he had come to accept his identity as a defeated combatant, now indulging in playful antics that were rather childlike. Before taking his leave, Grindelwald discreetly slipped a note into Hector's palm while shaking his hand. When you are in need, simply speak my name in reference to this note, and assistance will come your way. He leaned closer to Hector's ear, expressing gratitude for Hector's decision to leave everything in the package except for the chocolate frogs and Hermione's chocolates. Gellert Grindelwald, that is my name. On the journey away from Nurmengard, Hector could not resist speaking up, reminding Dumbledore of the issue he had detected from the very beginning, despite his relatively favorable impression of the Dark Wizard. The first of the magical world. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. Grandfather Albus, the defensive measures of Nurmengard. Hector was still pondering how to articulate his thoughts appropriately when Dumbledore preemptively spoke. The defensive measures have proven ineffective? I am aware, Hector. So why do you not implement countermeasures? To be frank with you, my child, Dumbledore paused his steps and words, contemplating thoroughly before he continued, Nurmengard lacks protective measures. Aren't you afraid? I have never known fear, Hector. Dumbledore's tone was exceptionally gentle. Why? He made a promise, Hector. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the austere, shadowy tower behind him, then added, moreover, I have faith. Within Nurmengard, Grindelwald gazed out from the window at the tower's pinnacle, observing two figures, one large and one small. Standing atop the opposing hill, two redbirds, one large and one small, perched upon their shoulders, and soon, both the figures and the birds vanished, leaving the tranquil forest undisturbed. A smile graced Grindelwald's face, his fingertips still bearing the remnants of the last morsel of canary biscuit. My beloved, for you, I willingly confine myself within this frigid tower. My beloved, for me, you have been forced to swallow that ignoble honor. You are the rare reason amidst my madness, and I am the sole madness within your reason. Do you loathe me? I do not know, but I do know that I love you. Dumbledore and Hector did not linger further. Though Hector displayed a keen interest in exploring France, Dumbledore declined his suggestion under the pretext of pressing matters. Dumbledore escorted Hector to the French Ministry of Magic to apply for a return key, emphasizing the importance of adhering to legitimate channels upon their return, lest it be perceived as a slight against the law. As Albus Dumbledore, he would naturally not afford others such ammunition against him. Therefore, upon their immediate return to France, Dumbledore and Hector hastened towards the French Ministry of Magic. The entrance to the French Ministry is situated at the Place de la Bastille, in the 6th arrondissement of Paris, not far from the renowned Père Lachaise Cemetery, beneath which lies the underground amphitheater, the venue of Grindelwald's Grand Wizarding Assembly. The Place de la Bastille is rather modest, featuring 4 tall, verdant trees meticulously trimmed to form a perfect square, with a small fountain adorning its center. The square appeared particularly desolate, with sparse foot traffic, predominantly comprising wizards adorned in towering hats and out-of-season robes. Hector expressed profound admiration for the Ministry of Magic personnel who unwaveringly donned their robes throughout the seasons. The summer in Paris was particularly sweltering, and at this very moment, under the blazing midday sun, it seemed almost absurd to wear a robe, let alone a substantial and respectable wizard's hat, while traversing the heat. It is indeed a testament to the resilience of wizards, were a muggle to endure such attire. The likelihood of developing heat rashes would be the least of their concerns, with dehydration and heat stroke almost a foregone conclusion. Come here, Hector, Dumbledore beckoned, gesturing towards him. He stood beside the fountain alongside several robed wizards, their hands resting upon the edge of the fountain's basin. These wizards maintained a deliberate distance from Dumbledore, subtly averting their gazes when Hector's line of sight fell upon them. Hector nodded and stepped out from beneath the shade of the trees, mimicking Dumbledore's gesture as he placed his hand upon the edge of the fountain's basin. Suddenly, the roots surrounding the fountain erupted from the earth, their gnarled and sinewy tendrils entwining and layering upon one another, forming an independent structure resembling a birdcage that encircled the visitors. These roots swiftly transformed into the likeness of an elevator, a cage of nature that descended into the depths below. Before Hector lay a shroud of darkness, initially. The descent of the elevator was languid. During this interval, Hector sensed an ephemeral presence brushing against the surface of his body. Once that subtle sensation dissipated, the elevator's descent quickened. The darkness did not linger long, and soon a wall illuminated by radiant light materialized before Hector, adorned with a conspicuous emblem. This emblem, composed of the French tricolor flag and the visage of a wizard donning a Phrygian cap, bore the inscription Ministre de la Magie, Government du Monde Magique France at its base. Shortly thereafter, another wall emerged, inscribed with 3 French words, seemingly maxims: Enchanter, Jeter on Sort, Invoker. Then, before Hector unfolded a vast expanse, the Ministry of Magic unveiled itself. The entire edifice shimmered with a silvery brilliance, the grandeur of its dome capturing his immediate attention. The dome, too, was a lustrous silver, adorned with sketches depicting the myriad magical creatures discovered within France's borders. Surrounding walls illustrated a series of tales imbued with religious significance, alongside the illustrious figures from the annals of French wizardry, including the esteemed Nicolas Flamel. The paintings upon the walls and dome were not static. The magical creatures and vivid portraits were animated by enchantment, leaping, running, soaring, or conversing. At the dome's zenith resided a colossal orb resembling a clock, emanating a clear yet weighty chime from its luminous core. Gradually, the elevator's speed diminished, ultimately coming to a steady halt upon a grand platform. "We have arrived, Hector," Dumbledore declared as he stepped from the elevator, addressing Hector, who stood awestruck by the breathtaking vista before him. Hector nodded, realizing that at some point, all the other occupants of the elevator had departed, their figures vanishing into the Ministry's expansive hall, leaving only Hector and Dumbledore standing outside the elevator. Hector descended from the elevator and now found himself upon a platform adorned with 6 immense fan-shaped vaults. Before each vault, on either side of the walls, stood a monumental bronze statue. Hector wished to advance a few more steps, but was obstructed by 3 feline creatures, entirely cloaked in black, yet possessing eyes of an eerie deep blue. These formidable cats emitted a series of growls from the depths of their throats, slowly advancing towards him with deliberate steps. Hector instinctively recognized the traditional guardian of the French Ministry of Magic, the elusive Niffler. These creatures, cloaked entirely in ebony, possess average combat prowess but are notoriously troublesome, only becoming aggressive if provoked. Although Nifflers typically refrain from harming humans, Hector prudently drew his wand. The growls emanating from the Nifflers indicated their strong aversion to Hector's rather unfriendly gesture. They advanced gradually, their bodies arched low against the ground, until Dumbledore positioned himself beside Hector, at which point the formidable creatures halted their approach. Hector discerned a palpable tension etched upon the monotonous visage of the Neasels, who seemed to harbor a profound wariness towards the elder before them. Yet the duty of safeguarding the Ministry of Magic compelled them to remain vigilant. Their unwavering gaze was fixed upon Dumbledore, who merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before guiding Hector through an introduction to these seemingly formidable magical creatures. "Hector, this is the Neasel, a unique magical being native to France. They have been domesticated to protect the Ministry's fascinating entities, though their intellect is somewhat limited and their offensive capabilities rather modest." At that moment, both Hector and Dumbledore were startled by a distant commotion, which Hector might have likened to a scream. One of the Neasels in the midst cautiously peered towards the source of the noise, and Hector followed suit. Spotting a young man clad in formal battle robes, adorned with the Auror insignia, sprinting towards them from afar. Clutched in his gloved hand was an incongruously small iron bucket. The young Auror, evidently a Ministry employee, approached with remarkable speed, waving his free hand in Hector's direction, shouting what appeared to be an urgent request to halt. Finally reaching them, the young Auror, panting heavily, managed to disperse the watchful Neasels before politely bowing to both Dumbledore and Hector in turn. "This is the approved key," he gasped, handing the iron bucket to Hector. "Our leader expressed his apologies for the inconvenience caused yesterday due to work requirements, and hopes for your understanding. To facilitate your return, he specifically instructed me to prepare the key to England in advance. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to ask." Dumbledore, with a warm smile, shook his head and placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. "Theus, if Hector recalled correctly, the inconvenience was primarily ours, and you need not hold any grievances against us. In fact, your assistance has spared me considerable trouble. I am genuinely grateful." "That is our duty," Theus replied, and a series of well-practiced pleasantries ensued. Dumbledore's eloquence in such matters far surpassed that of the youthful novice. By the time Dumbledore concluded with, "I have high hopes for you," a flush of excitement had blossomed upon Theus's cheeks. With great respect, Theus escorted Dumbledore and Hector to the English Channel, reluctant to part ways until he had exchanged heartfelt farewells with both. as Hector observed the spirited figure of Theseus departing. Accompanied by the gentle yet triumphant smile on Dumbledore's face, he mused that if Dumbledore so desired, Theseus could readily abandon his post as an Auror in the French Ministry of Magic to join Dumbledore in a revolutionary endeavor in England. This, perhaps, was the most tangible manifestation of Dumbledore's personal charm. Throughout their journey, Dumbledore engaged in conversation with Theseus, even encouraging Hector to step ahead on several occasions, advising him not to eavesdrop on their dialogue. This action effectively dispelled Hector's prior suspicions regarding Theseus's constant presence, as he had assumed that Theseus was sent by the French Auror Office to monitor Dumbledore's every move within France. It must be said that the arrangements made by the Auror Office proved to be quite effective. Theseus diligently executed his superior's orders. However, it was not solely the Auror Office that bore fruit. Dumbledore, too, was adept at extracting valuable secrets during their exchanges. Throughout their conversation, it was not just Theseus who wore a radiant smile. As Hector gradually returned to their side, he noted that a similar smile adorned Dumbledore's face. For the first time, Hector found himself describing Dumbledore's smile as cunning. The tales shared were not only intriguing but also immensely useful. I began to reconsider my perspective. It was evident that trustworthy individuals existed beyond the shores of Britain. The battle against Voldemort was not solely a British affair. Other nations should also contribute their efforts. The young Aurors from the office were commendable. This young man, Theseus, bore a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine, though he retained a certain innocence. As Dumbledore watched the silhouette of Theseus fade from view, he pondered momentarily before speaking to himself. However, he quickly regained his focus, taking the iron cauldron from Hector's hands, and smilingly inquired, "How have the past few days treated you? I hope they have been fulfilling. Next time, I shall take you on a tour of France. Have you heard of Beauxbatons Academy? It is an enchanting place, and I am certain you would adore it. But that will have to wait for another occasion. For now, we must return to Hogwarts." Dumbledore gestured for Hector to grasp the cauldron, explaining that Aberforth had granted them a 2-day respite, and it was best not to breach the agreement. "Prepare yourself, we are off." Thus, their initial journey to France and Austria came to a close. Upon returning to England, Dumbledore immediately busied himself as if pressed for time, whisking Hector away with the use of apparition before even allowing Aurora to be summoned. After enduring the disorienting sensation of being compressed into a tight space twice, Hector was once again overwhelmed by a nauseating feeling. Nevertheless, Dumbledore did not take him to a concealed location for lunch, hastily returning to England, even though their arrival from Newmungard to Paris coincided perfectly with midday. At present, Hector indeed harbors a desire to vomit, yet he is plagued by the absence of any material to expel. Aside from a copious cup of pumpkin juice consumed during his gathering with Grindelwald, not a trace of even a chocolate frog remains in his stomach. Even that cup of pumpkin juice has dwindled significantly by this hour. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the captivating content. Upon delivering Hector to Hogsmeade, Dumbledore bid him farewell, leaving Hector no time to echo the sentiment. Dumbledore meticulously deposited Hector in Hogsmeade rather than at the entrance of the Hogshead Inn, even allowing him a brief interval to recover from his dizzy state. He truly made me weep. His calculations were remarkably precise. As Hector caught sight of the prominent sign of the Hogshead Inn, the discomfort in his stomach vanished promptly, replaced by a burgeoning sense of hunger. Hector was uncertain whether to extol Dumbledore or to curse him with the most polite terms at his disposal. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered to Hector at that moment was his desperate yearning to satiate his empty stomach. He quickened his pace as he closed the distance between himself and the pig-headed figure adorned with a ludicrous hat. Hector nearly kicked open the familiar door, the commotion so loud that Abufus in the kitchen rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. Upon seeing Hector, Abufus silently lowered his sleeves, suppressing the fierce expression on his face and replacing it with a smile that seemed unfamiliar to the onlookers. "Ah, Hector, you have returned. Where is Abufus? My goodness, you appear to be utterly famished." However, the smile on Abufus's face gradually faded as he fixed his gaze intently on Hector. Hector noticed the shift in Abufus's expression and steadied his breath, explaining, "Grandfather Abufus is preoccupied with matters. The Ministry of Magic urgently requires his attention." Hector entered the bar and picked up the transparent pitcher filled with cool water that Abufus had always prepared for him, along with his personal cup, pouring himself a generous serving of chilled boiled water. After gulping it down, Hector felt a slight relief in his stomach. However, the pangs of hunger remained quite evident. "Is there anything to eat?" he inquired. Abufus swiftly turned and retreated to the kitchen, promptly returning with food intended for other patrons, hastily presenting it before Hector. The wizard whose meal had been usurped opened his mouth to protest, but was met with a fierce glare from Abufus, compelling him to close his lips in silent resignation. Hector, unconcerned with appearances, indulged himself heartily, oblivious to the increasingly frigid gaze of Albus. Poor Albus, a thunderous letter was undoubtedly on its way to him. "Hector, this is your correspondence." As Hector approached the final stages of his feast, Albus presented a large glass of cool water along with a substantial stack of letters. "The owl cannot enter your chamber, so allow me to peruse the letters for you. With so many missives, there may be something of urgency." Hector let out a soft grunt as he took the stack of letters from Abufus, who then placed the cup filled with cool water within his reach. As Hector swept away the last remnants of bread-like morsels from the plate, he casually rummaged through a rather substantial stack of letters, predominantly penned by Fred and George. The flamboyant envelopes and the distinct signatures indicated their intense reaction to the howling missives. Following that were Hermione's regular greetings, albeit somewhat more frequent than usual. It was hardly surprising, considering Hector had not mentioned his recent travels to the Little Witch and had not responded in a timely manner. A single letter from Ron bore the dramatic title "Final Ultimatum," a phrase reminiscent of youthful bravado. It was evident that Hector had likely missed the deadline for a reply, as the final letter bore the flamboyant signature of Harry Potter. On the reverse side of the envelope, a bold line of text encircled by several conspicuous circles proclaimed, "See you next Wednesday." Hector received the first letter from Harry Potter since the beginning of summer, and he was not particularly astonished. It seemed that the Weasley family had traversed half of London in their father's flying car, successfully executing the daring rescue of the savior imprisoned in a small room. This was soon corroborated in Harry's letter, where he vividly recounted the thrilling escape. The Weasley brothers, piloting the flying automobile, appeared as angels, valiant and just, while the Dursleys, who sought to impede their departure, were depicted in a rather unflattering light, particularly Uncle Vernon, whom Harry described as a furious bull and a flustered clown, with resentment evident in every word. However, all was well now. The Weasley family was the most intriguing and warm-hearted family Hector had ever encountered in his life. Among them was Ron, one of Harry's closest friends, alongside Fred and George, two pranksters yet highly dependable individuals. Percy, somewhat stiff but remarkably quiet, and Mrs. Weasley, whose sternness was softened by her affection and tenderness. Mr. Weasley left a profound impression on Harry. Employed at the Ministry of Magic, he was far from the rigid government officials Harry had seen on television. Rather, Mr. Weasley was amiable, humorous, and possessed a whimsical thought process that Fred and George had perfectly inherited. His face was perpetually adorned with a joyful smile, and he mingled effortlessly with all the children. What Harry particularly admired about Mr. Weasley was his lack of prejudice towards Muggles, a stark contrast to the other wizards he had encountered. Mr. Weasley was passionate about learning everything related to Muggles and often held their ingenious ideas in high regard. Additionally, there was Ginny, the youngest member of the Weasley family, whom Harry naturally mentioned at the end of his letter, perhaps due to the limited space on the letter itself. In Harry's depiction, Ginny is portrayed as a shy and endearing young girl, at least in Harry's estimation. However, both Ron and the Weasley twins have painted a markedly different picture of her. The Weasley family, with its distinctive characteristics, is united by an undeniable charm that captivates Harry. The stationery was clearly insufficient, as evidenced by the increasingly smaller handwriting, indicating his hurried conclusion. He began with a rather hasty apology for the prolonged absence of a response to Hector's letters, believing that, as a good friend, Hector must have written numerous times, akin to Ron. Then he turned to the matter of their upcoming visit to Diagon Alley the following Wednesday. Although the start of the school year was still a while away, he, Ron, and Neville eagerly anticipated the chance to meet during the long summer break. And Harry assumed Hector felt similarly. Hector briefly skimmed through letters from Ron, the Weasley twins, and Neville, noting their similar sentiments. The letters were filled with trivial daily occurrences, taking up most of the space, and concluded with the remarkably consistent phrase, "See you at Diagon Alley next Wednesday." It seemed they had conspired in advance, merely informing Hector in the end, even though their letters included phrases indicating that the specific time was open for discussion. In contrast, Hermione's correspondence was devoid of the mundane minutiae that characterized the others' letters. At the outset, she articulated her thoughts regarding their meeting next Wednesday while simultaneously soliciting Hector's input. The Little Witch had devised a plan for a pre-term excursion, making the majority of the proposed agenda her initiative. Hector patiently responded to each letter from the young wizards, attributing his delayed replies to Professor Dumbledore's pressing matters. He harbored no reservations about meeting on Wednesday. With ample free time recently, he welcomed the opportunity to reconnect with friends. Aberforth also expressed no objections, willingly assuming the responsibility of escorting Hector. It was no trouble at all. He could conveniently visit the Hog's Head for a drink with old Tom. Aberforth had been contemplating this matter, addressing Hector's concerns about neglecting work by affirming the importance of fulfilling commitments. After all, one must balance work with appropriate rest, right? Rest assured, Hector. I shall not intrude upon your time with friends. Hector could assert that he had not contemplated this direction at all. Rather, he was merely suffering from severe PTSD regarding the existence of the night's public bus. Indeed, it felt as though a thief had invaded his home. The rate at which the flying powder was consumed bore no correlation to Hector's frequency of use. To his recollection, he had never utilized it. Yet an entire canister had vanished into thin air. Abufus's explanation was that it was merely normal wear and tear, to which Hector expressed his utter disbelief. Soon, Wednesday of the second week arrived, and at Hector's insistence, Abufus reluctantly ventured to Diagon Alley a day early on Tuesday. Even his previous excuse that the shop was closed proved ineffective. Hector escorted Abufusi out of the Pig's Head pub, continuing until they reached the roadside nearby. To his astonishment, he watched as Abufusi pointed his wand towards the sky. Moments later, a double-decker bus came hurtling towards them from the distant horizon. With a mixture of realization and surprise on his face, Hector observed Abufusi board that rather nauseating night bus, the very same that had once carried Newton's ashes. Remarkably, Abufusi did not use apparition. If Hector was not mistaken, Abufusi seemed to produce a silver card from his pocket, which he handed to the conductor. The conductor merely glanced at it and stepped aside, allowing Abufusi to board without charge. Hector was utterly bewildered by this sequence of events. He even caught a glimpse through the window of Abufusi, beaming with joy as he engaged in lively conversation with the other wizards aboard, appearing quite at ease. Indeed, a radiant smile adorned Abufusi's face, a sight that even the patrons in the restaurant had not been fortunate enough to witness. The night bus then accelerated away with an unreasonable momentum, vanishing beyond the horizon. Could it be that the Dumbledore family harbored some peculiar quirks? Albus Dumbledore had his idiosyncrasies, and so did Abufusi. Was there truly an undisclosed secret tied to the Dumbledore name? Hector found himself deeply skeptical. Nevertheless, he began to grasp why the Dumbledore lineage, despite its outward brilliance, seemed merely to possess a purple talent. Perhaps this was the reason. Although he had not yet detected any psychological disturbances within himself, Hector inadvertently felt a twinge of concern. Surely, nothing could truly be amiss? He had to remain cautious. Abufusi and his brother, Albus Dumbledore, rose at remarkably similar times, generally departing their warm, comfortable beds at the break of dawn. Abufusi might even awaken slightly earlier than Albus, given that he had family affairs to attend to. However, for Hector, the distinction between rising at 6 and 5:30 was entirely significant. 5:30 may serve as a time for nocturnal awakenings, a moment of initial consciousness, or even as a time to drift into slumber. However, it must never be designated as the hour to rise. When Albus summoned Hector from his slumber, Hector felt as though he had returned to the twilight of his high school years. Albus seldom roused him. Typically, Hector awakened naturally at his own pace. Today was an exception. Observing the slight smirk of satisfaction on Albus's face, Hector could surmise the reason behind such an early summons. Indeed, these two are truly brothers, exhibiting a shared penchant for mischief. He recalled clutching the letter from Hogwarts, which this year seemed to include several new essential texts. If memory serves, there appears to be a new professor for defense against the dark arts. Let us hope that Albus's choice proves to be a reliable one. Rumor has it that he is a notable figure by the name of Gilderoy Lockhart, a name that resonates with Hector. Hector's tactics of delay against Albus Dumbledore proved ineffective, as Albus displayed an unwavering resilience to such strategies. Consequently, Hector was compelled to alter his approach, opting for a more childish demeanor by remaining stubbornly in bed. Regrettably for him, Albus appeared to be well prepared for this tactic as well. He removed his soiled outer garment and confiscated the uncomfortable wand. Subsequently, he plopped down onto the bed and launched an assault of tickling, leaving Hector no choice but to reluctantly rise from his slumber. Hector, under the watchful gaze of Abufusi, completed his morning ablutions before descending the stairs. He obediently took his seat at the table, consuming the steaming breakfast that had been prepared for him. Abufusi returned to the bar and emerged with 2 cups in hand. Upon his arrival, he was met with the comical sight of Hector, eyes closed, nodding rhythmically, which provoked an involuntary chuckle from him. "Have some tea. It will help to awaken your senses," Abufusi suggested as he offered Hector a cup of strong tea. Hector, forcing his eyes open, groggily grasped the cup, only to close his eyes again until his teeth inadvertently clashed against the rim of the cup. Hector gradually awoke under the dual influence of strong tea and a lingering sensation of discomfort. The awakening effects of both were remarkably effective, swiftly dispelling the remnants of sleep. Embracing the reality of an early rise, Hector began to relish milk paired with children's cereal, which Aberforth had procured from a Muggle shop. Reportedly on the recommendation of Albus Dumbledore, a fact readily discernible from the cereal's sweetness. Meanwhile, Aberforth, sipping his brewed tea, rummaged through past newspapers as if in search of something specific. "I recall that name. It seems to belong to a prominent figure." After a spell of searching, Aberforth located the newspaper he sought, initially skimming through the article concerning Lockhart before passing it to Hector. The Daily Prophet featured an entire page dedicated to him, replete with an array of ostentatious titles: Knight of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. While he bore a grand reputation as an author, he appeared little more than a superficial faude. Hector took the newspaper from Aberforth's hands, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a flamboyantly attired, handsome wizard. With golden, wavy locks and dazzling teeth, he was clad in a robe artfully stitched together from vibrant fabrics, exuding an air of opulence. Observing the section dedicated to his anticipated birthday gifts, one could see the harmonious relationship between the magical and non-magical realms. However, let us rephrase that. This Lockhart is not only superficial, but also a hypocrite. One must wonder how many galleons this young luminary, one of the few young experts in the magical world and a supposed prime successor to Albus Dumbledore, has bestowed upon this journalist. Yet, he likely remains indifferent to the fact that several newly added books this term are authored by Lockhart himself. At such a price, he could easily recoup his investment by selling a few copies. Hector wholeheartedly agreed, feeling somewhat nauseated by the exaggerated depictions and ornate language in the Prophet's Daily. After a cursory glance, he hastily pushed the newspaper as far away as possible. Albus had truly lost his senses to choose such an individual. Albus led Hector back to his chamber, intending to retrieve some galleons. He harbored skepticism towards Gringotts, believing that the goblins were not as trustworthy as advertised, and the exorbitant storage fees coupled with their peculiar regulations were utterly unacceptable to him. Thus, Albus had fashioned a cellar beneath his bedroom, just spacious enough for both Hector and himself to stand side by side. The walls and the smooth floor were imbued with powerful protective enchantments, likely the handiwork of Albus himself. Within the cellar were several sturdy alchemical chests, which, according to Albus, contained a portion of the Dumbledore family's estate. After a series of intricate maneuvers, Albus opened one of the chests. He retrieved a bulging pouch of coins, pouring a handful into his palm. As Hector stared in astonishment, Albus carefully counted the coins while grumbling about his brother. "The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." "Well, this should suffice." Albus placed the counted galleons into Hector's hand, hesitating for a moment before adding 3 more galleons into his other hand. "Spend it on something you enjoy or find amusing, but do be careful not to drop it." Hector gazed at the heavy pouch of coins in Abufus's hand, then turned his attention to the box, which contained at least 10 similar pouches. Alongside them lay several other bags, quietly resting, providing him with a profound insight into the family's affluence. Hector began to comprehend why the Weasley twins exhibited such remarkable progress following the financial assistance from Aberforth, and he noted their diminished complaints about the wretchedness of poverty. A sudden thought struck him. What was the purpose of continuing to strive? Was it merely to accumulate a fraction of the family's savings in galleons, as he had observed in the cellar? Hector felt an unsettling sense that his aspirations for wealth had been abruptly halted by an overwhelming abundance. He even entertained the notion of surrendering to complacency, as long as he refrained from reckless ventures. Given the current economic climate and the purchasing power of galleons, not only was he assured of his lifetime's needs, but also those of future generations. Aberforth returned the money pouch to the chest, which closed with a resounding thud. "Very well, let us be on our way," he declared, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no galleons had inadvertently fallen to the ground, he clapped his hands and addressed the still-dazed Hector. "Oh dear." Hector's legs felt somewhat weak, and he was grateful that he did not simply collapse onto the ground. In a daze, he followed Abufus out of the cellar, numbly consumed the flu powder, and eventually arrived at the leaky cauldron. "All right, this is it. Go find your friends." "Hector," Abufus said with a smile, observing Hector gradually recovering from his shock. Hector nodded, and Abufus proceeded directly to the bar. Upon seeing Abufus, the old Tom, who had been staring blankly behind the bar, suddenly brightened, his once vacant eyes now sparkling with life, and a cordial smile quickly spread across his face. "What can I get you, my dear Abufus? We have a new product that I believe you will absolutely adore." Tom's voice was loud enough that even Hector, who was already stepping into Diagon Alley, could still faintly hear him. Today, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity. It was not only filled with young wizards still in their schooling days, but also numerous mature adult wizards, predominantly adorned in splendid attire, particularly the female witches. However, Hector soon spotted the tall Weasley family, easily distinguishable by their simple clothing and keen gazes as they scanned the crowd. Hector, Fred, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot Hector in the throng, and he, along with George, rushed towards him. "Long time no see, mate. What brings you here so early?" "Oh, we have to thank our beautiful and charming mother, who roused us at 5:30. Merlin's trousers. We were studying products until dawn, and I only managed half an hour of sleep," Fred complained, while George seamlessly picked up the thread of conversation. "I, however, am different, foolish Fred. Not sleeping at all feels far better than only catching half an hour." The brothers soon ceased their banter as Mrs. Weasley approached with a large entourage. "Oh, it's wonderful to see you, Hector. Rising early is an excellent habit. You two should learn from him. Hector excels academically, just like Percy." "Please, Mum," the brothers exclaimed in unison, prompting Mrs. Weasley to halt her lecture, albeit with a stern glare directed at them. She then turned to Hector with a warm smile. "Have you had breakfast, Hector? If not, I have some bread here if you don't mind. Come here, Arthur, hand me your bag." "What is the matter, Molly? Have you found Harry?" A tall, thin, red-haired man with glasses and a receding hairline approached. If Hector guessed correctly, this was Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley first inquired about the most pressing matter at hand, and then naturally turned his attention to Hector. "And who might this be?" "The individual you have long wished to meet, Hector Dumbledore. This is Arthur, my husband." "Good day, Mr. Weasley." Hector respectfully greeted Mr. Weasley, who grasped Hector's hand with palpable excitement in his eyes. "My goodness, you are Hector Dumbledore. It is truly an honor to meet you." Mr. Weasley seemed poised to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Ron's exclamation, "Hey, we found Harry." All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, and the first to be noticed was the towering half-giant Hagrid, standing beside a rather disheveled little wizard covered in dust, his glasses and shards. That was the Harry they had been searching for, vigorously waving his arms in their direction. "Oh, Harry, dear, you have made me worry sick. Where on earth have you been?" Mrs. Weasley rushed towards Harry, one hand clutching a handbag she had just taken from Mr. Weasley, while Ginny struggled to keep pace with her brisk strides, holding on to her other hand. "Look at you, covered in dirt." "Thankfully, I anticipated this, Mrs. Weasley released Ginny's hand and rummaged through her handbag, soon producing a large brush. She meticulously dusted off as much grime from Harry as possible, while Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, pointing his wand gently at the shattered lenses. With a flick, the spiderweb-like cracks vanished, and the glasses were restored to their pristine condition as Mr. Weasley handed them back to Harry, appearing as good as new. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley." "Not at all, Harry," Mrs. Weasley replied, her smile radiating warmth, which prompted Fred and George, standing nearby, to exchange knowing glances. "Harry looks just like a son to her." Fred nudged George with his elbow, who reciprocated the gesture. "We are like the neighbors next door." Then they spotted Hector, standing somewhat isolated at the back of the crowd. "George?" "Always," replied Fred. The two brothers exchanged a quick glance, then swiftly encircled Hector with practiced ease. Just as they had rehearsed countless times, the more robust Fred lifted Hector from behind, while George smoothly reached towards Hector's waist, deftly retrieving his wand and stowing it away alongside his own and Fred's in his pocket. After executing this series of maneuvers, George assisted Fred, their large hands firmly covering Hector's mouth. Though it was cumbersome to describe, the operation was executed with remarkable fluidity and speed before Mrs. Weasley could notice. Fred and George whisked Hector away in a hasty retreat. As Fred was about to run off, he shouted loudly to Mrs. Weasley, who was still conversing with Hagrid, "Mom, we're heading off with Hector. We'll meet you at the leaky cauldron in an hour." Mrs. Weasley's call pierced through the bustling crowd. but by the time her voice reached Hector and the others, it had become rather indistinct. Fred and George swiftly whisked Hector away, disappearing into the throng of passers-by. With a distant got it, echoing back from where they vanished. Relax, Molly, they're grown up now. They'll be fine, Mr. Weasley reassured, patting Mrs. Weasley on the shoulder. She nodded, pulling back her anxious gaze. Back with Hector, he found himself being led quite a distance by Fred and George, who maintained a silent camaraderie, as if choreographed, racing in unison towards a shared destination. Hector soon discerned where they were taking him, spotting the enormous sign of the Wizarding Joke Shop, nearly suspended above the street. Suddenly, his vision was obscured. Either Fred or George had covered his eyes with a large hand, the owner of which seemed blissfully unaware of the subtle shift in position. At the entrance, they encountered a familiar face, Lee Jordan, a good friend of the Weasley twins. "Hey, Lee," the young man said, scanning the surroundings at the shop entrance before turning towards the voice. He quickly dashed over to the Weasley twins and Hector. "Long time no see, Fred. And you too, George. And who asked this? Who? You don't recognize him, Lee? You must be joking," Fred exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. George chimed in, "If you don't know him, Lee, you might just get expelled from Hogwarts." "If I could see his face, maybe I would recognize him," Lee replied, prompting the Weasley twins to simultaneously glance at Hector, who, aside from his prominent nose and exposed forehead, had most of his features obscured by their hands. In unison, Fred and George quickly withdrew their hands, allowing Hector's eyes to once again meet the light. "Now I recognize you. Long time no see, Hector." "Hello, Lee," Hector responded warmly. Hector gasped for breath as he addressed Fred and George. "Can we release this?" For the first time, the brothers found themselves at odds. Fred arrogantly shook his head, while George, exhibiting reason, nodded in agreement. However, this divergence was fleeting, as George soon reconsidered and began to shake his head as well. "Why did you send that howler?" "It was at home. Are you not aware of our mother's sensitivity to howlers? The instant she hears one, she appears at our door. Now, all of Ron's stock in his room has been obliterated, and we must prepare all the products anew in order to meet our order deadlines. We have gone several days without sleep. You ought not to have mixed the enhanced dung bombs, portable swamps, and canary creams with food items, without even a distinguishing mark. Especially that dung bomb. I had never seen one before. When I first held it, I thought it was a new type of magical snack. I nearly took a bite. So close. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Hector's words left the other three momentarily stunned, followed by raucous laughter. Lee Jordan and Hector were merely acquaintances, and upon hearing Hector's lamentations, Lee managed a more subdued chuckle. As for Fred and George, the two brothers flanking Hector released their hold on him almost simultaneously, their laughter rendering them nearly doubled over. George's laughter came in fits and starts, while Fred fared little better, both extending a hand to intermittently pat Hector's back. "Indeed, it was our oversight, and I must admit, I never imagined that there existed a wizard on this planet who could not recognize a dung bomb." After enduring a spell of exaggerated mirth, Fred made an effort to stifle his amusement as he addressed Hector. Then George chimed in, "However, the notion is quite splendid. A confection resembling a magical dung bomb would undoubtedly be a bestseller." With a hearty slap of hands, Fred and George celebrated the idea, and Lee Jordan extended his hand as well, compelling Hector to join in the camaraderie. "We initially hoped you might procure some gifts to compensate us, but consider it waived. Thank you for your ingenious suggestion. Who knows, we might just concoct a dung bomb that is both edible and functional." "Can you guess why it bears the name dung bomb?" "Perhaps you are not entirely mistaken. There may indeed be those who have a penchant for such things." Hector moved his stiff limbs, and being carried this way was far from a comfortable experience. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Unlike the previous year when he was hoisted by the two brothers, leaving his feet dangling, this time, thanks to the twins, Hector could intermittently feel the solid ground beneath him. Although his resistance appeared feeble compared to the twins, the disparity was visibly narrowing. Hector was confident that one day he would achieve a comprehensive dominance over the Weasley twins, both magically and physically, and that day seemed closer than he had once imagined. Yet, that day was not today. The Weasley twins quickly realized that lifting Hector was no longer as straightforward as it had been before, prompting them to alter their tactical approach. As they traversed the street, it was less accurate to say that Hector was being carried than to assert that he was being dragged along. From Hector's perspective, aside from gaining a considerable emotional value, he was left with a profound sense of anguish. "Could you return my wand to me?" Hector inquired. George nodded. Mindful that it was still summer vacation, during which the Ministry of Magic imposed stringent, even draconian, restrictions on young witches and wizards regarding the use of magic. Thus, the twins' act of confiscating Hector's wand was almost instinctual. They subconsciously believed he could do nothing to them outside school. However, the Weasley twins overlooked certain details. Firstly, they were in Diagon Alley, where the majority were wizards or muggles familiar with the magical world, rendering the warning against using magic in front of muggles moot. Secondly, this was Hector Dumbledore, who had the formidable Albus Dumbledore as a grandfather and the influential Aberforth Dumbledore as another. The warning from the Ministry held no weight with Albus and was even less significant with Aberforth, the moment he received his wand. Two Leglocker curses shot forth from its tip, swiftly striking the unsuspecting Weasley twins. Fred and George had no time to react before they fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Thus, the score was settled. Hector gazed at the struggling Weasley twins, who fought valiantly to break their curse, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, there were certain matters that warranted a face-to-face discussion, which could be deemed as good news. Fred and George, leaning on each other for support, managed to rise from the ground, grimacing in pain. Yet, in comparison to the good news that Hector insisted must be conveyed in person, their discomfort seemed trivial. Very well, as you say, we are even. Fred exaggeratedly rubbed his knee, while George supported his waist. Now, tell us, what is this good news that necessitates a personal revelation? Hector drew Fred and George close to him, while Lee Jordan sought to join in, only to be seamlessly pushed out of the circle formed by the Weasley twins. Hector cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Are you not seeking to expand your commercial horizons? I have procured a foreign order for you, one of considerable magnitude. From which country? Austria, specifically from Numenhadr. Upon hearing the name Numenhadr, Fred and George felt a flicker of familiarity, but could not quite place it. However, upon the mention of Grindelwald, the brothers swiftly connected the dots. So, you are suggesting that a dark wizard, akin to Voldemort, has a penchant for our products and has placed an order with us? Fred rubbed his hands together, inquiring further. Hector nodded affirmatively. What? Are you frightened? Frightened of what? Lee Jordan had approached, his curiosity piqued. Hector and the Weasley brothers were acting in a manner that tantalized his intrigue, and the palpable excitement radiating from Fred and George intensified his own anticipation. Upon hearing Lee Jordan's voice, Fred and George exchanged quick glances, promptly devising a plan of action. As Fred had already posed a question, he took the lead in diverting Lee Jordan's attention. Meanwhile, George pulled Hector aside, away from the battlefield, as he had more specific inquiries to address. Fear is not something we harbor, he stated, echoing Fred's movements as he habitually rubbed his hands together while meticulously questioning Hector. What exactly does this Austrian customer desire? He is particularly fond of your canary biscuits and finds your developed fudge toffee quite delightful. Moreover, he is interested in your popping popcorn. The more, the better. Especially the canary biscuits. Hector meticulously counted the magical snacks that Grindelwald had mentioned, while simultaneously assigning a task to George. The esteemed customer expressed a desire for you to offer some of your latest products. He is quite intrigued by your offerings and is more than willing to provide suggestions if needed. That class was truly delightful. George's expression transformed from one of shock and excitement to pure elation as he exclaimed to Fred, Fred, it's your turn. Oh, come on. Is there a switch involved? This is utterly unfair. Lee Jordan's voice, accompanied by Fred's swift approach, reached Hector in an instant. Fred appeared to be buoyed by George's exuberance. And before Hector could utter a word, a radiant smile adorned Fred's face. Fred's inquiries mirrored those of George, demonstrating the unparalleled rapport between the two, as even their reactions to the news were remarkably similar. One particularly intriguing observation for Hector was that neither George nor Fred had inquired about whether Grindelwald would settle the payment. The Weasley twins seemed to have never entertained such considerations, which starkly contrasted with the two frugal individuals Hector had come to know, who were almost notoriously stingy. Hector naturally inquired about the reasons, but both Fred and George regarded him with disdainful glances, leaving Hector feeling somewhat insecure. Do not be foolish, Hector. That is Grindelwald. With his name, we could effortlessly enhance the appeal of our products. Why would we worry about their marketability? If Grindelwald does not demand galleons from us, we would scarcely have time to express our gratitude, let alone seek his financial contributions. George admonished Hector first, followed closely by Fred. Moreover, he has pledged to assist us in testing our new products. For that alone, we could easily gift him those items. Therefore, Hector, Perhaps it is best to leave the sales matters to us, while you focus solely on technological development. Hector felt a slight flush upon hearing the words of the Weasley twins. He had contemplated that his business acumen was not particularly remarkable, yet he was taken aback by how profoundly lacking it truly was. Fred's assertion held merit. One need not fear the prodigal spending of a wealthy heir, but rather the ambition of such an heir seeking to venture into entrepreneurship. This endeavor should indeed be entrusted to seasoned professionals, and the two before him could be deemed experts in this regard. All right, Hector, relax. We're here for you. Let us explore the inside together. In light of your invaluable suggestions, today, the treat is on me, George exclaimed, as he draped an arm over Hector and Fred's shoulders. The disgruntled Lee Jordan momentarily found solace in Fred's remark of "we'll discuss it back at school," and thus, the quartet, 3 tall and 1 short, strolled into the whimsical and lively magical joke shop. An hour later, at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, the anxious Mrs. Weasley finally caught sight of the 3 figures. Were we not to meet in an hour? Why have you only just arrived? Honestly, you possess no sense of time whatsoever. Well, I suppose I mustn't dwell on that. Hurry along inside. The moment Mrs. Weasley laid eyes on Fred and George, she commenced her reprimand, accurately anticipating their intentions to protest. Before they could utter a word, she swiftly interrupted them, taking one by each hand and guiding them into the bookstore. Amidst this flurry of activity, Mrs. Weasley even found a moment to bestow a gentle smile upon Hector, prompting a sense of admiration within him. Hector struggled to carve a narrow path through the throng of people following Mrs. Weasley. The crowd at Flourish and Blots was unusually dense today, teetering on the brink of being overwhelming. Every conceivable inch of space was occupied, with wizards densely packed even on the spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor. However, in stark contrast to the typical back-to-school season, the clientele predominantly comprised women of Mrs. Weasley's age, with only a scant few young witches present, resulting in an ambience thick with complex and potent fragrances. This was particularly torturous for Hector, who found himself at the same height as the armpits of these adult witches, the very source of those peculiar scents. The cloying sweetness of their perfumes mingled with the perspiration induced by the stifling heat, creating a pungent atmosphere. These odors invaded Hector's nostrils relentlessly, leaving him with no means of escape. He began to regret joining the commotion at Flourish and Blots. At last, you've arrived. Hermione emerged from some corner, seizing the dazed Hector, who was overwhelmed by the cacophony of scents, and pulled him through the crowded gaps. We're almost there. Hurry, Hector. We'll soon meet Gilderoy Lockhart. I can hardly believe he's holding a signing event here today. Hermione's tone matched her swift pace, her agile form making it difficult for Hector, who was accustomed to a rigorous routine, to keep up. You'll need a book for him to sign, thankfully. I came prepared. Here it is, Break with the Banshee. I've read it, and it's truly fascinating. This book is also on our required reading list, or rather, nearly all the titles on our list are authored by him. Hermione then rattled off a series of book titles, predominantly those by Lockhart, beginning with Gaddying With, including his autobiography, Magical Me. If possible, Lockhart could have even included his volumes aimed at housewives, such as Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, in the must-have category. However, the prices are somewhat steep, nearly 5 galleons per book, and there are 8 to purchase. Nonetheless, one gets what one pays for. There must be a reason for such exorbitant prices. Quick, Hector, we're almost there. It was only when Hector bumped into another wizard clutching the hefty Magical Me for the 5th time that Hermione finally slowed her pace. Standing before them were Harry, Ron, and Neville, each holding a copy of Werewolves, a survival guide. Harry greeted them first, followed by Neville, and lastly Ron, who had a rather irritable short man with a large camera advancing toward them. Ron, being at the forefront, called out, "Step aside, little one. This is for the Daily Prophet." The diminutive man shouted, and Ron, caught off guard, felt the weight of his heavy foot upon him. This was precisely why Ron, while rubbing his pained foot, greeted Hector. Conventionally, the protagonist would rise to defend Ron's injured foot, igniting a series of cunning maneuvers, ultimately revealing his illustrious identity as Dumbledore, leaving the antagonist astounded, the audience applauding, beautiful admirers flocking to him, and esteemed wizards of the magical realm bowing in reverence, showcasing the might of the most powerful second-generation hero. Alas, this was not a tale of triumph. Hector was merely a nominal hero, while Harry was the true chosen one. Yet, the chosen one remained oblivious to this fact, with only the victim, Ron, half complaining and half mocking, uttering, "Truly impressive." The moment Hector heard Ron speak, he swiftly brought Neville, who was noticeably larger than himself, to the forefront. Ron's words seemed to activate some hidden mechanism within an NPC, quickly capturing the attention of the blonde wizard seated behind a desk cluttered with books, adorned in a robe of blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, and playfully askew in his pointed wizard's hat. Gilderoy Lockhart extricated himself from the confines of his oversized portrait, turning his gaze towards the source of the sound. His eyes briefly skimmed over the relatively unremarkable Ron before settling upon the true protagonist of this narrative, Harry. Lockhart leaped to his feet, prompting Hector, who had been observing from a gap, to conceal himself even more thoroughly. "Isn't this Harry Potter?" Lockhart's incredulous voice resonated loudly, as if he were straining to announce it. The crowd parted before him, and Lockhart emerged from behind the long table, seizing Harry's arm and leading him away, scarcely acknowledging Ron, who had just called out. A diminutive man wielding a black camera trailed behind Lockhart and Harry, and as he passed, the narrow passageway swiftly vanished, with wizards in flourish and blots jostling eagerly forward. Everyone yearned to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived and the young man who had already garnered considerable renown in the wizarding world as Dumbledore's heir. The already raucous atmosphere of flourish and blots intensified, with nearly all present engaged in hushed conversations. Nonetheless, Lockhart's voice remained distinctly discernible. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is." The moment Hector activated his earplugs in the presence of Lockhart, the cacophony surrounding him faded into silence. At last, he relished a moment of tranquility, as he was rather disinterested in the words Lockhart was about to utter. Had it not been for the crowd around him, he might have even contemplated closing his eyes. However, Hector's brief respite was interrupted when Hermione gently tapped his shoulder, compelling him to remove the earplugs. The resounding applause and animated discussions surged back into his ears. "Hector, are you all right?" Hermione inquired, noticing the furrowed brow etched across his face, her concern palpable. "You don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell? There are so many people here. Do you need to step outside for some fresh air?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Hector replied, though his voice was drowned out by the deafening cheers and thunderous applause, as all eyes were drawn to the figure on the podium, including those of Hector and Hermione. Lockhart's impromptu speech had reached its final crescendo, with arms wide open and an animated expression. He announced to the audience what he deemed a momentous revelation: the recipient of the third-class Merlin's Order, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and the 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, our future star of the magical world, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, is about to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, continuing the great legend in this place where dreams begin. With that, Lockhart plunged into a flurry of autograph signings for his fervent fans, significantly alleviating the congestion within Flourish and Blots. Order seemed to return to the wizards' minds as they formed a relatively organized queue, allowing a clear passage for those exiting after receiving their signatures. Harry, having been forcibly dragged into the limelight by Lockhart, finally managed to extricate himself. Before departing, Lockhart had his assistant present Harry with a complete collection of his works, the weight of which pressed heavily against Harry's arms, making his walk somewhat unsteady. Bending low and keeping close to the wall, Harry endeavored to diminish his presence. He occasionally peeked from behind the towering stacks of books, scanning the crowd for glimpses of his friends. The multitude of customers at Flourish and Blots made it quite challenging to locate a few inconspicuous children. Fortunately, luck was on Harry's side as he spotted Ginny, the timid young girl standing beside her new cauldron. "Hello, Ginny. What are you doing here? Where's Mrs. Weasley?" Ginny shook her head, her face flushed crimson, her body pressed tightly against the wall. "Very well, you should stay here," Harry remarked as he unceremoniously emptied the entirety of his books into Ginny's new cauldron. "These are for you. I shall go search for them." Just as Harry turned, he collided with a familiar figure. The moment he beheld that silhouette, his brows knitted together in discontent. Misfortune often trails behind good fortune, and true to form, it was not his friends who found him first after encountering Ginny, but rather the ever-sardonic Draco Malfoy, who had always been at odds with Harry. By the time Hector and the others arrived, the friendly exchange between Harry and Malfoy had been underway for some time. It appeared their conversation had even touched upon Ginny. However, it seemed that no harsh words were exchanged, as the young girl's face bore not anger but rather shyness, a detail that left Hector somewhat astonished. "What are you doing here?" Ron was the first to speak, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something repugnant. "What a downer. Why must you be everywhere, haunting us?" Malfoy turned at the sound of Ron's voice, and upon seeing him, displayed a similar expression of disdain. Yet this did not deter him from retorting, "What does my presence have to do with you?" "I must say, I am quite surprised to see you here, Weasley. Malfoy exaggeratedly scrutinized Ron from head to toe, his mocking demeanor becoming increasingly evident. Those items are not inexpensive, Weasley. Given your family's situation, I suppose your parents will be going hungry next month after your little shopping spree. Ron, incensed, hurled the books he was carrying into the cauldron and rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront the loathsome Malfoy. Fortunately, Harry and Neville swiftly restrained him. However, their intervention only emboldened Malfoy further. He pointedly directed his scorn at Neville. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hey, Longbottom. Don't think you're impressive just because you got lucky last time. You've never truly embodied a Gryffindor. Regrettably for Malfoy, his taunts failed to elicit a response from Neville, who continued to ignore him, focused instead on gathering the scattered books from the floor. Yet Hector boldly retorted on behalf of Neville. Hey, Malfoy, that so-called slug you deride not only outperformed you in the final exams, but also aided Gryffindor in clinching the Hogwarts House Cup that year. In an instant, Malfoy's expression soured, his arrogance evaporating, and the mockery that once radiated from him was nowhere to be found, leaving only embarrassment and fury etched upon his face. However, Hector had no intention of showing any leniency towards Malfoy. He continued, if I am not mistaken, had it not been for our esteemed Lord Malfoy's unfortunate decision to deduct a full 50 points from his Slytherin house, the House Cup this year might very well have belonged to Slytherin. Wouldn't you agree? Malfoy rarely managed to maintain his composure in Hector's presence, a stark contrast to his demeanor when confronted by Harry. Despite Malfoy repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and to think like a Malfoy, like a true Slytherin, all his mental preparations faltered upon seeing Hector's serene face, which bore a hint of a smile. Especially when Hector persisted, Mr. Malfoy. I have always been curious about one thing. Although Harry and his friends had 50 points deducted, they eventually regained them. Why, dear Mr. Malfoy, do you not take any action to add points for Slytherin? Is it the aversion to the feeling of adding points? Malfoy's face flushed crimson. His gaze ignited with furious flames and venomous curses. He instinctively reached for the wand at his waist, but a hand suddenly appeared behind him, halting his movement. What a powerful statement, came a voice from behind Malfoy. A tall man, elegantly dressed, with flowing golden hair and a serpent-headed cane, emerged before Hector. It was Mr. Malfoy, whose hand rested on Draco's shoulder, wearing a faint smile. Draco, aren't you going to introduce me? At that moment, Mr. Weasley appeared behind Hector, having observed the scene for a while, until the man's arrival prompted him to approach. Oh my, look who it is, the Ministry's #1 busybody, Arthur Weasley. The smile on Mr. Malfoy's face became exaggerated, laced with sarcasm, reminiscent of his son's. Lucius, this is a matter for the children. I trust you wouldn't stoop so low as to intervene? Mr. Weasley, devoid of pretense, merely nodded slightly before coldly replying, I simply wish to make an acquaintance. Is there a problem, old chap? You would do well to think that way. Don't assume I am unaware of you. Look at you, getting anxious again. After all these years, your bad temper remains unchanged, which is hardly surprising, given your busy schedule and the multitude of reports to review. Who has time to better oneself? Nevertheless, amidst your work, one must not neglect family values. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and skillfully extracted a tattered beginner's guide to Transfiguration from a heap of Gilderoy Lockhart's new books. As I said, one ought to at least purchase some new textbooks. Truly is a pitiable figure. Despite the arduous nature of his work, he does not even receive overtime compensation. Mr. Malfoy casually perused the tattered beginner's guide to Transfiguration, its pages nearly detached from the binding, before returning it to its place. His movements were remarkably delicate and swift. Yet Hector still noticed the subtle rustle of his sleeve. I have long harbored a question, Arthur, if one cannot even secure fair remuneration, what advantage is there in being a pariah among wizards? Our perspectives on who constitutes a wizardly outcast diverge greatly, Malfoy. Naturally, Weasley. Therefore, might I request a moment? I wish to meet that gentleman from earlier. After all, the individual before me is beyond redemption. Mr. Weasley inadvertently positioned himself in front of Hector, showing no inclination to yield. Mr. Malfoy, standing across from him, took note of this. Have I erred, dear Arthur? Look at the company you keep. I had believed your family had reached the nadir of decline. To ascertain the outcome, one must await the next installment. Continuing from where we left off, Mr. Weasley suddenly charged at Mr. Malfoy, who was caught off guard and was forcefully thrust against a nearby bookshelf by Mr. Weasley's shoulder. Numerous hefty tomes of spells tumbled from the shelves, crashing down upon them. Their scuffle incited a commotion among the crowd, which retreated in panic, transforming the previously orderly line into chaos. As they stumbled backward, more shelves were toppled, exacerbating the tumult. "Oh, gentlemen, for mercy's sake, exercise caution. Everyone, step back and watch your footing. Do not trample the books, they are for sale." The staff member of Leaky Cauldron was as frantic as a bee in a boiling pot, his voice hoarse from shouting to maintain order. However, his cries did little to soothe the situation. Rather, they fanned the flames of panic, causing it to spread rapidly. Those bewildered individuals, jostled by the throng, were like small boats buffeted by a towering wave, retreating further. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams and curses, akin to a terrifying symphony, while the heavy thuds of toppled shelves and falling books echoed like detonations, heightening everyone's tension. Mrs. Weasley sought to intervene, calling out to restore reason to Mr. Weasley, but soon found herself preoccupied with new matters. Fred and George, dissatisfied with merely spectating and cheering from the sidelines, were unable to intercede in the adult conflict. Thus, Mr. Malfoy standing nearby became their prime target. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Contrasting sharply with the clarity of the two confrontations, the Malfoys emerged victorious in their verbal sparring, while the Weasleys were gaining the upper hand in the physical altercation. There is no need to elaborate on Draco Malfoy. Even a mere selection from the robust physiques of Fred and George, the formidable beaters, would suffice to overwhelm him, rendering him incapable of even a feeble defense. Moreover, with the two of them attacking in unison, alongside Harry and Ron, one fanning the flames and the other swooping in for opportunistic strikes, the odds are decidedly stacked against him. As for Lucius Malfoy, a life of opulence has eroded his physicality, contrasting starkly with Arthur Weasley, a man of undeniable action, leading to an inevitable conclusion. The scene at the Leaky Cauldron is undoubtedly one of fervent energy, as Mrs. Weasley employs the traditional method of ear-pulling to rescue Draco Malfoy, who is being pinned to the ground. However, she finds herself utterly helpless in the face of the adult's fierce altercation. Her only hope resting on the volume of her cries to rouse Mr. Weasley, but the effect is dismal. The two intoxicated gentlemen glare at one another, showing no inclination to cease their conflict. Surely, someone must step forth to intervene. That someone must be me. In Hector's mind, an unexpected thought emerged without warning. He sensed an unseen force quietly urging his innermost desires. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a low profile, Hector suddenly found himself compelled to take action. His wand had inexplicably appeared in his hand, its arrival shrouded in mystery. Simultaneously, the once bustling bookstore fell into an abrupt silence. The chatter faded away, and except for the few individuals standing beside Hector, nearly every gaze in the room converged upon him. This included the short man with a camera, as well as Mrs. Weasley, who had been calling out to Mr. Weasley. For reasons unknown, they all shared a simultaneous thought. This child must be about to do something significant. "What has happened?" came Neville's voice, a sentiment echoed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who stood beside Hector. They followed the direction of the collective gaze, realizing that all attention was fixated on the very spot where Hector stood. Then, something peculiar transpired. The expressions of confusion that had once adorned Neville and his friends' faces vanished the moment they looked at Hector, replaced by an eager anticipation. In that instant, they bore a striking resemblance to the onlookers around them, their faces mirroring a similar expression of hopefulness. Hector endeavored to shift his body, altering his position, yet the gazes of all present curiously followed his movement. Nevertheless, he astutely perceived a peculiar change of emotion flicker across the faces of Navi and his companions at that moment, particularly in Navi, who seemed on the verge of furrowing his brow, only to swiftly revert to an expression of anticipation. Another curious aspect was the ongoing fierce confrontation between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. These two gentlemen appeared utterly engrossed in their duel, oblivious to the bizarre atmosphere enveloping the Leaky Cauldron. Moreover, whether it was the robust Mr. Weasley or the comparatively less imposing Mr. Malfoy, neither seemed to sense the fatigue of their exertions. After an extended bout of combat, they continued to engage each other with fervor. While Mr. Weasley's spirited demeanor could be somewhat justified, the fact that Mr. Malfoy, pinned beneath him, exhibited the same vitality as at the beginning of their skirmish seemed rather incongruous. Yet, they persisted in their duel, as if it were an endeavor that would never cease. Hector first sensed a profound unease. Upon realizing that the people around him were merely gazing at him with hopeful eyes, devoid of any ulterior motive, his initial discomfort transformed into a full-fledged rebellion. "Oh, so you wish to compel me into action? I shall not yield, if you possess the audacity," Cease manipulating others and confront me directly. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Hector unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. He forcibly suppressed his desires and tucked his wand back into his embrace. At that moment, Hector exhibited a distinctly rogue demeanor. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The atmosphere fell into an eerily silent pause, as the vague desires in Hector's mind surged to an overwhelming peak. They swiftly ebbed away like receding tides. In the instant that his desires dissipated, the leaky cauldron returned to its usual state. Everyone naturally diverted their gazes, resuming their hushed conversations, and even the sounds of shrieks and curses began to intermittently echo once more. "What are you doing sitting there, Hector?" Harry inquired with sudden curiosity, while Ron and Hermione cast him similarly questioning looks. Meanwhile, Neville was persistently rubbing his temples. Mr. Longbottom felt as though he had forgotten something significant. Ordinarily, forgetting mattered little to him, yet this time, he experienced an unfamiliar sensation, one he had never encountered before. Ultimately, he joined Harry and the others in directing a puzzled gaze toward Hector. Hector hastily rose to his feet, just as he was about to explain. A booming voice eclipsed all sounds within the leaky cauldron. "Make way, gentlemen, make way." Hagrid's colossal figure emerged from behind the crowd, swiftly maneuvering through the throng, trampling over scattered books as he advanced, effortlessly separating the entangled Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. Both bore injuries, which were not severe. Mr. Malfoy had a bruised eye, while Mr. Weasley had merely split his lip. "This matter is far from over, Weasley. Mark my words." Mr. Malfoy adjusted his attire, having completely abandoned the notion of continuing a conversation with Hector. Now, his only desire was to exit the premises as hastily as possible. He gestured to Draco, and the father and son limped away with remarkable speed from the leaky cauldron. "You ought not to engage with them, Arthur. That fellow is utterly vile. And his entire family is the same. Everyone knows it." Hagrid brushed off the dust from Mr. Weasley's garments, turning to regard the trembling Granger couple standing nearby, and continued patiently. "Not a single word from the Malfoys holds truth. Even their blood runs corrupt. That is simply the reality. Come, let us step outside." Mr. Weasley nodded, wiping the corner of his mouth. After Hector and the others assisted Ginny in gathering the books that had scattered from the cauldron, Mr. Weasley led them outside the leaky cauldron. As for the shopkeeper who wished to detain them, he resolutely chose to relinquish his pursuit behind Hagrid's imposing figure. They all hastened onto the street, with Hector trailing at the rear and Neville silently accompanying him. Once they had completely exited the leaky cauldron, Neville, filled with a sense of bewilderment, finally addressed Hector, saying, "Hector, I feel as though I have forgotten something. I know my memory has never been the best, but this time feels different. I cannot quite articulate it, but it leaves me with a peculiar sensation." Hector halted in his tracks, casting a glance at Nawi. The black diary that had been playfully held in his hands moments ago was now tucked away into his satchel. "You inquired about the events that transpired at the Lehan bookstore not long ago. You also asked why I was seated on the ground. Do you still recall these moments?" Hector gazed intently at Nawi, who wore an expression of deep contemplation. "I retain a vague memory of the latter, yet the former eludes me entirely. Did I truly inquire about this? What transpired at that time?" Hector remained silent, and Neville promptly ceased his inquiries. The matter abruptly came to a halt, devoid of any follow-up. They stood behind Harry and Ron, while Hermione and Ginny endeavored to soothe the Granger couple's frayed emotions. As for Mrs. Weasley, she was vociferously reprimanding Mr. Weasley for the public altercation. From around the distant corner of the street, 3 diminutive figures materialized, all roughly of first-year age. "Hey, Al, we must depart. Time waits for no one." "Understood." The boy named Al cast a lingering glance at Hector's retreating form, his eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. "I will figure it out, I promise." The 3 figures vanished into thin air, as if nothing had transpired. Thus concluded the journey through Diagon Alley. After relishing the butterbeer generously offered by Aberforth by the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, everyone exchanged their farewells. Then, until we meet again at school, Hector bid farewell to Harry and the others individually. Mrs. Weasley had already procured the necessary flu powder for their journey home, while Hermione and the Grangers departed in a car to the Muggle Street on the other side, and Neville, along with his grandmother, prepared to board the night bus. Albus observed as Neville and Madame Longbottom ascended the night bus, a glimmer of longing evident in his eyes, which soon shifted to Hector. Nevertheless, Hector resolutely conveyed his refusal. Once Percy was the last to step into the fireplace, The Weasley couple politely said their goodbyes to Albus before their figures vanished within the leaky cauldron. The scene then shifted to Hector and Albus, who swiftly returned to the Hog's Head Inn. As for dinner, it would require a brief wait. In the meantime, you could return and peruse the books purchased today. At this point, Albus furrowed his brow, gazing at Hector, and inquired, I heard there was an event at Flourish and Blots today, something akin to a fan signing. So, you must have encountered that fellow. Pray tell, what manner of man is Gilderoy Lockhart? Hector painstakingly extracted 8 meticulously bound tomes from his satchel and placed them upon a nearby table. He seated himself in a chair, thoughtfully contemplating his choice of words. I believe your assessment of Lockhart this morning was accurate, grandfather. He is a man who prioritizes sensational headlines above all else. When Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy were embroiled in their altercation, he exhibited no intention of dissuasion. In fact, he appeared quite pleased, as it promised to generate a considerable stir. Hector rose to his feet and poured himself a glass of cool, boiled water. After taking a sip, he continued, Moreover, Lockhart's demeanor certainly does not reflect that of someone who has weathered great storms. However, his writings are quite commendable. Most of them possess a remarkable authenticity. It would be even better if he exhibited less self-aggrandizement. Hector paused momentarily, gazing earnestly at Aberforth as he succinctly summarized. In conclusion, Lockhart is indeed a remarkable opportunist, a novelist of considerable merit. However, to claim he is a great explorer, a luminary of the magical realm, or even a successor to Dumbledore is quite another matter. One might think you have encountered numerous tempests, Aberforth remarked with a smile upon hearing Hector's authoritative analysis, although he soon tempered his expression, adopting a demeanor of seriousness. Yet perhaps you are correct. Lockhart does appear to be rather inept. If he were truly so exceptional, surely I would have heard of him long ago. Much like Minerva and Phileas. As Aberforth spoke, he ambled over from behind the counter, casually assessing the books Hector had placed upon the table. The volumes appeared quite exquisite. Yet at 5 galleons each, they were rather exorbitant. Moreover, there were still many others yearning to make a purchase. Hector swiftly drained the glass of water and rose from his seat. Addressing Abufus, he remarked, I shall return upstairs for now. What about these books? He inquired. Let them remain here for the time being. If you are intrigued, you may peruse them at your leisure. Hector's figure had vanished around the corner of the staircase. Yet his voice still echoed from the stairwell in the distance. I did not believe I could glean anything of value from these tomes, however. The book by Gilderoy Lockhart on eradicating household pests might prove to be useful. It certainly better be. Abufus cast a glance at the ostentatious volume resting at the bottom of the pile. The gilded letters on the cover and the large portrait of Lockhart himself elicited a frown from him. He flipped the book over, glanced at the price, and muttered to himself, 5 galleons for this. Hector returned to his chamber, where a crimson bird named Aurora awaited him. It appeared she had been here for quite some time. Greetings, Aurora. Hector settled himself at his writing desk, extracting a pristine sheet of stationery from the drawer, accompanied by a chocolate frog. He first unwrapped the chocolate frog and offered it to Aurora, before returning to the desk to compose his letter. Hector's inaugural letter was addressed to his grandfather Albus. The second academic year was swiftly approaching, and Hector always felt the need to prepare in advance. The formidable creature from his first year had made him acutely aware of a serious matter. Although Hector possessed a general understanding of the original narrative of Harry Potter, the passage of time had caused certain details and specific occurrences to fade significantly from his memory. To put it simply, Hector could recall the general events. Yet it was a daunting task for him to retrieve the finer points and the timing of those events. For instance, he remembered that the ultimate adversary of the current year was the Basilisk of Slytherin, and that Voldemort himself did not participate in this year's endeavors. Rather, it was his Horcrux that orchestrated the happenings. However, Hector could not recall the identities of all the victims encountered during this ordeal, nor the locations where each attack transpired. Therefore, it was imperative for Hector to consolidate the fragments of knowledge he possessed in order to prepare himself for the inevitable confrontation with the serpent lurking in the sewers. As for the diary in his possession, Hector had no intention of handing it over directly to Dumbledore. Instead, he sought to glean insights from the esteemed Tom Riddle within its pages, knowledge that neither Albus nor Aberforth could conveniently impart. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. When Tom Riddle's residual value had been nearly exhausted, that was when Dumbledore became aware of this diary. Hector swiftly concluded his first letter, which was notably succinct, merely expressing that he had recently experienced a brand new prophetic dream. Dumbledore had always placed great importance on Hector's prophetic visions, a fact that reassured him greatly. Hector placed the first letter into the prepared envelope, then retrieved another envelope from the drawer, along with a sheet of paper bearing the seal of Hogwarts, which he had stealthily taken from Professor Albus's office. Addressed to Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Hector inscribed on the envelope, "This is an unexpected letter, and the content within consists of merely a few lines. Morgan and Burke's, Tom Riddle's diary. The Leaky Cauldron, Ginny Weasley." As for the signature, Hector hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately affixed his name. Hector Dumbledore. Hector carefully inserted the letter into a prepared envelope and, with a flick of his wand, gently tapped it. Once all was completed, he beckoned to the patiently waiting Aurora, who promptly leapt onto his shoulder from where she had been preening her feathers. This letter was intended for Grandfather Albus and was to be delivered to Malfoy Manor. First, the letter to Malfoy Manor, and then he would seek out Fawkes. "Do you understand?" Aurora nodded and emitted a sharp chirp. Hector secured the letter for Dumbledore to Aurora's leg, while she opted to carry the letter for Lucius Malfoy in her beak. "Do not deliver them incorrectly. Pay attention to the order. Off you go." Aurora flapped her wings and swiftly vanished from the room. It is always better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. I hope Lucius possesses some intelligence, at least more than his son. The boundary was drawn. Dumbledore's reaction was indeed swift, as Hector was enjoying his dinner. A knock sounded at the door of the Hog's Head Inn. "I distinctly remember hanging the closed sign," muttered Aberforth. He cleared his throat and shouted towards the door. "Is there no sign on the door?" "We are closed. Please come back at a later time." The knocking paused, and a voice responded. "Aberforth, open the door." "It is I, Albus." At the sound of Dumbledore's voice, Aberforth immediately grimaced. Glancing at Hector, he inquired, "Did you summon him?" Hector nodded. And Aberforth reluctantly rose to his feet, his footsteps heavy with an unmistakable weight of discontent. The wooden door of the Hog's Head was thrust open with a jarring sound. "Have you been visiting a bit too frequently, Aberforth?" His silhouette blocked the entrance, and he candidly expressed his sentiments. This directness caused Dumbledore's smile to falter. Frozen upon his face, he attempted to speak, but Aberforth, seemingly anticipating this, interjected, "I know, it's an extraordinarily crucial matter. One that could cause the magical world to collapse if delayed even for a moment. But what does that have to do with Hector?" "Albus, I hope you still remember your promise to me." "Of course I do." "That is splendid. Thus, this exceedingly important matter should not concern my Hector, should it? If it does not, I suppose it is time for us to bid farewell." The ever-eloquent Albus Dumbledore found himself utterly outmatched before his brother. As the taciturn Aberforth initiated a barrage of assertions, commanding the conversation entirely, while the silver-tongued Albus appeared disoriented, rendered speechless. It was Hector, the observer, who ultimately intervened. "Very well, grandfather, I am the one seeking him." Only then did Aberforth retract his piercing gaze, nodding slightly and stepping aside. Yet Hector halted Aberforth's movement. "Some matters cannot be clarified here. I require the assistance of the pensive." Hector gazed at the somewhat astonished Abufus and patiently elucidated. "This matter is indeed exceedingly important and pertains significantly to the safety conditions of Hogwarts Castle in the forthcoming academic year. Moreover, grandfather, there are certain things that are better communicated to you." Hector gazed into Abufus's eyes, earnestly articulating, "It seems I have acquired the ability to foresee the future." A peculiar silence ensued, followed by an incongruous burst of laughter from Abufus. "You must be jesting with me." Observing Hector's serious countenance, Abufus found it quite amusing, until he recalled Dumbledore's similarly grave expression. Gradually, Abufus's smile faded, and he tentatively inquired, "Is that not so?" Hector and Dumbledore both shook their heads in unison. And now even Aberforth's expression had turned serious. "How did you discover this?" The scene shifts to Hogwarts Castle, specifically to Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore leaned into the pensive, observing the meticulously fabricated memories extracted by Hector. Aberforth sat across from Hector, quietly listening as Hector recounted his experiences with prophetic abilities. "So, your prophetic power does not manifest as a series of brief, disjointed images of the future, but rather captures a specific moment in time?" "That is quite accurate," Hector replied. "And it appears in the form of dreams?" "You are correct, grandfather." A profound silence enveloped the room as Aberforth seemed to ponder deeply, remaining silent. Hector, on the other hand, felt apprehensive about speaking further, gazing at Aberforth's furrowed brow. "Truly astonishing," Aberforth breathed, taking a deep breath. He extended his hand to massage his temples, then waved his wand, summoning a thick tome that had been resting on the bookshelf. Prophecy requires a certain gift, which is why true seers are so rare. "Hector, Not everyone possesses the ability to foresee the future. Aberforth carefully brushed the dust from the heavy book, as if caressing a precious artifact. It appeared that the tome had not been opened for quite some time, with the passage of time leaving mottled marks upon its pages. Curiosity piqued. Hector leaned in closer to the book he had encountered upon his arrival. It was the family tree of the Dumbledore lineage, a venerable record chronicling the history and legacy of the Dumbledore family. The significance of this ancient tome was beyond words. It was among the most cherished possessions of any family, protected by formidable enchantments that were almost unimaginable. Familiar, isn't it, Hector? Albus remarked solemnly, gently tapping the book's cover with his wand. A crisp sound emanated from the family tree as it opened its pages, a vibrant green tree slowly emerging from within. Its branches reached outward, and at the tip of each limb, a portrait of a wizard materialized, accompanied by their names. The tree became increasingly sparse as it rose, ultimately revealing a stark main trunk that stubbornly stretched upward, albeit at a diminishing pace. At the point marked by the name Percival Dumbledore, the lonely trunk finally bifurcated into two branches. Albus, Aberforth, Ariana. The branch belonging to Ariana was notably slender, and her portrait dimmed, much like those of the ancestors depicted on the Dumbledore family tree. The branches of Aberforth and Albus had grown to a comparable thickness, with Aberforth's bearing a slightly more robust appearance. Beneath Aberforth, two branches extended, named Credence and Chris, their portraits also extinguished. And then there was Hector. Among the entire family tree, only 3 portraits remained illuminated, while the rest had faded, casting an air of desolation over the tree. Aberforth first gazed wistfully at the topmost branches before resuming his search. The Dumbledore family tree revealed many notable figures. Wulfric Dumbledore had fought in the battles between wizards and elves, while Brian Dumbledore was a signatory of a renowned treaty. Beyond these illustrious wizards, Hector discovered something intriguing. Surrounding the main trunk of the Dumbledore lineage were several offshoots, each marked only by names devoid of portraits. Furthermore, each name bore a small bracket with a cross within it. Such branches often failed to thrive, ceasing to propagate entirely. Oh, those are the squibs of the Dumbledore family. And the descendants of these squibs seldom possess magical talent. If no wizard emerges within 2 to 3 generations of a squib, that branch is relegated to the Muggle family tree. In your case, though your father is a squib, he would nonetheless remain on the Dumbledore family tree. Aberforth sought to clarify Hector's confusion, having spent considerable time without discovering which of Dumbledore's ancestors possessed the rare gift of prophecy. Perhaps it can be attributed solely to Hector's extraordinary talent? After all, for a mute individual, the emergence of such an exceptional wizard among his descendants is indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. It is possible that your mother was also mute, which might elucidate the situation. Abufus contemplated other possibilities, and Hector nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that his father was a mere construct of the system, but what of his mother? The system had never mentioned her, only referring to her as a Muggle from France. Where, then, did Hector's prophetic gift originate? He certainly did not believe that the stingy system would generously bestow upon him such a rare talent. It must be at least of orange card caliber, Hector mused. At that moment, Dumbledore, absorbed in the pensive, finally regained his composure. His expression was grave, revealing a palpable tension. "Thank you, Hector. I believe I have gleaned some insights," Dumbledore remarked, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Indeed, it was different, Hector mused internally. The previous fragments provided were essentially authentic dreams that had manifested in his sleep, whereas the memory currently in the pensive was merely a concoction based on his own amalgamation of the original text and film snippets. The discrepancies in detail were significant, which explained Dumbledore's discomfort with this hastily assembled imitation. The fragments were far too fragmented, with much vital information lost. Nevertheless, they were profoundly cautionary. The existence of such a terrifying creature within Hogwarts must be addressed as swiftly as possible. Wasn't Chilo from last semester considered a dangerous creature? Was Voldemort not imposing enough? Hector silently scoffed, yet his visage betrayed a semblance of agreement with Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore, however, paid no heed to Hector's changing expressions. With a wave of his hand, a spark ignited in the air, revealing Fawkes, who appeared significantly aged and less agile than usual. Nevertheless, Fawkes swiftly alighted upon Dumbledore's shoulder. "Fawkes, I kindly ask you to locate Minerva and Severus. I regret disturbing their holiday, but I hope to see them as soon as possible, ideally by this evening." Fawkes nodded and departed from Dumbledore's shoulder, vanishing rapidly into the ether. "Albus, Fawkes," Hector inquired. "It is as you suspect, Hector. Fawkes's vitality wanes day by day. However, there is no need for concern. Fawkes will be fine. Such magical beings as phoenixes have their lives culminate in ashes, from which they are reborn. Dumbledore gazed at the spot where Fawkes had disappeared, reflecting somberly. This mirrors the fate of humanity. Death is merely another form of rebirth. Upon finishing his words, Dumbledore chuckled softly and shook his head. You are still but a child. One day, you shall comprehend this truth. Changing the subject, he inquired. By the way, how has Aurora been faring lately? Hector paused momentarily, perplexed by the intent behind Dumbledore's question. Had Dumbledore discovered something? A sense of uncertainty gnawed at Hector. Yet he maintained his composure and replied, Aurora has been rather accommodating. Unlike Fawkes, she has recently assisted me in delivering numerous letters. Harry and Hermione have been rather moody with me of late. A phoenix is a noble creature, Hector. It is not appropriate to constantly enlist Aurora as messenger, as that is not her role. If you require an owl, you need only ask me. I need an owl, Hector interjected swiftly, seamlessly redirecting the discussion from Aurora to persuading Dumbledore to procure an owl for him. Previously, he had owned one, but that owl was predominantly at the service of Aberforth. According to Aberforth, it was for delivering takeout, yet Hector had witnessed on multiple occasions Aberforth fastening not food parcels but letters to the owl's leg, often attaching envelopes of a pink hue. Hector was immensely curious about this, but lacked the courage to inquire further. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, also borrowed the owl for convenience with their external clients and to maintain product confidentiality, as their shipping address was the Leaky Cauldron. This indicated that Aberforth Dumbledore's endorsement lent significant credibility to the Weasley twins' magical joke products. One could not deny that the name Aberforth carried more weight than that of a Hogwarts student. Thus, aside from the bi-weekly greetings he received from Aberforth, during which he would catch a glimpse of his owl, Hector seldom saw it. In the absence of Aurora, he found himself borrowing Hedwig from Harry to send letters. A snowy owl would be even more desirable. Harry's Hedwig was indeed a snowy owl, and Hector's aesthetic sensibilities were captivated by the elegance exuded by such a creature. Hector was not implying that Aurora was inferior. After all, she was a phoenix. He merely preferred the snowy owl breed among the various types of owls. His preference solidified after interactions with the Weasley family's barn owl and his own, whose name he still did not know, only having heard Aberforth mention its type, which had a notoriously irritable temperament. If possible, acquiring a snowy owl would be ideal. I recall Aberforth purchased one for you, Hector. Currently, that owl is in my care. Aberforth interjected, having just returned from the visions and the pensive. He directly interrupted Dumbledore's conversation with Hector regarding the owl. And it is a barn owl, not particularly suited for school. You are correct. Hector cannot rely on a phoenix for all his messages. He indeed requires his own owl. Abufus cast a glance at his brother, who was awkwardly scratching his head. So, as you mentioned, Hector's owl is entrusted to you? You know, Abufus, I have never been particularly affluent, and keeping the Order of the Phoenix running is no trivial task, along with some expenses for outings. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. So, in their conversations, Abufus often held the upper hand. And this simple question rendered Dumbledore's earlier explanations futile. Abufus was not about to let Dumbledore off the hook, continuing. I recall that the little fellow from the Potter family has acquired a brand new Firebolt 2000. I believe Hector mentioned that the broom was a gift, without even charging a penny. That is quite a sum. Abufus, are you truly going to let Minerva cover it all? It's different. How is it different, Abufus? That is 1,500 galleons. How much could a decent snowy owl be worth? Dumbledore merely opened his mouth, yet nothing emerged. Compromise was all he could muster. All right, Abufus, you make a valid point. A snowy owl. Then, very well. Dumbledore's voice was barely above a murmur. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase of the headmaster's office. It was Professor McGonagall, who resided within Hogwarts Castle. Abufus, Severus will be arriving shortly. There is something of utmost importance. Oh, greetings, Abufus, and you as well, Hector. Long time no see. Indeed, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore quickly rose, striding towards Professor McGonagall. He pulled her aside, and witnessing this exchange, Abufus also rose from his seat, addressing Hector, come with me, Hector. Hector nodded and followed Aberforth to a corner of the office. While glancing towards Dumbledore, Aberforth quietly remarked to Hector, although my earlier words may have suggested otherwise. Do not place blame on Aberforth for this matter. He is not as affluent as you might imagine. A significant portion of his wealth is dedicated to supporting those muggle wizards who are of modest means. Furthermore, A portion of his resources is also allocated to the compensation for the fallen members of the Order of the Phoenix. Hector nodded, gradually comprehending the origins of the Lumos 2000. The Phoenix Society had suffered immense losses in their battle against Voldemort. Many had perished, including families like the Potters and the Longbottoms. Countless wives mourned their husbands, and many children were left without mothers. Albus was unable to restore a complete family to those affected. He could only strive to do what he could. One must concede that, in this regard, Albus had performed commendably. Albus placed a reassuring hand on Hector's shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figures of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Therefore, do not blame him. Albus has endeavored to be a somewhat better grandfather. I understand, grandfather. That is reassuring, Albus replied, taking a deep breath. His tone carried a hint of reproach as he regarded Dumbledore. To be precise, Albus was not impoverished. After all, like Nicholas Flamel, he too was an alchemist. However, as he had indicated, Albus had allocated his resources elsewhere. After a brief pause, Albus smiled brightly at Hector. If you are truly in need, I can assist you in acquiring a snowy owl. I still possess a bit of spare change. Snape's figure soon materialized in Dumbledore's office. Unlike Professor McGonagall's warm greeting, Snape merely nodded upon seeing Hector, his dark eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise, though it faded quickly. After all, Hector had not remained in this place for long. Dumbledore had not afforded him the opportunity to make a significant impression in front of the two professors. Once Hector had provided some necessary information, Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with Albus, who stood behind him. At that moment, Hector was still mulling over the implications of that look when he suddenly felt a distinct wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained consciousness, it was already midday the following day. Hector lay in Dumbledore's bed, groggy and disoriented. He attempted to sit up and survey his surroundings, only to be thwarted by a sharp ache in his neck, compelling him to recline once more. The discomfort was a perfect reflection of Albus's style, brutal, effective, and leaving lingering after-effects. Hector had come to realize what had transpired the previous night. It was evident that both Dumbledore and Albus had preferred to keep him uninvolved. After extracting the requisite information from Hector, Dumbledore had taken on the role of diverting Hector's attention, while Albus executed the plan with seamless coordination, swiftly ensuring that Hector remained uninvolved. However, Hector found himself perplexed. Given that they were all wizards, why resort to such physical means instead of employing a spell like Stupefy, which was concise, effective, and bore fewer side effects? Was it merely that physical hypnosis was more convenient or yielded quicker results? Hector perceived this as nothing more than bullying due to his youth and diminutive stature. At his current height, his frail neck was positioned perfectly at the level of Aberforth's chest. Should Aberforth wish to physically incapacitate Hector, he would not even need to bend down. It would require little effort, if any at all. Hector began to suspect that Aberforth might have ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he so brazenly seek to harm him? Some might argue that Hector ought to exercise a degree of caution. However, with the great Albus Dumbledore before him, the formidable Aberforth Dumbledore behind him, and flanked by the esteemed Professors McGonagall and Snape, all within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, it seemed implausible that any force could effortlessly eliminate Hector without arousing their attention. In such a scenario, one could only conclude that Hector was doomed. Even his wariness would prove futile. Yet, to possess such power and still target a mere child like Hector speaks volumes of one's character. Who could have anticipated that the threat lay within? With even the broad-shouldered Aberforth betraying the organization? Hector struggled against the ache in his neck, laboriously sitting up in bed. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, and he turned to see Aberforth and Albus Dumbledore approaching, the two brothers halting on either side of Hector's bed. "Are you feeling better, Hector?" Aberforth inquired, his voice soft and gentle. The two elder figures hovered over Hector, who, upon catching sight of their shadows, reclined back onto the bed, propping his neck with a pillow, his eyes closing as he emitted faint, indistinct groans. Hearing Aberforth's question, Hector did not open his eyes, but merely nodded slightly in response. Healing as before, came the incantation from Dumbledore. Hector felt the pain in his neck significantly alleviate. However, the absence of pain did not equate to a cessation of his groans, which persisted unrelentingly. Despite Dumbledore's healing spell, Hector remained steadfast in his lamentations, even allowing the sounds to grow louder than before. "Very well, Hector, I concede my fault. What can I do to make amends?" Aberforth's voice resonated, and miraculously, Hector's groans came to an abrupt halt. Yet, he did not open his eyes. He was still awaiting something, until Albus Dumbledore spoke again. "All right, Hector, I admit this was my thought as well. like Aberforth. I too am willing to do something to atone for my misjudgment. Ah, what a truly enchanted world this is. As Dumbledore's words lingered in the air, Hector sprang from his bed with remarkable vigor, no longer burdened by a stiff neck or aching legs. He felt invigorated enough to stride a few steps before the two elderly gentlemen, and even to partake in a Quidditch match. Aberforth and Albus watched as Hector swiftly donned his attire and dashed towards the office located just outside the bedroom. The brothers exchanged a glance, each inhaling deeply in unison before stepping out of Dumbledore's chamber. They both contemplated the gravity of the situation, recognizing that this would be a rather costly slap on the wrist. Upon their arrival at the headmaster's office, Hector had already taken his place at the grand desk, while two chairs awaited Aberforth and Albus opposite him. With a shared understanding, they settled into their seats, prepared for Hector's forthcoming pronouncement. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue relishing the captivating tale. First and foremost, I implore you to acknowledge that the actions from last night were exceedingly inappropriate. Hector leaned against Dumbledore's chair as he spoke, unable to deny that his dear grandfather Albus was indeed a master of comfort. The armchair of the headmaster was exceptionally inviting. Upholstered in fine leather, its surface radiated a gentle warmth that was perfectly soothing. However, Hector could not discern the magical creature from which this exquisite leather originated. The footrest was remarkably soft, emanating a silvery glow, a quality Hector recognized well, for Hagrid's abode boasted more than one such item crafted from unicorn hair. Sitting in this esteemed place seemed to lend his words a newfound coherence and vigor, perhaps explaining why the figures across from him, Aberforth and Albus, dared not lift their heads, merely nodding in silence. Your actions have inflicted upon me significant physiological distress and a degree of psychological harm. Thus, I implore you to articulate how you intend to compensate me. Hector leisurely crossed his legs, seemingly unperturbed by the two individuals before him, who had proven to be rather fickle in their promises. Should their offered terms lack sufficient allure, Hector was perfectly willing to retreat to the comfort of his bed. After all, he was determined to obtain a reasonable explanation today. Hector, I must extend an apology for the events that transpired last night. Our apprehension stemmed from a fear of your insistence on accompanying us. Confronting a serpent creature is no trivial matter. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Albus explained at length, while Hector reclined against the back of his chair, absorbing the words. Once Albus concluded, Dumbledore added a few remarks, leaving the two elders seated patiently, awaiting Hector's response. While I find your lack of trust deeply disheartening, I can somewhat accept your rationale. However, as for compensation, Dumbledore intended to elaborate further, but Aberforth was more direct, promptly slamming a pouch of coins onto the table. Hector's eyes gleamed with unexpected surprise at the generous compensation and apology from Aberforth. As he had not anticipated such a significant reward, he took the money pouch, which was filled to the brim with gold galleons, weighing it in his hands. He could not ascertain the exact amount, but its heft assured him of its substantial value. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback by this turn of events, displayed his shock openly on his face. He cast a glance at Aberforth, who deliberately turned away. Grandfather Aberforth, what about you? Dumbledore's embarrassment was palpable, a rare moment of awkwardness for him. He felt as though his own brother had outmaneuvered him, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Though now was not the time for ire. Meeting Hector's gaze, Dumbledore retrieved a tooth from his cloak. This is a basilisk's tooth. Handle it with care. It possesses potent venom and is a rare ingredient for potions, thus quite valuable. You may choose to keep it or sell it. I appreciate this, but Grandfather Aberforth, I have additional requests. What are they? Aberforth and Albus Dumbledore asked in unison. I request to be excused from this year's defense against the dark arts class. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Furthermore, Hector continued, prompting both Aberforth and Albus to lean in attentively, I would like some blank notes, the more, the better. In the distant wilds of Albania, a massive python slithered through the jungle, its bulk snapping dry branches beneath it, creating a soft rustling sound. Soon, the serpent arrived at a wooden cabin with a firmly shut door. The python gently knocked against the cabin door with its thick tail. The door creaked open, revealing a pale foot. You have finally arrived, Nagini, spoke the inhabitant of the cabin, his tone flat yet tinged with a fleeting joy that quickly dissipated. The creature named Nagini emitted a hoarse sound, as if inquiring something. No, I cannot yet claim to be fully alive. At present, I am akin to those filthy, despicable muggles, devoid of any magical power. The occupant replied, his demeanor calm, however, that will soon change. We must bide our time, await some allies, seize an opportunity, and wait for a certain individual. Trust me, that day is not far off. Gently stroking Nagini's form, the man's voice softened. Wait for me, Dumbledore, this time. It is not just me. Hector's request was evidently beyond the contemplation of the two Dumbledores. Upon hearing him utter, I need as many blank permission slips as possible. Both Aberforth and Albus were momentarily taken aback. Hector, what do you require blank permission slips for? Aberforth instinctively inquired, immediately regretting the apparent foolishness of his question. However, he hoped that Hector intended to use those slips for practicing flying skills on the Quidditch pitch, borrowing classrooms for magical exercises, or even accessing the prefect's lavatory. Of course, there was also the possibility of utilizing the Quidditch field to peruse some books in the restricted section. Aberforth wanted to dismiss the notion outright, but Albus restrained him. Could we have a moment to deliberate? Albus maintained his gentle smile, appearing far more at ease than the anxious Aberforth, as if he had anticipated this day. After all, this was no trivial matter. Hector, both Aberforth and I need to consider this carefully. Frankly, Hector did not harbor high expectations for his request. Recognizing that in the eyes of the two Dumbledores, no matter how formidable his abilities and talents might be, he was merely a second-year wizard. Thus, Albus's strategy of seeking assistance did not leave Hector feeling disheartened. The prospect of not attending Gilderoy Lockhart's classes for an entire academic year, along with possessing a basilisk fang, was already a source of considerable satisfaction for him. The conversation between Dumbledore and Aberforth continued for some time, and when they returned, Hector clearly observed that Aberforth no longer bore the stubbornness of outright opposition. It seemed he had come to an understanding, as he regarded Hector with a smile akin to Albus's. Nevertheless, the two Dumbledores still refrained from providing a definitive answer. According to Aberforth's grandfatherly wisdom, this matter required them some time for contemplation, and it was unlikely a resolution would be reached that day. Hector, perceptively, chose not to press the issue further. Thus, the matter of the basilisk was temporarily set aside, and Aberforth escorted Hector back to the Hogshead Inn. A few days later, Dumbledore departed from Hogwarts. Having taken the time to bid farewell to both Hector and Aberforth, I must embark on a journey to meet some old friends, he announced. Aberforth poured Dumbledore a glass of cool water, to which Dumbledore expressed his gratitude before quickly finishing it. I have been reading Lockhart's books lately, and I must admit, he possesses a certain talent for writing. However, a significant portion of his narratives, or so he claims are his personal experiences, bears an uncanny resemblance to the experiences of my old friends, to the extent that they are virtually identical. Coincidentally, these old friends of mine have unfortunately had most of their memories erased. I wish to visit them. Perhaps it may yield some useful information. Was it Lockhart who did this? Hector inquired. I am uncertain, Hector, but I believe it is highly probable. Dumbledore, adorned with a serene smile, responded, Then why do you still wish to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? Hector posed the question. And not only Hector, Aberforth also cast a questioning glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not respond directly. Instead, he rose and poured himself a generous glass of cool water from the pitcher Aberforth had prepared. After quenching his thirst, Dumbledore continued to elucidate. I am fully aware that Lockhart lacks any real talent. He is a superficial and vain individual, a fact I discerned during his time at school. Dumbledore took another sip of water before adding, although I, along with you and Aberforth, recognize that Lockhart is not the brave and distinguished figure he portrays in his writings. Many remain oblivious, vying for fame and attention. There is nothing inherently wrong with this pursuit. Rather, it is the means by which he conducts himself that is questionable. However, I possess no evidence and cannot compel Lockhart to admit the truth. Therefore, I believe it prudent to allow Lockhart to teach at Hogwarts. Thus, his self-proclaimed expertise will inevitably unravel. Has Lockhart not considered this? Is he not fearful of being exposed? Hector continued to inquire, and a faint smile lingered on Dumbledore's face as he elaborated. This was the essence of Lockhart. He could not resist any opportunity that might elevate his popularity, particularly the chance to become the esteemed professor of the remarkable Harry Potter. Furthermore, during his time at Hogwarts, Lockhart could be considered a reasonably proficient wizard, possessing the clever intellect characteristic of Ravenclaw and abilities that exceeded the average. His unwavering confidence in his own prowess likely explained why he acquiesced so readily in the end. Dumbledore observed Aberforth, who listened quietly, his expression revealing little change. It appeared he was not particularly concerned about the matter, especially since his dear nephew had opted not to attend Lockhart's classes. What seemed to trouble him instead was the collection of Lockhart's exorbitantly priced books. Aberforth cast a disdainful gaze at the thick stack of tomes laid upon the table. Upon seeing the 5-galleon volume titled Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Eliminating Household Pests, his expression of disdain became almost palpable. If he lacked the ability, why should he be allowed to hold a position at the school? The fact that this fellow had included so many of his own works on the reading list was not only useless, but also outrageously expensive. Dumbledore's smile faltered as he contemplated articulating a defense akin to the old adage about not being able to catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. However, Aberforth did not afford him that opportunity. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling from here. How could such a book be included among the must-have texts? Aberforth, does Hogwarts now instruct students on the management of household pests? Or is this to be addressed in the care of magical creatures course? It is utterly preposterous. Dumbledore's face exhibited a look of astonishment, realizing he must justify himself. Yet, before he could speak, Hector cautiously interjected, "Grandfather, I purchased this book for you." Before Aberforth could react, Hector continued, "Mrs. Weasley mentioned it contains a wealth of useful information. She told me that following the methods outlined in the book yields impressive results in pest control, and she highly recommended it. That is why I thought to buy you a copy. Besides, acquiring the entire Lockhart series is more economical than purchasing each volume separately." Dumbledore's face brightened with a sense of pride. Hector's words rendered Aberforth, who had been poised to complain, to merely mumble a few remarks. It does have some effect. A 5-galleon book makes pest control much more manageable. Still, thank you, Hector. Aberforth returned to the kitchen. Though it was still early, he began to prepare lunch. Perhaps the reason for his early start was the unmistakable presence of Albus Dumbledore, who had made it clear he intended to partake in a meal. "Hector, there are matters I wish to discuss with you." After Aberforth departed, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before finally addressing Hector. Hector's face radiated an expression of anticipation. Although he did not harbor grand expectations regarding the acquisition of a blank note, the prospect of holding a note from Dumbledore was undeniably advantageous. Whether for borrowing books or executing his plans, possessing such authorization would mitigate potential obstacles. You wish to explore the restricted section, which is entirely understandable. At your age, the insatiable thirst for power and knowledge is quite remarkable, especially for a prodigious child like yourself, who has nearly mastered all the knowledge contained within textbooks. This yearning for wisdom and strength cultivates an insatiable curiosity regarding the knowledge that remains unteachable. I empathize with you, Hector. I was once in your shoes. Dumbledore appeared remarkably composed, narrating slowly and patiently. He spoke of dark magic, which, at its core, is merely a form of magic. However, the invocation of dark magic is inextricably intertwined with emotions, extreme negative emotions that can overshadow even anger itself. Such sentiments can deplete your body, confuse your mind, and corrode your soul. In this regard, innate talent is not of paramount importance. Rather, it is the malevolence within one's heart that determines the potency of a spell. Your inner strength must be formidable enough to completely master your emotions and control the dark thoughts that dwell within. Dumbledore's voice gradually intensified, and his expression grew exceedingly grave as he fixed his gaze upon Hector, inquiring, "I do not oppose your pursuit of dark magic, Hector. Not only you, but many upperclassmen have ventured into the restricted section to study powerful dark spells. Indeed, even Hogwarts classes occasionally teach defensive curses. Our intention in learning is not to inflict harm, but to understand and to protect. However, can you fortify your heart sufficiently to remain unperturbed by the allure of dark magic?" Hector was at a loss for words, unable to provide an answer. Dumbledore, observing Hector's reaction, smiled with evident satisfaction. "I understand, Hector," he remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Aberforth's figure materialized within Hector's line of sight, carrying a metal bucket containing their lunch. The trio settled around the table in silence, quietly sharing their meal. Once they had finished, Dumbledore rose to bid farewell, gently ruffling Hector's hair and waving to Aberforth before departing from the Hogshead Inn. "I have finished, Grandfather," Hector announced. Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement, lifting the plates from the table and heading to the kitchen, while Hector, still somewhat dazed by Dumbledore's words, retreated to his room. Hector found himself engulfed in doubt. He now questioned whether he should retain Voldemort's diary and whether he ought to reach out to Lucius Malfoy. He was deeply averse to the notion of becoming a creature akin to Voldemort and began to ponder if he could indeed withstand temptation, or if he could fully harness the wisdom of Tom Riddle within the diary without succumbing to the malevolent influence of Voldemort. However, Hector's uncertainties were swiftly addressed. As he opened the door, his gaze was immediately drawn to a phoenix, not Aurora, but Fawkes, who held an envelope in her beak, with another letter bound to her leg. Hector first unsealed the letter from Dumbledore that was affixed to Fawkes' leg, then, in exchange for a chocolate frog, retrieved the missive that the phoenix held in its beak. The letter on Fawkes' leg bore Dumbledore's handwriting, which Hector could readily recognize. Inscribed with the imperative notion that one must perpetually maintain a spirit of inquiry throughout the learning process, a principle of utmost significance. Inside the envelope lay a small note filled with Dumbledore's name, each sheet's reverse adorned with the same phrase, "Utilize wisely." As for the letter in Fawkes' beak, it was a reply from Lucius Malfoy. The opulent envelope also contained a reassuring message, "Rest assured, Abeforth and I will always support you." Lucius Malfoy's correspondence was notably succinct, mirroring the brevity of the letter Hector had sent him, stating simply, "Meet the Three Broomsticks the day before school starts." Returning to the narrative, Fawkes delivered not merely Dumbledore's agreed-upon blank note, but also Lucius Malfoy's response. Dumbledore was evidently aware of this, as it was clear he had taken the time to pin that phrase on the envelope, leaving no reason to refrain from opening it and discovering its contents. Upon seeing the elegantly adorned envelope boasting Lucius Malfoy's illustrious name, Hector found it implausible that, adhering to Dumbledore's responsible demeanor, he could suppress his curiosity upon recognizing that the master of the Malfoy estate was communicating with Hector. At this juncture, Hector was compelled to ponder a pivotal question: how much did Dumbledore truly know? If he merely glimpsed Lucius Malfoy's reply to Hector, the situation would be easily explicable. Hector could simply assert that Lucius wished to meet him, nothing more. He could even attribute it to an unexpected occurrence during their initial encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, suggesting that Mr. Malfoy desired a subsequent meeting. Though this reasoning may not have been particularly sophisticated, it was nonetheless substantiated by evidence, and the sequence of events could be coherently connected. Perhaps Albus had his reservations, yet the facts were laid bare, rendering him unable to voice objections. If old Dumbledore had come across the cryptic, disjointed letter Hector had previously pinned to Lucius Malfoy, comprised of only a few words, Hector was confident that, given Dumbledore's enigmatic nature and his capacity for synthesis, he could easily deduce several implications. The mention of Borgin and Burkes could evoke thoughts of the Ministry of Magic's recent extensive raids, while the mere reference to Tom Riddle's diary would undoubtedly heighten Dumbledore's adrenaline. Coupling this with the recent events at the Leaky Cauldron and Ginny Weasley, Hector suspected that Dumbledore had either already visited or was presently in the humble abode of the Weasley family. As Hector pondered, a knock resounded at the window of the third floor of the Pig's Head Inn. It was Hedwig. Ever since Harry took up residence at the Weasley household, she had primarily assumed the role of messenger for Harry and Ron, as well as conducting surveys for the Weasley twins' products. This snowy owl bore a letter tied to her leg, and upon inspecting the signature, Hector discerned it was from Harry. He carefully retrieved the letter from the owl's leg and, at the same time, fetched a handful of nuts from the drawer. Compared to his own sweet Aurora, Hedwig appeared significantly more composed. Hector opened the letter, which began with Harry's customary greetings before mentioning Dumbledore's visit to the burrow. According to Harry, Dumbledore's arrival instigated a certain degree of panic. Even Mr. Weasley, who was on duty, hurried home. They had appropriated Ginny's room for an extended period of rather private discourse. Naturally, the Weasley brothers attempted to eavesdrop on the conversation. In truth, there was no need for Dumbledore to raise his voice excessively, as the burrow's soundproofing left much to be desired. Nevertheless, despite the volume of his voice, no one was able to discern the contents of Dumbledore's words. Hector folded Harry's letter, realizing that what Dumbledore had seen was indeed the first one. As for how this was accomplished, Hector was at a loss. His timely destruction measures had evidently proven ineffective, a fact he could comprehend, given Dumbledore's prowess. What occupied his thoughts now was another matter: the nature of Dumbledore's attitude towards this situation, which was of utmost significance. Since Hector has received this letter, it indicates that Dumbledore, despite his awareness of the situation, has not exhibited any overt disapproval. Moreover, the envelope suggests that Dumbledore harbors a certain encouragement for Hector, which leaves Hector utterly perplexed. Why does Dumbledore refrain from intervening? What could be the meaning behind allowing Hector to pursue his course of action? Previously, there were concerns regarding Hector's potential missteps in studying dark magic, so why is there now a sudden assurance in his meeting with the notorious patriarch of the Malfoy family? Lucius Malfoy? Contemplating these questions yields little significance, Hector believes that only upon meeting Lucius Malfoy will he truly grasp Dumbledore's intentions. Hector tore a strip from the stationery, inscribed the word yes upon it, and with a gentle flick of his wand, affixed it to the leg of the summoned Aurora. Hector discerned a profound sense of remorse in Aurora's gaze directed towards him. It is quite all right, Aurora. After all, it was Grandfather Albus. You need not burden yourself with guilt. Hector retrieved 2 large white rabbit candies, placing one into his own mouth while offering the other to Aurora. Since her first taste, the white rabbit had supplanted chocolate frogs as Aurora's favorite treat. However, Aurora did not indulge in the beloved candy that Hector held. With a gentle flap of her wings, she swiftly vanished from Hector's room. Hector could only place the large white rabbit on the table, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed silently at the ceiling. The day before the school term commenced at the Three Broomsticks, Lucius Malfoy. The final moments before the term began were remarkably tranquil, with nothing to rouse Hector's nerves. First and foremost, there was Tom Riddle's diary. Ever since Harry's letter, Hector had been anxious that Dumbledore might come directly to him, especially since he had been mentioned in the correspondence. Moreover, according to subsequent intelligence from the Weasley brothers, it appeared that Dumbledore had left Grimmauld Place empty-handed. After Dumbledore's departure, the Weasley couple organized a large-scale and meticulous family cleanup, which was more of an exhaustive inventory than a mere tidying up. Fred lamented the abruptness of the inspection, noting that the search had been excessively thorough. Mrs. Weasley scoured every corner of their home, including past years' books. And even the old ghoul in the attic was not spared from her meticulous scrutiny. Dumbledore seemed to have lost something, as George had mentioned in his letter, followed by a list of various losses. The Weasley brothers' stock had suffered another blow due to the cleanup. However, from what the two shared, it was evident that there were still undiscovered remnants, reflecting how much gold Galleons Aberforth had invested in the brothers' endeavors. Returning to the diary, Hector had made ample preparations to justify its existence, including but not limited to relocating it, fabricating reasons, and creating fortuitous scenarios. Yet, Dumbledore did not come to Hector. He had not even sent a single inquiry, seemingly having entirely forgotten about the matter. Of course, Hector knew this was improbable. Nevertheless, this news was not without its silver lining. Hector had been ready to surrender the notebook, but Dumbledore's behavior undoubtedly afforded him the opportunity to learn a thing or two from the infamous Dark Lord. Then there was the matter of meeting Lucius Malfoy, or rather, Lucius Malfoy too. The Malfoy lineage had once produced a man named Lucius, who courted Queen Elizabeth I of England, albeit unsuccessfully. This was what Hector had been occupied with lately, endeavoring to familiarize himself with the Malfoy family, not only through history books but also various apocryphal accounts. The sort of eclectic literature Aberforth often referred to, whether in historical texts or in the anecdotal chronicles detailing the extravagant escapades of Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoy family is distinctly characterized by an extreme form of self-interest, devoid of any steadfast allegiance. The Malfoys draw a clear line between impoverished muggles and those in positions of power and privilege, reflecting their long-standing role as opportunists and fence-sitters. It is particularly striking that a family so devoted to pure blood supremacy would ardently pursue the British Queen, who is evidently a muggle. Such an action is, for most pure-blood families, an affront to their lineage. Yet, they engaged in this pursuit without fear of ostracism from other pure-blood families. And the Malfoy family maintains a prominent standing among the Sacred 28. Moreover, Hector discerns from the narrative of the Malfoy family a certain caution. You will never find a member of the Malfoy family at a crime scene, even if the wand used in the crime is covered in their fingerprints. This statement encapsulates the essence of their family rather aptly. Overall, they exemplify a neutral faction, immensely affluent yet exceedingly prudent. They venerate bloodlines, but they hold their interests in even higher regard. They seldom take sides, and when they do, it is solely for their own benefit. Hector harbored little hope for this conversation, yet he was eager to behold the charisma of the head of the Malfoy family. Thus, in the afternoon, he meticulously arranged his attire and made his way to the Three Broomsticks as promised. Upon pushing open the grand door of the establishment, he was greeted by a tall and strikingly attractive woman. Hector recognized that the lady before him was none other than Madame Rosmerta, the proprietor of the Three Broomsticks. You must be Aberforth's grandson, Hector, am I correct? A gentleman is awaiting your arrival. Hector nodded and proceeded in the direction indicated by Madame Rosmerta. The tavern was sparsely populated, a stark contrast to the bustling crowd he had anticipated. It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Dumbledore. A middle-aged gentleman with flowing golden hair and clad in an exquisite black mink cloak rose from his seat. Mr. Malfoy exuded an extraordinary presence, his demeanor graceful. His cloak was adorned with a serpent-shaped brooch encrusted with jewels, while on his chest rested a pair of intricately designed silver emblems resembling coiled serpents. Mr. Malfoy removed his black dragon leather gloves and extended his hand towards Hector. A smile adorned his face, yet Hector perceived a cunning undertone in that expression. I believe it would be best to forego the handshake, Mr. Malfoy. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Hector, of course, did not foolishly extend his hand immediately. The bar's cool atmosphere naturally captured his attention. Taking advantage of the moment while adjusting his chair, Hector surveyed his surroundings. It must be said that Mr. Malfoy was nothing like the incompetent fool described in the books. He exuded an air of nobility that was entirely distinct from the ostentatious demeanor of his son, Draco Malfoy. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, you possess a greater sense of aristocracy than your son. Almost simultaneously, Mr. Malfoy took his seat, displaying no signs of the embarrassment that might accompany rejection. Instead, he calmly savored the rich tea before him. Upon hearing Hector's remarks, a refined smile graced Mr. Malfoy's face, yet his tone remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Dumbledore. Draco is still but a child. If there are any misunderstandings between you, I hope you will not hold them against him. I extend my apologies on his behalf as well. It's quite all right. We are merely classmates. It's not a matter of holding grudges. I, too, have my shortcomings. Hector could easily discern that these were merely commonplace pleasantries, and he would respond accordingly with the requisite civility. His attention, however, was captivated by the emblem upon Mr. Malfoy's chest, not the coiled serpent insignia, but rather the jewel-encrusted lapel pin. The design was quite intriguing, depicting a resplendent crimson phoenix with magnificent tail feathers splayed wide, resembling the letter M. Flanking the phoenix on either side were the serpents that symbolized Slytherin. What Hector failed to notice was a beetle that had flown in through the crack of the window, fluttering its wings before finally landing upon his shoulder. The situation grew intriguing, as both individuals pondered silently. Following the initial pleasantries, neither Mr. Malfoy nor Hector continued the conversation. They seemed to be waiting for the other to make the first move, resulting in an atmosphere laden with awkward silence. Hector leaned back in his chair, quietly observing the composed Mr. Malfoy savoring his tea with an air of tranquility. It was Hector who eventually shattered the impasse, unable to contain his impatience, and chose to initiate the dialogue. I trust you have received my letter, Mr. Malfoy? Oh, indeed, Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy merely nodded in response, his attention still fixated on the teacup in his hand, his expression as unflappable as ever, seemingly anticipating Hector's inquiry. So, are you not inclined to say anything? What should I say? It is merely a collection of baseless tales, the unfounded slanders of some malicious individuals. Mr. Malfoy then set his teacup down, his gaze gradually shifting to Hector. I am rather curious, Professor Dumbledore, from where you acquired such unfounded, implausible, and dare I say, absurd stories. Or did you conjure them yourself? If such fabrications originated from your imagination, I must admonish you, Professor Dumbledore, for lying is hardly a virtue befitting a good child. A sardonic smile graced Mr. Malfoy's face as he regarded Hector with disdain, as if mocking his audacity. Then allow me, Mr. Malfoy, to regale you with a tale, if you will. Oh, certainly, I would be delighted, Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy reclined back in his chair, lifted the teacup from the table, adjusted his collar, feigning indifference. There was a father and son who arrived at Nocturne Alley on a sunlit morning. The father knocked on the door of a shop selling dark magical items, where the proprietor greeted them with great enthusiasm. This pair appeared to be regular patrons, for the shopkeeper was exceedingly cordial. Their visit was prompted by the recent scrutiny of dark magical artifacts, as the authorities had become rather zealous, and coincidentally, the individual responsible for the searches had a contentious history with the father. It was indeed perilous to possess anything associated with dark magic during such times. However, the father did not dispose of all his dark magical items in that moment. He retained a singular diary. This diary was particularly special, entrusted to him by a friend, more akin to a master's possession. At that time, the father regarded it as a supreme honor, yet now, the bygone glory had transformed into an immense burden. The situation is exceedingly urgent, and the owner of the item is rather exceptional. This father cannot leave it in his home, nor can he dispose of this seemingly ordinary diary as he would with other belongings. Thus, he devised a remarkably clever method to rid himself of the diary that had become a burden. Hector deliberately paused, straightening his posture as he fixated intently on Mr. Malfoy's cold gray eyes. Mr. Malfoy, of course, discerned the identities of the father and son in Hector's tale, yet he remained remarkably composed. His expression devoid of any sign of emotional fluctuation, save for his ever-present smile. Hector continued, stating that the father, accompanied by his child, arrived at the bookstore, where fate led him to encounter his arch-nemesis, the head of the search operation. The father intentionally instigated a conflict, using the ensuing chaos to discreetly insert the diary into the newly purchased textbook of his adversary's daughter. Subsequently, he escalated their verbal sparring into a physical altercation, seizing the opportunity to make a swift and plausible exit. After Hector concluded his tale, he reclined once more, a languid expression adorning his face. What do you think of this story, Mr. Malfoy? Truly splendid, Hector, if I may address you so. It is hard to fathom that at such a tender age, you possess such a vivid imagination, capable of conjuring a narrative so rife with twists and turns. Mr. Malfoy lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip before continuing. However, Hector, a story is merely a story, apart from delivering a modicum of delight. It holds little significance. But, Mr. Malfoy, is it truly just a story? Is it not more? Mr. Malfoy's smile faded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. His cold gray eyes bore a serious expression. Are we to infer that Mr. Dumbledore alludes to something else? Or do you possess evidence that substantiates the events within the story as having genuinely transpired? If so, I must vehemently denounce such vile conduct and report this matter to the Auror office. We must uncover the true culprit and restore clarity to the wizarding world. Mr. Malfoy let the teacup crash heavily onto the table, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. His eyes narrowed, resembling a serpent fixating on Hector. Could it be that the father spoken of by Mr. Dumbledore is I? If that is the case, I must inquire, does Mr. Dumbledore have any evidence? Or is this merely baseless slander? In a brief moment, Mr. Malfoy's emotions oscillated dramatically. The seriousness etched on his face transformed into righteous indignation. He appeared on the verge of leaping from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Hector. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Thus, it seems that it is not Mr. Dumbledore's exceptional talent at play, but rather the machinations of another behind the scenes. I had surmised as much. How could a mere second-year child fabricate such a logically intricate and nearly flawless lie without external influence? Surely, someone has exploited Mr. Dumbledore's aversion to malevolence, clouding his judgment with sweet words. This perpetrator seeks to tarnish the Malfoy family's reputation through Mr. Dumbledore's voice, igniting misunderstandings among families. Do not allow yourself to be a pawn in someone else's game. Hector, I do this for your own good. Mr. Malfoy's demeanor shifted once more from impassioned analysis to a tone of gentle persuasion as he relaxed into his chair, his countenance nearly inscribed with benevolence. However, this facade of gentleness did not linger for long. His expression reverted to the initial air of disdain, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It is evident that Professor Dumbledore possesses a remarkable talent for storytelling, yet his thoughts have become distorted under the weight of an unfortunate upbringing. I have always harbored concerns regarding Albus Dumbledore's educational approach, as I fundamentally disagree with many of his perspectives. In hindsight, appointing Dumbledore as the headmaster of Hogwarts appears to have been an imprudent decision. Mr. Malfoy's contempt deepened, and he straightened his posture, striving to lean closer to Hector without leaving his chair. A glint of cunning flickered in Mr. Malfoy's eyes, his words laced with sarcasm. When it comes to upbringing, I have always held the belief that parental guidance is of paramount importance, perhaps even more so than the education received within the confines of a school. Such a significant responsibility should not be entrusted to one accused of misusing magic against a goat. It must be said, Hector, that your parents' actions have been exceedingly unwise. At this juncture, Mr. Malfoy feigned surprise, covering his mouth with his hand as though to mask his astonishment. Hector was acutely aware that Mr. Malfoy's expression of surprise was nothing short of a masterful performance. It seemed that Mr. Malfoy placed as much importance on this conversation as Hector did. My apologies. I nearly overlooked the fact that your parents have long since passed away. How unfortunate. I can hardly imagine their fury upon witnessing the manner in which you have been raised. Lucius Malfoy's tone was frigid, each word enunciated slowly, the underlying provocation unmistakable. Hector remained silent, fixated on Mr. Malfoy, his hand buried deep within his pocket. He clutched his wand tightly, his gaze ablaze with unrestrained fury, longing only to draw it forth and unleash a curse upon Malfoy's encroaching visage. Just as the flames of rage threatened to breach the walls of his restraint, Hector suddenly met Mr. Malfoy's gray eyes. Within those depths lay an almost overflowing anticipation, which quickly dissipated upon noticing Hector's gaze, transforming instead into a thick veneer of mockery. Hector discerned the unmistakable change in Mr. Malfoy, yet the restrained thoughts in his mind ultimately quelled the flames of impulse. He took a deep breath and released his tightly gripped wand. Hector lifted the tepid cup of tea that had long since lost its warmth and took a substantial sip. A look of disappointment, almost unmasked, crossed Mr. Malfoy's face as he leaned back against the chair, gazing at Hector with a detached demeanor. "You must be quite disheartened by my reaction, Mr. Malfoy." Hector ultimately regained his prior composure, placing the teacup down with a serene demeanor. As if the earlier altercation had never transpired, Mr. Malfoy, with an undeniable nod, crossed his arms over his chest, observing Hector's nonchalant demeanor, yet still betraying a look of perplexity. "To be honest, you hardly resemble a Gryffindor. There is none of the impulsiveness typical of that foolish pride of lions in you. Had it been a Potter or a Weasley sitting before me, they would undoubtedly have hurled a few curses at my face." Mr. Malfoy's tone was remarkably calm, starkly contrasting with the malicious and sardonic persona he had previously portrayed. In truth, for a fleeting moment, I truly contemplated that notion. A radiant smile illuminated Hector's face as he lifted his teacup, savoring the tea within it in a manner reminiscent of Mr. Malfoy. "However, I could sense your deliberate attempt to provoke me, inciting me to act irrationally, only to subsequently present yourself as the victim. If I am not mistaken, there are quite a few journalists you've employed lurking near the Three Broomsticks Inn." Mr. Malfoy chuckled softly, raising his teacup without offering a response. "In truth, I remain uncertain of the purpose behind your invitation to meet, but I appreciate it, Mr. Malfoy. I am beginning to grasp the situation clearly." As Hector spoke, he retrieved an unassuming glass cup from the inconspicuous bag he carried. Mr. Malfoy sought to usurp Albus Dumbledore from his esteemed position as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Whether it involved summoning me or surreptitiously handing Tom Riddle's diary to Ginny Weasley, thereby unearthing Voldemort's relics at Hogwarts, such actions were undoubtedly fraught with peril. This jeopardy could be attributed to Dumbledore's dereliction of duty as headmaster. "How dare you utter that name?" Mr. Malfoy exclaimed, his previously composed demeanor shattering in an instant. His remarkable ability to manage his emotions crumbled at the mere mention of a single word. His face contorted unnaturally, and within his gray eyes, a fierce inferno ignited. This time, he rose abruptly from his chair, directing a gaze toward Hector that was unmistakably venomous. However, Hector surmised that the anger stemmed more from fear than malice. Under such scrutiny, Hector reclined comfortably against the back of his chair, casually toying with the glass jar in his hand, and remarked with an air of nonchalance, "I always believed you to be a man of dignity, Mr. Malfoy. Please, do not be so agitated." Hector cast a glance at the standing Mr. Malfoy, straightened his posture, and prepared to launch his own offensive. "Is your fear rooted in your apprehension of him, or is it born from the dread of your own secrets being unveiled? Have you, all along, served the Dark Lord in secret, or, as you and your fellow Death Eaters would phrase it, have you remained loyal to the missing Dark Lord?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. Malfoy froze in fury. Hector distinctly observed the grotesque expression on Mr. Malfoy's face as it swiftly transitioned from rage to fear, then to a fade of deliberate resolve. He returned to his seat, grasped the teacup that lay upon the table, only to release it almost immediately. After a moment, Mr. Malfoy finally responded, asserting that it seemed Mr. Dumbledore indeed harbored grave issues, deliberately misleading students to foster such profound and serious prejudice against the Malfoy family. A pillar committed to the peace of the magical realm, all without any evidence. "Do not attempt to divert the subject, Mr. Malfoy." Hector leisurely stretched his limbs, as the initiative in the conversation slipped from Lucius Malfoy's grasp and nestled into Hector Dumbledore's embrace. Every utterance from Mr. Malfoy now seemed to serve as a justification for his own actions. Hector adeptly maneuvered Mr. Malfoy's emotional fluctuations, leading him into a self-contradictory dead end. This impasse, after all, was constructed upon the shared understanding between the two interlocutors that the diary indeed belonged to Mr. Malfoy. Building upon this foundation, Hector artfully diverted Mr. Malfoy's attention by alluding to his service to Voldemort, thus ensnaring him in a predicament of self-incrimination. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy, being a seasoned figure in the underworld, found this dilemma merely a temporary hindrance rather than a definitive defeat. Remarkably, Hector, it must be said, achieving such prowess at your age is truly commendable. The expression on Mr. Malfoy's face lightened once more, his gaze towards Hector filled with admiration. "Frankly, had you not been a Dumbledore, Had you not been a quintessential Gryffindor, I believe we could have forged a most remarkable friendship. Alas, I am a Dumbledore and an unwavering Gryffindor. Hector was acutely aware that Mr. Malfoy had successfully extricated himself from the quagmire of self-incrimination. And the method was rather uncomplicated. Hector possessed no evidence to substantiate that the notebook belonged to Lucius Malfoy. Absent this foundational premise, the theory regarding the Malfoy family's allegiance to Voldemort stood on precarious ground, regardless of the collective knowledge of its veracity. Even if the wand used in the incantation was replete with fingerprints belonging to the Malfoys, one would never encounter any members of the Malfoy family at the crime scene, a statement that epitomizes the essence of the Malfoy lineage. Yet, you remain insufficiently astute, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy rose, deftly adjusting his attire, a conspiratorial smile gracing his features. I require nothing from you in terms of words or actions. Such gestures would merely be superfluous. Hector, all I need is for you to linger here for a while. Even a brief moment suffices. To those insatiable journalists, it matters little what is discussed. What holds significance is who is conversing and the timing of their dialogue. Standing before Hector, Mr. Malfoy appeared impeccably poised, his expensive garments now flawlessly arranged, embodying the same haughty demeanor he had exhibited upon their initial encounter. I must also extend my gratitude to you, Hector. I believe our time has been ample. Let us conclude our discussion here, shall we? A beetle alighted softly upon Hector's shoulder, gently flapping its wings as it flew toward the open window. Mr. Malfoy, if I am not mistaken, you indeed summoned a journalist. However, it is evident that you would not conduct this endeavor with great fanfare. Thus, the fewer journalists, the better, ideally. Just one. Furthermore, you require sufficient influence to publicize this matter, so it stands to reason that you would eschew reporters from lesser-known publications. Hector's hand reached for his wand, while the other toyed with the glass jar. I believe I have discerned the identity of that journalist. A silent spell cut through the air, striking the beetle that was attempting to flee with remarkable precision. The creature landed on a nearby table, and Hector swiftly rolled closer, deftly covering the seemingly ordinary beetle with the glass jar. Put down your wand, Mr. Malfoy. If you wish to act undignified, you may refer to the Death Eaters I have dispatched if your memory serves you well. In an instant, Mr. Malfoy drew the wand concealed within his cane, its tip aimed directly at Hector, which prompted Hector to roll away. Hector's wand was also trained on Mr. Malfoy. He knew Lucius Malfoy would not dare to act against him, yet he was still willing to cast a simple obliviate. Not because of that, Dumbledore. I am now accusing you of using magic outside of school and of deliberately harming an adult wizard, namely me. The smile on Mr. Malfoy's face morphed into anger. His hand trembled slightly as it gripped the wand. Lucius Malfoy had shed his previous facade of righteous indignation, now resembling a villain whose plans had unraveled. I require evidence. Mr. Malfoy, might I ask, do you possess any? I am the evidence, Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy completely tore away his charming mask, revealing his sullen and cunning nature beneath. His grotesque expression brought his true essence to the surface. Furthermore, due to your attack, I am entitled to appropriate self-defense. You were quite right, Mr. Malfoy. So, do you dare to make a move? Lucius Malfoy's words seemed to bolster his own resolve, yet Hector swiftly exposed this pretense. He continued, this chapter is not finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the subsequent captivating content. In truth, all your plans hinge on the presumption that I came to meet you alone. After all, I wrote to you privately, sufficiently discreetly, and upon completion, I cast a spell to erase my traces. In your eyes, it may appear as a foolish and childish endeavor typical of Gryffindor, considering I am merely a second-year student. A clear panic flickered across Mr. Malfoy's face, and his wand hand dropped. However, he clung to a glimmer of hope and tentatively inquired, is that not so? In truth, I had no intention of revealing this to him. But Albus Dumbledore is indeed Albus Dumbledore. Hector pondered for a moment before a sudden clarity washed over him, and he finally articulated his thoughts. I now comprehend Dumbledore's intentions. As the echoes of his words faded, a ripple coursed through the air behind him, and Dumbledore's figure materialized within the three broomsticks. The venerable elder, with his snow-white hair and beard, stood silently behind Hector, hands clasped behind his back, observing Lucius Malfoy, who stood opposite, wand in hand. Thank you, Hector. Today's revelations have far exceeded my expectations, Dumbledore remarked, patting Hector gently on the shoulder. His gaze remained fixed upon Mr. Malfoy. It has been quite some time since our last encounter, Lucius. It appears you have made no progress whatsoever. Dumbledore paused, mimicking Malfoy's style momentarily before continuing. As you have stated, Familial upbringing is of paramount importance. I dare say, Abraxas would be quite displeased. Dumbledore's imitation concluded there, maintaining a semblance of decorum. For he was Albus Dumbledore, not Lucius Malfoy. Shall we engage in conversation, Mr. Lucius Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy remained seated, his demeanor as unruffled as it had been at the outset. However, this time, he faced not only Hector but also Dumbledore. Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore's expression was grave, a stark contrast to his usual benevolence. It was only when Hector served him a cup of tea that a fleeting smile graced Dumbledore's features. Yet that smile vanished swiftly once Hector had taken his seat. "Lucius, do you have anything to say?" Dumbledore inquired in a composed tone, leaning back, his gaze unwavering upon Mr. Malfoy, devoid of any semblance of anger. "Must I articulate something, Dumbledore, or do you wish for me to utter specific words?" Mr. Malfoy lifted the teacup, cradling it in his hands as though it could offer him sufficient solace. Avoiding Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, he lowered his head, attempting to sip from the cup. Yet his lips never met the rim. The cup was empty, devoid of even a single droplet, compelling Mr. Malfoy to place it back upon the table and cross his arms defiantly. "I require no utterance from you, Lucius, nor do you need to refute anything. I simply wish to ascertain one matter. Where has that diary gone?" Dumbledore's eyes bore into Lucius Malfoy's, providing him no opportunity for evasion. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy's mental defenses were formidable, and Dumbledore gleaned no information. "Have you lost your wits, Dumbledore? I have reiterated countless times that I know nothing of any diary. Your claims are utterly ludicrous." Mr. Malfoy's emotions suddenly swelled with fervor as he rose from his chair, abruptly severing the silent exchange of glances with Dumbledore. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy was a skilled debater, deftly evading the trap set by Dumbledore, eager to seize the initiative in the conversation. "Dumbledore, I believe you are quite past your prime. Too old to fulfill the responsibilities of headmaster at Hogwarts. I shall certainly propose this to the Board of Governors. Hogwarts requires a new headmaster, a competent one, and I dare say Professor Snape would be an excellent choice." Dumbledore offered no response, seemingly engrossed in his tea, as if he had not heard Malfoy at all. Observing Dumbledore's reaction, Mr. Malfoy reluctantly resumed his seat, instinctively lifting his teacup only to awkwardly set it down again. "I know you will not admit it, Lucius. Just as you mentioned, there is no direct evidence to implicate you." A smug expression briefly crossed Mr. Malfoy's face, but it was short-lived as Dumbledore continued, however. "I must earnestly remind you that I do not wish to see any remnants of Voldemort placed in the hands of the innocent. Those who perpetrate such acts will undoubtedly face severe repercussions, regardless of their identity or the excuses they may proffer. The Cruciatus Curse is a convenient justification, but I believe the effects of Veritaserum are equally compelling." "Are you threatening me, Dumbledore?" Mr. Malfoy glared at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with malice, akin to those of a serpent. Dumbledore, unperturbed, set down his teacup and met Malfoy's gaze with unwavering resolve. "No, this is merely a counsel, after all. As you claim, you are entirely oblivious to this matter, and surely such vile and foolish schemes are not your concern." Dumbledore paused, scrutinizing Mr. Malfoy before adding, "If you have any objections to my position as headmaster of Hogwarts, you are more than welcome to discuss this with the Board of Governors. Should they agree to your proposal of their own accord, I would be more than willing to resign from my post." The gravity on Dumbledore's face momentarily lifted, a fleeting smile gracing his features. "As you said, Severus is indeed a suitable candidate. However, I believe Minerva is even more fitting. Severus would likely concur with my opinion." Mr. Malfoy simply nodded slightly, rising from his chair and signaling the conclusion of their conversation. He drew his wand and flicked it gently at his somewhat wrinkled and dust-laden robes, smoothing them out, before arranging his long hair with care. Once he completed this series of actions, Mr. Malfoy returned his wand to his cane, looking down disdainfully at the seated Dumbledore. "In that case, I suppose we have nothing further to discuss. Let us conclude today's discourse here, for I must prepare certain items for Draco's schooling. The newly acquired Nimbus 2000 can accompany him this year. After all, everything must adhere to the established rules." Dumbledore showed no inclination to rise, nor did Hector. Mr. Malfoy, with a slight gesture, turned to depart towards the door. However, Dumbledore swiftly called out to him, "Hold on, Lucius, there are matters yet unresolved." His tone was frosty, and his gaze mirrored the chill. Upon hearing Dumbledore's summons, Mr. Malfoy, poised at the door handle, froze in place. He considered feigning ignorance and pushing the door open. Yet it remained obstinately shut, as if frozen, resisting all force he exerted. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Mr. Malfoy also contemplated using apparition to leave, but regardless of how many times he silently recited the incantation while facing away from Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, his body remained immobile, devoid of any sign of movement. Spare yourself the futile effort, Lucius. Once we resolve this matter, you shall be free to depart. Reluctantly, Mr. Malfoy returned at Dumbledore's words. His brow furrowed tightly, his countenance rife with impatience. What is it that you wish to discuss, Dumbledore? There is nothing left for us to deliberate. Dumbledore refrained from replying directly, a rare display of anger flickering across his features. Naturally, Lucius Malfoy had never witnessed Dumbledore in such a state of ire, and he obediently retook his seat. The air of arrogance he typically exuded seemingly dissipated. Lucius, regarding Tom Riddle's diary, I possess little evidence. However, your insults towards Aberforth and Hector's parents are intolerable to me. It suddenly dawned on Lucius Malfoy that the derogatory remarks he had made to provoke Hector were now coming back to haunt him, hitting him with a sense of urgency. Mr. Malfoy gripped his cane tightly, feigning composure as he regarded Dumbledore and Hector, who sat silently behind him, seething with rage. He wished to articulate a defense, but the typically eloquent Mr. Malfoy found himself utterly speechless. I believe an apology and some form of restitution are the very least one could offer. I have previously reminded you that one must bear the consequences of their words. Regrettably, it appears you remain oblivious to your own shortcomings, which you have even passed down to your son, Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore continued, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore's gaze seemed to possess an extraordinary power, which left Mr. Malfoy with an expression of incredulity. He deliberately averted his eyes from Dumbledore, intending to hold his ground against him. Alas, mere avoidance could not resolve the issue at hand. An inexplicable pressure descended upon Mr. Malfoy, causing his face to pale and his breaths to quicken. Ultimately, he cast a glance at Hector and, in a barely audible voice, gritted his teeth and uttered the words, "I am sorry." The pressure dissipated almost instantaneously, allowing Mr. Malfoy's previously curled form to finally unfurl. In that fleeting moment of relief, the typically meticulous Mr. Malfoy, known for his attention to demeanor and attire, neglected to adjust his appearance, bowing his head as if concealing something. There remained a matter of compensation. At this juncture, Dumbledore appeared somewhat relentless. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and the serious expression on his face did not soften with Mr. Malfoy's capitulation. "What do you seek?" Mr. Malfoy raised his head once more, his expression remarkably composed, yet Hector discerned the tremor in his voice, revealing the turmoil within. "A house elf." Hector promptly articulated his demands, leaving little room for hesitation. Mr. Malfoy merely nodded mechanically, displaying minimal reaction. "I desire Dobby, the house elf from your household, Mr. Malfoy." Both Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy momentarily stood in stunned silence, evidently taken aback by Hector's request. "How do you know of Dobby?" Mr. Malfoy's face was etched with bewilderment as he gazed intently at Hector, who shrugged nonchalantly, responding with an air of casual indifference. "Everyone harbors a few secrets. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Malfoy?" Mr. Malfoy was naturally displeased with Hector's rationale, finding the condition rather harsh. To him, a house elf hardly constituted anything of great value. If a mere trinket could quell the ire of the Dumbledore family, it would indeed be a most advantageous transaction. However, Hector sought more than just any house elf. He explicitly named Dobby, which significantly altered the implications. How Hector came to know Dobby, what purpose he intended to serve with him, and what he sought to accomplish with Dobby were all questions weighing heavily on Mr. Malfoy's mind. He was now regretting his decision to initiate this meeting. Yet, there exists no antidote for regret. This adage holds true even in the realm of magic. The situation was pressing, and confronted by the resolute Hector, Lucius Malfoy could only cast a pleading glance toward Dumbledore, hoping he would concur that Hector's demands were exceedingly unreasonable. Mr. Malfoy wished for Dumbledore to intercede, but Dumbledore, with his gaze fixed somewhere beyond, lifted his teacup, feigning ignorance. Were it not for the radiant smile upon his face, Mr. Malfoy might have genuinely believed that Dumbledore had not heard Hector's words. "My grandfather's work is exceedingly demanding. He requires assistance to manage the various affairs within the tavern, allowing him to allocate time for addressing familial educational matters. Only thus can he hope to meet the standard of what Mr. Malfoy describes as a proper upbringing." Hector discerned Mr. Malfoy's embarrassment. Thus he thoughtfully crafted a reasonably coherent explanation tailored to his own objectives, even intertwining it with Mr. Malfoy's previous statements to lend it further credence. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy appeared less than inclined to accept Hector's rationale. Could not an ordinary house elf achieve the same effect? Mr. Malfoy opted instead to put up a modicum of resistance, to which Hector had naturally devised appropriate countermeasures. Am I not suggesting that the house elf in Mr. Malfoy's household possesses a higher caliber? After all, given your immense confidence in your family's upbringing, I am naturally inclined to aspire to elevate my standards by learning from the esteemed Malfoy lineage. Would you not agree, Mr. Malfoy? Furthermore, are you not concerned that divulging too much might expose certain aspects of your affairs? You need not worry. Ultimately, those are merely the words of a house elf. As you have consistently emphasized, without any evidence, how could anyone possibly believe the utterances of a mere house elf? Or is it that you are not quite as formidable and haughty as you portray yourself, harboring many clandestine deeds? Yet, I firmly believe you are a person of integrity. And the Malfoy family is indeed a noble and just lineage, thereby incapable of such actions. Would you not concur, Mr. Malfoy? As Hector spoke, he discreetly nudged Dumbledore, who sat beside him, with his elbow. Dumbledore immediately understood the cue. He set down his teacup, restrained his smile, and regarded Mr. Malfoy with utmost seriousness. Mr. Malfoy found himself in a predicament that could only be described as a dilemma. Unable to dismiss Hector's clumsy rhetoric, yet compelled by the circumstances to make a choice between acquiescence and refusal, hesitation or silence were no longer options, as Dumbledore had demonstrated through action what was expected. Thus, Mr. Malfoy snapped his fingers, and almost simultaneously, a diminutive house elf materialized within the three broomsticks. With bat-like ears and a slender nose, his green eyes bulged dramatically, exaggerated by his emaciated frame. This was Dobby, as Hector had referred to him, bearing scars from abuse, a mere fraction of which was visible, the remainder concealed beneath his tattered and oversized pillowcase. As you wish, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy's voice was barely audible, filled with disdain as he removed a glove and tossed it at the small elf, who stood obediently by. The elf appeared momentarily stunned, followed by an unmistakable surge of elation. His already prominent eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets. He swiftly caught the discarded glove, cradling it as if it were a treasured artifact. Is this real? Dobby could scarcely believe it. His master had gifted him a glove, a piece of clothing. Dobby was free. Mr. Malfoy made no effort to conceal his revulsion, discarding the other glove onto the ground before rubbing his hands vigorously, as if something unclean had sullied them. In addition to a pair of dragon-hide gloves, Dumbledore, I trust one have paid a sufficient price for my words? Lucius Malfoy's tone dripped with impatience as he cast a frigid gaze at Hector and Dumbledore, eager to depart this place as swiftly as possible. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The tale grows ever more thrilling. Dumbledore first glanced at Hector, who nodded, then turned his attention back to Mr. Malfoy, who had risen from his seat once more. This time, Dumbledore wore a familiar smile. Of course, Lucius. I hope you have learned your lesson well. Mr. Malfoy tightened his grip on his cane, his eyes harboring a subtle malice, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Mr. Malfoy did not depart directly. Instead, he tapped the ground with his cane and posed a question to Dumbledore that had lingered in his mind from the very beginning. Today's demeanor is quite unlike your usual self, Dumbledore, he remarked, gazing at Dumbledore as if he were seeing him anew. I perceive a shadow of that individual within you. You know to whom I refer. Dumbledore, maintaining a serene expression, responded with a calm and composed demeanor. Lucius, for the sake of the children, I am willing to assume any form. I trust you would do the same. Mr. Malfoy nodded, then swiftly pushed open the door and exited the three broomsticks. At last, it was over. Hector, utterly indifferent to his own appearance, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath, while Dumbledore observed him with a benign smile, embodying the essence of the kindly old man he had always been. Go find Harry, Dobby, and elucidate what has transpired. Then, should you desire, you may return to the Hog's Head. I believe Aberforth would be delighted to offer you a position. Dumbledore's gaze rested on Dobby, who seemed to be gripped by trepidation. However, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Dobby swiftly lifted his head, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, his expression transforming from fear to gratitude. So, you are aware of everything, are you? The Malfoy plot. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. The little elf appeared to still be grappling with his newfound freedom, instinctively wishing to punish himself upon mentioning Mr. Malfoy's schemes. Dobby seized the teacup that Mr. Malfoy had discarded, raising it above his head in a self-punishing gesture. But Hector intervened just in time to stop him. You are no longer the Malfoy family's elf. Some habits can be altered, Dobby. Hector spoke thus, gazing into Dobby's eyes filled with profound concern. He then patiently elucidated, "Rest assured, the crisis at Hogwarts has been averted. Malfoy's nefarious scheme has been utterly thwarted. Even that diary." Hector nearly divulged his secrets entirely, yet he managed to halt the flow of information just in time. Dumbledore, however, unmistakably caught wind of something amiss. He set down his teacup, a benevolent smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hector. "Rest assured, Hogwarts is now entirely secure. You may seek out Harry. By the way, he is not at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry is residing at the Weasley home." Dobby nodded affirmatively, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who, still smiling, returned a friendly nod. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished from their sight. "Is there something you wish to share with me, Hector?" Dumbledore inquired with a remarkably gentle tone. Hector nodded, not intending to disclose the diary outright. Presently, he possessed a rather significant secret that he believed could effectively obscure his recent unintentional lapse. Turning back, Hector noted that the jar remained undisturbed, along with the beetle that lay unconscious within. Naturally, Hector had a few questions he wished to pose to Dumbledore. "Professor, when did you arrive?" "Long, long ago." Even before Lucius, Dumbledore replied, observing the look of confusion on Hector's face. He continued, "No one desires their private conversations to be overheard. And I presume you share this sentiment. Thus, I took the liberty of employing some potent concealment spells and silencing charms to ensure that any disturbances here would go unnoticed. Fortunately, there are not many patrons today." After elucidating his earlier point, Dumbledore shifted the conversation back to his initial inquiry. "Is there anything you would like to tell me, Hector?" "Oh, indeed." Hector promptly removed the glass jar, directing his wand at the comatose beetle lying on its back. He addressed Dumbledore. "I believe you are acquainted with this lady, Grandfather Albus." "Lady?" Dumbledore initially appeared puzzled, but soon his expression shifted to one of understanding as he gently tapped his wand, causing the beetle's body to swell. The insect transformed into a delicately adorned, diminutive witch, sporting an unappealing pair of glasses that mirrored the patterns around the beetle's eyes. "Rita Skeeter? I must say, Hector, you have surprised me once again." Dumbledore, however, did not involve Hector in matters concerning Rita, asserting that the secrets of the magical realm were not particularly suitable for a young wizard of Hector's age to comprehend. He also believed that Hector had already expended sufficient energy in his confrontation with Mr. Malfoy, and what he truly required now was a restful respite at the Leaky Cauldron. Should he possess any surplus energy, he could spend time with Aberforth, as opportunities to see the elder would become scarce once school commenced. This reasoning seemed rather tenuous. After all, Hector had been involved in Mr. Malfoy's affairs, and could Rita's matters be any darker? Although Hector found it challenging to assess, Dumbledore's stance was resolute. And coupled with the near slip of the tongue earlier, Hector easily acquiesced to Grandfather Albus's arrangements. Hector made his way towards the door, and as he passed the counter, the Lady Rosmerta displayed a look of confusion. "Who might you be?" She squinted, appraising Hector from head to toe. Before he could respond, she continued, "If I am not mistaken, you must be a child of the Aidforth family. However, what brings you here? Is there some matter from Aidforth that requires my attention?" It seemed that Dumbledore's confusion charm had taken effect, perhaps even paired with a forgetting spell. Hector thought to himself as he offered Rosmerta a quick smile and swiftly pushed the door open, stepping outside. "Such a peculiar child, just like Aidforth," Rosmerta mused, shaking her head as she became lost in her own thoughts. Hector gradually distanced himself from the three broomsticks, walking briskly towards the Hog's Head without looking back. After a while, Dumbledore emerged from the three broomsticks alongside a lady, holding Hector's glass jar containing a beetle. "Thank you for your assistance, Nymphadora." "Oh, my apologies. I recall you prefer the name Nifa," Dumbledore said with a smile, to which the lady nodded, her features visibly transforming as he spoke. The changes in Nifa were not limited to her countenance. Her height noticeably diminished, her figure became more slender, and her once golden locks rapidly shifted to a vibrant pink, reminiscent of the bubblegum she chewed. Shortly thereafter, a young witch appeared before Dumbledore, clad in a quirky sister shirt and patched jeans, her pale heart-shaped face capturing attention. "I am delighted to serve you, Professor Dumbledore, and I appreciate your remembering that detail." Nifa placed her hands in her pockets, now exuding a cool demeanor, much like the famous quirky sister. "Just call me Albus," Dumbledore chuckled, extending his hand. Nifa playfully high-fived him before shaking his hand with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, back with Hector, Dumbledore was indeed correct. Dealing with Mr. Malfoy proved to be far more exhausting than he had anticipated. Hector finished his dinner early and quickly retreated to his bed. The summer vacation slipped away in slumber, And when Hector awoke again, it was already noon the following day. In truth, Hector had no intention of rising until Albus ascended the stairs to rouse him from his slumber. If you weren't residing in Hogsmeade, you would surely miss the train, Albus remarked, pulling back the covers. Hector squinted, once more forcibly awakened. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he defended himself. Isn't it because I live in Hogsmeade? Waking up later isn't a calamity. Indeed, Albus replied, crossing his arms. He nodded before continuing. Do you not wish to experience the Hogwarts Express? It's quite different. I suspect you have never encountered anything like it before. True, I usually travel on the Harmony train. And I have never been on something that moves so slowly. Hector, still in a daze, sat up in bed, squinting as he searched for his shoes, which had been unceremoniously tossed aside the previous night. Although he had no knowledge of what the Harmonious Express entailed, it did not impede him from rising to nourish himself. Skipping breakfast was one thing, but neglecting lunch would surely leave him famished. Albus, ever considerate, neatly placed Hector's mismatched shoes before him before making his exit. Hurry down for lunch, Hector. Do not even think about lounging in bed. Next time I come up, I shall do more than merely toss your covers. Albus seemed to have discerned Hector's intentions, and his words swiftly extinguished any inclination to dawdle. Under Albus's subtle threat, Hector reluctantly donned his shoes and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Albus standing beside the table, a smile gracing his features, accompanied by a house elf who held its head high, beaming with pride. Indeed, it was Dobby. Hector recognized him instantly, yet this revelation only heightened his anxiety. It appeared that Hector had not mentioned this particular matter to Albus. And as this thought crossed his mind, he perceived a disconcerting shift in Albus's smile. However, Albus did not appear to be angry. His tone remained gentle as he addressed Hector. My dear boy, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. Albus had informed me of the letter you sent to Malfoy and the subsequent events. Thus I find myself reasonably well acquainted with the origins and developments of this affair. Albus's gaze shifted toward Dobby, who proudly puffed out his frail chest. And the outcome, a house elf from the Malfoy family. Why would you seek such compensation? Mr. Dumbledore, you're mistaken. Dobby is no longer a house elf of the Malfoy family. Dobby now belongs to no one. He is a free elf. Ah, I nearly forgot. A house elf who cherishes freedom is indeed a rarity, demanding a full 10 galleons each week. Albus's face reflected a hint of discomfort at the thought. Despite belonging to one of the wealthiest families in the wizarding world, he maintained a frugal disposition and an astonishingly modest demeanor. Albus consistently asserted that the Hog's Head Inn was not his property. He merely served as a humble attendant therein. When Hector first arrived, he held similar beliefs until he witnessed Aberforth's unilateral decision to transform the second-floor Pig's Head Tavern into a third floor, as well as the general state of Aberforth's vault. This experience profoundly altered his perspective. The notion that a server could earn such a substantial amount of money was beyond Hector's comprehension. At that moment, he felt compelled to reassure Aberforth and to provide a thorough and reasonable justification for his actions. After all, employing a house elf was far more economical than hiring a wizard. And these creatures were notably more industrious than paid staff, allowing one to conserve energy for other pursuits, such as meeting the person with whom one had been corresponding. Aberforth's smile froze on his face as he began to cough violently. Hector quickly stood up and poured him a glass of cool water. After taking a sip, Aberforth regained his composure, stating, "We are merely engaged in ordinary commercial transactions. The quality of the supplies procured from her is excellent and reasonably priced." He returned the glass to Hector, having concocted a somewhat suitable explanation for himself. Unfortunately, Hector was evidently unconvinced. He accepted the cup, shrugged, and bluntly remarked, "Indeed. Ordinary business dealings. But why then did you specifically choose a pink envelope? Surely it must have been an accident. Moreover, why is it that the ingredients you receive are consistently of high quality and low cost? Do you truly believe that she is simply kind-hearted?" Observing Aberforth's increasing discomfort, Hector wisely curtailed his remarks. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Dobby's wide eyes and perked ears revealed his keen interest in the gossip surrounding the Dumbledore family. "Go about your business. Why are you here stirring up trouble?" Aberforth dared not scold Hector directly, fearing that the young lad might inadvertently reveal something scandalous, thus directing his frustrations towards the inquisitive Dobby instead. "Don't leave, Dobby. I still wish to ask you a few questions." Hector seated himself at the dining table, directly across from Aberforth. Aberforth could only restrain his words, his gaze shifting to Dobby. "Did you seek out Harry?" "Yes, sir." "Did you return all the letters you intercepted to him?" Yes, sir. A hint of embarrassment graced Dobby's features, yet he promptly answered Hector's inquiries. You didn't prevent him from boarding the train, as you initially intended? This time, surprise flickered across Dobby's face, and after a considerable pause, he responded as before. No, sir. Professor Dumbledore assured me that Hogwarts is safe. I trust Professor Dumbledore. He is a remarkable man. Dobby first addressed Hector's question, then with wide eyes and a perplexed expression. He asked, however, sir, I have never mentioned this plan to anyone, never. How did you come to know? Hector shrugged nonchalantly as he responded. It was told to me by Grandpa Albus. As for how he came by that knowledge, I cannot fathom. Dobby nodded, finding Hector's explanation somewhat credible. Very well, Dobby. You may attend to your own matters. Should you feel lonely, there are many house elves within Hogwarts. You may seek them out in your leisure. Upon hearing Hector's words, Dobby nodded, snapped his fingers, and vanished from the Hog's Head Inn. So, you do not intend to disclose it to him, do you? Aberforth inquired, his voice somewhat muffled by the food he was chewing. It is a secret, Grandpa. Secrets ought not to be known by too many. Hector gazed earnestly at Abufus and articulated his thoughts, to which Abufus nodded in agreement. It was only upon observing the food before him that Hector became acutely aware of the hunger gnawing at his stomach. As was customary, Abufus escorted Hector to Hogsmeade Station. However, this time, he departed before the Hogwarts Express arrived, leaving Hagrid and Hector in an uncomfortable silence, their expressions betraying their awkwardness. Perhaps Hagrid hesitated to speak due to the weight of Dumbledore's surname and Hector's somewhat precocious demeanor, while Hector, in his innocence, simply did not know what to say. Eventually, it was Hagrid who broke the silence, unable to endure the stillness any longer. So, Hector, he began, shaking the oil lamp in his hand. I've been pondering for quite some time. How was your summer? I trust it was quite fulfilling? Hector recalled Nicholas Flamel, the French Ministry of Magic, and Mr. Malfoy from just yesterday. He nodded amiably, remarking, a good child like you must have previewed the relevant material for this academic year, I presume? I hear your instructor this year is quite a prominent figure. Having been somewhat preoccupied lately and neglecting the newspaper, Hector inquired, what is the name of your defense against the dark arts teacher this year? Gilderoy Lockhart, came the response. The conversation abruptly halted, leaving both Hector, who had spoken the name, and Hagrid, who had heard it, momentarily at a loss for words. Hagrid furrowed his brow, his confusion and disdain evident on his face. The name seemed to evoke painful memories for him. Hector had seldom witnessed Hagrid express such overt aversion to anyone before, the last being their mutual acquaintance, Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak, but was interrupted by the shrill whistle of the approaching train. The Hogwarts Express, a venerable relic, announced its arrival with a cacophony that could be heard from afar. I suppose I ought to attend to my duties, Hagrid mused, dismissing his thoughts on the new professor, his voice still resonant amidst the prolonged and thunderous sound of the whistle. Hector nodded. See you later. Until next time, Hector. Do come by my hut for tea when you have the chance, Hagrid replied, as the Hogwarts Express came to a slow halt at the station. A few young wizards eagerly leaped from the open doors, including Harry and his friends. Accompanying them was Percy S. voice, reassuring the first years, don't worry about your luggage. House elves will take care of it and deliver it to Hogwarts. Harry and the others rushed towards Hector, their own bags in tow. Welcome back to Hogwarts, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and of course, you too, Fred and George. It's a delight to see you all, Hagrid greeted, a warm smile spreading across his face as he looked at the group of young wizards. It's wonderful to see you, Hagrid, chorused the mentioned students, including those who had just disembarked and gathered around him. Hagrid wiped the corners of his eyes, moved by the heartwarming scene, shedding a few tears of sentiment. However, he quickly regained his composure, raising the lantern in his hand, his voice booming. First-year students, gather here. Don't be shy. Hector and his companions gradually distanced themselves from the platform, making their way towards the northeast carriage assembly area. The seasoned students of Hogwarts would no longer embark on boats, but instead would travel in carriages drawn by thestrals. The Hogsmeade platform was bustling with activity, as young witches and wizards reunited after months apart, engaging in fervent conversations, each eager to share the tales accumulated over the summer break. All had disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, with 3 young wizards bringing up the rear of the procession. Wendell, are you certain your time turner is functioning properly? Inquired one of the young wizards, who walked at the center, fiddling with a glass funnel filled with golden sand. Wendell, the wizard in question, responded while adjusting the funnel. Ponju, don't be so impatient. It requires a bit of time to reset. We need to hurry back, Wendell, or Aunt Granger will discover we are missing. You had better fix that contraption quickly, urged another young wizard, casting a worried glance towards Hector's retreating figure. All right, Al. Don't fret so. Give the old fellow a moment, will you? In the meantime, why don't we explore Hogwarts? After all, you are both of age to enroll, so consider it a preview of the sorting ceremony. Moreover, aside from myself, neither of you has had the chance to visit Hogwarts. This is a perfect opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Have you lost your mind? We don't have any admission letters. Our names are not on the roster, exclaimed the boy named Al, visibly agitated. Wendell placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, Don't forget, my name is Dumbledore. At Hogwarts, there is nothing beyond Dumbledore's capabilities. The young wizard named Wendell produced a pin, its shaft emblazoned with gold lettering that read, A gift from Nicholas Flamel to Hector Dumbledore. Furthermore, I wish to meet that person, the one my mother speaks of, he added. Upon hearing this, Ponju and Al fell silent. And Al, why are you even more excited than I am? Calm your expression and act naturally. There's no need to be so anxious. It's not like we're going to meet your father, Wendell muttered under his breath, scribbling something in the air with the pen. At that moment, within Hogwarts, a substantial tome bound in dragon hide suddenly opened, its parchment pages flipping rapidly. A quill from a nearby empty ink bottle floated up, appearing quite astonished. When it turned to the page marked 1992, the fluttering pages abruptly halted, revealing 3 names inscribed upon the parchment: Ponju Padma Weasley Albus Severus Potter Wendell Abufus Dumbledore. Ultimately, the Book of Admission was merely an alchemical creation. Wendell's face broke into a satisfied smile. There was no alchemical product he could not modify. However, our name seems somewhat inappropriate. It is better to remain discreet. Wendell sensed the resistance emanating from the Book of Admission, yet his hand held the pen firmly in check. Ponju Padma Pewitt, Albus Prince Evans, Wendell Brian LeMay. This is much better, he remarked. After a while, Hector and the others finally located an unoccupied carriage at the end of the line. So, this semester we are to travel to Hogwarts by carriage? Ron scrutinized the old vehicle before him, disappointment etched on his face. I had hoped for another mode of transport. A boat would have been splendid. Traveling by boat is a ceremony for welcoming new students to Hogwarts, commemorating the journey of the 4 founders and discovering the castle. Hermione, the most knowledgeable among them, responded to Ron's complaint, while Hector, who had already climbed aboard the carriage, quickly chimed in, If you wish to travel by boat, your only chance would be to replace Hagrid as the groundskeeper of Hogwarts. Otherwise, it seems unlikely. Hurry up and board. We are lagging behind, he urged. Indeed, the once bustling gathering of carriages had dwindled to only those transporting students' luggage, while the main group had already forged ahead. Heeding Hector's words, Ron and the others hastened their pace, climbing aboard the carriage in succession. Once Neville, the last of the group, settled in, the open carriage began its slow journey. The carriage ambled along the muddy woodland path toward Hogwarts Castle as the daylight gradually faded, ushering in the night. This 4-wheeled vehicle wound around the castle's walls. Arriving at the grand wrought iron gates, flanking the gates stood towering stone pillars, topped with wingboars. The knight steed pulled the carriage through the gates, leaving the muddy road behind. The surface beyond the entrance was much smoother, and the knight steed's pace noticeably quickened as it ascended the long slope, passing through the open space before Hogwarts Castle and the familiar Hagrid's hut. As the creaking carriage passed several towers of Hogwarts and finally came to a stop on the expansive lawn designated for flying lessons, all aboard realized that their new academic year had officially commenced. I must say, the ride was quite pleasant, Ron declared as he disembarked, clearly pleased with the brief journey. At least it was more comfortable than riding in a flying car, Hector mused to himself. However, they scarcely had the time to deliberate on the journey they had just embarked upon, for the keen-eyed Hermione had already spotted Mr. Filch approaching, cradling a cat in his arms. The 5 young ones exhibited no interest in engaging with Filch on the very first day of school. Instead, they quickened their pace, hurrying towards the auditorium on the 1st floor. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting shadow of Snape vanished into the darkness. The auditorium remained a cacophony of noise, with Dumbledore yet to arrive at his designated seat. Among the heads of houses, only the affable Professor Flitwick sat poised in his place. Flitwick did not appear to be one who could command the room. Rather, he seemed thoroughly delighted by the vibrant and spirited atmosphere unfolding before him, as if he wished to partake in the lively revelry. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick remained behind the long table, beaming as he observed the exuberant little wizards below the podium. Upon spotting Hector entering the hall, he waved enthusiastically, greeting him with warmth. Flitwick's spirits lifted even further at the sight of Hector, his smile becoming all the more radiant. Following him were Professor Sprout and the other faculty members, while the head of Slytherin, Professor Snape, made his entrance alongside the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart. Snape retained his familiar garb, draped in monotonous black, a stark contrast to the flamboyant figure of Lockhart beside him. Lockhart had evidently gone to great lengths for his debut, as the strong scent of his perfume wafted through the air. His hair was meticulously styled with an abundance of wax, his golden curls sculpted into an exceedingly extravagant shape. As for his attire, he donned a velvety robe of a soft green hue, its edges adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of opulence. Observing Lockhart's appearance, Hector deemed the term flamboyant to be perfectly appropriate. Lockhart seemed to be engaged in conversation with Snape, continuing his chatter even as they entered the auditorium. However, once the doors swung open, Lockhart seamlessly transitioned into his charming smile mode, graciously waving to the crowd, met with waves of enthusiastic squeals. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Snape quickened his pace, eager to escape the incessant prattle of Lockhart. Hector rarely witnessed such an expressive countenance on Snape, whose face now bore a complex tapestry of emotions, an amalgamation of disdain, loathing, contempt, and exasperation, culminating in a notably grimace-like expression. Snape nearly sprinted to the staff seating, swiftly exchanging places with Professor Flitwick. Meanwhile, Lockhart gracefully engaged with Hogwarts admirers, the majority of whom were female witches, with the utmost politeness. He appeared to revel in the sensation of being the center of attention, his smile impeccably radiant, revealing his pearly white teeth. This grand meeting continued for quite some time, until the arrival of Dumbledore finally coaxed the captivated Lockhart back to his designated place. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page for the continuation of this enthralling narrative. Hermione, I've never seen you so exhilarated as you are today. As the atmosphere in the hall quieted somewhat, Harry was the first to speak. Opposite him, Hermione, seated beside Hector, was striving to calm her breath. Among the throng of excited, applauding young witches and wizards, she too had contributed to the fervor, though her enthusiasm was tempered compared to the more fervent fans, albeit only slightly. Lockhart is an extraordinary wizard. He is destined to be a star in the realm of magic. Is it not a cause for celebration that such an exceptional wizard is to be our professor? Harry continued. Yet your reaction seemed to transcend mere admiration for a good teacher. I have never seen you applaud with such fervor, not even when we won the House Cup. Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Harry's observation, directing a look of curiosity toward Hermione. I dare say you must not have read Lockhart's books during the summer. Otherwise, such notions would not arise. Professor Lockhart is not only an outstanding wizard, but also a man with grand aspirations, Hermione swiftly retorted, her breathing having steadied considerably, though her cheeks remained flush. The young witch was eager for her perspective to be acknowledged, and thus she turned her gaze toward Hector. Hector's attention was captivated by Lockhart's flowing robes. Indeed, this unconventional seasonal attire invariably draws the gaze of others, perhaps precisely as Lockhart intended. After a moment, Hector finally noticed Hermione's gaze. Oh, what were you discussing? Apologies, I momentarily lost my train of thought. Hector gazed at Harry and Ron across from him, and from their expressions of bewilderment and their evident reluctance to speak, he could surmise that their earlier conversation was likely related to Lockhart. Indeed, it was Hermione who reiterated her previous assessment of Lockhart, and upon hearing it, a profound awkwardness washed over Hector's face, mirroring the discomfort of Harry and Ron seated opposite him. Very well then. After much contemplation, Hector finally articulated his most candid assessment. If Lockhart were indeed as formidable as he claimed in his writings, he could legitimately be hailed as a rising star in the realm of magic. Unfortunately, the reality is that Lockhart does not possess the strength or bravery he depicts in his books. Apart from the Oblivion charm, he is utterly inept and even incapable of fulfilling the teaching responsibilities of a second-year student. Frankly, Hector has long harbored doubts regarding Dumbledore's decision to appoint Lockhart as the professor for defense against the dark arts. Is it truly worthwhile to sacrifice an entire academic year for the sake of unmasking one man's deception? Even though this position has become one of the most perilous in the magical community, making recruitment exceedingly challenging, one should not settle for a complete ineptitude. If all else fails, why not allow Snape to take the role? With Voldemort's vulnerability being a temporary phenomenon, they could wait for a more reliable professor, such as Lupin or Mad-Eye Moody, to take over, thus allowing Snape to retire with honor. This would present a solution that benefits all. Snape would relish the experience of teaching defense against the dark arts. Students would acquire knowledge, and Dumbledore would be relieved of the burden of selection while saving on wages. Everyone would have their needs met, joyfully preparing to face Voldemort and embracing a new dawn. While Hector finds the old bat's pedagogical methods less than commendable, the quality of his instruction is undeniably exceptional. As for Lockhart, a gentleman who is best admired from a distance, Hector struggles to identify any virtues beyond his sartorial choices. As soon as Hector finished speaking, Dumbledore rose from his esteemed position at the headmaster's table, adorned with his familiar crescent-shaped silver spectacles and a benevolent smile directed towards the young wizards. The bustling hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards their headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Now, if we could have a moment of quiet, our discussions can resume later. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. No sooner had he spoken than Professor McGonagall pushed open the grand doors of the hall, stepping into the sight of the young wizards, holding the same parchment as last year. She glanced at Dumbledore, who responded with a gentle nod. McGonagall then turned and exited the hall, while Dumbledore waved his wand, summoning a high stool and the tattered sorting hat into the chamber. Having completed these tasks, Dumbledore settled into his seat, and all eyes were fixed upon the closed doors of the hall. Ginny was about to enter, and Ron's face was alight with anticipation. He was nearly compelled to rise from his seat, but Neville timely restrained him. Before long, the doors of the hall swung open, and following Professor McGonagall were two neat rows of eager young wizards, their faces brimming with excitement and expectation, much like Hector and his companions from the previous year. Hector effortlessly recognized Ginny, and then his attention was drawn to a small witch with a head of dark golden hair, adorned with a pair of radish-shaped earrings, who skipped along with a lively bounce. This must surely be Luna Lovegood. Beyond that, Hector found himself devoid of any further impressions, as the multitude of minor characters mentioned in the original text made it impractical for him to identify each one individually, until he spotted the last three individuals at the end of the line. Coincidentally, they too turned their gaze in Hector's direction. Hector felt a sense of familiarity emanating from them, particularly from the one walking in the middle. He seemed to have encountered the trio at the back somewhere before, but unfortunately, Hector could recall nothing of significance. The little wizards were staring intently at him, and their gaze only intensified his unease. He could understand the curiosity reflected in their eyes, yet there was an underlying hint of sorrow that puzzled him. Before Hector could ponder this further, the three little wizards shifted their focus away from him. Professor McGonagall stood beside the high stool as usual, and the ancient sorting hat, much like the previous year, bore a large tear down its middle before bursting forth in song, twisting and turning with vigor. The sorting hat sang loudly, "I hail from the past. I have glimpsed the future. As ever, I await here. Do not conceal your essence. Take a seat with ease, for my magic is potent, capable of piercing the mists. Come forth, child, adorn me. Do not mind my rugged exterior, but rather regard my inner wisdom. Let me hear your heart's whispers. Let me discern your intellect, that I may render a judgment that could shape your destiny. What of Gryffindor? Their courage abounds, ready to dispel the encroaching darkness. What of Ravenclaw? Knowledge is a treasured asset, where wise minds discern the path ahead. What of Hufflepuff? There lies the strength of unity, steadfast in one's ideals. What of Slytherin? Victory is the highest honor, where ambition flourishes, enabling one to scale the peaks of aspiration. The world is no longer as it was. The future has melded into the present. Be bold, be wise, be united, be cunning. Regardless of whether you hail from the past or the future, prepare yourselves, for the sorting shall commence now. Wasn't it different last year? Harry's musing was overheard by Fred and George, who leaned in to offer a comforting explanation. The sorting hat song changes every year. It's never the same, Fred remarked, followed by George adding, though the lack of melody is pretty consistent. Would you like a biscuit, Harry? This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Harry nodded, feeling a touch of hunger himself at this moment. Harry received 2 canary biscuits from George and watched as Professor McGonagall unfurled a long parchment, preparing to place one of the biscuits into his mouth. It was then that he heard a name he found exceedingly familiar, naturally. The surname resonated with him as well, Albus Evans. Severus Snape, equally astonished, expertly masked his expression. Albus stepped forward, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. Ah. Hello there, little one with secrets. I am aware of the choice I am to make. I have always known, but you must grant me a moment to ponder, murmured the sorting hat. Slytherin would suit you well, yet I have always been inclined to opt for a different path. You possess unique talents that require discovery. Thus, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall removed the hat from Albus's head, and the Ravenclaw table erupted into cheers, and applause as Albus dashed toward them. While the name Albus Evans piqued Harry's interest, the subsequent name nearly caused him to leap from his seat, a sentiment he believed Hector shared. Wendell LeMay. It was evident that Dumbledore was also taken aback, his face revealing curiosity. He sat up straight, fixated on the child ascending the platform. What a coincidence. He bears the same name as my father, Hermione whispered to Hector. And with the surname LeMay, could he be a descendant of Nicolas LeMay? Shouldn't he be in France? Hector remained silent, his gaze fixated on the child ascending the podium. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop Wendell's head. Ah, this year is indeed peculiar. It has never happened before. You, like your father, are brimming with secrets, endowed with wisdom, exceptional talent, and an abundance of courage. The sorting hat paused momentarily, then declared, I believe I know precisely where to place you, Ravenclaw. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, with little variation from the norm. Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, accompanied by a small boy named Colin Creevey with gray hair, while Luna was allocated to Ravenclaw. Overall, the proceedings mirrored those of the original narrative. However, a few extraordinary occurrences transpired, particularly the initial two and the individual midway through the ceremony who expressed astonishment at the name Pruitt, which certainly included Fred and George's reactions. As for Percy, Hector remarked that, as a prefect, he was seated rather distantly, yet one could surmise his response mirrored that of the Weasley siblings. Our mother's maiden name was Pruitt, Ron elucidated. She had 2 brothers who perished in the First Wizarding War. Mother seldom speaks of this, but we overheard her conversations with Dad regarding our uncles, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt. Are you implying that the Pruitt family has no other members aside from your mother? Hector inquired, to which Fred and George provided a response. It remains uncertain, yet in the lineage of our grandfather, only our mother remains. Following tradition, Fred spoke first, followed closely by George, suggesting that there might be other Pruitts, such as the one before us, for the surname Pruitt is indeed rare in the Muggle world. Hector nodded slightly. In the midst of their conversation, the sorting hat had already reached its conclusion, following Mr. Evans and Mr. LeMay. This was the 3rd freshman to be allocated to Ravenclaw. This year, the Ravenclaw table was particularly lively, as the initial newcomers had largely been embraced by the house. Such a scenario had not unfolded in many years. Traditionally, the house with the most admissions was the inclusive Hufflepuff, closely followed by Gryffindor, while Slytherin and Ravenclaw attracted the least interest. The former upheld a belief in pure blood supremacy, while the latter sought intellectual prowess. In recent years, the birth rates among pure blood families had dwindled, and exceptionally gifted young wizards were exceedingly rare. However, this year defied expectations, indicating that the quality of newcomers was notably impressive. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, stood up. His words echoed those of the previous year, succinct and clear. Welcome, Dumbledore proclaimed, a gentle smile gracing his features. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. Foolishness, tears, residue, twist. Thank you, everyone. Let the feast begin. Dumbledore's remarks remained unchanged as he clapped his hands and quickly resumed his seat. Suddenly, the previously empty table was adorned with an array of steaming dishes, and the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The ghosts of each house glided gracefully between the long tables, exuding elegance and poise, and spoke with utmost courtesy. However, should one inadvertently brush against them, one would feel as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them on a sweltering late summer day. Hector, you've been rather distracted since the sorting ceremony, Hermione remarked, having served herself a generous slice of strawberry pie. Noticing Hector's unusual demeanor, the little witch gently prodded him with her elbow and inquired with concern. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Hector finally regained his senses. He shook his head and picked up a thick, juicy slice of roast beef from his plate, placing it before him. However, he did not immediately begin to eat, as his gaze continued to wander over to the Ravenclaw table, searching for the figures of 3 young wizards. Who are you looking at? Hermione inquired after finishing the strawberry pie in front of her, glancing at Hector. She soon noticed that the beef on his plate remained largely untouched. As Hector's eyes remained fixated on the Ravenclaw table, he unconsciously prodded the steak with his fork. Following Hector's line of sight, Hermione observed that he was focused on the group of new Ravenclaw students, specifically the 3 young wizards who had left a lasting impression on her, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. What is it, Hector? Do you know them? Hector shook his head, prodding the cold steak before him with a fork. Indifferent, he took a bite, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on the trio of young wizards. It was a peculiar sensation. Hector had never experienced anything quite like it. He felt an uncanny familiarity with them, particularly with Mr. LeMay. There was something distinct about him that stirred an inexplicable warmth within Hector's heart. Could it be that he was indeed a child of the LeMay family? Yet, Nicholas LeMay was a quintessential dink, dual income, no kids, having never intended to have children before his grandfather fell into a coma. If one were to suggest that Nicholas had abandoned his dink lifestyle during his grandfather's incapacitation to conceive a child, it would seem implausible. After all, Nicholas LeMay was over 600 years old, and his grandfather's coma had only occurred 2 centuries prior. Was it too much to ask of a 400-year-old man to father a child? Could it be that Wendell LeMay, like Hector, was a time traveler? This notion was feasible. Yet Albus Evans and Ponju Pewitt remained equally unfamiliar to Hector. The strangeness of this situation was particularly disconcerting, especially considering the notable reputation of someone like Albus. Was it possible that 3 time travelers had arrived simultaneously? While this explanation might hold merit, it was also quite alarming. If that were the case, the young man named Pewitt surely bore the bloodline of the Pewitt family, while Mr. LeMay must have received the legacy of the LeMay lineage, undoubtedly rivaling Hector's own connection to Dumbledore. Among the 3, Hector was only slightly acquainted with the surname Evans. However, he understood that the card-drawing system had certain guarantees. Even if Mr. Evans lacked formidable bloodline talents, he might still possess some impressive hidden abilities. As Hector observed the trio engaging in lively conversation, a wave of anxiety washed over him, particularly as he sensed their keen interest in him, a complete stranger. This realization heightened his apprehension. Perhaps they had formed an alliance and were preparing to target him next. Lost in thought, Hector remained oblivious to the passage of time until the main course of the dinner concluded, leaving more than half of his steak untouched. My goodness, Hector. You look rather pale. Are you feeling unwell? Hermione's voice, though soft, was heard clearly by Harry, Ron, Neville, and the Weasley twins seated nearby. Their eyes turned toward Hector, who had just hastily finished the cold, pockmarked steak in his plate, prompted by the vibrations of his dish. Indeed, Hermione is correct. Hector, why is your face so white? Are you experiencing stomach troubles? Fred gazed at Hector, a rare seriousness etched upon his face. George, seizing upon Fred's words, continued. Is it yet another specter that has inadvertently traversed your being? You appear utterly wretched. Hector, it is seldom that we witness you in such a state. Even your demeanor during our experiments seemed more robust than it does now. Hector shook his head, and at that moment, a delightful array of puddings appeared on the table, accompanied by an assortment of ice creams in various flavors. Beyond that lay an array of excessively sweet pies and a selection of relatively fresh fruits. Harry and Ron each placed a pie onto Hector's plate, while Neville brought him a generous cup of pumpkin juice. And Hermione took it upon herself to supervise him as he endeavored to finish the food on his plate. Hector could only lower his head, ceasing those futile musings. He was undoubtedly aware of the disquiet in his body, primarily the gnawing hunger emanating from his stomach. After devouring the pie on his plate and a generous cup of pumpkin juice, his condition visibly improved. The color returned to Hector's cheeks, and his spirits lifted considerably. The banquet drew to a close with notable haste from Dumbledore this year compared to the last. After hastily announcing the new regulations introduced by Hogwarts and the essential information for the first-year students, Dumbledore even bypassed the segment of singing the school song, a tradition he held dear, and declared the dinner officially over. With the omission of the song, the introduction of the new professors was naturally overlooked. Lockhart felt a profound sense of disappointment. The several pages of meticulously prepared speech in his hands were rendered utterly useless. However, his ability to self-regulate was commendable, and he swiftly emerged from his disappointment. Dumbledore appeared to have pressing matters to attend to, conversing gravely with Professor McGonagall before departing just as the young wizards were leaving the hall. McGonagall, upon receiving the news, exhibited little reaction, maintaining her composure and expertly arranging the responsibilities of the prefects. The young wizards in the hall formed a queue. The first-year students followed their prefects while the more seasoned students navigated freely, provided they returned to their respective dormitories before curfew. Hector had no intention of returning directly to the dormitory. Instead, he intended to step outside for a breath of fresh air. He believed that this would help him become more alert in the face of the impending danger, as a clear and calm mind was of utmost importance. Harry and Ron also entertained the idea of taking a stroll, while Hermione chose to return to the dormitory. Tomorrow marked the first day of the new term, and she wished to prepare thoroughly, especially for her inaugural defense against the dark arts lesson with Lockhart. The young witch was eager to make a good impression on her idol, as she believed it would facilitate her learning from him. Neville, on the other hand, also wished to return to the dormitory to prepare for the next day's classes. However, unlike Hermione, his opinion of Lockhart was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Thus he did not feel particularly invested in the defense against the dark arts class. What truly captivated Neville was the herbology class scheduled for the following morning. He had an immense fascination with the magical plants that brimmed with enchantment, and his studies in this area surpassed even Hermione, who was nicknamed Miss Know-It-All. Nevertheless, he agreed to the idea of a brief outing, as returning later would not hinder his plans to review his studies. Unfortunately, the quartet's plans quickly unraveled when Professor McGonagall, after finishing her duties with the prefects, swiftly approached Hector and his friends. As they observed McGonagall's advancing figure, Hector and the others hurriedly recalled the series of potential rule-breaking actions they had engaged in since arriving at Hogwarts. There was no denying the oppressive aura of Professor McGonagall. Not only Gryffindor students, but also young witches and wizards from other houses would reflect on their possible missteps upon seeing her approach with a serious demeanor. Fortunately, given that the term had just begun, the likelihood of having made significant mistakes was quite minimal, and McGonagall's intentions were exceedingly clear. She was focused on Hector. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector, please come with me. The surrounding Harry, Ron, and Neville dramatically exhaled in relief, and then, almost in unison, cast sympathetic glances toward Hector. The named Hector was somewhat taken aback. He wished to inquire about the reason, but was promptly silenced by a pointed look from Professor McGonagall. Hector could only nod as he stepped out from the ranks, positioning himself behind Professor McGonagall. Rest in peace, brother. Harry's voice was as soft as possible, yet it did not escape McGonagall's keen ears. Just as she was about to leave, McGonagall turned around, and Harry and the others promptly lowered their heads. Aren't you all planning to return to your dormitory for some rest? Professor McGonagall's tone was stern as her gaze swept across the row of little wizards, heads bowed. Then, rather brusquely, she continued, or do you intend to violate some school regulations on the very first day of term, perhaps by wandering about at night, which would result in a substantial deduction of points for Gryffindor? This year, you may not be as fortunate as last year to rectify your mistakes at the last moment. Few dared to utter a word under Professor McGonagall's imposing presence, especially with the three notorious point deductors from Gryffindor standing before her. However, McGonagall's gaze did not merely linger on Harry and his companions. Hector perceptibly noticed that it also paused slightly on him. Consequently, he too lowered his head, silently fixating on the tips of his shoes as if he had committed some transgression. Do you not know the location of the Gryffindor common room? Much like those new students? Do you require my assistance to escort you there? Professor McGonagall's tone remained austere. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others shook their heads in unison and, pushing one another, hastily fled the hall as if escaping. With no one left, it seemed appropriate to speak freely. Once Harry's figure disappeared through the grand doors, the hall became desolate, leaving only Hector and Professor McGonagall. Hector initially froze for a moment before swiftly lifting his head. His awkward demeanor did not escape Professor McGonagall's keen observation, and she found it quite amusing. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, her serious expression entirely replaced by a warm kindness. Relax, Hector. This is not a dire matter, she said, her voice laced with humor as she regarded Hector, who was in a state of evident embarrassment. Firstly, the Transfiguration Club will officially hold its inaugural group activity on the Thursday of the second week after school commences. Last year, you encountered some physical challenges, didn't you? I trust that a summer's time has allowed you to recover significantly. Professor McGonagall appraised Hector's taller and sturdier physique, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. You appear to be in good form, so I hope to see you at the event. I trust you have not neglected your studies during the holiday. Is there anything troubling you? Hector swiftly shook his head, and Professor McGonagall patted him on the shoulder, saying, I will inform you of the location of the event in due time. You need not worry about this. At this point, Professor McGonagall quickly retracted her benevolent smile, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. There is also a second matter, Hector. Observing the seriousness etched on Professor McGonagall's face, Hector's nerves began to tense. He fixed his gaze on her, mirroring her intensity. Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features, yet she continued, it pertains to the Book of Admission. Remember to inform Abeforth. He also needs to meet with him. In the Slytherin chamber, a raspy voice echoed as the intricately carved silver door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a serpent's egg placed within the chamber. Will things change? A cold voice queried. I hope not. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Hector found Dumbledore just finishing a note tied to Fawkes' leg. With a wave of his hand, the fiery phoenix erupted into flames, vanishing from the room. I apologize for summoning you on the very first night of the term, Hector, Dumbledore said, reclining in a comfortable armchair, a hint of regret on his face. He waved his hand, and a gleaming golden cup materialized on the long table before him. Would you care for a glass of pumpkin juice? I noticed during the feast that you seemed somewhat unwell and barely touched your food. Do you need me to summon Madame Pomfrey? No, thank you, Grandfather Dumbledore. I merely had a slight stomach upset at the time, but I feel much better now. However, a warm glass of pumpkin juice would indeed be delightful. Hearing Hector's response, Dumbledore nodded and tapped the cup with his wand. In no time, thick, golden pumpkin juice filled the cup. Once it was brimming, Dumbledore kindly handed it to Hector. Thank you, Grandfather Dumbledore. Dumbledore's smile grew even more benevolent as he ruffled Hector's hair, his eyes crinkling with warmth. No need to thank me, Hector. The matters of this evening will require some time. You need to replenish your energy. Abeforth will arrive shortly. ISNT this related to the Book of Admission? Why do we also need to find Grandfather Abeforth? Hector had felt quite puzzled when Professor McGonagall first informed him, and seizing the opportunity as Dumbledore broached the subject. He set down the cup filled with pumpkin juice and inquired. This matter is difficult to articulate, Dumbledore replied, his smile fading. He waved his wand, and the books that had cluttered the table were swiftly cleared aside, while a window in the office swung wide open. After a brief interval, a hefty tome, adorned with a black leather cover, soared through the open window into the headmaster's office. Without any deceleration, the book landed heavily upon the desk. Accompanying it was an empty ink bottle, which housed a long, dark green quill. This was indeed the Book of Admission. With a resounding thud, the window slammed shut, and Dumbledore gestured towards the substantial volume on the desk, introducing it to Hector. This, of course, is the acceptance quill, crafted from the feather of a rare bird. And it is quite exquisite. As Dumbledore spoke, the acceptance quill emerged from the ink bottle, first bowing courteously to Hector, who reciprocated with a polite nod. No sooner had Hector completed his gesture than the quill darted towards Dumbledore, resembling a child who had been wronged. The acceptance quill flitted around in animated excitement, as if narrating an incident, and its erratic movements indicated that whatever transpired had greatly disturbed it. All right, I understand. Do not be agitated. I shall discover who is responsible, Dumbledore softly reassured the quill in the air. Under his soothing words, the dark green quill finally settled, gliding back towards its home, the now empty ink bottle. Thus, Hector observed that after listening to the narrative of the acceptance pen, Dumbledore appeared somewhat disoriented, his lips unconsciously murmuring fragments of thought. What had the acceptance pen conveyed? Regaining his composure, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the acceptance book promptly opened. It was as if a gust of wind had seeped through the crevices of the house, rustling the parchment pages with a cacophony of sound. As Dumbledore swiftly skimmed through the turning pages, he simultaneously addressed Hector's inquiry. Oh, you mean that little fellow? It has been voicing its grievances to me, complaining about a domineering individual who inscribed something in the admission book without its consent. The little one is quite indignant about this, yet it feels powerless against the imposing figure. Dumbledore paused, gazing thoughtfully at the rapidly flipping pages of the admission book, carefully considering his words. This little creature even harbors doubts, questioning whether the issue lies within. After all, the admission book possesses formidable defenses, even if it wished to record a name. It would necessitate compelling evidence. Thus, it has concluded that the admission book has been compromised, perhaps even opened a backdoor. Indeed, the little one is still sulking over this predicament with its trusted partner. Hector gazed at the quill resting within the inkwell, and as expected, the feather pen, purportedly crafted from the plumage of a phoenix, quivered ever so slightly, seemingly affirming the veracity of Dumbledore's words. Was this not a tad melodramatic? Such a thought burgeoned within Hector's mind, as Dumbledore's narrative evoked a sense of déjà vu akin to that of a suitor who has pursued his unattainable muse for 3 years, only to find another effortlessly winning her affection in a mere 3 days. Dumbledore appeared to sense this sentiment as well. He cleared his throat gently and swiftly diverted the conversation. Well, let us not dwell on that. This little fellow has a penchant for weaving such peculiar tales, entirely devoid of the qualities one would expect at his tender age, Dumbledore remarked to Hector. Suddenly, the rustling of pages slowed, as though the book had made a discovery. The tome of acceptance halted at the chapter marked 1992, prompting both Dumbledore and Hector to lean in unison to catch a glimpse. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the riveting content. Indeed, a transformation had transpired. The ink of the quill shimmered silver. Yet the final few names were inscribed in gold. Dumbledore's expression grew grave, graver even than when he had learned of Hector's prophetic abilities. Meanwhile, Hector's focus remained fixated on the last three names. Pansy Patil. Aside from the connection to Mrs. Weasley, Hector recognized the middle name Patil. He was acquainted with a Gryffindor of the same year named Parvati Patil, who had a sister, Padma Patil, newly enrolled and sorted into Ravenclaw. Albus Prince Evans. The name that resonates most profoundly with Hector is indeed this one. Both the name and the surname Hector evoke corresponding origins. The name Albus requires no elaboration, while the surname Evans is somewhat familiar to Hector, as it is the surname of Harry's esteemed mother, whose full name is Lily Evans. Only the middle name of this prince evokes a sense of unfamiliarity for Hector. Wendell Brian LeMay. Regarding the name Wendell, Hector holds no recollections, save for its mention by Hermione, leaving no other impressions. The middle name Brian seems to have been referenced during Albus's perusal of the family history, though the details remain rather hazy. However, the surname is one with which Hector is quite acquainted, and not merely acquainted. Hector has even encountered the most distinguished bearer of that surname. Hector was meticulously integrating information about these individuals in his mind. While Dumbledore was examining the list of past admissions to ascertain whether there had been any instances of violent tampering, the atmosphere between the two was remarkably serene, punctuated only by the faint murmurs of Dumbledore, indicating revisions marked by haste. These alterations appeared just as the train was arriving. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the spiral staircase, shattering the tranquility that enveloped them. Albus, I have heard that something of great significance has transpired, particularly concerning Hector. I wish to hear you elaborate on this matter. Ah, Hector, you are here as well. It was Aberforth, whose tone shifted upon spotting Hector. His initial excitement quickly tempered into calmness. Accompanying Aberforth was his phoenix, Fawkes, perched wearily upon his shoulder. The aged bird seemed exhausted, clearly not suited for such a lengthy journey. Your phoenix appears to be unwell, Aberforth. It took only a short distance to leave her in this state, Aberforth remarked as he gently placed Fawkes upon his own perch. Dumbledore responded, she is not unwell. She is merely old, much like us, albeit with even less time remaining. Moreover, Fawkes delivered a letter to Paris for me before coming to seek you. To Paris? Whom was the letter addressed to? Hector and Albus simultaneously voiced the name that had concurrently sprung to their minds. Nicholas Flamel? Albus further inquired, what is your purpose in seeking him? This year, a new student has arrived at Hogwarts, bearing the surname Flamel. Dumbledore elucidated, to which Albus responded, the Flamel you mentioned? I believe so, Albus, Dumbledore affirmed. He then took the sealed letter brought back by Fawkes from Albus's hands. Upon reading it, a more solemn expression graced Dumbledore's countenance. However, Mr. Flamel has no descendants, nor does the Flamel lineage exist. Yet now, a new student named Flamel has emerged? Is this the issue you referenced? Not solely that. Hogwarts has also witnessed the arrival of a Pruitt. Yet I am certain that the Pruitt family has become extinct, with the exception of Molly Pruitt, who is now Molly Weasley. Dumbledore's explanation failed to satisfy Albus, who swiftly interjected. Albus, I concede that what you have mentioned is indeed peculiar. But how does this pertain to Hector and me? You could easily entrust this to Minerva or that Snape fellow. They would undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory response. Dumbledore shook his head, pointing to the open admissions book laid out on the table. He said earnestly, if only it were that simple, Albus. Dumbledore's finger traced the 3 golden names inscribed in the admissions book, and noticing the lingering confusion on Albus's face, he waved his wand, transforming the year 1992 into 1991. At this revelation, both Albus and Hector comprehended why Dumbledore was so eager to meet with them. At the bottom of the parchment belonging to 1991 were 2 names. The one inscribed in silver ink read Hector Peregrine Albus Dumbledore, while the name in gold ink bore identical content. Hector Perennial Abufus Dumbledore. Upon perceiving the final 2 names, Hector felt as though his mind had erupted, and the world before him grew hazy. Dumbledore's voice continued to resonate in his ears, stating, this tome has only been altered twice, the first instance being the 3 names you have just witnessed, and the second pertains to this matter. Dumbledore, resting his chin upon his hand, gazed intently at the golden inscriptions upon the Book of Admission. He continued, logically, these 2 amendments should have occurred at disparate moments, which is easily discernible. The Book of Admission only reports the most recent instance of violent intrusion, neglecting any malicious alterations from the previous year or even earlier, as if they had gone entirely unnoticed. "Why has Hector's name been mentioned twice?" Albus inquired gravely, his demeanor serious. "I do not know," was Dumbledore's succinct reply. Albus, trusting his judgment, pressed on with his inquiries. "Has anything similar ever occurred before?" "Never," Dumbledore replied with solemnity. "Neither in the past nor among future students has there been such an occurrence. Even those other three names inscribed with golden ink appeared merely once." He paused, then concluded. "Only Hector's name has manifested twice." Upon hearing this, both Albus and Albus Dumbledore directed their gaze towards the dazed Hector, noticing the attention of the two elders. Hector quickly regained his composure, striving to appear as innocent as possible, suppressing the tremor in his voice. "Please, grandfather, how could I possibly know? Before you found me, Albus, I had no awareness of what Hogwarts even was." Albus nodded, swiftly positioning himself alongside Hector to advocate on his behalf. "Hector speaks the truth, Albus. The child has just returned from France, and the acceptance quill and the book of admission can only encompass the British Isles. Perhaps this is the reason for the emergence of the golden inscriptions?" Dumbledore's expression softened somewhat, yet this explanation was not entirely satisfactory. He interjected with further inquiries. "But why do the names appear twice? Furthermore, why is the second occurrence inscribed in the same golden script as the others?" "There remains a distinction," Albus asserted. "After all, Hector's name did not elicit a response from the Book of Admission, whereas the names of the other young wizards provoked a clear resistance. The issue lies not with Hector, but with those other young sorcerers." Albus's argument gained momentum, his words resolute and powerful, deftly shifting the focus of contention. Dumbledore was not particularly inclined to delve into Hector's issues. After all, the peculiar occurrences surrounding his nephew were far too numerous. Perhaps this golden name served as a designation for the prophet? Dumbledore fashioned a rather convenient excuse for himself, redirecting the focus of conflict onto the three young wizards depicted on the page from 1992, using Aberforth's words as a diversion. Naturally, Hector remained oblivious to this intricate interplay of eloquent rhetoric and the complex psychological shifts within Dumbledore. At that moment, he exhibited remarkably unusual behavior. Hector was acutely aware that something was amiss with his own body, and this affliction brought him immense suffering. The excruciating pain began when Hector beheld his two names inscribed on the Book of Admission. This sensation of agony did not originate from any physical part of his being. Rather, it felt as though it was inflicted upon his very soul, manifesting as a tearing sensation, one he had experienced before. "Are you all right, Hector?" Dumbledore's voice reached him. Hector lifted his gaze, finding Dumbledore and Aberforth halting their conversation, their eyes fixed upon his clammy and pallid visage. Hector shook his head, yet his weary legs betrayed him. Just before he collapsed, Aberforth and Dumbledore's sturdy hands caught him, one on either side. "I may simply be too exhausted." Hector, weakened, delivered his sermon, the profound ache of his spirit urging him to return swiftly to the comfort of his bed, rather than engage in a battle of wits with the two sagacious Dumbledores. "May I retire to my dormitory for some respite? It is quite late." Dumbledore nodded, while Aberforth was already preparing to take action. "Do you require my assistance in escorting you back to your dormitory, Hector? Or perhaps to the infirmary, for you appear to be in a rather dreadful state?" Hector shook his head, declining Aberforth's kind offer. After bidding good night, he left the headmaster's office under the watchful eyes of the two concerned Dumbledores. As Hector ventured farther away, an eerie tranquility lingered between Albus and Aberforth, both preoccupied with their thoughts, gazing silently in the direction of the spiral staircase. It was Albus who eventually broke the silence. "You know." "I know," Aberforth replied succinctly. "When did you find out?" "From the very beginning." "Why did you not reveal it this time?" Aberforth's response was considerably lengthier, yet still remarkably concise. "He is my grandson, Aberforth, and he is also your grandnephew." "But there are no buts, Aberforth." Aberforth gazed earnestly at Albus. "He calls me grandfather, and he calls you grandfather as well. That is sufficient." Hector did not return to his dormitory as he claimed. As he made his way toward the Gryffindor common room, a phoenix alighted upon his shoulder. It was Aurora. She appeared as though she had undertaken a long and arduous journey, looking particularly weary. Aurora gently nuzzled Hector's head with her own, emitting a melodious cry as she raised one of her legs. Hector heard her cry and turned to see a beautifully adorned envelope tightly secured with delicate golden threads around Aurora's leg, bearing an elegantly styled signature, Nico Lamé. Hector gently wiped his hand, leaving a faint golden trace on his fingers. It was evident that this letter was of utmost urgency. hastily entrusted to Hector for delivery by Mr. LeMay, who had just pinned it. The envelope exuded a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of jasmine. Hector took a delicate sniff, finding it quite delightful. However, he soon realized that the scent was far more than merely pleasant. The aroma left by Mr. LeMay on the envelope had a remarkable effect. The moment Hector inhaled that exquisite fragrance, he felt the unbearable pain emanating from his soul swiftly dissipate, ultimately vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. How peculiar. Hector gazed intently at the handwriting on the envelope, muttering softly to himself. Just as he was about to open it, he overheard voices nearby, alert and vigilant. Hector swiftly drew his wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. For added security, he concealed himself entirely in the shadows, fixating on the direction of the sound. His wand poised toward it. It was evident that more than one person was present, as Hector could discern from their conversation. Moreover, the voices sounded remarkably youthful, leading him to deduce that their ages were likely quite tender. This inference was further supported by the fact that Harry and Ron, who were near him, had already entered their voice-changing phase. Their voices now resonated with a newfound maturity. In contrast, Hector's voice remained unchanged from the previous year, retaining a somewhat childish quality that, as Fred would put it, seemed incongruous with his demeanor, lacking any semblance of maturity. The voices approaching, however, were even more juvenile than Hector's, indicating that these individuals were likely younger than him. At this point, one could easily surmise the identities of those making their way toward him. Hector was certainly not naive. The keywords, new students, the first night of school, and nocturnal escapades, coupled with the events of the evenings, led to an unmistakable conclusion. The trio of young wizards approaching comprised none other than Mr. Evans, Mr. Pruitt, and, most notably, Mr. LeMay. Yet, as is often the case in novels, dramatic twists abound. Hidden in the shadows and shrouded by the disillusionment charm, Hector saw nothing. But he could hear the faint rustle of footsteps. Following this series of delicate sounds, he discerned a whisper of conversation. I told you that thing of yours was unreliable. Look at the situation now. Hector faintly discerned a phrase carried by the air, though the voice seemed to linger at a considerable distance from him. They must be cloaked. Hector pondered, which explained why he could hear their words, yet see no figures. Hector cautiously emerged from the shadows of Hogwarts, moving swiftly and prudently in the direction of the voices. The conversation was audible, though not particularly clear. Hector strained to catch snippets of information while closely trailing the increasingly faint footsteps ahead. From an observer's perspective, the scene was rather comical. Hector was closely following Wendell and his companions, their proximity so close it could be described as nearly stepping on each other's heels. However, Hector employed the disillusionment charm, while the three in front utilized an invisibility cloak, resulting in a peculiar auditory effect. The cloak distorted sounds emanating from within, yet did not alter external noises, whereas the disillusionment charm warped both internal and external sounds. This was why neither party realized the tightness of their proximity. Keep it down, Ponju. We are inside Hogwarts. And if you wish to keep our secrets, please refrain from shouting. The voice belonged to another individual, and Hector immediately discerned whom he was following. The voice did not cease there. It continued, I don't know why it isn't working now. It was perfectly fine during the summer. The speaker seemed to be fiddling with something, and Hector heard the distinct sound of a winding mechanism in the air. Accompanied by the winding noise, Ponju quickly resumed speaking. It's terrifying. Night wandering truly offers no sense of security. Albus, why did you only bring the cloak when you came out? Couldn't you have brought that? What is it called, map? The map is not with me. A third voice emerged, belonging to Albus, who was promptly interrupted by Wendell. I have it, Ponju. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I happened to forget the Marauder's map this time. However, it's unnecessary, rest assured. I am well acquainted with the castle, and there is no need to worry about Filch. The chapter was not yet concluded. A prompt urged readers to turn to the next page for continuation. After Wendell finished speaking, Albus took over the conversation, adding, moreover, this cloak was borrowed from James. He cherishes it dearly, and it's no wonder, for it is indeed quite useful. The trio's discussion abruptly halted, and Hector halted in his tracks as a figure floated in the air before them, a gnome with a hat and black hair. A poltergeist, Ponju whispered as quietly as possible, while Wendell responded in a measured tone, that is Peeves. However, you are correct, Ponju. This is indeed a poltergeist, one that belongs to Hogwarts. Indeed. The figure floating at the stairway of the 8th floor is none other than Peeves, the poltergeist. In his hands, he clutches a few slices of moldy bread, engaging in a comical game of toss and catch. Peeves has always possessed keen senses, and he quickly detected some movement nearby, yet he saw nothing. A wicked grin spread across his face as he caught the slice of moldy bread that he had just thrown into the air, gripping it tightly. I know you're there, little one, even if I cannot see you. Peeves squinted his eyes, his body slowly descending through the air towards Hector and the others. Identify yourselves, student specters. Out on a night romp on the very first day of school? I suspect that Filch would be quite interested in capturing you, a sneaky invisible entity scuttling about Hogwarts. No one answered Peeves. Both the 3 Ravenclaw students ahead and Hector maintained a conspicuous silence. However, Peeves was not one to be easily deceived, and is whimsical. Striped attire drew nearer to them. What a pity, I thought. Your fate shall mirror that of the 4 little specters from last year, each losing a full 50 points. This time, Hector's companions reacted, seemingly devising a strategy to deal with Peeves, albeit one that felt oddly familiar. Bloodman Barrow certainly had his reasons for wanting to remain unseen. A peculiar voice emerged from the trio ahead. Continuing from before, Hector was momentarily stunned by the sound, quickly suppressing the urge to laugh. He covered his mouth with his hand, curiosity piqued by the clumsy tactic. Could it truly deceive Peeves a second time? Peeves, upon hearing the words, appeared momentarily taken aback. He removed his hat and ran a hand through his wild black hair, clearly familiar with such banter. Yet, out of caution, he ascended slightly, even concealing the moldy bread behind him. Nevertheless, Peeves maintained an air of bravado, recalling his previous encounter with trickery. Do not deceive me, little spectre. The great Peeves does not stumble in the same place twice. Though he spoke thus, Hector and the others observed Peeves' preliminary movements with clarity. Hence, Barrow's voice grew more resolute and gravelly. Who is the little spectre, Peeves? Are you certain you wish to uncover Bloodman Barrow's secret? Indeed, the threat was palpable, and the tone sufficiently intimidating. Yet Peeves did not succumb to fear as he had previously from mere words. Conversely, Pai Pai Gui appeared to have made a discovery, pointing towards the back of Lord Barrow with a look of astonishment. How could I dare? Esteemed Lord Blood, Barrow, I assure you, I have no interest in your secrets. However, there seems to be something sneaky and unseen lurking behind you. Are you aware of it? Behind us? The voice of Lord Barrow nearly faltered as he deliberately cleared his throat twice in an attempt to mask his blunder. Yet, from the gleaming eyes of Pai Pai Gui and the moldy bread he had retrieved from behind, it was evident that the great Pai Pai Gui had uncovered a clue. You've been exposed, little imp. I told you, the illustrious Pai Pai Gui could not be fooled in the same manner twice. Pai Pai Gui's voice rang out triumphantly, his face radiating with a self-satisfied grin. This method is utterly foolish. How could you conceive such a plan? That was Albus's voice. And the unmasked Panju surrendered his pretense. This method is quite classic, you know, and according to my father, it works remarkably well. Panju defended himself, while Albus retorted without hesitation, and the result is indeed classically foolish. All right, let us refrain from further banter. There are people following us, Wendell interjected, halting the imminent quarrel. In truth, his intervention was unnecessary, for the moldy bread in Pai Pai Gui's hand swiftly hurtled towards their direction. Vatawasi. Hector and Wendell simultaneously cast the spell. Differing only in their approach, Wendell uttered the incantation aloud, while Hector employed a more sophisticated silent version. Through their combined efforts, the moldy bread, initially hurtling towards them, abruptly reversed its trajectory and sped towards the poltergeist. Unlike other mischievous spirits, the poltergeist possessed a physical form, rendering it susceptible to physical attacks. Thus, in a moment of inattention, the moldy slice of bread struck the poltergeist squarely in the face. What a disgrace for our esteemed poltergeist. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Though it seemed he had experienced it on numerous occasions. His face flushed a vibrant red, from which tangible wisps of smoke erupted from his ears and nostrils. But this was merely the beginning. In a fit of rage, the poltergeist bellowed. Students should not be awake. He produced a gong larger than his own body from his waist and began to strike it exaggeratedly with a mallet. As he struck, he vociferously shouted, "Is anyone going to intervene?" Sneaking out on the first night of school, ambushing the school elders. Hurry, someone, run. This was Wendell's voice, resonating in the air not far in front of Hector, creating a palpable and familiar disturbance. It was the invisibility cloak. Hector immediately recalled Harry S. However, there was no time for Hector to ponder the connection, as a far graver issue loomed before him. The disturbance in the air was alarmingly close, and it was now Hector's turn to evade. He experienced the poltergeist's earlier predicament when a figure, nearly his own height, collided heavily with him. The invisibility cloak slipped from the person's form, revealing Wendell. Wendell, likely taken aback by how close their pursuer was, quickly regained his composure, sprang to his feet, and swiftly ducked beneath the cloak. Hector heard a mutter from his lips, an incantation for a disillusionment charm. A senior? In an instant, the three figures vanished like smoke. And Hector made no attempt to hinder their escape. He merely watched as they disappeared down the corridor. "Reveal yourself, you despicable stalker," Peeves bellowed, as Filch's footsteps grew ever closer. Yet, Hector had no intention of returning to the dormitory. He quickened his pace towards the room of requirement. LeMay's letter still nestled within his pocket, and the Gryffindor common room hardly seemed a sanctuary for secrets. It was easier to evade Peeves than Hector had anticipated. With merely 2 simple spells, he had managed to best the illustrious Mr. Peeves. Before the poltergeist could upgrade his arsenal of mischief, Hector swiftly slipped into the room of requirement. The room had transformed into Hector's ideal retreat: a table, an armchair, and it would be perfect if the empty cup upon the table could be filled with some of the exclusive pumpkin juice from Nicholas LeMay. This wish was soon fulfilled. Hector opened the envelope, and as anticipated, it had been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell. Within this exquisite and diminutive envelope, the letter occupied only a scant portion. The remainder was filled with a pristine bottle of perfume, a golden fountain pen, and several tightly sealed bottles of pumpkin juice. Hector painstakingly extracted the letter, which had been pressed in the corner, from the crevice, relieved to find the stationery still intact. Upon confirming its pristine condition, Hector seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He placed the letter on the table, ensuring it was a respectful distance from the cup, and swiftly performed a cleansing gesture towards the vessel before him. After ascertaining that the cup was free of any impurities, Hector eagerly unsealed the pumpkin juice and poured himself a glass with both caution and anticipation. The familiar flavor greeted him, accompanied by a perfectly balanced temperature. Savoring a sip, Hector then contentedly picked up the letter resting on the table and comfortably settled into a sturdy and freshly cleaned chair. The letter read as follows: "To discern what lies ahead, please await the next installment." Mr. LeMay succinctly described his current state. His health had largely returned to normal, and his spiritual energy had been partially replenished. However, regaining his former peak condition would prove to be a formidable challenge. Additionally, Mr. LeMay's memory restoration efforts were nearing completion. Most of his memories had been restored, yet, as the human brain is not akin to a computer, a significant portion of his recollections remained irretrievably altered by that overwhelming force. Nevertheless, the preserved memories were sufficient to facilitate numerous endeavors, such as enhancing the defenses of the safe house, detailing the intricate process of crafting magical stones, and, most crucially, the method for restoring the replica of the Heiress mirror. Mr. LeMay referred to this mirror as MO in honor of the venerable elder, Lee Mayan's grandfather, who had accompanied him for centuries. The restoration of MO was also approaching its final stages. Yet, out of caution, Nicol LeMay refrained from hastily completing this last step. He needed to make preparations, as he was acutely aware of a formidable force in this world, one so powerful that even he could not resist its sway. This force sought to prevent anyone from escaping its domain, yet Mr. LeMay was certain it was constrained. Therefore, as long as he did not directly risk exposure, it was unlikely that this force would act against him. It was imperative for Mr. LeMay to find a way out, fully cognizant that this force scrutinized his every movement. Consequently, Nicol LeMay chose to remain poised, accumulating strength while remaining dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, aiming to escape swiftly before the force could react, thus catching it off guard. However, this made Hector's escape considerably more challenging, a realization Mr. LeMay acknowledged in his letter, which, though brief, conveyed a genuine apology for his plans. Thus, Mr. LeMay resolved that, in addition to selflessly assisting Hector in the restoration of the Heiress mirror, culminating the repair process and imparting the method for the final step to Hector, he would also bestow a few gifts upon him: a bottle of perfume and a fountain pen. The pumpkin juice is merely an afterthought and cannot strictly be considered one of the gifts. That bottle of perfume, however, was crafted by Mr. LeMay himself. Though the bottle appears modest in size, its contents are substantial, a fact Mr. LeMay intentionally underscored in his letter by emphasizing the word ample. The primary ingredients of the perfume include the leaves of the ariote tree, black root grass, peppermint, and fragrant hibiscus, not to mention the renowned magical stone. The combination of these elements is remarkably exquisite, yielding surprisingly effective results. Beyond its use in social gatherings such as banquets, this perfume also serves to invigorate the senses. Mr. LeMay regards it as his second most satisfying creation, surpassed only by the magical stone, with the meditation basin and alchemical armor ranking behind it. Additionally, this perfume possesses calming properties, and it is remarkably effective in healing soul injuries, a fact Mr. LeMay emphasized by drawing two prominent lines beneath the word soul. Next comes the fountain pen, which Mr. LeMay described as a key in reference to this alchemical product. The pen boasts formidable capabilities, enabling silent modifications to any recorded alchemical artifact, such as the Book of Admissions or a family tree. No matter how intricate or robust the defenses may be, they are powerless against its intrusion. Mr. LeMay acknowledged that the second occurrence of Hector's name in the Book of Admissions was indeed his oversight, as he had inscribed Hector's name upon it. However, Mr. LeMay firmly denied any involvement in this year's events, asserting that the names of the three young wizards were certainly not penned by him. He defended himself by stating, "What went unnoticed last year cannot possibly be detected this year," and further narrowed the suspect pool by claiming, "The pen's hidden effects correlate with the user's abilities." Moreover, Nicholas LeMay expressed curiosity about the other Mr. LeMay, asserting his confidence in his capabilities across various domains, including his physical prowess. Could it truly be part of his lineage? After all, as a Frenchman, a person who embodies romance to the core, even as a dink, one might inadvertently. Those in the know will understand. The confidence exuding from the text led Hector to feel as though dink is your lie. Jokes aside, Mr. LeMay provided Hector with a dose of reassurance. The identities of those three should significantly differ from Hector's assumptions. While Hector perceives them as outsiders akin to himself, Mr. LeMay resolutely refuted this notion. When discussing the rationale, Mr. LeMay revealed that he glimpsed fragments of the future through his prophetic crystal ball. Although the vision presented by the crystal ball was fleeting, fragmented, and exhibited a high degree of unpredictability, Mr. LeMay still gleaned some valuable information. Despite not being able to fully discern the identities of those figures, he could at least dismiss the notion that they were fellow outsiders. In the closing remarks of his letter, he briefly and hastily described his grandfather's deteriorating conditions, noting the absence of any signs of awakening. Mr. LeMay had tried numerous methods, yet none yielded results. Even the Philosopher's Stone failed to improve his grandfather's state. Nevertheless, Nicholas LeMay remained somewhat optimistic, believing that outside the confines of his current circumstances lay a solution for his grandfather's plight, which intensified his yearning to escape. The narrative abruptly halted at this juncture, as Mr. LeMay hastily concluded his letter with a few perfunctory pleasantries. This chapter was not yet finished. Readers were encouraged to turn the page to continue. Mr. LeMay succinctly recounted his own condition, noting that his health had largely returned to normalcy, and his spiritual strength had seen some replenishment. However, he acknowledged the formidable challenge of regaining his former peak state. Additionally, the restoration of his memories was nearing completion. Most of his recollections had been restored, yet the human mind is not a mere machine. A significant portion remained irreparable due to the alterations inflicted by that overwhelming force. Nonetheless, the memories preserved were sufficient to accomplish many tasks, such as enhancing the defenses of the safe house and detailing the process of crafting the Philosopher's Stone. Most importantly, he aimed to revive the method for restoring the replica of the Mirror of Erist, which he referred to as Mo in honor of the elderly companion who had stood by him for centuries, Li Baian's grandfather, Li Mo. The restoration of Mo was also reaching its final stages. However, out of caution, Nicholas LeMay refrained from hastily completing this last step. He recognized the need for preparation, as he understood that a formidable power existed in this world, one so potent that even he could not resist it. This force sought to prevent anyone from escaping this realm, yet Mr. LeMay was certain it was constrained. Thus, as long as he did not directly expose himself to risk, it was unlikely that this force would act against him. He was resolute in his intention to escape, fully aware that this power was monitoring his every move. Thus, Monsieur Nicolas LeMay chose to gather strength and remain poised, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively, swiftly escaping before the force could react, aiming to catch it off guard. However, this rendered Hector's escape considerably more challenging. Monsieur LeMay was acutely aware of this, expressing his regrets in a brief letter that genuinely conveyed his remorse for his plans. Consequently, Monsieur LeMay resolved not only to assist Hector in the restoration of the Eris Mirror free of charge, of course, undertaking all repair work to its final stage, and then instructing Hector on the last step, but also to present him with several gifts, including a bottle of perfume and a fountain pen. The pumpkin juice was merely an afterthought and not strictly considered one of the gifts. The perfume, personally crafted by Monsieur LeMay, was substantial in quantity despite its modest bottle size. He deliberately emphasized the notion of abundance in his letter, Its primary ingredients included the leaves of ariote, black root, peppermint, and fragrant marshmallow, along with the renowned philosopher's stone. The combination was exquisite, producing remarkably favorable effects, aside from its suitability for social gatherings such as banquets. This perfume also served to invigorate. Monsieur Lemay regarded it as his second most gratifying creation, surpassed only by the philosopher's stone, with the meditation basin and alchemical armor following closely behind. This perfume also possessed calming properties, demonstrating remarkable efficacy in healing soul injuries, which Monsieur Lemay underscored with two conspicuous lines beneath the term soul. Next came the fountain pen, which Monsieur Lemay described as a key to this alchemical marvel. The pen's capabilities were formidable, allowing for silent modifications to any record-based alchemical product, such as the Book of Admission or a family tree. No matter how robust the defenses, they could not withstand its intrusion. Monsieur Lemay acknowledged that the reappearance of Hector's name in the Book of Admission was his oversight. Indeed, it was he who inscribed Hector's name therein. Nevertheless, he firmly denied any involvement in this year's events, asserting that the names of the three young wizards were not inscribed by his hand. He defended himself by stating, "What was unnoticed last year cannot possibly be discovered this year," and further narrowed the suspect pool by claiming, "The pin's hidden effects correlate with the user's strength." Simultaneously, Monsieur Nicole Lemay expressed curiosity regarding that esteemed Lemay, exuding confidence in his myriad abilities, including his physical prowess. It is conceivable that this truly is his lineage, after all. As a Frenchman, one who embodies romance in his very essence, even as a dink, one must consider the possibilities. Those in the know will understand. The confidence radiating from his words led Hector to feel as though dink is your lie. Joking aside, Monsieur Lemay provided Hector with a dose of reassurance, suggesting that the identities of those three individuals likely diverged significantly from Hector's assumptions. Hector perceives them as outsiders, much like himself. However, Mr. Lemay vehemently refutes Hector's notion. When discussing the rationale behind this, Mr. Lemay reveals that he glimpsed fragments of the future through his prophetic crystal ball. Although the images presented by the orb are fleeting, fragmented, and exceedingly disjointed, Mr. Lemay nonetheless gleaned some useful information. While he could not definitively identify those individuals, he could at least dismiss the notion that they were fellow outsiders. In the closing lines of the letter, he briefly and hastily describes his grandfather's dire condition, devoid of any signs of awakening. Mr. Lemay has attempted various methods, yet none have yielded results. Even the magic stone has failed to ameliorate his grandfather's state. Nevertheless, Nicolas Lemay maintains a sense of optimism, believing that solutions for his grandfather's plight must exist beyond the confines of their current reality. Consequently, his yearning for escape grows increasingly fervent. The narrative abruptly halts at this juncture, as Mr. Lemay hastily jots down a few perfunctory pleasantries before swiftly concluding the letter. This chapter has not yet reached its conclusion. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector inhaled deeply, then with a gentle flick of his wand, the entire sheet of parchment suddenly ignited, slowly transforming into ashes. As he sipped his pumpkin juice, Hector quietly pondered. The letter from Nicolas Flamel had provided him with a wealth of information. At least the concerns regarding the outsiders had temporarily dissipated, allowing his anxious heart to relax slightly. However, Hector did not entirely dismiss his wariness of the three uninvited guests. Who were they? Were they foes or allies, and did they pose a threat to Hector? Since they were not outsiders, what was the nature of their appearance? Reflecting on the events of that evening, Hector found himself inundated with further questions. Why had the three young wizards ventured out on the very first night? What precisely was that corrupted object they spoke of? The young wizards were shrouded in mystery. Yet Hector felt he was not as far from the answers as he once believed. Nonetheless, he had no intention of undertaking similar surveillance on these young wizards as he had done that night, not because such actions were dishonorable, but rather due to Dumbledore. Albus had likely identified the issues concerning these young wizards even before Hector. Given Dumbledore's cautious nature, he had no reason not to make relevant arrangements or undertake preemptive planning regarding them. Hector, having left the headmaster's office earlier, was oblivious to Dumbledore's intentions. Acting rashly could inadvertently draw suspicion upon himself, making such actions ultimately counterproductive. With this thought, Hector rose from his chair, waved his wand to collect the ashes produced by the fire into a pristine envelope, and placed it in his satchel. He also included the resealed pumpkin juice and that bottle of perfume. As he grasped the pen, a phrase inscribed upon its body caught his attention, gifted to Hector Dumbledore by Nicolas Flamel. The following morning, Harry awoke and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. In the great hall, he encountered the early rising Hector. "Good morning, Hector," Harry yawned, greeting him. Hector nodded, appearing to have been there for quite some time. "Good morning, Harry." Hector lifted the bowl filled with congee, taking a delicate sip. The breakfast on the first day of school was exceptionally lavish. At the long table of Gryffindor, alongside Hector's bowls of porridge, there were plates of pickled herring, stacks of eggs and bacon, and of course, an abundance of slices of bread piled high. Accompanying Harry was Ron, while Neville, as Ron mentioned, was still lingering in bed. The previous night, the young lad had insisted on waiting for Hector to return before finally succumbing to sleep. In contrast to Harry and Ron, who had also expressed their willingness to wait, they were already deep in a rhythmic snore. Thus, the late-sleeping Neville would require some time to rid himself of the debilitation of insufficient rest, and it was likely he would descend alongside Seamus. As for Hermione, this marked the first occasion she arrived at the Great Hall after Harry and Ron, accompanied by other young witches from Gryffindor. Hector keenly observed that the little witches entering through the Grand Hall's doors had, to varying degrees, adorned themselves. He could even detect a sweet fragrance mingling in the air, a peculiar blend with the scent of pickled herring, rendering it remarkably distinct. This phenomenon was not solely confined to the Gryffindor witches. Rather, it was evident that all the witches attending Lockhart's class today had put some thought into their appearance. Even Ron, famously known for his foolishness, noticed this detail. "What a strange smell. I am certain this is not the scent of pickled herring," Ron remarked, wrinkling his brow as he surveyed his plate, laden with pickled herring and salted meat. His gaze then shifted to Hector's plate, which contained only eggs and bacon. Appearing rather forlorn, curiously, he inquired, "Are you all right, Hector? Why is your appetite so poor today?" Without awaiting Hector's reply, Ron dove into his meal with gusto. He seized an entire fish, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth wide, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he savored the taste. After finishing, he enthusiastically recommended to Hector, "It's just a bit fishy. You'll get used to it." Initially resistant, Harry found it difficult to resist Ron's fervent invitations. Ultimately, he chose to partake in this Gryffindor delicacy. In contrast to Hector, who was quite particular about his food, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of their eating habits. Hector's resistance was unprecedentedly resolute. He positioned himself as far from the pickled herring as possible, steadfast in his refusal to even consider a taste, regardless of how earnestly Ron and Harry implored him. Hector regarded the pairing of such fare with congee as the utmost affront, believing that the fragrant porridge should only be accompanied by pickled radish and salty green beans, perhaps with the addition of sweet garlic. Observing Ron and Harry relishing their pickled herring with congee, Hector could only think of the desecration of such a pure dish. "Good morning, everyone." Hermione appeared much the same as usual, the young witch simply having tidied her typically disheveled hair and donned a brand new robe. As for perfume, such adornments were far from her style. Cradled in her arms was a thick tome, Gilderoy Lockhart's Traveling with Vampires. She settled beside Hector, first placing the book atop a nearby milk jug before she commenced her breakfast. To Hector's relief, Hermione seemed less interested in the pickled herring, though certainly not as averse as he was. Perhaps she simply overlooked it. After all, her thoughts were primarily consumed by Lockhart's book, rendering the act of dining a secondary endeavor. Hector swiftly concluded his breakfast, primarily influenced by the presence of pickled herring, a culinary abomination. He could not fathom why anyone would harbor a fondness for something that emanated a foul odor and tasted equally repugnant. Nevertheless, being inherently a Gryffindor, he succumbed to curiosity and cautiously selected a small portion from Harry's plate, tentatively placing it in his mouth. How might one articulate the experience? It could be likened to the essence of stinky perch, while the two are, in a strict sense, entirely dissimilar. Anyone fortunate enough to have sampled the reeking perch left to fester outdoors from noon until evening during a sweltering summer would, like Hector, likely grasp the flavor of pickled herring. And of course, there was that pronounced fishy taste, rather intense. As for Ron and the others, Hector could not discern their reactions. However, his mind was instantly flooded with memories of that sultry summer afternoon, the lingering flavor that 3 large jars of cold water could not dispel. Thus, Hector, burdened with fond memories, hastily fled the hall, looking exceedingly disheveled, desperate to find a restroom to wash away the taste that lingered ominously on his tongue. Fortuitously, at the entrance, he encountered Wendell and his companions. Hector unconsciously slowed his pace, scrutinizing the 3 young wizards before him, while Wendell and the others were equally intent on observing him. Their gazes intertwined in silent communication, when suddenly, Hector executed an action that took the three opposite him completely by surprise. Perhaps even Hector himself had not anticipated this. Yet it was a reflexive gesture he made instinctively. Hector extended his hand towards Wendell, introducing himself. "I am Hector." Both Wendell and the two young wizards behind him displayed expressions of astonishment. Nevertheless, Wendell swiftly grasped Hector's hand with considerable strength. "I am Wendell," he replied. "You seem familiar." "Do I know you?" Hector squinted, eager to discern Wendell's reaction. At the mention of the question, Wendell appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he were painstakingly formulating his response. "I am uncertain, yet you evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Have we crossed paths before?" Wendell spoke with a slight stammer, seeking to establish eye contact with Hector while simultaneously gauging his reaction. Hector wished to express something, yet he had already caught sight of Dumbledore at the staff table. He swiftly released Wendell's hand and made a hasty retreat before Dumbledore could notice him. The urgency of his departure was compounded by the unwelcome taste of pickled herring that had begun to linger on his tongue. If Hector wished to avoid a second breakfast, it was prudent to address the matter at hand. Thus, Hector dashed away, tongue outstretched, leaving Wendell and the others at the door in a state of confusion. "Do you think he noticed?" Pansy whispered, to which Albus shook his head, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "I doubt it, though it's difficult to say. His behavior today has been quite peculiar, suggesting he might have sensed something amiss." Wendell, observing Hector's retreating figure, beckoned the others toward the long table, indicating the pickled herring on the surface. "My mother always said he detests this." The trio erupted into laughter, while in the distance, Hector let out a forceful sneeze. Unluckily, this sneeze coincided perfectly with his attempt to cleanse his tongue, resulting in him biting it and choking on a mouthful of water. What a dreadful morning it was. Hector crouched on the ground, covering his mouth, utterly speechless. In the Slytherin common room, a newly hatched snake regarded the pickled herring before it with a look of disdain. The first morning of the new term unfolded quite ordinarily, in stark contrast to the misfortunes Hector had anticipated. According to the timetable Professor McGonagall had distributed before the end of the previous evening's dinner, the first lesson of the new semester was herbology with Professor Sprout. One of the few subjects where Hermione had not excelled. Mr. Neville Longbottom displayed an extraordinary aptitude for herbology, despite his usual forgetfulness. He excelled in memorizing the intricate varieties and properties of plants, a fact attested by all. Ron believed that Neville, like Hermione, had metaphorically consumed the herbology textbook. Consequently, during the opening lesson, both Neville and Hermione contributed a full 10 points to Gryffindor, setting a promising tone for the academic year. After completing the initial lesson, which involved familiarizing themselves with mandrakes and repotting them, the subsequent lesson was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. As always, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class proved to be quite challenging, particularly for young wizards like Harry and Ron. However, the second-year curriculum posed no difficulty for Hermione, the ever-resourceful know-it-all, who swiftly met Professor McGonagall's expectations. As for Hector, Professor McGonagall did not provide him with the beetles required for transformation. Instead, she handed him the latest issue of today's Transfiguration. "I believe the lessons today pose no significant challenge for you. Therefore, you might peruse the articles within the magazine." Professor McGonagall elucidated that publishing a paper in this journal is not as simple as one might think. "Hector, you could find inspiration in the research papers, I must say. Some of the ideas presented in the magazine are quite innovative and may serve as a source of enlightenment for you." Hector nodded, accepting the book Transfiguration today from Professor McGonagall. The deep blue cover depicted a mouse, its head transformed into a silver cup. Beneath the blue cover, a line proclaimed it as a magazine that could change lives. Every year, Transfiguration Today awards the most promising newcomer award, and based on your talent, I believe it is merely a matter of time before you secure this honor, provided you do not squander your gifts. Professor McGonagall wore a smile, encouraging Hector while simultaneously spurring him on, especially as she noticed Ron, seated behind Hector, anxiously tapping his wand against the desk. Beside Ron, Harry was wielding his wand like a stick, chasing a beetle that scurried across the table. The concern in Professor McGonagall's eyes for Hector deepened. However, she soon turned her attention back to her own tasks, as the practical wand-casting lessons were always bustling with activity. Ron and Seamus needed a new beetle. The previous two unfortunate creatures had met grim fates, one crushed inadvertently by Ron's elbow, and the other exploded by the explosive genius Seamus. It is difficult to determine which demise was more brutal for the beetles. Meanwhile, Harry continued his relentless pursuit of the beetle but struggled to aim accurately, let alone perform the transformation. His wand movements resembled someone wielding a stick picked up from the roadside. The wand merely followed behind the beetle, compelling it to move, as if assisting it in a workout. You might think that if Harry, a seeker adept at catching the golden snitch the size of a golf ball in the vast Quidditch field, cannot cast spells with precision, then certainly other students with mediocre athleticism would fare no better. This reasoning holds merit, does it not? Yet, the reality is more nuanced. To cast spells accurately, one must aim the wand at the beetle, and the lively creature, clearly having undergone extensive training, is exceedingly difficult to target unless it is immobilized. A simple lapse in strength or an obstacle can be managed. If the spells are overly complex, even simple food temptations can yield similar results. Leaves, grains, and even certain candies can work wonders. Neville used this method to calm the unruly beetle, coaxing it into compliance with the transformation task. Thus, it is always wiser to engage one's mind and seek understanding before diving into action, rather than recklessly proceeding with closed eyes. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classes always seem interminable, and when the lunch bell finally rang, every little witch and wizard in the classroom sighed in relief. Hogwarts professors do not adhere to strict timekeeping. Professor Flitwick even allows the young witches and wizards who have been studying for the entire morning a bit more time to rest. The punctual conclusion of classes seems to be an unspoken agreement among all professors, yet our esteemed Professor Snape occasionally lingers, which is unavoidable. Even a student as exceptional as Hermione can occasionally falter under Snape's friendly and benevolent gaze and his refined and courteous tone. I find myself in need of a new wand, akin to Neville's. A rare expression of frustration crossed Ron's face as he attributed his lackluster performance in Transfiguration to the old wand he inherited from Charlie. Look, it bears cracks. This wand is simply too ancient, and I dread the day it might snap due to a moment of carelessness. I have always harbored this premonition that it will eventually break. However, after purchasing those exorbitantly priced books by Lockhart, my mother likely lacks the funds to acquire a new wand. Seated nearby, Ginny overheard Ron's complaints and, while munching on her lunch, mumbled, "Well, that's true." Ron's face first displayed embarrassment. He seemed reluctant for others to know about his family's financial situation. After ensuring no one had overheard Ginny's words, he continued, "But I believe my mother would agree, especially since Neville's grades improved significantly after he got a new wand. Perhaps a new wand would enhance my performance as well? At the very least, I should be able to do better." Regarding the issue of galleons, Fred and George have been earning quite a bit lately. I could borrow some from them. Plus, with the money I've saved, it might just be enough. After all, they are my brothers. I could lend you some. If you need it, came the generous offer from none other than the renowned benefactor, Harry. Ron's expression wavered between hesitation and resolve. "Thank you, Harry. But I think I'll pass. With my allowance, repaying you would take an eternity." Before Harry could utter the words, "No need to pay me back." Fred and George chimed in. "It's a bad habit to gossip about others behind their backs, little Ronnie," Fred remarked, his tone laced with a teasing seriousness. George added, "Especially when it concerns our dear brother, it's quite impolite." Before Ron could respond, Fred interrupted him. "Moreover, you must recognize that your performance in class might not be significantly tied to your wand." Then George continued, "Perhaps if you focused a bit more and diligently reviewed your textbooks, your performance might improve." Ron's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Observing Ron's reaction, Harry swiftly diverted the conversation. "What classes do we have this afternoon?" "Defense against the dark arts," Ron replied. Hermione swiftly responded, showcasing a beautiful button she had transformed from a beetle during their transfiguration class. "The first lesson with Lockhart?" Ron furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing again, hoping that Lockhart would indeed be as exceptional as he claimed in his books. "Rest assured, Ron," Hermione asserted with rare conviction. "I am certain that Professor Lockhart is undoubtedly a remarkable instructor." After lunch, Hector and his companions ventured into the courtyard, seeking a breath of fresh air. Unfortunately, the weather on the first day of school was rather dreary, with the sky shrouded in clouds and the air thick with humidity, as if rain were imminent. Nevertheless, no one had the inclination to return to the dormitory. The Gryffindor Tower, situated on the 8th floor, was nearly at the pinnacle of Hogwarts Castle, making the trip back rather exhausting and hardly worth the brief respite. Moreover, it had yet to rain, and the fragrant scent of grass and earth in the air was sufficiently invigorating. Thus, Hector and his friends lingered in the courtyard, engaging in leisurely activities during the brief interlude before class. Harry and Ron were deep in conversation about Quidditch, while Hermione, uninterested in the topic, found a spot to sit and immersed herself in Lockhart's book, which in the company of vampires, to the point of obsession. Her eyes glued to the pages during both breakfast and lunch. Neville was likely in the greenhouse. Having heard from Seamus that Professor Sprout had received a new batch of venomous tentacula, and he had probably gone to lend a hand. As for Hector, he was idly chatting with Ginny, who inquired, "How do you find life at Hogwarts?" "It's quite splendid, and the food is remarkably delicious, far better than at home," Hector replied, prompting Ginny to realize her blunder as she caught sight of his bemused expression. She quickly sought to amend her statement. "I didn't mean to imply that my mother's cooking is unappetizing. It truly is delightful. It's just a bit monotonous, you know? We tend to have the same few dishes, which can become rather tiresome." Hector readily accepted Ginny's explanation, for after a prolonged period of consuming Abufus's mashed potatoes, he now felt a sense of revulsion at the mere sight of them. Unfortunately, the Weasley brothers, overhearing Ginny's words, held a different perspective. These two siblings had an uncanny knack for appearing at the most opportune moments, as was the case now. "Mother would be appalled to hear this," Fred exclaimed, imitating the tone of a certain blonde Slytherin. Beside him, George, wearing a mischievous grin, added with exaggerated flair, "Oh, poor mother. Just imagine how heartbroken she would be to learn of your sentiments." No sooner had George finished speaking than Fred leaned into him, feigning tears and sobs. However, Ginny was unfazed, her face flushed for but a moment before she swiftly retorted, "Poor mother indeed. Imagine her sorrow if she discovered that you two were indulging in activities unrelated to your studies while at school." A hint of embarrassment crossed the faces of the Weasley brothers as they settled on either side of Ginny, their earlier playful banter transforming into sheepish smiles. It was evident that Ginny possessed some leverage over these two rascals, a power substantial enough to keep them in check. "We were mistaken," Fred admitted candidly, with George eagerly nodding in agreement. "Good to know," Ginny replied, her expression radiating triumph. She waved her hand dismissively, and Fred and George, sensing the shift in power, retreated without a trace of last year's arrogance. I had never witnessed them in such a state. Hector was profoundly intrigued by the reaction of the Weasley twins. He cast a glance at the girl beside him, a freckled beauty with a mane of fiery red hair, who radiated vivacity. Ginny smiled brightly, "Of course. Even at home. My mother has little influence over them, yet I harbor no fear of their antics." "And why is that?" Hector exhibited an insatiable curiosity, prompting Ginny to pause momentarily. After a brief glance at Hector, she continued, "It's no trouble to share this with you. Fred and George have stashed a considerable portion of their products in my room, as my mother seldom conducts surprise inspections there. Compared to their rooms and Ron's, mine is significantly safer." Her tone was light, and her face radiated a cheerful smile. "So, as long as Fred and George do not move out one day, as long as they need to continue cramming their eclectic items into my room, they must remain courteous to me." Unlike the version in the original text where Ginny is troubled by a diary, she is depicted as a lively young girl, brimming with humor and quick wit, complemented by her infectious smile. Hector found conversing with her a truly relaxing experience. "What does today's schedule look like?" After a period of casual banter, Hector adeptly interjected this question. "First, we have History of Magic, followed by Professor Flitwick's Charms class. I hear he is quite an interesting person, and I can hardly wait to meet him." Ginny's gaze shifted to Harry, and Hector followed her glance to see a small boy with gray hair, awkwardly clutching a plain Muggle camera, standing beside Harry, his head bowed in apparent discomfort. Approaching them was, of course, Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, both of whom had grown considerably since last year, acting as his ever-present bodyguards. To be candid, Hector had not anticipated encountering Malfoy at this juncture. During the lunch break, the majority of those lingering in the courtyard on the first floor were either from Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, the unfortunate souls residing on the 8th floor. In contrast, Slytherin and Hufflepuff dormitories were situated underground, making their return to their quarters far less cumbersome than that of the Little Lions and Little Eagles. Yet, Malfoy remained obstinate, choosing not to nap or linger in the dormitory at this hour, instead traveling a considerable distance to the courtyard near the hall to trouble Harry. If Hector recalled correctly, this encounter was likely related to Harry's autograph. Soon, Malfoy's loud proclamation confirmed Hector's thoughts. "Everyone, line up. Harry Potter is giving out signed photos." This call certainly captured the attention of many, as curious young witches and wizards, both informed and perplexed, instinctively gathered around, bringing a lively atmosphere to the courtyard. Ginny rose swiftly from her seat beside Hermione and made her way toward Harry. "What is happening?" The cacophony of the surroundings jolted Hermione from her reading. She lifted her gaze to observe the gathering crowd ahead and inquired of Hector, seated beside her, whether Malfoy had once again sought to trouble Harry, claiming that Harry was preparing to distribute signed photographs. Hector gazed at the increasingly dense crowd in the courtyard and remarked, "I never realized Harry's reputation was so formidable." Indeed, Harry's renown in the wizarding world is considerable, for he is the child who vanquished the Dark Lord. Hermione, lowering her head once more, absently turned the pages of her book while responding, "However, I believe a significant portion of the crowd has gathered merely for the spectacle. After all, Harry has already spent a year at Hogwarts, and last year, they were not quite like this. Perhaps it is simply that no one has taken the initiative to set the tone?" As Hector spoke, he soon caught sight of a figure adorned in a resplendent turquoise robe. Naturally, wherever warmth abounds, our esteemed Mr. Lowart is never far behind. Hector was truly astonished by Lockhart's ability to maintain the immaculate condition of his robe while forcefully maneuvering through the crowd. It was evident that this was not Lockhart's first encounter with such a scenario. However, Hector's attention quickly shifted from Lockhart and the tightly grasped arm of Harry to three Ravenclaw wizards who were straying from the throng and making their way towards Hogwarts Castle. It was Wendell and his companions. With keen eyes, Hector noticed that Wendell was holding a glass object resembling a bottle, filled with golden sand that appeared exquisitely crafted. Wendell was incessantly fiddling with the bottle, and due to his body as obstruction, Hector was unable to discern its true nature. Yet, from the uniquely troubled expressions of the trio, it could be inferred that the golden object must have encountered some sort of malfunction. Hector swiftly rose to his feet, laboriously maneuvering through the throng, racing towards the direction where Wendell and his companions had vanished. It was only now that he truly comprehended the daunting challenge of weaving through a crowd with the same speed and precision as Lockhart. By the time Hector finally emerged from the crowd, the silhouettes of the trio had nearly disappeared from view. He could only proceed along the corridor, heading towards their first class of the afternoon, which was the History of Magic classroom. To foresee what transpires next, please stay tuned for the continuation. In the previous segment, did everyone assume that Hector was in pursuit of Wendell and the others? Initially, Hector harbored similar thoughts. He sought a secluded spot and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, exercising great caution with the trace reveal spell. Truly, he could not have been more careful, could he? Emerging from that secluded location, which happened to be the boys' lavatory on the second floor, he was most unfortunate to nearly collide with Professor McGonagall. Upon catching sight of her, Hector still entertained a glimmer of hope. After all, following the myriad experiences of the summer, he believed he had made significant strides in both his magical prowess and spellcasting techniques. Perhaps Professor McGonagall would be unable to see through his ruse? With such thoughts in mind, he pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath and tiptoeing as quietly as possible. Unfortunately for him, Professor McGonagall was no ordinary witch. Hector's petty tricks were hardly a match for her discerning eye. The disillusionment charm? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the air ahead, clearly sensing something amiss nearby. Class is about to commence, and I hope you can make your way to your classroom promptly, rather than engaging in trivial pursuits here, she admonished. With a gentle flick of her wand, the cool, liquid-like substance enveloping Hector dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis. In no time, Hector's figure was revealed within Professor McGonagall's line of sight. "Hector, why are you here?" Hector observed a fleeting moment of relaxation on Professor McGonagall's otherwise stern visage. However, her expression quickly reverted to its customary seriousness as she gazed at Hector, who was looking downcast. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Casting a glance towards the History of Magic classroom nearby, she continued, "If memory serves me correctly, Mr. Dumbledore, your first class this afternoon is Defense Against the Dark Arts." "Is it not?" "Indeed, Professor McGonagall," Hector replied. "Very well, I was beginning to doubt my recollection," she stated with a tone of authority, scrutinizing Hector from head to toe. "I believe the classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts is not situated here. Am I correct, Mr. Dumbledore?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Upon hearing Hector's confirmation, Professor McGonagall promptly produced her pocket watch. "I suspect we do not have as much time as we might wish, do we? You would do well to hurry. I would hate for Gryffindor to lose points on the very first day of term due to tardiness, and I imagine you share that sentiment, do you not?" Hector nodded. And Professor McGonagall, observing him with a blend of irritation and amusement, remarked, "Shouldn't you be on your way instead of standing here idly, watching the minutes slip away? Time waits for no one, Mr. Dumbledore. Do not squander it." Hector nodded, his mind devoid of any inclination to continue the search. Under Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze, he swiftly turned away, vanishing into the far end of the corridor. It must be said, he had indeed mastered the disillusionment charm quite adeptly. As McGonagall observed Hector's retreating figure, a benevolent smile graced her face. Her steps became light and almost sprightly, though she regained her former serious demeanor at the junction of the corridor and the staircase. The corridor fell into complete silence. In the very spot where Hector and Professor McGonagall had conversed, a distinct ripple in the air near the corner revealed the silhouettes of three young wizards emerging from the void. It was Wendell and his companions. So, was it indeed him who followed us last night? Albus inquired, glancing at Panshu and Wendell beside him. Panshu shook his head, while Wendell, still fiddling with the hourglass, responded, "It appears so, at least for now. I initially thought it was an upperclassman, considering the disillusionment charm is not easily mastered. I did not anticipate he would have grasped it by his second year. Hector, actually, it was in his first year." Albus nodded. Yet his concerns were not so much about whether Hector had been tailing them last night, but rather about the issues surrounding the time turner. "Now is not the time for lamentations, Wendell. We have lingered in this moment long enough. Why can we not depart? Our presence has already alerted your father, and he may soon locate Professor Dumbledore. I shudder to think of the consequences that could ensue. There's nothing to worry about, Albus. When the time comes, we shall simply reveal our identities to them, and all will be well." "No need for such anxiety," Panshu replied, appearing considerably more relaxed than Albus, showing no signs of concern over the potential exposure of their identities. However, Panshu's proposed course of action was swiftly dismissed by Wendell, who lifted his head from his tasks and regarded Panshu with utmost seriousness. "I fear the matter may not be as simple as you believe, Panshu. They may not necessarily trust our words, especially since we lack compelling evidence to substantiate our identities." Wendell paused. Suddenly, the hourglass in his hand began to pulsate, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. "Let us hope for success this time. We have far exceeded the theoretically safe duration for time travelers without causing harm to the timeline itself. If we remain any longer, we truly cannot predict what may transpire." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Wendell's voice was barely audible, resembling a murmured soliloquy. He lifted his gaze to find Panshu and Albus standing steadfastly beside him, one to his left and the other to his right. Hoping that this old fellow would prove useful. "We can afford to wait a little longer," Wendell suggested. "After all, our current energy reserves will only sustain us for another year." Panshu harbored some doubts regarding the decisions made by Albus and Wendell, questioning whether the arrangements of the two leaders were indeed flawed. However, both Albus and Wendell resolutely shook their heads. Wendell, the one in charge of technology, elaborated, "We cannot linger at any given moment for too long, Panshu, as it may yield uncontrollable repercussions for the future." Wendell fixed his gaze upon Panshu and, seizing the opportunity before the countdown concluded, continued with his rapid explanation. "We have already tarried here for an excessively prolonged duration. Even my father has begun to harbor doubts about us. If we remain any longer, I cannot fathom what may transpire." Yet, Panshu did not appear swayed by his words. He promptly inquired about a question that had piqued his curiosity but remained unvoiced until now. "Why did we initially traverse back to such a distant time? I distinctly recall that the original plan was to return just a day prior to address the tasks left by Albus." In response to Panshu's inquiry, Wendell shrugged, clearly perplexed himself. "I do not know, Panshu. I remember my settings being correct at that time, yet somehow we ended up traveling back this far." Before he could finish, the figures of the three vanished down the corridor. Once the commotion subsided completely, another silhouette emerged from the air. It was Albus Dumbledore. Oh, a child from the future. How intriguing. Dumbledore held a live point map in his hand, and on that map, within the Ravenclaw dormitory, three familiar names materialized once more. Just as they had vanished previously: Albus Evans, Panshu Pruitt, Wendell LeMay. The scene shifted back to Hector. Hector, naturally, had no intention of attending Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. He considered it a profound waste of time to accompany someone whose reputation far exceeded their actual abilities. Moreover, during the summer vacation, Hector had obtained permission from Dumbledore. Consequently, he felt no psychological burden in skipping Lockhart's class. Thus, instead of ascending to the 4th floor, Hector made his way directly to the 8th floor. Of course, he would never squander this precious time on trivial pursuits such as catching up on sleep, though he had indulged in that during his university days. Rather, he intended to devote his efforts to the study of profound magic. Since acquiring Tom Riddle's diary, he had yet to make use of it. Hector would never consider carrying Tom Riddle's diary with him, nor would he foolishly leave it in his dormitory. Instead, He chose a location that was relatively more secure, a place that could not be easily discovered, and even if found, would require considerable effort to locate. I believe it is clear to everyone that this place is the renowned Room of Requirement, or as the house elves refer to it, the come-and-go room. As previously mentioned, on the first day of school, an occasion that should be filled with hope and joy, Hector encountered a streak of bad luck. He arrived at the tapestry of the troll beating the foolish Baruffio on the 8th floor. According to the prescribed procedure, Hector walked back and forth 3 times in front of the wall opposite the tapestry, silently reciting, "I need a place to hide something." However, the wall before him did not manifest the usual arched doorway. Instead, it remained utterly unchanged, not even exhibiting the slightest alteration. Perhaps today, the door would resemble the wall itself. Tentatively, Hector pushed against the wall, but the solid resistance he encountered confirmed that his earlier assumption was erroneous. Hector has once again undergone several related processes, yet the doors of the wishful thinking house remain firmly shut, or perhaps the wishful thinking house never appeared at all. It seems that the issue does not lie with him. After repeated experiments, Hector has finally confirmed this point. Since it is unrelated to him, it must surely be a problem with the wishful thinking house. He resignedly seated himself before the mural, meticulously recalling the original text's portrayal of the wishful thinking house. Intense desire? Hector has already dismissed this notion. 3 attempts through the wall opposite the mural? The same applies. The wishful thinking house during moments of idleness? Hector has indeed found a rather plausible explanation. It is quite easy to comprehend through analogy. If the girl with whom you share a flirtatious rapport does not respond to your messages as promptly as you do, but rather takes some time to reply, this may indicate that she has more than one romantic interest, rather than the scenario you might imagine where she is merely experiencing intermittent sleep. Hector is no fool, thus, he swiftly discerned the reason behind the unavailability of the House of Wishes. Upon uncovering the cause, Hector could almost deduce who the occupant was. Besides Wendell Albus, and that little fellow named Pangio, Hector truly could not fathom anyone else who was aware of the House of Wishes and had the audacity to utilize it during the very first day of classes. Hector felt a sense of relief that he had chosen to visit the wish-granting room on the 8th floor, rather than using a note bearing Dumbledore's name to procure forbidden tomes from the restricted section. The current circumstances were serendipitous. Hector had managed to uncover the whereabouts of Wendell and his companions. However, he remained uncertain about his next course of action. Patience seemed a prudent strategy, for Hector had indeed discovered their location, and it would be illogical to abandon his pursuit. Yet, he was completely unaware of the true implications of such surveillance, which, apart from heightening the risk of Dumbledore's suspicion, appeared to serve no other purpose. Hector realized that aside from eavesdropping on their conversations, he seemed incapable of engaging in any other actions. Directly confronting them would be utterly foolish and yield no results. Subtle inquiries did not necessitate such a tedious pursuit. Upon reevaluating the pros and cons, Hector discerned that following them was a futile endeavor, a realization he had seemingly reached the previous night. However, this raised a new question. Why had he instinctively trailed them when he saw them at noon today, as if compelled by some unseen command? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden clarity washed over Hector, akin to breaking free from some unseen restraint, allowing him to breathe anew. Instantly, the previous haste dissipated, and faced with the dilemma at hand, Hector swiftly decided to abandon his tracking plan, opting instead to return to the Wish-Grantaire when the opportune moment arose. The rationale behind this decision was quite straightforward. The evident drawbacks, lack of benefits, time wastage, and increased risk of exposure rendered the continuation of the tracking endeavor unjustifiable. More pressing matters loomed before him. What compelled Hector to engage in this series of bewildering and unproductive actions? Unlike the force he had previously sensed, which had an overt and clumsy influence, this felt different. Earlier, in the bookstore, Hector had experienced the manipulative abilities of that force, which were overtly apparent and rather crude. Today, however, it had subtly and imperceptibly altered his thoughts, leaving him unaware of its ongoing influence. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Yet, Hector struggled to conceive of any other entity possessing such formidable strength, one that harbored animosity towards him and sought to unveil his status as an outsider. Perhaps its abilities had indeed intensified, learning from past encounters? This seemed plausible. Yet Hector could not fathom the underlying motives. After all, tracking 3 first-year wizards under the guise of a disguise spell hardly seemed a pathway to notoriety or becoming a target of public scrutiny. Moreover, he had just missed a more noble opportunity to play the hero, akin to Lockhart rescuing Harry. Swift, convenient, and effective, these were Hector's current perceptions of that force. Although somewhat inappropriate, he often mused that if one were to categorize that force into a house based on its modus operandi, Slytherin would undoubtedly be its most fitting abode. No malice intended. As Hector rose to his feet, he beheld Dumbledore, who seemed to have inadvertently wandered in from the opposite end of the corridor. "Ah, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect to find you here," Dumbledore exclaimed, his face registering genuine surprise. It appeared that he did not anticipate encountering Hector in such a place. If only he could have discreetly concealed the Marauder's map instead of brazenly tucking it into his robes in Hector's presence, it would have been most ideal. "Hector, I have some rather intriguing matters to share with you. Should you have the time?" Dumbledore remarked, casting a glance at the wall behind Hector, his expression warm and inviting. Inside the room of requirement, 3 young wizards sat encircled around an hourglass. The once dazzling golden sand within had transformed into a somber gray, only emitting faint glimmers when disturbed. "Why did we fail?" The silence was shattered by Albus, his voice quivering. "I do not know," Wendell responded in a low tone, his gaze fixed intently on the hourglass. "We have lingered here long enough. As you stated, remaining any longer could lead to unpredictable changes. We must act. I have no desire to be thrust into an era ruled by Voldemort." This was Ponju's voice, laced with barely contained emotion, which Albus promptly quelled. "I sensed the barrier of time," Wendell interjected, fixated on the hourglass as Albus consoled Ponju. "There exists an unknown force preventing us from advancing further, regardless of how potent the power may be." "Then why did we not encounter such a barrier previously?" "Because we have never faced such a blockade before." "So, we cannot return?" The tremor in Albus's voice became increasingly pronounced. "Perhaps once we cross into the barrier, we shall find a way." Wendell's voice mirrored a similar calm. Yet he remained composed. "What exactly is this barrier you speak of? Or rather, at what point in time does it exist?" First Ponju, then Albus. Their gazes converged upon Wendell, who raised his head in response. "I do not know. Are you suggesting that they are from the future?" Hector's face was etched with astonishment, and his tone mirrored that sentiment. Dumbledore nodded slightly, waving his hand to refill the empty goblet before Hector with pumpkin juice. Hector lifted the cup and, for the 3rd time, drank it down with remarkable ease. "So where are they now?" Dumbledore shrugged, contemplating for a moment before ambiguously expressing his assessment. "They must have returned. After all, their stay here has been sufficiently lengthy, as they say, long enough to potentially wield unforeseen consequences for the future." As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Hector gazed at the silver-haired Dumbledore, perceiving his actions as quite peculiar. Dumbledore, with a playful wink, gently tapped his wand on the sprawling Marauder's map laid out before him. The scene unfolding contradicted Dumbledore's typically solemn demeanor. Yet Hector found it strangely fitting. At the utterance of the correct incantation, the Marauder's map responded promptly. Expanding further across the table, it nearly encompassed its entire surface. Moreover, intricate lines swiftly materialized on the previously blank parchment, delineating various rooms of assorted shapes and sizes, soon followed by numerous footprints bearing names. The map virtually encapsulated the entirety of Hogwarts, along with the names and corresponding footprints of the majority of students. Unless one's name was ensnared by a particularly potent disillusionment charm, evading the map's scrutiny proved exceedingly difficult. At this hour, as classes were in session, nearly all students remained ensconced within their respective classrooms, leaving scant footprints wandering through Hogwarts. Consequently, Hector first directed his attention to the History of Magic classroom, where he recognized several familiar faces: Ginny Weasley, the camera-wielding imp Colin Creevey, and Miss Lovegood from Ravenclaw. However, there were indeed no footprints indicating the presence of Wendell and his companions. Shifting his gaze towards the room of requirement, Hector noted with disappointment that the corresponding area on the Marauder's map revealed a conspicuous void. Subsequently, he scrutinized the Ravenclaw Tower and the throngs within Hogwarts. Even the 3rd-floor restroom leading to the Chamber of Secrets did not escape his notice. Yet, it was as if Wendell and his friends had evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps they had succeeded this time? Dumbledore, cradling the familiar jar of sweets, popped a lemon drop into his mouth. He appeared remarkably unperturbed, his tone calm. For the commotion they had caused was no small matter. Had I not anticipated this and made prior arrangements, one could only speculate the magnitude of the trouble that might have ensued. Hector nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's thoughts. For their magical prowess had yet to reach a level where they could cloak their whereabouts with a Confundus charm. Otherwise, they would not have failed to detect his use of the disillusionment charm. It need not be mentioned that an invisibility cloak could obscure one's presence. Hector was acutely aware that its capabilities were limited to optical concealment, leaving true tracking unaddressed. However, Dumbledore's notions were soon robustly countered by Wendell. As the names of Albus and Ponju materialized in the corridor of the 8th floor, seemingly appearing out of thin air, without any forewarning, it appeared I had misjudged. The time travel of these young individuals was not as seamless as I had imagined. Dumbledore was initially taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure. Hector remained silent, quietly observing their ascent towards the staircase. "Grandfather Albus, are you aware of their identities?" Hector posed a rather abrupt question, to which Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. Although uncertain, he could glean a general understanding from the subtle nuances. Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing silently at Hector. Noticing Dumbledore's hesitance, Hector lifted his gaze to the elderly man before him. "I overheard them mention Aberforth, and it seemed their relationship was quite intimate. So, Dumbledore's implication was sufficiently clear. Hector swiftly grasped the meaning behind Dumbledore's words. Nonetheless, this did not prevent his expression from reflecting sheer astonishment as he gazed at Dumbledore, pondering. "He is my son?" Hector found it challenging to articulate his inner feelings, yet the sense of abruptness was undeniably palpable. Dumbledore, on the other hand, exhibited a considerably more complex emotional landscape, but his acceptance of reality transpired with far greater expedience than Hector's. This was easily explicable, as he had only recently acquainted himself with this nephew of his, and given his prior experiences, it was not particularly arduous for him to come to terms with yet another great-nephew. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office had grown tense, with both Hector and Dumbledore struggling to find a suitable entry point for conversation. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant. For the footprints of Wendell and his companions continued to shift on the living map, moving with evident purpose toward the library, or more precisely, toward the restricted section. "Shouldn't we intervene?" Hector finally broke the silence that enveloped the office, though it was clear he had hesitated for quite some time before voicing his thoughts. Dumbledore shook his head, continuing to indulge in the lemon sweets that he was unceasingly shoving into his mouth. "Rest assured, Hector, I can surmise what they are seeking. It is unlikely to pose any significant issue." A gentle smile adorned Dumbledore's face, suggesting he was not as concerned as Hector had presumed. However, Dumbledore's unusual demeanor left Hector perplexed. He scrutinized Dumbledore's expression and inquired, "Will Madame Pants consent? She is an exceptionally diligent librarian." Dumbledore merely smiled in silence, prompting Hector to quickly realize, the invisibility cloak. Madame Pants may not even perceive their presence. Dumbledore further elaborated on Hector's insight, moreover. "They possess a plethora of blank permission slips bearing my signature. They have, in my name, requested leave from Filch. And I believe borrowing a book or two from the restricted section should be quite feasible." As he spoke, Dumbledore displayed the permission slip in his hand and continued, "Thus, our primary task now is to ascertain the identities of the two individuals accompanying him." "Well, I do have a few ideas on that." Hector withdrew a yellowed sheet of paper from his pocket, inscribed with the names of 3 individuals: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Pansy Parkinson, and Wendell Brian LeMay. With a gentle flick of his wand, the names on the paper transformed into another guise: Albus Percival Potter, Pansy Parkinson Weasley, and Wendell Brian Dumbledore. Hector contemplated for a moment and made some modifications to the first name, Albus Severus Potter. This clarification brought a sense of understanding. Hector observed Dumbledore as he intently scrutinized the 3 newly inscribed names on the parchment. The smile that once adorned Dumbledore's face gradually faded, replaced by an unparalleled seriousness in his gaze. "I believe I can glean a wealth of information from this. A multitude of valuable insights," Dumbledore mused, though what thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery to Hector. However, Hector was acutely aware of Dumbledore's resolution to adopt a stance of observation, remaining steadfast amidst the tempest of change. "Hector, I must concede that your prophecy is indeed accurate, and we have taken appropriate measures in response to your foresight," Dumbledore articulated, his demeanor grave as he managed to summon a strained smile only when looking at Hector. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Hogwarts would inevitably face unknown risks each academic year, regardless of the measures undertaken. What was even more disconcerting was the apparent inevitability of these risks, with a troubling correlation suggesting that the more intense the intervention, the graver the repercussions. Dumbledore gestured toward the preserved basilisk skull he cherished, and then pointed at the paper Hector had presented. "In comparison to the mysteries of time, I would much prefer to contend with even a mature basilisk. Hector rested his chin on his hand, nodding in agreement with Dumbledore's remarks. Dumbledore continued, I did not perceive the existence of Wendell and his companions in your prophecy. I am quite certain of that. However, I also believe that the issue does not lie within your prophecy itself, thus the conclusion is exceedingly clear. The future has been altered, Hector. Yet, there exists a force that seeks to prevent the future from deviating too greatly, and it has conjured new troubles. The children from the future are undoubtedly its creations. Dumbledore fixed his gaze intently upon Hector, whose face betrayed an unmistakable shock. How did he know of this force's existence? This question persisted in Hector's mind. Nevertheless, from the new prophecy you previously showed me regarding Sirius, it appears that the future is indeed malleable. Thus, to be candid, I remain uncertain, merely harboring such conjectures. Dumbledore offered a faint smile, then waved his hand, his expression becoming more relaxed. These are merely the musings of an old man. Perhaps this force does not exist at all? Perhaps everything is merely coincidental. After all, our references are exceedingly few, are they not? As for Wendell and his companions, Hector, rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye. They are safe within the walls of Hogwarts and will not incite any greater disturbances. Hector harbored profound skepticism regarding this statement. Yet he naturally refrained from voicing his doubts directly. Presently, he grappled with more pressing concerns. So, Professor Dumbledore, if prophecies akin to this were to arise in the future, what would be your course of action? After a prolonged contemplation in response to Hector's inquiry, Dumbledore gradually articulated his answer. That is indeed a compelling question, Hector. He set aside the cherished jar of sweets and regarded Hector, who sat in the chair, with a particularly solemn expression. Should such prophecies manifest again? I would certainly take action, Hector. Although I am aware that any alteration may plunge the outcome into the depths of uncertainty once more, it is far more prudent than remaining an indifferent bystander. While the results may indeed worsen, they might also improve. If the conclusion is still acceptable, then being a mere observer may suffice. However, if the trajectory unfolds contrary to your desires, it is better to strive for change than to witness an inevitable tragedy unfold in silence. At the very least, in the future, you will not limit your choices in the present. This alone renders the effort worthwhile. Dumbledore's discourse did not cease there. He continued to gaze at Hector, further asserting, the purpose of my visit today is not to dissuade you from engaging with the contents of the prophecy. I wish to convey that you should not overly rely on these so-called predictions, Hector. The moment a prophecy emerges, the future is irrevocably altered. Is it not absurd to persist in a monotonous manner, adhering to the same course of action? Prophecy serves merely as a reminder, granting us a preliminary understanding of potential developments and a clearer awareness of our adversary's capabilities, enabling us to formulate appropriate countermeasures. Dumbledore spoke with sincerity, his emotions notably heightened. His words seemed not only a caution directed at Hector, but also imbued with an element of self-reflection. Hector, the gift of prophecy is indeed precious. Yet to depend on it excessively is folly. This, I hope you will remember. Hector nodded slightly, and upon witnessing his reaction, Dumbledore finally felt a sense of relief. The tension in his expression gradually eased, and his tone softened. My words may have been somewhat harsh, Hector, however. It is not uncommon for individuals of your remarkable talent to falter due to an excessive reliance on it. Albus and I have reached an age where our time to accompany you is indeed limited. Therefore, I understand, Grandfather Albus, I understand. Hector's tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense, and at last, a relaxed smile graced Dumbledore's face. That is wonderful, Hector. He chuckled softly, as Hector departed from Dumbledore's office. Mealtime was nearly upon them. However, rather than proceeding directly to the dining hall on the first floor, he made his way towards the room of requirement. I am in need of a place to conceal my belongings. As Hector repeatedly murmured this phrase, he traversed back and forth 3 times along the tapestry-clad wall. This time, fortune smiled upon him, for an arched doorway materialized before him as anticipated. It appeared that no one was present, Hector thought to himself. After confirming that the vicinity was devoid of onlookers, he swiftly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was a veritable treasure trove, filled with countless books piled haphazardly, alongside an array of shattered bottles containing congealed potions. Hector skillfully navigated through the mountainous collection of tomes, veering around a large cabinet that bore the marks of bubbling surfaces, as though it had been splashed with a potent acid. Ultimately, his steps came to a halt before the imposing specimen of a giant creature. To be honest, Hector had been quite startled upon first encountering it. This giant specimen appeared to have been desiccated for an extensive period, yet it still emitted a faintly unpleasant odor, accompanied by the scent of sherry. It was precisely for this reason that Hector chose to conceal the perilous diary of Tom Riddle within its depths. More accurately, he had hidden the diary beneath the creature's grass skirt. It was an exceedingly mischievous choice, yet remarkably discreet. Thus, it must be said that Hector was not overly concerned about the potential theft of the diary. Securing the diary in that corner had required considerable effort, and retrieving it would undoubtedly prove even more troublesome. After all, nearly all magic tends to falter in proximity to the giant, with even the long-deceased creature possessing an almost eerie magical resistance. As for how Hector managed to tuck it away, that need not be elaborated upon, suffice it to say. It was a considerable challenge. However, inspecting it was notably simpler, by selecting the appropriate angle to lift. Hector could glimpse the corner of the diary while minimizing exposure to the more pungent aromas and overwhelming sensations. Those who have attended Professor Gertie's lectures will surely recall this, and we extend our gratitude for their contributions. Did you think the diary was absent? Wouldn't that render the preceding exposition rather futile? The diary remained quietly in its place, unchanged except for the intensifying odor. Naturally, however, a tranquil narrative progression was not destined for Hector. "What are you doing here?" A melodious voice emanated from behind him. To learn of what transpires next, stay tuned for the subsequent installment. Hector turned around, and a peculiar girl with an ethereal presence appeared within his sight. It was Luna Lovegood, the enchanting young lady from Ravenclaw. "Oh, it's you, Luna. Good evening." Hector certainly did not anticipate encountering others in this place, and instantly, his relaxed demeanor tightened. "You too, Hector. I am delighted that you remember my name." Luna's voice was ethereal, reminiscent of a melodic song. Her silver eyes shimmering in the dimly lit room of wishes, her youthful visage perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. "Are you searching for something? Or have you been ensnared by distractions? Your thoughts appear somewhat disordered, Hector." Luna's smile remained unwavering, though her gaze seemed to wander. Not fixated on Hector, but rather directed towards some distant point. Hector could glean nothing of her thoughts from her expression, and he endeavored to ensure his response was without flaw. "Indeed, I am contemplating a few matters, though they are not of great significance." Hector observed the subtle transformations in Luna's expression before cautiously inquiring, "How did you come to know of this place? Furthermore, how did you gain entry?" Upon hearing Hector's questions, Luna's previously distant gaze refocused upon him, yet her countenance retained its habitual gentle smile, her tone unwaveringly calm. "The door was ajar, so I thought I would come in for a look. Perhaps there might be something intriguing to discover," she replied. Luna then opened her crossbody bag and retrieved a generous handful of corks, along with an assortment of peculiar and diverse trinkets. With a sense of pride, she showcased her findings to Hector, clearly satisfied with her treasures. "Moreover, my classmates deem me somewhat eccentric, which renders them reluctant to sit beside me. Thus, I decided to venture out and return only after they have finished their meal." Hector cast a concerned glance at Luna, only to find her surprisingly serene, as if entirely indifferent to the situation. In stark contrast, the corks imbued with the scent of sherry seemed to hold far greater significance for her. Luna's gaze fixated on a handful of corks, her fingers gracefully gesturing in the air, as if meticulously devising a plan to make use of them. "Do you truly not care?" A sudden pang of compassion welled up within Hector, reminiscent of the first encounter with Navi. In them, he discerned echoes of his own past. He endeavored to soften his demeanor and cautiously inquired. However, Luna appeared oblivious, entirely enveloped in her own realm, shielded from external distractions. After a considerable pause, she slowly lifted her gaze from the small object before her silver eyes shining even more brilliantly against the backdrop of her delicate brows. "Oh, I apologize, Hector. I drifted off for a moment. I tend to do that when faced with topics that fail to pique my interest," Luna admitted, her eyes meeting Hector's. Realizing the inappropriateness of her previous remarks, she chose to directly address his inquiry. "It doesn't bother me, Hector. They merely harbor their own thoughts. There is no need to fret over such matters. The world is brimming with wonders awaiting our discovery." As she spoke of these things, the dreamy haze that had clouded her seemed to dissipate, replaced by a vibrant light in her gaze. "Are you familiar with the horned snoozle?" Luna's silver eyes locked onto Hector's azure ones, imbued with a sense of inquiry and perhaps a hint of anticipation. "I am aware of it. A magical creature yet to be proven, but theoretically existent." Hector expressed his viewpoint with utmost sincerity, believing that his words would not satisfy Luna. To his astonishment, however, a radiant smile of contentment graced Luna's face. I never expected you to share my thoughts. This is indeed rare. Many dismiss the existence of the corner snore beast. Yet I am convinced that such an intriguing creature simply remains undiscovered. Luna, as if she had found a kindred spirit, exuberantly delved into a myriad of peculiar ideas. Discussing wondrous beings like the moon frog, the great-mouthed colorful fish, and the bubble-nosed goo creature, creatures Hector had never even heard of before. Summoning 2 chairs. Hector listened intently as the young girl animatedly shared her musings. He even generously offered her some pumpkin juice he had received from Nico LeMay, to which Luna responded with exaggerated praise. Her melodious voice echoed in the wish-granting room, reminiscent of a song. The 2 young sorcerers sat face-to-face beneath the immense specimen of a giant beast, surrounded by towering piles of books. The dim lighting cast an eerie ambience over the scene. Yet, neither the exuberant, loquacious girl nor the contemplative, smiling boy seemed aware of the foreboding atmosphere surrounding them. Their conversation flowed fervently, the stories continuing without any sign of abating. Do you recall those boys from our academy? Wendell, Albus, and the others, if my memory serves me right? Luna mentioned the trio of young sorcerers, her inquisitive gaze fixed on Hector. A hint of embarrassment washed over him, for he was already aware of their identities. Yet he nodded in acknowledgement. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. They seem to have many concerns, especially that one named Wendell. Though he appears carefree, I know he harbors the most worries among the 3. How can you tell? Hector posed the question, evidently. Luna was eager for him to do so. She hurriedly lowered her head, rummaging through her colorful satchel. Before long, 2 pairs of oversized glasses adorned with pink frames appeared in her hands. The lenses were of contrasting hues, one a deep, oceanic blue, the other a charming pink. The frame was embellished with 2 palm-like decorations, lending the entire spectacle a whimsical air. These are the anti-demon glasses developed by my father, once donned. They unveil those pesky annoyances. Just as I suspected, there are quite a few swirling around your mind, even more than that Wendell fellow. Luna first handed a pair to Hector before hastily putting on her own pair of anti-demon glasses. The glasses were remarkably large, and when perched upon Luna's face, they added an extra touch of eccentricity to the young girl's demeanor. The conversation soon approached its conclusion. But had it not been for the synchronized grumbling of their stomachs, perhaps this delightful exchange would have continued unabated. Hector placed the somewhat odorous diary into his bag, which was otherwise rather empty, save for the freshly acquired pumpkin juice from the previous night, a bottle of perfume, and an unused fountain pen. In the corner lay a scattered collection of wands and a serpent's fang. As for the various snacks he had previously possessed, Hector had generously left them for Grindelwald, alleviating any concern that the unpleasant scent of the diary might taint his treats. Luna, on the other hand, had amassed a multitude of corks and rusted badges scattered throughout the nooks of the room of requirement, exhibiting a peculiar fondness for these trinkets. The 2 stepped out of the room of requirement side by side. At the threshold, Hector intended to return the pair of glasses he held to Luna. But she shook her head, her face radiant with a bright smile. Keep them, Hector. Consider it a small gift to commemorate our meeting. Hector had no intention of refusing. He carefully placed his glasses into his small bag, ensuring it was a considerable distance away from the diary. Come on, Hector. I wish to descend and indulge in some delightful desserts. They should have returned to the dormitory by now, and it would be even better if there were some lemon pie left. Luna's words were as buoyant as her steps, filled with an effortless lightness, as if nothing could ever weigh upon her mind. Thank you, Luna, but I believe I have some other matters to attend to. Hector smiled gently as he politely declined the young girl's request. Upon hearing his response, Luna did not display any signs of disappointment. Rather, her gentle smile lingered at the corners of her lips, as if it were an indelible mark. Well then, Hector, see you next time, she chirped. Her steps light and buoyant, like a carefree sprite, as she vanished around the corner of the hallway. Hector stood still, watching the silhouette of the girl fade away, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Had Hector been wearing the anti-demon glasses Luna had gifted him, he would have undoubtedly noticed that the minds of those around him seemed to be shrouded in varying degrees of disquiet. He would also have observed that, in Luna's presence, there was a conspicuous absence of any such disturbances. After bidding farewell to Luna, Hector intended to visit the Ravenclaw headmistress's office, also located on the 8th floor. On the first day of school, it was only fitting to greet the esteemed Professor Flitwick. Having not seen him throughout the summer, Hector felt a sense of anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with his dueling mentor. If he could also manage to enjoy a meal there, it would be an added delight. Of course, Hector was not heading to Professor Flitwick's for dinner empty-handed. He had thoughtfully selected the most exquisite-looking can from the beautifully packaged, tightly sealed pumpkin juice that had been gifted to him. Hector noted that Nicholas Flamel's pumpkin juice was immensely popular, and at this rate of consumption, the stock Flamel had provided him might be entirely depleted by the following week. Professor Flitwick welcomed Hector with great warmth, clearly delighted to see him again. He readily agreed to Hector's request to share dinner, and even arranged for a selection of exquisite dishes that Hector had never encountered during the previous semester. As one might expect, Hogwarts professors enjoy certain privileges, and a hidden menu was among them. Looking at Hector with evident surprise, Professor Flitwick remarked, "I assumed you were already aware, but it's never too late to learn. Today, we shall indulge in this experience as a celebration of your return to school." Hector nodded, producing the prepared pumpkin juice. He poured a generous glassful into Professor Flitwick's cup. "Is this pumpkin juice?" Professor Flitwick inquired, gazing at the golden liquid that steamed and emitted a delightful aroma. Hector affirmed, "Indeed, Professor Flitwick, you should give it a try. It tastes quite splendid." Professor Flitwick seemed poised to express something, yet the words remained unspoken. He cautiously lifted the cup, tentatively sampling a sip, and was immediately met with an expression of surprise. "You always possess unexpected delights," he remarked, smacking his lips. Initially, he had approached Hector's pumpkin juice with a mere sense of curiosity, believing that no one could surpass the culinary prowess of the seasoned house elves at Hogwarts. However, the moment his lips met the concoction poured by Hector, his eyes sparkled with delight. The infusion of joy-inducing elements was almost inevitable, enhanced with ingredients unknown even to me, and perhaps even a hint of a stimulating potion. For a cup of pumpkin juice, this was indeed a lavish treat. After offering his evaluation, Professor Flitwick swiftly finished the remaining juice in his cup and turned his gaze toward Hector, who was sipping delicately. Hector promptly refilled his glass to the brim. "This might just be my favorite drink, Hector. I never thought a simple cup of pumpkin juice could be so delectable. Even more enticing than a chilled cherry soda with ice and an umbrella. May I inquire as to its origin?" A look of contentment graced Professor Flitwick's face, revealing a profound interest in the delightful pumpkin juice Hector possessed. "Oh, it was a gift from an old friend of Professor Dumbledore," Hector replied. "If you enjoy it, I could save some for you." "Oh, thank you for your kindness, Hector, but I believe you should keep it for yourself. After all, it is a gift from an elder, and preserving it would be the wisest choice." Professor Flitwick had already noticed the ornate signature on the jar, and he gently patted Hector's shoulder, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Now, do eat up, Hector. After we finish our meal, I wish to discuss your progress over the summer." Hector nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Happy New Year," he said, as Professor Flitwick stood before him, the office now sufficiently spacious for their duel. According to tradition, they exchanged bows. However, Professor Flitwick adhered to the customary protocol while Hector, disregarding the principles of chivalry, seized the initiative. A stunning spell, accompanied by a flash of light meant to disarm, shot forth from the tip of Hector's wand. Yet, Professor Flitwick nonchalantly deflected the 2 consecutive spells with his wand, as if he had anticipated the move. After all, Hector's disregard for chivalry was not a novel occurrence. Ever since he recognized the significance of striking first, he had been intent on gaining the upper hand. In his pursuit to outpace Professor Flitwick's spellcasting speed, Hector found himself facing an insurmountable challenge. The professor's reflexes were considerably swifter. To gain the advantage, he had to forsake the tenets of fair play. Faced with such a choice, Hector would not hesitate. What was chivalry to him? Could it fill his stomach? Professor Flitwick, unfazed by Hector's unscrupulous tactics, continued to outline the standards of dueling before each contest. Even as Hector's flagrant disregard for decorum grew increasingly audacious, it barely affected the professor's steadfastness. Ultimately, whether one struck first or second did not alter the final outcome. Professor Flitwick welcomed the opportunity for Hector to practice more, thereby accumulating valuable dueling experience. However, this time proved different from what he had anticipated. After a summer of growth, Hector's abilities had significantly improved, a realization that struck Professor Flitwick during their initial exchange. "You've made considerable progress, Hector. It seems you did not slack off over the summer. That is commendable." The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Professor Flitwick's demeanor shifted slightly as excitement flickered in his eyes. "Now I can relax," he said, as he escalated the intensity of the duel. Disarming and stunning spells erupted from his wand with relentless speed, while occasional leg-locking charms left Hector scrambling to respond. The subsequent barrage of bat-bogey hexes and flocks of birds dazzled Hector, but it was not these actions that truly unsettled him. Thus far, Professor Flitwick's offensive merely caused him to lose the initiative, While it was somewhat troublesome, it was far from insurmountable. What truly alarmed Hector was when Professor Flivy retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them. A gesture that hinted at the seriousness of what was to come. Hector pondered the absence of any signs of a trump card, wondering how he had learned to anticipate so adeptly. However, he soon found himself distracted by the relentless onslaught of large bats that charged at his handsome visage, as well as the multitude of birds summoned by a cacophony of magical projectiles swirling around the classroom. Something felt amiss, and Hector was acutely aware of it. Professor Flivy's style had always been characterized by precision and a harmonious blend of obstacles and chaos. The fragmented, nearly harmless barrage he currently unleashed bore little resemblance to his usual methods, particularly in its frequency, which seemed excessive. Yet, there was a silver lining to this chaos, for it afforded Hector ample opportunity to catch his breath. He was confident that when Professor Flivy altered his approach, he would be ready to deliver a delightful surprise. Little did he realize that he was not the sole architect of surprises, observing Professor Flivy's unusual choice to don sunglasses. Hector should have anticipated that the professor had a grand revelation in store for him as well. The rain of projectiles and the bats were merely manifestations of Flivy's wandless magic. The true culmination of his efforts lay in the other hand, gathering the energy for his meticulously prepared ultimate move, the ultimate flash. If you cannot withstand the heat, you ought to remain beyond the flames. This was the grand welcome gift that Filius Lux Flivy had prepared for Hector at the commencement of the school year. The duel with Professor Flivy concluded swiftly, and as expected, Hector found himself on the losing end. The professor's concealed trump card was astonishingly powerful, catching Hector completely off guard. With his sunglasses perched on his nose, Professor Flivy gazed down at Hector, who sat on the ground, shielding his eyes, a look of triumph etched across his face. Surprised, are you, Hector? How do you find this delightful surprise? I have been preparing it for quite some time. Hector remained silent, rubbing his eyes before cautiously blinking a few times. Gradually regaining his composure, Professor Flivy stood across from him, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Noticing that Hector was nearly recovering from the dizziness induced by the bright light, Professor Flivy continued, "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for your insight, I would never have conceived such a clever application of the luminescent spell." Hector's smile bore a hint of bitterness, yet he swiftly composed himself and donned an expression of eager anticipation. "Could you teach me, Professor Flivy?" "Certainly, Hector. I believe this spell will suit you remarkably well." Professor Flivy's assertion proved to be accurate. After imparting the incantation and the corresponding wand movements, Hector felt as though he had experienced a moment of enlightenment, effortlessly mastering the Flivwit Lumos spell. The learning of its nonverbal counterpart came naturally, and through a simple practice session. The spell's originator, Professor Flivy, witnessed an astonishingly rapid transition from awkwardness to proficiency. It was truly difficult for Professor Flivy to fathom that, despite his belief that he had developed a comprehensive understanding of Hector's magical aptitude, the unfolding reality necessitated a re-evaluation of his perceptions. "I have always maintained that mastering this spell would pose no challenge for you, Hector. However, I never anticipated you would find it so effortless. It seems as if the spell was tailor-made for you, and the synergy between you is remarkably exceptional." Hector nodded, having already sensed the formidable power of this incantation. However, he was acutely aware of one crucial aspect. Not only did this spell possess an extraordinary luminescence, but the magical energy it consumed also escalated exponentially. For the majority of young wizards in training, and even for those adult sorcerers whose magical talents and reserves were not particularly remarkable, fully harnessing the spell's potential was virtually unattainable. The brilliance emitted by the ultimate luminescence from the tips of their wands was scarcely more potent than a mere flicker of light. Furthermore, the spell's energy consumption was several dozen times greater than its predecessors, rendering the ultimate luminescence little more than a superfluous trinket to them. Yet, every coin has two sides. For wizards like Hector, endowed with exceptional talent in luminescent spells and possessing ample magical reserves, what appeared to be a lackluster option transformed into a formidable, lethal technique. Hector could indeed feel the latent power within this incantation. Not only was it more potent, but it also offered a gentler invocation of magical energy. Its controllability was precisely what Hector had long sought. Daily use would be ideal, sparing him the need to prepare an oil lamp for his nightly excursions. Regrettably, ultimate luminescence hardly seemed like a name befitting a commonplace spell. "It seems you have nearly recovered, Hector." Professor Flivy's voice roused Hector from his reverie. He smiled warmly at his now considerably matured and accomplished pupil, waving his wand. "Today's lesson must still be completed. Wouldn't you agree? Hector nodded and replied, "Of course. Professor Flive." Hector hesitated for a moment, gazing at Professor Fleavy, who still wore his sunglasses, and tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, Professor? Might I also acquire a pair of those spectacles?" Thus, the first day of the new semester slipped away, followed by the routine of the subsequent days. Hector found his days exceedingly comfortable, even more so than at home, with hardly anything to trouble him. The identity issues concerning Wendell and the others had been thoroughly resolved, and Dumbledore had not divulged how to handle subsequent matters, prompting Hector to dismiss them from his mind. He considered taking each day as it came. Incessant worry over this, and that made life unbearable. Moreover, he was at a loss regarding how to face the one said to be his future child. There was certainly a degree of awkwardness, yet more than that, he felt utterly unprepared. Having lived 2 lives, Hector had no similar experiences to draw upon. His own paternal experience was rather scant, let alone the sensation of being a father. Incidentally, he had quite a few experiences as a grandfather, though it was unfortunate that he had traversed time to find himself a father rather than a grandfather. Aside from this, there was little that significantly troubled Hector. Neville spent his days immersed in Professor Sprout's classes, and the current Longbottom was no longer the timid first-year student lacking in self-assertion. He no longer clung to Hector as his pillar of support, but instead devoted his time to his beloved subjects. As for Hermione, she was preoccupied with her own pursuits. The young witch seemed to have recognized the disparity between herself and Hector. Her pride forbade her from allowing such a situation to persist. Consequently, Hermione dedicated a considerable amount of time in the library, roaming among the shelves. The literature she engaged with had undergone a noticeable transformation. Since the disastrous debut lesson with Lockhart, Hector had observed that the book she once held on traveling with vampires had been replaced by the latest edition of Transfiguration Today, alongside scholarly journals on spell innovation. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Although the young witch continued to vocally uphold her initial opinions of Lockhart, it was evident that she had begun to question the authenticity of his experiences. In contrast, Harry and Ron, appearing rather unambitious compared to Neville and Hermione, enjoyed a more leisurely existence, if only it weren't for Gilderoy Lockhart, who seemed intent on shadowing Harry, and Colin Creevey, who was obviously following them. Lockhart's intentions were unmistakably clear. To put it bluntly, he sought to bask in the glory of Harry, the chosen one, to enhance his teaching career and gather material for his next book. As for Colin, the first-year Gryffindor simply wished to catch a glimpse of Harry. This young lad, armed with a muggle camera, appeared to have memorized Harry's entire class schedule. Almost before every lesson and along every corridor Harry passed, Colin's shadow with his camera could be seen. For him, encountering Harry and exchanging greetings seemed to be the most exhilarating experience in the world. Thus, Harry's days were far from tranquil. He felt as though numerous pairs of eyes in Hogwarts were constantly scrutinizing him, which greatly vexed him. This troubling sentiment, however, did not extend to Ron, who seemed to revel in the spotlight's attention. In summary, as the new academic year commenced, everyone busied themselves with their own pursuits, leading to an inexplicable sense of estrangement among friends. Yet, both Hector and Harry appeared to have grown accustomed to this unfamiliarity. Conversations continued unabated, but the demand for personal space steadily increased. This was evidenced by the once dominant velvet curtains that had always hung at the bedside, now mostly draped along the edges of the bed. Everyone had matured, seemingly grasping certain truths to varying degrees. The winds of the future caressed their cheeks, imparting an entirely different essence. The boys pondered ways to appear cooler, adopting a facade of composure while gravitating towards unconventional pursuits. As for the girls, they remained the most enigmatic, were they not? Hector, after all, holds a certain conviction. The familiar companions surrounding him gradually morphed into strangers, their gazes towards Hector shifting from the camaraderie of last semester's upperclassmen to one of deliberate aloofness, tinged with a hint of reverence. Perhaps this is merely Hector's illusion, akin to the sensitivity and suspicion that plagues children of this age. Nonetheless, this does not impede the bonds of friendship. On Friday morning, Harry, as usual, extended a most sincere invitation to Hector. "Hagrid has invited us to his hut for a visit tomorrow morning. What do you think?" "Of course, Harry. I would be most delighted." As for the unfolding events, stay tuned for the next installment. Returning to the narrative, Friday's classes were trivial and fleeting, and Saturday morning arrived promptly. However, there was a slight miscalculation in their plans, specifically on Harry's end. Hector was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of heavy, thunderous footsteps. A rather reckless giant, forcefully flung open the door to their dormitory. His voice, though unfamiliar, exuded a robust maturity, and his demeanor betrayed a certain brashness. He was unmistakably a Gryffindor, as one could discern from the sound of the door's disturbance. Blinking awake, Hector drew back the heavy curtains and rubbed his sleepy eyes, revealing a tall figure clad in Gryffindor Quidditch training gear bursting into the room. It was Wood, the esteemed upperclassman. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast, Hector naturally recognized this stalwart Gryffindor captain and the most trusted keeper. Hector's gaze drifted toward the window, where a delicate veil of mist enveloped the sky, and the vibrant dawn painted the haze with soft hues of pink and gold. Wood first opened the window, allowing the gentle breeze to waft in, caressing Hector's face with refreshing and delightful air. However, this serene atmosphere was soon disrupted by Wood's boisterous voice. As he made his intentions clear by approaching Harry's bedside, what followed was a series of warm awakening gestures. Wood swiftly roused Harry from his dreams with gentle shakes and soft calls. "Wake up, Harry." Wood's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "What's the matter?" Harry's voice was somewhat hoarse, his appearance a stark contrast to Wood's exuberance. "Quidditch practice," Wood exclaimed, pausing his actions to lower his voice deliberately. Unfortunately, this tactic failed to yield the desired effect, as his robust tones resonated throughout the dormitory. "Get up. We have a new training schedule." One must admit, Wood's morning wake-up service was remarkably thorough, and after this commotion, Hector was thoroughly awake. He dressed promptly, pulling back the curtains completely, and with a furrowed brow, he made his way to the wash basin. Wood had already yanked open Harry's curtains. Sitting eagerly at the edge of Harry's bed, his demeanor animated and devoid of any signs of early morning fatigue. However, Harry, forcibly stirred from his rest, struggled to sit up, shivering as he rummaged for his team robes, all the while attempting to manage Wood's incessant chatter. Upon noticing Hector, who was notorious for his love of sleep, Harry's expression shifted to one of apology. He gestured for Wood to lower his voice. Wood nodded, softening his tone. "All right, mate. See you on the pitch in 15 minutes. With that, Wood sprang to his feet, nodded at Hector, quietly murmured an apology, and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. "I'm terribly sorry, Hector, for waking you," he said as he departed. Hector, with a toothbrush clutched in his mouth, acknowledged Harry's voice with a gracious wave of his hand. After expelling the foam from his mouth, he replied, "It's quite all right, Harry. After all, you two were stirred from your slumber. Besides, at this hour, I should be rising as well." Upon hearing this, Harry remained silent, gazing at Hector with an expression of astonishment. Hector, aware of his own tendencies this semester, bashfully scratched his head and smoothly shifted the topic. "So, the plan to visit Hagrid's must be postponed?" Harry nodded, having swiftly donned his Gryffindor crimson robes and grasped his Nimbus 2000. In response to Hector's inquiry, Harry's face momentarily reflected regret as he replied, "I fear so, Hector. Would you kindly inform Ron and the others when they awaken? If fortune smiles upon us, this afternoon should be feasible." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "You may go ahead to Hagrid's and await my arrival. Of course, it would be splendid if you could make it to the Quidditch pitch to observe our practice. I must take my leave now, Hector. I appreciate your help." With that, Harry dashed toward the door, only for Hector to suddenly recall something. He swiftly produced a blank note bearing Dumbledore's name and pressed it into Harry's hand. "What is this?" Harry's face was etched with confusion as he halted, questioning Hector. "It's a blank note, Harry. This is why you can skip Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class." A flicker of understanding crossed Harry's face, yet confusion soon filled the void left by the blank note. "But what use will it serve me now?" "You'll find out in due time." Hector spoke enigmatically, while Harry, somewhat skeptical, took the blank note bearing Dumbledore's name with him as he departed. Hector, with great caution, tucked a finely crafted pen into the cloak outside his robe. Harry nodded to Hector, opened the door to the dormitory, and hurriedly dashed out. Hector closed the door, having already heard footsteps on the stairs that did not belong to Harry. "Harry, I heard someone calling your name from the stairs." Hector slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He had no desire to wade through this murky situation, especially as Harry's exasperated yet resonant voice filtered through the crack of the door. "No, Colin, I'm sorry, I have pressing matters to attend to." Hector had not changed into his nightclothes, yet this did not prevent him from dozing off while leaning against his bed. To be honest, he had yet to acclimate to the custom of changing into sleepwear before retiring for the night. Clad in his casual attire, Hector could effortlessly discover the most comfortable position for slumber, just as he was doing at that moment. Hector, "Wake up," came the voice of Neville, prompting Hector to open his eyes, his neck and back protesting with discomfort from leaning awkwardly against the soft headboard. "Do you know where Harry has gone?" This was Ron's voice, naturally expressing concern for the whereabouts of his dear friend. "Harry has gone to Quidditch practice, the first of the new school year." Hector stretched his limbs and rose from the bed, his attire impeccably neat, causing all the creases in his clothing to vanish. Beside him, Ron inquired, "So, when shall we visit Hagrid's hut?" "We can go now, Ron. It would also be perfectly fine to seek out Harry first, and then head to Hagrid's later." Hector's words came to an abrupt halt, for he was acutely aware of the decisions that those surrounding him might make. And he understood that his own choices were likely to mirror theirs. "Shall we go?" The three of them spoke in unison, their faces illuminated by a radiant smile. In the remote Albanian wilderness, within a hunter's cabin, three voices echoed, one indifferent, another hoarse, and the last hissing, reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue. "So, what preparations have you made?" inquired the indifferent voice. "It is no trivial matter to be granted a vessel. I hope you have produced something of tangible substance." "A filthy, mundane shell?" retorted the hoarse voice. "Do you expect me to achieve anything with this utterly useless body, which bears no distinction from a beast? The very blood coursing through this body repulses me. I would sooner end my own existence." "Why not?" the indifferent voice pressed. The hoarse voice fell silent. "The one named Dumbledore was not mistaken. At the end of the day, you are but a pitiful creature, terrified of death. You know nothing." The hoarse voice brimmed with evident anger, yet it was met by the same indifferent, emotionless tone. "What do I not understand, death or you? You do not comprehend Dumbledore. No one truly understands Dumbledore." The hoarse voice softened, while for the first time, the indifferent voice exhibited a flicker of emotion. "I do not understand Dumbledore." An intriguing assertion. By the time Hector and Ron traversed the lengthy corridor leading to the Quidditch pitch, a significant portion of Saturday morning had already elapsed. As evidenced by the sun hanging high in the sky, the morning mist had nearly dissipated, leaving only a scant remnant lingering above the lawn. The vast Quidditch field lay deserted, devoid of the dedicated players Hector had anticipated. Only a first-year student named Colin stood in the stands, clutching a gray camera. Upon spotting the young lad, Ron's expression turned markedly unnatural. "Let us go, Hector. We should find another location." Ron tugged at Hector's sleeve, his brow slightly furrowed, as he endeavored to conceal his form as much as possible behind Hector. Hector also noticed the young man with the camera, who was scanning the surroundings. He wholeheartedly endorsed Ron's suggestion. Colin's relentless tendency to cling to others was truly admirable, as was his extraordinary ability to create serendipitous encounters. If one wished to find Harry within the halls of Hogwarts Castle, following Colin would suffice. For he always seemed to stumble upon the boy with the lightning-shaped scar in some corner, seemingly by chance. This was something Hector, who frequently walked alongside Harry, was acutely aware of. To avoid any potential entanglements, Hector and his companions swiftly made their way to the opposite stands, settling down as far from Colin as possible. "Have we missed the training? Are we late?" wondered Neville, who had distanced himself from the main group this semester. As the group settled into their seats, he looked over the empty field and tentatively inquired. Ron, however, promptly responded, "Don't worry, Neville. I don't know if the Quidditch practice has ended, but I am quite certain that Harry hasn't gone far." Ron carefully hung the camera around his neck, directing Neville's attention to the little boy peering into the player's tunnel. Once he was assured they were not being observed, he lowered his voice and continued, "Do you see him, Neville? As long as you can spot his figure or his muggle camera, you can be sure that Harry is either here or will be appearing shortly, perhaps even now." 7 players clad in fiery red Gryffindor robes emerged from the tunnel, each holding either new or worn brooms. Leading the procession was Wood, the robust lad who had barged into their dormitory that morning, followed closely by the Weasley twins, with the diminutive figure of the famed Seeker, Harry Potter, sandwiched between them. At the sight of them, Ron sprang to his feet with such swiftness that Hector barely registered the motion. Colin snapped a couple of pictures before relocating to a higher vantage point with a more expansive view, clutching a thick roll of film, indicating that today's photographic endeavors would undoubtedly be quite challenging. "Is practice not over yet?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed Harry and the other players, who appeared utterly exhausted, save for their captain, Wood. Harry shook his head, covering his mouth with his hand as he exaggerated a yawn. "We haven't even begun, Ron," he replied, his gaze quickly shifting to Hector and the others behind Ron. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, particularly casting a look of unmistakable envy towards Hermione, who held a jam sandwich. Wood has been discussing the tactics for the new school year. I suppose I should hurry and join the training. Would cast a stern gaze reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's, causing Harry to instinctively hunch his shoulders. He mounted his Nimbus 2000, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and soared into the air with a swift whoosh. How he envied them. Ron's eyes mirrored an unmasked longing as he watched his two brothers and dear friends soaring through the sky on their beloved brooms, flying freely. He murmured to himself, "Who wouldn't he?" Hector's voice was barely a whisper, his gaze fixated on the fiery, phoenix-like figures soaring freely in the sky. To be candid, from the very beginning, Hector had harbored an intense desire to experience the sensation of gliding through the air on a broomstick. This yearning intensified after Albus gifted him a brand new silver arrow. However, despite Hector's natural aptitude for learning, he found himself utterly bewildered when it came to riding the broom. It was as if he possessed no innate talent for this endeavor. The once docile silver arrow in Albus's hands transformed into a wild stallion under his touch, deliberately resisting Hector's commands, much to his frustration and dismay. Nonetheless, he did not surrender to defeat, for mastering broom riding would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles and play a significant role in the unfolding of future events. Thus, Hector sought out Albus, hoping his knowledgeable grandfather could lend assistance. Progress was indeed made, but the pace was agonizingly slow. Achieving the flamboyant maneuvers of Fred and George in the air would take an extraordinary amount of time, and as for the smooth and fluid stopping, rolling, and leaf spiraling technique of Harry, Hector doubted he would ever master it. Returning to the main thread of the narrative, Harry's training was in full swing. Though it would not last long, as Hector soon spotted a group of 7 wizards clad in vibrant green robes, each wielding a flying broom, striding purposefully from the opposite end of the player's tunnel onto the field. It was evident that the brazen figures entering the Quidditch pitch were members of the Slytherin team, and their presence did not go unnoticed by the keen-eyed and sensitive Gryffindors hovering above. 7 crimson figures swooped down from the sky, landing deftly before the sleek-haired Slytherin aristocrats. Among them, Wood exhibited the greatest speed, landing with a force that was startlingly heavy. He appeared quite anxious, touching down much more heavily than he had anticipated. Unsteadily dismounting his broom, Wood charged toward the Slytherin captain, bellowing something with fervor. Close behind were Fred and George, followed by a cluster of chasers led by Alicia Spinnet. While their seeker, Harry, trailed at the back of the group, one hand gripping his broom and the other rummaging through his robe's pockets. It seemed a confrontation was brewing with the Slytherins. Ron furrowed his brow in disgust, concern soon shadowing his face. Should they intervene? The question felt unnecessary, and Ron quickly realized this, as everyone stood up and made their way onto the grass. To learn what transpires next, stay tuned for the continuation. Hector and Ron swiftly descended from the stands, greeted not by the Gryffindor players, but by a cold, scornful remark from Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, who was in his 6th year and appeared even more imposing than Wood. "Look here, everyone," Flint sneered at Hector. "It seems we have some intruders on the pitch. I doubt they belong to your Gryffindor team, Wood. But it matters not. They will leave this field in disgrace just like you." The latter part of his taunt was directed at Wood, who stood there with a crimson face and clenched fists, unable to muster a retort. "What is going on, Harry? How did they get here? What are you writing, Harry?" Ron opted not to confront Flint directly, but instead inquired of Harry, who stood at the back of the group, hurriedly scribbling something on a small piece of paper. With no answer forthcoming from Harry, Ron sought answers elsewhere, his gaze landing on the group of Slytherins across from them. His attention was inevitably drawn to the 7 exquisitely crafted, even lavish, broomsticks displayed before them. "Quite impressive, isn't it, Weasley?" Draco Malfoy, standing shoulder to shoulder with Flint, presented Ron with a disarming smile that starkly contrasted with his typically snide remarks. The latest model, the Firebolt 2001, 7 of them, each far surpassing all previous Firebolt series in performance. A simple gift from my father to the Slytherin Quidditch team. I dare say, even if you sold that old house of yours, you couldn't afford a single Firebolt 2001. Look at those ancient clean sweeps you have. To be frank, they're only fit for sweeping floors compared to these. The Slytherin team erupted in exaggerated laughter, while the Gryffindor players fell into an awkward silence. "It seems young Malfoy still has plenty of pocket money," Hector remarked beside Ron, halting Hermione, who was about to respond. His gaze towards Malfoy was laced with mockery. "I thought recent events would have him in quite a bind, especially with all those targeted inspections. If something were to be uncovered, Malfoy, your father might find himself spending some time in Azkaban." As Hector spoke, a complex expression crossed Malfoy's face, shifting from disdain to apprehension. He wished to articulate something sarcastic or perhaps to engage in a rebuttal, Yet Malfoy opted for silence, suppressing any expression on his face, striving to appear nonchalant. Much like his father's demeanor, Hector observed as Malfoy struggled to suppress his desire to speak, retreating behind Flint. It was evident that Mr. Malfoy had received some admonitions from his father prior to the school year, likely advising him to avoid conflict with Hector. One must admit that Malfoy had heeded his father's counsel. Apart from the unfriendly glare, he chose to sidestep confrontation with Hector. However, the matter remained unresolved. Flint, wielding what was purported to be Professor Snape's authorization slip, noted Malfoy's discomfort and immediately began to roughly expel the Gryffindor players who had arrived first. All right. The Slytherin Quidditch team is about to commence their practice. Unrelated personnel should vacate the area promptly, Flint declared, leading the other Slytherin students and pushing the Gryffindor players toward the periphery of the field. Even amidst the shoving, the Slytherins engaged in petty provocations. And Flint's sarcasm never ceased for a moment. If you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Professor Snape. For now, I kindly request that you remove yourselves from my sight, lest I suspect you of espionage. However, it is futile. The Nimbus 2001 will remind you that the disparities in equipment cannot be compensated for by your so-called tactics. The Slytherin players were more direct, compared to Flint's lengthy tirade. The venomous little snakes succinctly summarized their message with "leave and get lost." The Gryffindor players were indeed tempted to retaliate, particularly against these foul individuals who were both verbally and physically aggressive. Fred and George clenched their fists, their bodies taut, their eyes blazing with barely contained fury, a sentiment mirrored in the other Gryffindor players, including the indignant Ron. Yet, Snape's authorization slip managed to quell their tempers, especially when Malfoy, having somehow slipped to the back of the line, raised his slip high for all to see. Most of the Gryffindor players abandoned their thoughts of inciting a confrontation. Witnessing their dejected adversaries, who appeared to have relinquished their will to resist, the Slytherin spirit soared, and their actions became remarkably swift. The situation seemed to tilt overwhelmingly in their favor until the last of the team, Harry, finished his final note. "What a bother," he muttered, putting away his quill and meeting Hector's gaze, finally grasping his intent. Harry made his way against the tide of the crowd, a slip of parchment appearing in his hand. "Wait a moment, everyone. I too possess a teacher's authorization." Fred, George, and Wood halted their retreat, followed suit by the other Gryffindor players. As Hector noted the collective glimmer of realization in their eyes, "I have Professor Dumbledore's authorization." All eyes converged upon the sign note. The handwriting crooked and the ink barely dry, yet the flamboyant signature could not be faked. "I, Professor Albus Dumbledore, hereby grant Gryffindor House permission to occupy the Quidditch pitch today for the purpose of training and rehearsing new tactics." It was utterly ludicrous. A mocking expression emerged on Flint's face as he attempted to snatch the note from Harry. Fortunately, Harry's quick reflexes thwarted his effort. However, the thwarted Flint had no intention of letting the matter rest verbally. This creature, resembling a troll in appearance, remarked, "The forgery is so amateurish, it's clearly freshly penned. You don't think such a flimsy ruse could deceive us, do you?" The Slytherin players chimed in, displaying their generally low standards, resorting to direct insults rather than witty sarcasm. Harry argued back, gesturing emphatically toward Dumbledore's signature, raising his voice to contest them. Fred and George swiftly joined the fray, followed by Wood, Katie, Angelina, and Ron, who naturally became embroiled in the dispute. The quarrel between Gryffindor and Slytherin would not endure for long, as the tension and the clamor would inevitably escalate into a thunderous clash, ignited by a cry of pain. This moment was no exception. Whether it was the detestable Flint or Fred and George who first sounded the charge, the players immediately engaged in a melee. Goyle and Crabbe erupted from the shadows, swiftly joining the fray, allowing Hector, who stood by to observe, to witness Neville's valiant maneuvers. Ron, with a clear target in mind, charged toward Malfoy, fist raised. The scene quickly unfolded, with the female members of both sides abstaining from the brawl, still embroiled in their own exchanges of grievances and insults. While the hot-headed boys chose to settle matters with their fists, as for why they eschewed magic, it remains a mystery. Perhaps they simply preferred a more primal approach. Naturally, amidst the chaos, Hector took the lead, faithfully darting in to deliver strategic strikes and control the situation. At such times, a well-aimed leg-locker curse always yielded remarkably effective results. Yet, the skirmish could not persist indefinitely, especially with Hector's assistance tipping the scales against Slytherin. The cunning little serpents would inevitably return to the negotiating table. "You claim to possess Professor Dumbledore's signed note," Flint wheezed, a sly grin spreading across his face as he endeavored to steady his breath. But where is it? Can you produce it for me? Or are you merely trying to deceive me with some random scrap of paper? All eyes were fixed upon Harry, whose glasses had been askew following a tumultuous skirmish, and whose robes appeared thoroughly disheveled. Despite the unwavering support of Wood and the Weasley twins valiantly enduring injuries ahead, Harry remained a picture of disarray, especially with the crucial note that was once deemed the turning point of the match now conspicuously absent. Look at Goyle. What is he munching on? Neville's voice rang out, diverting everyone's gaze towards Goyle, who was laboriously chewing something with his cheeks puffed out. Upon realizing he was the center of attention, his coarse chewing swiftly transitioned into an awkward swallowing. Standing beside Goyle was Malfoy, his eyes glinting with a taunting challenge. His voice dripping with mockery. What does it matter to you? Can't produce it, so you resort to slander. I see. A sly grin spread across Malfoy's face, mirrored by Flint, who had turned to face them. If you can't produce it, I shall report you to Professor Snape. Inciting a riot, brawling, disrupting normal training, and forging a professor's signature. I dare not imagine how many points Gryffindor would lose, or if they'd be outright disqualified from the Quidditch Cup. All the Slytherins wore expressions of malicious delight, but this smirk quickly froze upon their faces. How is it that no one remembers I am, in fact, a Dumbledore? Hector opened his satchel and retrieved a blank slip of parchment, confidently rewriting a new note in front of everyone. How does this slip look? Would you like to indulge again? Rest assured, I have more than enough. As he spoke, the reactions of those present varied greatly upon witnessing the freshly minted note in Hector's hand. Firstly, there was Harry, whose eyes had previously been filled with regret. However, upon seeing the pristine note in Hector's grasp, the disappointment on his face was swiftly replaced by astonishment, accompanied by an unmistakable delight. This transformation of expression was not unique to Harry. All the Gryffindor players, as well as Ron, exhibited remarkably similar reactions. Notably, Oliver Wood's gaze was fixed intently upon Hector, or rather, on the coveted note in his possession. The eagerness in the eyes of the robust captain was so intense that Hector found himself somewhat uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Now, let us shift our focus to the Slytherin players opposing them. At the forefront stood their captain, Flint, whose resemblance to a troll was uncanny. His expression morphed with incredulous speed, alternating between crimson and pallor, with the veins in his neck standing out prominently. Then there was Malfoy, whose complexion was decidedly more straightforward. His neck and ears flushed a vivid crimson, particularly when he noticed his cohort, Goyle, displaying an unmistakable desire to sample the parchment's savory offerings after Hector's invitation. Malfoy's blush remained ever present. As for the other bystanders, their reactions need not be elaborated upon in detail. Suffice it to say that the atmosphere shifted palpably, with smiles no longer adorning the faces of the Slytherin players, but instead lighting up the countenances of the Gryffindor lions. Hector shattered the prolonged silence, and Fred and George, as if commanded, promptly transitioned from the roles of the expelled to the expellers. They swiftly employed the tactics of former Slytherin members, turning their efforts against the Slytherin Quidditch team. We now possess signed authorization, so kindly vacate the premises, you irrelevant individuals. Otherwise, I shall report to Professor McGonagall. Claiming that you are disrupting the normal training process, the Weasley twins declared in unison, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, and their movements exhibiting unprecedented agility. Despite Flint's defiant posture, he could not alter his fate of being forcefully pushed aside, as he was the primary target of their attention. Although Flint found himself in a rather humiliating predicament, he stubbornly muttered, that signed authorization is a forgery. Anyone can see it was hastily penned by him and holds no validity. If you have doubts, feel free to consult the headmaster. Besides, your own authorization might not even be genuine. Without hesitation, Hermione retorted sharply. Having previously displayed remarkable eloquence and an impressive ability to dominate the conversation during her confrontation with the Slytherin female players, her articulate arguments left the older students, who were significantly her seniors, speechless and retreating in disarray. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Flint's expression darkened significantly, his brows furrowing menacingly as malice gleamed in his eyes. It appeared that the derogatory term filthy mudblood, once uttered by Draco Malfoy, was now being directed towards this bullying upperclassman. It seemed to be the case, at least in terms of emerging trends. However, Flint's attempts to retaliate were thwarted. Just before he could launch a filthy personal attack, Hector preemptively unleashed a ruthless tongue-tying curse aimed directly at his corpulent visage. Hector's spell showed no mercy. A beam of light erupted from the tip of his wand, slicing through the air and decisively knocking the towering figure to the ground, rendering him unconscious. This spell not only silenced him, but also induced a tranquilizing effect, showcasing Hector's remarkable benevolence. With their leader incapacitated, the Slytherin team members promptly scattered, each opting for self-preservation, showing no inclination to prolong the standoff. Two robust lads from Malfoy's entourage bore Flint from the Quidditch pitch to the infirmary, otherwise. Given the Weasley twins' usual antics, Flint might have awakened the following morning still on the ground, or worse, found himself in a girl's lavatory within Hogwarts. Hector refrained from speculating further on this matter, though the unmistakable disappointment on the Weasley twins' faces as Flint was carried away was strikingly evident. "Let us resume training," Wood exclaimed this statement with almost jubilant enthusiasm, beckoning the Gryffindor team members to mount their brooms once more and continue their tactical drills. Before his departure, the tall and robust upperclassman expressed his heartfelt gratitude by enveloping Hector in a warm embrace. "Thank you, Hector," he said, his face radiating with a bright smile as he gave Hector a hearty pat on the shoulder before soaring away on his broom. Fred and George, raising their eyebrows in unison, flanked Hector with their arms around him. "Thank you for helping us vent our frustrations." Adhering to their customary banter, Fred was always the first to speak, while George followed suit seamlessly, continuing Fred's sentiment with, "Professor Dumbledore's note is truly invaluable. Might we procure one for ourselves?" Hector's rejection was, of course, anticipated by the two brothers, as their faces betrayed no hint of disappointment. Their smiles remained as unwavering as ever. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. We must extend our gratitude to you, Hector, for allowing us to vent our frustrations. Fred, mimicking Wood's demeanor, vigorously patted Hector's shoulder several times, followed by George, who, while performing the same gesture, seamlessly picked up on Fred's sentiment. If Flint and his companions had succeeded, one can only imagine the extent of Wood's despair and the inhumane torment we would have subsequently endured. "We are truly indebted to you, Hector. It would have been even better had Flint not been carried away," Hector murmured softly, and the eyes of the Weasley twins immediately sparkled with anticipation, eager for him to elaborate on the topic. At that moment, Wood's voice intruded unexpectedly. "Fred, George, you better hurry. Our strategy cannot function with two fewer batsmen," Wood shouted, his voice echoing in the air. The twins simultaneously recoiled slightly, exchanged a glance, and mounted their brooms in unison. The idea was indeed enticing, worthy of further discourse. "Wouldn't you agree, George? Great minds think alike, Fred." Thus, the two of them soared joyfully into the air, joining the vibrant Crimson team above. Hector and his companions gazed at the Quidditch players soaring freely across the sky, engaging in animated conversations and laughter, their faces illuminated by unrestrained joy. The early autumn sun bore a hint of warmth, casting a gentle, comforting glow upon everyone present. The sunlight was resplendent, mirroring the vibrant exuberance of Hector and his youthful companions. Hector suddenly posed an absurd question to Hermione, who stood beside him. "Do you think Harry knows how to counter the leg locker curse?" Hermione paused for a moment, then nodded, her brow furrowed in confusion as she replied, "He should, I suppose." "But why do you ask?" "He had better," Hector muttered. Hector subtly gestured towards Colin, who was not far behind, capturing his own image with the camera. He then withdrew his wand from his pocket. His legs stood rigid, frozen in place. Naturally, it was a silencing spell. Colin, unsteady in his stance, fell to the ground with a thud. We convened at Hagrid's hut, and it appeared he had already set his sights on me. Hector whispered a fleeting remark before swiftly taking his leave, leaving Hermione and the others in a state of bewilderment, exchanging perplexed glances. Hagrid and his guests enjoyed a delightful time at the small cottage. He had meticulously prepared an abundance of food. Although it may not have reached the heights of culinary excellence, the noticeably softened rock cakes bore testament to the considerable effort the half-giant had invested in the meal. Of course, it would have been even better had the tea been brewed a touch stronger. The atmosphere within the cottage was particularly harmonious, akin to the warmth radiating from the crackling fire in the hearth, suffused with a comforting ambience. They gathered in a circle, engaging in casual conversation, their faces alight with cheerful smiles, Hagrid's countenance reflecting the same joyous spirit. This convivial atmosphere reached its zenith upon the arrival of Harry, who had just completed his training. In a manner reminiscent of his welcome to Hector and the others, Hagrid greeted Harry with freshly baked, steaming food. Harry, undoubtedly famished, devoured two of the white ferret sandwiches, typically items he would only sample politely, and he left no rock cake untouched. Observing Harry's voracious appetite, Hagrid's smile grew even more radiant. "Oh, Harry, Quidditch training must be exhausting. You truly look starved. Eat more. It pleases me immensely to see you enjoy my cooking." With a jovial laugh, Hagrid rose from his oversized chair, donned his comically large apron once more, and returned to the kitchen to resume his culinary endeavors. As he busied himself, he chattered incessantly. It was Hector who suggested I enhance the rock cakes, and it seems to have worked splendidly. Everyone has taken to them quite well. Indeed, the suggestion had originated from Hector, and the softening charm proved highly effective, particularly in terms of the cake's texture. However, the charm only altered the consistency and did not change the fundamental nature of the cakes, rendering their digestion a rather challenging affair, perhaps due to the differences between the digestive systems of half-giants and wizards. Hector found himself engaged in a fierce internal battle with the rock cakes long after consuming a considerable quantity. This struggle soon permeated through his digestive system, escalating to the point where even the act of using the restroom became a serious matter, though one need not inquire how Hector came to this realization. The situation was as it was. Of course, employing the softening charm with a moderate amount of rock cakes posed no issue whatsoever. Hector could vouch for that. However, for gluttons like Ron and Neville, who had no concept of moderation, it would be most prudent for Hagrid to make further improvements to the recipe. Returning to the matter at hand, Harry scarcely had time to acknowledge the situation. Having skipped breakfast in his haste to attend training, he was ravenous, consumed with the singular desire to satiate his hunger. When Hagrid emerged bearing a platter of rock cakes and a steaming pot of rich tea, the vast tray of food on the table was nearly devoured by Harry alone. Hagrid set down a new tray and returned to his armchair, cradling a cup of hot tea. As Harry, eager and impatient, reached out his hand, he suddenly seemed to recall something and asked with a beaming smile, "Harry, I hear you've begun distributing signed photos? I must hold you accountable for not providing me with one." Upon hearing this, Harry's face instantly flushed crimson, as if he had been choked, leading him to erupt into a fit of intense coughing. Seated beside him, Ron, unbothered by any disturbances, kindly patted him on the back. Once Harry composed himself, he fervently protested, "I haven't distributed any signed photos. That's mere rumor. If Lockhart continues to spread such baseless claims." Harry's words trailed off as he noticed Hagrid's radiant smile. Hagrid, cautiously sipping his steaming cup of tea, remarked, "I know, Harry, I was merely jesting. I am aware you haven tea, and I have informed Lockhart that you need not bother. Your fame surpasses his effortlessly." Hagrid paused, curiosity brightening his expression. "How did you know it was Lockhart who informed me about the signed photos? I never mentioned it was him." Harry appeared somewhat indignant. His words were muffled by the food in his mouth, yet his annoyance was palpable. Who else could it be? After laboriously swallowing his weasel sandwich, his voice became much clearer. "I just saw Lockhart at the Quidditch pitch. He was holding his own books, preparing for some sort of book club meeting in Hogsmeade." Hagrid's face contorted with disdain upon hearing Harry's words, and he uncharacteristically launched into a vehement critique of the Hogwarts professor. "A genuine buffoon," Hagrid declared, setting down his teacup and shooing away the drooling Fong, who had been eyeing Harry. He continued his tirade against Lockhart. "He even tried to teach me how to prevent mermaids from swimming into wells, as if I didn't already know. He spoke so grandly about dealing with banshees. I can assure you, if his methods had any merit, I would eat the teapot directly." Seated beside Hector, Hermione exhibited clear dissent, eager to defend Lockhart. But the professor's glaring shortcomings were too evident, causing the young witch to abandon her intent to speak. Nevertheless, Hagrid showed no signs of relenting. Continuing with a tone tinged with nostalgia, Professor Dumbledore is truly out of options. The position of defense against the dark arts teacher has remained vacant since Quirrell's incident. Everyone believes the job is cursed. No one lasts long in it. Lockhart is likely the only one willing to take on the role, or else they'll have to have other teachers fill in. I would much prefer another teacher to take over the class. At least I might learn something of value." This remark escaped from Ron's lips, rendering it quite peculiar, yet his demeanor conveyed an earnestness. Hagrid raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as he refilled his cup with strong tea. It was Hector who broke the silence, continuing Ron's thought. Should Lockhart be absent, the only substitute teacher Dumbledore could arrange would be Snape, for he alone was willing to assume the role of temporary professor for this course. Hector rotated his teacup, adding with great enthusiasm that, to be precise, he was far more interested in the defense against the dark arts than in potions. Ron regarded Hector's words with skepticism, casting a glance at Hagrid for validation, who nodded in affirmation. Ron shrank his neck slightly and murmured, "Well, I suppose Gilderoy Lockhart has his merits. At least he is quite amusing, and his assignments are minimal." Hagrid swiftly diverted the conversation, eager to avoid the dismal topic of Lockhart, and instead spoke of the pumpkins being prepared for Halloween. The atmosphere lightened once more, as everyone relaxed in the plush armchairs of Hagrid's home, engaging in carefree chatter about trivial matters. Suddenly, Harry rose and walked toward the door. "What are you doing, Harry?" Hagrid inquired, perplexed. Harry opened the door, peered outside, and then retreated, his face etched with confusion. "Didn't you hear? Someone is coming. I distinctly heard voices outside just moments ago." Upon hearing Harry's words, everyone shook their heads, which only deepened the look of bewilderment on Harry's face. "Perhaps you misheard, Harry. Come, sit down. Would you like another rock cake?" Hagrid urged him to take a seat. Harry nodded and quietly settled down with a piece of rock cake. "Perhaps not," he pondered. Hector's voice was faint, barely audible even to himself. "Is there no way to infuse magic into my being?" Once again, he found himself in the long-abandoned hunter's cabin, the familiar voice responding to his inquiry with its customary indifference. "No. Are you not omnipotent? The so-called ruler of the world?" A hint of mockery laced the raspy voice, revealing the owner of the indifferent tone's first clear emotional fluctuation. "Far more complex than you could ever comprehend, you fool. As of now, I can only manage this without attracting attention." "Whose attention?" The raspy voice detected a flaw and pursued the matter further. "None of your concern. It seems that the situation is indeed much more intricate than I had anticipated," the raspy voice remarked. A pause ensued. The indifferent voice resumed. "It has nothing to do with you. All you need to do is find a way to recover. Is that all? This vessel can preserve the last remnants of your soul. If your soul container is destroyed, you will not perish immediately. It will provide a final refuge for you. If I were to lose all my magic, how would that differ from death?" The raspy voice muttered. The indifferent voice replied, "As long as you are alive, there remains hope. This is a complete vessel. I trust you understand." The weekend swiftly passed. In contrast to the exhilarating Saturday, this Sunday appeared rather mundane. There were no disputes with Slytherin, nor were there any thrilling nocturnal adventures. Everyone resumed their personal endeavors, rendering the days remarkably tranquil. The subsequent Monday through Wednesday mirrored this tranquility, albeit with an increase in academic demands. The professors assigned noticeably more homework, keeping Harry and his friends busier than before. Aside from their routine interactions, they rarely engaged in unnecessary schemes as they had the previous year. Strictly speaking, Harry was not one to seek trouble or crave attention. On the contrary, he relished what Ron referred to as a peaceful life. Of course, trouble had a way of finding him, but that was a matter for another time. For now, Hogwarts remained a harmonious and serene place, at least on the surface. However, for Hector, life appeared considerably more leisurely. The advantages of skipping defense against the dark arts extended beyond merely avoiding the charades with Lockhart. It afforded him ample free time. Hector can utilize this time to engage in numerous activities he desires, such as practicing with a broom, exploring today's transformations, or delving into the restricted section to study intricate spells. Even lounging in the common room holds more significance than enduring Gilderoy Lockhart's theatrical performances in the classroom. Harry and Ron harbor a profound envy towards Hector for his exemption from Lockhart's lessons, particularly Harry, who is frequently summoned to the front of the class to enact scenes from the book. Ever since the incident involving the house elf during the first lesson, this theatrical approach has become Lockhart's sole method of instruction. Returning to the matter at hand, aside from his daily academic pursuits, Hector undoubtedly has his own plans. Foremost among them is the extracurricular tutoring he conducted last year. Neville's tutoring sessions remain under Hector's guidance, while Hermione's supplementary teaching has been entirely assumed by Professor Flitwick. The young witch requires a deeper level of instruction, and Professor Flitwick, an esteemed educator, undoubtedly surpasses Hector, who is more of a self-taught novice. Next is Tom Riddle's diary, which Hector has been carrying with him these days, although some minor issues have arisen. The first concern is the odor. The diary now emanates a darkness that is not solely reflective of its nature, but also carries a scent reminiscent of a troll's, making it quite unpalatable for Hector. He has begun to question whether hiding the diary in such a location was indeed a wise decision. However, compared to the issue of the smell, the subsequent problem is far more severe. This can be attributed to Hector's carelessness. During his initial attempt to write on it while pinching his nose, he used Mr. LeMay's pen. Perhaps the pen was overly potent, as the golden ink of his self-introduction did not vanish as it was supposed to, unlike in the original text. Tom Riddle, hidden within the diary, seemed utterly perturbed, displaying no warmth whatsoever, even when Hector rewrote the introduction with a regular pen. Has he broken it? Hector remains uncertain and is not particularly concerned about Tom's reaction. After all, He introduced himself using Harry Potter's name, and any grievances have a rightful owner. If vengeance were sought, it would not lead back to Hector Dumbledore. As for Wendell and the others, Hector has not given them much thought. However, Professor Flitwick has mentioned Wendell's name on multiple occasions in Hector's presence. And the exceptionally talented young lad brings forth a proud smile from the professor each time he is mentioned. Wendell is indeed remarkable. His talent is as distinguished as his surname. Upon seeing him, it feels akin to witnessing last year's version of oneself. Yet fortunately, he has been sorted into Ravenclaw, sparing Hector from envying Minerva. Professor Flitwick often spoke with a flush of excitement adorning his face. In summary, Hector's life was characterized by leisure, punctuated occasionally by bursts of urgency. For instance, this Thursday marked the commencement of the new semester's first session of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. The notification arrived during breakfast on Thursday, delivered alongside other L's, a brief note detailing the address, time, and particulars of the Transfiguration Club was hastily scanned by Hector before being folded and tucked into the pocket of his robe. At 7 in the evening. In room 32 on the 5th floor, the timing of this Thursday was serendipitous, for the afternoon class was Professor Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts, which meant that Hector had no classes that day. He could take the opportunity to explore that abandoned classroom on the 5th floor. Where the restricted section also resided, the library entrance was on the 2nd floor, extending over several levels, thus making it comprehensible. It was a splendid plan to peruse some books there. After all, he had an entire afternoon at his disposal, and making early arrangements was always advantageous. After lunch, Hector dusted off his clothes and politely declined Harry and the other suggestion to wander in the courtyard, turning to leave the hall. "Wait a moment, Hector," came Hermione's voice. The young witch had also hastily concluded her lunch, rising from her seat to match Hector's pace. Meeting Hector's inquisitive gaze, Hermione explained, "I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. It would be better to do so in another place." Now it was Hermione who led the way, with Hector following quietly behind. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, instinctively urging Neville, who also wished to rise, to do so. The chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon exiting the hall and traversing several corridors, Hermione guided Hector to a sufficiently secluded spot, where she finally came to a halt. Hector initially presumed that Hermione was inquiring about the matter of not attending Lockhart's class. However, the reality took him somewhat by surprise. "Are you acquainted with Wendell and his companions?" The question Hermione posed was entirely beyond Hector's expectations, causing a slight tension that manifested in a furrowed brow. After a brief pause, he responded, "I suppose I know them. They are first-year students from Ravenclaw." "Why do you ask?" "They are rather peculiar," Hermione remarked, her own brow knitting in thought, her urgency palpable, yet her words remained remarkably coherent. "I noticed them in the library. Despite their tender age, they were delving into the restricted section in search of materials pertaining to alchemy. Moreover, they possess a signed note from Professor Dumbledore. Madame Pants has complained about this on more than one occasion." Hermione paused momentarily before continuing. "Even more bizarre is the fact that they are not only aware of the Room of Requirement, but also possess an invisibility cloak akin to Harry's. It nearly caused me to lose track of them." Hector found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to elucidate the identities of Wendell and his companions to Hermione. To be candid, Hector himself was at a loss regarding how to appropriately confront these young ones, who shared a familial bond. Thus, he chose to evade the matter, delegating it to the more seasoned Dumbledore for resolution. In the current predicament, Hector could only feign ignorance while possessing an understanding of the situation, attempting to navigate through it as delicately as possible. "Indeed, I shall keep an eye on them. Yet I am quite certain that Harry's invisibility cloak has always been in his possession. Perhaps it belongs to them after all. Wendell's surname, after all, is LeMay." Hector endeavored to rationalize the existence of the invisibility cloak, and it appears that his efforts were quite persuasive, as Hermione found herself somewhat convinced by his reasoning. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Nevertheless, I shall remain vigilant regarding their actions, hoping that my concerns are unfounded. Hermione nodded, her initial doubts gradually dissipating. Her wandering gaze refocused upon Hector. "Setting that aside, are you truly not planning to attend Lockhart's class? As I previously mentioned, the current material is somewhat elementary for me, which is why he has permitted me to utilize the time allocated for Defense Against the Dark Arts for independent study, a fact that Lockhart is well aware of." Hector explained, as Hermione gently furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with concern. "It is Professor Lockhart, Hector. I am aware of your capabilities. Yet one can still glean wisdom from a distinguished teacher. Hermione's voice diminished, clearly revealing that her faith in Lockhart had waned after attending 2 classes. Hector remained silent, gazing at Hermione, who, under his scrutiny, swiftly shifted the subject. "Well, perhaps you can use this time to learn more," she continued. "But I must attend class now. I shall see you later, Hector. Until we meet again, Hermione." The young witch waved farewell to Hector, swiftly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Hector ascended the staircase. Departing from that secluded corner, everyone presumed a twist awaited, akin to a fluctuation in the air, did they not? Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Beneath the cloak of invisibility were 3 faces marked by astonishment and trepidation. "How much does she know?" Panju inquired, his hand instinctively covering his mouth, rendering his voice somewhat muffled. "Not much, but it is perilous nonetheless," Albus replied, their gazes converging upon Wendell. Indeed, Wendell was still fiddling with the hourglass containing golden sand. "Wendell, when shall we finally depart?" Wendell did not respond until Albus gently tapped his shoulder, prompting him to react. "I do not know," Wendell replied, his gaze unwavering from the hourglass in his hands. "The energy is restoring, yet the pace is remarkably slow, as if something is impeding the process." "What could it be?" Albus asked, the 3 of them fixating on the grains of sand, a blend of gray and gold within the hourglass. Compared to the last time, the proportion of gold and sand had indeed increased, though the enhancement was quite limited. "I do not know," Wendell answered. Locating classroom 32 was not as complex as Hector had imagined. He effortlessly found the door to the classroom that stood ajar. Coincidentally, classroom 32 was the nearest to the other abandoned classrooms in the forbidden book section on the 5th floor, requiring merely a simple turn to reach another realm of knowledge. Hector peered into the open doorway, revealing a dark corridor, the end of which was adorned with flickering points of light. He cautiously leaned into the dim passage, drawing forth his wand and gesturing towards the walls on either side. As he had anticipated, several rekindled candles suspended upon the walls cast a rather splendid illumination. Hector did not relinquish his grip on the wand for even a moment. He first surveyed his surroundings with utmost caution, and once assured that no one was pursuing him, he pressed his body against the wall and proceeded slowly and carefully down the corridor. Fortunately, the passage was considerably more spacious than he had anticipated, and soon a distant light emerged before Hector's eyes. The corridor led to a vast and well-lit classroom. Rather than a mere classroom, it resembled a clandestine library of Hogwarts. The expected furnishings, a few chairs, tables, and a blackboard for the professor, were conspicuously absent. Instead, the majority of the room was dominated by library-style bookshelves, filled to the brim with a multitude of tomes. The predominant theme of this chamber was literature. Hector's gaze revealed books everywhere, on the windowsills, in the aisles between the shelves, and even in the open spaces behind the bookshelves, all piled high with volumes of varying thickness, their pages tinged with yellow. These books had been meticulously cared for, their covers spotless, and the shelves devoid of dust. The air in the entire room was infused with a distinct aroma, a blend of ink, parchment, and freshly cut grass, which bestowed upon Hector a profound sense of joy and fulfillment for his soul. "It is a pleasure to encounter you in this place, Hector." A familiar voice echoed in Hector's ear. It was Luna, her melodious tone, akin to a song, easily recognizable. He turned around to find a young girl, adorned with silver pupils and adorned with airship-themed accessories, perched atop a small mound crafted from stacked books. "Ah, it is you, Luna. I am equally delighted to see you. However, what brings you here?" Hector greeted politely, then looked up at the quirky little creature on the hill with a face full of confusion. Luna displayed the open book in her hands to Hector and continued. "I could not find any books on the curved-horned snorebeast in the library, nor were there any in the Ravenclaw common room. Thus, I decided to wander around, hoping to uncover some related literature." "Have you found anything?" Hector inquired, and Luna shook her head. However, there was not a trace of disappointment on her face. Not at all. Yet, the multitude of books here is exceedingly fascinating, reminiscent of the adage that immeasurable wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The two spoke this phrase in unison, and a radiant smile blossomed on the young girl's face. "You know, it truly is a remarkable coincidence." Luna leapt down from the top of the bookshelves, her form light and seemingly weightless. She swiftly approached Hector, her smile unwavering. "This place is indeed delightful, isn't it? It is just a pity that the books here are far more profound than those in the library. I reckon it will take some time to comprehend them." Luna tiptoed and thrust the book in her hand into Hector's grasp. As he accepted it, he was taken aback by its unexpected heft. The book was far weightier than he had anticipated. The cover was strikingly simple, inscribed only with cursory notes regarding transformation magic, devoid of any other illustrations or texts, exuding an air of utter ordinariness. This is quite a remarkable book, at least intriguing. Luna's melodious voice resonated through the classroom as she donned the shoes placed beside a small hill and bounced towards the door. Class is about to begin. See you later. Hector. The girl vanished in an instant, and the room returned to its initial tranquility, as if she had never been there at all. Had it not been for the substantial book in Hector's hands, he might have felt the same. Luna's swift departure left Hector no time to bid her farewell. He found a sturdy spot to lean against and began to peruse the book earnestly. This rather awkward progression of events led Hector to ponder that this tome must contain some extraordinary secrets, albeit appearing rather unremarkable. Until now, perhaps no one had noticed it. Or if they had, they dismissed it. Or perhaps they acknowledged it, but deemed it irrelevant to supporting characters, only to be utilized by the protagonist. However, as Hector delved deeper into the text, he found himself embarrassingly aware that the content perfectly mirrored its cover. It was equally unremarkable. To speak of content, a book of such thickness must possess substance, yet it merely replicated the materials used in daily lessons without any innovation or elaboration. In other words, this tome on transformation magic was a compilation of all the textbooks, encompassing 6 or 7 volumes, which elucidated the reason for its considerable weight. This left Hector somewhat disheartened. As he continued to leaf through the pages, the phrase "it shouldn't be like this" echoing persistently in his mind. However, reality proved to be disappointing for him. This book was merely a simple anthology, akin to the conclusive editions found online, devoid of any extended reflections or expansive summaries. Even the fundamental content and illustrations were minimized to the extent that anything extraneous was omitted. To be precise, this was not an anthology, it was a condensed version. This chapter was not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the subsequent captivating content. Before Hector lay 2 interpretations. The first was that this book was simply handed to him by Luna on a whimsical impulse. The second was the unsettling notion that he was merely a supporting character, with the true protagonist being someone else. This latter thought flickered momentarily in Hector's mind before he forcefully dismissed it. Not the protagonist? Such an idea was utterly absurd. Upon rejecting the second notion, a third thought emerged in Hector's mind. What if he was merely approaching this incorrectly? Was there a password or incantation? Perhaps a command akin to that of an interactive map? Or was there some sort of spatial restriction? Hector attempted countless methods, including but not limited to magically flipping through the pages, simulating scenes. Indeed, he had even scaled the pile of books and experimenting with various phrases, the first being, "The immeasurable wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." However, the results were consistently disappointing, yielding no effects whatsoever. As for the method of blood oath, Hector refrained from trying it, primarily because the Western magical realm was unlikely to adopt the Eastern mystical practices, given the vast differences between the two systems. A trivial secondary reason was Hector's aversion to pain, particularly that which was foreseeable and avoidable, yet somehow unavoidable, akin to receiving an injection. Thus, Hector swiftly concluded that this book lacked the extraordinary qualities he had anticipated, being merely a rather ordinary series. As for Luna's rather enthusiastic assessment of it as quite good and interesting, Hector found himself at a loss to understand why one would find a condensed textbook so captivating. Perhaps she and Hermione would resonate with each other splendidly. Nonetheless, Hector had no intention of further wasting time on this tome regarding transfiguration. He stood on tiptoe and returned the heavy, unadorned book to its place on the shelf, selecting another volume on transfiguration to peruse instead. This place was rather delightful, with an abundance of intriguing books, making it an ideal setting for Hector's plans. He chose several books at once and settled down by the window. After clearing a space, he took out his cherished pumpkin juice, savoring it carefully while engrossed in his reading. That heavy, unadorned book remained there, utterly motionless. Could it truly be an ordinary, unremarkable book? Perhaps not. Had Hector been more cautious and attentive in his reading, he would have discovered a phrase inscribed on the title page: "To those who thirst for power, do not open this ancient tome, for it shall not reveal its heart to you. To those who seek knowledge, delight in the treasures contained within its characters, for they are the precious wealth you pursue." Signed, Rowena Ravenclaw. Following this, another phrase appears: "Indeed, knowledge resides within this tome, yet the path is not." The subsequent signature is even more intriguing: Tom Riddle. When one immerses oneself earnestly in the vast ocean of knowledge, one becomes utterly oblivious to the passage of time, just like Hector at present. Savoring a delectable pumpkin juice while perusing the past issues of Transfiguration, He only regained his awareness upon hearing Professor McGonagall's voice. "Hector, you have arrived earlier than I anticipated." Professor McGonagall gently waved her hand, attempting to capture Hector's attention. He lifted his gaze, meeting the warmth of her smile, a rare sight indeed. Professor McGonagall's countenance is typically stern, unmistakably reflecting the demeanor of a strict educator. Such a smile is seldom graced upon her features. "How goes your study of transfiguration? Have you gleaned any insights?" A satisfied smile lingered on Professor McGonagall's face. As a teacher, she had every reason to appreciate diligent students, especially when they were not only industrious but also remarkably gifted. "I have gathered some understanding, yet the majority of the articles remain somewhat elusive." Hector set down the book in his hands, feeling somewhat relieved that he had prudently packed the pumpkin juice into his satchel ahead of time. Professor McGonagall's smile never wavered. She gently patted Hector on the shoulder and continued, "It is quite all right, Hector. The article on transfiguration today indeed possesses depth. However, being exposed to these cutting-edge perspectives on the evolution of transfiguration will undoubtedly benefit you. Once you have established a solid foundation, Hector, you may revisit the works of these pioneering scholars, and you will surely gain new insights. I am confident that as long as you do not squander your talent, that day will not be far off." After a brief moment of simple reassurance, Professor McGonagall paused only for an instant before seamlessly expressing her expectations for Hector. "Just like your senior peers, the threshold for today's transfiguration is not as daunting as you might imagine. As long as your ideas are sufficiently intriguing and your foundational knowledge is robust, publishing 1 or 2 articles on the subject will certainly not pose a challenge. I can assure you of this, especially since I have a hand in the editorial process." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Hector immediately cast a curious glance her way. She, of course, noticed the look in Hector's eyes, and her expression swiftly transformed into one of solemnity as she firmly added, "However, I assure you that I will never engage in any favoritism." Hector promptly averted his gaze, harboring a profound certainty regarding this matter. "Might you share your insights with me? Alternatively, any intriguing ideas would also be welcome." Professor McGonagall, observing Hector's demeanor of eager receptiveness, felt a gentle smile return to her visage. Her tone was soft, and a glimmer of inquiry danced in her eyes. "Certainly, I would be delighted to share." Hector nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed taken a serious look at the past issues of today's Transfiguration, although the articles therein were somewhat obscure and challenging for him. As a university student who had undergone the rigorous selection of the college entrance examination, he still possessed some understanding of reading comprehension techniques. By examining the titles, scrutinizing the data, and analyzing the opening and concluding sentences to identify arguments and supporting evidence, he found that these traditional methods still held some merit. After all, academic papers have their established conventions. Even though Hector might currently be regarded as somewhat inexperienced, grasping the superficial concepts was not an insurmountable challenge. When it comes to magic, one must approach it with a scientific mindset. Take, for instance, the article discussing the impact of thunderstorm intensity on the types of animals that can be transformed into an animagus. The title itself hinted at the principles of controlled variables and experimental comparison. Although such experiments were not feasible, the author articulated the ideas with such clarity that it left little room for rebuttal. Another piece reflected on the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, exploring the obstacles to the spontaneous generation of food. The essay flowed eloquently, brimming with imaginative ideas. Yet it subtly conveyed an essence reminiscent of the law of conservation of energy. Hector shared his reflections with Professor McGonagall, who listened intently, occasionally nodding in encouragement, which further ignited Hector's desire to share. He eloquently enumerated his thoughts and showcased the corresponding articles to Professor McGonagall. Upon completing his list, Hector proceeded to summarize the articles, noting that the current research direction in transfiguration primarily focuses on animagy. This enigmatic, profound, and perilous form of transformation captivates the interest of many. Indeed, the ability to seamlessly and controllably switch between animal and human forms is a dream for most wizards, undoubtedly offering numerous unforeseen conveniences. However, the intricate and arduous steps involved mean that only a select few wizards, such as yourself, have mastered this advanced magic. Hector cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, whose smile was now tinged with a fitting sense of pride. After a brief pause, Hector continued, stating that the majority of current research is focused on simplifying the animagus process, seeking to reduce both preparation time and steps. A scant few are even contemplating how to control the forms one might assume as an animagus, with an eye towards personalized services following widespread adoption. The remaining attention is directed towards the refinement of transfiguration spells, the enhancement of the transfiguration process, and the extension of their efficacy. With considerable focus also placed on human transfiguration, Hector set aside the transfiguration text for today, inhaling deeply before he spoke. That's about it. Dear student, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading, as the following is even more thrilling. Professor McGonagall's satisfaction was evident on her face. After a brief pause, she began to clap her hands and gently remarked, "Your comprehension of the text exceeds my expectations, Hector. Your insights are refreshing, your perspective expansive, and your ability to summarize is commendable. It is clear you have invested considerable effort." Professor McGonagall was generous with her praise, her smile harmonizing perfectly with her words. However, she was also strict, especially with those exceptionally talented individuals who held great promise, a sentiment reflected in her subsequent remarks. "Nevertheless, Hector, I am indeed more eager to hear your thoughts, which is precisely why I encouraged you to read these articles." With a twinkle of encouragement in her eyes, she continued, "After perusing these texts, do you have any personal reflections on transfiguration?" Hector nodded. Indeed, inspiration had struck him, and he owed this revelation to an article hidden away in a corner. However, the piece bore no authoress name, and the date of the journal had faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Was it 1944 or perhaps 1943? The details had become somewhat indistinct. Yet, this was inconsequential. Hector holds this belief. Does the soul truly exist? Hector commenced his discourse with a probing question, to which Professor McGonagall merely furrowed her brow before swiftly responding. This inquiry could hardly be deemed precise, primarily due to the nebulous nature of the soul's definition, whether it pertains to an individual's consciousness or resembles entities such as spirits or phantoms. Our understanding in this realm remains profoundly deficient. However, one might infer its existence based on the various effects of numerous spells. Professor McGonagall's response was both meticulous and comprehensive, prompting a satisfied nod from Hector. He continued, stating that transfiguration encompasses numerous facets of transformation, beginning with the basic conversion of inanimate objects into other inanimate forms, akin to transforming a book into a chair. More advanced transformations involve the alteration of living beings into inanimate matter, such as converting a living creature into a lifeless one, and progressing to the more challenging task of reviving the inanimate into the animate. Hector paused momentarily, retrieving a pin from his pocket. With a gentle flick of his wand, it transformed into a somewhat rigid and lifeless mouse. This was indeed intriguing. The mouse possessed a semblance of vitality. If souls were to exist, there seemed to be no reason why such a creature would be devoid of one. However, as Hector withdrew his magic, the mouse struggled to move a few times, its eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair, before swiftly transforming back into the pen. Does a pen possess a soul? This question is rather trivial and evidently obvious. But what of the mouse? It must possess its own soul. Yet, from whence does its soul originate? Professor McGonagall found herself in deep contemplation, noticing the intricate details of the mouse, a consideration she had never entertained before. Hector continued, suggesting that if one were to ponder in such a manner, the matter would become infinitely more intriguing. Can a departed life be regarded as merely inanimate? Might transfiguration, the art of transforming the lifeless into the living, be applicable in this context, allowing us to glimpse, even traverse, the boundaries between life and death? What truly constitutes the essence of transfiguration? Is it merely the substantial alteration of matter, or is it the invocation of the soul? Such inquiries remain unanswered and are indeed worthy of exploration. Hector gazed at Professor McGonagall, whose expression transitioned from seriousness to contemplation and now reflected a state of shock, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. Of course, these musings were unfounded and untested, merely a fleeting thought of his own. The notion that the laws of magic could be challenged, particularly the tenet against resurrection, was perhaps audacious. McGonagall's astonished reaction was entirely understandable, and Hector found himself ensnared in a rigorous self-examination for having entertained such an idea. Could a mind, shaped by the rigors of university life, still conjure such fanciful creativity? Hector was skeptical, yet the entirety of his thought process, along with the associated ramifications, compelled him to entertain the possibility. Youth indeed possesses a certain audacity to question what many regard as absolute truths. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and regarded Hector with earnestness, speaking slowly yet resolutely. "I find it difficult to endorse your idea. To be frank, I wish you would adopt a more pragmatic approach, or perhaps a more grounded perspective." The challenge of confronting death is exceedingly distant for a fledgling second-year wizard, even for someone as remarkable as you. Nonetheless, this does not preclude you from attempting it. On the contrary, I believe your line of thinking, while somewhat naive, is quite intriguing. However, I fear the Daily Prophet may struggle to accept such unorthodox ideas. It seemed McGonagall had pondered for quite some time before articulating her thoughts. Her demeanor was serious, but it quickly transformed into a cheerful smile. At least you possess your own ideas rather than merely imitating others, which is commendable. I believe it would be wise for you to consider dining, as the Transfiguration Club's activities have yet to commence. Nourishing yourself would be a prudent choice. Truth be told, having consumed pumpkin juice throughout the afternoon, Hector did not feel particularly hungry. However, the urge to relieve himself was certainly present, and after sitting for an extended period, a stroll would indeed be refreshing. Thus, Hector readily accepted Professor McGonagall's suggestion. Relieve oneself, dine, and await the appointed time for the Transfiguration Club gathering. Hector arrived punctually at classroom 32 on the 5th floor, where several upperclassmen had already gathered. These Ravenclaw students swiftly acknowledged Hector's eligibility to participate in the event, their initial expressions of surprise fading quickly, particularly among the Ravenclaw seniors encircling him. In contrast, the Gryffindors displayed a much warmer demeanor, eagerly engaging Hector with a flurry of questions. Meanwhile, from a distance, certain Slytherins harbored a lingering air of disdain that Hector could readily perceive. It seemed he was the youngest member to join the club, as well as one of the earliest. Amidst the crowd surrounding Hector, a senior named Emily, whose name Hector recognized from previous encounters, narrowed her eyes playfully and remarked. Another senior named Tom, a name that felt familiar yet intimidating, chimed in, Professor McGonagall must hold you in high esteem. Your talent must be exceptional. It's no surprise, considering your surname, Dumbledore, a name of great renown. Tom's words received enthusiastic agreement from several others, who immediately launched into a spirited discussion, until Percy and a Ravenclaw senior entered hand in hand. Hey, Hector, what brings you here? Percy instinctively released his grip, his gaze toward Hector revealing curiosity, inquiry, but predominantly a sense of embarrassment. Professor McGonagall asked me to come and listen, so I did. Hector explained that he was acutely aware of Percy's intention behind the question. Thus he averted his gaze as discreetly as possible, though the evident effect was far from satisfactory, as demonstrated by Percy's flushed visage. Following this, Professor McGonagall arrived. After arranging the classroom to create ample space, she promptly descended to the auditorium to partake in a modest dinner. It appeared that the evening's activities would extend longer than Hector had anticipated. The club meeting commenced swiftly, with everyone forming a circle and taking their seats as per tradition. The previously noisy classroom fell silent the moment Professor McGonagall entered, as the upperclassmen swiftly conjured chairs using various methods, each differing in materials. Imitating them, Hector quickly transformed a chair that was neither too large nor too small, yet appeared sufficiently comfortable, and seated himself beside Percy. Your transfiguration skills are even more impressive than I had imagined, Percy remarked earnestly as he scrutinized Hector's chair, a look of realization dawning upon his face. I believe you will learn much here, particularly the knowledge necessary for the O, W, L, S and N, E, W, T, S, which will greatly benefit your future. The Ministry of Magic has stringent requirements for these examinations. If you aspire to join, achieving an OIN transfiguration is imperative. Percy's expression was particularly serious, as he often spoke at length when discussing the ministry, seemingly having an inexhaustible stream of thoughts. Now in his 6th year, he had acquired considerable understanding of the various departments within the ministry and was gradually refining his plans for the future. I think entering the ministry is an excellent choice. However, the typically composed Percy exhibited an unusual tendency to ramble today, openly sharing his plans with Hector without any hint of reservation. His blue eyes, mirroring those of his brother, fixated intently on Hector as he continued. As you know, my family's circumstances are not particularly favorable. My father often faces exclusion in his job, and the meager salary from the ministry barely sustains our large family. I have always strived to excel to avoid disappointing them, hoping to alleviate their burdens so they can experience a bit more ease. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Why do you share this with me? Hector remained steadfastly loyal to his role as a listener. Only after Percy concluded his narrative did he gently pose his question. I wish to express my gratitude for all that you have done for my sister. Professor Dumbledore mentioned your deeds to my parents during the summer. It is truly unimaginable what might have transpired had such dreadful circumstances befallen Ginny. Percy's gaze was fixed upon Professor McGonagall, who stood resolutely in the center of the circle. He gradually lowered his voice, yet the sincerity in his words remained undiminished. Furthermore, I owe you an apology. I acknowledge that there were some unpleasant moments between us last semester, and I have carried that with me. But I have struggled to find the right moment to address it. What matter? Hector chuckled, his words resembling a question, yet more akin to a statement. The astute Percy naturally grasped Hector's meaning. Shifting his gaze from Professor McGonagall to Hector, the mirth in his eyes unmistakable. Thank you, Hector. I believe that, at this point, we ought to consider ourselves friends. The inquiry was familiar, albeit Hector's response bore a slight variation. Indeed, Percy, indeed. So, do friends keep each other's secrets? Percy's voice dropped to a whisper, for Professor McGonagall's attention had turned towards them, yet the mischievous glint that flickered across his face was quite evident to Hector. The answer is the same as before, Percy, certainly. Their conversation came to a halt as Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the room. Welcome back to Hogwarts. And I am pleased to introduce you to the Transfiguration Club. Today, we shall explore the latest theories on the application of animagus as discussed in the current issue of Transfiguration Today. Professor McGonagall initiated the club activity, and soon participants eager to express their thoughts took turns at the podium, igniting a vibrant atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to them, within this bookish room stood a crystal ball, neither too large nor too small, yet conspicuously out of place. This orb rested upon the windowsill, directly facing Hector and Percy. Behind the crystal ball were a pair of eyes as azure as the sky, observing the proceedings with satisfaction. Far away in the 8th floor office, Dumbledore retrieved a large white rabbit from his jar of sweets. This confection had supplanted the lemon drop, temporarily claiming the title of Dumbledore's favorite candy. Of course, it would be even better if it were a tad softer. Just as I have planned. Wouldn't you agree, Fawkes? Fawkes responded with a soft trill, affirming Dumbledore's sentiment. Before him lay another crystal ball, positioned to overlook the Slytherin's secret chamber, a rather steady little creature, exhibiting no unwarranted movements. Dumbledore's smile faded upon observing the serpent within the orb, which was expelling a letter, replaced swiftly by a serious demeanor. It is best to maintain stability. I prefer not to see drastic changes. Turning the good into bad is hardly a skill. It is the ability to transform the bad into good that demonstrates true prowess. Confidence radiated from Dumbledore's expression, though Fawkes conveyed his concerns, represented by a prolonged call. Do not worry, Fawkes. After all, I am here. One Dumbledore, certainly, but not merely one Dumbledore. The tale of the Transformation Club holds many more stories, yet they are not as significant as one might imagine. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let us proceed. The cold wave of October arrived much earlier than it did last year, as evidenced by the rapidly plummeting temperatures and the persistently overcast skies. The damp wind sweeping from afar permeated the campus, dutifully executing the infiltration of chill. The season of colds also made its timely entrance. The first to be affected was Hector. Despite the considerable improvements in his life over the past 2 years, the lingering effects of his days of wandering were still quite evident in his stature and constitution, rendering him weaker than his peers. Of course, Hector was not alone in his affliction. Nearly all first-year wizards, save for a few with robust health, fell victim to the illness. Among them was Colin, who perpetually carried a camera and roamed with ghosts. This was perhaps one of the few silver linings. As for Hector's companions, their circumstances were far more favorable. The cold had little impact on the tall Ron and Neville, while Hermione, due to her prudent warmth and stringent protective measures, managed to evade illness. Even Harry, who braved the elements daily, remained unscathed. It is noteworthy that Harry's early experiences had left him with a physique not dissimilar to Hector's. Yet this chosen one seemed as resilient as iron. Under the relentless and somewhat reckless training regimen of Senior Wood, he maintained an enviable state of health. Even Ginny, a year younger than Hector, radiated vitality. This young Weasley girl exuded boundless energy, and even Luna, who accompanied her, appeared to be in better shape than Hector. Hector, Madame Pomfrey has invigorating potions. You might consider trying one, as they are quite effective against colds, Hermione remarked, observing Hector, who was perpetually clutching a box of tissues, with evident concern. Meanwhile, Ron dismissed the matter entirely, his thoughts consumed solely by visions of chicken legs and steaks that awaited him at the dinner table. I know, Hermione. Hector forcefully cleared his nose, his voice somewhat peculiar yet still discernible. I believe I may be developing a resistance to the tonic. Madame Pomfrey's invigorating elixir is evidently not as effective as it was last year. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall recover in a few days. Hermione cast a worried glance at Hector, and perhaps the seriousness etched upon his face swayed her, for the young witch reluctantly accepted his words. Just then, a disheveled Harry burst into the great hall, clutching his dripping Nimbus 2000. This marked the third emergency practice session for the Gryffindor Quidditch team that week. The spirit of Halloween had not dampened Captain Wood's enthusiasm for Quidditch training. On the contrary, he had intensified both the frequency and the rigor of their practices to unprecedented levels. Particularly, Harry found the performance of the Slytherin Seeker-S Nimbus 2001 far surpassing his expectations. To bridge the gap in equipment, elevating the player's skills was imperative. Thus, the increase in training was inevitable. Captain Wood, intent on securing victory, would not allow a storm to impede their progress. With the howling winds, chilling raindrops, and muddy grounds, Harry's exhaustion was nearly palpable. I'm absolutely famished, he thought as he swiftly took a seat beside Ron, the dripping Nimbus 2000 leaning against the chair beside him. Yet, none of this captured Harry's attention. His gaze was solely fixed on the steaming loaves of bread laid out on the table. Hector drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, Harry's damp clothing transformed back to a state of dryness, along with his disheveled hair. As Harry sensed the delightful change in his attire, he gratefully nodded towards Hector. Once he had painstakingly swallowed the food in his mouth, Harry addressed Hector, saying, "Thank you, Hector. I feel much better now. It seems I must certainly master this spell." Harry's previous lethargy dissipated entirely after he sipped a steaming cup of rich tea. Now invigorated, he looked at Hector, who was awkwardly clutching a roll of paper and blowing his nose, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Hector, have you not yet recovered from your cold? Should we pay Madame Pomfrey a visit?" Hector shook his head, rubbing his nose and gently furrowing his brow. He then continued, "Thank you for your concern, Harry. My cold is nearly gone. I just have a bit of nasal congestion left, and I should be well in a few days." "That's good to hear." Harry had always respected Hector's words. He stood up and took a generous portion of pudding from the dining table, followed by another hefty serving. The ruckus created by the duo across the table was quite alarming. The formidable combination of the pudding destroyer and the chicken leg assassin never failed to ignite the appetite of the surrounding young wizards. Originally, this duo was part of a trio, for in his prime, Hector was also renowned as the steak assassin, but in his current state of illness, he lacked any appetite. Even watching Harry devour pudding and Ron tackle chicken legs did little to entice him. Once Harry finished his meal, he wiped his mouth and earnestly addressed Hector and the others. "There is something I would like to ask your opinion on." After Neville finally lifted his head, Harry continued, "Nearly Headless Nick has invited me to celebrate his 500th birthday, and he hopes you all can join as well. What do you think?" Hermione immediately expressed great enthusiasm. Her keen interest in all things magical led her to readily accept Harry's invitation, even finding the prospect of attending a ghostly gathering to be quite extraordinary. Ron was somewhat less enthusiastic. He never declined Harry's invitations, but he felt a tinge of misfortune surrounding the event. Hector displayed a flicker of interest, however. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the ghostly banquet. Coupled with his own ailment, he ultimately concluded that his health took precedence. Harry expressed his profound understanding and assured Hector that he would convey his apologies to Sir Nick. As for Neville, he glanced at Hector and then at Hermione, readily acquiescing. This matter was temporarily set aside as they all stood up after dinner and made their way towards the Gryffindor common room. "Hector," someone called out to him. He turned around to see two first-year Ravenclaw students. Indeed, it was Penelope and Albus. Hector deliberately took note that there was no sign of Wendell behind them. What was amiss? Hector furrowed his brow and inquired. The two little ones appeared resolute. However, upon catching sight of Harry and Ron beside Hector, their youthful faces betrayed an expression of embarrassment. Hector promptly understood the situation, and addressing Harry, who looked perplexed alongside Albus and Ponju, he said, "You may leave for now. I shall return on my own shortly. Professor Flitwick must have summoned me for some reason." Upon hearing Hector's words, Harry and the others quickly vanished from the great hall, leaving Hector with the two little ones who were nervously fidgeting. "Is there something amiss? Where's Wendell? Why isn't he with you?" Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of the two children, particularly in Albus, who eagerly exclaimed, "Do you remember Wendell? This is simply splendid." Hector's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed intently at the two small creatures before him. He then inquired, "Why can you not recall? What has transpired?" In the face of Hector's serious demeanor, the two little ones shrank back, their initial bravado fading. After a brief period of tentative nudging between them, it was Albus who finally spoke up. Hector, the situation is quite intricate, and it cannot be easily explained. Albus took a deep breath, steeling himself before continuing. Wendell has vanished, Hector, and it seems that everyone has forgotten him. Hector's languid spirit was instantly revitalized upon hearing Albus's words, urging him to keep pace. Hector cast down a remark and swiftly exited the auditorium. Albus and Ponju exchanged glances, then quickly matched Hector's pace. Where could he be heading? Ponju inquired softly. Observing Hector's retreating figure, Albus shook his head, his expression grave. We must follow, Ponju. We have no alternative. Soon, they discovered their destination, the 8th floor, the headmaster's office. The water-dripping gargoyle at the entrance stepped aside. Albus and Ponju exchanged another glance, both registering surprise on each other's faces. The perspective shifted to Hector. Fortune favored him today, for the elusive Dumbledore happened to be present at the school. Ah, it's you, Hector, Dumbledore remarked, leaning back in his chair with an air of contentment. A radiant smile illuminating his face upon seeing Hector. However, that smile rapidly faded as he noticed the urgency etched upon Hector's visage. What has transpired? Wendell. He is missing. The strenuous ascent left Hector slightly breathless as he delivered this fragmented revelation. Albus had never witnessed such a serious demeanor on Dumbledore's face. Accompanying Albus and Ponju into the headmaster's office was the tome of admission, which had been placed atop a lofty tower. Of course, Albus and the others entered through the door, while the admission book had taken the more direct route through the window. Professor Dumbledore, Wendell. Albus intended to speak, but the thought dissipated the moment he met Dumbledore's gaze. What manner of eyes were those? Azure, keen, as profound as the ocean. The benevolent demeanor Dumbledore typically presented to his students was now replaced by a sternness akin to a statue, one cloaked in flames of fury. All present understood that Dumbledore's wrath was directed elsewhere. Even Ponju, who stood at a distance, felt the weight of that knowledge. He was angry with himself. His name has vanished. Dumbledore's pupils constricted, and with a wave of his hand, the admission book soared from the shattered window. Subsequently, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Albus and Ponju. Hector could perceive that Dumbledore wished to appear as benevolent as possible. However, his exceedingly stiff smile only rendered the two young ones standing before him more uncomfortable. Might you kindly elaborate on the process of Wendell's disappearance, with as much detail as possible? What a perceptive individual Dumbledore is. The embarrassment of Albus and Ponju compelled him to temper his own emotions, adopting a tone that was as calm as he could muster. As for your origins, there is no need for elaboration. I believe I am already quite well aware, as is Hector, Dumbledore added, his arms crossed over his chest, awaiting the elucidation from the two young ones. The shock was plainly evident on Albus and Ponju's faces. They had prepared their statements prior to entering. Yet the revelation of their identities was a consideration they had entirely overlooked. Is it really that obvious? Albus Potter pondered, lifting his gaze to inadvertently meet the eyes of another Albus. Please forgive me, my child, but this matter is of utmost significance to me and to the entire Dumbledore family. Hector observed as Dumbledore drew his wand, only to subsequently return it to its place. Ultimately, the elder before him opted against that course of action. Please, be swift. Time is of the essence. Dumbledore's gaze was earnest, his demeanor as gentle as possible. Ponju and Albus exchanged a knowing glance, and it was the more assertive Albus who spoke first. Wendell possesses a time turner. We initially intended to use it to complete the assignments that Albus had set. Instinctively, Albus began to count on his fingers, glancing at Hector and Dumbledore's reactions before continuing. However, that device is somewhat antiquated and has encountered significant issues. For reasons unknown, it transported us to such a distant past. Albus looked towards Ponju, who promptly understood and followed Albus's narrative, stating, Wendell has been attempting to repair it, but with limited success. The time turner ceased to function after bringing us to this point in time. Ponju shrugged, pausing briefly before adding, Wendell mentioned that there are barriers of sorts during this period. I am already aware of most of this. Dumbledore interjected decisively, his eyes gleaming with urgency. What I wish to know is the matter concerning Wendell's disappearance. Take it easy, Grandfather Albus. Let them speak. Fretfulness yields no results. Hector spoke, simultaneously reassuring the somewhat anxious Dumbledore and granting the two young ones a moment to breathe amidst Dumbledore's imposing presence. In recent days, Wendell had been diligently tinkering with the time turner, informing us that he would seek assistance from an individual and would return shortly. Albus began to speak, and Hector, along with Dumbledore, who had already risen from his seat, stepped closer to him. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of anticipation in the eyes of the elder and younger Dumbledore was unmistakable. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The pressure of facing two Dumbledores was palpable, as evidenced by the tremor in Albus Potter's voice. However, when the agreed time passed without Wendell's return and finding a solution eluded us, I sought your counsel. Who did Wendell go to find? The grandfather and grandson posed this question in unison as Albus drew forth a pen from his pocket, a pen that Hector recognized all too well. According to Wendell, he had sought the original owner of this very pen. Nico? Hector and Dumbledore spoke the words almost simultaneously, albeit with differing tones. Dumbledore's voice conveyed a sense of ease. Hector's tone was entirely fraught with tension. And now, Mr. LeMay? It was now Hector's turn to feel anxious, yet the most inconspicuous Ponju spoke up. Furrowing his brow as if deep in thought, Wendell utilized the time turner. Of that I am certain. It seemed he returned to the past, though he did not disclose the precise moment to us. After a brief pause for contemplation, Ponju offered another invaluable clue, revealing that the owner of the time turner was none other than Mr. LeMay, the same individual who possessed the quill. That object indeed belongs to me, Mr. LeMay's voice resonated within the office, his arrival accompanied by a spark of energy. Aurora perched upon his shoulder, greeting. Long time no see, Albus. Dumbledore and the Potter child turned to regard Mr. LeMay, who stood with a cane, appearing both unassuming yet elegant. Oh, my apologies. I didn't expect to find two Albus gentlemen here. Nicholas, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, his expression one of surprise. For he had never anticipated the straightforward Nicholas LeMay would appear so far away in Hogwarts. This little fellow brought me, Mr. LeMay gestured to the diminutive creature on his shoulder, a smile breaking across his pale visage. Dumbledore requires assistance, yet this little one lacks sufficient power. So he sought me out. As Mr. LeMay spoke, he struggled to retrieve something from his bag. I believe this is what you were referring to. A brand new hourglass emerged into view, its contents flowing with shimmering golden sand. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Mr. LeMay placed the hourglass upon the table and resumed rummaging through his bag. Unlike before, this time Mr. LeMay's smile radiated solely towards Hector. I heard Albus mention that you have a fondness for my pumpkin juice. A large, exquisite, tightly sealed silver canister appeared particularly heavy in the frail hands of Mr. LeMay. Do not hold back, Hector. Simply ask for it. So, who shall we send? Ponju inquired, his gaze fixed on the time turner in Mr. LeMay's hands, revealing a look of concern. I believe it is best that I undertake this task. As soon as Ponju finished speaking, Dumbledore immediately assented without a hint of hesitation. Hector was about to speak, but Dumbledore shook his head, a resolute and unwavering expression clearly evident in his gaze. It cannot be you, Albus, Mr. LeMay interjected. Dumbledore frowned, turning his attention to the elderly gentleman beside him, awaiting an explanation from Nicholas LeMay. Mr. LeMay cradled an exquisite hourglass in his palm, its golden sands radiating a dazzling light, appearing most enchanting. All eyes were drawn to the exquisite hourglass in Mr. LeMay's hand, precisely the effect he intended to achieve. He swiftly elucidated his earlier remarks, declaring that the time turner was a marvel, a magnificent alchemical creation, and that the one before them was indeed the most exquisite of all. Mr. LeMay's gaze towards the hourglass was filled with sincerity and fervor. Subsequently, he placed the hourglass into Dumbledore's hands. However, no matter how splendid an alchemical product may be, it is not without its limitations, and this time turner is no exception. Mr. LeMay regarded Dumbledore carefully as he cautiously turned the hourglass and then adjusted the central mechanism that resembled a winding key. After completing these actions, Mr. LeMay stepped back a few paces. Hector was also pulled back several steps by him, pressing the button located above the hourglass. Albus, prepare yourself. Upon hearing Mr. LeMay's words, Dumbledore became serious. He drew his wand and took a deep breath. Dumbledore pressed the button, anticipating a distortion of space or some other peculiar phenomenon, yet nothing extraordinary occurred. He remained standing there, just as before. The only thing that changed was the hourglass in his hand, within which the golden grains of sand jostled and chased each other, cascading rapidly down the passage. However, all the dazzling, almost tormenting grains of sand, upon passing through that small opening, suddenly lost their luster, transforming into a dull gray, entirely devoid of their former brilliance, becoming utterly commonplace. The flow of sand quickened, yet this appeared to be the only observable change. Perhaps one must wait until all the grains had fallen. A profound realization took root within Hector's mind, soon validated by unfolding events. As the golden veneer of sand faded away, revealing its mundane essence, A look of anguish swiftly crossed Dumbledore's face, as if he had been struck with a devastating uppercut by a seasoned boxer, causing him to lose his balance completely and fall uncontrollably backward. Hector swiftly drew forth his wand, yet Mr. LeMay was even quicker. However, the buffering charm intended for Hector was directed at Dumbledore, while Mr. LeMay struck the floating time-turner in midair with a levitation charm. As you can see, Albus, even this immensely powerful time-turner cannot facilitate your temporal travels, Mr. LeMay remarked, prudently retrieving the levitating time-turner and delicately wiping away the traces belonging to Dumbledore, let alone prolonged time travel. Therefore, Albus, we require alternative candidates. What about me and Ponju? Another Albus, specifically the one from the Potter household, boldly stepped forward, with the typically timid Ponju quickly voicing his support for his dear friend. The two young boys faced Hector and his companions, bravely puffing out their frail chests. Thank you, young ones, but I believe this time it is not your turn, Mr. LeMay replied, his face adorned with a warm smile. Dumbledore's expression mirrored this sentiment, of course, referring to both Dumbledores present. The question remained, whom should they send? I believe the answer is quite apparent. Dumbledore and Mr. LeMay exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned the most fitting candidate. Hector Dumbledore. I shall take my leave. Hector's words were succinct, yet undeniably impactful. Dumbledore's gaze was laced with hesitation. He remained silent, offering no direct reply to Hector's statement. Only Hector, LeMay remarked, his aged, wrinkled hand gently patting Dumbledore's shoulder. To be candid, his current situation is far from secure. Being lost in time is an exceedingly perilous affair. If I am not mistaken, oblivion has indeed set in. Albus Potter and Ponju nodded in agreement, and a look of understanding crossed LeMay's face. At that moment, Dumbledore lifted his head and swiftly spoke, albeit only to Fawkes. Go find Albus, Fawkes. Have him come here immediately, the sooner, the better. What is it, Albus? Is it related to Hector? Albus's booming voice preceded his presence in the office. As the sparks settled, Albus appeared, clad in a comical apron. Of course, there was Fawkes, who nodded towards Dumbledore before clumsily returning to her perch. Albus's immediate gaze fell upon Hector, upon recognizing the familiar little fellow. The urgency etched on the elder's face swiftly melted into a gentle smile. He embraced Hector, and only after releasing him did he notice Mr. LeMay in the headmaster's office. The smile faded rapidly, and Albus furrowed his brow, casting a questioning look towards Dumbledore. However, he would not neglect the basic courtesies of greeting. Oh, please excuse my rudeness. I was a bit too hasty in my departure. It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. LeMay. A smile returned to Albus's face, albeit lacking sincerity. Mr. LeMay's smile was more genuine as he politely responded, It is a pleasure to see you, Albus. Not at all, it's all for the sake of the children. Albus's expression of inquiry deepened. Encountering this legendary figure of the wizarding world was a fortuitous event, yet Albus certainly did not wish to see Mr. LeMay here. What is the urgency, Albus? Is it related to Hector? Albus naturally refrained from directly questioning Mr. LeMay, directing his gaze towards Dumbledore, who sat in his chair. Albus nodded, and Dumbledore's brow furrowed further. May I have a moment alone with Hector? Before Albus could speak, Mr. LeMay interjected. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Albus appeared to have the intention to intercede, but Dumbledore halted him. Mr. LeMay's gaze swept over the crystal ball upon Dumbledore's desk before settling upon Hector. Hector nodded, rising to his feet. Before departing with Mr. LeMay, he conjured 2 chairs and gestured for the 2 young lads to take a seat. Please, do sit for a moment. Matters are not as straightforward as they may seem. Hector addressed Albus and Ponju, and then accompanied Mr. LeMay to the opposite side of the office. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries, Mr. LeMay interjected before Hector could speak, but before we proceed, there are a few matters I must clarify. Hector cast a questioning glance at Mr. LeMay, whose expression was notably grave. He fixed a serious gaze upon Hector and then remarked, if I am not mistaken, Wendell must have gone to seek me out, correct? Hector nodded thoughtfully, and Mr. LeMay, with a contemplative expression, relaxed visibly as he spoke. No wonder, he remarked. The moment I laid eyes on you, Hector, you struck me as remarkably familiar. Frankly, you and your father seem to have been sculpted from the same mold. At this juncture, Mr. LeMay paused, casting his gaze towards the Dumbledore brothers engaged in conversation. The young men of the Dumbledore lineage exhibited numerous similarities, not solely in appearance, but also in their exceptional talents and cherished qualities that coursed through their bloodline. As one ages, the inclination to reminisce about the past becomes more pronounced, particularly for Mr. LeMay, a veritable relic of the magical realm who had lived for 6 centuries. However, this was not an opportune moment for nostalgia. Before Mr. LeMay could delve into his lengthy discourse, Hector interjected with his query. Mr. LeMay, since he was seeking you, could you enlighten me on Wendell's whereabouts? To be precise, you wish to ascertain the specific point in time he has ventured to, correct? Mr. LeMay replied. Hector nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Regrettably, Mr. LeMay shrugged and shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face as he met Hector's gaze. I sincerely apologize, Hector. As you are aware, my memory has faltered. A considerable portion has been lost. Thus, I possess only a vague recollection, but the precise moment eludes me. Then why are you rambling on about it? Hector rolled his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, nevertheless, I believe I can still assist you. It seemed that Mr. LeMay had heard Hector's inner monologue, for his smile remained undiminished. With his weathered hands, lined with age, he reached into his pocket and soon produced a somewhat antiquated compass. This was not the ordinary kind of compass that merely points in cardinal directions. Mr. LeMay handed the compass to Hector, who cradled the aged artifact gingerly in his palms. Though the compass was not particularly exquisite, it possessed a significant weight, imparting a sense of gravity as he held it. Moreover, it appeared to emit warmth, as its aged surface, which could almost be described as patinated, was not cold. The metallic casing radiated a current of warmth, perhaps even a touch too warm for comfort. Hector pondered that it could not possibly be Mr. LeMay's body heat. The compass in his hands quivered gently for a moment before settling into stillness, accompanied by the temperature of its surface, which soon blended into the ordinary warmth of similar objects. Hector furrowed his brows, fixated on the compass in his hand, a look of curiosity illuminating his face. As for Mr. LeMay standing opposite him, if Hector were to glance up, he would surely notice a fleeting spark of excitement flit across the elderly gentleman's countenance. However, it was but a momentary glimpse. Mr. LeMay's expression swiftly returned to tranquility, though the smile upon his lips bore a more relaxed demeanor. He continued, to be precise, this compass is utterly incapable of determining direction. Its needle does not align with the magnetic field to point south, but rather, it points to the deepest desires of my heart. Hector interrupted Mr. LeMay's narrative. Mr. LeMay paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, stating, You are correct, Hector. It will guide you to the deepest yearnings of your heart, and as you draw nearer, the compass will grow warmer, its tremors more pronounced. Upon hearing these words, Hector lifted his gaze, and Mr. LeMay appeared to anticipate this, meeting his eyes in a knowing glance. Under the scrutiny of Mr. LeMay's silver-gray eyes, Hector felt a wave of discomfort and averted his gaze. At that moment, Mr. LeMay resumed speaking. Handle it with care, Hector. What you hold in your hands may very well be the most exquisite and enigmatic alchemical artifact in the entire realm of magic. Its needle is not crafted from ordinary magnetism, but from the bones of a Chelan, which explains why this compass possesses the power to peer into the human heart. A fervent gleam illuminated Mr. LeMay's face as he regarded the compass with a mixture of zeal and reverence. Hector, noticing this, finally found his voice. So, Mr. LeMay, this compass is not your creation? Certainly not, Hector. The concept and intricate assembly of this compass transcend the limits of magic. It resembles not a mortal's handiwork, but rather the creations of the divine. As he spoke, Mr. LeMay subtly gestured towards himself and then pointed skyward. The reason for his cryptic gestures might be elucidated by the Dumbledore brothers, who, though seemingly distant, were attentively eavesdropping with ears perked. When I first obtained it, I was bewildered, Hector. I had no understanding of its purpose until I encountered you. Everything became clear. The true owner of this gift is not I, but you, Hector. It merely lingered in my possession for a brief moment. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only grows more captivating. Mr. LeMay deliberately lowered his posture and took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Hector. As long as your intentions are clear, it will lead you to what you desire. However, all of this hinges on your willingness to open the compass and hold it firmly in your grasp. Mr. LeMay gestured for Hector to open the compass, and Hector complied without hesitation. With a crisp click, the lid of the compass sprang open, revealing a crystalline needle that lay quietly and steadily at the center. The interior of the compass was strikingly simple, with an ornate dark golden base adorned with precisely marked scale lines. Instead of indicating direction, the usual labels were replaced with the words future and past. Flanking the compass were two identical words, present. The needle pointed firmly towards the direction of the past, unyielding to Hector's attempts to sway it in any way. Quite remarkable. I assent it. Mr. LeMay's voice sounded as composed as ever, yet Hector discerned a hint of pride woven into his words. Indeed, its peculiarities extend far beyond this. You will understand in due time. But remember this, when you find yourself lost, do not hesitate to inquire of it, for the compass shall provide answers. Mr. LeMay paused, diverting his gaze from the compass back to Hector. By the way, do you not have some questions? I would be delighted to address them. Ah, yes. I do have questions. Upon hearing Mr. LeMay's invitation, Hector momentarily shifted his focus from the compass to the elder standing before him, earnestly asking, I have heard from Albus and the others that there seems to be something concerning a time fortress. You need not worry, Hector. Traversing to any point in the past, regardless of its distance, will not be hindered by the time fortress. However, there are indeed limitations when it comes to traversing into the future. Nonetheless, there is no cause for concern. The time you possess is sufficient to support 3 to 5 journeys into the future timeline. Only 3 to 5 times? It will not exceed 5, Hector. At most, it is limited to 5. Thus, please exercise caution. Mr. LeMay's expression turned notably grave as he spoke. His gaze fixed intently on Hector. He continued with measured seriousness, time is a precious treasure, yet it is also a master that plays with the hearts of men. Do not be deceived by time, nor fall into its traps, Hector. Cherish it. With that, Mr. LeMay concluded his remarks and turned towards the distant Dumbledore brothers, who had ceased their debate. Following closely behind was Hector, now resolute in his determination. The conversation continued. Time waits for no one, Albus. I believe Hector is ready to embark on his journey now. Mr. LeMay was decisive, in stark contrast to the hesitance displayed by the Dumbledore brothers, particularly Aberforth. Hector seldom witnessed the usually resolute elder displaying such inner conflict. Could it not be someone else? If possible, I would gladly take Hector's place. Albus's voice grew increasingly faint as he gleaned the answer from Mr. LeMay's countenance. Mr. LeMay cast his gaze upon the face of Albus Dumbledore, who, like a child caught in wrongdoing, quickly lowered his head. Yet the lingering expression of hope upon his face betrayed his inner turmoil. I understand that this decision weighs heavily upon you, Albus, but we are left with no alternatives. Hector is the only and the most suitable choice, Mr. LeMay said, directing his gaze away from Dumbledore's face and looking at Albus, attempting to convey comfort in his tone. It is a simple truth, devoid of complexity and understanding. Yet it remains a harsh reality. To accept it with equanimity is the greatest trial. There is no perfect solution, Albus. These words were spoken by Dumbledore, who gently placed a hand on Albus's shoulder. The two elder Dumbledores simultaneously turned their attention to the resolute young Dumbledore standing before them, their eyes reflecting a blend of hope and struggle. Albus Dumbledore was the first to avert his gaze, tears welling in his eyes. However, it was evident that he had reached a decision. In contrast, Albus's indecision was palpable, no matter how he weighed the options. This choice was undeniably agonizing for the elderly man. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to Albus, if he detected even the slightest hint of rejection on Hector's face. Even a flicker of hesitation, he would unhesitatingly shield his child behind him, regardless of facing the formidable Nicodemus LeMay or even his own brother, Albus Dumbledore. Regrettably, Hector's unwavering resolve had already conveyed the answer to him. Dumbledore would never abandon his own flesh and blood. Hector, a quintessential embodiment of Dumbledore, was suddenly struck by the silent disappearance of the purple card in his mind, the one inscribed with the lineage of Dumbledore. In its place, a new card materialized. The card continued to bear the name of Dumbledore's bloodline, accompanied by a detailed description that remained largely unchanged, save for the striking transformation of its hue from purple to a resplendent gold. The reverse side of the card revealed a fresh proclamation. Dumbledore is not merely a great family or a powerful lineage. It embodies a steadfast belief and an immortal spirit. This assertion did not conclude here. It emphasized that what defines Dumbledore is not a narrow bloodline, but rather the inheritable qualities that reside within him. Stay safe, Hector. We believe in you. Dumbledore opened his arms wide, embracing Hector with all the strength he could muster. Then there was Mr. LeMay, whose smile radiated warmth. As Albus said, Hector, relax. There is no need to worry about anything else. I am here for you. Mr. LeMay winked at Hector, stepping aside to reveal Albus. Albus's awkwardness starkly contrasted with the ease of the two elder gentlemen. He had many words and reassurances swirling in his mind, yet when it came to expressing them, he faltered. Like Albus, he wished to envelop Hector in a grand embrace, to pat his shoulder and offer comforting words, but he found himself at a loss. Albus choked on his emotions. Instead, it was Hector who took action. His hand reached into his pocket, and soon a lively chocolate frog appeared in his palm. "Don't worry, Grandpa, have a chocolate frog." The chocolate frog seemed to understand Hector's sentiment, leaping energetically from his hand and landing perfectly in Albus's grasp, just as they had on their first encounter. "In the face of danger, do not overexert yourself." Albus forced a smile, but tears cascaded uncontrollably down his face. He gently patted Hector's head before turning away, slowly distancing himself. Dumbledore supported his brother. Albus and Ponju also rose from their seats, their expressions tinged with embarrassment and regret, though concern was scarcely evident. "You will succeed, Uncle Hector," declared Albus Potter with unwavering conviction. And Ponju beside him mirrored a similar resolve. "Why?" Hector inquired. "For the future is not a fixed entity. The future is anything but immutable," Hector proclaimed. Yet the unwavering determination on the faces of the two young ones remained undiminished. "Regardless, we continue to place our faith in you." "Why?" "Because you are Dumbledore, Hector Dumbledore." "Indeed, he is Dumbledore. Hector Dumbledore." A glitch, perhaps, yet undeniably effective. He chuckled softly. "All right, it is time to embark on our journey, Hector," the master continued, fixing a serious gaze upon him. "There is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. Time waits for no one." Hector nodded, retrieving Mr. LeMay's compass. He opened the lid and grasped it firmly in his palm. "I must find Wendell Dumbledore," Hector silently recited as the compass needle whirled rapidly, ultimately pointing towards the past. Under the watchful gaze of Aberforth and Dumbledore, Hector twisted Mr. LeMay's hourglass, took a deep breath, and pressed the button. The surrounding space began to contort swiftly, akin to a fleeting illusion. Everything unfolded as if played in reverse. Aberforth's figure was the first to vanish, followed by Mr. LeMay, then Aberforth and Ponju, and finally, Hector beheld himself. The speed of time's retreat accelerated, with the surrounding lights swiftly flowing backwards, gradually enveloping Hector's vision in darkness. A sense of dread and helplessness began to surge within him. The wand clutched tightly in his hand offered a modicum of courage, yet such bravery felt exceedingly limited. Was he falling or still standing unscathed? Hector was oblivious as darkness devoured all light, followed by the loss of his sense of direction, then his awareness of time. Ultimately, Hector could no longer discern whether he was ensnared in a terrifying reality or suffocating nightmare. The fluorescent lights flickered. Hector murmured softly. Yet the anticipated light did not arrive as expected. The tip of his wand briefly emitted a glow, but thereafter, there was no further response. Nonetheless, this was a fortunate turn of events, for at least Hector was reassured of his own consciousness. How much longer would it be? Hector remained oblivious to the fact that the compass in his hand was gradually warming up, albeit at a lamentably slow pace. He pondered to himself that it would likely be quite some time before anything significant occurred. In Albania, within a hunter's cabin nestled in the jungle, two figures were engaged in conversation. Those same two, whom we shall refer to as Raspy One and the Indifferent. Is there truly no method yet for infusing magic? Raspy One inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. It was evident that he had been troubled by something for an extended period. "I have already stated that the infusion of magic is currently the most viable and reliable approach. It necessitates a profound synergy of magical energies between the two individuals involved." The Indifferent replied, his voice momentarily faltering. "This implies extensive experimentation. If your patience wanes, you may, of course, opt for self-destruction and subsequently barter with your concocted resurrection potion. However, dealing with the Grim Reaper is never a prudent choice. He never engages in unprofitable transactions. How did you manage to acquire this body from him, then? Such a transaction comes at an exorbitant price, which is precisely why I am so invested in you. As for the nature of that price, you need not concern yourself. A body possessing a complete soul is far more precious than you might imagine." The Indifferent's voice suddenly halted, as if a realization had dawned upon him. An uncharacteristic excitement tinged his tone. "A remarkably foolish endeavor, manipulating time. There are countless vulnerabilities to exploit. I never anticipated that such an unintentional act could yield such results." A pause ensued, and his tone shifted abruptly from exhilaration to furious outrage. "How dare he?" With that, the door was violently flung open, and the Indifferent vanished into the Albanian jungle in an instant. What could have provoked this typically aloof individual to exhibit such a tempest of emotions in a matter of minutes? This remains uncertain for now. However, one fact can be reported. The direction in which the Indifferent departed was Paris. Let us now redirect our attention back to Dumbledore. The figure of Hector vanished in an instant, the commotion far quieter than anticipated. The smile on Mr. LeMay's face dissipated alongside Hector's departure, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. Albus Aberforth and Albus Dumbledore turned simultaneously, their gazes towards Mr. LeMay imbued with a sense of inquiry. It is time. I must bid you farewell as well. Aberforth's questioning gaze remained unaltered, yet Dumbledore seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment, nodding numbly, as if he had not fully comprehended the situation. Today, then? Dumbledore's voice trembled, and only upon hearing his words did the bewildered Aberforth respond. When he looked back at Mr. LeMay, his eyes reflected a complex array of emotions: regret, sorrow, and predominantly, reverence. In contrast to the two Dumbledores, Mr. LeMay appeared remarkably composed. Indeed, it is now, Albus. It is a pleasure to see you, and you as well, Aberforth. As you have stated, death is merely the commencement of a new journey. My travels in this world have been sufficient. It is time to turn a new page. With frail and aged hands, he first patted Aberforth's shoulder, then Albus Dumbledore's. Do not worry about me. Cherish the time you have left and the people around you. What of Perenelle? Mr. LeMay's form noticeably faltered. She has already taken her leave. This time, it was Mr. LeMay's voice that quivered, though the tremor did not linger for long, as his tone swiftly regained its steadiness. She bid farewell in her slumber, with a smile free of pain. I am sorry. There is no need. Mr. LeMay stood where Hector had previously lingered, Aurora resting upon his shoulder. Let us part this way. I have seen Perenelle beckoning to me. I must seize the moment. Aurora let out a gentle call. Thus, gentlemen, farewell. Mr. LeMay departed in haste, uttering few words. A flame erupted, and the aged, great wizard, the master of alchemy, vanished entirely from sight. The air grew so still it felt almost tangible. What on earth has transpired? Yet Abufus murmured softly. Divider-line Mr. LeMay had donned his formal attire, meticulously arranging his hair with both speed and precision, topped with a tall, classical hat. Opening a drawer, he discovered a box lying quietly within. Inside the box rested a ring, and beneath it, two photographs, neither enchanted nor whimsical, but rather ordinary, muggle snapshots. One was a somewhat jarring selfie, while the other captured a youthful Mr. LeMay alongside a young woman, donning the gleaming ring upon his fourth finger. He gently brushed his fingers over the two photographs before closing the box. This seemed to present a semblance of decorum. Gazing into the mirror at his reflection, Mr. LeMay murmured softly to himself. Rising from his seat, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the alchemical beings had formed a circle around him, standing in silent vigil. Mr. LeMay took a step forward, and the little figures closely followed in his wake. As he opened door after door, traversing corridor after corridor, the procession behind Mr. LeMay grew ever longer. Yet, the house remained eerily silent. Aside from the sound of his footsteps, no other noise disturbed the stillness. Upon reaching the final, substantial wooden door at the end of a lengthy corridor, he halted, turning to face his companions. All right, my friends, this is where we part ways. Thank you for accompanying this old man on the final stretch of his journey. In response, there was only silence. The metallic, mechanical faces of the little beings, usually so stoic, revealed a rare yet orderly expression of sorrow. They stood, some near and some far, some tall and others short, but in that moment, they all bowed their heads in unison. My plans are not yet complete. Even in my absence, another friend shall be with you. Please, take good care of him for me. I shall walk the remaining path alone. A sparse sound emerged, prompting the alchemical beings to depart in an orderly fashion. Returning to their respective duties, Mr. LeMay's plans would not cease with his departure, nor would their work come to an end. The heavy door swung open, revealing an empty room, save for a mirror that had yet to be fully restored. To be precise, only one final step remained before the mirror could be completely mended. Mr. LeMay withdrew his wand and tapped his ring, causing the last fragment to soar into the air. The risks associated with traversing time are considerable, however. The true peril lies not in time itself, but in that entity, Mr. LeMay mused. He carefully placed the fragment in its rightful position. Let me bear this risk. This is the last thing I can do. With a sharp crack, the chapter was not yet concluded. The mirror restored itself. Mr. LeMay's reflection did not materialize, which was anticipated. Instead, a swirling vortex appeared. Why are you still so obstinately ignorant? A cold voice suddenly echoed through the room. Indeed, it was the indifferent figure from a far Albania, the very embodiment of the mysterious and formidable force previously alluded to. Obstinate. I merely wish to glimpse the outside world. You know that is impossible. Enough talk. It is futile. The indifferent one showed no desire for dialogue with Mr. LeMay and opted for a more direct approach. As Mr. LeMay drew his wand, the attack from the indifferent figure was already upon him. After enduring the initial strike, the alchemical armor enveloped Mr. LeMay. That contraption you wear reminds me of something I've seen in another world. Does the name Tony ring a bell? The indifferent figure quipped. Yet his assault remained relentless and fierce. Mr. LeMay struggled to keep pace, entirely bereft of the opportunity to respond. In a duel, losing the initiative makes regaining it nearly impossible, especially when faced with such a powerful adversary. The indifferent figure seemed to mock Mr. LeMay, viewing the frail elderly man as an easy target, much like other villains before him. His strength was lacking, his strikes slow, and his technique rather poor, some cleverness, but not worthy of the stage. With a heavy blow, Mr. LeMay's armor was utterly ravaged. The agility of a 600-year-old man was indeed laughable. Do you have anything to say? The indifferent one did not pursue his advantage. His ethereal form lingered in the air, gazing down upon Mr. LeMay, as if offering his adversary a final semblance of mercy before the inevitable conclusion. I have been contemplating a singular notion. Mr. LeMay, breathless, struggled to rise, unwilling to remain in a position of subjugation. If you wish to conceal the outside world, if you desire to prevent my escape, then you could simply end my life. Yet, you have refrained from doing so. The alchemical armor gradually shed from his being, leaving behind only his tattered, wrinkled suit. Even moments ago, you did not strike with lethal intent. You do not wish to kill me, or rather, you find yourself incapable of doing so. The indifferent one furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax. You are not mistaken, Nico. I am indeed unable to slay you. His voice paused momentarily. However, I am merely incapable of directly extinguishing your life. If your demise were orchestrated by another, then there would be no issue at all. Voldemort? That wretched creature you rescued? Mr. LeMay's demeanor was remarkably relaxed, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded the hovering, indifferent one. The indifferent one appeared momentarily stunned. How did you come to know this? Those who strike bargains with death are not few in number. Mr. LeMay's voice was soft, as if he were whispering to himself. Your awareness of this changes little. Even if you foresee your fate, you remain powerless to alter it. In your current state, you can only serve as a passive witness. With a wave of his hand, the mirror behind him shattered. The gateway to the outside world was sealed. There is a well-known adage. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Are you aware? Mr. LeMay remained unfazed, his smile as serene as ever. But I am not a villain. In this realm, I am the supreme deity. Indeed, a bound and fettered deity. Mr. LeMay's expression brimmed with disdain, his visage radiating the recklessness of youth. Engaging in verbal sparring is futile, LeMay, at this moment. You can only be a witness to your own destiny. Firstly, I am not engaging in mere verbal sparring. I speak only the unvarnished truth. A sly grin appeared on Mr. LeMay's face as he snapped his fingers, causing the shards on the ground to rise and soar toward the indifferent one, the oblivious deity suspended in the air. Secondly, I have never been merely a witness. Fragments of damaged armor surged forward, collectively charging at the indifferent one, binding the deity's hands and feet, striving to radiate their brilliance. Though the indifferent one was undeniably powerful, a few shattered pieces of armor alone could not contain him. However, with the addition of the magical stone, the narrative would shift entirely. I have never aspired to defeat you. My sole intention is to ensnare you. Mr. LeMay sprinted forward as swiftly as possible, his armored feet granting him maximum speed. To amend my previous statement, this was not the final door. The true threshold now lay before Mr. LeMay. With a light tap of his wand upon the ring, a shard materialized, perfectly resonating with the mirror within the room. No. The indifferent struggled with all his might, the radiance emanating from the armor binding him becoming increasingly blinding. The surface of the Philosopher's Stone began to show pronounced cracks. With a sharp crack, the passageway opened. Until we meet again, or rather, never again. Mr. LeMay wasted not a moment. At the very last instant before the passageway opened and the Philosopher's Stone shattered, his figure vanished into the corridor. The mirror was shattered in an instant, and the deity, filled with rage, stood amidst the shards. At that moment, an alchemical figurine appeared before the indifferent, bearing a pre-written letter of defiance, proclaiming, I hope you remember this day. You nearly thwarted me. Mr. LeMay's voice echoed throughout the chamber, his laughter resounding with exhilaration and self-satisfaction. After 600 years of despair, liberation had finally arrived. Today was most gratifying. Mr. LeMay's journey has reached a conclusion. A remarkable life, would you not agree? As for whether he will have a part in the future, that remains uncertain. We shall see. Now, let us redirect our focus to Hector. Traversing against the currents of time, Hector found himself in a rather awkward predicament. It seemed that his travels had extended far too long. Although the prolonged darkness had dulled Hector's perception of time, an instinct warned him that continuing to wander recklessly through the river of time would inevitably lead to trouble. Yet, the compass in his hand remained as unyielding as ever, the needle crafted from Chelan bones steadfastly pointing to the past scale. Had he truly journeyed this far? Hector pondered to himself. As time stretched on, the unease within him grew ever more intense. Could it be that time travel had come to a halt? Hector's heart inexplicably birthed such notions. But no. These thoughts are utterly absurd. Almost simultaneously, a counterargument began to take root in his mind. Is it truly absurd? Once the seed of doubt is sown, it can take root and flourish under even the harshest conditions. Only through verification can doubt be dispelled or, conversely, confirmed. As for how to verify, Hector already harbored his own ideas, shimmering with brilliance. Hector softly uttered the incantation, inwardly praying that the brilliance erupting from the tip of his wand would flicker and fade as it had before. Regrettably, fate had other plans. A resplendent light surged forth from the wand, enveloping Hector's form. Yet, this formidable and dazzling radiance bowed its head to the infinite darkness. Its expedition scarcely extending a few meters, while the vast, enveloping shadows remained the true anthem of this desolate expanse. Surely, you must be jesting with me. Hector extinguished the flickering glow, his attention wholly captivated by the abrupt cessation of time travel. He remained oblivious to an equally peculiar phenomenon. His once unruly luminescence had now become remarkably obedient, indeed, strikingly so. Yet, the anxious Hector found himself with little time to ponder such trifling details. His concerns had escalated to matters of far greater significance, or perhaps urgency. Was this a trap? This question reverberated incessantly in Hector's mind. Indeed, he began to harbor doubts about Mr. LeMay. More accurately, he found himself questioning Mr. LeMay once again. The timing of his appearance was impeccable, his compass pointed precisely in the right direction, his elder persona strikingly fitting. And even the arrival of those children from the future seemed perfectly timed. In the midst of the temporal flow, or rather, amidst his own stagnation within it, Hector had every reason to scrutinize Mr. LeMay's motives. Was everything truly mere coincidence? Had Mr. LeMay genuinely been awakened? Hector's mind is in disarray. The complexity of it all is overwhelming. He must find tranquility, requiring ample time and a serene environment. For the relentless flow of time is hardly a suitable setting for contemplation. He longs for the opportunity to escape. Hector pressed the button atop the hourglass, filled with anticipation. Yet there was no response. He pressed it again, brimming with expectation, but still, there was no reaction. Hector felt an overwhelming torrent of thoughts swirling within him. A cacophony of unspoken words yearning for expression. Suddenly, the space around Hector began to tremble violently. In a segment upstream from him, a profound vortex abruptly materialized, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Hector was destined never to witness this earth-shattering spectacle. However, the repercussions of the vortex were something he could certainly experience while adrift in the river. In the distance, a resounding roar echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming force that shook the very foundations of the world. Deep within Hector, a familiar yet long-forgotten terror surged anew. This force was far mightier than the one he had previously encountered, which had dulled his memories. It was a potent force, showing no signs of restraint. Seizing the lengthy and ever-extending river of time, it ruthlessly detached it from its original trajectory, placing it upon an entirely new path. The river of time writhed in anguish, struggling in fury, yet all efforts proved futile. After executing this monumental alteration, the river of time restored its stability, the force having fulfilled its purpose, and then vanished completely. As for the bent river of time, it could only silently accept such a cataclysmic transformation. The river of time mused, let it be, what can be done otherwise? The breathtaking struggle and the earth-shattering changes constituted a profoundly stirring process. Yet, to be honest, Hector hardly felt it. Where was the stirring emotion? Hector was oblivious. He sensed the upheaval but felt only the disarray. The breathtaking aspect was indeed real, akin to being thrust into a tumultuous washing machine, where he could only frantically press buttons. At that moment, he no longer hoped to complete his mission. Escaping had become his sole desire. Fortunately, the turbulence of the river of time did not persist for long. Once the space surrounding Hector settled into tranquility, he could sense that time had once again begun to flow rapidly around him. Hector's heart, once laden with anxiety, has finally begun to ease. It has become evident that Hector's sense of reassurance was premature. Do you recall how he pressed the button on the time converter twice in quick succession? Indeed. The device initially failed to respond, yet the rationale behind this lack of reaction is now clear to all. The fabric of time underwent a tumultuous upheaval, rendering a temporary cessation of its functions entirely reasonable. Now that the flow of time has regained its stability, everything has returned to normal, and the time converter dutifully executed Hector's command. Vibrant hues swiftly illuminated the darkness surrounding him, while the sensation of time's passage that had lingered around his form gradually dissipated. Yes, the time converter has transported Hector from the currents of time to a point in the past, to Hogwarts, though how long ago remains a mystery. Hector gazed at the time converter in his hand, then cast a glance at the surrounding dense forest, his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of bewilderment. Wasn't the time converter endowed with the ability to alter locations? Shouldn't he still be within the confines of Hogwarts? Hector glanced around once more, and upon confirming that there was not a trace of the towering castle within his line of sight, a thought, which he found rather absurd, emerged in his mind for the second time. Have I perhaps strayed too far? Hector placed the hourglass into his satchel, hesitating for a moment before retrieving the compass bestowed upon him by Mr. LeMay. In his other hand, he firmly grasped his wand. Upon opening the compass, the needle danced erratically for a brief period before resolutely settling upon the engraving marked past. Still in the past? Had this lad ventured too far? Who was he truly seeking? Was it indeed LeMay? Given the circumstances, it seemed more likely he was on a quest to find Merlin himself. However, Hector soon dismissed such thoughts. He directed his spell at a leaf, uttering "Guide me," and followed the leaf as it fluttered away, leading him to a graveyard, one that seemed strikingly familiar. Hector's mind was plagued by troubling thoughts. Before him lay a cemetery belonging to a once prominent family, evident from its grand scale. However, the evident neglect over time suggested a decline in their fortunes, a decline that could more accurately be described as ruin. The names inscribed on the gravestones varied, yet they shared a common surname, one that Hector was all too familiar with, despite his desire to distance himself from it. This cemetery belonged to the Riddle family. It must be said that Hector's decision to leave the River of Time was astute. Had he lingered any longer, he would have undoubtedly encountered two peculiar figures swiftly traversing through the ages. One was fleeing in a frenzy, while the other pursued with relentless determination. As for the identities of these two, they remained a mystery. However, it could be noted that both wielded an hourglass filled with golden sand, a device for traversing time. Hector stood amidst the cemetery of modest size, gazing into the cold gravestones that confronted him. I merely intended to scatter the ashes of Voldemort's father in words, not to imply that I truly wished to carry out such an act. Hector scratched his head, and wicked thoughts gradually began to surface. The advantages of such actions were glaringly obvious. Foremost among them was the potential to disrupt Voldemort's resurrection plans. If memory serves, the potion's ingredients detailed in the original text are the bone of the father, the flesh of the servant, and the blood of the enemy. The latter two conditions seem quite manageable. Voldemort certainly has no shortage of servants, and as for enemies, the list is endless. However, when it comes to Voldemort's father, one must ponder, there can only be one, surely? Even if Voldemort were a divine being, he must still adhere to the fundamental laws of biology. If one were to scatter his father's ashes, could he possibly conjure another paternal figure? Setting aside the notion of adopting a father in a most disgraceful manner, would such an act even yield a viable bone from that supposed adoptive father? For pity's sake, if ancient magic capable of bestowing life could not discern such basic truths, what worth would it hold? It would be more fittingly termed a secret technique exclusive to Elbu. Thus, it appears that a modest excavation with a Wo-Young shovel could yield substantial rewards. So, shall we proceed? After all, having come this far, would one depart empty-handed? Nonetheless, caution is warranted. Regardless of the time or place, unearthing tombs is never a commendable endeavor. It is a matter of decorum, and that is of utmost importance. Hector cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, the Riddle family plot was indeed a family tomb, ensuring that no other mourners would intrude upon this sacred space. Not even the shadow of a Grey Keeper was in sight. The timing was impeccable. With the perfect blend of planning, profit, and opportunity, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. Having resolved to act, Hector prepared to commence his endeavors. It was inconceivable for him to dig by hand. After all, he was a renowned wizard, and a wand was far more effective than a shovel, except in close combat. Of course. However, Hector soon encountered a rather vexing dilemma. What was the name of Voldemort's father? At this juncture, One might wonder if the protagonist was experiencing a lapse in intelligence or perhaps some form of foolishness. How could he forget a name? Surely he could read dates? Surely those antiquated relics from the last century, or even the one before, could not possibly be the biological father of Lord Voldemort. Was it not simply a matter of seeking out dates that were approximately correct? If this were not sheer foolishness, then it was certainly a lack of flexibility in thought. Would it not be prudent to engage one's intellect? Logically speaking, such reasoning should pose no issue whatsoever. At the outset of his quest, Hector had contemplated action. Yet when it came to implementation, complications arose. The cemetery before him was densely populated with gravestones, all bearing remarkably similar names and dates, each one inscribed with the name Tom Riddle. Indeed, they were all Tom Riddle, with the dates astonishingly uniform. Each gravestone was even accompanied by a towering statue of the Grim Reaper, scythe in hand, casting an eerie and sinister atmosphere, with a palpable sense of dread permeating the air. However, this was no horror film. After surveying the area and grasping the particulars, Hector proposed a straightforward course of action: excavate them all. After all, what purpose did they serve? The uncanny and chilling ambience soon transformed into a fervent endeavor. Hector executed his task with remarkable swiftness. Thunderous explosions, roaring flames, and sweeping whirlwinds accompanied his incantations to unearth and obliterate, while shattered to dust served as a marking spell. The magnitude of the undertaking was considerable, making forgetfulness a natural occurrence. Thus, after dismantling each site, Hector took it upon himself to destroy both the gravestone and the adjacent statue with meticulous care. A twinge of guilt lingered within him. His conscience had yet to be extinguished. Hence, with each act of destruction, he would mutter to himself, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that Tom Riddle. His malevolence left me no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. Disturbing your peace, this reflection alleviated his remorse somewhat. Once he ensured that not even ashes remained, Hector dutifully filled the empty graves, even employing a particularly sinister notion reminiscent of Voldemort's dark arts, the resurrection of the deceased. However, this notion was merely speculative. Hector was oblivious to the current time, and whether Voldemort was still among the living remained uncertain. If the Dark Lord were to be summoned and witness this scene, it would undoubtedly spell dire consequences. Nevertheless, the desolation of the Riddle family was evident. Hector's extensive excavation efforts had drawn no attention whatsoever. Notably, the Riddle estate lay not far from this cemetery. Digging up their ancestral graves in broad daylight was audacious enough. And while Hector possessed some magical prowess, the Riddle family's firearms were not to be underestimated. Yet, as the project concluded, the Riddle manor remained enveloped in silence. This was fortuitous, low risk, and high reward, truly the most ideal scenario. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Hector felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Was it not thrilling enough? What a chilling thought. Hector shook his head, yet the discontented thoughts continued to seep in. Should he pay a visit to the old residence? If memory serves him correctly, the ancestral home of the Gaunt family is situated nearby. The ring, crafted by Voldemort as a Horcrux and simultaneously serving as the fateful object of Albus Dumbledore, should be within that old abode. If he were to locate it beforehand, perhaps his beloved grandfather, Albus Dumbledore, could be spared from death. Alternatively, one might consider the possibility of feigning death to deceive Voldemort. Hector pondered for a moment, adjusting his attire and brushing off the dust from his clothes. He then departed from the Riddle family graveyard, which might be more aptly described as a vacant expanse belonging to the Riddle lineage. After only a few steps, Hector abruptly turned back, feeling uneasy. Perhaps it would be prudent to ignite a fire, assuring himself that his prolonged efforts were not in vain. With a flicker of apparition, flames erupted at the Riddle family's vacant lot. The Gunther family's ancestral home was not difficult to locate. It was a modest dwelling situated not far from the Riddle family's grand estate. It was hard to fathom that the illustrious and ancient pure-blood family, one of the sacred 28, resided in such dilapidation. The structure resembled a solitary small bungalow, teetering on the brink of collapse. As Hector gazed at the crumbling edifice, he felt an unprecedented hesitation about entering. However, this reluctance did not linger for long, as the compass he held, a once cold device pointing towards the past, suddenly blazed with intense heat. Upon opening the compass, the needle, previously stable, began to whirl violently, and the markings on the device underwent a significant transformation, shifting from indicators of past, present, and future to cardinal directions. It is evident that Wendell had previously occupied this space. Hector was unaware of his exact location, but it was clear they now existed within the same temporal realm. With this realization, Hector resolutely abandoned the idea of searching for the ring within the Gunther ancestral home, as the primary objective of his visit was to locate Wendell. After all, the Gunther family ring would not flee, but Wendell might. Thus, with another flicker of apparition, he departed. Hector's figure swiftly vanished into the quaint village of Hangedon, nestled in the northern reaches of England. The chaos wrought by the inferno was inevitable. Such a ferocious blaze had never before besieged this small town. Surprisingly, the terrifying flames showed no inclination to spread beyond a certain perimeter, as if confined within an invisible boundary. More precisely, the fire raged mercilessly within the cemetery's confines. Yet not a single spark dared to breach the boundaries of the Riddle family graveyard. Thus, the fire continued to burn without rationale, with the arrival of firefighters merely adding a few helpless onlookers to the scene. The conflagration persisted until dusk, and in an almost instantaneous manner, the flames vanished entirely, as though they had never existed. This incident was investigated for an extended period, yet yielded no conclusions, ultimately relegating it to the annals of unsolved mysteries alongside a peculiar death that had occurred in the village decades prior, until, several years later, specifically, a decade and a half hence, a day arrived that would reignite interest in the matter. For now, let us momentarily set aside the narrative of the fire and redirect our focus upon Hector. The compass indicated a direction towards the east, slightly veering northward. As Wendell was in continuous motion, Hector shortened the distance of his phantasmal displacement to avoid attracting undue attention while executing short-range movements. The advantages were evident, allowing for timely corrections of any missteps. However, as with every coin that bears two sides, the high frequency of his spectral transitions induced a profound sense of discomfort. Simply put, he felt dizzy and unsteady. His physical condition remained far from ideal. As Hector endured the tumultuous sensations, he fervently prayed that the young Wendell would not master the art of apparition. The prospect of his workload escalating exponentially was daunting. A Bufus would undoubtedly refrain from imparting such knowledge, yet one could not dismiss the possibility of the lad's self-education. What if he possessed a remarkable talent akin to Hector's? Fortunately, considering the subtle fluctuations indicated on the compass, it appeared that Wendell remained a devoted patron of the number 11 bus. Speaking of buses, the psychological turmoil of Hector was akin to a sudden jolt. An exceedingly efficient yet begrudged mode of transportation emerged in his mind, indeed. It was the very embodiment of elation for Abufusi, yet incited fury within Hector. This was the exclusive conveyance of the lost wizards of the magical realm, the unparalleled artifact of expedience, the knight's public bus. Hector shook his head, as if attempting to dispel the notion that had recently invaded his thoughts. Yet, it was futile. The image of the colossal bus, towering 3 stories high and resembling a ghostly apparition, lodged itself in his mind like a stubborn nail. Given the mention of the night public bus here, it is evident that the author had a purpose in doing so. At this moment, Hector's compass remained steady, suggesting that Wendell was likely stationary in some location. However, it was also possible that Wendell was moving swiftly within a certain radius, though the vast distance between Hector and him rendered the compass ineffective. Wendell's current predicament mirrored this situation. "Ern, could you please hurry? Our little brother appears to be in dire straits." It was rare to see a look of anxiety on the face of the ticket collector, Stan Sampark. He firmly patted the driver on the shoulder, and the bald, heavy-set driver nodded in response. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the already swift night public bus transformed into a bolt of lightning. What a stroke of misfortune! How could I have taken on such a task at midday? Stan stood firm in the wildly jostling compartment, glancing at the unconscious Wendell sprawled on the bed, then at the numerous galleons the little fellow had pressed into his hand before losing consciousness. Were it not for the ample payment, I would have never agreed to this. The galleons emitted a melodious clink in his palm before smoothly slipping into the pocket of his greasy coat, which bulged noticeably. "You better not die on my bus, otherwise I'll have to exert effort to haul you off." Stan's words were icy, perfectly aligning with his roguish appearance. Yet, words can deceive, while actions are tangible. Stan drew his wand, observing the battered Wendell with a long sigh, then uttered a healing as good as new spell, perhaps due to a prolonged absence of usage. The wand's response was regrettably limited, a fact that was also evident in Wendell's injuries. Blood continued to seep from various wounds, and a ghastly scar on his shoulder stained the already unkempt sheets with speckles of crimson. "Now I've got my work cut out for me." Stan's brow furrowed tightly as he turned to Ern, who was skillfully maneuvering the bus, and asked fervently, "How much longer? Ern, why haven't we arrived yet? For heaven's sake." "We came all the way from the English Channel. Even on a broomstick, it would take a moment." "I can't be concerned with that. If you don't hurry, you'll be responsible for washing these sheets. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. All right. The night public bus sped along the road, or more accurately, under Ern's command, it was no longer confined to the road. The bus was barreling through all obstacles in a direct line towards its destination, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The compass in Hector's hand vividly illustrated this point. After the phantom had shifted a considerable distance in one direction, the compass, which had consistently pointed steadfastly, suddenly began to whirl rapidly, ceaselessly oscillating from one point to another, devoid of any discernible pattern. However, one thing was certain: this young man had likely forsaken the No. 11 bus in favor of an alternative mode of transportation. Hector was suddenly struck by an uncanny feeling, as if a nightmare had materialized before him. The erratic and irrational trajectory of movement was astonishingly exaggerated. Such a mode of transportation could never belong to the Muggles, unless they had transformed their antiquated underground rail systems into a roller coaster, an idea that could be easily dismissed, as such renovations were utterly implausible. Furthermore, the broomsticks and thestrals bore little resemblance to the phenomenon at hand. Setting aside the question of how that little creature had acquired such means of travel or whether it could even ride the seemingly extreme modes of transit, which Muggles might consider the pinnacle of travel, paled in comparison to the near-twitching motion of the compass needle at this moment. Hector could only accept this reality. Not only had Wendell taken a seat, but he also observed the persistent, ceaseless motion of the hands on the clock. The little fellow had remained there for quite some time. This was, in fact, a relief, as it spared him the frantic aimlessness of a headless fly. Hector consoled himself with the thought that he had meticulously devised a course of action. He would summon the nightly public bus to ascertain Wendell's whereabouts, or, even better, locate Wendell directly and return home. With resolute determination, he envisioned accomplishing the task in one seamless endeavor. Quite perfect, wouldn't it? Hector shared a similar sentiment. Thus, after surveying his surroundings, he reluctantly directed his wand towards the sky. Naturally, events would not unfold smoothly. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of my writing? Hector waited patiently for quite some time, indeed, a considerable duration, without any sign of movement. Based on Hector's past experiences, as long as the wand was pointed skyward, it was not an exaggeration to expect that, if not immediately, then within a minute or two, that weary bus would appear before him. However, today was peculiar. Hector waited for a full half hour, but there was not a single sign of activity. Hector's brow was furrowed tightly, a truly unusual sight. Typically, the night public bus is known for its punctuality, as proclaimed in its advertisements. No matter your location within the UK, simply extend your wand towards the sky, and the bus will swiftly appear before you. However, today was markedly different. After half an hour, there had been no sign of it. Surely it could not be out of service? Yet, aside from that possibility, no other plausible explanation seemed forthcoming. Remaining in idle anticipation was not a viable option. After enduring half an hour of the chilling breeze, Hector resolutely abandoned the notion of waiting in vain. One cannot be left to suffer due to the whims of fate. The compass in his hand was still functional, and it was illogical to squander any more time in this location. As if in response to his thoughts, the wildly spinning needle gradually came to a halt, ultimately pointing towards the southeast. There was no reason not to embark on his journey. With a flicker of illusion, he set forth. The figure of Hector vanished in a secluded town in northern England. Shortly thereafter, a towering red bus appeared hurriedly on the north-south road. Indeed, it was Stan, who, after deftly handling the troublesome Wendell, was eager to embrace the next opportunity for business. The brand-new night public bus had its doors flung open, and Stan skillfully recited the welcoming note in his hand before casting his gaze into the emptiness ahead. "Where is everyone?" Leaning against the bus door, Stan initially lowered his head to peer inside, then glanced around. He rummaged through a small pouch on his chest and pulled out a map, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize it closely. Yes, this is indeed the location, but why is there not a single soul in sight? The disembodied head that hung beside the driver, Ewan, which relayed instructions, offered warm reassurances, and invigorated Ewan, interjected, "Perhaps we arrived late, after all. He called for us about half an hour ago. Why have we kept the client waiting for such an extended period? Do you not realize this is a catastrophic blow to our reputation?" Stan retreated slightly, glaring at the driver, who, with an innocent expression, shrugged his shoulders. "Weren't we busy with that significant client? Have you forgotten?" The talking head retorted incredulously. Stan furrowed his brow, as if entirely oblivious to the recent events. "What significant client? I have no recollection whatsoever." After a moment of earnest contemplation, he regrettably found his mind a blank concerning Wendell, despite the event having occurred quite recently. Never mind. I am eager to locate the next client. I cannot afford to miss another opportunity, he declared. Ewan, who had been dozing at the wheel, immediately sat upright. Where to? Stand? Let me see. To Hogmeade, to pick up a valued patron. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the night public bus surged forward like a tempest. Its conspicuous and colossal form swiftly becoming ethereal, vanishing into the air. This bizarre occurrence left little impression on Stan's mind. The languid attendant quickly dismissed it, attributing the unexpected 20-odd gold gallas in his pocket to Merlin's generous reward for his diligent labor, while Ern beside him silently protested. The traces left by Wendell gradually faded away, not merely from memory, but even the bloodstains on the bedsheet that Stan had carelessly cast aside began to diminish. Of course, Hector was oblivious to all this. In his hurried journey, now a whirlwind of nausea, he was at least aware of the direction he was headed. As the road signs clearly indicated, London, the use of apparition was no longer an option. Should he attempt it again, Hector might very well regurgitate his breakfast prematurely. Fortunately, the destination of his apparition was not far from the main road, allowing him to hitch a ride. As for summoning the night public bus, he found himself devoid of such desire, his stomach tumultuous and churning. Hector arrived at the roadside and extended his hand. Swiftly, a vehicle came to a halt before him, a Ford. Behind the wheel of this sedan was an old acquaintance, or rather, an acquaintance known solely to Hector. One of Hector's past life culinary delights, the renowned automotive critic, the very soul of the infamous trio, is none other than the illustrious gorilla. Child, do you require assistance? You appear quite distressed. The gorilla's tone is benevolent, lending him an air of affability, or at least, that is the impression he conveys at present. Hector nodded. Indeed, sir. I am feeling somewhat unwell. This was quite apparent. The gorilla, believing himself to be humorous, remarked as he descended from the driver's seat and personally opened the door for Hector. Where are your parents? How utterly irresponsible to leave a child alone on the busy street. May I offer you a ride? To London, sir. I would greatly appreciate it. Hector took a seat, and the gorilla nodded, setting the vehicle in motion with a steady ease. The car had previously been filled with heavy metal music, but upon Hector's arrival, the gorilla instinctively lowered the volume significantly. The atmosphere within the car was rather somber. Even the energetic background music could not alter this sentiment. To alleviate the awkward tension, the gorilla initiated a conversation, inquiring about Hector's parents. Would you like me to use my phone to make a call? Hector replied, My parents have passed away, sir. I am on my way to London to find my grandfather. Hector's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, yet the expression on his face was undeniably genuine. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and he offered an apology. The loquacious, candid, and somewhat acerbic gorilla now found himself at a loss for words, his voice heavy with silence. Sir, your car is truly impressive. It was now Hector's turn to initiate a thaw in the icy tension. He racked his brain until he finally conjured a topic that might ease the mood. The outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Upon mentioning the automobile, the gorilla swiftly opened up. Do you really think so? I must say, your taste is impeccable. This Ford Cortina 1600E, though it has seen better days, performs remarkably well. Once the subject of his beloved car was broached, the gorilla could not contain his enthusiasm, passionately detailing the vehicle's features, his pride evident in every word. As Hector expressed his presence as a listener with a series of murmurs and sounds, he endeavored to extract clues regarding the timeline from the gorilla's introduction. Direct inquiries seemed rather peculiar, often leading to perceptions of madness. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. Performance cars have always been my utmost passion, the power, the exhilaration. The thunderous roars, truly magnificent. If you have any interest, you must tune in to my hosted program, The Crazy Car Show. It is destined to become the greatest automotive review show in history. I will, sir. When does this program air? As he spoke, an awkward expression crossed the gorilla's face. This year, young man. I wager you will absolutely adore it. Though you may not yet grasp the nuances of automobiles, I am confident that the intrinsic allure of these roaring beasts will captivate you. I will, sir. The compass in Hector's hand grew increasingly warm, emitting an untimely alert, as the directional symbols were replaced by a colossal red exclamation mark, signaling urgency. That's all for now, thank you, sir. I am confident that your program will achieve remarkable success. Hector uttered a phrase, then vanished like a wraith, his figure dissolving amidst the automobile, leaving the consequences of his actions beyond his concern. Where are you, good sir? The gorilla gazed at the vacant back seat, a look of skepticism crossing his face. How did he suddenly disappear? Is something amiss in my mind, or have I succumbed to slumber? He slapped himself and rubbed his eyes. This was no dream. The emptiness of the back seat was indisputable. How peculiar. Am I encountering a specter? The gorilla's eyes gradually brightened. You? Now that is a splendid notion. Indeed, I require assistance. Or perhaps two allies. As for Hector, he had arrived at the entrance of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. After bidding farewell to the illustrious king of ideas from Great Britain, the wraith-like transition brought Hector to the very front of the tavern. Having endured a tumultuous upheaval, he leaned against the wall and retched profusely. Becoming a drunkard at such a tender age was indeed a lamentable fate. A lady of nobility, emerging from the tavern, chanced upon this scene. Her brow furrowed, and after a swift utterance, she departed in a hasty manner, affording Hector no opportunity for rebuttal. Truth be told, Hector lacked the vigor to contest her disdainful exit. The compass seemed to indicate a direction leading into Diagonal Alley, a passageway Hector knew to be singular and well-defined. As the discomfort in his chest began to abate, he staggered and pushed open the door, entering the tavern. A clear chime resonated as old Tom lifted his gaze, briefly acknowledging Hector before returning to his tasks with focused intent. This was satisfactory, while traversing through time. Hector had no desire to leave a lasting impression on the elderly man acquainted with Aberforth. Hector feigned nonchalance as he swiftly and smoothly traversed the bar's grand hall, making his way toward the door at the rear that led to Diagon Alley. At that moment, a group of 3 or 4 adult wizards clad in green robes entered through the door, their faces etched with fatigue, completely oblivious to the diminutive figure of Hector approaching them. As anticipated, the frail Hector lost his balance upon colliding with them, stumbling backward in a rather undignified manner. Just then, a large hand caught him. "My sincerest apologies. I did not see you," said the towering wizard, also adorned in a green robe. Upon noticing Hector's pale cheeks, the expression of regret on the wizard's face morphed into deep concern. "Oh, by Merlin's beard, you look dreadful." The giant paused, retrieving a piece of chocolate enveloped in gold foil from his pocket, and earnestly offered it to Hector. "Have some chocolate. It will make you feel better." Hector initially wore a look of bewilderment, soon replaced by a profound skepticism. He refrained from accepting the piece of chocolate from the towering figure before him, instead scrutinizing the imposing green-robed wizard, who appeared even more robust than Senior would. This formidable wizard seemed quite youthful, though the sparse hair atop his head belied his age. His eyes sparkled with vitality, his physique was well-built, and his ample green velvet robe was adorned with a large emblem, a design resembling the letter X, with its 2 strokes represented by a wand and a bone. "As you can see, I am a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Hector's gaze lingered upon the seal for an extended period, and the towering wizard, keenly aware of this, gently clarified, his smile as warm and inviting as ever. "Rest assured, this chocolate poses no danger. It merely contains a touch of euphoria-inducing agents, of that I can assure you." As he spoke, the giant wizard exaggeratedly popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, chewing with theatrical flair, as if to validate his own words. Hector nodded, mustering a smile as gentle as he could manage, then cautiously accepted the piece of chocolate from the therapist's hand. However, Hector did not indulge in it immediately. Instead, he tucked it away into his pocket. The large wizard shrugged, choosing not to persist in his relentless persuasion. At that moment, several therapists who had gathered around a table began calling out the name of the large wizard. "Hybcrat, have you finished? You'd better hurry up. We have much to attend to after dinner." "Coming right away," Hybcrat responded, his voice booming and drawing the attention of the patrons in the bar. Yet, the large wizard remained unfazed. He turned to Hector and continued, "I sincerely apologize. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. My name is Hybcrat Smook, a practitioner in the Department of Biological Injuries. An intern, mind you. Well, yes, an intern. But if you need anything, do come find me. By the way, the Department of Biological Injuries is located on the 2nd floor." Hybcrat paused, studying Hector, and after a moment of reflection, he added, "If you don't mind, I must go meet up with my friends. There is an urgent case in the Department of Magical Injuries that requires my assistance." Hybcrat was quite loquacious, his words flowing freely, reminiscent of Hagrid. Hector often gleaned substantial insights from their casual conversations. For instance, the mention of the new challenging patient in the Department of Magical Injuries stirred an inexplicable feeling within Hector, suggesting an extraordinary connection between himself and this troublesome patient. Troublesome patient? Hector intended to seek clarification, so he deliberately displayed a perplexed expression. What kind of patients could be deemed troublesome for St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries? Many, for instance, the blood curse, a malediction inherited through bloodlines that remains unsolvable even to this day, and the oblivion curse, which has recently become a frequent occurrence within the hospital. Additionally, patients tormented by the unforgivable curses present formidable challenges. Their conditions are difficult to treat effectively, necessitating prolonged hospitalization for observation. Hippocrates spoke at length, attempting to pique Hector's interest. He paused for dramatic effect, casting a mysterious glance into Hector's eyes before continuing. However, the new arrival is quite different. His affliction is something I have never encountered in any of my readings. It is exceedingly peculiar. The only case somewhat akin to his is that of Eloise, the silent one from the Department of Mysteries, who traverses time. He is a silent one. We have dispatched individuals to the Ministry of Magic to verify his identity. But I believe it is unlikely he is not who he claims to be, despite appearing a bit too youthful. However, one cannot be certain. Perhaps it is the effect of a time-turner? You know, no one truly comprehends time, not even Merlin. Having concluded his thoughts, Hippocrates waved farewell to Hector and turned back to his companions. At that moment, Hector felt increasingly certain about Wendell's whereabouts. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had begun to reveal the side effects of meddling with time, and the events surrounding Wendell served as a compelling testament to this. However, this was not the time for a witch hunt. Preaching could be postponed. Finding Wendell was of utmost importance, and swiftly so. The ministry would soon discover that Wendell was an unlawful time traveler. If they were to locate him first, Hector would likely find himself in Azkaban to retrieve him. Thus, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where disbelief in the supernatural was futile. At the table in the Three Broomsticks, a gathering of green-robed wizards encircled a feast of steaming dishes and non-alcoholic beverages. Hippocrates, whom did you encounter? Why did it take you so long? Whom did I encounter? Hippocrates' clear eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Was I not with you all? It became evident that belief in the supernatural was warranted, especially regarding matters of physical well-being. Even before landing, Hector could sense the weakness and dizziness emanating from his very soul. However, the previous sensation of nausea had not resurfaced. Of course, this was closely related to the fact that Hector had little left in his stomach. I need to eat something, he murmured. Hector's mind swiftly made a judgment, almost instinctively. He reached into his personal storage bag and retrieved the pumpkin juice that Mr. LeMay had recently gifted him. The discomfort dissipated almost immediately, far more swiftly than he had anticipated. In that instant, as the warm pumpkin juice filled Hector's mouth, his dizziness and weakness vanished, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, leaving no trace behind. Even his previously lethargic spirit experienced a marked transformation. Hector knew better than anyone that Mr. LeMay's pumpkin juice was never merely pumpkin juice. He had witnessed the white-haired elder adding a variety of exquisite concoctions to the blend with an ease that evoked a tinge of envy in him. Remarkably, Mr. LeMay provided this potion in generous batches, yet Hector had never seen even a flicker of reluctance on the old man's face. As if he were handing Hector a bottle of a mere trinket, his demeanor entirely genuine and devoid of pretense. But I digress. Let us refocus our attention on Hector, who stood at the entrance of the hospital. Logically, one would presume that Hector, who had scarcely visited London, would only be aware of the existence of such a place within the British magical community, without knowledge of its precise location. This assumption held true, as Hector, having traversed solely between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts since arriving in the magical realm, was indeed unaware of the whereabouts of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. However, at this moment, he found himself standing before a department store named Tooting Limited, which, as fate would have it, was the very facade concealing the hospital on Muggle streets. The reason for this was left to the keen observation of discerning readers. From the outside, St. Mungo's appeared to be an ordinary, old-fashioned red brick building, indistinguishable from the eclectic Muggle shops lining the street. Within the glass display case of the department store stood a wooden mannequin, devoid of any clothing, standing alone in stark nakedness. Aside from this solitary figure, the expansive glass case contained nothing else. Hector pondered this peculiar scene, feeling that it hardly resembled a department store. Nevertheless, he was certain that he had not taken a wrong turn. The renowned St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries must indeed be located here. The question remained, however, how to gain entry. The realms of the magical world each possess their own unique methods of entry, as evidenced by the Ministry of Magic and Diagon Alley. Without a guide, It is nearly impossible to navigate these places independently. Thus, Hector found himself reluctantly stationed near the department store, contemplating the prospect of waiting for a kindred spirit. This endeavor was undeniably time-consuming and fraught with uncertainty. However, Hector could not conceive of a more effective strategy. Had he foreseen the difficulty, he might have feigned greater distress, persuading the intern healer, Hebeclat, to accompany him. Hector contemplated this, scratching his head in frustration. However, he found solace in the fact that, based on the direction indicated by the compass and the temperature readings, Wendell remained dutifully in the hospital, a rare piece of good news in these trying times. Fortunately, Hector did not have to wait long. Soon, several individuals appeared on the street, making their way towards the department store. Their peculiar and outlandish attire suggested they were bound for St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Yet, it was not their garb that revealed their identities as wizards to Hector. Rather, it was sheer misfortune that led him to recognize the leader of the group from the original text. With a wooden leg, a spinning false eye, and a long, stout cane, the scarred visage of the man was complemented by his rebellious attire. Hector knew that the figure before him was none other than Mad-Eye Moody, the infamous Auror. The other members of the group, appearing quite adept, were likely part of Moody's elite Auror team. To be honest, upon realizing that these individuals were the ones to guide him, Hector would have preferred to wait a while longer. Despite his physical limitations, Mad-Eye Moody strode with remarkable vigor, leaving the sprightly Aurors behind to jog in order to keep pace with him. Suddenly, Moody halted at the entrance of the department store, neither turning back nor surveying his surroundings. Instead, the false eye on his face whirled about energetically, curiously devoid of a visible pupil, leaving only a wide expanse of eerie white. "What is it, Alastair?" inquired a short man walking behind him, his body tense as he instinctively reached for his waist. Moody took a moment before responding, finally uttering, "Nothing, John." He then limped towards the glass display case and addressed the mannequin within, stating, "Official business, 5th floor. Department of Curses and Injuries." The mannequin nodded and extended its hand in an inviting gesture. Moody acknowledged with a nod and pushed the door open, quickly disappearing into the interior with his elite Auror team. From a distance, Hector witnessed the entire exchange, realizing that following them inside was not a prudent decision. However, his time and choices were dwindling. Making a decision was not particularly challenging for him. Hector quickened his pace directly towards the mannequin, declaring, "I am seeking therapist Hebeclat. 2nd floor, Department of Biological Injuries." Indeed, Hector almost instantaneously recalled the intern therapist, Hippocrates, whom he had encountered previously in the field of biological harm. This served as an excellent pretext, or so thought the mannequin stationed at the entrance. It mimicked the inviting gesture it had just displayed in front of Moody, and the door automatically opened a narrow crevice. Hector took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. It seemed that in every corner of the magical realm, upon entering St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Hector was first greeted by a familiar, blinding radiance, which then faded away to reveal the scene before him. However, this time,